Chapter 461. Since mechas can fly at high altitudes, a high-altitude battle in the air is quite uninteresting. Therefore, this battle was held on the stone forest plains, with the mecha's flight altitude limited to 500 meters above ground level. The stone forest plains was a vast expanse of lush green grassland, with countless towering stone pillars of various shapes scattered randomly above. Of course, these pillars were purely decorative and provided no concealment. For mechas equipped with mental detection and various monitoring radars, sneak attacks were a difficult skill to activate. For hours was sometimes long, but it was definitely not long enough to allow for a carefully planned, tug-of-war battle. Qin Qinyuan had no time to consider battle strategy at the moment. He simply wanted to find Yen Zimu and eliminate him, and then move on to Long Ju. At the outset of the match, both sides tacitly chose a battle of pure strength, devoid of strategy. A sea of dark figures flashed by, leaving only shadows in their place. The two sides quickly closed in, naturally ignoring a barrage of energy cannons before engaging in close combat. With a force of 20,000, a large-scale battle like this required agile dodging of stray bullets. Within 2 minutes of the battle, all the less skilled cannon fodder lay dead. Su Tang gaped in surprise at this. My goodness, that last round of attack must have involved at least 1 million artillery shells. Those who could survive such intense fire were clearly experts, and there were still at least 10,000 mechas left on the battlefield. The military truly had many experts. Su Tang couldn't help but sigh. After the intense barrage, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle, making it difficult to use energy cannons. In this kind of match, there's no such thing as teammate immunity. So, during the match, one must not only be wary of the opponent's attacks, but also dodge sneak attacks and avoid stray bullets. Bombs are blind, and being killed by a teammate's fire is a truly depressing experience. The remains of numerous mechas lay scattered across the field. The battle was brutal yet thrilling. Really? They didn't even notify me of such a large-scale competition. Jiang Yunchuan's voice was thick with regret and annoyance. Mechas were his favorite sport. You were just wasting time. Su Tang gave him a speechless look. It had been over an hour since Long Ju sent her the message. If it weren't for that so-called last time, he would definitely have made it to the match. Hee. Hearing Su Tang's clearly complaining tone, Jiang Yunchuan could only give an awkward fake smile. It seemed as if his favorite sport had now become something of an adult sport. Su Tang snorted at Jiang Yunchuan and continued to watch the match intently. On the battlefield, players from both teams had already engaged in a chaotic battle. Because the mechas in the competition were painted black and red, they were easy to distinguish. On the battlefield, some fought in pairs, one with a sword and the other with a cannon. Others engaged in large-scale melees of 3 or 5. There were even dozens, or even hundreds of mechas surrounding a brawl. How bad of a character would the victim have to be beaten by such a crowd? As the number of players continued to dwindle, Su Tang sensed something was amiss. The information screen now showed 2,210 players remaining in Team 1, and 2,108 in Team 2. But the battlefield transformed into a bizarre scene. 5 red mechas were each surrounded by a group of black mechas, while 5 black mechas were also surrounded by red mechas. What's going on? Su Tang asked, a bit stunned, nudging Jiang Yunchuan beside her. You know in a moment, Jiang Yunchuan said with a mysterious smile, offering no explanation. Soon, a red mecha, unable to withstand the onslaught, perished in the ensuing assault. At the same time, a system-wide announcement, resembling a loudspeaker, blared. Yi's Mangmang, one of the captains of Team 2, has been defeated by Tianzong Wizards. Congratulations to Tianzong Wizards for their first kill of the enemy captain. Instantly, the audience erupted in a chorus of applause, curses, cheers, and murmurs of discontent, a veritable eclectic mix of emotions. Su Tang was bewildered. How could the death of Yi's Mangmang evoke such a profound reaction? Su Tang cast a puzzled glance at Jiang Yunchuan again. This Yi Mangmang is Marshal Yi Liang. In competitions, it's customary not to prioritize status. If Yi Liang retaliated against this prodigy, it would appear petty and would be criticized. Of course, normally, he wouldn't retaliate, but would actually promote him. This time, Jiang Yunchuan smiled and explained in detail. So, for some warriors without family support, this is an opportunity to shine. And with such a glorious feat as defeating the marshal, they can brag about it in front of their peers. So, they all chose to gang up on the marshal instead of fighting him head-on. After all, a fight with someone of the same level can be arranged at any time, but fighting the marshal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The military's way of showing off was to kill the enemy. Su Tang shook her head speechlessly. How bizarre. Su Tang began to carefully examine the 9 mechas being attacked. Aside from Yen Zimu's Liuhua, she couldn't recognize any of the others. Su Tang had unilaterally blocked Yen Zimu, meaning she could see him, but he couldn't see her. She had never seen Qin Qinyuan's mecha before. That's Qin Qinyuan, that's my dad, that's... As if realizing something, Jiang Yinchuan displayed each screen, explaining to Su Tang the owners of each mecha. Jiang Yinchuan and Su Tang were watching with great excitement in the audience, while Qin Qinyuan on the battlefield gritted his teeth. It had been so long since he had fought a large-scale battle on the military's mecha battlefield that he had forgotten the nature of these bastards. He had actually forgotten they were going to attack him. Because Qin Qinyuan was a bit famous, the number of mechas surrounding him was significantly larger. Under these circumstances, challenging Yen Zimu to a duel was out of the question. Not long after, a system announcement rang out again. Team 1 Captain Jiang Tianyasis had been defeated by Ru Xinjiang Lin. Congratulations to Ru Xinjiang Lin for his first kill of the enemy captain. The audience erupted in roars again. Damn, that Long Ju. Jiang Yinchuan clenched his fists, his face etched with rage. That Long Ju was definitely seeking revenge. He actually targeted his father. Damn, not long ago, Jiang Yinchuan had excitedly pointed at the mech and introduced it to her as his father. Now, looking at the fallen mech and considering the announcement, Su Tang instantly knew this Jiang Tianyasis was his father, Marshal Jiang. He definitely did it on purpose. I'm going to beat him back, wife. I'm going to fight him later, and you absolutely can't stop me this time. Didn't you say no to revenge? Su Tang gave Jiang Yinchuan a speechless look. Jiang Yinchuan's face froze, then he forced a smile. It's just a friendly match, not retaliation. What a weak lie. Su Tang rolled her eyes, and grumbled inwardly. Fight if you want. Because they were on Skynet, no matter how hard they slashed, no one would die. Su Tang wasn't too concerned about Jiang Yinchuan's intention to pick a fight with Long Ju. Chapter 462. From the outset, Long Ju wasn't giving his all. He was well aware of the energy settings for the duel. The captain had double the energy, and if he went after Qin Qinyuan right from the start, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. Thus, Long Ju remained in a state of dawdling. When the match was almost underway, he finally took action. With no experts watching him, relying on the cover of his red mechas, Long Ju successfully eliminated Jiang Yi, Han Yi, and Xiahou Ming through sneak attacks, drawing gasps from the audience. At this point, only 2 captains, Lu Dong and Qin Qinyuan, remained on Team 1. The reason they didn't eliminate Lu Dong was because Lu Qingyang was there to protect him. Although Lu Qingyang specialized in animal taming, his mecha skills were also impressive. While Long Ju believed he could eliminate him, it would require considerable effort, and he didn't want to waste energy on Lu Qingyang. After determining that Lu Dong was difficult to defeat, Long Ju turned his fire directly on Qin Qinyuan. With the others eliminated, the red mechas that had been attacking them naturally shifted to Qin Qinyuan's side. Although Qin Qinyuan considered himself highly skilled, a large number of ants could still kill an elephant. In a competition with limited energy, I can't possibly fight 1,000 alone. As soon as he saw Long Ju approaching him, Qin Qinyuan knew the situation would worsen. Su Tang had come to watch their mecha competition, and Qin Qinyuan naturally knew that losing to Long Ju in front of his wife would be a profound humiliation. After a moment's reflection, Qin Qinyuan decided to be a bit more brazen in his bullying. In military competitions, if you encounter this kind of group attack, you generally need to eliminate the provocateur before attacking others. Of course, this is just the norm. There's no legal requirement to do so, at this point, except for Yi Liang. The other 4 marshals from Team 2 hadn't been eliminated yet, but their remaining energy was clearly low and their rate was high. With a malicious smile, Qin Qinyuan, leveraging his speed advantage, destroyed several mechas, tore through a gap, and broke through the encirclement, darting away like a meteor. Seeing Qin Qinyuan escape the encirclement, those with better skills and quicker reactions immediately pursued him, but by the time those with lesser skills and slower reactions recovered, Qin Qinyuan had already put some distance between them. Naturally, they abandoned the long-range approach and turned to attack Lu Dong in a flurry. After breaking through a distance, they arrived at a circle filled with black mechas. Get out of the way, I deal with him. Qin Qinyuan commanded, then used a flash to dash inside and confront Citarue, who was in the center. At the sight of their captain approaching, all the mechas surrounding Citarue ceased their attacks. After all, if they made a mistake like accidentally killing their own captain, they would surely be ridiculed for the rest of their lives. Upon hearing the order, the large black force that had been surrounding Sitsurui turned to deal with the red mecha unit that was pursuing Qin Qinyuan. For a moment, cannon fire filled the air, forming a vast field of fire. To avoid the intense fire from both sides, Long Ju's speed suddenly slowed. As for Sitsurui, he had spent the latter half of his life doing more command work and less personally participating in the battle. While his strength remained, his age had slowed his reactions. Facing Qin Qinyuan, he seemed somewhat flustered. His war rate was already high, and even without Qin Qinyuan's presence, he would have been eliminated soon. His arrival naturally accelerated the process. Within 3 minutes, the system announcement sounded again, declaring Sitsurui out. After successfully eliminating Sitsurui, Qin Qinyuan turned his attention to Jiang Tianlei. Unfortunately, Long Ju had already rushed through the artillery fire zone and caught up. As soon as Qin Qinyuan's mech entered his range, Long Ju effortlessly launched into a sleazy attack, firing a barrage of artillery. Watching Qin Qinyuan leap up and down under his blows, Long Ju curled his lips, clearly delighted. In the cockpit, Qin Qinyuan's face was etched with rage, his teeth clenched. What a shameless villain! The energy allocation for the match was 6 units of energy per team member, with the captain receiving 2 6-unit units. Because of his size, he attracted attention and was surrounded by others. Even with double the energy, Qin Qinyuan's energy was depleted rapidly. He didn't dare use anything as luxurious as an energy cannon, let alone an energy shield. Qin Qinyuan had only relied on his laser sword to get through until now, and his war rate was already quite high. Long Ju had been slacking off, assuming everyone's energy was nearly depleted before he emerged to attack. At this moment, Long Ju's energy was fully replenished, showing minimal wear and tear. For a moment, Qin Qinyuan was forced to flee. In the audience, Jiang Yinchuan naturally noticed this development. Wife, look! Long Ju is such a wicked man. He bullies others by relying on his abundant energy. He's completely despicable and shameless. Jiang Yinchuan was filled with righteous indignation, seizing every opportunity to discredit Long Ju and smear Su Tang. Is this considered despicable and shameless? Su Tang asked sincerely, her eyes wide open. Of course. Jiang Yinchuan, not noticing anything wrong, confirmed earnestly. Uh-huh. Su Tang gave a fake laugh, then suddenly faltered, her smile expressionless. I like to bully others by relying on my abundant energy. Without even glancing at Jiang Yinchuan's reaction, she turned away proudly. She just loves to exploit her energy reserves to activate an invincible defensive shield. She just loves to bombard others. Doesn't that make her even more despicable and shameless? Jiang Yinchuan was stunned, then realized he wanted to bite his tongue off. He'd been stupid again. Ordinary mecha masters naturally treasured energy stones, and disdained those who exploited their energy advantage to suppress others. But he'd forgotten about a special group, mecha masters who were also energy masters. For energy masters, who had no shortage of energy stones, they simply loved to use them to bash others. In their eyes, the more they could exploit their energy stone reserves to suppress their opponents, the faster they synthesized energy stones, and the more powerful they were. Furthermore, because they didn't consider the value of energy stones at all, the more advanced energy masters liked to use them to suppress their opponents. This feeling was incomprehensible to Jiang Yinchuan, just as Su Tang couldn't understand how heartbroken he was when she fed a level 10 energy stone to the star beast. Wife, I didn't say anything about you. Seriously, I swear. Realizing the grammatical error, Jiang Yinchuan carefully grasped Su Tang's hand, gently rubbing circles in her palm with the tip of his thumb, while flatteringly pleading, Wife, I was wrong. Please forgive me just once. Jiang Yinchuan's actions made Su Tang feel itchy not only in her hands, but also in her heart. Unconsciously, she recalled certain scenes inappropriate for children, and her face grew slightly hot. She tried to pull her hand back, but found it impossible to do so. Helplessly, Su Tang could only clench her 5 fingers tightly around his twitching thumb, turning to glare at him. Focus on the game, don't make a fuss. Oh! Knowing that he wasn't really arguing with him, Jiang Yinchuan smiled softly at the warmth on his hand. I want to hold your hand like this, and never let go. At this moment, this line was the only one that could describe his feelings, though Jiang Yinchuan felt the need to add 3 more words. For a lifetime. Chapter 463. On the battlefield, even though Qin Qinyuan gnashed his teeth and eyes blazed with rage, wishing to slash Long Ju to death, he could only suffer this loss in silence. His lack of energy was his biggest weakness. If this were real life, he would have used the level 11 energy stone his wife had given him to blast him to death. Sadly, even if he had a level 11 energy stone in real life, it wouldn't have been of any use right now. Long Ju's artillery fire always came so close to him, as if he could calculate his movements. He had even been hit by 2 energy cannons, and while they only grazed him slightly, they had significantly increased the wear rate. After the exchange, Qin Qinyuan realized how much Long Ju's mecha skills were hidden. No wonder he'd been able to kill the Cloud Poison Demon back then. He truly underestimated him. Qin Qinyuan could only carefully dodge while moving in a high-speed, serpentine motion. He had to save advanced, energy-intensive maneuvers, like Shadow Flash, for crucial moments. Finally, Qin Qinyuan successfully squeezed his way into Jiang Tianlei's encirclement. Of course, Qin Qinyuan actually preferred to go to Long Howren, but unfortunately, Long Ju saw through his intentions and blocked the way, forcing him to choose Jiang Tianlei as his next best option. Naturally, with his arrival, the black mechas that had originally surrounded Jiang Tianlei spontaneously dispersed, some moving to other encirclements, while others set their sights on Long Ju. Observing this situation through his mental vision, Qin Qinyuan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect them to be able to kill Long Ju, but as long as he inflicted some wear and tear and consumed his energy, he could reverse the disadvantage. After temporarily escaping Long Ju's threat, Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Tianlei engaged in combat. The Jiang family was a clan teeming with armorers. Although Jiang Tianlei himself wasn't an armorer, he possessed considerable talent. His mecha, while also of SSS performance, was superior to ordinary SSS mechas. Thanks to his high defense, Jiang Tianlei's wear rate wasn't high, despite his low energy reserves. Qin Qinyuan had been battling him for a while, when he realized this to his dismay. Furthermore, Jiang Tianlei was still a formidable figure, a veteran who frequently battled mechas, and his skills were no less impressive than they had been in his youth. For a time, Qin Qinyuan found it difficult to defeat him. Half an hour later, Long Ju had released all the people surrounding him, but Qin Qinyuan hadn't yet finished off Jiang Tianlei. When Long Ju's attack reached him, Qin Qinyuan decisively abandoned Jiang Tianlei and engaged in a melee with Long Ju. Long Ju, still leveraging his energy advantage, combined his laser sword and energy cannon, clearly put Qin Qinyuan at a disadvantage. Long Ju, now in a dominant position, was smug. But sometimes, complacency leads to tragedy, as happened a few minutes later. If either combatant could clearly see the other's expression in the cockpit, Long Ju would have noticed Qin Qinyuan's calculating smile and realized something was amiss. Unfortunately, in the audience, Su Tang watched as Qin Qinyuan, in his black mech, was forced to dodge in panic by Long Ju, in his red mech. Because she, too, enjoyed bullying others by exploiting her energy reserves, Su Tang had no problem with Long Ju's behavior and rather sympathized with it. Of course, it would have been even better if Qin Qinyuan hadn't been the one being bullied. But at some point, just as Long Ju's shell was about to strike the back of Qin Qinyuan's mech, Qin Qinyuan suddenly spun horizontally, facing the barrage head-on. Everything happened so quickly, in a split second, that Su Tang didn't see it clearly. In her mind, Qin Qinyuan blocked Long Ju's shell with his energy shield, then counterattacked Jiang Tianlei, who was watching nearby, with a barrage of fire, killing him instantly. But the resounding system announcement told her that things weren't as simple as she imagined. Su Tang's mouth gaped in astonishment, her jaw dropping. No way, how could this happen? The entire auditorium was stunned into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, a roar even more deafening than the previous ones erupted. The audience erupted in an uproar. Some laughed wildly, some cursed, some cheered. While Su Tang was still bewildered as to what was happening, Jiang Yunchuan, beside her, could no longer contain his laughter. Naturally, it was the announcement that had provoked Jiang Yunchuan's reaction. System announcement: I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, I'm only afraid of idiotic teammates. One of the captains of Team 2, the humble Shirtu, fell to his teammate, the godlike descending one. On the battlefield, the red mech froze, as if the pause button had been pressed. Long Ju was struck by lightning, completely frozen in place, his face turning the color of liver and quickly turning completely black. An accidental killing. This time, he's in big trouble. An accidental killing in public. A jerk of a teammate. He'd be laughed at for the rest of his life. This is a stain he can't wash away. Every time he goes out, this will definitely happen. Scenarios. One day, he was walking down the street. Who's this guy? Passerby A pointed at his back, bewildered. Long Ju. Passerby B smiled maliciously. I don't know him. Passerby A was bewildered. That's the jerk of a teammate who attacked Marshal Jiang during the Marshal's match. Passerby B had a look on his face that said, you know what I mean? Oh, it's him. Passerby A suddenly understood, a look of it's him. Then, Passerby A and Passerby B both covered their mouths with their hands and smirked, pointing and talking at his back. With a sudden start, Long Ju snapped out of his shock and flew into a rage. The veins on his forehead throbbed and throbbed. Qin Qinyuan. Even though he was using his mental power, Long Ju still glared at him with red eyes, eyes that seemed to be threatening to burst into flames. At this moment, he naturally understood what was going on. He had been tricked by Qin Qinyuan. This actually had a reflector. Damn! He was so insidious and vicious. Before meeting him on planet SY-132 and getting to know Qin Qinyuan in depth, Long Ju had always believed him to be a good marshal and leader, dedicated to his country and his people, righteous and awe-inspiring. Now, he wanted to poke his own eyes out. He had truly misjudged people. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan had once again set a new record for his insidiousness and shamelessness. A reflector, as the name suggests, acts like a mirror, reflecting energy projectiles in another direction. But using this thing to reflect projectiles consumes 5 times the energy of the projectile itself. For example, a level 3 energy projectile fired by Long Ju consumes 1,000 units of energy, while Qin Qinyuan's reflection of the same projectile consumes 5,000 units of energy. Any reasonable person would simply dodge the projectile or block it with an energy shield, then attack with their own energy cannon. Therefore, the reflector was a complete nuisance, barely even worth mentioning. No one would even possess one. If Qin Qinyuan hadn't used it today, Long Ju would have forgotten the reflector existed. But it's true that the reflector is quite insidious. Since the attack originated from Long Ju, even after being reflected by Qin Qinyuan, it still belonged to Long Ju. Qin Qinyuan seized the opportunity and chose a tricky angle, causing the projectile to strike a vital part of Jiang Tianlei's mecha, eliminating him despite his already high wear and tear rate. Of course, with Jiang Tianlei's skill level, he wouldn't have been hit by a stray bullet. However, Jiang Tianlei, who hadn't anticipated Qin Qinyuan's reflector, was confident in his chosen position, believing it to be secure. He inevitably let his guard down for a moment, but accidents often happen in such situations. Jiang Tianlei, now sprawled on the ground, was also utterly dejected. How could such a thing happen? Ultimately, he came to the same conclusion as Long Ju. Qin Qinyuan was truly sinister. The instigator of this incident, upon hearing the system announcement, was so excited he practically burst into laughter. Qin Qinyuan could fully imagine how gloomy Long Ju's face must have been. Trying to trick him? How naive. It was always Qin Qinyuan who tricked others. Chapter 464. In the audience, Jiang Yunchuan couldn't stop laughing, as if he were chewing shimai gum. Alright, enough. Su Tang gave him a speechless glance and tugged at his hand, signaling him to stop. It was just a mistaken killing. What's so funny about that? Seeing Jiang Yunchuan's exaggerated smile fade, Su Tang couldn't help but lean over and ask, why did the system think Long Ju killed him, and not Qin Qinyuan? What kind of shield was that? She carefully watched the slow-motion replay, and saw that Qin Qinyuan used that shield to block the cannonball, sending it flying and hitting Jiang Tianlei's mech. In this mech competition, can you actually deflect the cannonball, like in ping-pong? That's a reflector, Jiang Yunchuan said, still smiling, and then explained carefully. Long Ju had fallen hard this time. He could always use this as a shrewd excuse to mock him. What a lousy teammate. After hearing Jiang Yunchuan's explanation, Su Tang's eyes lit up, and she reaffirmed her belief. Qin Qinyuan and Long Ju were indeed the same, both shameless and treacherous villains. But it seemed Qin Qinyuan was more accomplished. On the battlefield, Long Ju channeled his grief and anger into strength, his attacks becoming increasingly fierce, determined to rip Qin Qinyuan apart. Qin Qinyuan's energy was already limited, and after using the reflector, the remaining energy was even less. Seeing he was no match for his opponent, Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes and made up his mind. If you want to kill him, I won't leave you any chance. Using his remaining energy, Qin Qinyuan used flash to quickly escape Long Ju's attack range and charged into the red mecha encircling Lu Dong. Qin Qinyuan died a glorious death, only to be picked off by a lucky guy. The system announcement rang out again. Team 1 Captain Sun, Moon, and Stars had been defeated by Calm Thinker. Long Ju's rage only intensified at this outcome, but no matter how much anger he felt, he could only suppress it, finding no outlet. Qin Qinyuan was already dead, so he naturally couldn't whip his corpse. Ultimately, Long Ju turned his rage to killing other black mechas. With Qin Qinyuan's death, Lu Dong's team was once again under immense pressure, and this match seemed a foregone conclusion. Team 1 is going to lose, Su Tang sighed. Qin Qinyuan was on Team 1, Long Ju was on Team 2, and with Qin Qinyuan already eliminated, she naturally hoped Long Ju would win. Not necessarily. Didn't you notice? Jiang Yunchuan raised an eyebrow, pointing at the red mech surrounded by a group of black mechs on the screen, and chuckled with a gloating chuckle. That kid can't hold out for much longer. Looking at the screen Jiang Yunchuan pulled up, Su Tang knew he was talking about Yan Zimu. It seemed he'd been suppressed from the start of the match, and was still trapped and unable to be controlled. Su Tang frowned slightly. With his level, it shouldn't be difficult for him to break out of the encirclement like Qin Qinyuan, right? Look at those two mechs. Jiang Yunchuan pulled up a screen and took a screenshot. Although both mechs were black, they were clearly custom-made intelligent mechs. There are two masters hiding there. They're Han Qianling and Han Qianlai of the Han family, sons of Han Chumo, Marshal Han's third son. Han Chumo is my mother's cousin, so they can be considered my cousins too, Jiang Yunchuan said with a hint of pride. Those two cousins had severely suppressed Yan Zimu. Of his cousins, Hanja was the closest to him, and it was these two cousins whose mecha skills impressed him. Han Qianling and Han Qianlai are both SSS psychics, and they're twins. It's said that twins have telepathy, though I don't know if that's true. But these two cousins' coordination is truly perfect. One-on-one, they're no match for me, but when they team up, I'm no match. Huh? After listening to Jiang Yunchuan's explanation, Su Tang began to observe the two mechas closely. After a while, she realized their strength. Yan Zimu had mostly avoided the attacks of the others, but these two always managed to inflict some wear and tear on him. 2 against 1. Su Tang felt a little strange. It wasn't just 2 against 1. It was literally hundreds ganging up on one man. And Jiang Yunchuan's cousin must have been at least 50. Is it really okay to bully the weak with numbers? Teamwork is essential on the battlefield. A hint of embarrassment crossed Jiang Yunchuan's face. Although he felt the fighting style was a bit shameless, it was Yan Zimu who was being bullied. He was happy to see Yan Zimu get humiliated. He had been annoyed with him since their time on Yushua Star. Didn't you say you were no match for them? Why did the fight last so long? Su Tang was a little surprised. Although Yan Zimu looked a little embarrassed at the moment, the fact that he hadn't been eliminated for so long showed that those two weren't as formidable as Jiang Yunchuan said. We're afraid of accidental injuries. Having more people has its pros and cons. The disadvantage is that we be restricted and have to consider the positions of each teammate to prevent accidental killing. Jiang Yunchuan raised his eyebrows, with a hint of dissatisfaction. If there were only the 3 of them, Yan Zimu would have been taken care of long ago. After listening to Jiang Yunchuan's explanation, Su Tang began to carefully observe the battle at Yan Zimu's location. It was over in less than 3 minutes. System announcement. Liuhua, one of the captains of Team 2, was defeated by the young master of the Han family. Su Tang was slightly surprised to hear Yan Zimu was eliminated. The outcome seemed a bit uncertain. But that name, the young master of the Han family, Su Tang's mouth twitched speechlessly. Was he afraid others wouldn't know who he was? Jiang Yunchuan's cousin was either overly flirtatious or reserved. On the battlefield, Long Ju was locked in a fierce battle with Lu Qingyang. Although Long Ju thought Lu Qingyang was a decent guy, he was only dealing with enemies on the battlefield, so naturally he would show no mercy. Estimating Lu Qingyang's wear and tear rate was already high, the system announcement of Yan Zimu's elimination rang out. Embroidered pillow. After secretly spitting inwardly, Long Ju intensified his attack, attempting to quickly eliminate Lu Qingyang. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyang was no pushover. The damage Long Ju inflicted on him in a short period of time could only accumulate gradually, leaving him with no chance of hitting his vital points. Brat, get back here. I can't hold on any longer. Even as Long Ju was struggling to kill Lu Qingyang, Long Howren's desperate roar echoed through the team chat. With Yan Zimu's death, Team 2 was left with only Long Howren, the captain. Since his loss meant victory for the entire team, most of the black mechas converged on him. For a moment, Long Howren was under immense pressure. After a 3-second struggle, his eyes trembled. With a silent curse, Long Ju decided to return to support Long Howren. In a few flashes, Long Ju was out of Lu Qingyang's attack range, then transformed into a meteor and rapidly approached Long Howren. Unfortunately, he was intercepted mid-flight. Because Long Ju had eliminated Han Yi, the Han twins, after dealing with Yan Zimu, had no hesitation in abandoning their attack on Long Howren and instead set their sights on him. In an instant, 3 mechas, 2 black and 1 red, engaged in a fierce battle in the air. being faced by the two Han family members, whose energy output was higher, but whose war rate was lower, Long Ju was naturally at a disadvantage. After more than 10 minutes, due to excessive wear, Long Ju's mecha was scrapped, and he unwillingly joined the corpses lying on the ground. With only Long Howren remaining from Team 2, and Lu Dong, Lu Qingyang, and the Han twins still on Team 1, the match was over in less than 10 minutes. System announcement. With all 5 captains of Team 2 dead, the match is over. Congratulations to Team 1 for their victory. The audience erupted in uproar again. Chapter 465. The 10 Marshals tournament concluded successfully. If we were to ask who the most famous figure in the tournament was, it would undoubtedly be Rouge and Lai Lan. Defeating 4 of the 10 Marshals was a matter of pride in itself, but when one of those 4 was his own captain, it became the biggest joke of the year. Long Ju was deeply depressed by the match. He could only deceive himself into believing that no one knew Rouge and Lai Lan was actually him, Long Ju. Of course, that was impossible. After all, he had a lot of military comrades among his friends, and such news would spread at the speed of light. Yin Zimu was also deeply frustrated by the match. Just 5 minutes into the match, he was entangled by Han Qianling and Han Qianlai. Their perfect coordination kept him constantly suppressed, leaving him with no chance to find Qin Qinyuan. After the match ended, after a round of banter in the chat room, everyone went their separate ways. After Long Ju and Qin Qinyuan learned Su Tang's location, they headed straight for her. Because the military's mecha battlefield hall was overcrowded, Su Tang followed Jiang Yinchuan to his private residence after the competition, under the guise of a tour. Of course, it was just a tour. Although Jiang Yinchuan wanted to do something else, he knew that Long Ju and Qin Qinyuan would come looking for his wife the moment they emerged, so he resigned himself to his fate. Thinking he had satisfied his craving, Jiang Yinchuan excitedly showed Su Tang their home. Although he much rather see the real thing, it was too far away, so he could only look at the one on Skynet for now. Jiang Yinchuan's private residence at Skynet had been expanded into a luxurious manner. Upon arriving, Su Tang suddenly felt that her own, Lu Mo's, private residence was a small, unpresentable dwelling. However, thinking that Lu Mo's status wouldn't last long, Su Tang felt relieved. After only touring 2 rooms, news of Long Ju and Qin Qinyuan broke. Su Tang tilted her head to look at Jiang Yinchuan, signaling him to invite them. 3 seconds later, the two appeared. Wife, this guy is so insidious. His actions are simply outrageous. He even used a reflector. As soon as Long Ju saw Su Tang, he began to criticize Qin Qinyuan's despicable behavior. Damn! He was being pointed at as soon as he returned to the hall from the battlefield. His reputation was ruined. As he spoke, Long Ju's eyes pierced Qin Qinyuan countless times. Because Su Tang was there, Long Ju didn't worry about offending Qin Qinyuan and being expelled from the capital system for disrespect. If Qin Qinyuan dared to do that, he would definitely abduct his wife and elope with him. Seeing Long Ju's exasperated expression, Qin Qinyuan, far from angry, burst into a broad smile. Jiang Yinchuan, upon seeing Long Ju, couldn't help but slyly chuckle. Knowing he was helpless against the 2 mockers, Long Ju began to feign pity in front of Su Tang, looking aggrieved and pitiful, hoping to gain sympathy. Wife, I'm too embarrassed to go out in public anymore. Okay, don't go too far. In Su Tang's eyes, such a mistaken killing wasn't a big deal. Long Ju had no need to be so furious. But these 2 were unkind, laughing like that in front of the person involved. After they stopped laughing, Su Tang patted Long Ju's shoulder reassuringly, tilting her head back and saying seriously, "It's okay. You soon find that losing your pride makes you feel much more relaxed." Long Ju's face instantly turned black. Is this a tease? Or is this a joke? After hearing Su Tang's words, Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan paused for a moment, then burst into laughter again. After this incident, Su Tang checked the time. It was just after 4 o'clock. Since it was still early to get up, she decided to go to the mecha competition. The previous match had really piqued her interest. Although her current skills weren't great, she was filled with passion for mechas. Su Tang wanted to go to the mecha competition, so the 3 men naturally accompanied her. Unfortunately, another unexpected event occurred. Before they had even chosen their mecha battlefield, before they left Jiang Yinchuan's private residence, one after another, the 3 received invitations from Yin Zimu to join them. After exchanging a few glances, Long Ju, seeing Qin Qinyuan's refusal, also declined. Seeing that both had declined, Jiang Yinchuan naturally declined as well. Although they didn't know what Yin Zimu wanted to ask them, it was clearly not a good thing. Just as they declined, the three received another invitation from him to join them. A mandatory co-location invitation. 8,000 savage horses raced through the three people's minds. Damn royal privilege. As a member of the royal family at the top of the pyramid, Yin Zeman naturally possessed many special privileges. Just like now, he was using his royal status to send them a special co-location invitation, so they had to go even if they didn't want to. This was like an unfair clause. This time, the system didn't give them the choice, only an accept option and a 5-minute countdown. Accepting meant they were immediately transported, while refusing would force them to be transported after 5 minutes. What's going on? Su Tang asked, puzzled. The three people's expressions changed so drastically that she, being a blind person, could clearly see it. All three of them seemed to have received a piece of news, and their expressions darkened. Su Tang unconsciously wondered if a high-risk star beast had appeared, or perhaps a more serious alien invasion. It's nothing, Qin Qinyuan waved his hand, his teeth gnashing. It's just a small matter. He would never say that he was forced to leave his wife because of his inferior status. Huh? Su Tang glanced at Long Ju in disbelief. What about you? It's just a small matter for me, too. If Qin Qinyuan hadn't said it, Long Ju wouldn't be so foolish as to bring up such a shameful matter of being controlled by someone else. Huh? You too? Su Tang looked at Jiang Yinchuan this time. Huh? Jiang Yinchuan nodded, refusing to reveal the matter. Then go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. Although she instinctively knew it wasn't a small matter, they refused to speak, and Su Tang wouldn't press the issue. After all, she knew they weren't out to pick up beautiful women. After each of them told Su Tang to be careful, the three of them left. After teleporting to another scene and checking the address, the three discovered that it was a coffee shop within the military's Skynet zone. Yin Zimu, holding a book in his right hand and a cup of coffee in his left, sat in a window seat, looking very much like an artistic young man. Sit! Yin Zimu said this word without raising his eyelids, his face expressionless and devoid of any emotion, as he sensed someone's arrival. In front of Yin Zimu was an oval coffee table, with 6 single sofa seats arranged around it. Because they had accepted the invitation from their seatmate, the three of them sat between the seats. Although he didn't understand Yin Zimu's intentions, Qin Qinyuan still pulled out a chair and calmly sat down. Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju exchanged a glance before taking their seats. The military emphasizes absolute obedience from subordinates to their superiors. Although this wasn't a formal occasion, if Yin Zimu used this as evidence to kick them out of the capital system, the consequences would be disastrous. Therefore, compared to Qin Qinyuan's casual demeanor, Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju had completely settled into a formal routine. I wonder what Marshal Yin means by this. Although Qin Qinyuan desperately wanted to hack Yin Zimu to death, he could only ask calmly. Although his position was equal to Yin Zimu's, this was a public place, and if the two marshals were exposed for arguing and disagreeing, it would definitely not be a good thing. Tea, please. Yin Zimu continued to look at the book in his hands, his gaze fixed, seemingly immersed in its contents. Sorry, I have other things to do today. I take my leave now. Qin Qinyuan smiled politely, then gracefully stood up and strode towards the cafe's door. Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju, still seated, exchanged bewildered glances. A superior invited a subordinate to tea, and unless their own marshal came to the rescue, they simply couldn't refuse. Of course, being kicked out of the capital system wasn't a big deal, but unfortunately, they absolutely couldn't leave the capital at this moment. After Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan sat there for a few agonizing minutes, Qin Qinyuan reappeared with a gloomy expression, clearly forced back in. Taking a deep breath, Qin Qinyuan regained his composure within 2 seconds. He sat down, hailed the waiter for the most expensive coffee, and began browsing the news. He finally understood. Yin Zimu was clearly out to keep them company. What a sinister villain. Seeing Qin Qinyuan settled, Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan realized Yin Zimu wouldn't let them leave. Though their hatred gnawed in their teeth, they could only find ways to occupy themselves. Yin Zimu sneered inwardly. If he couldn't find Su Tang on Skynet, then they wouldn't either. His peripheral vision shifted away from the three of them, and he continued to concentrate on studying the book he was holding, The Great Battle to Save My Ex-Girlfriend. Chapter 466. After being left alone, Su Tang, without changing her destination, headed for the nearest mecha battlefield. The capital, Shoming, Jiangcheng Mecha Battlefield. As the Jiang family's home planet, Shoming Star was naturally incredibly prosperous. The mecha battlefield was bustling with activity, and countless match information flashed across the large screen, dazzling the view. While Su Tang was still debating whether to play the 1v1 solo match or go solo, Lu Qingyang's message suddenly arrived. Feng Qingyang, do you have time? Su Tang was slightly taken aback. Lu Qingyang was a man who would never come to her without a reason. Could he be looking for something important now? Could he be asking about her relationship with Qin Qinyuan? Recalling that Lu Qingyang had always believed that she and Lu Jinyu were a couple, Su Tang felt a slight headache. Pow pow, do you have time? What's the matter? Without hesitation, Su Tang decided to face reality head-on and resolve Lu Jinyu's issue. Feng Qingyang, my grandfather wants to talk to you. Is that convenient? Lu Qingyang was caught off guard by Qin Qinyuan's appearance, so he naturally reported everything to his shrewd grandfather. Lu Dong naturally wouldn't let go of his wife, a top-tier animal trainer and energy engineer with the demon light butterfly. However, the federal constitution's protections for women with high-level psychic powers were comprehensive. If Su Tang didn't want to, he couldn't force her to stay in the Lu family under Qin Qinyuan's watch. So Lu Dong decided to first confirm her relationship with Lu Jinyu and tie her to the Lu family. On the other hand, Su Tang was once again stunned by Lu Qingyang's reply. His grandfather? Marshal Lu. Why did she suddenly feel like she was meeting the parents? And a marshal. It's not like she hadn't been a marshal before, but in her eyes, Qin Qinyuan lacked authority. And while Yen Zimu was also a marshal, he wasn't one when they met. Even with his higher status now, Su Tang didn't really care. This time, meeting a true marshal, Su Tang's petty bourgeois nature kicked in again. Why was she even excited to meet a national leader? Shaking her head, dismissing these chaotic thoughts, Su Tang agreed. She wanted to talk to Marshal Lu anyway. Pow pow, okay, where is it? As soon as the message went out, she received an invitation from Lu Qingyang to join the group. Taking a deep breath, Su Tang prepared herself mentally and accepted. Then, the scene changed. A simple room, furnished entirely with mahogany furniture, exuded a sense of high-end elegance and class. An exquisitely carved mahogany round table sat in the center. A vigorous old man with white hair and a youthful face sat at the head of the table. Though he sat there, his face smiling and kind, Su Tang felt an indescribable feeling. It lacked the sharp edge of a soldier, yet it felt like a profound pressure. Looking at Lu Qingyang, who looked just like him in real life, and then at a face that bore a striking resemblance to Lu Qingyang, Su Tang knew this was Marshal Lu. This place must have some kind of design that prohibited concealing one's identity. She probably looked like her original self now. Su Tang's first impression of Lu Dong could only be described as a long-forgotten precious sword, still capable of striking a blow even though it hadn't been unsheathed for so long. Su Tang couldn't help but feel deeply moved. This was the demeanor a marshal should possess, approachable yet commanding. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Sit wherever you want. Seeing Su Tang standing there like a wooden figure, Lu Dong waved with a smile, putting on his most friendly expression. Because it was Lu Qingyang who had invited her to sit with him, Su Tang appeared next to him. Originally, Lu Qingyang had been sitting, but after inviting Su Tang to sit with him, he stood up. Upon hearing Lu Dong's words, he immediately, with gentlemanly grace, pulled out the mahogany armchair in front of Su Tang. The chair opened just enough, just right for Su Tang to sit, as if it had been carefully calculated. Being polite is essential. Greeting the host before taking a seat is absolutely essential. Hello, Marshal Lu. Su Tang smiled politely at Lu Dong, then turned to smile back at Lu Qingyang, said thank you, and took her seat. After Su Tang settled down, Lu Qingyang returned to his original seat, sitting upright. Lu Qingyang's formal and serious demeanor instantly gave Su Tang the illusion that they were about to attend a high-level, confidential meeting. For a moment, Su Tang felt a little awkward, unsure how to initiate the conversation. Xiao Tang, I already know about your situation, Lu Dong said with a warm smile, then began to play the family card. Well, when Xiao Yu returns from that time, your relationship will be settled. We're family now, so why are you still so reserved? You should just call me Grandpa. As a skilled negotiator, Lu Dong naturally understood the importance of preemptive action. Su Tang and Lu Jinyu had nothing to do with each other yet. Waving her hands awkwardly, Su Tang immediately began to explain, Marshal Lu, you misunderstood. Lu Jinyu and I aren't what you think. We? Xiao Tang, that's where you're wrong. Afraid Su Tang would say she decided to be with Qin Qinyuan and dump his grandson, Lu Dong interrupted her without giving her a chance to finish, his smile still on his face. Our Xiao Yu is a good man. To abandon him after having an affair with him is not good. Su Tang. Abandoning him after having an affair with him. She wanted to vomit blood. Why did hearing this make her feel like a playboy? Before Su Tang could finish her rant, Lu Dong smiled again. How about this? I have Qingyang go and get Xiaoyu back. As soon as he comes back, you can get engaged immediately. How about that? This time, although Lu Dong's smile remained as gentle as a spring breeze, Su Tang felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. A chill rose from the soles of her feet, quickly freezing her blood. He used his mental power. This room was clearly a private residence belonging to either Lu Dong or Lu Qingyang, and it was natural to use mental power in a private residence. Although Lu Dong smiled as he spoke, his eyes held an attitude that brooked no objection. He even employed mental coercion, the kind that instilled awe and compelled obedience from the bottom of his heart. A more ordinary person, with a weaker mental capacity, would have already nodded in agreement. This was a hung-in banquet. He was threatening her to marry Lu Jinyu. She lowered her head, and took a deep breath to dispel the chill. Su Tang sneered inwardly. Threatening her? Many people had threatened her before, and she either run away or compromise. But that was because she was weak. She never believed that clashing with a stone would lead to anything good. The miracle of overpowering a boss with a burst of might and power could only happen to Saint Seiya, the invincible saint. But now, she was a top-level boss. Even if she's a marshal, so what? With her energy mastery, she could become the Federation's foremost Queen Su. With the power of her star beast, she fears no one. Even Lu Jinyu isn't intimidating her, so why would she fear the mental pressure of a SSS? After being threatened by Lu Dong, Su Tang suddenly had a sudden realization. At this point, why should she still hide and suffer the wrath of others? A kind person is easily bullied. A kind horse is easily ridden. The ancients were right. From today on, she will be a dazzling energy master, a figure to be worshipped by all. She will be the Federation's foremost Queen Su. Chapter 467. After only a few seconds of thought, Su Tang made her decision. She intended to respond with a powerful 4S force mental pressure, but before she could act, the oppressive feeling vanished. At the same time, Lu Qingyang's deep, penetrating voice rang out. Grandpa. Lu Qingyang's expression was respectful, yet his tone held a hint of disapproval of Lu Dong's actions. Su Tang looked up at Lu Qingyang with a slight look of surprise. It was obvious that Lu Qingyang had used his mental power to help her resist Lu Dong's mental pressure. In her mind, Lu Qingyang would never do anything to disobey his grandfather. Unexpectedly. Don't meddle. Lu Dong's smile faded, his heart aching with anger. This normally gentle and submissive grandson had actually disobeyed him. Did he know that if he didn't take preemptive action to keep Su Tang, she would be abducted by that brat Qin Qinyuan? He had already made a note. As long as Su Tang agreed at this moment, he would have a reason to take her back to the Lu family Shuhan Star. Of course, that presumed Su Tang was a soft-hearted person, who wouldn't attack them with the demonic light butterfly. In Lu Dong's mind, Su Tang definitely had feelings for Lu Jinyu. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given him such a large sum of energy stones. She was simply being seduced by Qin Qinyuan's mistress. In a world where men outnumber women, women are easily tempted by attractive men. Lu Dong understood this very well. Therefore, he believed that as long as Su Tang and Qin Qinyuan were separated and Lu Jinyu was transferred back, she would naturally change her mind. Seeing that Su Tang was about to agree under her pressure, but failed because of Lu Qingyang's disobedience, Lu Dong was naturally furious. Grandpa, Article 35 of the Federal Constitution specifically prohibits the use of mental coercion against underage women. You're breaking the law. Lu Qingyang looked up, his face respectful, his gaze firm. Shut up. Do I need your advice? Lu Dong's rage intensified. He slammed his palm down on the table. Could it be that even a marshal like him didn't know about the Federal Constitution? Lu Dong's force was so strong that even Su Tang, on the other side, felt the table vibrate violently. Grandpa, a forced melon is not sweet. Although Lu Qingyang didn't want his brother's woman to be taken away by someone else, love wasn't something that could be forced. How could he not understand his grandfather's intentions? As soon as Su Tang nodded in agreement, he would immediately sail a warship to fetch her back to Shihangsing and keep her under strict protection until Lu Jinyu returned. But what difference was there between this and disguised imprisonment? In Lu Qingyang's mind, men fighting for women should be open and honest, not resorting to such threatening tactics. Shut up and get out. Lu Qingyang's words only added fuel to the fire. Lu Dong pointed toward the door, a roar escaping his throat. Come on, I take you out. In Lu Qingyang's opinion, the conversation had come to a point where there was nothing more to discuss. He suddenly felt a surge of regret. If he had known his grandfather was threatening him, he wouldn't have dragged Su Tang over. Before Su Tang could recover from the situation, a large, scorching hand grasped her arm, and a prompt popped up asking her to accept or not. Huh? Su Tang was surprised. Lu Qingyang had truly disobeyed Lu Dong. Clearly, Lu Dong's get out had been directed at him, and now he was taking her with him. Wouldn't he be punished when he got back? Lu Qingyang's actions weren't particularly meaningful. He simply felt that since he dragged Su Tang here, he naturally felt responsible for her. While this was Skynet, and she could have chosen to leave on her own, that action would clearly anger his grandfather. It would be better for him to drag her away and bear his grandfather's wrath alone. But? Rejection. Lu Qingyang cast a puzzled gaze at Su Tang. Giving her a friendly smile, Su Tang slowly shook her head. If you have something to say, since you're here, you should definitely say it. Hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Qingyang moved his lips, as if about to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He withdrew his hand and returned to his earlier, upright, expressionless state. Seeing that Su Tang hadn't chosen to leave, Lu Dong relaxed his expression, sensing a potential turnaround. Convinced that Su Tang loved Lu Jinyu, Lu Dong still refused to give up on the engagement. Xiao Tang is still sensible. Then engagement? But Lu Dong was interrupted before he could finish. Shoo! Departing from her previously upright posture, resembling an elementary school student in a meeting, Su Tang leaned lightly against the Grand Tutor's back, her left hand resting on the side armrest, her right index finger gently covering her lips in a hushed gesture. Seeing Lu Dong stop talking, Su Tang removed her finger from her lips and lifted a strand of hair from her ear, twirling it in a lazy circle. The smile on her lips grew from a faint smile to an enchanting one. For a moment, the two of them were in a trance. As a marshal who had weathered many storms, Lu Dong naturally recovered in less than a second. For a man of his age, watching a young girl in awe was an unacceptable and humiliating act, especially in front of his grandson. Subconsciously, Lu Dong's gaze shifted towards Lu Qingyang, hoping he hadn't noticed. But when he saw the amazement and dazed expression in Lu Qingyang's eyes, Lu Dong was furious, and the anger he had just suppressed surged again. Rebellious grandson. No wonder you're disobeying him. You're trying to turn brothers against each other over a woman. No, this must never happen again. Lu Dong slammed the table again, and the loud noise brought Lu Qingyang back to his senses. Upon waking, thinking of his previous gaffe, Lu Qingyang's face flushed. He instantly lowered his head, not daring to look at Su Tang again. Seeing Lu Qingyang, who seemed to be trying to bury his head in the ground like an ostrich, Su Tang couldn't help but be amused. Her eyebrows curved, and her smile deepened. Woman, you should just behave yourself. Convinced that Su Tang had been recklessly seducing Lu Qingyang, Lu Dong felt a surge of rage threatening to consume him. The Lu family was already in chaos enough with his eldest daughter-in-law. Another such rebellious woman would surely piss him off to death. Overwhelmed with rage, Lu Dong unconsciously unleashed another surge of mental pressure. Naturally, Lu Qingyang, still in a state of frustration, felt it immediately. The suffocating, chilling feeling of mental pressure was no pleasant experience. Lu Qingyang was about to use his mental power to defend Su Tang, but a surge of pressure caused the entire surrounding area to drop. Lu Qingyang looked up in astonishment, his eyes filled with disbelief at Su Tang's power. This was 4S mental power. Marshal Lu, at your age, it's not good to be so hot-tempered. Su Tang smiled brightly, her voice soft and melodious. She had just checked her location, and it showed her current location as XXX's private residence. Everything in a private residence is private, and Skynet can't detect any psychic energy within it. Of course, even if Skynet were to detect it now, she wouldn't be afraid. Lu Dong stood there in a daze, his earlier anger vanishing in shock, his face now filled with disbelief. For a battle-hardened man like him, the discomfort caused by psychic pressure was largely unnoticeable. However, this psychic pressure was clearly stronger than his own. This was a level 4 psychic. A woman with level 4 psychic power. Su Tang was a level 4 psychic. Chapter 468. If we have something to discuss, let's talk it out. Using coercion all the time is so damaging to the relationship. Su Tang continued to twirl her hair in a languid manner, a bright smile on her face, as if the one exerting mental coercion wasn't her. At this moment, Su Tang felt quite proud. Comparing mental power with her. She only used 4SS and scared her like this. Humph, hearing this, Lu Dong snapped out of his shock, retracted his coercion, and fell into deep thought. Lu Dong suddenly felt that the information he had received from Lu Qingyang was completely useless. He had even misjudged Su Tang's mental power. Thinking that Lu Qingyang, like him, was also an SSS, Lu Dong understood. He probably hadn't noticed. But Su Tang was a 4S psychic. How could Lu Jinyu be so clueless as not to inform him? Placing a 4S psychic in the capital galaxy meant a lot. Qingyang had no power to fend off those who coveted her, and even he wasn't completely confident. And how could Su Tang be left in such a public place like the 3rd Military Academy? Isn't that a blatant invitation to wolves? How could Xiaoyu be so foolish as not to even think of this? So Lu Jinyu definitely didn't know about the situation, but that didn't make sense. They both had 4S psychics, so how could Su Tang have hidden it from him? And if she had just upgraded, Lu Qingyang, with her original SSS psychic, couldn't have failed to notice. Thinking deeply, Lu Dong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He abruptly stood up and pointed at Su Tang. You? His finger trembled slightly as he pointed at Su Tang. Lu Dong thought of that incredible possibility, higher than 4S psychic power. 5S psychic power. You. Lu Dong swallowed, taking several deep breaths before finding his voice. You have top-tier 5S mental power. Su Tang was slightly taken aback, a bit surprised. Discovered? Then, thinking of Lu Jinyu's 4S mental power, Su Tang understood. How unfunny, you discovered it so quickly. Her smile tinged with dissatisfaction, a hint of regret lingering in her tone. She had used 4S mental power because she didn't want to be too conspicuous, and her 5S mental power had clearly been exposed. Was it because even the heavens couldn't bear her low profile? A hint that she could be as high profile as she wanted in the future? Really? Hearing Su Tang's admission, Lu Dong took another deep breath, then slumped back into his chair as if he had suffered a huge blow, his face grim. At this moment, Lu Dong's heart was filled with mixed emotions. A woman with a 5-star mental power and possessing a star beast like the demon light butterfly. He knew without hesitation that even if a woman with such exceptional talent chose to have multiple husbands, it would cause fierce competition among the outstanding men of various families. Qin Qinyuan had clearly seen through the situation and acted so quickly. He was trying to monopolize her without telling the other families, but Lu Dong began to feel a dilemma. He knew his grandson's character best. He would definitely not agree to Lu Jinyu sharing a wife, but with Su Tang's talent, the Lu family couldn't monopolize her. Although his Xiaoyu could be considered unmatched in martial arts, eliminating too many competitors would cause public outrage. The other 9 families might even unite to put pressure on them. The Lu family couldn't possibly fight 9 on their own. And that was without even considering the Jingbu family. Besides, one's own children are always better. In Lu Dong's eyes, while Su Tang's conditions were exceptional, Lu Jinyu wasn't far behind either. He possessed a 4th-grade spiritual power, and also possessed a supernatural star beast. Moreover, once the Yin family's improved Dawn Light was sold, he would likely become a 5th-grade spiritual power user. Lu Dong believed that forcing Lu Jinyu to share a wife with someone else was something he wouldn't agree to, not to mention Lu Jinyu's own unwillingness. Why should his grandson, with such excellent conditions, suffer such an injustice? But if such a talented woman had no connection to the Lu family, he would be unwilling. Why should she be given away to Qin Qinyuan? Furthermore, if the descendants of other families possess superior spiritual power, then 100 years from now, the Lu family would be at a disadvantage. Even if he were buried by then, he would certainly die with regrets. After much deliberation, the situation returned to square one. Lu Dong felt that the best course of action now was to take Su Tang back to Hanxing and keep the matter under wraps. Because Lu Dong had withdrawn his pressure, and after realizing that it had little effect on the two of them, Su Tang also withdrew. Okay, she admitted, mental pressure could only intimidate the timid. These two were definitely shocked by her, not frightened. Su Tang blinked innocently, respectfully giving Lu Dong time to recover. Seeing Lu Qingyang's complex, shocked expression from the corner of her eye, she tilted her head and smiled apologetically. Seeing Su Tang's apology, Lu Qingyang felt a strange feeling in his heart. He rationally understood Su Tang's concealment of her mental power. It was perfectly reasonable. A high-level mental woman without support would be coveted. But what puzzled him most was that when he met Tang Xiaomi, although she couldn't use her mental power on Yushua's star, he discovered she had an S-level mental power during the return trip on the same warship. She was only 19 at the time, right? A 19-year-old 5S mental power user? At this thought, Lu Qingyang suddenly woke up. Qin Qinyuan? Qin Mufeng's girlfriend? This was a blatant smokescreen. Also, when he was in Yunxua City, he heard that Jiang Yunchuan had a beautiful wife who had tamed a 5-tailed snow moon fox, and Tang Xiaomi had a 6-tailed snow moon fox. How could such a coincidence be possible? Furthermore, he had never heard of a tamer with more than 4 snow moon foxes. Connecting this to his encounter with Jiang Yunchuan in the starship cockpit, Lu Qingyang seemed to understand. Su Tang and Jiang Yunchuan had known each other on Yushu Star. Based on his observations in the cockpit that day, Lu Jinyu seemed to have many rivals, each of them formidable. Qin Qinyuan? Jiang Yunchuan? Long Ju? And Yin Zimu? Lu Qingyang frowned. So complicated. Lu Qingyang suppressed his expression, his mind set aside. Who Su Tang chose to be with was none of his business, although he preferred her to be with Lu Jinyu. Shouting, then tell me what's really going on in your mind. What are your feelings towards our Xiaoyu? What's going on between you and Qin Qinyuan? By now, Lu Dong had come to his senses. Su Tang's attitude made it clear she wouldn't be manipulated. If he tried to force her back to Shihangsing, not only would Qin Qinyuan disagree, but if she summoned the demonic light butterfly, he'd be helpless. For now, he could only try to understand her thoughts. Lu Qingyang had just finished reporting on the destruction of Guisha when he received a meeting notice from Long Haoren. As a result, Lu Qingyang hadn't yet fully explained the various rivals he speculated about based on the situation in the cockpit. At that point, Lu Dong still thought there was only one, Qin Qinyuan. Hearing Lu Dong's question, Lu Qingyang belatedly remembered that he hadn't mentioned the numerous rivals. He had forgotten about it after the mecha competition. But now that the situation was like this, Lu Qingyang didn't intend to elaborate. Although Lu Dong maintained a calm demeanor, his tone held the inquiring tone of a superior addressing a subordinate, causing Su Tang to raise an eyebrow in disapproval. But since he asked, Su Tang was prepared to spill the beans. Su Tang restrained her smile, straightened her demeanor, raised her chin, and gazed directly at Lu Dong with her beautiful, starry eyes, a stubborn, unyielding expression. I can't deny it, I like Lu Jinyu. Lu Dong's expression remained unchanged, but a flicker of joy flashed across his eyes. He was truly delighted with Su Tang as his grandson's wife, provided, of course, that she married only Lu Jinyu. Chapter 469. But Su Tang's next words made him pale again. But Qin Qinyuan is my man. Su Tang's words were forceful, not a hint of joking. You want multiple wives? Lu Dong's face darkened. He immediately understood that Su Tang wanted multiple wives, that she wanted his grandson to marry her. Although multiple wives would be inevitable once Su Tang's strength became public, he still didn't want his beloved grandson to suffer such an injustice. Despite his rank as a marshal, he sometimes had the same thoughts as anyone else. His great-granddaughter could have multiple husbands, but his grandson's wife absolutely could not. And Qin Qinyuan? His thoughts shifted, and Lu Dong began to sneer inwardly. He finally understood. This woman was a philandering nymphomaniac. And would Qin Qinyuan agree to multiple husbands? Thinking back to this meeting, he suddenly realized his intention. Was he planning to trick the demonic light butterfly into giving him his hand, and then trick her into bearing him a few children? Would Qin Qinyuan be willing to have his wife with another man? He wouldn't believe it. Lu Dong suddenly felt that Su Tang was a foolish woman, easily deceived. Perhaps his grandson hadn't even been interested in her, and was just trying to trick her into giving him the energy stone. He already had the energy-devouring beast. As for the demonic light butterfly, while incredibly powerful, a pure energy form couldn't threaten the Lu family's tongue snake. The demonic light butterfly disaster was simply because the ancestor who had led the tongue snake had gone off to train somewhere, and couldn't be found for a while. However, thinking of Su Tang's 5S mental power, Lu Dong felt that Qin Qinyuan and several other families should not be given the advantage, as their Lu family had more than one outstanding man. Glancing at Lu Qingyang, Lu Dong had an idea. He asked him to compete with Qin Qinyuan, and it would be best if he could trick the remaining energy stones from Su Tang, and by the way, coax her into voluntarily giving birth to a child for their Lu family. Anyway, the two of them seemed to like each other, and with Su Tang's mental power, it would not be a grievance for him even if he had multiple husbands. My Xiaoyu will absolutely not accept multiple husbands, and I will absolutely not agree. His favorite grandson, the future head of the Lu family, naturally wouldn't tolerate this kind of injustice. Lu Dong had made up his mind, his voice unmistakable and commanding. Although she didn't know what Lu Dong was thinking, seeing his incredibly determined expression, Su Tang suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. All this persistence was simply because the stakes for change weren't high enough. She wanted to see if Lu Dong could hold out to the end. Marshal Lu, don't be so absolute. I wonder if you ever heard the saying, nothing is absolute. With a jerk of her right hand, the hair slipped from her fingers. Su Tang, still using her index finger, gently waved it back and forth in front of her face, expressing her disapproval. Seeing the confident gleam in Su Tang's eyes, Lu Dong was slightly taken aback. What made her so confident he agree? I'm speaking to you with all sincerity today. Now that things have come to this, I be frank. If you prefer someone else in our Lu family, that's fine, and I'd be happy to see it happen. But Xiaoyu, that's absolutely impossible. Lu Dong's face was resolute, his tone unquestionable. Hearing this, Lu Qingyang, who had remained silent, felt bitter. Was this other people referring to him? Sure enough, his importance in Grandpa's heart was far less than Lu Jinyu's. Su Tang felt a little depressed. What did other people mean? Could Marshal Lu possibly think she liked Lu Qingyang? Shaking off her gloom, Su Tang stared at Lu Dong with a half-smile and asked, Marshal Lu, you should know how much energy my demon light butterfly consumed against Ghost Sha this time, right? And do you know how many energy stones Lu Jinyu took from me? She wanted to see how long he could hold out in the face of such enormous benefits. However, even if Lu Dong ultimately disagreed, it didn't matter. She just had a soft spot for Lu Jinyu, and she didn't need him. How many? Lu Dong blurted out, naturally curious about how many energy stones Su Tang originally had. Qin Yang estimated that destroying the ghost demon would cost 5 10-unit units, and Lu Jinyu hadn't reported to him how much energy stone he received from Su Tang, so he had no idea how many energy stones he received in total. To destroy the ghost demon, my demon light butterfly used 6 10-unit energy stones, and your good grandson, I gave him 5 10-unit energy stones, a total of 100 level 8 energy stones. Su Tang spoke casually, looking down at her right hand, fiddling with her nails. Lu Dong took a sharp breath, as if pinched hard. He shuddered and stood up again, his lips trembling as if he were about to say something, but in the end, no sound emanated. While 11 units of energy was a lot, it wasn't enough to make him lose his composure. It was only 100 level 8 energy stones. Based on the news, he assumed that Lu Jinyu had at most 20 or so, a significant number of high-level energy stones. But 100? All level 8. What a concept! The Lu family only had 16 level 8 energy stones in reserve. Of course, these were family property, but even if we added the lower quality level 8 stones in private hands, there wouldn't be more than 40. Although the National Treasury had 12 units of energy reserves, that was all accumulated from level 5 and 6 energy stones. Level 8 energy stones definitely didn't exceed 300. And Su Tang immediately gave away 100 level 8 energy stones. And she gave them to a completely unrelated man. If it hadn't been Lu Jinyu, who had taken her energy stones, Lu Dong would have jumped up and called her a moron. Clenching his fists, and taking a few deep breaths, Lu Dong calmed down and felt a surge of disdain. Su Tang was simply a spendthrift, who had squandered Su Yuan's inheritance. Now that she had no energy stones and Qin Yuan had tricked her into getting the demon light butterfly, she was likely to become nothing more than a reproductive tool. She was a foolish woman, perhaps spoiled by Su Yuan. But what did Su Tang mean by that? After calming down, Lu Dong began to analyze it carefully. Was she boasting about such a large number of energy stones? Or was she actually threatening him? Did she mean that if Lu Jinyu refused to marry her, she would have to return her energy stones? Lu Dong felt contempt again. Although Qingyang had reaped the benefits of dealing with Guisha, no one had forced him to do it, so he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to accept the debt. And since the 100 level 8 energy stones had already been given, was there any proof? Any IOU? There was absolutely no way he could get them to return them. If she thought Xiaoyu had to marry her just because she accepted her energy stones, she was completely mistaken. However, such a large sum of level 8 energy stones as a betrothal gift was indeed generous. After fully comprehending his thoughts, Lu Dong waved his hand, making a decision. He magnanimously said, well, using this as a betrothal gift is fine. Qingyang will marry you then. Su Tang's face was instantly choked with dismay. Why was she bringing Lu Qingyang up again? She was clearly talking about Lu Jinyu. Lu Dong's words brought Lu Qingyang, who had been stunned by the thought of 100 level 8 energy stones, back to reality. However, after hearing the details, Lu Qingyang felt a wave of uncertainty once again. Has he been sold off as an object? Chapter 470. I'm talking about Lu Jinyu, Su Tang corrected, somewhat helplessly. The lure of the energy stones was indeed irresistible. Lu Dong had even offered her Lu Qingyang, but she still loved Lu Jinyu. Shouting, you should always be moderate in your life. Everything should be done in moderation. Lu Dong, again showing a hint of dissatisfaction, began to lecture. And then, without waiting for Su Tang to speak, Lu Dong remained firm, saying, if you want to be with our Xiaoyu, you must marry into the Lu family. If you want to have multiple husbands, these energy stones can be used as a betrothal gift for marrying Qingyang. But if you want to change your mind and claim the energy stones back. Here, Lu Dong didn't finish his words. Two cold chuckles were enough to indicate what he was about to say next. Resting her right elbow on the armrest, Su Tang rubbed her temple with a slight headache. Damn it, did she say she wanted to go back on her word and ask for those few energy stones? Would she care about such a small amount of energy stones? Exhaling a breath of stale air, Su Tang looked up, glaring at Lu Dong with disdain. He was a grand marshal, and yet he was selling his grandson for such a small amount of energy stones? And she hadn't even mentioned the actual betrothal gift yet. She guaranteed she'd scare him to death. Thinking of Lu Dong's expression later, Su Tang laughed heartily. Hopefully, he could hold out longer. I told you, it was a gift. I, Su Tang, would never shamelessly ask for something back once it's been given. Shaking her slender jade finger again, Su Tang smiled, looking like you were overthinking it. So what do you mean? Lu Dong was suddenly confused. With all his years of experience, he couldn't quite figure out what Su Tang was thinking. She wasn't threatening him with the energy stones. What do I mean? I'm simply telling you a fact. You're overthinking it. But since you mentioned the betrothal gift, what if I use a level 10 energy stone? Well, if it's Lu Jinyu, a level 10 stone seems too little. Before Lu Dong could say anything, Su Tang's pretty eyebrows furrowed. She tapped her head in frustration, a hint of embarrassment visible. Then, looking up at Lu Dong, she spoke again. Let's go with a level 11 energy stone. Well, of course, if you prefer level 8 energy stones, you can exchange it for 1,000 level 8 stones. You. Lu Dong pointed at Su Tang again, his fingers trembling, his mouth wide open, completely unable to express what he wanted to say. Lu Dong thought Su Tang was either crazy, delusional, or Su Yuan was crazy, having achieved the incredible feat of becoming a level 11 energy grandmaster before his disappearance. Or maybe he was crazy, hallucinating. Hey, if you think it's too little, I can add a little more. How about 2,000 yuan for a level 8 stone and 2 level 11 units? Su Tang looked at Lu Dong sincerely, but her words were like bargaining for clothes at the mall. Do you know what you're talking about? Lu Dong took another deep breath. He understood. Su Tang was crazy. The National Treasury only had 12 units of energy. I know. Aren't we discussing the betrothal gift? Su Tang blinked, looking innocent. You said 2,000 yuan for a level 8 stone. And a level 11 energy stone. Lu Dong's voice tinged with a roar. How could such a joke be made casually? She looked so timid, but she was so bold. How dare she play him a trick? Well, is that a problem? Su Tang said calmly. Yes. Lu Dong reaffirmed. Su Tang was truly insane. Do you have that many energy stones? Of course I do. Su Tang glared at him with disdain, as if to say, you're making a fuss, you never seen the world. Okay, she didn't have 2,000 level 8 energy stones, but she did have that much energy stones, not counting Su Xiaobai's. Of course I do, of course I do. Lu Dong felt like he couldn't hear anything else besides those 3 words. Su Tang felt like Lu Dong had been completely petrified. She wondered if the wind would blow him away like a pile of foam. He was even a marshal. She thought he was so majestic, but he turned out to be unworldly. Su Tang complained again in her heart. After her rant, noticing Lu Qingyang's dark eyes fixed on her, Su Tang tilted her head and gave him another friendly smile. Unfortunately, Lu Qingyang remained unresponsive, his mind lost in the shock of her. Su Tang's lips twitched in frustration, and for some reason, she suddenly remembered the time Lu Jinyu had tricked Lu Qingyang. She'd already been upset about this, and now that it was out in the open, she felt it was time to explain it clearly, lest Lu Qingyang act like a fool and rush over with a swarm of stone-patterned butterflies. That would be so dangerous. Deciding to come clean, Su Tang reached out and gently tugged at Lu Qingyang's sleeve. At that moment, Lu Qingyang's consciousness had been completely shaken by the 2,000 level 8 energy stones. His mind was completely blank. Only when he felt a tug on his left hand did he regain consciousness, his expression still a bit bewildered. Huh? Well, back at Black 75 Stars, Lu Jinyu actually lied to you. A stone-striped butterfly's natural form is usually a large, dark red butterfly with golden patterns. They lack intelligence and communication, unless they evolve into a baby butterfly like his. I don't know if there are any in the wild that have already evolved to that state, but Lu Jinyu's actually consumed 10 units of energy to reach a tameable state. Of course, taming means feeding it with energy stones. He didn't lie to you about that. Su Tang told Lu Qingyang the truth. Yes. Lu Qingyang, still confused at this moment, nodded subconsciously. Although he understood Su Tang's words, he couldn't react for a moment. You said 10 units of energy? It was the petrified Lu Dong who first reacted, yelping in surprise. Where did he get so much energy? Of course, I gave it to him. I wasted a level 10 energy stone that time. Su Tang rolled her eyes. With Lu Jinyu's stingy personality, there was no way he would have used so many energy stones to feed the stone-patterned butterfly. Oh, and I have to say, your Lu Jinyu is a total bandit. He stole 3 level 9 energy stones from me the first time we met. What you said is true. Lu Dong's voice was filled with eagerness and unspeakable excitement. If what Su Tang said was true, then how many energy stones did she have? Oh my god, he couldn't even imagine it. Did I lie to you about having candy? Su Tang asked. Lu Dong choked, speechless. At this moment, Lu Dong was almost convinced that Su Yuan had gone mad. Before his disappearance, he had already reached the 11th level of Energy Grandmaster. He had even left his daughter a stash of energy stones equivalent to half the national treasury. What kind of concept was that? This Su Yuan was such a monstrous creature, no wonder the heavens took him in. Although Lu Jinyu had received news of Su Yuan, it wasn't confirmed, so he hadn't reported it. Naturally, Lu Dong didn't know that Su Yuan would be back in a few years. Let me put it this way. Qin Qinyuan's betrothal gift is only 2 10th level gems and 1 11th level gem. That's about all Lu Jinyu can offer. If you don't agree, forget it. I'm not short of men anyway. Su Tang felt that since the discussion had reached this point, it was enough. If Lu Dong still disagreed, then forget it. 2 10th level gems. 1 11th level gem. Lu Dong's voice suddenly rose, sounding unconvinced. Su Tang immediately covered her ears. This was like a real-life lion's roar. Taking another breath, Lu Dong forced himself to calm down. Once his thoughts cleared, his first reaction was, damn it. I actually got scammed out of so much by that kid Qin Qinyuan. Chapter 471. In a luxurious room filled with mahogany furniture, Lu Dong paced back and forth, hands behind his back, like an ant on hot bricks. At this moment, Lu Dong's brows knitted together in frustration. Qin Qinyuan had received so many benefits from Su Tang, and naturally he was unwilling to accept them. If Su Tang had asked him for Lu Qingyang or anyone else from the Lu family, he would have happily packed them up and given them to her. But Lu Jinyu was his chosen heir, the future head of the Lu family and marshal. With his star beast, he could honestly say his grandson was unrivaled. He couldn't bear to sell Lu Jinyu to Su Tang. But he couldn't bear to part with the 2 level 10 and 11 energy stones either. It was like the palm of his hand and the back of his hand. And the thought that if he didn't agree, Su Tang would use the energy stones to propose to someone else was like a knife piercing his heart. If others had more energy, their Lu family would fall behind, and as the saying goes, those who fall behind must be beaten. LV Dong, always decisive, found this decision truly difficult. Finally, unable to make a decision, Lu Dong glared at Lu Qingyang with a rage. It was all this incompetent man's fault. If Su Tang had liked him, he wouldn't have to be so embarrassed. Feeling Lu Dong's anger, Lu Qingyang lowered his eyes and remained silent, still sitting upright, neither sad nor happy. Marshal Lu, have you considered this? Su Tang's voice sounded lazy and nonchalant. He, seeing the old man's troubled expression, she was so straightforward. Serves him right. He was the one who intimidated her with his intimidation. Give me some time to think about it. Lu Dong waved his hand, signaling Su Tang to give him more time. He didn't want other families to take advantage of his Lu family for energy, but he couldn't bear to let Xiaoyu suffer. He was in such a dilemma. Su Tang yawned in boredom. He already walked back and forth dozens of times, and still hadn't made a decision. At this point, Su Tang had to look at Lu Dong differently. He'd been so persistent. Anyone else would have happily agreed to even a level 10 energy stone. It seemed Lu Jinyu truly held a special place in his heart. Holding her chin, Su Tang tilted her head and thought seriously again. Although Lu Jinyu's current status and reputation weren't as high as Qin Qinyuan's, he was undoubtedly powerful, and he was suspected of possessing a supernatural star beast. Did Marshal Lu think Lu Jinyu was too cowardly to marry her? Shouldn't she be more sincere then? She was sincere though. Remember, when she first met Lu Jinyu, she wanted to blast him to death with an energy cannon. Thinking of this, Su Tang couldn't help but complain. Honestly, your Lu Jinyu has a terrible temper, a complete bandit leader. He stole 3 level 9 energy stones from me the first time we met, and I was so magnanimous that I didn't bother with him. Bandit! Lu Dong suddenly shuddered, his eyes widening as if he had realized something. Abnormal. This isn't normal. His IQ, already nearly at 0 after being shocked by Su Tang, returned to 0. Lu Dong suddenly found many suspicious points. Given his grandson's bandit nature, if he really knew Su Tang had so many energy stones, he would have snatched them away without hesitation. How could he leave so many benefits for Qin Qinyuan? And they were level 11. Even if Su Tang was Su Yuan's daughter, and he couldn't kill for the treasure, he would definitely do something like stealing her space key. How could he leave such a high-level energy stone untouched? And how could Su Tang survive this long after such a lavish use of energy stones? Okay, with the demonic light butterflies, it seemed no one besides her grandson could rob her, but there hadn't been any reports of demonic light butterfly attacks before. And how could the Su family have kept Su Yuan's wealth of energy stones secret? He also knew about Su Tang's fake death. Didn't the Su family notice the missing energy stones? Or were they simply unaware of the existence of so many energy stones? But since Su Tang said so, where had she hidden the energy stones? Could she have some other spatial artifact on her person? Through this flurry of questions, Lu Dong suddenly calmed down, returned to his seat, and sat straight. Did Qin Qinyuan agree to marry you? Did he know you were planning to have multiple husbands? Lu Dong asked calmly. Seeing his seriousness, Su Tang dropped her languid demeanor, sat up straight, and looked him in the eye, her expression serious. She decided to make it all clear once and for all. Qin Qinyuan has agreed to marry me. And not just him. I have two other men, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju. Seeing Lu Dong's face change slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitching as if about to say something, Su Tang didn't give him a chance. With a somewhat arrogant and condescending attitude, she continued, As for my relationship with Lu Jinyu, he intends to marry me, but that's impossible unless I marry him. Marshal Lu, I think you're well aware of your grandson's personality. I make it clear right now. If he doesn't want to marry me, then please keep him under control. If he does anything to hurt my man, don't blame me for being rude. You're rude? Who do you think you are? Su Tang said this with a hint of aggression. Lu Dong was immediately angered by her words and attitude. Instead of being angry, he sneered twice, his lips clenched, and he sneered inwardly, You don't know your place. You think you have 5S spiritual power, a demonic light butterfly, and a huge amount of energy, so you're invincible and have to give in to everyone? I can't defeat him, but I can vent my anger on your Lu family. You should know what it means to be an enemy of an 11th level energy master. Su Tang tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled charmingly. Her attitude seemed a bit arrogant, but her eyes shone with confidence, and her voice was unwavering. As for who I am? Well, I tell you, I'm Su Tang, the future Queen Su of the Federation. Su Tang spoke with immense confidence. No one in this world would want to be an enemy of an energy master. Even the federal constitution stipulated that anyone attempting to murder a 9th level energy master would be punished with the death of all their clans. And once she was certified as an 11th level energy master, she would be able to determine a family's status in the Federation with just a few words. You said you're already an 11th level energy master. As Su Tang spoke, Lu Dong excitedly stood up again, his hands on the table, leaning forward, his expression a mix of urgency and shock. Huh? Where else do you think I got all those energy stones? Su Tang chuckled, her expression a bit like, Are you an idiot? As if she didn't think he was provocative enough, Su Tang rolled her eyes, giving him a playful smile. If you can't decide now, you can wait, she said teasingly. When I come of age, I can consider marrying him with a level 12 energy stone. Of course, that assumes I still like him then. Although she had only ever combined a level 11 energy stone, she wasn't exaggerating. Currently, it took her 1,000 hours to combine a level 11, so 8 years would definitely be enough for a level 12. While purifying a level 12 energy stone was a bit more difficult, she could definitely combine 10 level 11 energy stones into one. And she didn't have to be with Lu Jinyu. He bullied her terribly the first time they met. Lu Dong's eyes widened, his mouth hanging open. His expression was hilariously funny, but he had no time to care about his martial image. Shock? Ecstasy? Horror? Disbelief? Earth-shattering? He felt that words were so pale at this moment, he couldn't find a word to describe his feelings. If he had to explain it clearly, he could only say that countless warships were bombarding his heart. Chapter 472. Someone possessing a level 11 energy stone, and someone who is themselves a level 11 energy grandmaster are two completely different things. They're like worlds apart. The former is a moving treasure, coveted to the point of murder and robbery, while the latter becomes a godlike being standing at the pinnacle of the Federation. Lu Dong always believed that Su Tang's energy stones were left to her by Su Yuan. He truly never considered that she had synthesized them herself. How could he possibly imagine that? A 21-year-old level 11 energy grandmaster. Who would believe it? Who would believe it? In Lu Dong's view, Su Tang had so many energy stones. Although the inheritance was enormous, they would eventually be squandered. Although Su Tang's mental strength was 5S, he would feel it was unfair to Lu Jinyu. But being a level 11 energy grandmaster? That was another matter. Why are the top 10 families in the military the top 10? It's because they have guns, but in this era, it's not about who has the strongest guns, but who has the most bullets. After all, everyone has warships, and a warship with 10 units of energy is equivalent to 10 warships with only 9 units of energy. So the most crucial factor is who has more energy. Even if Su Tang wasn't an energy grandmaster, she could use the energy stones she possesses to help other families break into the top 10. Now that she's an 11th level energy grandmaster, to put it bluntly, whichever family she wants to lead the military will occupy that supreme position. So what if their Lu family's tongue snake is so powerful, or if they're not afraid of a level 8 energy cannon? They possess the energy to fire hundreds of level 9 energy cannons simultaneously. Wait, Su Tang was talking about Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan, and Long Ju? Does that mean the Qin, Jiang, and Long families already know? Could they be plotting to squeeze out the other families and seize military power? By then, their mechas, starships, and warships will all be powered by level 8, 9, or even 10 energy stones, while they're still using level 5 and 6? Wouldn't that mean they're completely defenseless? No matter how powerful their Lu family's star beasts are, they can't compare to battleships with ample energy. Even if Lu Jinyu is invincible, he can't compare to others with ample energy. Without Su Tang's support, their Lu family would be squeezed out of the top 10 military families, and even quickly disappear into history. After realizing this, Lu Dong felt a cold sweat on his forehead and a slight tremor. Now it wasn't a question of whether he agreed to marry Lu Jinyu to her. Su Tang had to marry him. She had to. And not just Lu Jinyu, he wanted to marry all the outstanding sons of the family to her. Although Lu Dong had given it a lot of thought, in reality, only a few seconds had passed. By this time, Lu Dong was beaming, his demeanor amiable and different from before. Shouting, "Why didn't you tell me this earlier? You're so naughty. It's not fun to scare Grandpa like this." Su Tang. Forgive her limited intelligence. She couldn't grasp this rapid change of tone. What did this mean? Marshal Lu, do you mean you agree to Lu Jinyu marrying me? Su Tang smiled with satisfaction, then asked for confirmation. We're family now. Why are you still being so distant? Just call me Grandpa. Don't worry, I made the decision. Xiaoyu and Qingyang will both marry you. Lu Dong smiled so hard that the wrinkles on his forehead almost obscured his eyes. Su Tang once again. Why did they bring up Lu Qingyang again? Is this a common merchant tactic, buy one, get one free? All she could say was, Marshal Lu, you're truly generous. In a few days, Su Tang would be dismayed to discover that Lu Dong wasn't just offering a buy one get one free deal, but a massive clearance sale. But that was a story for another time. At this point, Su Tang glanced at Lu Qingyang awkwardly. In her mind, Lu Qingyang was essentially an elder, and Lu Dong's words clearly made her feel a little embarrassed. They made her look like a pervert. Noticing that Lu Qingyang was still sitting there expressionless, his expression unrecognizable, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Lu Qingyang didn't take Lu Dong's words seriously. What a jerk! How could he say such things? She just wanted to marry Lu Jinyu. She just wanted to use him to put some pressure on Lu Jinyu, so she wouldn't dare to make unscrupulous advances on her man. Wait, Su Tang felt she had enough men. These three were already enough to worry her. She didn't know what kind of trouble Lu Jinyu would cause when she returned. Any more would be too much to handle. With that in mind, Su Tang felt she needed to explain things immediately, but Lu Dong wouldn't give her a chance. Then, let's discuss the betrothal gift. Lu Dong rubbed his hands, his eyes filled with anticipation. He interrupted Su Tang because he didn't want to give her a chance to refuse. He could see that Su Tang wasn't interested in Qingyang, but feelings could develop with nurturing. Besides, he felt it was mainly because Qingyang was too wooden. Su Tang had expended so much energy fighting Guisha, and Qingyang had reaped all the benefits, yet she wasn't the least bit annoyed. As a seasoned man, Lu Dong could see that while Su Tang might not like Qingyang, she definitely had a favorable impression of him. So, as long as Qingyang took the initiative and put in the effort, there was still a chance. Su Tang was now the one who would decide which faction would ultimately reign supreme in the military, so he had to resort to any means necessary. Even the beauty trap was a tactic. But Su Tang, a little unwilling, still tried to explain. Let's talk about the betrothal gifts. Shouting, You can't be partial. At this moment, Lu Dong was still smiling brightly, but why did his expression look so shabby to her? She was getting goosebumps, realizing that Lu Dong wasn't giving her a chance to refuse, and was trying to force Lu Qingyang onto her. Su Tang decided not to bother herself. After all, if she didn't want him, how could he force him into marriage? As for the betrothal gift, although it was 2 level 10 stones and 1 level 11 stone, the level 11 stone she had was made by Su Xiaobai and couldn't be used. Furthermore, she originally had 3 level 10 energy stones, but this time, she had used 6 of them to defeat Ghost Sha. Although she used Su Xiaobai's, she had to keep this a secret, so she had to hide one of the level 10 energy stones. So, the only thing I have left is 2 level 10 energy stones. After thinking it over, Su Tang spoke, I only have 2 level 10 energy stones right now. As for the level 11, I have to wait until I combine them. After saying this, fearing Lu Dong might think she wasn't sincere, Su Tang added, you don't have to wait too long. I definitely combine them before Lu Jinyu returns. Okay, it's a deal shouting. I recorded this video, so you can't go back on your word. Lu Dong smiled like a fox who had triumphed. With evidence, not only could Xiaoyu be married off, but Xingyang could also be forced in. Great, Lu Dong breathed a sigh of relief. This way, their Lu family wouldn't be pushed out of history. It would only become even more prosperous. After hearing Lu Dong's words, Su Tang was furious again. He had stubbornly refused to agree before, but now, he was forcing her to do it? But did she really buy Lu Jinyu with 3 energy stones? While it felt a bit unfair, thinking of Lu Jinyu's awful behavior during their first meeting, Su Tang suddenly felt a sense of relief. Throwing energy stones at someone, that felt truly satisfying. Chapter 473. Lu Dong agreed to marry Lu Jinyu to her, even going so far as to offer her a buy one get one free deal. At this point, the deal was considered settled. As the time approached around 6 o'clock, Su Tang politely excused herself to Lu Dong, stating that she needed to log off and get up. Lu Dong enthusiastically tried to keep her, and the two chatted for a while. Lu Qingyang sat silently in his seat, like a statue, his expression unchanging. Finally, seeing that it was indeed getting late, Lu Dong added Su Tang as a friend and decided not to keep her any longer. Since it was Skynet, and there was no such thing as a send-off, Su Tang simply chose to teleport away. Back at her private residence on Skynet, Su Tang curled her lips at her new friend, a talented person. A Grand Marshal after all. After learning she was a level 11 energy Grandmaster, he became so kind and affable, calling her good granddaughter-in-law and grandpa all the time. She almost thought she was married to Lu Jinyu. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round, and in this world, once an energy Grandmaster is revealed, even a marshal has to curry favor, however. Seeing the Black King, Su Tang smiled slightly. The Lu Jinyu issue should be largely resolved. Lu Jinyu might act capriciously, but Lu Dong would definitely consider the overall situation. Now that Lu Dong was holding her back, even if he ultimately didn't want to, he probably wouldn't bother her man. After all, Lu Dong knew the consequences of offending her. Seeing that only Dongliang Zikaikai and Feng Qingyang were lit on the friend list, Su Tang thought that Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan had already said goodbye and logged off while she was talking to Lu Dong. She stretched and decided to get up early. Woo! She doesn't have enough energy stones for the betrothal gift anymore. She better work on combining them. And inside that room, as soon as Su Tang disappeared, Lu Qingyang, who had been sitting silently in his seat, suddenly stood up, his body trembling slightly. He looked up. Grandpa, how could you do this? Lu Qingyang stared at Lu Dong with grief and indignation, his voice clearly agitated. What's wrong with me? Lu Dong was slightly stunned, somewhat confused by what Lu Qingyang was so excited about. How could you say that? In what capacity do you want me to appear before her again? Lu Qingyang clenched his fists at his sides, his voice tinged with questioning. That kind of thing? What? Would marrying her be unfair to you? Lu Dong, hands behind his back, snorted heavily when he understood what Lu Qingyang meant. In what capacity? As her fiancé, of course. Grandpa, that's just wishful thinking. Lu Qingyang suppressed his inner anger and glared at Lu Dong, his eyes reddening. Since she didn't say no just now, you have every reason to keep pestering her, Lu Dong said, as if it were a matter of course. He had just promised to marry both Xiaoyu and Xingyang to her. Although Su Tang wanted to refuse, he interrupted her, and she didn't insist on refusing, so this could be interpreted as her acquiescence. Hearing Lu Dong's words, Lu Qingyang's fury could no longer be suppressed, erupting like a volcano, overwhelming his rationality. For the first time, Lu Qingyang roared at Lu Dong, disregarding his status. I only consider her a junior. She's now my daughter, my daughter? You're still rebelling. Lu Dong slammed the table and roared, pointing at Lu Qingyang and launching into a barrage of insults. Are you truly stupid, or were you fooled by that Long Ju at the mecha competition today? Do you know what an 11th level energy grandmaster means? Do you know that if she fully supported our Lu family, we could dominate the military, the Federation, the Human Alliance? 100 years from now, even the entire galaxy. Dominate the galaxy. Thinking of such an awe-inspiring prospect, Lu Dong wished he could live longer. If he could truly see such a day, he would truly have no regrets in his life. I know, of course I know all that, but how can you let me marry her? His wits about him returned. Lu Qingyang tried to suppress his anger, raised his head, and stubbornly sought an answer. Why can't you marry her? Do you really think you're her father? Lu Dong twitched his lips with a hint of sarcasm. If you were really her father, I wake up laughing in my dreams. After yelling at Lu Qingyang, Lu Dong took a few deep breaths. He felt he couldn't hold it against Lu Qingyang. After all, this grandson could be too stubborn sometimes, and it was understandable that he wouldn't be able to think straight when faced with something like this. After calming down his emotions, Lu Dong's face was calm, and he spoke in a serious tone. Qingyang, you should know that there are 10 families in the military. Counting those in private hands, each of our families only has a few dozen level 8 energy stones. No family has more than 3 digits, and even the national treasury does not exceed 300. 100 level 8 energy stones would have been enough for our Lu family to hold the highest position in the military. But Qin Qinyuan has level 11 energy stones. Level 11 energy stones. At this point, Lu Dong became a little excited again, and his hands gestured in the air unconsciously. A basic level 11 energy stone can blow up 150 planets. The energy stone Su Tang gave to Qin Qinyuan is enough to blow up 180 planets. How many 180 planets are there in a galaxy? Even if we add the energy stone in Xiaoyu's hand, we still can't compare to Qin Qinyuan. I won't say more about this. The key point is that Su Tang is only 21 years old. She is only 21 years old, and she has 11 level energy stones. 3 level 9 energy stones, 100 level 8 energy stones, 4 level 10 energy stones, and 1 level 11 energy stone. This is what we know. That's not even including what she hasn't told us. Can you imagine how quickly she can synthesize energy stones? Can you imagine how many energy stones she have in 100 years? Lu Dong closed his eyes and took another deep breath. There was no reason for Su Tang to lie to him, and who in their right mind would pull such a ridiculous joke? Besides, Qin Qinyuan agreed to marry her. Without the enormous benefits, would he be willing to share his wife with someone else? Opening his eyes, a strange glint shone in his gaze, and Lu Dong's tone was filled with longing. Unifying the galaxy will no longer be a dream. The lofty ambitions of our Lu family ancestors can be accomplished in your lifetime. Lu Dong looked at Lu Qingyang, but his gaze passed through him, as if he saw a glorious future. A relieved smile crossed his face. If this dream can be realized in your hands, then I die without regrets. Grandpa, I know all this, but... Lu Qingyang had completely calmed down by now, but he still disagreed with Lu Dong's approach. Relationships require mutual consent and cannot be forced. Chapter 474. But what? But Su Tang is Xiaoyu's woman? Lu Dong sighed, analyzing the situation and counseling Lu Qingyang. If she were just Xiaoyu's woman, I have no regrets even if I died right now. But she's not. She still has Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yunchuan, and Long Ju. That means she support the Qin, Jiang, and Long families. What does that mean? Do you know what it means for them to have her support? They can arm their armies, and their core strength could be double, triple, or even dozens of times ours. As the energy gap widens, our Lu family will be left far behind. Eventually, the top 10 military families will become just the top 3. If our Lu family's legacy falls to me, I'd be a sinner for all eternity. I'd be ashamed to see my ancestors even in death. Grandpa, isn't she going to marry 19th brother? What are you still worried about? Lu Qingyang frowned. He naturally understood what Lu Dong was saying. Of course I'm worried. That's exactly what I'm worried about. Lu Dong exhaled, his face etched with worry. You know Xiaoyu's personality. What would he do if he knew his woman was stolen? He'd kill his rival. Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened, his heart tightening. If Lu Jinyu really killed Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, and Jiang Yunchuan, the military would be in chaos, and their Lu family would have to bear the wrath of the 3 great families. They didn't have the strength to do so. Under the barrage of the Qin, Jiang, and Long families, who had absolute energy, they probably wouldn't be able to hold out for even a few days. Yes, he would kill his rival, but our Lu family can't afford the consequences. Not to mention Su Tang, we're no match for any of the Qin, Jiang, and Long families, who have energy resources. A slight sense of dejection crossed Lu Dong's face. Although he valued Lu Jinyu greatly, he could sometimes act too radically, and he wasn't sure if he could control him. Qingyang, we have to prepare for the worst. What if Xiaoyu really goes and kills them? Will our Lu family be destroyed? Lu Dong's tone was filled with desolation and deep helplessness. Even if Xiaoyu can swallow this for the sake of the greater good, do you think he'd be willing to marry Su Tang? Without the support of an 11th level energy grandmaster, it's only a matter of time before our Lu family withdraws from the military. Grandpa, what do you mean? A flicker of struggle flashed in Lu Qingyang's eyes, and he spoke hesitantly. In reality, he already understood. Reason told him that this was the best course of action for the Lu family, but emotionally, he still couldn't accept it. Qingyang, as clever as you are, don't you already know? Lu Dong sighed again, and laid out his plan. Marry her and strive to strengthen your position in her heart. After Xiaoyu returns, if he's unwilling to marry Su Tang, you be there to secure sufficient benefits for the family. In the worst-case scenario, Xiaoyu kills those 3 men. For your sake, Su Tang won't vent her anger on our Lu family. Even if they're dead, you be her only man, which would actually be more beneficial to our Lu family. Of course, in the best-case scenario, if Xiaoyu agrees, you 2 brothers can team up and secretly. Lu Dong made a sinister gesture as if he wiped his throat. However, before that, be careful. Jiang Yunchuan and Qin Qinyuan have a close relationship. They might join forces against Long Ju. If that happens, you can just sit back and watch the fight unfold. As someone who has long held a high position and dabbled in dealing with a group of cunning men, Lu Dong had already analyzed all the possibilities, and made the most advantageous choice. But, Lu Qingyang moved his lips, his eyes struggling. He couldn't do such a thing as deceiving his feelings. Qingyang, tell me the truth, do you have someone you like? Lu Dong demanded, staring at Lu Qingyang intently. Lu Qingyang paused for a moment, then shook his head honestly, no. Then forget the buts. Since you don't have a favorite woman, why can't Su Tang? You can like her too. Don't think her polygamy is unfair to you. To be frank, even if she wants to have a harem, there are hundreds of millions of men willing to join her. Qingyang, you should know how many men will vie for her current power. Once her power is exposed, all the unmarried men in the military will be intrigued. You have to secure her as soon as possible before anyone else finds out. Even if she doesn't fall in love with you, at least she like you and be reluctant to part with you. And you have to have confidence in yourself. I can see Su Tang has a good impression of you. If you take the initiative and work harder, there's still a great chance. Speaking of this, Lu Dong felt a little disappointed. Su Tang had been at the 3rd Military Academy for several months, and this blockhead hadn't even developed any feelings for her. I wonder what all this time has been wasted. I told you before, you need to be thick-skinned. Chasing a woman means being shameless and relentless. A strong woman is afraid of a man who pesters her. You're just too thin-skinned, and that's why you're at a disadvantage. After saying this, Lu Dong's expression suddenly darkened. He fixed his gaze on Lu Qingyang, his tone extremely cautious. Qingyang, I'm not trying to embarrass you. This is just a matter of life and death for our Lu family's 1,000-year-old foundation. Not giving Lu Qingyang a chance to speak again, Lu Dong waved his hand and made the next arrangements. Okay, that's it. After Skynet is down, go find Su Tang. Don't worry about anything else. Make sure you stay by her side at all times and cultivate your relationship. Don't let those 3 gain the upper hand. Lu Dong looked at Lu Qingyang sharply and made his decision immediately. Lu Qingyang lowered his head, not daring to meet Lu Dong's gaze. He opened his mouth, still wanting to refuse, but the words "I won't go" were stuck in his throat, unable to form a single word. The family was like a heavy mountain, weighing him down, suffocating him. He couldn't be the center of that family. The Lu family's foundation couldn't be destroyed by his momentary impulsiveness. But after his grandfather had said he would marry her, how could he face her? This is an order from the head of the Lu family. Seeing Lu Qingyang still hesitate, Lu Dong's face tightened and his tone became commanding. Yes. His clenched fist finally loosened helplessly, and Lu Qingyang couldn't describe the feeling within him. The man across from him now wasn't just his grandfather, but the head of the Lu family. The head's orders were not to be disobeyed. Seeing Lu Qingyang compromise, Lu Dong nodded with satisfaction, knowing that he could use family principles to restrain him. After Lu Dong left, Lu Qingyang remained standing, his face expressionless. After a long moment, he suddenly struck out with a punch, shattering the exquisite mahogany carved table into pieces. Withdrawing his hand with a stunned expression, Lu Qingyang suddenly laughed at himself. The Lu family's position in the military depended on deceiving a woman? What an irony! And deceiving someone's feelings. Deceiving a woman? And the woman he treated as his daughter? Could he do it? He couldn't, but the head's orders, the family's honor, disobey? Or obey? How should he decide? Chapter 475. In a corner of a coffee shop in the military Skynet area. Because the military Skynet only displays their true appearances, the four people's variously attractive looks naturally stand out. The other customers in the shop, who saw the four of them, all secretly eyed them. Since the military was mostly composed of men, the attention wasn't paid to them simply because of their good looks, but rather because their faces were so instantly recognizable and their reputation so great. For a moment, even the rougher-edged men couldn't help but secretly gossip about what these four were doing. The foursome remained silent, each sipping their tea. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan, and Long Ju weren't as calm as they appeared. Damn! What the hell are you looking at? Being stared at by so many people is always uncomfortable, and the crowd is getting bigger and bigger, like they're being watched for fun. Half an hour later, Qin Qinyuan couldn't sit still anymore. A nymphomaniac had already arrived. While there weren't many women in the military, that didn't mean there weren't enough women who could enter the military's Skynet zone. Fearing he'd be hit on, and that sinister villain, referring to Long Ju, would seize the opportunity to discredit him in front of his wife, Qin Qinyuan sent a message to Su Teng, announcing his departure and asking if she wanted to. Naturally, Su Teng, still talking to Lu Dong, declined. Since it was still early, Qin Qinyuan didn't take it too seriously, assuming she was still playing in the mecha battlefield. He clenched his right fist, placed it in front of him, and let out a loud fake cough. After catching Yan Zima's attention, Qin Qinyuan calmly said, "It's getting late, and I should log off. Let's get together with Marshal Yan next time we're free." With that, Qin Qinyuan, ignoring Yan Zima's reaction, vanished from the scene. Yan Zima glanced at the message. Wow, how fast! They already logged off. Left behind, Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju exchanged a glance. After each sending a goodbye message to Su Teng, they immediately found an excuse and, almost instantly, logged off. After the three of them left, Yan Zima checked the time. It was clearly still early. Glancing at the already packed cafe, Yan Zima frowned, closed the book, tucked it into his personal bag, and also logged off. He was going to monitor them, not giving them a single chance. The book says that women are most susceptible to outside temptations during their emotional vacuum. Inside the room, because Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju had logged off at about the same time, they left the nutrient chamber at almost the same time. Upon exiting, seeing Qin Qinyuan standing in front of Su Teng's, Long Ju snorted with a grimace, remembering how he'd been tricked by him during the competition. Hearing Long Ju's disapproving hum, Qin Qinyuan turned back to look at him. His face was calm, emotionless, but his words held a tone of undeniable determination. 10 minutes, clean up, then we talk. Long Ju was stunned. Qin Qinyuan glanced at Jiang Yinchuan as he said this. Did he mean the three of them would just chat? For a moment, Long Ju was a little confused about his intentions. Qin Qinyuan would never tolerate his wife having someone else around him, so was he planning something shady? Shaking his head, Long Ju stopped thinking. Why bother? Whatever he wanted to do, he would definitely be there to the end. Without hesitation, Long Ju headed straight for the bathroom. Unfortunately, spotting Long Ju's intentions, Su Yinlai suddenly leaped from the bed, blocking the bathroom door with a light and graceful movement. The boss has instructed us to keep this bathroom hers. None of you are allowed in. Su Yinlai shouted simultaneously in the three people's heads, his mind pounding. Assessing the difference in strength between himself and Su Yinlai, Long Ju glared at him resentfully and turned away, apparently heading for a room to shower and change clothes. After Long Ju left, Jiang Yinchuan gave Qin Qinyuan a somewhat awkward smile before turning away, also preparing to pack up. When he reached the door, his steps paused, his expression froze. Because Qin Qinyuan's mind voice echoed in his mind, Ayun, we grew up together. We fought together, skipped classes together, punched the instructor together, and fought on the battlefield together. At this point, Qin Qinyuan couldn't help but feel a little complicated. They had known each other for as long as they could remember, and had been brothers for over 40 years. Who could have predicted that things would end up like this? Suppressing his emotions, Qin Qinyuan continued, saying that some things needed to be clarified sooner rather than later. I always been your brother. It was, is, and will be. So, since things have come to this, let's consider dealing with the others first. Jiang Yinchuan's expression changed slightly after hearing Qin Qinyuan's words. He naturally understood what Qin Qinyuan meant. They were forming an alliance to deal with the others first. Jiang Yinchuan couldn't help but feel a complicated feeling. In their Jiang family, the competition for the position of head of the family during my father's generation was fierce. The 5 uncles all wanted the position, fighting openly and secretly, but in the end, they were all eliminated. After all, they were of the same bloodline, so my father didn't kill them all immediately, leaving behind a few insignificant nephews and nieces. However, in their eyes, he was the son of their father's murderer. They disliked him, and he disliked weaklings just as much. Because of their age and department, he actually preferred to hang out with Qin Qinyuan and Qin Qinyao at school, and naturally, his follower, Qin Mufeng. Time had flown by, and they had already known each other for over 40 years. Thinking of the past and the future, Jiang Yinchuan finally sighed, feeling a strange mixture of bitterness and sorrow. Well, now that things had come to this, it was only natural to deal with the others first. Nodding to Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan responded with his mental energy, calling him by his usual nickname, I understand, Brother Chen. Without stopping, Jiang Yinchuan went out to search for a room. After Jiang Yinchuan left, Qin Qinyuan turned and glanced at Su Teng, still in the nutrient tank. He touched his heart, a little dazed, feeling a pang. He was unwilling to accept this. He didn't even want to accept Jiang Yinchuan, but even if he was unwilling, what could he do? With his pride, even if he loved another woman, he couldn't possibly accept her having another man. But what did his pride mean in the face of such enormous benefits? An 11th level energy grandmaster, the one who could decide the ultimate ruler of the Federation. If he withdrew, the Qin family's status would plummet. And why should he withdraw? Just because he showed up too late? He truly couldn't accept this. If Su Teng only loved him, how wonderful it would be. But reality always leaves one feeling helpless. Never mind. Actually, he should be thankful. At least this 11th level energy grandmaster was the woman he truly loved. Glancing at Su Teng again, shaking off the bitterness in his heart, Qin Qinyuan strode out of the room. He first think about how to deal with Yan Zimu, who was right in front of him, and Lu Jinyu, who was far away, and then find a way to kill Long Ju. As for Jiang Yinchuan, well, they were brothers for life. Chapter 476. Just after showering and changing into casual clothes, Qin Qinyuan felt a surge of mental energy sweep over him before he even stepped out of the bathroom. After activating his mental detection and finding the perpetrator, Qin Qinyuan clenched his fist and couldn't help but curse softly that Yan Zimu had parked his warship right next to his starship. He sat closest to it, scanning it. The immense size of the warship oppressed the smaller ship, making Qin Qinyuan feel completely inferior to him. Yan Zimu, you're prying into my privacy. Qin Qinyuan took a deep breath, composed himself, and with a formal expression, he used his mental power to rebuke Yan Zimu for his illegal behavior. I personally feel that Shoju and Star is still unsafe, so I'm maintaining vigilance. Within a second, Yan Zimu's mental power returned. Watch out. His clenched fist clenched again. Although Qin Qinyuan wanted to strike him, he ultimately reluctantly released it. Technically speaking, he was still a member of the royal family. Even with the same position, he couldn't compare to Yan Zimu, who was also a member of the royal family. Room C238 meeting. Qin Qinyuan used his mental power to locate the other 2 people. He sent a message to each of them, and then headed towards the room. Room C238 was a small room, only about 10 square meters in size, with a square table and 4 chairs in the middle. At first glance, it looked like a mahjong parlor. After pulling out the chair and settling down, Qin Qinyuan stopped paying attention to Yan Zimu and quietly waited for the other 2 to arrive. For convenience, the room numbers were marked next to the doors of the starship. Using mental power to detect, Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju quickly found the so-called room C238. However, his mental power was isolated outside the room. Apparently, the special material used around room C238 was capable of blocking mental detection. The 2 naturally noticed Yan Zimu's mental power, and Jiang Yinchuan had a vague suspicion. Were they planning a plan to deal with Yan Zimu? Long Ju, while unsure of Qin Qinyuan's intentions, knew that given his temperament, he was likely to resort to underhanded tactics. He didn't know who he was targeting, but he certainly wouldn't do it in front of Su Teng, and he wouldn't give him another chance to do it in secret. As he headed towards room C238, Long Ju quietly activated the recording function on his computer. For some things, having evidence is always a good precaution. Sorry, I'm late. Arriving in the room, and seeing the two already behind him, Long Ju gave a wicked smile. While he apologized, his eyes held a hint of challenge. Sit down. Qin Qinyuan glanced at him calmly, and after he entered, he closed the door with his mental power, blocking Yen Zimu's mental detection. On the warship, Yen Zimu frowned slightly after seeing the three men enter a special, undetectable room. Were they planning a plan to deal with him? Now he had noticed that not only Qin Qinyuan, but also that Jiang Yinchuan and even that scumbag Long Ju had reappeared. Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju? The goddess of fate was truly powerful yet capricious. Yen Zimu's eyes narrowed, a dangerous glint emanating from them. Long Ju. This man in his previous life was such a scumbag, what right did he have to stand by her side? And Jiang Yinchuan, who watched her die in the phoenix flames, what right did he have to stand by her side? With a shift of his mental energy, Yen Zimu focused his attention on Su Tang, who was still in the nutrient chamber. Due to the chamber's isolation, he couldn't contact her, but she would eventually emerge. Yen Zimu was now filled with anxiety. He couldn't wait any longer. He needed to explain himself and beg for her forgiveness immediately. As soon as he entered, Long Ju sensed something was amiss, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. His gaze drifted between the two of them, but he couldn't quite grasp the cause. Finally, he sat down across from Qin Qinyuan, his face sullen. Jiang Yinchuan sat to his right. Turn off all the computers. Qin Qinyuan said calmly, his fingers intertwined, his elbows resting on the table. He turned off his own computer as he spoke, raised his right wrist to signal to Long Ju that it was turned off, and added, "There's no surveillance equipment in this room. No one else will know about our conversation today." Damn, that idiot, so meticulous. Cursing silently, Long Ju saw Jiang Yinchuan also turn off his laptop. Though somewhat indignant, he chose to shut down his computer as well. Uneasy, he scanned the room with his mental power. As Qin Qinyuan had said, there was no monitoring or recording equipment. After confirming this, Long Ju raised his right wrist to Qin Qinyuan, signaling the laptop was off. Then let's begin, Qin Qinyuan said, his tone full of a general meeting. You can all sense that mental energy out there. That person wants to turn back. At this point, Qin Qinyuan sneered, glanced at the two of them, then stopped at Long Ju and continued, I think my wife has made it clear to you. If we kill each other, she won't forgive us. You mean forming an alliance, joining forces against the outside world? Qin Qinyuan's gaze was so obvious that Long Ju immediately understood. He was addressed to him. This meant Jiang Yinchuan and Qin Qinyuan had reached an agreement. No wonder he had felt so harmonious when he entered. It turned out they were already in cahoots. I think this is the only option right now. Qin Qinyuan fixed his gaze on Long Ju, his tone piercing and unyielding. After staring at Long Ju for a few seconds without receiving an answer, Qin Qinyuan sneered, his words icy, or perhaps you like to see more men share your wife. Of course not. Staring back at Qin Qinyuan sharply, Long Ju remained firm. What a joke. How could he possibly be happy with more men? He just wanted it to be him. After a moment's hesitation, a wickedly playful smile appeared on his face. Long Ju changed the subject, saying, Why should I ally with you? What a joke. Allying with a sinister villain like Qin Qinyuan? That's like courting death. You never know how you end up. He could vouch for his millennia of life that as soon as the external threat was resolved, Qin Qinyuan would immediately turn his attention to him. Without an alliance with me, can you single-handedly handle Yen Zimu, or even Lu Jinyu? Qin Qinyuan's words were tinged with sarcasm, his voice cold. Then, narrowing his eyes, a cold smile emanated from his face, a chilling and dangerous expression. Or do you intend to stand by and watch us two fight, while you reap the rewards and even complain about us to your wife? Qin Qinyuan. As soon as the words we uttered, Long Ju was completely certain of what he had been thinking. As expected, that idiot Jiang Yinchuan had completely trusted Qin Qinyuan. The two of them had joined forces. The two-on-one situation he had anticipated had indeed unfolded, and the situation was very unfavorable for him. Qin Qinyuan's aggressive tone seemed to leave him with no choice but to join forces with them. After all, they were now in the same boat. Chapter 477. Qin Qinyuan was right. He couldn't handle Yen Zimu and Lu Jinyu alone. But if he stood aside and watched the fight unfold, Qin Qinyuan clearly wouldn't agree. After a few seconds of contemplation, Long Ju realized he had no choice but to agree. But from another perspective, with Qin Qinyuan at the forefront, not to mention Yan Zimu. If his wife ever found out they were teaming up against Lu Jinyu, she could pin all the blame on him. But his wife had said not to take action until she's spoken to Lu Jinyu. There's a huge difference between an accomplice and the principal offender. Okay, then let's form an alliance. Finally, Long Ju lowered his eyes and nodded in agreement. Seeing Long Ju agree, Qin Qinyuan could roughly guess what he was thinking. But since his wife had already accepted him, keeping him around could help fend off the outside swarm of enemies until the threat was resolved. He might even need a scapegoat later. With this thought, Qin Qinyuan extended his hand toward Long Ju. Long Ju immediately understood, and the two high-fived, swearing an oath of alliance. So how do you say we get rid of that annoying Yan Zimu? Long Ju asked impatiently once the alliance was confirmed. In his view, Yan Zimu was indeed a threat. His royal status alone was enough to put them in a superior position. It had to be said that Yan Zimu's conditions were incredibly good, and he was also her ex-boyfriend. Rushing connections were commonplace. He's engaged. Qin Qinyuan's expression was calm, but his gaze was sharp. Someone who is already engaged should have left the room. But an engagement is easy to regret. Jiang Yichuan, who had been silent, interrupted. In his view, an engagement was completely non-binding. Especially when the status of the two engaged parties is unequal, the one with the higher status can simply refuse to acknowledge the engagement. In Jiang Yichuan's view, Yan Zimu has now established a firm position in the military, making it easy for him to oust Moni. If someone dies, we can get married sooner. Haven't we already discussed this? Long Ju glanced at Jiang Yichuan indifferently. This man would definitely be sold out by Qin Qinyuan. A person's life? Jiang Yichuan was stunned, unable to process the situation. I think the celebration banquet at the Capital Royal Hotel in 15 days will be an opportunity. Qin Qinyuan immediately understood Long Ju's meaning. In this world, an engagement can be broken off, having sex isn't a big deal, and even having a child isn't that serious. But with Yan Zimu's 40% mental strength, even if Moni is underage and her mental strength is unstable, he would still choose to keep the child. After they already have a child, what's the point of his wife wanting him? Even if Yan Zimu could really force Moni to have an abortion, doing such a thing would only make his wife despise him even more. So Long Ju's intention was that if he gave him a child, he'd be doomed. Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened. This Long Ju was wicked. He absolutely had to be on guard. At this moment, Long Ju was also amazed at Qin Qinyuan's quick grasp of the situation. He had to be more vigilant and wary of Qin Qinyuan, otherwise, if he fell into his trap, he would surely die miserably, just like this time, and he would bear the name idiot teammate for the rest of his life. What should we do? At this point, Jiang Yichuan naturally reacted. Don't we have the goddess of childbirth? Qin Qinyuan tapped the table with his index finger, a smile on his face. Fertility-boosting guanine, to put it bluntly, is just drug C, but it also has another effect. As the name suggests, it increases the chance of pregnancy during certain sports for both men and women. While not 100%, there's still an 80% chance. But the Yin family is a family of pharmacists. Do you think Yan Zimu is a pharmacist? Long Ju pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head. A pharmacist would definitely be able to identify the scent of fertility-boosting guanine. Although fertility-boosting guanine is a colorless potion, it has a pleasant, soothing fragrance. Mixed in food or drink, ordinary people might not be able to tell the difference, but a pharmacist would definitely be able to. When he encountered Yan Zimu in the cab this time, he clearly smelled the faint scent of herbs on him. Shuguang was publicly announced as Yan Zimu's creation. Although Long Ju believed Shuguang must have been the result of collaborative research, this time there was also an improved version of Shuguang. It was impossible for Yan Zimu to have no knowledge of medicine at all, or even. Long Ju suddenly shuddered, his pupils shrinking slightly, as he considered a terrifying possibility. Could Yan Zimu be a poison master? There is a scent of herbs. Qin Qinyuan's expression was also solemn. The improved Shuguang mentioned in the meeting, he wondered what role Yan Zimu played in the research of this incredible potion. Noticing the change in Long Ju's eyes, Qin Qinyuan suddenly stiffened, clearly sharing his thoughts. Do you think he's a poison master? Qin Qinyuan looked at Long Ju with a look of doubt and reluctance. I don't know. I can't tell. After a long silence, Long Ju shook his head, his face grim. But I think the Yin family must be hiding a special poison. As a pharmacist, they naturally knew not only how to concoct medicines, but also how to create poisons. Poisons were the foundation of a pharmacist's survival in the wild. However, Ordinary pharmacists only knew a few publicly available poisons with known antidotes. As long as they had the money and kept the antidotes in their space lock, those poisons wouldn't pose a threat. The most feared were those undisclosed poisons. While the heart of Tianlon could cure all poisons, the antidote took time to develop. Even with the heart of Tianlon, they would still be utterly defeated against a deadly poison. But as a family capable of developing the dawn of war, wouldn't the Yin family be able to easily create a few unknown poisons? Brother Chen, what should we do then? Jiang Yinchuan sounded helpless, as if Yin Zimu himself was a formidable opponent. A poison master? Using potions to trick a poison master would be a complete blunder, and he would surely expose them. Even if the childbearing guanine was used unilaterally, there's a 50% chance of success. If Yin Zimu couldn't succeed, there was a risk, so MONI was the natural target. Qin Qinyuan calmed down. He wasn't sure if he was a poison master. Even if Yin Zimu had poison on him, so what? He didn't believe he dared to use it openly. I understand. Long Ju understood. That kind of thing requires two people. If one can't pull it off, the other can take over. I don't think the success rate is high. What if Yin Zimu doesn't touch her while awake? Jiang Yunchuan flatly denied it. He believed that a man wouldn't touch anyone else if he had a woman he loved. And MONI's fighting power was completely disproportionate to Yin Zimu's. If Yin Zimu didn't want to, MONI wouldn't be able to touch even a corner of his clothes. Seeing the two men lost in thought, Jiang Yunchuan silently added, "How about crippling him and throwing him into the room?" As soon as he said that, Qin Qinyuan and Long Ju glared at him. Okay, I was just kidding. Jiang Yinchuan rubbed his nose sheepishly. He really just thought their suggestion of drugging MONI was unreliable. Chapter 478. Because Jiang Yinchuan's question was indeed a problem, the three of them fell silent for a moment. Continuing his usual thoughtful gesture, Qin Qinyuan's index finger tapped the tabletop rhythmically. After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile spread across his face. Any idea? Seeing Qin Qinyuan's sinister, venomous smile, Long Ju suddenly realized he had come up with a plan. Wine isn't a potion. Qin Qinyuan grinned like a fox. Get him drunk. He clapped his hands with a clenched fist, and Jiang Yinchuan suddenly understood. After understanding this, Jiang Yinchuan's expression was slightly puzzled. Alcohol can be a real boon sometimes. He could be said to have relied on it to rise to power. If Su Tang hadn't been drunk, how would he have stood a chance? Does anyone know how much he can drink? Have you ever challenged him? Thinking of a solution, Qin Qinyuan's smile spread throughout his face, and he glanced at the two of them with an inquiring look. No, I'm not familiar with him. Jiang Yinchuan shook his head. The age difference between him and Yin Zimu was so great that they were not even from the same generation, not to mention that they were not from the same department. Their only contact was at Hongguang Star. The thought of that time filled Jiang Yinchuan with hatred. Yin Zimu had actually put his arm around his wife's waist right in front of him. There were even intimate photos of him online. His wife had even publicly admitted that he was her boyfriend. Suppressing his resentment, Jiang Yinchuan looked at Long Ju. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan was also looking at him intently. Meeting their gazes, Long Ju shook his head with a hint of injustice. He didn't really know. Although the Long and Yin families had been from the same department, and although they had spent a long time together in the 14th Legion, he had no idea what their relationship was. Although the original owner of this body was a bit of a philanderer and lacked strength, he got along well with the soldiers in the army, with the exception of Yin Zimu. Yin Zimu didn't show it overtly, but after reading the original owner's memories, he knew that Yin Zimu harbored hostility towards him, though he didn't know why they hadn't fallen out. However, after carefully searching the original owner's memories, he couldn't find any evidence of his having offended him. Noticing that the two men were still staring at him, Long Ju spoke somewhat helplessly. When he was at the army base, Yin Zimu rarely drank. Even when he achieved military merit, he only took a few sips to celebrate, so it's hard to tell how much he drank. Does he smoke? Jiang Yinchuan suddenly strayed off topic. Could he be the kind of good man who doesn't drink, smoke, or gamble? Cough. Qin Qinyuan coughed heavily. Just ignore me and keep going. Jiang Yinchuan waved his hand awkwardly. Could it be that he's just not drinking because he can't drink? Long Ju felt that a man who didn't drink and eat meat generously wasn't truly a man. Perhaps Yin Zimu's alcohol tolerance was so poor that he wasn't drinking, and he was afraid of making a fool of himself after getting drunk. That shouldn't matter. Anyway, the three of us will take turns getting him drunk that day. Qin Qinyuan waved his hand, deciding to proceed. If none of us can get him drunk, then we won't have to face the world anymore. That's true, Long Ju agreed with a rare acknowledgement. If he really couldn't be drunk even in a 3-on-1 situation, he really wouldn't have to leave the house anymore. Just be provocative when the time comes, and don't give him a chance to use his hangover remedy. Finally, the plan for taking Yen Zimu down was perfectly worked out. The next steps, naturally, involved drugging Moni, getting Yen Zimu over, and even how to draw people in to watch. Each step was meticulously planned, as serious as planning a battle. Finally, a plot against Yen Zimu was perfectly orchestrated. Okay, let's do it. Any other questions? The plan had already been worked out, and Qin Qinyuan was clearly in high spirits. He'd be annoyed if he saw a fly constantly stalking his wife. Jiang Yunchuan shook his head, clearly convinced that such a meticulous plan was sound. Long Ju also shook his head, only to nod a second later. What about Lu Jinyu? In Long Ju's opinion, Lu Jinyu was actually the more threatening. As for Yen Zimu, he would still consider the overall situation and not openly attack them. After all, he had his family to consider. At most, he would resort to petty schemes and tactics like them. But Lu Jinyu was a different story. He might just come charging at them without a care in the world. They seemed no match for him. How much do you know about Lu Jinyu's strength? Qin Qinyuan's smile froze, and his heart sank. Lu Jinyu was indeed a problem. My wife said. Jiang Yunchuan honestly relayed Su Tang's description of Lu Jinyu's strength to Qin Qinyuan. The more Qin Qinyuan listened, the darker his expression grew. 9 Netherworld? Stone-patterned butterfly? An unknown and powerful star beast. When I was 34, my grandfather said this before he left for the Luoho star system, Qin Qinyuan said slowly after Jiang Yunchuan finished. His tone was heavy, his eyes filled with sadness, yet he looked through them, as if lost in a memory. He said, if I die in battle there, then in exchange for a certain amount of military power, ask the Lu family to intervene. What happened to the Qin family when Qin Qinyuan was 34 was, of course, well known. Qin Qinyuan had strangled that star beast with a level 9 energy stone and a level 9 energy cannon. The Lu family can deal with a star beast that can only be strangled with a level 9 energy cannon. Does this mean that the unknown star beast must also be dealt with a level 9 energy cannon? Jiang Yunchuan's face darkened. Thinking of Qin Qinyuan's plight, he couldn't help but want to offer some comfort, but he didn't know what to say. Brother Chen, this? He hesitated, and Jiang Yunchuan didn't know how to comfort him. It's okay. It's been so many years, and I don't care anymore. Qin Qinyuan waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care and didn't need to comfort him. Although Long Ju felt heavy-hearted, he had anticipated the power of this star beast. After all, immortal-level star beasts weren't easy to deal with. But with the energy source. I think with our current energy source, we can still handle it. After calming himself, Long Ju spoke, then looked at Qin Qinyuan. What he meant was that he should strike first and destroy Lu Jinyu with a few level 9 energy cannons. Long Ju always believed that any threat must be eliminated. If it couldn't be done quietly, then he would have to endure it for the time being, just like Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yunchuan were doing now. But he knew they didn't dare eliminate him now without a foolproof plan. After all, his wife was watching. If Qin Qinyuan eliminated him, he would be giving his wife to Jiang Yunchuan, and vice versa. They wouldn't take that risk. Of course, they couldn't rule out joining forces to deal with him, as the saying goes. The two of them naturally had the upper hand in his wife's eyes. But this issue could be considered after the others were dealt with. After all, Lu Jinyu posed a greater threat right now. If the three of them had acted together to kill Lu Jinyu, then the law would have allowed them to avoid collective punishment. Even if they couldn't pin the blame entirely on Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang wouldn't have sentenced them to death. Thinking this way, Long Ju decided to kill Lu Jinyu first. As for Jiang Yunchuan and Qin Qinyuan, he had the water mirror, so they weren't at the upper hand in terms of fighting power. Want to kill him? They didn't have the ability. Chapter 479. It was obviously impossible for him to find a woman to eliminate Lu Jinyu, and his presence could threaten their lives. He who strikes first is strong, and he who strikes later will suffer. Qin Qinyuan nodded knowingly at Long Ju. He knew that Long Ju was also ruthless, and should not be underestimated. And now, they were thinking the same thing. Do you know what the three Lu families have been up to lately? Qin Qinyuan, who also wanted to eliminate the threat by killing Lu Jinyu, didn't act pretentiously and prepared to analyze the situation and find a specific way to deal with him. Jiang Yunchuan was a little bewildered. Jiang Yi had just turned 200, still in his prime. Relatively speaking, he was considered young among the veterans in the military, and he could handle military affairs single-handedly. He was Jiang Yi's only son, so he didn't have to fight over the succession. Therefore, Jiang Yunchuan didn't have much to worry about. He could just be the second in command of the family. He had never paid much attention to the military situation. I know the majority of their forces have gone to the Black Crow Galaxy. It's a big move, but I don't know the details. Long Ju's dark eyes stared directly at Zhenqin Qinyuan, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Though he had paid attention to this matter, he hadn't questioned Long Howren in detail. With his current abilities, he could only gather that they had gone to the Black Crow Galaxy. As for their purpose there, he had no idea. Perhaps they discovered a rare metal mine or a precious treasure, and then sent a large force there to wipe out the ferocious star beasts that were in the area. I see. Their forces are currently concentrated, so there really isn't much of a chance. Before Qin Qinyuan could speak, Long Ju froze, his face filled with helplessness. Thinking about the movements of the three Lu faction's forces, Long Ju naturally misunderstood. He thought Qin Qinyuan was reminding him that Lu Jinyu currently had a large force in the Black Crow Galaxy, making it difficult to find an opportunity to strike. No, I mean quite the opposite. The opportunities are much greater right now. Qin Qinyuan shook his finger with a playful smile. Huh? Long Ju asked puzzledly. What do you mean? Jiang Yunchuan asked, also bewildered. They all went to the Black Triangle Galaxy. Qin Qinyuan calmly dropped the bombshell. I have secret agents in the Black Triangle Galaxy. According to recent reports, the Black Triangle Galaxy is in chaos. I suspect that the Black Ink District, a force that emerged decades ago, is connected to the three Lu factions. War has broken out in the Black Triangle Galaxy. Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju were both shocked. The war had already begun, and they were still completely unaware of it. It's not a war, Qin Qinyuan shook his head. The secret agents mean the Black Ink District and the Black Sha District are collaborating to seize the Black Lightning District's territory. Currently, the Black Lightning District is losing ground, having already lost most of its territory. If he hadn't seen the Lu faction's dramatic actions, he wouldn't have guessed anything. He would have simply assumed it was a territorial grab between major factions. But the Black Lightning District's defeat was so swift that it was unbelievable and somewhat illogical. Do you suspect the Lu faction is behind this? Long Ju, now fully understanding, voice tinged with shock. They want to recapture the Black Triangle Galaxy. Recovering the galaxy and expanding their territory. What a magnificent feat. Of course, success would bring enormous benefits. They would gain 500 years of garrison and development rights. This effectively meant that the Black Triangle Galaxy would be their private domain for those 500 years, but they could use the Federation soldiers to develop it, and all the benefits, save for a small amount of tax revenue, would go directly into their own pockets. Jiang Yunchuan took a deep breath after understanding what was going on. The three Lu clans had such immense ambition and courage. That's not the point. Seeing the two clearly shocked, Qin Qinyuan spoke up. The point is, the Black Triangle Galaxy is in such chaos right now, and Lu Jinyu is also responsible for the Black Crow Galaxy. He's definitely exhausted from running back and forth between the two systems. I believe he must have already eliminated the threats in the Black Crow Galaxy. The Black Crow Galaxy is now a safe rear base for him, and his forces must be depleted. As long as we ambush him on the way back from the Black Triangle Galaxy, find him, and then... Qin Qinyuan made a swift, slashing motion, then added, a battlefield is always dangerous. Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan realized simultaneously. What about the battlefield? The battlefield. Someone died, who knows how? But how? Lu Jinyu isn't so easy to deal with. Long Ju's tone was heavy. He lowered his head in thought for 3 seconds, then suddenly looked up, a look of astonishment on his face. He pointed his finger at Qin Qinyuan, his voice trembling slightly. You treason? What are you thinking? Qin Qinyuan was stunned. Treason? He, Qin Qinyuan, would commit treason? After regaining his composure, Qin Qinyuan rubbed his nose awkwardly. Well, killing Lu Jinyu is indeed treason. He had actually forgotten that killing a general officer for no reason is indeed treason. TSK, you almost killed me back then. Jiang Yunchuan looked at Long Ju with disdain, his face filled with anger. Killing him was also treason. He was so ruthless back then, and now he's accusing others of treason? He makes himself seem so pure. No, I'm not talking about killing him. Rather, aren't you trying to help the Black Lightning District leak this information to them, and then use them against Lu Jinyu? Realizing he'd been misunderstood, Long Ju immediately explained his thinking. He'd been thinking about Qin Qinyuan secretly contacting the Black Lightning District to deal with Lu Jinyu. But wouldn't it be inappropriate to ally with the Black Lightning District? That would be jeopardizing national interests. Of course not. Do you think I'm you? Your IQ is so low. Qin Qinyuan's face was filled with disdain. Only he have to be crazy to help the Black Lightning District. Just say it, no personal attacks. Long Ju slammed the table, his face etched with anger. He absolutely refused to admit Qin Qinyuan's intelligence. He was a sinister man, full of schemes and intrigues. Brother Chen, what are your plans? Without even glancing at Long Ju, Jiang Yinchuan humbly asked Qin Qinyuan for advice. I mean, assassinate him. With enough energy to do it, Qin Qinyuan said calmly, his words effortlessly and simply. Well, after all that nonsense, aren't you just planning to hire an assassin to kill him? Long Ju was speechless. After all that nonsense, he thought Qin Qinyuan had some clever idea, but it turned out to be the most cliché assassination. Could it be even more cliché? How do we get to the battleship? How can we assassinate him without a battleship? Didn't you say his star beasts can only be killed with a level 9 energy cannon? Long Ju's face was filled with disapproval. It would be incredibly difficult for an unknown battleship to enter a system undetected. It's an assassination, so of course we have to catch him off guard. How can we give him time to recruit star beasts? And we don't have to use a battleship. Jiang Yunchuan gave Long Ju a look of disdain. Assassinate him? Take him off guard? Long Ju chuckled dryly. With Lu Jinyu's star beasts, how could he be assassinated? How could Lu Jinyu be killed so easily? If it were that easy, he wouldn't have to worry. Chapter 480. We can use the CS7 mecha. Glancing at Long Ju, Qin Qinyuan smiled faintly. Stone-patterned butterflies, aren't they most vulnerable to flame weapons? Long Ju glanced at Qin Qinyuan quietly, lowered his head, and rested his chin on his hand, pondering the feasibility of this. The CS7 is a heavy-duty mecha, a mobile artillery platform, typically requiring 1 to 5 mecha operators. Its fuselage has an enormous load-bearing capacity, and can be equipped with flame shields and even the most advanced level 9 energy cannons. Brother Chen, where can we find a CS7 equipped with such advanced equipment? Jiang Yinchuan asked, somewhat puzzled. Although the CS7 can be equipped with a level 9 energy cannon, none of the military's CS7s are equipped with one. Like other mechas, it can only be equipped with 3 energy stones. Using a level 9 energy stone for a mecha? You're kidding. Even warships don't have the luxury of level 9 energy stones. The military's CS7s are essentially either mobile turrets loaded with level 3, 4, and 5 energy cannons, or mobile turtles equipped with various large shields. Go buy them at Shenyang. Don't they claim to have something you can't imagine? With the money, you can get a CS7 equipped with level 9 energy cannons, level 8 energy cannons, and flame shields. Qin Qinyuan said casually. While he could use his authority to build such a CS7, his efforts would undoubtedly be exposed. Contacting Shenyang anonymously would make it difficult to investigate. Let me be clear, I have no money. Long Ju raised his hand weakly. As Zhuotianyu, he was broke, having spent all his money on energy stones. As Long Ju, he was even poorer. His current salary was only 1.5 million yuan a year, and that was after his promotion after killing the Cloud Poison Demon. So he had no savings. Don't we have 2 level 10 energy stones as a betrothal gift? If you don't have the money, just sell one. Qin Qinyuan glanced at him, his tone thick with mockery. Dream on. How could I possibly sell my wife's betrothal gift? This clearly irritated Long Ju again. Then sell everything you have. Qin Qinyuan's tone was undeniable, and then he began to analyze calmly. A CS7 equipped with a level 9 energy cannon would cost at least 10 billion. Each person should contribute 3.4 billion. At least one level 9 energy cannon is needed to deal with Lu Jinyu, so each person should prepare a level 8 energy stone of quality 5. Level 8 energy stone, quality 5. Jiang Yinchuan's face changed slightly, and he explained in surprise. Money was no problem, but where would he find the energy stones? Although he had 2 level 10 energy stones given by his wife, they couldn't be separated, and the highest grade energy stone he had was only a level 7 energy stone. Is there a problem? Qin Qinyuan glanced at Jiang Yinchuan, seeming to sense Jiang Yinchuan's embarrassment. He sighed, if you really don't have any, go ask your wife for one. Of course, find a good excuse, so it doesn't get revealed. No one else, but the 3 of us can know about this. I understand. Jiang Yinchuan sighed helplessly. This meant he couldn't ask his father for it, or the news might leak. So he had to shamelessly ask his wife for one. Although he wasn't too shameless, it still made him look like a gigolo. What about you? Seeing that Jiang Yinchuan understood, Qin Qinyuan looked at Long Ju with the same seriousness and sharpness. I understand, too. I find a way to get the money. Long Ju naturally understood Qin Qinyuan's concerns. For something like murder and arson, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. As for the 5th grade, 8th level energy stone, Su Tang had given it to him, but he hadn't used it much. As for the money, his damn father had left him some valuables, so he could probably make up the difference by selling a few. So who should we send? With those questions resolved, Long Ju couldn't help but ask again. The assassination weapon was ready, the CS7, naturally. The energy source was naturally 3 level 8 energy stones, which should be more than enough. So, the only thing left was the assassin, which seemed like a tricky problem. Lu Jinyu had killed so many people in the Black Crow Galaxy, so he must have some enemies, right? Let's create 3 of them. Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow, and stated his plan. Huh? Long Ju was still a little puzzled. Use amnesiac assassins, and give them the identities of our enemies. Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes, his determination to succeed. Their assassination of Lu Jinyu would have serious consequences, not to mention the consequences if his wife discovered it. Even if the rest of the military learned of it, it would cause significant trouble. After all, Lu Jinyu was the commander of the 9th Legion, a general-level officer, and could not be easily touched. Using amnesiac assassins would leave no evidence. They were disposable weapons. They are clones created through technological means. A chip is implanted at birth, and they undergo continuous daily training. Once a command is transmitted into the chip, they will execute it. This is their only mission in their lifetime. Regardless of success or failure, the ultimate outcome is death. They possess no emotions, no memories, and don't even know who issued the command. They simply follow the command on the chip, which triggers a small self-destruct device hidden within. Of course, if the mission fails, they will also self-destruct. Even if they fail to commit suicide, no information can be found on them, and no information will be leaked. Although the Federation deems the training of such assassins inhumane and explicitly prohibits it, large families always retain some for shady purposes. I see. Although Long Ju felt that the assassination method might not have a high success rate, it could indeed test Lu Jinyu's strength. As long as it was done properly, and they couldn't be traced, it would be fine. But Long Ju was helpless again. I don't have any such disposable assassins under my command. Seeing Qin Qinyuan glare at him with dissatisfaction, Long Ju chuckled. It's no use looking at me again. I really don't have any. They're all in the hands of the old man. Brother Chun, I don't have any either. Jiang Yinchuan was embarrassed, his face flushing slightly. Well, I don't even know if my father has trained such assassins. Gosh. These two are indeed incompetent. Realizing that the 2 men might not have such assassins under their command, Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction, and then suddenly smiled. Long Ju's heart skipped a beat. A sinister smile. What new trick was this? The next second, Qin Qinyuan's voice rang out with a hint of inexplicable excitement. Tonight, you 2 will disappear for the night. Then I provide the 3 assassins. No! While Jiang Yinchuan hesitated, his face darkening, Long Ju leaped to his feet in protest without hesitation. Disappear? Leave him alone? What could a man and a woman do? How could he let him succeed? Then go get an assassin. Qin Qinyuan glared at him disapprovingly. He hadn't been intimate with his wife in days. I asked Long Howren for it. Long Ju gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Dream on about spending time alone with his wife. No, not even dreaming about his wife. Don't let anyone else know. Qin Qinyuan's voice was calm, but his eyes were filled with menace. I don't care, I just can't. You? Chapter 481. Su Tang, still on Skynet, naturally had no idea that the 3 people who had logged off earlier were actually plotting to frame Yan Zimu and eliminate Lu Jinyu. Seeing that time was almost up, Su Tang yawned and logged off. Opening her eyes, and opening the nutrient tank lid, Su Tang's expression froze, and her foot, about to step out, paused slightly. A 4S mental power, huh? It's Yan Zimu. After a second of stunned silence, Su Tang came to her senses, and stepped out of the nutrient tank naturally as usual. She was now displaying SS mental power, which theoretically couldn't detect Yan Zimu's mental power. But she was still wearing her special uniform. She needed to take a shower. Su Tang was frantic. Should she just pretend she didn't notice, and go take a shower? Or use her mental power to warn him? Before Su Tang could even hesitate for a second to decide what to do, the light computer in her hand began to buzz. Although the number was unfamiliar, Su Tang knew it was him from the way Yin Zima looked down at his laptop inside the warship outside. Why was he calling her? Hadn't we already made it clear? After just a second of thought, Su Tang decided to ignore him and go find Qin Qinyuan to warn him. While refusing to connect, she mentally searched for Qin Qinyuan. Did he leave? The starship was silent and deserted. Of course, there were a few special rooms she couldn't see. Scanning the entire starship, Su Tang was dismayed to find that none of the three men were there. Damn, men are truly unreliable in crucial moments. Su Yanlai, do you know where they went? Unable to find anyone, Su Tang turned to the only spectator present. I went to shower and change clothes, and then I don't know what happened next. Su Yanlai raised his big head and glanced lazily at Su Tang before returning to sleep. Before Su Tang could wonder where the three had gone, Yin Zimu's communication began to ring again, and at the same time, a telepathic voice reached her mind. Tang Tang, give me a chance to explain. Don't sentence me to death so quickly. I know I'm wrong, but I can explain. Please give me another chance, please. Yin Zimu's voice was filled with pleading, filled with pain, self-blame, and regret. Under his telepathic gaze, Yin Zimu's face was pale, his expression anxious, and his eyes pleading in her direction. She knew he was observing her with his telepathic power, but Yin Zimu's entire person exuded a desolate air, as if filled with deep despair. She made him despair? Su Tang was slightly stunned, confused by Yin Zimu's current attitude. It was clearly him who dumped her. Su Tang was momentarily confused. It was clearly his choice, clearly him thinking she was fickle and choosing Moni. Even though she said she didn't care, she still cared about Yin Zimu's engagement to Moni. It was like a thorn stuck in the skin. Even after it's been removed, the wound remains. Every time she sees it, she remembers the sharp pain. No woman could accept her boyfriend being engaged to another woman without a word. Withdrawing her mental focus from Yin Zimu, Su Tang hesitated for a few seconds. An explanation? She had once tried to contact him through Long Ju to explain the current situation, but he didn't want to see her at all. Now, he was acting like she was guilty of something heinous. Why? Suppressing the complexities in her heart, Su Tang calmly answered the call. If Yin Zima felt there was something he hadn't explained clearly last time, then he should clarify it all at once this time. Marshal Yin, although you are a marshal, please respect your privacy. Su Tang lashed out with discontent as the call went through. Although she found Yin Zimu's attitude strange and wondered what he was trying to explain, using his mental power to spy on her was indeed excessive. The federal constitution prohibits the use of mental power to infringe on the privacy of others in densely populated areas, like cities. Tang Tang my. Yin Zima choked up at the sight of Su Tang answering his call, and lowered his head in bewilderment. He suddenly felt a little timid. What if she didn't believe him? What if it ended in the death penalty? What if she already had someone else and didn't want him anymore? I'm busy. If you need anything, please keep it short. Su Tang stared at Yin Zimu on the screen, her face calm, as if he were a stranger. Her tone was cold and distant. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Can we start over? Yin Zimu suddenly looked up and spoke cautiously, his distinct black and white eyes filled with pleading and hope. Su Tang suddenly felt like this guy had lost his mind. Why should she be allowed to be summoned and dismissed at his will? He was the one who dumped her, and now he's found out that Miss Moni's temper is unbearable and wants to return. No way. Although this ex-boyfriend begging for forgiveness scene is cheesy and shocking, it feels really good. Su Tang suddenly thought of something with a haughty air. You told me to get out, and I did. Now you're asking me to come back. Sorry, get lost. But should I forgive him? Of course not. We're starting over. There's a saying online, an ex-boyfriend is a piece of shit. After a long time apart, he's dried up and blackened, looking like a piece of chocolate. You can't help but pick it up and taste it, but it's still a piece of shit. Shaking her head, tossing these chaotic thoughts out of her mind, Su Tang said sternly, Don't you think I'm fickle? Don't you look down on women like me? Didn't we make it clear back at Yuhaixing? We've broken up. No, I never thought that way. No, Tang Tang, it's not like that. It really wasn't like that. I didn't know. I really didn't know back then. Yin Zima shook his head, a bit bewildered, his expression pained. Somehow, seeing Yin Zima's expression at that moment, Su Tang's heart tightened slightly, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She had truly loved Yin Zima from the beginning. When he bravely shielded her from all attacks, she had already begun to trust him. It was like that cheesy yet classic scene. The hero saves the beauty, unable to repay her, only to pledge her love. Back then, she truly believed that if Yin Zima remained unchanged, they could spend their entire lives together. Alas, he had changed. Su Tang lowered her eyes, no longer looking directly at Yin Zimu on the screen, and bit her lip. She softened her heart the moment her ex-boyfriend turned around. Damn it, she couldn't be so mean. Thinking that Yin Zimu was already engaged, Su Tang immediately threw away any trace of pity in her heart. A married man still trying to win back his ex-girlfriend. What a scumbag. So what's going on? You're not going to say someone's impersonating you, or that you lost your memory? Su Tang's face hardened, a hint of sarcasm on her face. Not what she thought? Then who was that person who mocked her and accused her of hooking up with Long Ju and trying to seduce Lu Qingyang and Jiang Yunchuan? Chapter 482. On the other end of the video, Yin Zimu felt a chill in his heart. Yes, after he said those words, she must have been disappointed in him. When he returned, he was engaged to someone else. He was engaged to someone else. Yin Zimu suddenly remembered that time, when Long Ju had suddenly come to him, claiming to have news about her. But what had he been thinking then? He'd been thinking, this adulterous couple are hooking up again. He understood now. Was he trying to find him through Long Ju? But what had he said? Long Ju must have told her all that, so he deserved it. I'm sorry. Yin Zimu suppressed the immense bitterness and pain in his heart. He bowed to Su Tang with a standard, regretful look, then stood up and looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Give me a chance to explain. If you still refuse to forgive me after hearing this, then... It was as if a large hand was strangling his throat. The words, then I won't bother you anymore, Yin Zimu couldn't utter. If Su Tang truly refused to forgive him, could he simply turn around and sever all ties with the past, then silently bless her in a corner where she couldn't see him? Could he? Even though Yin Zimu hadn't finished, Su Tang understood. If she didn't forgive him, he wouldn't appear again. Okay, go ahead. I still have time. Su Tang's tone was calm, emotionless. Although she had made up her mind not to believe anything he said, and not to forgive him no matter how he explained, she feared Yin Zimu wouldn't give up until he finished. So, she decided to end things completely. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and when she opened them again, Yin Zimu's gaze was filled with determination and sincerity. I know this may sound strange, but please believe me. Every word I say next is true. I swear on my name as a soldier and my status as a marshal. Well, go ahead. Seeing Yin Zimu's increasingly cautious and serious expression, Su Tang suddenly hesitated. Having spent some time in the military academy, she naturally knew that being a soldier was the greatest source of pride. In this era, a soldier swearing an oath in the name of a soldier essentially meant the same thing as seen in martial arts novels. If you break it, you be struck by lightning and die a miserable death. So Yin Zimu's next words must be true, so she decided to listen carefully to what he had to say. That time, I left the family. You said you come back in 10 years, so I chose to go to the border. Yin Zimu's words were filled with deep regret. Why had he left? Why had he left her alone? Why didn't he stay and look for her? Suppressing the immense remorse in his heart, Yin Zimu continued, You know, I have memories of my past life. There's a dawn in the border, an opportunity to enhance my spiritual power. Dawn! Enhance spiritual power? Su Tang was stunned, unable to recover. She knew what the Federation's border referred to. It was an extremely unstable area, rarely visited. And Yin Zimu had even told her the origins of the dawn. Although she knew Yin Zimu was of the so-called ethereal bloodline Su Xiaobai had mentioned, Yin Zimu had only mentioned a possible future for him and the original owner. As for the rest, she had no idea. While Su Tang was still wondering what had happened to Yin Zimu in his previous life in the border region, he suddenly called out mournfully, Tang Tang. Yin Zimu was now filled with regret. If he hadn't gone to the border region, he wouldn't have encountered the Wuwang demon. If he hadn't gone, how much better it would have been. And then, coming to her senses and collecting her thoughts, Su Tang suddenly felt a little convinced. Su Xiaobai said the Void Clan's prophecies were powerful and infallible. If Dawn was truly created by Yin Zimu based on his foreseen future, then his words were highly plausible. But did they have anything to do with him dumping her? Did they? Then I encountered the Wuwang demon, and it ate the 2 energy stones you gave me. Yin Zimu's face was filled with bitterness. To prevent me from hunting it, it erased my memory. I don't remember ever being on Hongwang Star. I don't remember our past. I only remember Su Tang from my previous life. After saying this, Yin Zimu looked at Su Tang with a bitter, somewhat forlorn expression. Would she believe him? Su Tang was stunned again. Amnesia. Such a cheesy excuse. Wuwang demon? What the hell? He's telling the truth. Su Xiaobai, who had been secretly listening to the show, couldn't help but blurt out. What did you say? Su Tang was puzzled by Su Xiaobai's sudden interruption. The military's records show that there is indeed such a demon that can eat people's memories. In the world of cultivation, there is also such a spirit beast that can make people forget some things. So I think what he said is true. Su Xiaobai gave the conclusion in a deep tone. What it didn't say was that Yan Zimu's situation was very consistent with defying the will of heaven and changing his fate, and then encountering the calamity created by the spontaneous correction of heaven. This also means that Su Tang's original destined person was not him. After hearing Su Xiaobai's confirmation, Su Tang felt a wave of confusion and a slight sting in her heart. Is this true? I know I said such hurtful things, but I really didn't mean to. I thought you were still the same Su Tang. I really wasn't. Yan Zimu, his eyes filled with sorrow, stared at Su Tang intently. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone to the border. I shouldn't have gone there. Yan Zimu suddenly lost his composure and leaned against the wall, his head in his hands in pain. Some things, once they happened, are irreversible, no matter how much he regrets them. Does he only remember the original owner, Su Tang? Has he completely forgotten her? Is that why he said those things? Is that why he got engaged to Moni for military status? After finally believing everything he said was true, Su Tang felt a sudden pang of pain as she watched Yan Zimu, his face in agony, his head in his hands, his body trembling slightly. After leaving the Yan family, Yan Zimu chose to go to the borderlands. She naturally knew why. For the dawn, for a glorious return, for supreme power. And was this ultimately so he could protect her? The girl who had lost her father, left her family, and wandered from place to place? Su Tang's ears suddenly rang with a song from the game she had played. I come back. With splendor. You're still here. I be with you forever. Wait for my return. I make a clean break with wandering. You're still here. We never be apart. Yan Zimu had returned, with splendor. She was still here, but unfortunately, the ending wasn't a lifelong companionship, but rather that he had forgotten. For some reason, Su Tang remembered Fairy Zishaw's words again. I guess the beginning, but not the end. I believe you. Looking up, suppressing the bitterness in her eyes, Su Tang looked at Yan Zimu sincerely, and then suddenly laughed. She couldn't tell if it was out of joy, sadness, or even irony, but she just laughed instinctively. I forgive you. Tang Tang. Yan Zimu suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing through the screen at Su Tang, ecstatic, excited, and with a radiance so intense it was impossible to look directly at her. Has she forgiven him? She believes in him. She truly forgives him. I pick you up. Yan Zimu took a step forward. She forgave him, so naturally he had to go get her. You're already engaged. Hearing Yan Zimu's words, and seeing his actions, Su Tang's brows furrowed slightly. Pick her up? Was this a misunderstanding? It can be cancelled. Yan Zimu was stunned, then spoke with a hint of urgency. He had never considered marrying Moni. No need to cancel it. Su Tang shook her head calmly. Marriage was no joke. No one had forced them to get engaged, so an engagement was an engagement. Besides, I already have someone else. Like a bucket of cold water in the cold of December, Yan Zimu's words froze him to the spot. All his senses left him, as if he had lost track of where he was, his mind a blank. After a long time, her senses gradually returned. Her head was spinning, and a sweet feeling welled up in her chest. She held onto the wall for a long moment before the dizzying discomfort gradually faded. She's got someone else. She said she's got someone else. Seeing Yan Zimu silently leaning against the wall, unsure of what to think, Su Tang sighed. She had given him those 2 high-level energy stones because she truly loved him. She had simply wanted to give him a bit of security, but it had become the culprit that caused him to forget her. Shouldn't she have given him those 2 energy stones? Or should he have fought for the power to protect her? Who could she blame? Only fate. Or perhaps this was just the saying, it's not meant to be. This time, let's finally break it off completely. If it's missed, it's missed. No one in this world can't survive without the other. Now that things are clear, after a while of sadness, we can start another relationship. One day in the future, he find a girl who loves him wholeheartedly. It might be Moni, or it might be someone else, but it won't be her. She already has someone else, her heart divided, so she can't love him anymore. Since we each made our own choices, let it be. Take care of each other and be happy. Su Tang's voice was like clouds on the horizon. Yan Zimu felt it was so ethereal and unreal, yet every word reached his ears clearly, like a knife cutting deep into his heart, leaving him bleeding. He leaned against the wall for a long time, unsure of what to say. He didn't even notice when Su Tang hung up the phone. He only knew. She said they were happy together. So was she happy already? And where could he find happiness without her? Chapter 483. After hanging up the phone, Su Tang leaned against the nutrient tank. After sensing that Yen Zima's mental detection had vanished, Su Tang, seemingly without the strength to support herself, crouched down, burying her head in her arms, her body trembling. Don't you care at all? Is he really that carefree? Her aching heart told her that she did care. He's lost his memory. He's lost his memory. What a cheesy yet classic plot. To think such a rotten plot would happen to her. Isn't she blessed with good fortune? Why is she so unlucky? Tell me, why did he get to see the future, but it wasn't as perfect as he hoped? After crying for a while, and venting her emotions, Su Tang suddenly felt an urge to find someone to talk to. Naturally, Su Xiaobai was the best choice, even though he wasn't human. And Su Xiaobai immediately understood that he was Yen Zimu. Because the laws of nature cannot be violated, many things are predestined by the heavens. Going against the will of nature always comes with a price. Su Xiaobai's tone was marked by a sense of vicissitudes that contrasted sharply with his voice. The Void Spirit clan defies fate, but every time they change, fate corrects itself. Only by constantly foreseeing and adapting can they embark on the perfect life they desire. However, the true divine Void Spirit clan has been destroyed, and Yen Zima likely only possesses a tiny bloodline, so he's unable to cope with the so-called automatic corrections of the laws of nature. Tisk, it's just like the world of cultivation. Su Tang found Su Xiaobai's words a bit confusing. The concept of destiny and the laws of nature weren't exclusive to the cultivation world. This is a technological realm, but there are still certain laws of nature. It's just that the constraints of the laws of nature here aren't strong, but there are still a few. Well, if there weren't the constraints of the laws of nature, my mental power wouldn't be at level 5S by now. But what exactly is the laws of nature, and who controls fate? These are very complex matters. Only by truly becoming a divine lord, standing at that pinnacle, can one see through all illusions and lift away the clouds that obscure one's vision. Come on, stop showing off your knowledge here. Su Tang suddenly shuddered, shaking off the goosebumps on her body. Talking to a mere mortal like her about this? Great God, you think too highly of me. I just think that even if I could foresee the future and still have regrets, what's the point? It's better not to know. Su Tang sighed softly. In fact, if Yen Zima couldn't remember, or hadn't foreseen the future, wouldn't he be less upset now? Of course it would. While the details may differ, the inevitable events won't change. Foreseeing the future can avert many inevitable major harms and threats. Su Xiaobai retorted unhappily. Major threats? What could there be? Su Tang said disapprovingly, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence, her mouth still slightly open, forgetting to close. As if she had experienced some profound shock, her expression momentarily filled with astonishment and panic. No, Yen Zimu said, there's another massive star beast that destroyed countless galaxies in the Federation in the future. Oh my God. She actually forgot such a momentous event. Su Tang suddenly stood up and rushed to the bathroom, thinking as she showered. Damn, what's the point of crying? With such a massive threat looming, she still has time to lament over this. By the way, how many years are left? How many years until that star beast appears? Su Tang tapped her head in frustration. It seemed like 20 years? I can't quite remember. But the Void Clan's prophecies are infallible, so that star beast will eventually appear. No, if that star beast appears in the future, then where is Lu Jinyu, who has the male protagonist's golden finger? Could it be cannon fodder too? No way, so powerful. Of course, how could it destroy a galaxy if it wasn't powerful? No, she needs to prepare early. Actually, there is a way, as long as... After a long pause, Su Xiaobai, who had been silent for a long time, spoke again. After hearing Su Xiaobai's so-called method for dealing with a giant star beast, Su Tang twitched her lips. What a good idea. She better not use such a good idea. It's too cowardly. After changing clothes and leaving the bathroom, Su Tang quickly drank the nutrient solution and began her daily homework. Combining energy stones. Time waits for no one, and a knife hangs over her head. Better to combine more energy stones, just in case. Meanwhile, in room C238, Jiang Yinchuan sat in silence, his expression somewhat complicated. And Qin Qinyuan and Long Ju were arguing over the issue of the 3 death warriors. For a moment, neither of them would give in. My wife should be up now. Seeing the two arguing intensify, nearly escalating into a physical confrontation, Jiang Yunchuan calmly remarked before exiting the room. As soon as he left, Jiang Yunchuan sensed Yan Zima's mental power had vanished. Within his mental field of vision, he could see his wife huddled on a sofa, clutching an energy stone, apparently fusing it. Before Jiang Yunchuan could decide whether to disturb his wife, the two arguing individuals stopped and left the room. My wife is fusing the energy stone. No one is allowed to disturb her. Qin Qinyuan made his decision after taking one look at Su Tang's fusing status. It was pointless for them to go anyway. Glancing at Long Ju, Qin Qinyuan curled his lips. I remember someone was investigating the cause of Gisha's appearance. Why are you still standing here? What's so idle? Don't worry, we investigate immediately. With his murder and arson plot temporarily over, Long Ju lowered his head, opened his laptop, and immediately sent a message to Long Howren. The gist of it was that a rival had emerged, and he was preoccupied with defending his wife, so he didn't have time to investigate the Guisha incident. Upon hearing Long Ju's message, Long Howren naturally jumped to his feet, handing the investigation over to Long Hani, who was already in charge of Shouju and Star. Long Ju could just sit back and wait for the results. By the way, we're heading back to Shomon Star, Captain Long. So, goodbye, Qin Qinyuan said, smiling, dismissing them. The celebration banquet was scheduled for 15 days later. Their Qin family Shomon Star was only a day's flight from the capital planet. While Shouju and Star was far away, there was a space jump point in between, so it only took less than a day to travel from Shouju and Star to Shomon Star. Qin Qinyuan, now free of work on Shouju and Star, naturally planned to take his wife back to the Qin family headquarters. Of course, Jiang Yunchuan would definitely go with him, but he definitely wasn't taking Long Ju with him. Going back to Shomon Star? Did my wife agree? Don't act on your own. Long Ju glared at him, unwilling to be outdone. He knew that Qin Qinyuan's arrival would make him his main opponent, a huge threat. Jiang Yunchuan was completely his lackey. Of course my wife agreed. Then, Captain Long, please go. Qin Qinyuan pointed in the direction of the deck hold, as if to chase him away if he didn't leave. Uh-huh. Long Ju stood there, sneered, and acted like he was going to leave. If his wife went to Shomon Star, he wouldn't even get to see her. Do you think he was stupid? If he delayed another 10 minutes, that old man, Long Howren, would be here. Do you think he's still the powerless with Tian Yu? Do you think you can still manipulate him? He has the martial support behind him. It won't be long before he's on equal footing with him. Chapter 484. With Lu Qingyang alone on Skynet, he was still torn. One was family loyalty, the other his own bottom line. Finally, Lu Qingyang, somewhat resignedly, decided to stay on Skynet. Unfortunately, Lu Dong made a series of desperate calls, as if he would not give up until he got out. Even after leaving Skynet, Lu Qingyang continued to dawdle. He simply couldn't bring himself to see Su Tang again. Finally, with no choice, Lu Dong relented. He offered Lu Qingyang 3 days to hold Su Tang back, and he would take care of everything else. If he could hold Su Tang back for 3 days, he would no longer mention marrying her. But if he couldn't even do that, then he had to get out of the Lu family. Get out of the Lu family. Lu Qingyang felt a surge of deep sorrow. This was the second time he had heard these words. The first time, he had obeyed. This time, he had no choice but to obey again. Fortunately, it was only for 3 days. Driving the speeder, Lu Qingyang headed towards Qin Qinyuan's location before leaving. The starship was originally hovering over the 3rd Military Academy, and soon, Lu Qingyang arrived near it. To his surprise, Yan Zima's warship was still nearby. After his doubts faded, he was left with embarrassment. Setting the speeder to automatic parking, Lu Qingyang felt a sense of embarrassment and dilemma. Why would he board Qin Qinyuan's starship? Why would he allow Su Tang to stay on Shouju and Star for 3 days? He naturally understood his grandfather's intentions. He was worried that Su Tang would be taken away and hidden by Qin Qinyuan. He was planning to come here in person. While he couldn't abduct her, he wouldn't let Qin Qinyuan trick her away either. But when she thought of what Lu Dong had said on Skynet, Lu Qingyang felt incredibly embarrassed and ashamed. He was her father. An elder. He was the person she had always called father. What would she think of him if he showed up after his grandfather had said that? What would she think of him? Lu Qingyang sat in the flying car in agony, motionless for a moment. In the room, Su Tang had been fusing energy stones for less than an hour, when the light computer in her hand began to chime with a soul-stirring sound. Although she could sense the light computer's voice, Su Tang, her mental power still capturing the silent particles within the energy stone, didn't want to respond for a moment. Thinking of the great star beast, She felt the urge to continue fusing energy stones forever. She didn't have much left now. Ugh. Having so many men was annoying, and the betrothal gifts alone were so much. As if it was wasting her time, Su Tang ignored it, and the mechanical female electronic voice rang out over and over again. Who's that? Bothering her so early in the morning. Su Tang impatiently withdrew her mental energy. Huh? Another unfamiliar number? But it wasn't Yen Zimu's number, so who was it? Could it be a wrong number? Full of questions, Su Tang answered the call, and the next second, a face as bright as a chrysanthemum popped up. Marshal Lu, hello. Calming her inner depression, Su Tang greeted him with a faint smile. She greeted him with a smile, not because she was afraid of Lu Dong, but simply because she had high moral character and good manners. One should be polite, especially to elders. Generally speaking, she was a person who respected the elderly and loved the young. Hey Xiao Tang, you're still so busy so early in the morning. You should get more rest. Lu Dong was clearly enthusiastic, his words carrying the concern and warmth of an elder towards a younger person. Hey, I told you to call me Grandpa. Why are you being so formal? No, Grandpa Lu, what do you want to talk to me about? Although she was a little uncomfortable with Lu Dong's warmth, she genuinely liked Lu Jinyu. Besides, calling someone Grandpa X or something like that wasn't considered excessive, as long as they were close friends. Su Tang didn't feel pretentious, as she already called Lu Qingyang father after all. Oh, I just wanted to ask if Qingyang's here yet? Lu Dong spoke naturally, revealing deep concern and a hint of worry. Xiao Tang, Shouju Star isn't safe yet. How can I be assured of you being there? I'm relieved to have Qingyang protecting you. Lu Qingyang's here? Hearing Lu Dong's words, Su Tang subconsciously used her mental power to search. He wasn't inside the starship. Well, he was outside. At that moment, Lu Qingyang's flying car was suspended outside the starship's deck compartment. He lowered his head, expressionless, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Did Qin Qinyuan leave him outside without opening the deck locker? Su Tang's first reaction was that Qin Qinyuan was bullying Lu Qingyang, the good guy. At that moment, Qin Qinyuan was glaring at Long Ju. Naturally, Qin Qinyuan noticed Lu Qingyang outside the starship, but he said nothing, so he pretended not to see him. Of course, if Lu Qingyang had said anything, he wouldn't have let him in. Xiao Tang, have you seen Qingyang? Su Tang remained silent, and Lu Dong grew worried. He wondered if the boy was just pretending to obey her. Yes, I saw him. He's outside. Su Tang hesitated slightly. Lu Dong's talk of protecting her was nonsense. With Xiaobao around, who else did she need? She wasn't entirely clueless about Lu Dong's plan. Lu Dong was trying to bring her and Lu Qingyang together. She didn't know why he had such thoughts even after she already stated her intention to marry Lu Jinyu, but it was clear that Lu Dong was a powerful figure in power who wouldn't tolerate any disobedience. He was even willing to threaten her to achieve his goals. As for Lu Qingyang, she could handle his threats, but what about him? Should she ask Qin Qinyuan to let him in? Given Lu Qingyang's personality, he probably wouldn't ask Qin Qinyuan for permission. Outside? Why don't you come in? Lu Dong's eyes darkened, and he thought of Qin Qinyuan. He gritted his teeth, thinking it must be that villain who was causing all this trouble. This sinister Qin Qinyuan was definitely no good. A scheming mistress? A shameless wretch pestering his granddaughter-in-law. He deserved to be dragged out and thrown into a pig cage. At this moment, Lu Dong was already aboard the Lu family's warship, en route to Shouju Star. He only wished the warship couldn't go faster. Remembering that Qin Qinyuan would never allow Qingyang on his starship, Lu Dong tried to get Su Tang to speak. With a sincere expression, he said, "Oh Xiao Tang, you know Qingyang is a thin-skinned person. Qin Qinyuan is not. If we let him in, he might stay outside forever. He's actually worried about your safety. He actually likes you very much, but he's a bit reserved and doesn't know how to express it, seriously. Hey, you don't know? Qingyang has always been very filial and never disobeys me. But look at what he did for you just now on Skynet. He almost yelled at me, so excited. How could he be like that if he didn't like you? Of course it's Grandpa's fault, Xiao Tang. You won't hold a grudge against Grandpa, will you? No. Shaking her head, Su Tang suppressed the chill in her heart. She was almost getting goosebumps. Lu Dong's behavior was like a cry of a grown-up son is no longer under his mother's control. But Lu Qingyang likes her? How could he tell? Xiao Tang, then let him into the starship and contact me. Well, with Qingyang protecting you, I feel at ease. Without waiting for Su Tang's reaction, Lu Dong hung up the line. Su Tang. Chapter 485. Rubbing her temples helplessly, Su Tang sent a telepathic message to Qin Qinyuan, asking him to open the deck hold. Although she felt a little uncomfortable with Lu Dong's behavior, Lu Qingyang was truly a good person, and she didn't want to put him in a difficult position. She knew with a flick of her toes that if Lu Qingyang couldn't get in, Lu Dong would start to embarrass him again. Although Qin Qinyuan was extremely unhappy, his wife had spoken, so he had no choice but to obey. Seeing the starship's deck hold open, Lu Qingyang was puzzled and still felt extremely torn. The deck hold was empty, so it wasn't open because someone was leaving. It was clearly for him to enter, but while Lu Qingyang was still hesitating, Lu Dong's call came through. "Qingyang, have you boarded Qin Qinyuan's starship?" Lu Dong asked directly. "I'm here." With a sigh, Lu Qingyang reluctantly parked the speeder on the deck. Grandpa would keep hitting until he achieved his goal. "Well, then go find Su Tang quickly, and then call me from her room. I need to be able to see her on the screen." Without waiting for a response, Lu Dong hung up. Lu Qingyang felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet, freezing his entire body. This is forcing him. This is forcing him to see Su Tang. Do they really have to force him like this? He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and exhaled heavily, as if the coldness within him was also being expelled. Lu Qingyang consoled himself by saying, "Just think of it as following orders for close protection. Just 3 days, just 3 days." Putting away the speeder, his face heavy, as if he had made a difficult decision, Lu Qingyang sent a message to Su Tang, "Where are you?" Inside the room, Su Tang rested her chin on her hand, listening to Su Xiaobai's report with a touch of gossip. "That old man is really mean. He had Lu Qingyang call him from your room." "Yes, it's true. Old man Lu Dong is not a good person." Su Tang nodded in agreement. "That man of yours, Qin Qinyuan, is not a good person either. He told Long Ju to get out, but Long Ju refused. The two of them almost got into a fight just now." "Yes, Qin Qinyuan is not a good person either." Su Tang nodded in agreement again. "And that Long Ju is not a good person either. He even accused Qin Qinyuan of letting Lu Qingyang in." "Yes, Long Ju is not a good person either." Su Tang agreed again. "And then what?" As both of them were 5S, Qin Qinyuan would notice whenever Su Tang used her mental power. Naturally, for the sake of their privacy, Su Tang wouldn't keep her mental power on to watch her. But she was still a little curious, and that was when Su Xiaobai would step in. Not only would he be invisible, but he could also read her lips. And now they're going to block Lu Qingyang. They unanimously decided to kick him out. Su Tang sighed, stood up, stretched, and decided to go out and talk to them. After all, she hadn't yet reported what she discussed with Lu Dong yesterday, and she didn't want to see the three of them embarrass Lu Qingyang. Before she left the house, she received a message from Lu Qingyang. After reading the content, Su Tang suddenly smiled. Lu Qingyang was sometimes so old-fashioned that he was a bit silly. He could easily know where she was with a simple mind scan, but he insisted on using a text message. Is he afraid of seeing other people's privacy? He's really a good guy. Su Tang couldn't help but think of her days at the 3rd Military Academy. Although Lu Qingyang hadn't been seen much since handing her over to Lu Shi, he almost always asked on Skynet, "Anything I don't understand, anything I need, any questions." He also covered all her expenses, and even gave her pocket money. It was only 10,000 yuan a month, but for an ordinary person, it was a lot. In Su Tang's eyes, Lu Qingyang was a perfectly capable father, albeit a fake one. She didn't want to see him in trouble, much less because of her. After learning the three had gone to the deck warehouse, Su Tang estimated the distance and texted Lu Qingyang, "Wait for me there." After inviting Su Yanlai to serve as her mount, Su Tang headed for the warehouse. C-238 was already near the deck warehouse. With the arrival of an external enemy, internal conflicts were temporarily put aside, and Qin Qinyuan and Long Ju re-established a temporary alliance. The three of them went to the deck warehouse together. Having received Su Tang's reply, Lu Qingyang waited in the deck warehouse without blinking. However, instead of Su Tang, he was greeted by 3 men with clearly hostile intent. "Hey, General Lu, you're free?" Qin Qinyuan smiled, but his tone was clearly unwelcome. "Marshal Qin, sorry to bother you." Lu Qingyang maintained a formal expression, his voice devoid of emotion. While his expression remained calm, he felt a sense of insecurity within. "Why did you come here, knowing you bother me?" Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow, his tone brusque. He already disliked Lu Qingyang from within Ghost Destroyer, so naturally, he wouldn't give him face. Lu Qingyang shifted his lips, unsure what to say. "Well, Admiral Lu is a very busy man. I won't bother you if there's nothing else." Qin Qinyuan laughed again, his intention clearly to get rid of him. Although he understood Qin Qinyuan's intention, Lu Qingyang remained motionless. Knowing his grandfather's relentless drive to achieve his goals, he knew that if Qin Qinyuan kicked him off the starship, he wouldn't be able to report back to his grandfather, and who knew what new tricks he'd come up with. So he absolutely had to stay. Sometimes, thinking quickly can be a good idea. In a moment of desperation, Lu Qingyang came up with an excuse to find Su Tang. She has a starship with me. I'm here to return it. Lu Qingyang lowered his eyes, seeming a little unsure. Since they had returned to Shoujuan Star, Su Tang's starship had naturally been left with Lu Qingyang again. Lu Qingyang suddenly felt fortunate to have this thing as an excuse. Leave it to me, it's the same thing. Qin Qinyuan extended his hand and spread his palm, his meaning clear. Keep the stuff, get out. Long Ju and Jiang Yinchuan stood silently behind Qin Qinyuan. Although they weren't from the same era, Jiang Yinchuan knew Lu Qingyang. Jiang Yinchuan felt that his combat ability was too poor, and Qin Qinyuan could handle it alone, without him having to step in to help. As for Long Ju, he thought Lu Qingyang was a decent person, so he decided not to embarrass him until he was certain of his intentions. Of course, if he was planning to seduce his wife, he would definitely not be polite. I want to hand her over to her personally. Looking back at Qin Qinyuan with a determined gaze, Lu Qingyang refused to back down. He had to keep Su Tang on Shoujuan Star for 3 days. Get out of the Lu family wasn't just a spur-of-the-moment angry remark from Grandpa. If he couldn't successfully drag her out until Grandpa arrived, the consequence would be either he marry Su Tang or get out of the Lu family. Get out of the Lu family. Even if he left the Lu family, he would still be the chief instructor of the 3rd Military Academy, and he could still rely on his strength to achieve everything. But that was his home, where he grew up, and he couldn't bear to leave. So, no matter how difficult it was, he had to do it. Chapter 486. Although Qin Qinyuan wished Lu Qingyang would just go away, he obviously couldn't force him to leave. Besides, he was allowed in at his wife's request. Most importantly, although Qin Qinyuan didn't want to admit it, it was a fact. Lu Qingyang was a beast tamer, and without a mecha, he couldn't defeat him. For a moment, the atmosphere was a little tense. Well, what are you all standing here for? Su Tang arrived to see the 4 people in a stalemate, and frowned slightly in displeasure. It was obvious that Qin Qinyuan didn't want him to come up. Let's find a room to talk. Su Tang rubbed her temples helplessly. Her headache was coming back, and she thought it was best to explain things quickly. Glancing at the 4 people, worried they wouldn't understand, she added, together. Using her mental power to find a room resembling a conference room, furnished with an oval conference table, Su Tang rode ahead, riding Su Yanlai. Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, and Jiang Yinchuan exchanged glances before quickly following. Lu Qingyang, who was left alone, lowered his eyes before finally taking a step and following the crowd. Su Tang, who had arrived first, took the upper left seat at the conference table. Glancing around at the seats to her left and right, she suddenly felt the smug satisfaction of a leader leading a meeting. Of course, she was the leader. For people arrived soon after. Qin Qinyuan snatched the seat closest to Su Tang's left. Long Ju, lagging behind, had to settle for the seat to her right, while Jiang Yinchuan chose to sit next to Qin Qinyuan. Lu Qingyang, the last to enter, took a quick look and walked directly to the other end of the oval conference table, farthest from Su Tang and facing her. Okay, let's talk about what you were doing. After everyone was seated, Su Tang glanced around with a commanding air and spoke. She had already said to let Lu Qingyang in, but Qin Qinyuan still went to embarrass him. This was clearly a double-edged sword. No, she had to be more assertive and assert the power of the moment. She couldn't indulge these 3 men too much, or they would become lawless. As the host, I naturally greet guests. I can't neglect etiquette. Qin Qinyuan smiled faintly, speaking naturally. Su Tang rolled her eyes at Qin Qinyuan's words. Did he think she was blind? I settle with you later. After using her mental power to lash out at Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang decided to get down to business first. In front of outsiders, she still had to give her man some face. Would you like to reply to Marshal Lu's message? Su Tang looked up at Lu Qingyang and smiled friendly. She felt that Lu Qingyang's visit was definitely an order from that old man Lu Dong. I'm sorry, everything I said on Skynet was just a joke. Please don't take it personally. Lu Qingyang lowered his head slightly, feeling a bit guilty, not daring to look directly at Su Tang. His voice was filled with annoyance and dullness. It's okay, I won't mind it, Su Tang said with a casual, nonchalant wave of her hand. Although Lu Dong's words were full of eloquence, she could clearly tell that Lu Qingyang had always treated her like a junior. The three people around Su Tang were visibly startled, their minds racing. Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened, and he began to deduce what had happened. It was during their tea that his wife had contacted Lu Dong. Considering Su Tang's special feelings for Lu Jinyu, perhaps Lu Dong knew a lot. Given Lu Qingyang's personality, he would definitely walk away after his wife's obvious attempt to drive him away. But this time, he refused to leave, contrary to his usual behavior. It was obvious that Lu Dong had given some order, and Lu Qingyang was sent here as a vanguard. So how much did his wife reveal? Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju were simultaneously pondering what the online comment meant. Could it be that since his wife had already reached an agreement with Lu Dong, Lu Jinyu would inevitably marry her? How could that be possible? In unison, Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju cast their gazes at Qin Qinyuan. Feeling their gazes, Qin Qinyuan's expression remained unchanged, only a slight curl of his lips curled up. A sinister smile. Long Ju instantly understood. This was an attempt to accelerate the assassination plan. Jiang Yinchuan also realized that Qin Qinyuan had already made up his mind. Su Tang, completely unaware of the three people's thoughts, naturally didn't notice the undercurrents brewing between them. I came here today because I hope you can stay on Shojuan Star for 3 days. Seeing Su Tang's nonchalant attitude, Lu Qingyang knew she truly didn't take her grandfather's promise of him marrying her to heart. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again, somewhat embarrassed. He come here to keep her for 3 days until Grandpa arrived. He had to do it otherwise. But he didn't know the reason, so he might as well state his purpose directly. My grandpa's probably on his way, if that's all right. Before he finished, Lu Qingyang lowered his head again, not daring to look Su Tang in the face. Su Tang understood why his grandpa had come, even without him having to explain. After making his point clear, Lu Qingyang suddenly felt a sense of relief. He didn't want to lie to her, but he couldn't disobey Grandpa's orders. So, he'd make it clear and leave the decision to her. If she didn't want to, so be it. It wasn't that he couldn't survive leaving the family, he just couldn't bear to leave. He really just couldn't bear to leave. Although Lu Qingyang hadn't finished his words, Su Tang understood. Old man Lu Dong had probably rushed here in a hurry. Was he rushing to find her? Was he worried she'd default on her debt? Or that Qin Qinyuan had abducted her? Or was he simply seeking a betrothal gift? But it didn't matter where she gathered the energy stones. Since Lu Dong wanted to come see her so badly, she should wait, or he'd start making things difficult for Lu Qingyang again. She had figured it out, so why was she hiding it and making herself look awkward? Her life should be about going wherever she wanted and doing whatever she wanted. To paraphrase a cliché, she could live a carefree life with the world as her companion. I'm so sorry, but we're leaving for Shojuan Star today. Before Su Tang could say anything, Qin Qinyuan smiled. While he said I'm sorry, his expression was a firm rejection. When that old fox Lu Dong arrived, who knew what tricks he pulled, Qin Qinyuan naturally wouldn't give him a chance. After hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened, and he fell silent, appearing completely dejected. Su Tang and Qin Qinyuan returned to Shojuan Star together. Even if Grandpa didn't have such a legitimate reason, he would likely have been intercepted by Qin Qinyuan. What would the Lu family do then? While he didn't want to carry out Grandpa's so-called plan, he absolutely hated to see the Lu family lose. Who said I was going to Shojuan Star? Su Tang gave Qin Qinyuan a cold look and raised an eyebrow, clearly disagreeing with his words. Somehow, she just couldn't stand Qin Qinyuan bullying Lu Qingyang. Stay here for 3 days, then I'm going to Capital Star. Giving Qin Qinyuan a glare, Su Tang made her decision firmly. Wife, why are you going to Capital Star? Qin Qinyuan, already clearly on the receiving end of a challenge, stopped talking and nudged Jiang Yinchuan with his foot. Jiang Yinchuan, understanding, asked, Isn't the Energy Engineers Guild's headquarters there? I'm going to get certified and get my identity back at the same time. Su Tang said it as if it was a matter of course. Why should she use someone else's identity? She wanted to be herself openly and honestly, the Queen Su of the Federation. Chapter 487. Go to the Energy Engineer Guild for certification. Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan, and Long Ju were suddenly startled and stared intently at Su Tang. Is she planning to reveal her identity? Absolutely not. These 4 words flashed through their minds simultaneously. They knew what would happen if Su Tang revealed her identity. The other families would flock to her, and even Lu Jinyu would rush back immediately. What would they do then? Their eyes darkened. Qin Qinyuan's assassination plan couldn't be delayed any longer. After all, preparations for CS7 would take time, and Lu Jinyu couldn't be allowed to return alive. So, she absolutely had to give up this idea. After exchanging a few knowing glances, the three of them reached a consensus. Let's leave it at that for now. We discuss the rest later. Seeing the flicker in their eyes, Su Tang knew they must have something to say, though she didn't know what they were thinking. However, Lu Qingyang was an outsider after all, so some things were best discussed among the four of them. With that in mind, Su Tang sent a telepathic message to each of them. When will Marshal Lu arrive? After signaling the three to discuss the matter later, Su Tang looked at Lu Qingyang again. Grandpa will definitely be there before 3 p.m. the day after tomorrow. A flicker of joy flashed in Lu Qingyang's eyes, and his voice was filled with relief and gratitude, his gaze sincere. Thank you. As long as Grandpa arrived, as long as Grandpa met Su Tang, everything else would be irrelevant to him. Regardless of the fate of their Lu family, he had done his part. If Lu Jinyu ultimately acted recklessly, and disregarded the greater good to target Su Tang, he would naturally do everything in his power to stop him. He would dedicate himself to the Lu family, but he would never do anything against his conscience again. Don't be so polite. Marshal Lu and I have something to discuss, anyway. Su Tang smiled politely. Although she and Lu Dong had basically finished their discussion, the issue of Lu Jinyu still needed to be discussed in detail. She could only hope that Lu Dong could convince him. Even if he couldn't deal with her man. Now that we concluded, shouldn't General Lu take his leave? Qin Qinyuan, already sensing the gravity of the situation, couldn't hold back any longer. He needed to quickly send this outsider away, and then discuss family matters behind closed doors. Then, Lu Qingyang stood up, preparing to return Su Tang's starship and leave. He wasn't the kind of person who would shamelessly stay and cause trouble. Since Su Tang had agreed to wait for him on Shoujun Star, his mission was essentially accomplished, and he could retire with honor. But before he could utter the word farewell, the communication buzzed. And the person who would call him at this moment was none other than Lu Dong. This time, fearing Lu Qingyang wouldn't follow his orders, Lu Dong opted for the direct superior to subordinate call he couldn't refuse. Qingyang, where are you? A prompt chimed, and a screen with Lu Dong's image popped up. Thanks to the computer's 360-degree video, Lu Dong instantly saw the crowd, seemingly at a meeting. As the faces of Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan, and Long Ju came into view, Lu Dong couldn't tell whether he felt a mixture of shock or ecstasy. Really? It was all true. Although Lu Dong had believed Su Tang's words on Skynet, he still had some doubts. But now, seeing these three people, Su Tang's words instantly went from 80% to 100% true in his mind. Oh, Marshal Qin is here too? Without a flicker of emotion, and without waiting for Lu Qingyang to reply, Lu Dong greeted Qin Qinyuan with a broad smile. Of course, Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju were, in principle, his subordinates, so he didn't need to pay attention. Haha, I'm still a little concerned about the situation on Shoujun Star, so I'm planning to stay a few days longer. Qin Qinyuan wore a formal smile. Although he knew Lu Dong might know everything, he still dangled the topic elsewhere, determined not to let him glean any useful information from him. Yeah, I also feel Shoujun Star is unsafe. Sigh. Xiaomo is still there, and I'm so worried I can't sleep or eat. Lu Dong's face was filled with worry, playing the role of a good great-grandfather to perfection. He's quite good at acting, too. If Qin Qinyuan still refuses to tell the truth even now, he have to come up with a grand, high-sounding excuse. So, I think it's best to let Qingyang protect Xiaomo. That put my mind at ease. He's old, and he has so many things to worry about. Lu Dong's face was filled with genuine affection. After hearing Lu Dong's words, Lu Qingyang lowered his head in silence, feeling a new sense of unease. This meant he had to stay. The three men around Su Tang were naturally gnashing their teeth. Qin Qinyuan couldn't help but admire Lu Dong's ability to lie so openly. Suppressing the urge to yell at him, Qin Qinyuan smiled politely. Marshal Lu, you're worrying too much. Shoujun Star is safe, and on my starship, how could there be any danger? Marshal Qin, don't exaggerate. Nothing is absolute. And when you encounter a star beast, no matter how powerful a person is, haha. Lu Dong twitched his lips, amusement in his smile. Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened, and his hands clenched into fists beneath the table. Although Lu Dong hadn't finished his words, his meaning was clear. This was a mockery of his lack of a tamer, a sarcasm of his overestimation of his abilities. So, I can only feel at ease if Qingyang is here. Lu Dong's face was filled with worry, but he couldn't help but smile. Women love powerful and influential men. Although Qingyang and Xiaoyu's positions couldn't compare to Qin Qinyuan's, he still didn't care for Qin Qinyuan's abilities as a non-tamer. Without a mecha, Any mid-level tamer from the Lu family could easily defeat him. Sometimes, experience always proves more effective. Provoked by Lu Dong's words, Qin Qinyuan suddenly felt at a loss for words. Was he going to claim Su Tang was his wife and tell Lu Qingyang to get out? Wouldn't that be a stark revelation to Lu Dong about the true nature of Su Tang's abilities? While Lu Dong might already know a lot by this point, Qin Qinyuan didn't want him to see anything unusual in him until he knew exactly how much he knew. Seeing Qin Qinyuan speechless, Lu Dong was smug. Fighting him? You're still too young. You still don't trust Shujungsing. You think he doesn't know Su Tang's strength and is on guard against him. Oh, Xiaoang, then it's a deal. Qingyang will stay to protect you. After saying this kindly to Su Tang, Lu Dong hung up the phone. Su Tang was speechless. She hadn't said anything. What did "it's a deal" mean? What bodyguard? Did she need protection? But seeing Lu Qingyang's expression, Su Tang understood. This was probably that old man Lu Dong up to no good again. On the other hand, as soon as Lu Dong hung up the phone, Lu Qingyang received a text message from him. Stay by Su Tang's side 24 hours a day until I arrive. That's an order. Lu Qingyang's face changed, and it was hard to tell whether it was resignation or sadness. He had been about to leave, but he slumped back into his seat. As a soldier, he should obey the orders of his superiors. Chapter 488. Lu Dong's attitude clearly insisted that Lu Qingyang stay. Anyone with a discerning eye could see what Lu Dong was up to. The IQ of the people present was high, so naturally, Lu Dong's resolute determination to keep Lu Qingyang was partly an attempt to seduce her. Lu Qingyang knew this, and Su Tang saw it too. Faced with the three men's clearly hostile, contemptuous, and mocking gazes, Lu Qingyang fell silent again, feeling somewhat insecure and on edge. He knew his grandfather's ultimate goal. Although he didn't intend to do so, could he justify it? Then what was the point of him refusing to leave? Hey, didn't someone say they were leaving? Qin Qinyuan knew Lu Qingyang's character well. To put it simply, he was a pushover and thin-skinned man. While he couldn't force him out, verbal pressure was clearly more effective. If he just said a few more words, he'd definitely make him feel humiliated. Trying to seduce his wife? No way. Before Qin Qinyuan could finish, Su Tang kicked him hard under the table and glared at him. You're the only one who talks too much. Wife had changed her aggressive demeanor towards Lu Qingyang, and when she faced Su Tang, Qin Qinyuan's face was already aggrieved. Turning around, without even looking at him, Su Tang said to Lu Qingyang, find a room. Well, consider it your protection. Maybe there are still some ghost demons left on this planet. Su Tang used the word we in this sentence. Qin Qinyuan was the marshal, so it was natural for Lu Qingyang to protect him. Protecting both of them was different from protecting just her. Although everyone knew Lu Dong's intentions, Su Tang's words did ease Lu Qingyang's embarrassment to some extent. Excuse me. With Su Tang's leeway, Lu Qingyang finally gave in. He knew his grandfather's temper best. He was afraid he received countless attendance checkup calls every day. If he didn't stay until he arrived, something would definitely happen. Then, General Lu, please do as you please. We have family matters to discuss. Qin Qinyuan, knowing that his excessive talk had already upset Su Tang, naturally gave Long Ju a look. Long Ju, who had been silently watching Qin Qinyuan being disdained by his wife, didn't want to be embarrassed, but now, thinking of the three assassins involved in Lu Jinyu's assassination mission, he could only comply with Qin Qinyuan's request and send Lu Qingyang away. Long Ju emphasized the word family matters, and Lu Qingyang, who had long been impatient, left immediately. Wife, why did you let him stay? As Lu Qingyang left, Qin Qinyuan spoke with a look of aggrieved expression, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and accusation. If he doesn't stay, old man Lu Dong will definitely give him a hard time. Su Tang said matter-of-factly, a hint of indignation lingering in her voice. Such a good man, yet he had to deal with such a snobbish grandfather. Even though they hadn't known each other long, she knew that given Lu Qingyang's personality, he wouldn't want to see her after what Lu Dong had said, but he was forced to come anyway. Wife, what's it to you if Lu Dong gives him a hard time? Long Ju's face etched a hint of displeasure. Damn, he thought Lu Qingyang was a nice guy just a moment ago, and now he's setting his sights on his wife. Sure enough, no one in the Lu family is a good person. Well, I think Lu Qingyang's a nice guy. He took good care of me when we were in school, so I don't want to see him in trouble. Without a second thought, Su Tang spoke her true thoughts. He's a nice guy. The three of them felt a pang of anxiety, a bad feeling welling up in their hearts. They were well aware of Su Tang's soft-hearted nature. If Lu Dong was determined to force Lu Qingyang over, then, to avoid embarrassing him, would he? Wife, there's not a single good person in the Lu family. Really? Don't underestimate that Lu Qingyang. He's ruthless when it comes to killing. He's definitely responsible for more than this number of deaths. Jiang Yunchuan, who had been silent the whole time, was the first to react. He stared intently at Su Teng, not a hint of joking. With a serious expression, he held out his hand and indicated 5 fingers. 5. Su Teng was a little surprised. Someone as good-tempered as Lu Qingyang had actually killed someone. After hearing Jiang Yunchuan's words, Qin Qinyuan and Long Ju also realized what was happening, recalling the time a few years ago when the Lishu galaxy was suppressed by the Lu family. Then, they exchanged a glance, their lips curling in tacit understanding. Lu Qingyang was definitely not a good person. No, Jiang Yunchuan slowly shook his head, his tone calm yet heavy, pausing between each word. It's 500. 500? That doesn't seem like much. Su Teng looked at him with a rather nonchalant expression. Lu Jinyu had also said that there were no good men or women in the military. Everyone had their share of lives. Seeing Su Teng's disapproval, Jiang Yunchuan's eyes darkened as he stared directly at her, uttering a single word with uncanny clarity, billion. 500 billion. Did she hear it wrong? 500 billion. Su Teng was momentarily startled, her mouth slightly open in obvious disbelief. After a few breaths to calm her shock, Su Teng remained uncertain, her eyes filled with doubt. Are you sure it was Lu Qingyang who did it, and not Lu Jinyu? In her mind, such an act, almost tantamount to a murderous spree, could only be done by Lu Jinyu. I guarantee it was Lu Qingyang who killed 4 planets. With a population of no less than 50 billion, Qin Qinyuan confirmed with a serious look. I know this too, it's absolutely true. Long Ju, standing beside him, echoed. So Lu Qingyang is definitely not a good person. Then, the 3 of them reached their conclusion in unison. Lu Qingyang had killed 50 billion people, and for a moment, Su Teng was a little confused. This world was truly insane. It turned out that even the people she considered good had blood on their hands. Then tell me, how many people have you killed? After a moment's silence, Su Teng raised her head and asked seriously. She didn't believe these 3 were innocent little rascals. He suppressed her rebellion, definitely no less than. Upon hearing this question, Long Ju pointed directly at Qin Qinyuan, ready to expose his shortcomings. But a threatening look from Qin Qinyuan suddenly silenced Long Ju. It wasn't that he was afraid of him, but the problem of those 3 assassins still depended on Qin Qinyuan. How many? Seeing Long Ju fall silent, Su Teng pressed on unwillingly. Suppressing a rebellion, one could imagine how many people would die. I'm not sure. Long Ju scratched his hair awkwardly, then laughed awkwardly and fell silent. He glanced at the 3 men one by one. No one spoke, so Su Teng could only curl her lips in frustration and stop asking. Although there was no answer, Su Teng still realized that this was a bloody world. Even if they didn't explain it clearly, she understood that it wasn't Lu Qingyang who killed so many people, but that he had carried out an order to destroy 4 inhabited planets. Power sometimes is truly a good thing. It can easily determine the fate of others. Chapter 489. By the way, honey, are you really planning on getting certified as an energy master? Do you want to restore your identity? What level are you planning on getting certified for? Because the rebellion involved several planets, and the death toll was undoubtedly no less than 10 billion, Qin Qinyuan immediately changed the subject and asked other questions that concerned him. I'm planning on getting certified directly for level 11. Su Teng clenched her fist and gave herself a cheering gesture. She was going to be Queen Su. This shouldn't take long. Of the 3 level 10 pieces she had, one was of quality 4. With just another month of hard work, she could get a level 11 piece. Remembering that she already had a level 11 piece, which would have allowed her to get certified directly for level 11 Grandmaster Energy Master, Su Teng gave Qin Qinyuan a look of resentment. It was all his fault. She had given it to him out of a moment of weakness. Seeing Su Teng's look, Qin Qinyuan smiled apologetically, then quickly began to analyze things. To achieve certification as a level 11 Grandmaster, one must possess a level 11 Energy Stone. His wife's level 11 Energy Stone had already been given to him, so she didn't have any. The level 10 Energy Stones he had given her were all of quality 3, meaning she only had about a quality 3. At her speed, synthesizing a level 11 Energy Stone would take at least a month. Thinking this way, Qin Qinyuan felt that there was still plenty of time. Wife, I agree with your idea. One can either remain silent or make a splash. Qin Qinyuan smiled. A little over a month was enough time for him to accomplish many things. Qin Qinyuan's words immediately puzzled Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju. But seeing Qin Qinyuan's sinister smile, they immediately understood that he had a plan. You don't object? Su Tang was pleasantly surprised. She had expected Qin Qinyuan to object. Of course, why would I object? Qin Qinyuan smiled brightly, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Su Tang. But honey, isn't it time for us to be cleared of our identities? Once Su Tang's certification was complete, her safety would become paramount. Su Tang would be able to enter the heavily guarded Energy Master Guild, and as her man, she could naturally enter as a protector. Others, however, were forbidden from entering. Even marshals, and even members of the royal family were forbidden from entering the Starry District. The Energy Master Guild had exclusive control over the Starry District of the capital planet. There were essentially 3 types of people within the district: Energy Masters, their servants, and the soldiers responsible for security. The soldiers responsible for protecting the Starry District had clear divisions of labor, and were forbidden from leaving their assigned areas. The possibility of someone trying to seduce a female Energy Master under the guise of a security guard was extremely low. However, Energy Masters of level 7 and above can bring people into the Star Glory District. Level 7 Masters can bring 1, level 8 Masters can bring 2, while level 9 Master Xia Rui can bring 3, and level 11 Master Su Tang can bring 5. Once Su Tang acknowledges their relationship, they will naturally have the right to freely enter and exit the Star Glory District. However, once Su Tang enters the Star Glory District, it will be difficult for others to see her. Qin Qinyuan suddenly felt that leaving Su Tang in the Star Glory District would be the safest option. Furthermore, the area where high-level Energy Masters gather is mostly populated by men over 200 years old, so there's nothing to worry about. Rectify the name? Su Tang, who had no idea what Qin Qinyuan was thinking, was slightly stunned and a little embarrassed. But my father isn't back yet. Although this wasn't the feudal era of arranged marriages, in her mind, marriage still required parental consent, and her man had to be approved by Su Yuan and Su Saran. Even though she had confirmed her relationship with them, she still considered them 3 boyfriends. If they really wanted to get married, they still had to approve. Of course, if they disagreed, she didn't know what to do. But she thought they would probably agree. Wife, as long as you publicly declare your relationship with the 3 of us, it'd be fine. No formal ceremony is necessary. Of course, if you want a grand engagement ceremony, I'd be more than happy to do that. Qin Qinyuan still had a warm and cheerful smile on his face. If he took Su Tang back to Mengxing, Long Ju would definitely not agree. But if they stayed elsewhere, there would be too many people with ulterior motives. Now, hearing Su Tang mention the Energy Master, Qin Qinyuan suddenly felt that the Xingye district was the best place. Upon hearing Qin Qinyuan's mention of this, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju stared at Su Tang with gleaming eyes. Status really needs to be settled soon. Okay then. Su Tang nodded, her scalp tingling under the gaze of the 3. Then, she glanced at Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju with a hint of doubt. But don't you need to consult the parents? Qin Qinyuan was considered the patriarch of the Qin family, meaning he could do whatever he pleased. But Jiang Yunchuan's parents were still alive, after all. And while Long Ju wasn't the real one, he still had to consider the elders' opinions. My old man has already agreed, Long Ju stated bluntly. Long Howren was currently focused on finding his grandson's wife, a level 11 energy grandmaster. He didn't care who married whom. After Long Ju's statement, Jiang Yunchuan found it difficult to speak. He had never told his parents about his marriage to Su Tang. I think my parents would agree, Jiang Yunchuan said, his face flushing a bit awkwardly. He glanced at Su Tang cautiously, a bit embarrassed. Wife, you promised me that heir. He didn't finish his words, staring at Su Tang with bated breath, a slightly pitiful expression on his face. Yes, our child will have the surname Jiang. Although Jiang Yunchuan didn't finish, Su Tang understood. He was the only direct descendant of the Jiang family. Without an heir, they would be handing over the position to someone else. It was obviously unreasonable for their child to inherit the Jiang family with the surname Su, a point Su Tang could understand. Wife, this isn't fair. Qin Qinyuan immediately jumped out in dissatisfaction upon hearing this. Women still hold a high status in the Federation. Even if a woman marries a man and has an affair, as long as her mistress is of higher status than the original wife, it's not considered infidelity, but rather the man's own incompetence. Therefore, the legal binding force of marriage isn't very strong. It all comes down to personal self-awareness. The biggest difference between marrying and marrying lies in the child's surname. The marrying spouse loses the right to the child's surname, but of course, this can be negotiated. Alright, Your child will have your surname too. Su Tang sighed helplessly. She wanted to be fair, and not favor one over the other. But wouldn't that mean no one would share her surname, Su? What about you? Su Tang glanced at Long Ju with a hint of resentment. It's fine to take your surname. I don't mind, Long Ju said nonchalantly. After all, he wasn't Long Ju's real master, and leaving the Long family to Su's descendants wouldn't matter to him. He'd already be back in the cultivation world by then anyway. Seeing Su Tang's smile, clearly in high spirits, Long Ju seized every opportunity to discredit Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan, using his mental power to sow discord. Wife, I told you these two had ulterior motives. Look, they're so fussy about a child's surname. We should just get back to the world of cultivation. Although Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan didn't know what Long Ju had said, they clearly sensed the fluctuations in his mental power. They knew without hesitation that he was slandering them. Both of them glared at him unkindly. Long Ju glared back defiantly. Chapter 490. Alright, calm down. Seeing the three of them start to get on edge, Su Tang's headache returned. This time, she clearly sensed that Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan had become one faction. Remembering that the Jiang and Qin families had originally been one, Su Tang understood. It wasn't that she was overconfident, but at the rate she was combining energy stones, there would undoubtedly be inequalities in the energy supplies of the various families. So, sooner or later, the balance in the military would be upset by the energy imbalance. The reshuffle of power would inevitably bring bloodshed, but she truly didn't want to see too many casualties, and finding 10 men to maintain the balance was clearly unrealistic. Although she could keep a tight rein on the energy stones, she was a soft-hearted person. If they left the capital and headed for some star system, she'd start to overthink things, fearing they encounter a perverted star beast and die. So, she wouldn't feel at ease if she didn't provide them with enough energy. But she also worried that if they had too much energy, they'd become restless. She found the current seemingly harmonious state of the military quite satisfactory. I'd like to know how your major families calculate their daily military energy expenditures? Rubbing her temples, Su Tang took a deep breath, deciding to first understand the current situation. Feeling Qin Qinyuan knew more, Su Tang spoke directly to him. Qin Qinyuan realized he was being questioned, gathered his thoughts, and began to explain in detail. Although the Ministry of Energy is a department under the military department, the annual production of energy stones within the Ministry of Energy, and the amount of energy stones the state purchases from energy families and energy guilds are managed by the Ministry of Government. Each legion is allocated a fixed amount of basic energy each year. Land reclamation, small-scale warfare, and other activities require a report submitted to the Ministry of Government. Subsidies are granted upon approval by the Ministry of Government. Each officer also receives a fixed amount of energy stones from the government each year, depending on their rank and position. Of course, they can apply for subsidies for special events or awards for significant achievements. Generally speaking, a legion's total energy allocation per year is around 10 units. A marshal like me receives 1 basic level 7 energy stone per year, while a legion commander receives 1 basic level 6 energy stone per year. Of course, these are government issued. Soldiers can also exchange their military merits for energy stones. After hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Su Tang's eyes flickered with sympathy. The military's mecha warriors were truly suffering. Qin Qinyuan only had 1 level 7 unit, and that was the most basic, quality one. So, roughly how many energy stones do your 10 major families have in reserve? Su Tang couldn't help but wonder. As for level 8 units, they have roughly 20 to 40. The total energy reserves for your family are roughly 11 units. Qin Qinyuan pondered for a moment before giving a rough estimate. He couldn't get specific information about other families, and with Long Ju present, he didn't want to be too specific about his own family. Only 11 units of total energy reserves? Su Tang frowned in surprise. That seemed a bit too little. This meant that the energy she had given Qin Qinyuan was more than his family's reserves. Wife, the National Treasury only has 12 units of energy reserves. Seeing Su Tang frown, Qin Qinyuan immediately understood that she was worried about their low energy reserves. As he spoke, there was a hint of sourness in his voice. Energy masters were indeed the subject of envy, but it was a pity he didn't have the talent. Oh, so little. Su Tang pouted again in disdain. Wait, after her disdain, Su Tang suddenly came to her senses. Energy was only so limited, and now she had given these 3 men such a large ration. Were they planning to do something that would disrupt internal peace? Do you have any other bad thoughts? Su Tang stared at the 3 men with a deep expression, her tone grave and serious. Heaven and earth are my witnesses. I didn't pick up any girls. There's no mention of that on the internet. Long Ju swore an oath as he promised. Then, he looked at Su Tang with trepidation and cautiously sent out a mental message. Honey, seriously, those girls were seduced by this guy. It's none of my business. I broke up with them right after I came. You have to believe me. The original owner, Long Ju, had hooked up with many beautiful women thanks to his looks. He even had a slew of girlfriends when he first took over this body. As soon as Su Tang uttered this bad idea, Long Ju immediately assumed that Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan had been gossiping about something in front of her, and naturally, he had to explain immediately. This was truly none of his business. Wife, he must have had over a dozen girlfriends. He's even had Jiang Ting from our Jiang family. Seriously, he's an absolute playboy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yinchuan immediately realized his mistake and exposed his secret. To Jiang Yinchuan, it was incredible that his wife would fall for Long Ju. This man was the epitome of a philanderer. Yes, wife, he also seduced my cousin Qin Mumming, Qin Qinyuan added. If the men in the military were ranked by the number of girlfriends, Long Ju would definitely be in the top 10. Wife, he's definitely not a good man. He's probably clinging to you for some shady motive. Qin Qinyuan stared at Su Tang intently. Although his goal was to push Long Ju away, it was undeniable that Long Ju had many ex-girlfriends. Although he had focused on the Long family's power struggle over the past 2 years, in Qin Qinyuan's eyes, Long Ju was a scumbag when it came to relationships. While he himself might not be entirely pure, Long Ju was definitely driven by profit. After hearing these two people's words, and seeing their "you have ill intentions" expressions, Long Ju felt veins throbbing in his forehead and his fists clenched. You bastards! Though he wanted to yell at them, that's not me. But it was obvious that he couldn't. Long Ju could only swallow his anger with a sullen face. After all, he had just arrived later, and he couldn't really control the original owner's behavior. Alright, cut the smack down. I know what's going on. Su Tang, somewhat helplessly, gestured for the three to calm down. Having met him at the 15th star in the sky, Su Tang also knew that the original owner, Long Ju, was definitely a playboy. But now, he was Shui Tianyu, disguised as Long Ju, so she naturally trusted him. Shui Tianyu was definitely not a playboy. Xia Yinren had mentioned those women who tried to seduce him, but he hadn't even glanced at any of them. As for her motives, she wasn't foolish. If she were truly just an ordinary woman, would they still be willing to marry her? Jiang Yinchuan's parents would definitely be the first to intervene. No matter how much Jiang Yinchuan loved her, would he disobey his biological parents for her? And Qin Qinyuan definitely put his family first. And Long Ju, he'd given up his position to accompany her to find her father. Okay, he might have had other ulterior motives, but only Long Ju would be willing to accompany her on a journey across the world, a journey that would never end. Okay, though he was ultimately silenced by Qin Qinyuan. Forget it. Thinking about this, Su Tang felt the problem was complicated again. Shaking her head, Su Tang decided not to think about it. She believed they all liked her originally, and if they were willing to marry her even though she had multiple husbands, then she really had to consider various factors. But no matter what their reasons were for agreeing to marry her, they were all her men now. There's a saying that goes, all men are liars. Good men deceive women forever, bad men deceive women only temporarily. What if they only deceived her temporarily? Then expect to be killed by Su's father. Before he disappeared, Su Yuan's father had said that killing a marshal was no big deal. So she didn't have to worry about them changing their hearts or looking for Santa. And the scenes in novels where they deceived the heroine's feelings, killed people, and stole treasures would never happen to her. Unless they met a master of the same immortal level, no one could force Su Xiaobai. And the energy master's strength? How could that thing be snatched away? She and Qin Qinyuan had made it so clear back then, but he still couldn't combine the energy stones. So in fact, she had nothing to worry about. Chapter 491. After figuring it out, and putting her mind at ease, Su Tang brought the conversation back on track. By bad thoughts, I mean, are you targeting other families in the military? Are you thinking of suppressing them? Su Tang raised an eyebrow, a hint of questioning in her voice. Wife, the strong are respected. If you have the power, why can't you target other families and suppress them? Qin Qinyuan asked in confusion. The 10 major families exist only because the differences between them are very small. If they can't close the gap, they naturally coexist peacefully. But why choose peaceful coexistence when they have the power? There is only one true king. You think so too? Upon hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Su Tang turned her gaze directly to Jiang Yinchuan. Yes, if you have the power, you naturally want to be at the top. Although he knew this might upset his wife, Jiang Yunchuan said it with a firm look. He couldn't say in a clear conscience that even with absolute energy, he would choose to be content with the status quo. What about you? Su Tang looked at Long Ju with a headache. I agree with them on this point, wife. Every man has ambition. Long Ju also looked back at Su Tang seriously, his tone deep and loaded with meaning she couldn't understand. As a man, every man wants to be at the top, to hold the most absolute power, to stand high above, to control the life and death of all. After hearing what the three said, Su Tang sighed, her eyes a little bewildered. Is this the difference between men and women? Or is she lacking ambition? Although she combined the energy stones so quickly, she did it to give herself the impressive status of Queen Su, to be able to do whatever she wanted without being controlled by others, and to ensure her safety. She had never considered striving for such a supreme position, to control the life and death of others. But clearly, these three didn't think so. So what are your plans for the military? After calming herself, Su Tang felt she had muddied the waters. The three of them exchanged glances in silence at Su Tang's question, and finally, Qin Xinyuan spoke. My plan is naturally to join forces, and then form the three major military families. At this, Qin Xinyuan gave a complicated smile, his tone tinged with sourness. Of course, if you marry Lu Jinyu, then the four major military families will remain. You think so too? Su Tang asked, somewhat puzzled, leaving the two men even more frustrated when Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju nodded. Well, the military is definitely going to be in chaos. But a civil war isn't a good idea. Su Tang bit her lip, appearing to be in a dilemma. They were all citizens of the Yan Kingdom, and the casualties in a civil war would ultimately be their own people. Wife, so that's what you're worried about. Qin Qinyuan's face was full of understanding. This was a soft-hearted worry. Then, in a very relaxed tone, he said, Who said there's going to be a civil war? As long as we have enough energy, then our legions will be stronger. At that time, one of our legions will be equal to 3 of their legions. Then, won't the decision-making power be in our hands? At that time, there will be 10 families on the surface, but in reality, only our 4 families will have the final say. As the energy gap grows, their other families will choose to ally themselves, and then they will basically exist in name only. As for the civil war you mentioned, it's basically impossible to fight. The 30 legions and 20 guards of the Federation cannot fight a civil war. Once a legion points its spearhead inward, unless it has energy stones, the Ministry of Government will cut off its energy supply. That's right, wife. Unless pushed to the limit, there won't be a large-scale armed rebellion within our military. Jiang Yunchuan also began to explain, allaying Su Tang's concerns. Although the Marshal's 3 legions and 2 personal guard regiments are all under his command, they aren't completely subordinate to him. Essentially, they're still federal troops, so civil war is basically impossible. Long Ju also had a look on his face that said, You're overthinking it. Su Tang was speechless. Okay, that damn TV show. She had always thought their struggle for power was like a rebellion in ancient times. Turns out it's not like that. It turns out that simply widening the gap can lead to victory without a fight. In fact, the measure of a family's strength is its reserves of high-level energy stones. If you have more energy, who would dare to run into you? There's a saying, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and schemes are paper tigers. So if we have dozens of times more absolute energy than they do, they will naturally sensibly ally themselves. Qin Xinyuan concluded bluntly. Then why aren't any of your 10 great families energy families? After hearing Qin Xinyuan's words, Su Tang was puzzled again. Who has the most energy? Of course, the energy families have the most energy, but why aren't any of the 10 great families in the military energy families? Of course, it's because of balance. According to the federal constitution, energy specialists enjoy unparalleled rights, but if an energy specialist joins the military, they can only serve in the energy department. They can't hold a position within the military. The government won't spend money to support energy specialists and then let them rebel with energy. Therefore, energy families can't. To become one of the top 10 families in the military, the only way to enter the military is to cooperate with and support other families. But who would be willing to give their energy stones to another family and let them have such power? Therefore, energy families have no military power in the military. Of course, if they have more money, they can raise their own private soldiers, that is, the guards. Speaking of this, Qin Qinyuan couldn't help but sigh and lamented. The Su family used to have a guard army of 2 regiments, but since our father disappeared, the expenses have been too high. The Su family can no longer support so many troops, and has disbanded one regiment. After hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. Their Su family had already fallen. Should she go back? But what good would she do? If she took back the Su family, she would have to manage it. If she had to manage a whole clan, where would she find the time to gather energy stones? But if she didn't go back, it felt like their Su family was about to collapse. After thinking for a while, Su Tang shook her head. The Su family was none of her business. If she went back and paid for them to gather energy stones, would they give her the fancy title of clan leader? Did they think she was stupid? How could she, with no staff and no trusted followers, possibly manage a clan? There were no relatives there, just a bunch of strangers with the surname Su. She'd better wait for Su Yuan's father to return and let him handle it. Forget it. Anyway, just keep quiet, and don't do anything unreliable that would endanger the stability of the country. Su Tang waved her hand helplessly. As long as there was no civil war, and no chaos in the Federation, she would be at ease. With one concern resolved, Su Tang stated her decision directly. Anyway, I decided to wait here for Lu Dong. He already knows my energy master level. I need to discuss Lu Jinyu's situation with him. Wife, what if he ultimately wants to kill us? Qin Qinyuan interrupted before Su Tang could finish, posing a scenario he thought was very likely. If he ultimately wants to kill you, then I... Lowering her head and rubbing her heart, Su Tang suddenly felt her heart tighten, as if someone were clutching it. She truly didn't want to see that outcome, but... Such a threat, let's just get rid of him. Looking up, Su Tang gazed into the distance, her eyes unfocused, her tone filled with helplessness and vicissitudes. She had always been selfish. She simply hoped the worst-case scenario wouldn't happen. Either Lu Jinyu agreed to marry her, or they could just be strangers, each on his own. No one in this world is truly incapable of living without the other, so the worst-case scenario shouldn't happen. Probably. No. Chapter 492. After stating that she would be staying on Shouju Star for 3 days awaiting Lu Dong's arrival, Su Tang naturally returned to her room to fix her first priority: combining the energy stones. This time, the three of them remained silent, remaining in their room. After exchanging a few glances, Qin Qinyuan sent a direct message to the two of them using his mental power. Speed up the process. I'm sending those 3 assassins. Get them ready as soon as possible. I'm also sending someone to Qinyang. After saying this, Qin Qinyuan curled his lips. My wife said, a threat? Get rid of it. Clearly, Lu Jinyu didn't hold much weight in her heart. Even if this matter were exposed, they were the 3 of them. Would she abandon them all for Lu Jinyu alone? At most, she'd be angry for a while. Thinking this way, Qin Qinyuan decided that assassinating Lu Jinyu wasn't a big deal at all. It would be a major event if Lu Jinyu returned alive. After hearing Qin Qinyuan's words, Jiang Yinchuan nodded in agreement. Although he felt that the assassination was a bit unseemly, this was no longer a simple competition for a wife. It was a matter of vital importance that could determine the family's future. As the saying goes, no ruthless man, no hero. The first step is to strike first. Long Ju also nodded, then lowered his head with a gloomy expression, a trace of worry welling up in his heart. Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan didn't know, but he understood it all. Although his wife had threatened to eliminate him, that was based on the assumption that she and Lu Jinyu had broken off negotiations, and that he would eventually take action against them. If they hadn't reached an agreement yet, and the 3 of them acted rashly, what if his wife found out? What if she, in a rage, abandoned them alone and returned to the cultivation world? That would truly be a sundering of their lives. But he couldn't bring himself to address the issues surrounding the cultivation world. For a moment, Long Ju was torn and hesitant. But before he could finish his hesitation, the laptop in his hand began to buzz. Long Howren? Long Ju was slightly surprised. Then, with a quick mental scan, he spotted a massive warship bearing the Long family's insignia hovering beside Qin Qinyuan's small starship. The moment he saw it clearly, a cloud of gloom fell over Long Ju's face. Oh, Xiao Qin is here too. As the communication went through, Long Howren didn't even glance at Long Ju, but immediately noticed Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan. As soon as he arrived at Long Ju's location, his heart skipped a beat. This was the Qin family's starship, and next to it was the Yin family's warship. They were all shrewd people, so they naturally guessed everything. This competitor was likely to be a formidable one. No wonder they rushed him here. Uncle Long, are you investigating the anomaly on Shouju Star? Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes, a standard, formulaic smile on his face. Long Ju saw it with his psychic power, and naturally he saw it too. Old man Long Howren had already arrived. And with such intentions. Oh, I'm here to see Xiaojue. I have something to discuss. Long Howren smiled, but his heart was pounding. He thought only he and Long Ju knew about the 11th level energy grandmaster, but he hadn't expected so many competitors. Then, Captain Long, please come in. Qin Qinyuan casually gestured to Long Ju, sending him off. Then, using his psychic power, he added fiercely, look at what you've done. If you offend others, don't blame me for being rude. Grandpa, wait for me over there. I'll be right there. Long Ju hung up the phone with a sullen expression. Though his voice was calm, it was clear beneath the calm was a surging wave. He stood up abruptly and walked straight to the door without looking away. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he turned back to Qin Qinyuan with a look of concern, his gaze threatening. You know, a starship is no match for a battleship. Qin Qinyuan, already displeased after Long Ju hung up the phone, grew even more gloomy after hearing this. Was this a threat? If he took the opportunity to take his wife away, he would intercept him with a battleship. Did he think his Qin family didn't have warships? Qin Qinyuan sneered, unwilling to be outdone. Mind your own business. Deal with the flies in your Long family. Even though Long Ju had already left, Qin Qinyuan continued his threatening words with his mental power. Don't worry. After replying to Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju ran towards the deck with an angry face. Long Howren, that damn old man. Brother Chen, are they using their beauty trap? After Long Ju left, Jiang Yunchuan stared at the scene under his psychic power in astonishment. Isn't it obvious? They brought so many here, thinking they were selecting a harem. Uh-huh. A hint of coldness crossed Qin Qinyuan's lips, his eyes devoid of warmth. Sure enough, the situation would turn out this way. Sure enough, an 11th level energy grandmaster would attract countless admirers. Under his psychic power, on the deck of the Long family warship, besides Long Howren, there were also a dozen or so of his grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Long Ju, driving back to the deck of the Long family warship, saw this crowd, and the fawning smile of Long Howren. He felt a surge of blood rushing from his feet to his head. He was about to bleed to death. Grandpa, what do you mean by this? Long Ju, his face stern but weak, avoided the crowd and questioned Long Howren directly through his mental power. Nothing. I'm just worried you don't have enough manpower on your own. Long Howren rubbed his hands, his smile fawning and somewhat lewd, still communicating through his mental power. Xiao Ju, it's much easier to have your brothers around. Have you told them about this? Long Ju's eyes narrowed, a murderous intent etched in his heart. Was he planning to force a man onto his wife? No, I just wanted to know what you mean. Long Howren smiled sheepishly, still answering through his mental power. He had originally looked down on his grandson, Long Ju, but 2 years ago, after he killed the cloud poison demon, his method suddenly became extremely ruthless. Sometimes, facing him, he felt a sense of fear like now. Hearing Long Howren's words, Long Ju suppressed his murderous intent and breathed a sigh of relief. This must be kept secret. Your actions have already displeased her. Long Ju's tone was irritated. If his wife knew his grandfather had brought her a bevy of handsome men, he would be in for a rough time. Is that level 11 energy grandmaster you mentioned, Lu Mo from the Lu family? Long Howren asked cautiously. Although he was using his mental power to ask, his uneasiness and worry were palpable. In Long Howren's opinion, if the other party was Lu Mo from the Lu family, then no matter how much they jumped around and made trouble, it would be futile. After all, they were related by blood, so they would naturally side with the Lu family. No, Long Ju shook his head and gave him a reassuring look. This matter is very complicated, and I can't explain it clearly right away. All you need to know is that she agreed to marry me, and there are also Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yunchuan. This has already been made public, but there are also Yan Zimu, Lu Jinyu, Lu Qingyang, and other potential contenders. Long Ju explained briefly with his mental power. Currently, only Qin, Jiang, Lu, and our Long family know about this. Of course, the Yin family may also know, so the other families must not be informed. There's nothing else to do right now. You should investigate the anomaly on Shouju and Star to avoid others noticing anything. Long Ju's face was solemn, and he took the initiative, directing Long Howren. I understand. Long Howren nodded seriously, his face filled with regret, resignation, or perhaps melancholy. Although Long Ju's explanation was simple, he understood that whoever could gain the ultimate support of that person would see their family soar to the top. There were currently 5 families competing, and all he could do was increase Long Ju's chances of victory. After a brief meeting with Long Ju, Long Howren directed the warship to a different location, wandering around under the guise of investigating Shoju and Star. Because the two communicated via telekinesis throughout the entire process, the Long family members accompanying him were completely confused. Although baffled, they wisely refrained from questioning and simply followed his instructions. Chapter 493. Su Tang returned to her room and naturally continued her energy stone fusion plan. However, within 2 hours, she received a text message from Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang's message was very subtle, probably asking if he could come to her place to talk. Su Tang knew without hesitation that old man Lu Dong was trying to pressure Lu Qingyang again, fearing that Lu Qingyang would secretly disobey. Finally, Su Tang opened the door and continued to huddle on the sofa fusion energy stones. Lu Qingyang stood guard at her door like a door god, and then called Lu Dong every 2 hours to announce his location. This situation made Su Tang a little amused, but also a little sad for Lu Qingyang. What a grandfather he had to deal with. If she had, she would have turned her back on him long ago. After a few minutes of sighing, Su Tang continued to combine energy stones. Her energy master level was no secret, and the room was brightly lit, so combining an 8th level energy stone wouldn't reveal anything. Opening the door or closing it made no difference to her. The day passed quickly. That evening, knowing to avoid suspicion, Lu Qingyang naturally stopped standing by her door. She moved Bingjing to a place where the moonlight could reach, and had Su Yanlai squat at the door to dispatch the 3 men one by one. Then, Su Tang changed her clothes and logged onto Skynet. Once on Skynet, Su Tang retreated to her private residence. Soon, Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, and Jiang Yunchuan arrived. After taking them to her private residence at their request, Su Tang left them alone. "I have something important to do," she said. Su Tang buried herself in the information she had instructed Su Xiaobai to secretly copy that day. Although somewhat puzzled by Yan Zimu's decision not to invite them for tea, Su Tang clearly ignored them, so the three of them went their separate ways. Soon after, Jiang Yunchuan received a message from his parents. Thinking that he hadn't yet fully explained his thoughts, Jiang Yunchuan's expression faltered for a moment. He glanced hesitantly at Qin Qinyuan. Qin Qinyuan nodded in understanding, giving him a look that said, "Don't worry." Qin Qinyuan's meaning, of course, was, "Go ahead, I stay here and fight Long Ju." Naturally, Jiang Yunchuan understood that if Long Ju were left alone with his wife, he knew what would happen. With two people providing checks and balances, they would be a perfect balance. "Wife, I need to see my parents about something." Sooner or later, he had to face the situation. With a somewhat helpless sigh, Jiang Yunchuan addressed Su Tang. "Yes." Su Tang nodded without raising her eyelids, making a yes sound through her nose to show her understanding. Jiang Yunchuan felt a surge of sadness at Su Tang's perfunctory attitude, even ignoring him. He stared at Su Tang sincerely for a minute, then, finding she still showed no reaction, he sighed softly and vanished from the private residence with a somewhat dejected air. At this moment, Su Tang had no time to consider Jiang Yunchuan's feelings. She felt as if a herd of idiots were galloping through her heart. What the heck? What the heck? More of that. She was practically going crazy. Look at what's written here. 2 extremely dangerous high-level star beasts. What does extremely dangerous mean? Destroyed 121 planets in the Federation, killed over 100 billion people. Regarding these star beasts, the military records so lightly brushed aside, their whereabouts unknown. They disappeared. What if they show up again? Is this a joke? They disappeared. There's only a few details about the characteristics and habits of these 2 high-level star beasts. Honey, what's wrong with you? Qin Qinyuan asked with concern, noticing Su Tang's displeasure. It's okay. Don't worry about me. Su Tang, still not looking up, bought a bottle of milk from the store and slowly sipped it, trying to calm herself. Although she wanted to yell at the two of them, "Are you military personnel just here for nothing?" But reason told her that this wasn't their business. It happened thousands of years ago. Suppressing her emotions, Su Tang continued to read. She was looking at the military's secret archives, which recorded special star beasts and their attacks. But as she read, Su Tang suddenly regretted it. As expected, these were top-secret files. A commoner like her wasn't meant to know such earth-shattering secrets. Elsewhere, Jiang Yunchuan, having left, teleported directly to Jiang Yi's private residence. "Xiaoyun, what's going on?" Jiang Yi asked anxiously upon seeing Jiang Yunchuan. He had already asked during the day, but Xiaoyun had said the communication wasn't clear, so they naturally had to wait until night to access Skynet. "Yes, Xiaoyun, how did that Su Tang become Lu Mo? How is she connected to the Lu family again?" Han Yun was also puzzled. According to the intelligence, Qin Qinyuan had a crush on Lu Mo from the Lu family, and even Long Ju from the Long family had a crush on her, and they were all currently on Qin Qinyuan's starship. The moment they saw this report, the two of them were naturally terrified, fearing that the matter had been leaked. It's complicated. Actually, it's like this. Jiang Yunchuan slightly changed his tone, then, in essence, explained how he discovered Su Tang was Lu Mo, their relationship, Su Tang's energy mastery, and his plans to marry her. What? You're marrying her? As soon as Jiang Yunchuan finished, Han Yun's voice pierced with dissatisfaction. With a look of excitement, Han Yun grabbed Jiang Yunchuan's shirt and shook it vigorously, as if she wouldn't give up until he changed his mind. Mom, don't get excited. Jiang Yunchuan waved his hand helplessly. He knew he wouldn't be able to accept it for a while. No, I don't agree. Han Yun shook her head, a look of deep dissatisfaction on her face. Mom, Jiang Yunchuan called out helplessly, I made up my mind. Old Jiang, why don't you talk to him? How could our son get married? And to a polyandrous man. A grown-up son is no longer under his mother's control. Han Yun felt deeply helpless that Jiang Yunchuan wouldn't listen to her, so she naturally turned to Jiang Yi for help. Jiang Yi, however, had been silent since hearing Jiang Yunchuan's words. After hearing Han Yun's words, he suddenly looked up, his expression hard to describe, but it was clear that it was incredibly heavy. He spoke word by word. Even if he married her, we'd be marrying above our station. Jiang Yi, how could you do such a thing as selling out your son? Jiang Yi's words were like stirring up a hornet's nest. Han Yun's face turned bitter, and she shouted at him hysterically. She wasn't stupid, so she naturally understood what an 11th level energy grandmaster represented. And what did Jiang Yi mean by that? Climbing above his station. Was he going to sacrifice his son's happiness for the Jiang family's glory? Han Yun couldn't help but look resentful. No matter how powerful Su Tang was, her son was the one and only, the best in the world. How could her Xiaoyun endure such injustice? Jiang Yi, knowing Han Yun had misunderstood from the look on her face, didn't directly explain. He simply took a deep breath, as if making a momentous decision. His expression darkened, as he stared directly at Jiang Yunchuan, his gaze unwavering. I won't force you. Even if she's an 11th level energy grandmaster, I won't force you to marry her for the Jiang family's future. The allure of an 11th level energy grandmaster was naturally immense, but he held on to something far more important. At this point, Jiang Yi suddenly turned to look at Han Yun, his gaze gentle and affectionate. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds, power like flowing water. I'm vying for the position of patriarch of the Jiang family, and the rank of marshal only to protect you. Jiang Yi then looked at Jiang Yunchuan again, his eyes filled with utter seriousness. Xiaoyun, I want to tell you that your happiness is most important. The future of the Jiang family isn't important. The worst-case scenario is that we be dependent on the Qin family for survival. If you lose your true self for power, even if you manage to reach the pinnacle, you'd be unhappy for the rest of your life. Old Jiang, I knew you weren't that kind of person. Han Yun's eyes reddened slightly after hearing Jiang Yi's words, and she couldn't help but rub them. Even though they were an old married couple, it was inevitable that they were moved. Dad. Jiang Yunchuan's heart was also filled with mixed emotions. He was grateful to God for having such a pair of parents who cared so wholeheartedly for him, but he lowered his head with a complex feeling, suppressing the emotion in his heart. He looked up at Jiang Yi with a firm gaze. Mom and Dad, I decided to marry her. Although I'm reluctant, I still want to be with her. I really do. Chapter 494. That night, Su Tang did nothing on Skynet, just curled up on the sofa reading information. At 4 o'clock in the morning, Su Tang diligently decided to get up. Because she deeply understood how frustrating this world was. Who knew a super-advanced star beast would appear one day? The military's special star beast files basically recorded, in XXXX year, a XXX star beast appeared in the XXX galaxy. This star beast devoured XXX people, destroyed XXX planet, and so on. And 90% of the time, the final result was that the XX star beast disappeared. The more Su Tang read, the more frightened and disheartened she became. Damn! This world has so many major unresolved threats. She already knew the star beast threat was significant, but so many unresolved. Su Tang carefully counted and found a total of 132 recorded, the number of high-risk star beasts in the triple digits. After reading these secret files, she immediately felt that this world was unsafe. After climbing out of the Skynet, taking a shower, and returning to her body after basking in the moonlight, Su Tang could only say that there was no such thing as the most dangerous, only more dangerous. she was no longer able to complain about the dangers of this world. Su Xiaobai, his voice heavy, told her a bunch of nonsense. The gist of it all was that while basking in the moonlight at night, he had remembered something important. The so-called cycle of fate. As for what this cycle of fate meant, Su Xiaobai couldn't explain it clearly. He only knew that after pondering it all night, Yan Zimu's predictions were likely to be it. And if it truly was, it meant that heaven would destroy you, even if it had to. Then he would die, and naturally Su Xiaobai would die, and Su Tang would definitely be dead too. After changing, Su Tang was so anxious she forgot about the energy stone, and sent a message to Long Ju asking him to come over. When Long Ju received Su Tang's "come quickly" message, his face was naturally filled with surprise, and he moved lightly to Su Tang's door. Seeing Long Ju go to Su Tang's room, Qin Qinyuan, who had already logged off the Skynet, naturally followed him. Since Jiang Yunchuan was still on Skynet, he naturally wanted to keep a close eye on Long Ju. But reality was always frustrating. Qin Qinyuan was ruthlessly blocked outside by Su Yinlai. Long Ju sneered at Qin Qinyuan, with a smug look on his face before sauntering inside. Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, as he stared at the closed door. He knew his wife wouldn't ask Long Ju to do anything inappropriate in broad daylight, but it was clear she was hiding something from him. Something only she and Long Ju knew. Pulling a chair from his space lock, Qin Qinyuan and Su Yinlai squatted at the doorway, their faces dark and thoughtful. He absolutely had to reassess the importance of Long Ju in his wife's heart. Combining Jiang Yunchuan's words with his wife's attitude, and the movements of his wife and Long Ju, Qin Qinyuan was puzzled. Hadn't they only crossed paths once on Tianshu Star? And during the time his wife was missing, she might have met Lu Jinyu, while Long Ju had been in the capital system. So why did his wife trust him so much? Why was she keeping something secret from him and discussing it with Long Ju? Qin Qinyuan's brows furrowed deeper, and the more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. Inside the room, Su Tang paced back and forth restlessly. At this moment, she felt a little regretful. As expected, the more she knew, the more worried she became. Ignorance is truly bliss. She, a commoner, was truly unfitted for such secrets. She regretted it. Why had she bothered to read the military's secret files? Why had Su Xiaobai bothered to tell her so much about the cycle of karma? As soon as she saw Long Ju, Su Tang rushed over anxiously, grabbing his shirt from the chest and demanding with immense urgency, "What is the cycle of karma?" Long Ju, who had been beaming at Su Tang's advance, realized he'd been overthinking it after seeing her expression. After a brief pause, his face darkened, and Su Tang's expression infected him with a touch of nervousness. "What's wrong? What happened? Tell me first, do you know what the cycle of karma is?" Su Tang's voice was nervous and trembling, her eyes wide open as she looked up at him with a mixture of panic and anticipation. Su Xiaobai only said that the heavenly Tao reincarnation was extremely serious enough to kill it, but it couldn't explain the specifics. Su Tang could only consult Long Ju about this. Although she knew Qin Qinyuan was outside, she still trusted Long Ju the most. Moreover, this matter concerned the entire cultivation world. Although she was deeply concerned, she was still somewhat selfish and didn't want others to know. After all, it involved her own past. Heavenly Tao reincarnation? Although Su Tang's sudden question seemed a bit strange, since she had asked, Long Ju held his chin and began to recall carefully. "Did you know?" Su Tang unconsciously held her breath. She felt so nervous. If it really was heavenly Tao reincarnation, she would have to make plans early. Long Ju sorted out his thoughts, then lowered his head slightly to look at Su Tang, with a soothing look in his eyes. He began to speak in a steady voice. "All things wither and flourish, and then revive again. That is a cycle. Simply put, the cycle of the cultivation world can be said to be like this. As the number of cultivators increases, their cultivation becomes higher and higher. Prosperity is bound to be followed by destruction. With the destruction of cultivators, and the exploitation of spiritual veins, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth will only become thinner and thinner. When the spiritual energy becomes thin to a certain extent, the cultivation of cultivators will not be able to improve, and each generation will be worse than the previous one. The final result is naturally the demise of cultivators, and the world will become a world of spiritual beasts and demonic beasts. From the time when cultivators rule the world to the time when cultivators rule the world, the process of the extinction of the immortals is called the cycle of reincarnation. And because there are no cultivators, the world's spiritual energy slowly recovers. One day, long from now, cultivators might reappear and defeat the spirit beasts and demonic beasts, returning the world to the realm of cultivators. This, too, can be considered the cycle of reincarnation. It's a very slow process, Long Ju said, hugging Su Tang and gently patting her back. The cycle of reincarnation is usually a slow, natural process. There's nothing to worry about. At this point, Long Ju understood that they were worried about the cycle of reincarnation, but it was a natural, slow process, so there was nothing to worry about. Could there be a quick cycle of reincarnation? Hearing Long Ju's explanation, Su Tang grew even more nervous. She suddenly thought of the extinction of the dinosaurs on Earth. Wasn't it because of their extinction that humans were able to rule the Earth? Even to this day, the extinction of the dinosaurs remains a mystery. Could this be the so-called cycle of reincarnation? A quick cycle of heaven. Long Ju frowned, then recalled something. Yes, there is. It's a special kind of cycle, called a heavenly tribulation. It's quite complicated, and I can't explain it clearly. My understanding is that the original ruler of this realm has reached the end of their fate, and heaven has decided to destroy them, and then give them a new life. It's like heaven wants to destroy you, and it has no choice but to do so. Can you explain it more specifically? Su Tang was furious. Isn't this a technological realm? A technological realm. Why would there be something like heavenly Tao, something related to the world of cultivation here? She wanted to yell, Heavenly Tao. You're managing the wrong interface. Take the technological interface, for example. It's probably about technology being too advanced, and the environment being severely damaged. Heaven can't stand it anymore, so it sends down a catastrophe to destroy humanity, leaving other creatures a new world to thrive. Long Ju suddenly stroked Su Tang's hair and laughed lightly. Why are you overthinking it? The constraints of heavenly Tao in this non-cultivational realm are very weak, so this kind of thing will rarely happen. But the military has records of many unsolved star beasts. Su Tang's face was still filled with worry. That's not something to worry about. Who knows where they are now? We just need to continuously develop technology, reserve energy, and do our best to deal with them when they appear. Long Ju's expression was completely as if he was overthinking it. He understood now. His wife had spent the night reading secret military files on the Skynet. It was sad that she was so worried this morning, but what was there to worry about? What if we encounter a star beast we can't defeat? Hearing Long Ju's nonchalant attitude, Su Tang only grew more anxious. But someone could choke to death while drinking nutrient solution. What if they don't drink the nutrient solution and eat instead? What if they choke to death while eating? Long Ju was suddenly speechless at Su Tang's question. Su Tang was stunned for a moment. Does this mean she's worrying too much? Thinking about it, it makes sense. Why is she overthinking it so much? As for the star beast that might bring about the cycle of reincarnation in 20 years, if she can defeat it, then fight it. If she can't, then run. Chapter 495. Having already decided to flee if she couldn't win, Su Tang stopped thinking. If this plane truly was about to undergo a cycle of fate, while it felt cruel, she was powerless. She wasn't a savior. Su Tang believed that in the face of a catastrophe, she only needed to take care of herself. Of course, she would take everyone she considered important with her when she fled. But escaping would mean the annihilation of all humanity in a plane, so she would naturally have to switch planes. Switching planes would naturally require Su Xiaobai, and Su Xiaobai would rely on the sun. One red moon lasted 100 years, and it was said that it would take another 50 years for it to digest the ghosts it had consumed. Currently, she only had two options. One was to flee to a planet in the Wood Wolf Galaxy, one with 3 red moons. But was she crazy? Going to the Wood Wolf Galaxy when there were other options? Not only would she face the sudden appearance of dangerous star beasts, but even the desolate environment would be enough for her to endure. So, in her opinion, the most appropriate solution now was to keep that person. But Su Tang felt a slight headache, and then she began to diligently combine energy stones. She should first prepare a large number of them. If she could, she would definitely kill the star beast. Running away was too cowardly. After conversing with Long Ju, Su Tang began combining energy stones with the door wide open. Long Ju sat on the sofa, looking content. He knew that entering his wife's room like this would definitely make Qin Qinyuan vomit to death. As soon as Su Tang's door opened, Qin Qinyuan strode in. After seeing Su Tang combining energy stones, he turned his gaze to Long Ju, staring at him with a stern, scrutinizing look. Long Ju raised his eyebrows, grinned, and returned his triumphant smile with a wicked look. Qin Qinyuan remained silent in response to Long Ju's boastful display, merely staring at him intently. Although deeply curious about what they discussed, Long Ju would never tell him, and since his wife had chosen to avoid him, neither would she, so asking would be a waste of breath. Suppressing his frustration, after staring at Long Ju for a while, and finding no clues, Qin Qinyuan snorted, and went out to do his own thing. Although he wasn't very busy, he still had things to attend to. Since Su Tang had left the door wide open to collect the energy stone, he didn't have to worry. The gate spirit would arrive soon anyway. Sure enough, not long after, Lu Qingyang was forced by Lu Dong to come over to make a call. Lu Dong's requirement was that he could see Su Tang within the light screen's view. Naturally, despite his frustration, Lu Qingyang had no choice but to run to Su Tang's door to make a call. Although Su Tang couldn't bear to see Lu Dong's behavior, she felt that blood was thicker than water, and as an outsider, she couldn't say much. It was like how others saw Su Qiming as a philandering scumbag, but in her eyes, he was a lovable old man with a sense of humor who made her laugh. Because he was her grandfather, her philandering flaw could be overlooked. So sometimes, different perspectives can lead to different opinions. Su Tang continued to combine energy stones unfazed for the entire day. And at night, of course, she would go to Skynet without fail. However, even there, Su Tang didn't go to the Mecha War Zone. Instead, she stayed at her private residence to practice her long-dormant silk-splitting technique. Su Tang felt she lost herself in the pursuit of pleasure. There's a sequence in learning, and there are specializations in skills. Her specialty was energy engineering, so why did she have to practice mecha technology? With her current skills, coupled with a high-level energy shield and unlimited energy, she could definitely annihilate a whole shipload of people. Techniques are about quality, not quantity. Having clearly determined her goal of becoming a great, unprecedented, and brilliant energy engineer, Su Tang decided to fully activate her thread-splitting technique. Combining energy stones on Skynet was naturally virtual, and since she split her mental power online, she could still split it into the same fractions back in reality. Currently, her mental power could be divided into 1,777,216 fractions. According to Su Xiaobai, G-level mental power couldn't be split into fractions, F-level mental power could be split into 10 fractions, and so on. So, with her already being a 5-star, she could split 10 to the power of 10. Thinking of this, Su Tang completely ignored the three men with sullen expressions around her. She had important things to do. No time for them. So, the entire night on Skynet, Su Tang devoted herself to her splitting technique. The three ignored, had to find their own things to do. After a night of hard work, Su Tang still failed to split the threads, but she remained undeterred. The next day, she woke up early as usual and began her daily routine, combining energy stones. The day continued uneventfully until a little after 2 p.m. Looking at the communication on her computer, Su Tang felt a slight sense of helplessness. It must be that old man Lu Dong had arrived. After a few polite words and hanging up, Su Tang rubbed her temple again, put away the energy stone, and used her mental power to take a look. She was immediately shocked. Lu Dong hadn't arrived alone. Dozens of handsome men of all kinds stood on the deck of his battleship. For a moment, Su Tang's face darkened, and a sense of foreboding rose. No way, it wasn't what she imagined, was it? After the shock, Su Tang felt a slight sense of disappointment. Yin Zimu's Yin family warship had departed without a trace. All she could see in her mental field was Lu Dong's massive warship, bearing the Lu family's insignia. This time, they were truly done for, never to cross paths again. Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little melancholy. Well, the past was like smoke. She was already quite happy, so she should sincerely wish him happiness as well. Shaking off the slight regret, Su Tang straightened her clothes and rode out on Su Yanlai. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan, with a formal smile on his face, gritted his teeth while speaking to Lu Dongke, who also wore a formal smile and gritted his teeth. Qin Qinyuan disliked Lu Dong in every way. And Lu Dong disliked Qin Qinyuan in every way. The two men, who disliked each other, practiced Tai Chi with smiles across the screen. The basic meaning was that Lu Dong wanted to come over, but Qin Qinyuan had shut him out. Open the deck. After riding Su Yanlai to the deck, Su Tang calmly addressed Qin Qinyuan with her mental power after seeing Lu Dong, who looked delighted. Wife, don't listen to that old man's sweet talk. Once you're on his warship, you won't be able to come back. Qin Qinyuan's composure immediately flared upon receiving Su Tang's mental power. His first thought was that the old fox had said something to try to trick his wife away. Can't come back? Su Tang smiled faintly. If I want to leave, can he stop me? After receiving Su Tang's telepathic response, Qin Qinyuan was slightly stunned, and then a complicated feeling emerged. Why did he feel his wife had changed? She seemed a little more assertive. Open the hatch. I handle the rest. Glancing at Lu Qingyang, who was also in the deck cabin, looking somewhat embarrassed, Su Tang urged Qin Qinyuan again. She had to teach that damned old man Lu Dong a lesson, or he'd definitely push his luck. Chapter 496. Though reluctant, seeing Su Tang's resolute attitude, Qin Qinyuan opened the deck hatch and quickly headed for it. Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju, who had been out for a friendly sparring match due to boredom, also headed for the deck hatch. On the deck, the starship's hatch opened, and Su Yanlai suddenly leaped, nimbly soaring into the air. His body instantly grew in size, and a deafening lion's roar echoed through the air for a long time. Su Tang's intention was naturally to intimidate Lu Dong. She remembered his conversation with Qin Qinyuan that day clearly. This old man was actually indirectly saying that Qin Qinyuan was weak. He was bullying her man. If she didn't teach him a lesson, he really thinks she was made of clay. How dare you? Before Su Yanlai could finish his words, a deep, masculine roar echoed through the lion's roar, and at the same time, a figure like fire quickly flew towards them. Despite the opponent's speed, Su Tang's 5S spiritual power allowed her to see it clearly. It was a golden-colored red flame tiger, a fire-attributed star beast, like Su Yanlai. The red flame tiger possessed a pair of enormous flaming wings. While not a high-ranking star beast, it possessed exceptional combat power, categorized as a highly dangerous star beast. Atop the red flame tiger stood a tall, straight-set man in military uniform, his face cold and sharp. The Lu family was a family of beast tamers, and most of Lu Dong's sons, grandsons, and great-grandsons were beast tamers. Even Lu Dong himself was a beast tamer, but his star beast had died unexpectedly. Someone of his stature naturally disdained ordinary star beasts, and he didn't want to risk taming special star beasts, so he had no available star beasts. The Lu family members Lu Dong had brought with him were all elite members of the Lu family, naturally, all beast trainers and mecha pilots with star beasts. Seeing Su Tang's provocative behavior, Lu Wenyan, the most impulsive and arguably the strongest of the group, couldn't help but take action. Since Lu Dong hadn't revealed his purpose, he considered Lu Mo's disobedience to his elders to be sheer treason, and even a woman deserved a good lesson. Seeing Lu Wenyan's actions, Lu Dong's eyes widened, and the words he wanted to stop him were swallowed back. In his opinion, women all like men with strength, and perhaps a display of Wenyan's abilities would earn Su Tang's respect. With this in mind, Lu Dong chose to wait and see. Seeing Lu Qingyang, who had already recruited the hippogriff and returned to his side, Lu Dong felt relieved. With Qingyang watching over them, nothing serious would happen. In the air, Su Tang, perched on Su Yanlai's back, noticed someone standing out. A faint smile played across her face, a chill in her eyes. From today on, she had to be more assertive. She had to remember the saying, kind people are bullied. He was too kind, and they actually thought she was easy to bully. She could tolerate Lu Dong forcing Lu Qingyang over, but bringing so many men here so brazenly? Was he treating her like a garbage dump? If she didn't act tough, this old man would definitely push her further. In the air, two massive figures collided, then quickly separated, each star beast stabilizing itself in midair. Ouch, that opponent's quite powerful, and also fire attributed. I was too careless just now. This time, I'm going to kill him, Su Yanlai complained to Su Tang, confirming that he could handle it. Then, he straightened his stance and prepared for battle. He had underestimated the enemy just now. He roared again, his mouth wide open, revealing a row of sharp white fangs. Su Yanlai also bared all his sharp claws. Against a fire-attributed star beast, it was natural to compete to see who had the sharpest teeth and claws. Lu Mo, how dare you? Lu Qingyang, how did you teach your daughter? Seeing Su Yanlai's aggressive stance, Lu Wenyan's face darkened. After yelling at Su Tang, he turned his rage on Lu Qingyang. A father's fault for not raising a child properly. Uninformed, Lu Wenyan naturally assumed Su Tang was merely Lu Qingyang's illegitimate daughter. While she seemed quite capable during their recent encounter, her arrogant attitude, scornful of her elders, was simply outrageous. Since you can't discipline your daughter, don't blame me, your younger brother, for interfering. Lu Wenyan was naturally furious at Su Tang's blatant provocation. After a stern rebuke, the red flame tiger beneath him attacked again with a sharp, whistling sound. I do it! Su Tang mentally instructed Su Yanlai and quickly attacked. After the red flame tiger entered their 10-meter range, a sharp whip cracked through the air, sending LV Wenyan and the star beast flying sideways, tumbling heavily back onto the deck of the Lu family's warship. As a seasoned expert, LV Wenyan's agility allowed him to steady himself even after being whipped, or leap off the red flame tiger's back in time to land safely. For unknown reasons, the moment Su Tang's whip lashed out, LV Wenyan felt a sharp pain in his head, and his body was momentarily unable to react. The sharp pain of impacting the ground brought him back to his senses. Since the two of them were not at a great height, for someone like him, such a collision would only cause a slight pain and would not cause serious injury. But after coming to his senses, Lu Wenyan's face suddenly paled. He looked up, his eyes filled with shock, grief, and disbelief, staring directly at Su Tang. His red flame tiger was dead. Dead. He now understood that the sharp pain in his head was due to the loss of mental connection with the star beast. But how was that possible? An instant kill? An instant kill. At that moment, everyone on the warship stared at Su Tang in the air with astonishment. Lu Dong was filled with horror. That was the legendary Ming Jin, the invincible star beast of Empress Mo Yushi. It was said that anyone Empress Mo Yushi wanted to kill, once touched by her Ming Jin, would be doomed. Lu Dong took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil in his heart, and forced himself to remain calm. No wonder Su Tang was so arrogant and disregarded his position as marshal. She definitely had the means. Of course, Lu Dong was not mistaken. The one who had caused such devastating damage was indeed Ming Jin, the Su family's most precious treasure. Even after Su Xiaobai consumed the ghost blade, Su Tang felt her Ming Jin sprouting. She tried it in the shower, and it truly did. Capturing the silence particles within the energy stone was simply a matter of using her mental power like a whip. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. With so many energy stones, Su Tang automatically mastered a skill. Whipping. The Ming Jin, on the other hand, was completely unconscious. It was hard to tell whether it was a star beast or a plant. Controlling it was just like controlling her mental power, so using it to whip people was effortless for Su Tang. However, Su Tang felt a little embarrassed. This Ming Jin was being a bit too much. She really just wanted to whip the tiger a few times, but it had died instantly. Fortunately, it had been a star beast. If it had been a human, she had gone too far. No wonder her mother said not to use Ming Jin unless absolutely necessary, before she had complete control. In a fraction of a second, the once robust red flame tiger had deflated, looking like a skinny, dead creature from a long period of starvation. Amen, brother tiger, I didn't mean to kill you. May you ascend to heaven soon. Su Tang silently repented. Chapter 497. It's already been killed, so feeling sorry about it seems hypocritical. Su Tang immediately shook off the slightest bit of guilt and continued her arrogant attitude. Marshal Lu hasn't said anything yet, so what right do you have to speak? Holding her head high and chest puffed out, Su Tang glanced at the man on the ground with disdain, then spat out 4 cold words. You're overestimating yourself. As she spoke, a sneer curled up at the corner of her mouth. That old man Lu Dong dared to bully Qin Qingyuan? His beast trainer wasn't that powerful. Asshole, I want you to pay with your life. After recovering from his shock, Lu Wenyan's eyes were red as he glared at Su Tang in the air, practically spitting fire. His voice was filled with anger, tinged with grief. That was the star beast that had been with him for 27 years. His partner in battle, a figure like family. As he spoke, a black mecha appeared beside Lu Wenyan, clearly ready to fight Su Tang to the death. Stop! Seeing this, Lu Dong immediately realized something was amiss. While the lion flame beast was powerful, it couldn't possibly protect its master against a mecha. It was clearly impossible. However, Lu Wenyan, blinded by rage, didn't hear Lu Dong's words. Everyone in the Lu family, even Lu Qingyang, was stunned by Su Tang's clarity. For a moment, no one noticed Lu Wenyan's actions. Lu Wenyan's skills were also impressive. By the time everyone realized what was happening, he had already boarded the mecha and closed the cockpit. The murder of an 11th level energy grandmaster was a crime that could doom the Lu family. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Dong's forehead. Without hesitation, he prepared to use his mental power to dial Lu Wenyan's number on his computer. He had to stop him. It took Lu Wenyan only 2 seconds to extract the mecha from the space and skillfully climb aboard, a period that left Su Tang a bit unresponsive. But from taking the driver's seat to starting the mecha, it took at least 3 seconds. While not much could be done in those 3 seconds, it was more than enough to summon Su Xiaobao. The black mecha on the deck instantly sank into a sea of stone-patterned butterflies, unable to start again. The crowd, just coming to their senses, was once again shocked by this scene. By the time they reacted and drew their weapons, the stone-patterned butterflies had vanished as suddenly as they had appeared. Tucking her wind-twisted hair behind her ear, Su Tang extended her right hand. The only remaining butterfly, A rather unremarkable stone-colored butterfly landed on her slender, jade-white index finger, flapping its wings against the sunlight. Looking at the stone butterfly between her fingers, a bright smile flickered across Su Tang's face, then faded, replaced by a look of disdain. You want me to pay with my life? Don't you think you have what it takes? Without even glancing at the black mecha, Su Tang turned her gaze directly to the still terrified Lu Dong. Marshal Lu, how can the younger generation in your family be so ignorant? If this child is ignorant, then the elders should discipline him properly to avoid. Su Tang stared at Lu Dong with a dark gaze, then, word by word, uttered 4 words in an extremely cold voice, clan annihilation. After that, Su Tang smiled brightly once more, a smile so bright it seemed to melt the winter snow. Even if it was Lu Jinyu, even if she liked him, she would not allow him to threaten her. In the past, Lu Jinyu could threaten her with force. Now that she had the power, why couldn't she threaten the Lu family in return? Although the sun on Shoujun Star was bright, and Su Tang's smile was equally radiant, for some reason, looking into Su Tang's smiling eyes, Lu Dong suddenly felt as if he had been frozen solid. Every limb ached. A catastrophe of annihilation. This was a warning to him that he must suppress Lu Jinyu and prevent him from doing anything that displeased her, or she would not let the Lu family off the hook. If Su Tang were merely an 11th level energy grandmaster, everyone would admire and fawn over her. But with her inherent strength, not only would others admire and fawn over her, but they would also fear her. He should have thought of it earlier. Since Su Tang was able to help Xiao Yu tame a stone-patterned butterfly, it was obvious she had one too. He should have thought of it earlier. Stone-patterned butterfly. Demonic light butterfly? Lion flame beast? Ming Jin? 11th level energy grandmaster. Lu Dong suddenly felt a chill in his heart. With her strength, if she had her ambition, she would definitely reach the pinnacle of the Federation, and all they could do was curry favor with her. While Lu Dong was still in shock, Su Tang's voice rang out with impatience. By the way, Marshal Lu, is there something you need from me? If not, I'm very busy. Having already shown her power, Su Tang, unwilling to waste any more time with Lu Dong, left a few words and arrogantly ordered Su Yanlai back to the starship's deck. She was truly busy. She still had to combine energy stones. Wait, I'm busy. As Su Tang left, Lu Dong became anxious. The experienced man had finally realized what he had done to displease Su Tang. This was a warning. In fact, his reason for visiting Su Tang wasn't just to worry about her being abducted by Qin Qinyuan, but more importantly, he wanted to introduce her to the elite members of his family. Lu Dong also understood that Lu Qingyang's personality wasn't suited to vying for favor. Now that Su Tang had returned, Lu Dong naturally grew anxious. Seeing Lu Qingyang standing silently behind him, Lu Dong felt a wave of headache. What kind of attitude was this? What kind of attitude? Didn't he see Su Tang had already left, and he didn't even chase her? What are you still standing here for? Why don't you take me with you? Lu Dong's roar was filled with anger, and even more with a sense of disappointment. Although he could just drive over, it was clear that Lu Qingyang's attitude wouldn't allow him to follow. Lu Dong realized that Su Tang probably didn't like anyone else except Lu Qingyang, so he had to force Qingyang over. Lu Dong's shouting brought Lu Qingyang, whose mind had been completely distracted by Su Tang's shock, back to his senses. His expression was inexplicable, and he remained silent. The hippogriff beside him suddenly grew larger, until it could carry 2 people. After leaping onto the hippogriff's back, and seeing the lion flame's massive form guarding the deck, Lu Dong realized it wasn't welcoming anyone else. Though reluctant, he turned back and ordered, "Stay here and wait for me. Keep everything from today to yourself." Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Lu Wenyin emerging from the mecha cockpit, looking rather dusty. Lu Dong was furious. Su Tang must be thinking the men of the Lu family were useless. "You bastard! I deal with you when I get back." After saying this, Lu Dong ordered Lu Qingyang directly to the deck of Qin Qinyuan's starship. At that moment, Su Yanlai was the only one lazily crouching on the starship's deck, his tail swishing. The boss had instructed him to only let Lu Qingyang and the old man in, and he was to guard the gate properly. Seeing that they had sensibly only allowed 2 of them, Su Yanlai's eyes flickered with satisfaction. He grinned, baring his fangs at the hippogriff, his threat clear. With Lu Qingyang as its master backing him up, the hippogriffus proudly flashed its claws at Su Yanlai, then completely ignored him. Su Yanlai was frustrated. "Boss, can I eat this giant deer bird?" Su Tang. "Just behave yourself." Chapter 498. Knowing that Lu Dong would be arriving, Su Tang didn't go far. She simply exited the deck and leaned against the wall in the corridor leading to the main ship. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief when her psychic sense saw Lu Dong and Lu Qingyang approaching together. Then, somewhat helplessly, she clutched the hem of her dress, hesitating once more. She had also noticed the man's anger and grief after the star beast's death. To say she felt no guilt would be a lie. But to her, he was still a stranger. No matter how upset he was, she would only feel a slight apology and not take it to heart. Within her psychic sense, Lu Qingyang caressed the hippogriff's head affectionately in response to Su Yilia's provocation. She could clearly see the concern in his eyes. Su Tang's eyes darkened, a flicker of hesitation in her distinct black and white pupils. Should she stay with Lu Qingyang? But that would be too cruel to him. He was like a companion. She must stay. I told you. What if it's the cycle of fate? If that star beast brings the cycle of fate, then everyone in this world will be doomed, including you and me. Seeing Su Tang's hesitation, Su Xiaobai anxiously warned her. Yes, Su Tang's heart sank. What if, by some chance, she couldn't find Lu Qingyang, or if he died first? Then she couldn't allow that to happen. For that possibility, she had to keep him. She had always been selfish, so she had to be fully prepared for that possibility, the so-called cycle of fate. After Su Tang saw Lu Dong and Lu Qingyang board the deck via telepathic power, she stared at Lu Qingyang and sighed softly. Please forgive her selfishness. She is a selfish person after all. After exiting the deck, seeing Su Tang waiting for them in the hallway, Lu Dong's eyes flickered with joy. Could there be hope for his Qingyang? Marshal Lu, since you're here, let's chat. They're all in room D231. Su Tang gave a polite smile and turned to head towards D231, which was not far from the deck. Seeing the three men on the starship rushing to the deck, Su Tang sent them a telepathic message, asking them to wait for her in D231. D231 was also a room shielded from telepathic detection, but its conference table was larger, capable of accommodating around 10 people. In D231, Qin Qinyuan, who had watched the entire process, had a gloomy expression. His wife seemed to have changed. She was no longer the little woman who would discuss everything with him and let him make the decisions. For some reason, Qin Qinyuan suddenly felt a surge of panic. Strength and power could transform a person beyond recognition. So what would become of her? What if she became ambitious? Then, when his status and strength couldn't keep up with hers, wouldn't he be left far behind? For a moment, Qin Qinyuan suddenly felt a surge of uncertainty. Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Jiang Yunchuan, who had witnessed the entire process, didn't think as much as Qin Qinyuan did. He was filled with pride. His wife was truly amazing. Look at that old man Lu Dong's expression. It made him feel so good. He even wanted to force a man onto his wife. How shameless. After watching the spectacle, Jiang Yunchuan, recovering his mental strength, immediately noticed Qin Qinyuan's expression was somewhat glum. It's okay, maybe I'm overthinking it. Qin Qinyuan gathered his thoughts and waved his hand. Hopefully, he really was overthinking it. Beside him, Long Ju remained silent, glancing at Jiang Yunchuan with a hint of disdain. This single-celled organism. Qin Qinyuan was clearly worried. Although he wasn't entirely sure what he was worried about, he could probably guess. In the world of cultivation, the strength of a pair of Taoist partners is generally similar. Once the gap becomes too great, the weaker one inevitably becomes a vassal of the stronger one. So, as the gap between them and their wives widens, they will both become vassals. However, Long Ju still felt that Qin Qinyuan was overthinking it. In his opinion, his wife was definitely not that kind of person. She would never look down on them because of the difference in strength. But Long Ju's gaze narrowed. The huge gap in strength was indeed a problem. His fighting power couldn't even match Su Yanlai, who was by his wife's side. This was indeed a very hurtful reality. But without cultivation and relying on technology, the humans of this world, no matter how powerful, could ultimately defeat the star beasts with their own physical strength. But what about beast tamers? Long Ju frowned slightly. There were no such things as contracts here. Taming star beasts in this world simply meant making them submit willingly, either through strength or external inducements. So should he try to tame a star beast? But ordinary star beasts wouldn't be of much use. Ferocious star beasts weren't easy to tame, and star beasts like Su Tang's were rare to come by. No, even if he did encounter them, he wouldn't have the energy to seduce them. He definitely couldn't afford to raise a star beast that consumed a level 10 energy stone. Thinking of this, Long Ju felt the problem had returned to square one. It seemed the only foolproof solution was to return to the cultivation world. By the time Su Tang entered the room, the three men had already put their thoughts to rest, their expressions normal. As soon as Su Tang entered, 3 pairs of eyes gazed at her with hope. Su Tang paused, feeling a little awkward. At the circular conference table in the room, Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan sat next to each other, 1 seat apart, while Long Ju sat across from them. It was clear that the 3 men wanted her to sit next to them. After hesitating for 3 seconds, she gave Long Ju an apologetic look. As Jiang Yinchuan and Qin Qinyuan watched with delight, Su Tang took the seat between them. 2 to 1, the majority must obey. Seeing Su Tang take her seat, Long Ju, though reluctant, had no choice but to move to the seat next to Jiang Yinchuan. Long Ju's heart once again surged with worry. As expected, the weight of the 2 men outweighed his own. So, if the external conflict was resolved, what would happen if these 2 joined forces against him? Seeing Lu Dong and Lu Qingyang enter shortly after, Long Ju suppressed his worries. For the time being, he felt safe. There were still external conflicts to contend with. Is Marshal Qin here too? Lu Dong greeted him with a smile upon entering. Although he knew he was unwelcome, he clearly didn't mind. After all, he was thick-skinned. Because this wasn't a formal occasion, and the discussion was clearly about personal matters, Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju didn't offer the usual courtesy of a subordinate to a superior. What brings Marshal Lu here this time? Su Tang spoke in a somewhat formal tone after Lu Dong and Lu Qingyang had settled in. If you're free, bring us the elite of the Lu family. Originally, Lu Dong wanted to say, let me introduce you to them. If you like any of them, just tell me. However, he noticed the sudden darkening of Su Tang's expression and immediately changed his tone, saying, assist in investigating the cause of the incident on Shujungsing. Lu Dong felt a little disappointed. It seemed his beauty trap wasn't working. Was she truly indifferent to sex? Or was she simply too afraid to do it in front of her 3 men? Thinking of Su Tang's arrogant attitude just now, Lu Dong suddenly realized that Su Tang was truly not buying it. Otherwise, these 3 men, who weren't even animal trainers, would have absolutely no way of controlling her. Chapter 499. Seeing Lu Dong correct himself in time, Su Tang smiled with satisfaction. And then, for some reason, seeing Lu Dong smile and Lu Qingyang's silent, somewhat gloomy expression, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. She wasn't someone who had high expectations for life, nor did she have much ambition. She just wanted to have a cute pet, flirt with a handsome man, and then live a life of idleness, fusing energy stones when the mood struck her. But now that she had a man and the potential to become empress, troubles had also arisen. Of course, these were minor issues, but she also had to worry about the larger issue of the cycle of heaven and earth. Although Long Ju had told her not to worry, how could she not care when she knew such a thing could happen? And if Su Xiaobai wanted to reach the level of strength needed to tear the interface apart, she would inevitably have to sacrifice Lu Qingyang's ghost blade. The thought of someone she had treated as a companion being treated as a mere food reserve made Su Tang feel uncomfortable. In an instant, Su Tang lost all desire to play along with Lu Dong. Marshal Lu, I won't say anything else. If we can't be in-laws, then let's not be enemies either. I'm busy, so please do as you please. With a deep sigh, Su Tang left a message and left. After all, she would still be soft-hearted, so she gave herself and Lu Qingyang a chance to choose. If he stayed, then his ghost blade would be used as a food reserve for Su Xiaobai. If he left, then she would make sufficient preparations and head to the Wood Wolf Galaxy to search for the planet of the 3 red moons. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Su Tang mounted Su Yanlai, who was already waiting at the door, and returned to her room to continue her plan of combining energy stones. Left behind, Lu Dong was somewhat bewildered. What had he done to offend her again? But he clearly hadn't done anything. Marshal Lu, you are truly righteous. I will not disturb you from assisting in the investigation of the anomaly on Shouju Star. As Su Tang left, Qin Qinyuan immediately dismissed her with a smile. At this moment, Qin Qinyuan was already beaming with joy. Seeing Su Tang's slightly impatient attitude, Qin Qinyuan reassured himself that Lu Jinyu's importance in her heart was probably very small, so he had nothing to worry about. Marshal Qin, where are you going? We just happened to meet here. How about we go to the celebration banquet for Shouju Star together? Lu Dong ignored Qin Qinyuan's dismissal, and spoke with a familiar, cheeky tone. Although he noticed Su Tang's somewhat aggressive attitude this time, if she was tricked by that scoundrel Qin Qinyuan and brought to Shouju Star, it would be difficult for them to even meet in the future. Lu Dong was still very worried about this. Unfortunately, my starship is too slow to catch up with your warship. Let's go our separate ways. Qin Qinyuan twitched his lips and declined. Qin Qinyuan suddenly realized that compared to old man Lu Dong, he seemed quite inferior. He couldn't help but want to hit him. It's okay, it's okay. We have a companion on the journey together. Lu Dong simply ignored Qin Qinyuan's implicit refusal, waved his hand, and said warmly, our Lu family warship will be responsible for safety. Well, you know, we must prioritize Xiaotong's safety. As he said this, Lu Dong's face was already serious, and then his expression became extremely solemn. His tone was authoritative and unyielding. Marshal Qin, you should know that her safety is paramount. No mistakes can be made. Therefore, Qing Yang must stay to protect Xiaotong. Qin Qinyuan was stunned, then his polite smile faded. This old man was speaking so righteously, but he was just trying to get Lu Qingyang to stay and hook up with his wife. Marshal Lu, it's getting late, and you have important matters to attend to. Qin Qinyuan's expression turned red, as if he was leaving without saying goodbye. Since Marshal Qin is so busy, I take my leave. Xiaotong's safety comes first. It's settled. Our Lu family's warship will escort her. Standing up and straightening his clothes, Lu Dong left his seat in an official tone. Qingyang, you see me off. Qin Qinyuan clenched his fists. What the hell? What do you mean by settled? What about sending him off? It was clear he was trying to keep Lu Qingyang here. The thought of Lu Qingyang staying put, Qin Qinyuan couldn't contain himself any longer. He suddenly stood up and strode out. As for Lu Qingyang, his manly instinct told him that his wife's attitude was problematic, so he absolutely couldn't stay. Before he could even step out of the door, Qin Qinyuan's body stiffened, and he suddenly leaned against the wall, his face somewhat dejected. Why did you stop? Why didn't you send those two away? Long Ju, who had left his seat after seeing Qin Qinyuan pause, frowned, puzzled. Naturally, he didn't want Lu Qingyang to stay. Without even glancing at Long Ju, Qin Qinyuan's voice was soft, like a cloud drifting across the sky. She said, don't embarrass him. Let him make his own choice. Instantly, Long Ju's face darkened. Hearing this, Jiang Yunchuan's expression also changed. He had always known his wife to be soft-hearted, unable to be cruel to people she knew. Just like him, if she were cruel, then he would have been doomed when he took advantage of her drunken state. If he could exploit her softness to become her man, then surely others could too. Damn, this Lu Dong and Lu Qingyang are playing the villain, one playing the good cop, the other the bad cop. Jiang Yunchuan, still in his seat, suddenly stood up, his face etched with rage. He could use the self-torture tactic, but he absolutely wouldn't allow another man to use it in front of his wife. After leaning against the wall for a moment in silence, Qin Qinyuan looked at the two men and then, without a second thought, sent a message of spiritual power to each of them. Let's discuss this tonight. Back on the deck, Lu Dong immediately retrieved a flying car from his space lock. As soon as Lu Dong summoned the car, Lu Qingyang stepped forward, ready to take the driver's seat. Stop, you stay, Lu Dong said, stopping Lu Qingyang's movements. Grandpa, you've been talking for 3 days. Lu Qingyang froze, then turned and looked at Lu Dong with a determined look. Yes, I meant 3 days. I had originally planned to have someone else come. Lu Dong touched his forehead helplessly, then sighed. But you saw, they couldn't even get close to her. Only you, she doesn't reject you. Do you understand what this means? Lu Dong met Lu Qingyang's gaze, his face heavy. The future of our Lu family depends on you. Siu's personality won't let him go. You mean for me to go? Lu Qingyang clenched his fists, his tanned skin unable to mask the paleness of his face. He closed his eyes in despair, then uttered those two words bitterly. To compete for favor? Yes, to secure sufficient benefits for the family, at least equal to those 3. Knowing Lu Qingyang's dilemma, Lu Dong patted his shoulder with a complex expression. Though reluctant, he spoke cruelly nonetheless. Grandpa, have you considered my feelings? Lu Qingyang trembled, and with his right hand, he put his hand on the speeding car. Suddenly, he felt dizzy and unsteady. A fishy sweet taste rose up in his throat, but he forced himself to swallow it. Chapter 500. Qingyang, have you considered my feelings? Seeing Lu Qingyang's expression, Lu Dong was naturally touched and felt sorry for him. However, his eyes darkened, and his expression became stern again. I am the head of the Lu family first, and then your grandfather. As he spoke, Lu Dong pulled out a metal house-like object from his space lock and walked in first. Lu Qingyang was slightly startled, but followed him in. The room was soundproof and shielded from psychic detection. What secrets were they discussing? After closing the door and ensuring that no one could hear their conversation, Lu Dong, with his hands behind his back, looked at Lu Qingyang, yet seemed to be looking through him into the distance. His face was filled with a sense of vicissitudes that Lu Qingyang could not understand. His voice was calm yet complex, filled with longing, emotion, and bitterness. Qingyang, do you know? Our Lu family's ancestor. Lu Hongtu was born in the year 10421 of the Star Era. He met another being we revere as our ancestor, Tingsha. They supported each other and built the Lu family. They created a truly grand and powerful empire. Back then, animal tamers reigned supreme, and our Lu family rapidly rose to the pinnacle of the Federation. For over 3,000 years thereafter, we remained the sole hegemon. There were no 10 major military families. There was only our Lu family. We had the final say. We were the kings of the Federation. Can you imagine the splendor and grandeur of that time? Although he had never witnessed it, every time Lu Dong read his family history and thought of its past glory, he felt an immense pang of sadness. In an instant, he seemed to have aged decades. His face was dark and lonely, filled with endless sadness. It's a shame we've fallen. With the advent of high-tech weaponry and the advancement of energy-based weaponry, our Lu family's animal trainers no longer hold an advantage. We truly fallen. Our ancestor, the tongued snake, was once a dominant being, untouchable. But now, facing a warship possessing absolute energy, what can it do? Is it wrong for me to want our Lu family to regain its glory? Turning his head, Lu Dong looked at Lu Qingyang. Although he tried to suppress his emotions, he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Am I wrong? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. I want to restore our glory. I want to rebuild the Lu dynasty. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? For a moment, Lu Qingyang's expression was complicated, and he was speechless. He wanted his family's glory, too. As a member of the Lu family, he naturally wanted to see their Lu family stand proudly at the pinnacle of the Federation. But using this method? Using women to gain family glory? Don't you think this is cowardly and shameful? With a hint of confusion on his face, Lu Qingyang blurted out his thoughts. Although his voice was soft, barely a whisper, Lu Dong still heard it clearly. Qingyang, I told you you're too thin-skinned. Those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. Lu Dong suppressed his emotions, his face sullen, his eyes sharp, his tone almost cold yet incredibly realistic. In the face of absolute strength, what is shameful? What is cowardly? Since she has the power, why not curry favor with her in exchange for benefits? Moreover, the Qin, Jiang, and Long families all did it, so why can't our Lu family? Their Qin family even had Qin Qinyuan personally take action. Why do you think a man like him would willingly choose a woman with multiple husbands? If not for the enormous benefits, then what is it for? Qin Qinyuan himself can humble himself and do this, so why can't you? Do you think you have more integrity than him? Do you know how much integrity is worth in the face of reality? If our Lu family loses, then they can all trample on us. What kind of integrity will that be then? Lu Dong spoke harshly, then suddenly sneered. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as a knife cutting into Lu Qingyang's skin. Qingyang, do you know why I look down on you? Do you know why your position in my heart is far inferior to Xiaoyu's? Do you know why our ancestor chose Xiaoyu over you? Hearing this, Lu Qingyang suddenly raised his eyes and looked at Lu Dong, his dark eyes filled with resentment. He had always wanted to ask why. Yes, why? That person's choice had always been a thorn in his heart. He was not even given a chance, but was judged a loser. Why? Gazing directly at Lu Qingyang, Lu Dong's face remained calm, his gaze incomparably sharp. Because you're a coward. Whenever you encounter something you can't face, you choose to escape. Back then, after that incident, you chose to hide away in that ivory tower of the military academy. You thought my orders were wrong, and as a subordinate, you couldn't disobey them. But after that, why didn't you strive to climb the ladder? After carrying out that order against your will, why didn't you strive to rise, surpass that once undisobedient being, and become the one giving the orders? You chose to escape. You disappointed me, and you disappointed the first ancestor. Lu Dong's words stabbed Lu Qingyang like knives, and his face paled even further. He moved his lips, as if to retort, but suddenly realized he couldn't. Yes, he was a coward. He chose to escape. Back then, he didn't have the courage or the willpower to disobey his grandfather's orders, and afterwards, to prevent the same thing from happening again, he too chose to escape, fleeing the Legion, so he never have to face such a cruel order again. Yes, he was a coward. He never considered himself the one giving the orders. Qingyang, will you disappoint me again this time? Lu Dong stared at Lu Qingyang quietly, his gaze deep, his expression calm and composed, neither sad nor happy. He twitched his lips softly, and Lu Qingyang suddenly found himself speechless. He couldn't refuse, but he couldn't obey either. He didn't want to disappoint his grandfather, but he truly couldn't. He couldn't get over the chasm in his heart. No matter what method you use, I just want results. I just want Su Tang to support our Lu family, at least as much as she supports the other 3 families. When it comes to energy, there must be no gap. Can you do that? Lu Dong's gaze was like a mountain, and Lu Qingyang felt it suffocating him. Su Tang would support the Qin, Jiang, and Long families because they were her men, but what about the Lu family? Why would she support them? If she were someone else, he would compromise for the sake of the family. He could treat her as his most beloved woman, loyal to her forever. But she was the woman Lu Jinyu loved. His younger brother's woman. She wanted to marry Lu Jinyu, not him. How could he steal his younger brother's woman? How could he do such a thing? Chapter 501. Grandpa, if he comes back and finds out you did this, he'd blame you. After a long silence, Lu Qingyang took a few deep breaths, then spoke slowly, his voice heavy with emotion. He'd blame me too. I know. Lu Dong's eyes froze for a moment, then he sighed with a look of reluctance. With Xiaoyu's return, given his personality, even if he endures it on the surface, he never resigned himself to it. He secretly tried to kill them, or even worse, he might even kill Su Tang in a fit of rage. At this point, Lu Dong's expression suddenly darkened with determination. The charge of murdering a level 11 energy grandmaster is enough to bring ruin to our Lu family. Grandpa, what do you mean? For some reason, seeing Lu Dong's expression, Lu Qingyang suddenly felt a sudden palpitation in his heart, and a chill slowly crept up from under his feet. I mean, you stay with Su Tang. After Xiaoyu returns, if he's willing, then that's all that matters. Lu Dong suddenly suppressed all emotion, like an ice sculpture, cold and emotionless. His words made Lu Qingyang feel as if he were falling into an icy cave. If he refuses to give in and acts recklessly, then when he kills those 3 people, and Su Tang takes her anger out on our Lu family, I ask the first ancestor to kill him and avenge Su Tang, and you naturally be the ultimate beneficiary. Of course, if he attacks Su Tang directly, I also ask the first ancestor to kill him. The first ancestor was never his star beast. He was only the protector of the Lu family. Lu Dong's eyes were filled with coldness and utter determination. The Lu family cannot lose to me. Lu Qingyang felt Lu Dong's gaze icy, piercing his heart like a knife. At that moment, he finally realized that the man before him was not his grandfather, but the Lu family's patriarch, a ruthless patriarch who would sacrifice everything for his family. Why, despite being horrified, was there also a sense of relief? It turned out it wasn't just him. For the sake of the family, Lu Jinyu could be sacrificed too. It turned out he was human after all, and he felt jealous. Qingyang, do you think I'm heartless? After a long silence, Lu Dong asked quietly, his hands behind his back, a complex expression in his eyes, a look he couldn't quite put into words. Without waiting for Lu Qingyang to reply, his voice, as if speaking only to himself, was incredibly complex. Actually, I'm old, and I can't bear it anymore. The best case scenario is that I instigated Xiaoyu to kill those 3 people, and you sacrificed your own family for the sake of justice. Then, Su Tang wouldn't blame you, and you would be the ultimate beneficiary, and our Lu family would rise to glory. After all, I'm old and lack the ruthlessness and determination of my youth. Sighing, Lu Dong slowly placed his right hand on his heart, a look of desolation on his face that Lu Qingyang couldn't understand. So, giving Xiaoyu a choice also makes me feel like there's still a tiny bit of warmth in my blood, that my heart still aches. After another long silence, Lu Dong exhaled, and as if making a momentous decision, he patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder with his right hand. His tone was heavy, yet it held an irresistible allure. Given Xiaoyu's personality, he'd disappoint the first ancestor this time. So do you understand what I mean? Lu Qingyang stared at Lu Dong intently. He felt the hand on his shoulder weigh 1,000 pounds. To disappoint the first ancestor. To lose the inheritance, even his life. If Lu Jinyu died, then he became the heir of the Lu family once again. Don't you have any ambition at all? Don't you covet the position of patriarch? Don't you want to restore the glorious Lu dynasty? To say you didn't would be sheer self-deception. His heart told him he didn't want to be a loser. He wanted to lead the Lu family to glory. But in this way, Lu Qingyang smiled bitterly. After all, he couldn't so ruthlessly sever his family ties. He lowered his head slowly, his voice heavy with weight. I understand. Lu Qingyang lowered his eyes, and made a decision. As his grandfather had said, let him make his own choice. If Lu Jinyu ultimately disregarded the greater good and brought disaster upon the family, then he would put an end to it. For Lu Jinyu, everything depended on his own choice. And for him, he could no longer be a coward who only knew how to escape. After fusing the energy stone for 6 hours, Su Tang stood up to stretch her body, which had become somewhat clawed from sitting for so long. After shaking her head and shaking her arms, Su Tang took a deep breath and decided to wait and see what the outcome would be. Although she felt a little bit bad about letting Su Xiaobai eat the ghost Sha, she was even more reluctant to go to the Wood Wolf Galaxy, a remote and dangerous place. 132 high-level and ferocious star beasts that had disappeared. She was sure there were a ton of them hiding deep in the Wood Wolf Galaxy, so it was best for her to avoid that worry. After a quick glance, Su Tang noticed that Lu Qingyang was still on the starship's deck, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Great, she didn't have to go to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. But thinking that it was unkind to treat a star beast that she had treated as a friend as food, Su Tang decided to be frank and buy it directly. After leaving the room and taking a few steps, Su Tang was suddenly struck by a dark shadow, followed by an irresistible force. By the time she realized what was happening, she was already being pressed against the hallway wall by Qin Qinyuan. Qin Qinyuan braced himself against the wall with his hands, trapping her in front of him. A look of deep sourness washed over him. "Wife, where are you going? To see Lu Qingyang?" Yes," Su Tang admitted, her scalp tingling. Was she jealous? "Why are you looking for him?" Upon hearing Su Tang's nod, Qin Qinyuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, his voice tingling with inexplicable meaning. "Are you attracted to him?" "No, I have something serious to discuss with him." "Seriously?" Realizing Qin Qinyuan had misunderstood, Su Tang immediately waved her hand to explain. "What is it? Can't you discuss it with me?" Qin Qinyuan's expression softened slightly, but his words still tinged with dissatisfaction. Knowing she couldn't hide it, Su Tang decided to confess the truth. Of course, she had to come up with a plausible excuse. Something about the Void Spirit Clan or the law of karma was too far-fetched. "I went on Skynet tonight, and I tell you something. It's a serious matter." Su Tang's eyes were serious. "It's serious business. I talked to Lu Qingyang first." After saying that, Su Tang reached out and climbed onto Qin Qinyuan's neck. Standing on tiptoe, she kissed him hard on the lips, then rocked him gently with a hint of coquettishness. "You have to trust me." Though Qin Qinyuan was still reluctant, his wife had said so. If he didn't agree, he was afraid he'd get angry if he didn't. And he even gotten a kiss. With a stern face, Qin Qinyuan said, "Go ahead, but no close physical contact." Su Tang's face was immediately filled with rage. This was truly unfair. Chapter 502. Su Tang walked towards the deck feeling depressed. 3 mental forces followed her. Why did she suddenly have the illusion that she had secretly left to meet her mistress? The world was about to end. How could she have the time to flirt with men? No, they didn't even know the world was about to end. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, Su Tang stepped into the deck. At that moment, on the vast and spacious deck, Lu Qingyang sat on the ground, one leg propped up, his head tilted slightly upward, his gaze unfocused at the distant starry sky. The several bottles of wine beside him clearly indicated his current behavior. Drinking. Su Tang was slightly startled. Was he drowning his sorrows in alcohol? How depressing must he be? That old man Lu Dong had driven him to this point? Wouldn't it be a bad idea for her to talk to him about buying his ghost shatter now? Wouldn't that be too much? After hesitating for 3 seconds, Su Tang walked directly towards Lu Qingyang. Better to suffer a short pain than a long one, or to just get over it all at once. "Do you look down on me?" Before Su Tang could approach, Lu Qingyang's voice, unlike his usual calmness, rang out with a deep sense of dejection. Is he asking her? Su Tang was stunned, and didn't know what to say. Lu Qingyang actually thought she looked down on him. Where did he get such an idea? Before Su Tang could say anything, Lu Qingyang seemed to be mumbling to himself, his face blank, his tone tinged with loneliness and a hint of self-mockery. "I chose to stay. I stayed. You should know my purpose. Yes, for the benefit, for your status as an 11th level energy grandmaster, for the energy stone in your hand. I stayed. I stayed to seduce you. It's normal for you to look down on me." Su Tang, no fool, naturally understood why Lu Dong wanted Lu Qingyang to stay. He wanted her to be a backup, fearing Lu Jinyu would disagree and end her connection to the Lu family. So he was so stubborn and shoved Lu Qingyang in, regardless of his wishes? 3 steps away from Lu Qingyang, Su Tang slowly sat down on the ground, legs bent, chin propped up on her hands, gazing at the starry sky beyond Lijin. Then she spoke slowly, her voice calm, without sarcasm or contempt, as if stating a matter of fact. "I know your grandfather forced you to. After saying this, Su Tang couldn't help but grumble slightly. Your grandfather isn't a good man. No, he's a qualified head of the family, a wise decision-maker. Lu Qingyang slowly shook his head. As the head of the family, his actions were undoubtedly in the best interests of the Lu family. Su Tang was speechless. Indeed, different perspectives lead to different opinions. Even Lu Dong's actions, Lu Qingyang was still speaking in his favor. After saying this, Lu Qingyang tilted his head back in frustration and took a few sips of wine. As the head of a family, he should be decisive, ruthless, and unfettered by family ties. This was something he could never achieve, so he wasn't suited to the position at all. No wonder he was a loser, but he also refused to be a loser, so did that mean he had to learn to be ruthless and merciless? Su Tang, unaware of Lu Qingyang's thoughts, was a little stunned. That's Baijiu. Baijiu? Wouldn't it be possible to get drunk if he drank it like plain water? A long time ago, not so long ago actually. 9 years ago, when I was still the commander of the 26th Legion, I was stationed in the Lishu Galaxy. Swallowing the spicy, choking alcohol in his mouth, Lu Qingyang's eyes were unfocused, as if lost in a memory. Perhaps he was drunk, or perhaps he wanted to vent his inner frustration. For some reason, he just wanted to talk to someone about the past that had always haunted him, the one that made him a loser, the one that had been buried for so long he was unwilling to revisit. It's a very, very poor galaxy, a galaxy where most planets are artificially transformed. It's inhabited by the impoverished, identityless, and slum-like. People there toil their lives, yet are as miserable as ants, destined to be trampled upon. Lu Qingyang's voice was deep, like a cello playing a deep and complex melody, strangely evoking a sense of sadness. Su Tang belatedly realized that he must have been drunk, otherwise Lu Qingyang wouldn't have been so talkative. But the Lishu Galaxy? Her heart trembled slightly. Was it about the killing of 50 billion people? And then? Seeing Lu Qingyang fall silent, Su Tang couldn't help but ask softly. And then, yes, and then. Lu Qingyang shuddered, his face flashing with pain, then confusion, before returning to composure. And then, that year, planet LS-231 suddenly erupted with, well, I don't know how to describe it, maybe a parasitic creature, or a contagious toxin, or maybe a plague. That planet was very backward, with no decent hospitals, no antidotes. The few wealthy people on it were relocated to nearby planets for treatment, while those without money and uncared for could only remain there, waiting to die and rot. At this point, Lu Qingyang suddenly laughed, a melancholy, sorrowful laugh. Then, his smile faded, a hint of self-mockery on his face. Yes, they were all strangers, so why should I care so much? But I sent 1 million troops to rescue and investigate. I wanted to save them, I tried my best. But the situation kept getting worse. The residents of the 3 planets surrounding LS-231, LS-233, LS-230, and LS-232 also encountered the same situation. I sent another 1 million troops to each planet to rescue them. But you know what orders I received when I rushed back to the star region where the incident occurred? Lu Qingyang suddenly looked pained, his face agitated, his voice rising uncontrollably. I received orders from the Marshal to blockade the star fields of LS-231, LS-233, LS-230, and LS-232. Destroy them. Immediate destruction. Those are people, planets filled with people. Even ants have the right to survive. There are even 4 million troops there, my men. My former comrades. But I, a cowardly and useless person, chose to obey. After his excitement faded, Lu Qingyang suddenly quieted down, his expression turning confused. I've been wondering, what would have happened if, when LS-231 started to malfunction, I hadn't chosen to rescue it, but had directly destroyed it? Wouldn't so many people have died? Or if I had been more resolute and carried out the rescue to the end, what would have happened? Would we have found the source? Could we have prevented the destruction? Turning around, Lu Qingyang looked intently at Su Tang, his expression a bit stubborn, demanding an answer. I think rescuing was right, because you didn't know the situation would become so dire and uncontrollable. But destruction was also right, because given the circumstances at the time, if those 4 planets hadn't been sacrificed, the disaster might have spread even further, resulting in even more deaths. Although she felt deeply saddened by Lu Qingyang's words, she wasn't the one who had experienced it, and she couldn't understand the deep conflict and pain. So, from an outsider's perspective, she could offer such light-hearted comfort. But she truly couldn't say whether his actions were right or wrong. Who could say whether blowing up those 4 planets was right or wrong? After all, no one knew whether the consequences of not blowing them up would be good or worse. Chapter 503. Is it correct? Lu Qingyang retracted his gaze, gazing into the distance once more, his eyes somewhat bewildered. Actually, who can really tell whether it's correct or not? Even if we knew, what would it matter? Those people have already turned to dust, without even a whimper before they were reduced to dust in this vast universe. It's not your fault, actually. You don't have to blame yourself so much. Su Tang scratched her hair, suddenly at a loss for words to comfort him. Although so many people had died, their deaths truly weren't his fault. Well, how should I put it? It's like a death row inmate. The judge has decreed his death, and you're just the gun that shot him. Whether he was wrongly accused or deserved his punishment is none of your business. You're just a gun, simply obeying the judge's orders. The life or death of the inmate is the judge's decision. If he truly died unjustly, it was the judge's dereliction of duty. Su Tang's words were essentially, if you're not in the right position, why overthink it? With your immediate superior backing you up, even if you're wrong, it's his fault. Lu Qingyang was suddenly shocked, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Yes, he was just a gun carrying out orders. And this gun, to avoid facing another injustice, chose to flee. Why hadn't he considered becoming the judge, to have the power to make decisions? Even Su Tang, a young girl, knew this, yet he couldn't see through it. The past is the past. To dwell on the past, to dwell on failure, is a coward. And he didn't want to be that loser again. Thank you. Lu Qingyang nodded solemnly to Su Tang with a sincere look in his eyes. For some reason, Su Tang suddenly felt his dejection vanish, and his spirits shone brightly once again. Although she didn't know why, Su Tang still breathed a sigh of relief. Now that he discussed his concerns, could he talk about hers? So how could she tactfully propose using his ghost blade as food? Well, actually, I have something I want to discuss with you. Su Tang, looking a little embarrassed, decided to speak clearly. Actually, I have something I want to discuss with you too. Lu Qingyang also sighed, with an embarrassed expression. Then you go first. Ladies first. You go first. Maybe your problem can solve mine. Su Tang rubbed her forehead. She had a rough idea of what Lu Qingyang was about to say. It was definitely that old man Lu Dong who was forcing him to ask for energy. I am my grandfather, Lu Qingyang seemed unsure how to start, and his words were hesitant. He wants you to ask me for energy. Seeing that Lu Qingyang couldn't bring himself to speak, Su Tang asked directly. Watching Lu Qingyang nod awkwardly, Su Tang's disdain for Lu Dong returned. She knew that old man was obsessed with her energy every day. I know my request is excessive, but I don't want our Lu family to be left behind by other families. The energy gap is truly crucial, so I hope you will support our Lu family as much as you support the Qin, Jiang, and Long families. Although he felt ashamed of almost asking for energy stones, Lu Qingyang finally spoke up. Even if it was embarrassing and shameful, it didn't matter. He couldn't avoid it anymore. He had to face the situation head-on. He would do his utmost to convince her to support the Lu family, no matter the cost. I didn't support any of those three families, Su Tang said innocently, blinking. When had she ever mentioned supporting a particular family? Did she mean that the family she supported depended on the person she gave it to? You gave them energy, a massive amount of energy. Lu Qingyang sighed softly. That doesn't mean I support their family. I just felt it was unfair for all three of them to marry me at the same time, and I wanted to treat them well. All I could offer them in compensation was the energy stone. Su Tang continued to sound innocent. She gave them the energy stone out of guilt. Although she called it a betrothal gift, it was really just compensation. In her eyes, a level 10 energy stone wasn't precious at all. It was just a cheap item that could be created in 100 hours. It wasn't worth the betrothal gift at all, and her father should have paid for it. But it's obvious that their energy reserves have increased. You've given them so much energy, more than enough to close the gap. Lu Qingyang was once again helpless. Perhaps Su Tang didn't realize the consequences of her actions, but the energy gap had indeed widened. So your so-called support means giving an equal amount of energy stones? Su Tang understood a little. This was just old man Lu Dong, seeing others with more energy, getting impatient and unwilling. Yes. Lu Qingyang nodded with a complex expression, then clenched his fists, his tone heavy and resolute. You like Lu Jinyu, so if he doesn't agree to marry you, I cripple him and give him to you. For the sake of the family, anyone can be sacrificed. So, since Su Tang likes him, why can't she sacrifice him? And with the support of the first ancestor, how could he not defeat him? Lu Qingyang's words left Su Tang's jaw agape. Beat Lu Jinyu up and give him to her? Why did she find that so terrifying? Is she hallucinating, or has Lu Qingyang been driven mad by that old man Lu Dong? Don't make jokes like that, okay? It's not funny at all, and I don't think you're suited to telling jokes. Closing her jaw, Su Tang said speechlessly. I'm not joking. I'm serious. You may not know this, but I can tell you seriously that he has never been the strongest in the Liu family. The Liu family's strongest have always been recognized only by the first ancestor. Without his support, what could he be? Because it concerned the Liu family's top secret, Lu Qingyang didn't say the last part aloud. He simply looked at Su Tang with a firm and serious gaze. Su Tang was slightly taken aback by Lu Qingyang's serious expression. What Lu Qingyang meant was that he could beat Lu Jinyu. He could actually beat Lu Jinyu. Oh my god, how high was Lu Qingyang's combat stat? She had misjudged him. Su Tang swallowed hard. Was this person beside her actually incredibly powerful? Perhaps she couldn't defeat him. Unbeknownst to the truth, Su Tang had naturally misunderstood. So, you're saying you cripple Lu Jinyu and give him to me, and then I give your Liu family the same amount of energy stones? Su Tang felt so shocked she couldn't even find her voice. Is that what you mean? Is that so? Yes, Grandpa hopes you give our Liu family the same amount of energy first. Lu Qingyang's expression was once again embarrassed, his face flushing crimson. I promise, our Liu family has accepted your betrothal gift. Even if he doesn't agree, I definitely cripple him and give him to you. After saying this, Lu Qingyang lowered his head in shame. His actions amounted to selling out his brother. Su Tang silently lit 2 candles for Lu Jinyu. This poor kid is going to be sold by his brother. If he doesn't want to, he'd just be crippled and sold. Chapter 504. Actually, if he doesn't want to, there's no need to force him. As long as he doesn't retaliate against me and my man. Although Su Tang had imagined beating Lu Jinyu to death, that was in the past, and now she couldn't bring herself to do it. Of course, that's assuming he didn't threaten her. Yeah, really. If he doesn't want to, then just pretend we don't know each other. Su Tang turned to Lu Qingyang and spoke sincerely. That won't work. Lu Qingyang suddenly raised his head and fixed his gaze. If it weren't for Lu Jinyu, Su Tang would have even less reason to support the Liu family. Really, there's no need. Relationships are about mutual consent. If he doesn't want to, why force him? It makes me sound like a bandit leader trying to steal his bride. Su Tang curled her lips. It wasn't like she really needed Lu Jinyu. Besides, I don't like him that deeply. Then I understand. Lu Qingyang sighed softly, then his face darkened as he made a grave decision. Then I stay and be your bodyguard, Lu Jinyu. He won't threaten your safety. If he's determined to destroy you, I kill him for the greater good. Until Lu Jinyu made his choice, he had to stay by Su Tang's side. The Liu family couldn't afford to be charged with murdering an 11th level energy grandmaster. Bodyguard. Yeah. Su Tang's eyes lit up after hearing Lu Qingyang's words. This seemed like a good idea. With her current abilities, she probably couldn't tame Guisha. And most importantly, if Guisha became her star beast, she wouldn't want to let him go. So, she was being selfish again. I gave Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju 2 level 10 energy stones, and I can give you the same amount. As Su Tang spoke, she felt a little guilty, and lowered her head, not daring to look at Lu Qingyang. Lu Qingyang's eyes lit up. Although Su Tang's voice was soft, he heard every word clearly. The same amount, but... After the surprise, Lu Qingyang was a little confused. She said for him? Not for Lu Jinyu. I even give you as many energy stones as I give them in the future. You don't have to be so embarrassed in front of your grandfather. Su Tang took a deep breath and tilted her head to look at Lu Qingyang, a hint of guilt in her eyes. But I need something from you in exchange. What? Lu Qingyang's eyes gleamed. If Su Tang supported the Liu family, he would sacrifice everything. Just something I have. Don't be so happy. You think I'm going too far. Su Tang's voice suddenly felt even more guilty, her voice timid. Although she was a fake beast trainer, she knew the significance of star beasts to a beast trainer. Just like her, if anyone tried to target Su Xiaobai, Su Xiaobao, or Su Yanlai right now, she would absolutely destroy him. Even Su Moya, she wouldn't have wanted to put it with Lu Jinyu unless she had to. I don't think I have anything worth that much energy, so I'm actually taking advantage. I went too far. Lu Qingyang's eyes were frank and sincere. Meeting Lu Qingyang's gaze, Su Tang somehow remembered the man whose star beast she had killed that afternoon. His eyes were filled with anger and grief. I want your ghost shatterer. Turning away from him, gazing at the sky, painted an eerie crimson by the crimson moon, Su Tang stated her purpose. I told you before, I can give you my ghost shatterer. Lu Qingyang felt relieved. It was just his ghost shatterer. Although he was reluctant to part with it, He had said that time that he could give it to her. Don't be so optimistic. Agree so quickly. Giving me your ghost shatterer will only lead to death. Although Su Tang didn't see his expression, from his tone, she knew Lu Qingyang hadn't anticipated her use for the ghost shatterer. What do you mean? Lu Qingyang's eyes narrowed, staring directly at Su Tang. Unlike his usual calm demeanor, a hint of sharpness lingered. You know, I have a star beast that evolves by devouring the ghost shatterer, so I want it for food. No longer evasive, Su Tang turned, her gaze sincere, but her words were cruel. His body stiffened, and Lu Qingyang froze in a moment. Used as food. His ghost shatterer was used as food. To him, the ghost shatterer had been his companion for 47 years, his comrade in arms, who had fought alongside him. He could have given it to Su Tang out of guilt, but that was as a star beast, because he believed it could protect her, and that she would treat it well. He had never considered it dying. How could he bear it? How could he bear to see his comrades, his companions, used as food for another star beast? Just food. How ridiculous. How could this be possible? Even though the light wasn't as bright as daylight, Su Tang noticed that Lu Qingyang's face was pale, as if he had suffered a great blow. He looked dejected once again. Stirring her clothes awkwardly, Su Tang spoke, unsure why. I know this is a little hard to accept. I know this request is a little excessive, but my star beast needs to evolve. Closing her eyes, and taking a deep breath, Su Tang finally spoke. She didn't want to go to the Timber Wolf Galaxy at all. She didn't want to go at all, but Su Xiaobai needed to recover the strength to tear through space. Even if it was just a possible karmic reversal, even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, she had to be fully prepared. She didn't want to die, not at all. Her father, mother, grandfather, her man, her friends, her Su Xiaobai, Su Xiaobao, Su Yanlai, and Su Moi, none of them could die. I understand. You just want your star beast to be more powerful. After a long silence, Lu Qingyang's voice was calm, but there was still pain in his eyes. He murmured in a voice almost audible only to himself. As a beast tamer, it's natural to utilize every opportunity to increase the strength of my star beast. It's the right thing to do. Other star beasts had become his ghost's food before, so he could understand Su Tang's actions. But why was she so angry? Heartbroken. If you're reluctant, there's still. Su Tang felt uneasy. Or could she ask Lu Qingyang to protect her to the Wood Wolf Galaxy? I'm willing to do it. Lu Qingyang sighed heavily, turned around, and looked at Su Tang with a complicated gaze. Suddenly he laughed. Actually, I'm the winner. I only sacrificed one ghost breaker, and I got so many energy stones in exchange. I'm the winner. Seeing Lu Qingyang smile, Su Tang suddenly felt sad. What was the difference between her behavior and running over someone's loved one with a car, and then throwing tens of millions of dollars at them? Then, I keep the ghost breaker with you. I tell you when I need it. Not daring to look directly at Lu Qingyang, Su Tang took out her box containing 2 level 10 energy stones, and stood up to hand it over. After Lu Qingyang took it, he said in a complicated tone, I'm sorry. Turning around, Su Tang strode away. Don't feel guilty, I earned it. The moment he stepped out of the door, Lu Qingyang's calm voice echoed through the air. Neither sadness nor joy, no emotion could be discerned, but it inexplicably left Su Tang feeling depressed. After Su Tang left, Lu Qingyang remained bent, one leg bent, the box resting on his knees. He didn't need to look. Just a gentle shake and the sound told him it contained 2 energy stones, level 10 energy stones, traded with a ghost blade that was his companion for 47 years. Touching his chest, Lu Qingyang felt a piercing pain, which eventually numbed to a bitter bitterness. He should have been grateful to her. A single ghost blade wasn't worth that much energy, truly not. Chapter 505. As soon as she left the deck cabin and even walked down the aisle, Su Tang saw 3 men blocking the road. Their faces were all sullen, clearly seeing her giving Lu Qingyang the energy stone, and coming to settle the score. Su Tang suddenly felt like she was being tried by 3 judges. Ugh! Why did she feel like a criminal who had committed a grave offense? Grinning with a fawning smile, Su Tang opened her eyes wide and feigned innocence. What's wrong? Why are you all here? What did you give him? Qin Qinyuan raised an eyebrow, a hint of questioning in his voice, and clenched his fist at his side. He had seen that box before. It was the one she kept the energy stone in. Weren't they supposed to talk business? Talking business required giving him the energy stone. Why was she giving him the energy stone? And what did it mean for her to give him the energy stone? What did it mean? Qin Qinyuan didn't dare to imagine the deeper meaning behind it. For now, he could only deceive himself into thinking it contained something else. Looking at Qin Qinyuan's angry and slightly painful eyes, And then at Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju behind him, who were also staring at her with grief and indignation, Su Tang suddenly felt a surge of pressure. It turned out that having too many men wasn't always a good thing. You're overthinking it. I just negotiated a deal with him. I used energy stones to buy something from him. Seeing the three people still looking unconvinced, Su Tang raised her right hand, her face serious. I swear that's all. How about this? In half an hour, when the Skynet gathers, I explain everything to you. Seeing the three people's still skeptical faces, Su Tang rubbed her forehead helplessly. Of course, that half hour was just a way to buy her some time, and come up with a reasonable excuse. Okay. Qin Qinyuan nodded slowly. As long as he wasn't attracted to Lu Qingyang, nothing else mattered. Long Ju lingered on Su Tang's face for a moment. For some reason, he felt that her current behavior was connected to the cycle of karma he discussed the other day. Jiang Yunchuan stared at Lu Qingyang with a complex mental gaze. His expression didn't seem happy, so it wasn't likely that his wife had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry him. Each of them, each with their own thoughts, returned to their rooms. As soon as they returned, Su Yanlai, who had been following Su Tang like a kitten, immediately hugged her thigh. Boss, you're so kind. Woohoo. I'm so touched. Boss, I only need to eat 100 little ghost beasts a day. Su Tang was speechless for a moment, then kicked it away. That's not for you. Isn't it for me to eat to improve my strength? Su Yanlai was a little bewildered. Mine, get out of here. Su Xiaobai immediately cried out. Boss Xiaobai, can you give me some? Just enough to fill my stomach. I only need this little bit. Su Yanlai, with great difficulty, stretched out his claws and gestured, a tiny amount, the size of a fingernail. Don't even think about it. It's all mine. As a stealth foodie, Su Xiaobai naturally wouldn't allow anyone to share his food. Just a little bit, there are so many ghosts anyway. Su Yanlai refused to give in. No, not even one. Su Xiaobai refused to budge. You can't eat that much. You die if I give you a little? You die if I give you a little? What's going on? At this moment, Su Tang was completely stunned, as if she had been enlightened. The first thing she did, after fully waking up, was to smack herself on the head with her right hand. She was truly stupid. One boss ghost Sha equals countless ghost Shas. Lu Qingyang's ghost Sha was a boss-like existence. So wouldn't it be enough to just eat the ghost Shas that split from the boss? Wouldn't the boss die? Then, he wouldn't have to suffer so much. It was just that his boss wasn't as powerful. Su Tang suddenly felt like her IQ needed to be topped up. If that was the case, why would she feel guilty? Lu Qingyang's ghost Sha had consumed so many ghost Shas this time, and she could just be making it spit them out. It wasn't excessive at all. Yes, not excessive at all. I never said I was going to eat all his ghost Shas. Seeing what Su Tang was thinking, Su Xiaobai defended herself in an innocent voice. Didn't you say to keep him, and then eat the ghost blade? Su Tang gritted her teeth, as if she misunderstood something. Yeah, since he has the ghost blade, of course I have to keep him. Once I digested the ghost blade I ate last time, I can eat his ghost blade. Su Xiaobai said, as if it was a matter of course. That still means eating his ghost blade. Su Tang was a little exasperated. Eating and eating are different things. Su Xiaobai was suddenly speechless. Didn't I tell you that the ghost blade can split? I just need to keep eating the ghost blade it splits into. His boss had already grown so powerful after eating so much last time, and I can't eat it all. And do you think I'm stupid? If I eat the boss's ghost blade, where else can I find ghost blade to eat myself? You mean, Su Tang took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to strangle this naughty kid, that all we have to do is eat the ghost Sha that splits from his ghost Sha? Yeah, don't you know? If Su Xiaobai had any expression, it would have been one of disdain. When the only food is a laying chicken, then eating one egg a day is the natural way to stay hungry. If we eat the chicken, who will lay eggs for it? And it can't even eat a whole chicken. Hearing Su Xiaobai's disdainful tone, Su Tang went mad. Sure enough, she'd been wrong before. Sure enough, she needed to recharge her IQ. She really didn't know. A few minutes ago, she thought it was going to eat Lu Qingyang's ghost blade. She actually believed that. She was just fussing, hesitating, feeling sorry, feeling guilty. Oh my god. She wasted 2 more energy stones. I felt like vomiting blood. Patting her chest, Su Tang calmed herself down. Calm. Lu Qingyang had said he'd be her bodyguard. She'd just consider it his salary. But then again, she really wanted a bodyguard. She hoped Long Ju would be her bodyguard before then, but he insisted on being her man. Now that she had a bodyguard, she should be happy. Yes, happy. With Lu Qingyang's ghost blade, even if the fateful event truly came, Su Xiaobai would be able to recover her strength before then. Then, she could escape with all the people she cared about and her pets. Yes, she could sleep soundly again. With the big problem solved, everything else was a piece of cake. No longer feeling guilty about Lu Qingyang, Su Tang felt relaxed, humming a little tune as she showered and thinking of excuses. How could she explain the possibility of a star beast appearing in 20 years that would wipe out all of humanity? I think you could say you had a dream that saw the future, like the void spirits. Su Xiaobai, feeling guilty because he hadn't explained it clearly, had caused Su Tang to misunderstand him, and he offered her a bad idea. Don't worry, that's absolutely unreliable. Su Tang twitched her lips and dismissed it. Then let's say you're Star Beast. I have a destined enemy, and I sense that this enemy will awaken in a dozen years. Therefore, I need to improve my strength and continue to consume Ghost Sha to grow. Su Xiaobai offered another suggestion. Yes, that's feasible. Su Tang nodded cautiously. Blame all the inexplicable problems on Su Xiaobai. After all, none of them had ever met Su Xiaobai, and they would never see Su Xiaobai again. Yes, that was the happy decision. Chapter 506. After a shower, Su Tang happily climbed into the nutrient storage tank. As soon as she logged onto Skynet, she discovered that the three men were all online. They were immediately brought to her private residence, where the four of them held another meeting on her four sofas. Ahem. Su Tang coughed lightly, then launched into her prepared rhetoric. My Su Xiaobai. Having never mentioned this to Qin Qinyuan, Su Tang reiterated Su Xiaobai's function and briefly mentioned its ability to evolve by consuming Ghost Sha. So you mean to have Lu Qingyang raise Ghost Sha to feed your Su Xiaobai? Although somewhat shocked by Su Xiaobai's incredible power, Qin Qinyuan quickly came to his conclusion. Yes, that's it. Su Tang nodded seriously. She hadn't lied to them. This was the truth. Wife, what can your Su Xiaobai do after it evolves? Could it possibly surpass 5S spiritual power? Jiang Yinchuan was a bit stunned, then asked directly what was on his mind. I don't know about that either. I know after it evolves. Su Tang blinked at Jiang Yinchuan and lied, telling them that Su Xiaobai could take her back to the cultivation world. She must have lost her mind. This was definitely her biggest secret, and for now, she wouldn't tell anyone except Long Ju. After saying this, Su Tang glanced at Long Ju with a guilty look. Seeing his eyes, she knew he didn't understand. Long Ju sat in silence, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Su Tang. Even though he tried hard to suppress it, he couldn't hide the joy in his eyes. They didn't know, but he knew it all, that immortal-level demon pet's recovery meant a quick return to the cultivation world. I think you're doing the right thing, my dear. Since it can improve your strength, you should definitely keep him. Glancing at Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan, Long Ju spoke directly on Su Tang's behalf, approving of her approach. Qin Qinyuan's eyes darkened, a hint of suspicion welling up in his heart. He naturally noticed the joy in Long Ju's eyes, and after his wife had said that to Jiang Yinchuan, she had secretly glanced at him. Qin Qinyuan suddenly understood. What they all knew was definitely related to the star beast named Su Xiaobai. But why was Long Ju so happy? Although he was pleased that his wife's strength had improved, was it so obvious? There was definitely something wrong. But there's no need to keep him. Didn't he say he gave you the ghost blade? Qin Qinyuan had always felt a threat from Lu Qingyang staying. Are you crazy? Can you just give away a star beast? Long Ju glanced at him coldly, a hint of sneer on his lips as he spoke. Can't Su Yanlai be given away? Jiang Yinchuan, who disliked Long Ju, retorted directly. Without your wife around, do you really think it listened to you? Long Ju scoffed again, then with a hint of sarcasm, do you have the food to feed it? Oh, I see. Someone's just jealous, Jiang Yinchuan said meaningfully, a hint of understanding in his eyes. He's jealous that his wife gave Su Yanlai to him. I'm jealous of you. Long Ju sneered. I'm jealous of you for having a pretty face? You think you look so righteous? Sissy. Once the attack escalated to personal attacks, Jiang Yinchuan naturally didn't back down. Stop arguing. Su Tang rubbed her forehead, feeling a slight headache. Then, she looked up, her gaze warning, if you keep arguing, I kick you both out. At the word kick out, Jiang Yinchuan and Long Ju shut up. A place like Skynet's private residence, once kicked out, you can't get back in. Star beasts really can't be given away. Su Tang calmed down, then said to Qin Qinyuan calmly, even if Lu Qingyang is willing to give me his Ghost Sha, if his Ghost Sha doesn't want to, I never be able to tame it. After saying that, Su Tang turned her gaze to Jiang Yinchuan. Su Yanlai is actually the same. Even though I gave him to you, he's still me. To put it bluntly, I can ask him to come back. At this point, Su Tang sighed softly. Besides, if the ghost Sha became my star beast, I wouldn't want to let him go. Just like Su Yanlai at 8. Su Xiaobao could also improve his strength, but how could she bear to do that? So Lu Qingyan wants to stay, and he said he can be my bodyguard. With him around, he can keep Lu Jinyu in check. At least, we don't have to worry about safety. Su Tang's tone was relaxed. Although she and Lu Jinyu had gotten along well recently, that was based on the fact that she didn't have another man. If Lu Jinyu came back and discovered she had someone else, who knows what would happen, but now, what if she had to give up the three of them to be with Lu Jinyu? She couldn't bear it either. After all, she didn't love Lu Jinyu. But now that Lu Qingyan was here, and since he'd promised to cripple Lu Jinyu, she didn't have to worry. A bodyguard with such high combat power, and someone who could also provide food for Su Xiaobai, for only a few energy stones, she felt it was a very good deal. After saying this, Su Tang's expression suddenly hardened, and she looked at Qin Qinyuan with a serious and heavy gaze. Is the Federation's most advanced weapon a level 9 energy cannon? Yes. Qin Qinyuan was stunned, a little puzzled by Su Tang's sudden question, but he nodded seriously. Why don't we have a level 10 energy cannon? Su Tang's expression changed slightly, and she asked with some concern. Although the cross-dimensional escape was fully prepared, running away was still too cowardly. We still had to deal with that star beast if we could. After all, this was a matter of human survival within one dimension. Because we don't have the energy source, research on the level 10 energy cannon hasn't been put on the agenda yet. Qin Qinyuan twitched his lips, a little speechless. Remember, before this, level 9 energy stones were pitifully scarce. I think research on the level 10 energy cannon should be put on the agenda as soon as possible, and it would be best if we could also develop a level 10 protective shield, Su Tang said seriously. After hearing Su Tang's words, Long Ju's face darkened. He suddenly thought of that heavenly Dao reincarnation she mentioned. Was this the star beast that would bring about world destruction about to appear? Don't be so exaggerated. Jiang Yunchuan was a little stunned, then remembered the information Su Tang had read on the Tianwan website that day. Wife, did you read the secret military archives? Su Tang nodded seriously at Jiang Yunchuan's question. Don't worry. Jiang Yunchuan's eyes were reassuring, and he waved his hand at Su Tang nonchalantly. Of those recorded star beasts, except for a few that are not vulnerable to energy weapons, the rest can be dealt with by level 9 energy cannons. Their whereabouts are unknown simply because the warships equipped with sufficient energy were slow to arrive, and they're skilled at hiding. On warships with sufficient energy, as long as you're not unlucky enough to encounter a formidable energy-eating beast, you're generally safe. Then weren't you seriously injured in your last encounter with the star beast in the Tianyun system? Su Tang was puzzled, then remembered Jiang Yunchuan's injury and unstable mental state a few years ago. That's because I didn't have enough energy to activate a high-level protective shield. Jiang Yunchuan felt slightly depressed as he recalled this incident. If I had as much energy as I have now, I would definitely chase it down and attack it. There would be no harm. Chapter 507. Is that so? Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief, then continued with a somewhat stubborn expression, but I think we still need to research the level 10 energy cannon and the level 10 protective shield. Did something happen? Qin Qinyuan stared at Su Tang with a complicated expression. He felt his wife was worried about something they didn't know about, perhaps a powerful star beast. Actually, it's like this. Su Tang sighed again, a look of worry on her face, but uncertainty lingered in her eyes. My Su Xiaobai said it sensed a powerful enemy might appear, but it doesn't know where or when. Feeling her words unconvincing, Su Tang glanced at the three of them out of the corner of her eye and added, it's better to believe it than not. So I think, now that we have energy, we should also upgrade our weapons to prevent any future dangers. Are you sure? A powerful star beast? Qin Qinyuan concentrated, his chin resting on his hand, his expression heavy. If a powerful star beast does appear, it would be a serious problem, something we must consider. Not sure. Su Tang shook her head helplessly, then smiled bitterly. That was what Yen Zimu, the Void Clan member, had foreseen. She had only heard him mention it. But Su Xiaobai had said that if Yen Zima hadn't lied to her, then a great star beast would definitely appear in the future. The inevitable events of the future were unchangeable. I understand what you mean. Qin Qinyuan nodded with understanding. It's always good to be proactive. However, advanced weapons research proposals require review by the Ministry of Government. Currently, the highest-ranking expert in our Federation is only a level 9 energy grandmaster. Therefore, Even if the military submits an application, it will be rejected by the government. Only after you've been certified as a level 11 energy grandmaster, and then I can join others in submitting an application, will there be a chance that the Ministry of Government will approve it. I understand. I work hard. Su Tang nodded firmly. It should probably take 2 months. Well then, once your strength is revealed, I join forces with the others. At this point, Qin Qinyuan's gaze shifted, glancing at Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan. The meaning was self-evident. Only with the approval of 5 or more marshals could an application be submitted to the Ministry of Political Affairs. Submit an application to the Ministry of Political Affairs. After saying this, Qin Qinyuan's eyes deepened. 2 months left. 2 months is plenty of time. Thinking of her only 2 energy stones, which she couldn't show to anyone, Su Tang felt time was running out again. She decided to practice her thread-splitting technique. Then I honed my energy stone combining speed. Su Tang's words were clear. She was busy, and you could go about your business. But looking at the 3 people still slumped on the sofa, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. So you all have nothing to do? It's New Year's holiday, Jiang Yunchuan explained, but then his heart suddenly sank, and his expression changed. He was now the commander of the 8th Legion, responsible for garrisoning the Timber Wolf system. This meant that after February's New Year's holiday, he would be returning. While he could ask his father to transfer him back to the capital, the generals in the capital system were mostly old-timers who lived off the land and waited for death. As a young man, he should go to other systems to make achievements and gain merit. Relatively speaking, he preferred to explore planets and challenge unknown dangers. He loved the thrill of conquering the unknown. But that would mean parting with his wife. For a moment, Jiang Yunchuan's face darkened, and he hesitated with reluctance. One look at Jiang Yunchuan's face revealed his thoughts to everyone except Su Tang, Long Ju, and Qin Qinyuan. Qin Qinyuan felt somewhat relieved. As long as the system their Qin family legion was stationed in didn't encounter any major incidents, he wouldn't have to leave the capital. He could always be with his wife. Long Ju's expression was somewhat complicated. The 5th Legion would definitely be transferred out of the capital after the new year. While he could join the Royal Guards, there were few opportunities for meritorious service in the capital system. If he wanted to be on equal footing with Qin Qinyuan, he would first need to be promoted to general. Although he had already reached the rank of general after killing the cloud poison monster, the difference between Major General and General was enormous. Without the rank of general, even if Long Howren wanted to, he couldn't achieve the position of marshal, unless he achieved some monumental feat like Yen Zimu, creating a dawn of light. Even if he didn't go now, he would have to go later. He had to earn military honors. After much deliberation, Long Ju decided to wait and see, waiting until the end of the month to decide whether to stay or go. Thinking that a man should prioritize his career, Jiang Yunchuan sighed softly, his face resentful. Wife, after this celebration banquet in the capital, I'd be returning to the Timber Wolf Galaxy. Why are we going to the Timber Wolf Galaxy? Su Tang's heart immediately sank at Jiang Yunchuan's words. Thinking of those 132 great star beasts, her face instantly darkened with worry. To garrison there. I'm in charge there now, and I still have 3 years left. Seeing Su Tang's worried face, Jiang Yunchuan felt delighted and explained, there's no danger. The Legion is only stationed outside the Timber Wolf Galaxy to prevent the appearance of higher-level star beasts. We won't go deep inside. Of course, what Jiang Yunchuan didn't mention was that he actually planned to explore the central planet of the Timber Wolf Galaxy. Su Tang hesitated. Although she didn't want Jiang Yunchuan to go to such a dangerous place, he was a man after all, and men should achieve great things. It was unrealistic for her to stop them the moment she sensed any danger. In the end, all she said was to warn him, then be careful yourself. With a sigh, Su Tang secretly decided to gather more energy stones for him to protect himself. Thinking of energy, Su Tang felt depressed again. She was indeed a contradictory person. She didn't want to widen the energy gap between them and create an imbalance. But now that Jiang Yunchuan was going to the Timber Wolf Galaxy, which she considered very dangerous, she couldn't help but do her best to provide him with enough energy. What about you guys? Su Tang looked at Long Ju and Qin Qinyuan with a somewhat gloomy look. Of course I stay in the capital, Qin Qinyuan explained his whereabouts, then frowned slightly. But I might be a bit busy after the new year. As long as he was in the capital, he had to attend those boring and complicated meetings. In fact, the busiest department after the new year should be the Ministry of Political Affairs. As long as the military isn't engaged in a war, as long as there's no rebellion, and no high-risk star beasts, then a meeting of these 10 marshals is pure nonsense. I haven't decided yet. We see when the time comes. I have to ask the old man for his opinion. Long Ju also frowned. Qin Qinyuan's stay in the capital was inevitable, and he had guessed Jiang Yunchuan would choose to leave. So what would he do? Leave his wife to Qin Qinyuan, the big bad wolf? Okay, then, starting today, I'm going into seclusion. After hearing the three people's decision, Su Tang stated her decision carefully, then clenched her fist and gave a cheering gesture. I'm going to work hard to improve my energy stone fusion speed. Seclusion. At the mere mention of the word, the three of them became uneasy. Wasn't this a subtle way of telling them not to bother her unless necessary? Wife, Jiang Yunchuan, feigned pity with a resentful expression. He was leaving at the end of February, and his wife wouldn't even give him any time alone. She was actually going into seclusion. I made up my mind, Su Tang said resolutely. Don't bother me before that celebration party. Without even glancing at the other three's reactions, Su Tang went straight into the studio she had expanded into her small private residence. Having to combine a level 11 certification stone and prepare sufficient energy stones for Jiang Yunchuan's self-defense, Su Tang felt the pressure mount once again. The three people left behind stared at each other for a moment before naturally going their separate ways. Chapter 508. Although the Ghost Sha and Shoujuan Star had been eliminated, and although Qin Qinyuan's starship was unlikely to pose any danger, Lu Qingyang, as a bodyguard, diligently worked alongside Su Yanlai to protect Su Tang's safety. In reality, he was just squatting outside Su Tang's room, doing nothing. Lu Qingyang was troubled by this, because ever since he had fed Su Yanlai, the glutton had become obsessed with him. Because Su Tang had killed the Ghost Sha, his Ghost Sha was now powerful enough to split into 8-digit Ghost Shas, making him a minor boss. And because he had sold the Ghost Sha to Su Tang, in the mind of this honest man, Lu Qingyang considered the Ghost Sha his own, and Su Yanlai his pet, so if it wanted food, he would naturally provide it. Besides, 100 a day wasn't that hard for Lu Qingyang to accept. Just a day later, Su Xiaobai discovered this. As a foodie, he was naturally furious and filed a complaint with Su Tang. Later, Lu Qingyang realized that the food wasn't meant for the lion flame beast, but for another star beast. But Su Yanlai, already a shrewd man, realized he was a gullible and easy target, so he naturally pestered him. Although Lu Qingyang stopped feeding the Ghost Blaster due to Su Tang's words, as a beast trainer, Lu Qingyang actually enjoyed the close interactions with star beasts. So, he made an online purchase and bought a large amount of snacks. Then, man and lion sat in harmony at Su Tang's door, munching on snacks and protecting her together. Lu Qingyang suddenly realized that this kind of life wasn't so bad. He didn't have to go to such great lengths to steal his brother's woman, didn't have to vie for his brother's favor, and he could still get by with his grandfather. Qin Qinyuan snorted coldly at this, indicating his acquiescence in Lu Qingyang's decision to stay. Jiang Yunchuan, however, gnashed his teeth. Su Yanlai, that great traitor. Long Ju, meanwhile, was secretly struggling with the question of whether he should remain in the capital system or, like Jiang Yunchuan, venture into another system to gain merit. Of course, during this time, the three of them worked together on the two plots they had discussed. For a time, the days passed peacefully. Su Tang discovered that, indeed, being alone and worrying was the best situation. After 3 days of practicing the filling silk technique on Skynet, Su Tang had finally doubled her power again. After leaving Skynet, Su Tang was overjoyed. As expected, her mental power had doubled in reality, and naturally, her energy stone fusion speed had increased again. Su Tang could only proudly declare that she was indeed suited to be a great energy master. Su Tang was resolute, ignoring everyone and remaining in her room fusion energy stones. On the 3rd day of Su Tang's retreat, Long Ju left the starship to reunite with Long Howren, and then join the investigation into the appearance of the ghost demon on Shoujuan Star. Combined with the rescued residents of Haimeo Star, this ghost demon was ultimately identified as the culprit for the disappearance of all residents of Haimeo Star in 20266. Between January 19th and February 1st, soldiers from the 9th Legion stationed on the Black 36 Star had indeed visited Shoujuan Star, and naturally, they were ultimately responsible. Lu Dong, who had come to assist in the investigation for another purpose, naturally frowned upon seeing the results. Although the primary negligence lay with the 5th Legion's inadequate security checks, the Lu family's 9th Legion still bore some responsibility. The fact that such a serious threat existed on the military's garrison planet, yet they failed to detect it, and even brought it into the capital system, was a dereliction of duty. Fortunately, it was Qin Qinyuan and Lu Qingyang who dealt with the Ghost Sha, and the Ghost Sha caused no casualties. Instead, they uncovered a cold case from 20266. Overall, the outcome was relatively optimistic. Lu Jinyu, the commander of the 9th Legion, was only stripped of his military merits, and Long Ju was similarly stripped of his military merits. Of course, Lu Jinyu, still in the Black Triangle system, had no idea that he had been charged with dereliction of duty without his knowledge. After the investigation into the Ghost Shaw attack on the capital planet was concluded, the military naturally and peacefully prepared a celebration banquet at the Royal Hotel in the capital. Although it was called a celebration banquet, it actually meant a gathering of leaders. Officials of not only the military, but also those of a certain rank in government could attend, though whether they chose to participate depended on their personal preference. However, a gathering like this with national leaders serves many purposes, from expanding connections and learning about their situation to bringing younger generations to make acquaintances, and perhaps even setting up blind dates. Naturally, anyone interested would attend. After the dust settled, Long Ju shamelessly returned to Qin Qinyuan's starship. Even though his wife was in seclusion, he wanted to stay with her. February 16th arrived quickly. Although the celebration banquet was scheduled for February 24th, arriving at the wrong time was unwise. On the 16th, Su Tang was still immersed in her energy stone project. As the three men discussed, Lu Qingyang, the bodyguard, was naturally ignored. Lu Qingyang didn't care much about this. He was just a bodyguard after all. Finally, on the 16th, the starship departed for the capital planet. The four of them took turns piloting, and after they departed, the warships of the Long and Lu families followed closely behind. The starship was in the center, flanked by warships on either side, drawing the attention of passing ships. The carefree behavior of the Long, Qin, and Lu families was naturally noticed by the other families in the military. The Ghost Shaw incident on Shoujuan Star was already well known, but Qin Qinyuan's presence there was somewhat puzzling. The final conclusion of the various investigations was that Qin Qinyuan had taken a fancy to Lu Imo, Lu Qingyang's illegitimate daughter of the Lu family. Naturally, Lu Imo was thoroughly investigated, but because Lu Jinyu's information was so comprehensive, while everyone initially felt that Lu Imo was a bit peculiar, they couldn't uncover any clues. However, the idea of a marriage between the Qin and Lu families was puzzling. The fact that old man Lu Dong was so eager to assist with the Shoujuan Star investigation was even more incomprehensible. Even if Lu Qingyang had made a contribution this time, Lu Dong didn't need to intervene in the investigation. The Yi and Xiaoho families, affiliated with the Lu family, had noticed something fishy. Xiaoho Ming and Yi Liang secretly discussed the matter, and both felt that Lu Imo was suspicious. After all, they already knew that Lu Jinyu had a cache of energy stones. But where did they come from? They all agreed that it was Lu Mo's fault. The marshals of the Han, Jiang, and Situ families were perplexed and ultimately came to this conclusion regarding the four individuals' shared spaceship. As the commander of the 5th Legion, Long Ju was responsible for investigating the Shoujuan Star incident and Qin Qinyuan. It was natural for Lu Qingyang to be with him. Lu Qingyang's daughter naturally stayed with her father, and Jiang Yunchuan might have been just messing around with Qin Qinyuan out of boredom. Everyone knew the two had a close relationship. In the end, a group of people with different thoughts gathered at the Capital Star Royal Hotel. Chapter 509. On the 19th, having arrived in the Capital Star region, Su Tang's daily routine of fusing energy stones during the day and logging onto Skynet at night was naturally interrupted. Since her silk separating technique advanced that day, Su Tang had once again reached a bottleneck. Despite diligently working on Skynet every night, she still hadn't achieved much. She wasn't disappointed, however. Her current speed was already considered exceptional. During this time, she had fusing 10 more energy stones. Although they were only of the very low quality, ranging from level 1 to level 3, Su Tang was very satisfied with the result. In less than 10 days, she had fusing 10 level 9 energy stones. Telling anyone about it would scare the hell out of everyone in the Federation. After leaving Skynet, Su Tang happily showered and changed her clothes. Then, she went out and led Su Yanlai, who was still squatting at the door, to the driver's cab. Stepping into the cab, a beautiful aqua-blue planet, as if wrapped in a veil, immediately caught her eye. From time to time, through the vast, transparent sea of golden glass, one could see various spaceships passing by their starship, some swift as shooting stars, while others glided by more slowly. Is this the capital planet? Su Tang excitedly pointed at the beautiful planet directly ahead. This is the capital planet of the Yin Nation's capital system. The capital planet. For some reason, Su Tang suddenly felt as excited as if she were entering the great hall of the people. Sure enough, she was a commoner. Yes, a little further ahead, and we enter the capital planet star field. Qin Qinyuan smiled, ruffling Su Tang's hair, clearly in a good mood. Why are you parked here? After admiring the beautiful capital planet for a while, Su Tang somewhat belatedly realized that their starship was stationary. Su Tang turned to look at the pilot, Lu Qingyang, with some confusion. Because Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan were catching up on sleep on Skynet, only Qin Qinyuan and Lu Qingyang were present in the cockpit at the moment. Check. There are some things you can't bring with you. After setting all the data and putting the starship into automatic hover mode, Lu Qingyang left the cockpit and pointed at his computer. Security check. Su Tang's eyes flashed with regret. She had actually forgotten about this. Security checks on the capital planet are very strict. If you're not a noble or a registered military member, you can only carry regular space bags for daily necessities. Space bags for larger objects like spaceships, fortresses, or even flying cars are not allowed. Qin Qinyuan explained in detail, fearing Su Tang wouldn't understand. As he spoke, he pulled out a bunch of instruments, large and small, and began to inspect her. A few minutes later, Qin Qinyuan's face showed a hint of surprise and a hint of excitement. Wife, your star beast is well hidden. No one noticed. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief, then asked uncertainly, Can I bring all my star beasts in? Yes, no one noticed, so I can bring them in. Qin Qinyuan nodded confidently. The equipment couldn't detect anything, so there shouldn't be any problems. Just in case, Qin Qinyuan frowned, his face serious. But you must not use it on the capital planet, and you must not let anyone find out, otherwise you get into trouble. Of course, Qin Qinyuan pointed at Su Yanlai, his face serious. Let Ian take it. I understand. Su Tang nodded in understanding, then hesitated. What about my space buckle? For now, let's just use Lu Mo's identity. Qin Qinyuan paused, a flicker of hesitation flashing through his mind before finally pointing to Lu Qingyang. Then let's leave it with him. While it could be left with him, it would look strange if Lu Mo's belongings were discovered there. Naturally, it would be more appropriate to leave them with Lu Qingyang's father. By the way, wife, are you going to the celebration banquet? Qin Qinyuan said this with a hint of hesitation, then a hint of sourness. He, Lu Qingyang, and Long Ju had to go. The only one who couldn't attend the banquet was Jiang Yunchuan. If his wife didn't go, they would naturally go to the Jiang family's residence on the capital star, and that would mean they would be alone. Although he had been trying to convince himself to accept reality and coexist peacefully with Jiang Yunchuan, deep down, Qin Qinyuan still felt a little unhappy. Can I go? Su Tang's voice was filled with excitement. Then, with her eyes shining, she took Qin Qinyuan's arm and gently rocked it, coquettishly saying, Yes, yes, I want to go too. A celebration banquet. All high-ranking figures. A boss-level gathering. As a commoner who had never seen a grand occasion, Su Tang was filled with anticipation for this banquet. Of course, Qin Qinyuan smiled indulgently. If his wife went, then they wouldn't have to separate. If you want to go, go. Yes, you can go as Lu Mo colonel-level officers can bring a certain number of immediate family members. So can I come with you? Su Tang tilted her head, looking at Lu Qingyang expectantly. Sure, just don't run around. Lu Qingyang nodded, then, as if thinking of something, added, Xiaozi will be there too. You can go with her. Your identity is currently known only to Grandpa and me, so you still be Lu Mo to her. That's good. Qin Qinyuan agreed with Lu Qingyang's idea of Su Tang staying with Lu Shi. We probably all have our own social engagements by then, and since your identity hasn't been revealed yet, getting too close to you would cause unnecessary trouble. In a crowded place like a banquet, Lu Qingyang, being their father, wouldn't matter, but if he, Long Ju, and Jiang Yunchuan were to be close to Su Tang, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. While the major families might have some inkling of something was going on, it was better not to be too obvious for now. Besides, the three of them had a secret plan they were keeping secret from Su Tang. But he wasn't comfortable with Su Tang being with Lu Qingyang. Now that Lu Qingyang had offered to let her stay with Lu Shi, Qin Qinyuan was delighted. After all, he didn't have to worry about his wife falling for another woman. Su Tang, unaware of Qin Qinyuan's thoughts, happily began to organize her space buttons. After unloading all the dedicated space buttons on her computer, Su Tang stuffed them all into Lu Qingyang's possession. After carefully installing the space ring Su Tang handed him, and carefully installing it on the computer, Lu Qingyang returned to the driver's seat. He then looked at the two of them, questioning, So, are we entering the capital planet Starfield now? Okay. Qin Qinyuan nodded, then turned to Su Tang again. Wife, check the space ring again to see if there are any prohibited items or special items. Things like human skin masks and prohibited drugs are not allowed. Oh, Su Tang said casually. Her space ring truly contained nothing. All her shameful possessions were hidden in her space ring. After feeling confident that she had nothing cluttered, Su Tang asked curiously, what if prohibited items are found? Confiscate them, Qin Qinyuan said casually. Then, as if reflecting on something, a sinister smile crossed his face. Of course, if we find an object deemed extremely harmful, if it's determined to be intended to endanger the safety of the capital planet, we detain and execute them. Execute? Su Tang instantly lost her composure. Then check it out. Su Tang extended her hand. Yes, it's fine. Qin Qinyuan carefully checked it over. Just confirm it again. Su Tang insisted. It's really fine. Just confirm it again. Qin Qinyuan. It seemed like he'd gone too far with his joke and scared his wife. Chapter 510. 2 hours later, the starship arrived at the space station on Capital Star. As the capital star of the capital galaxy, the space station on Capital Star was naturally bustling with activity. Even officers at the rank of colonel or minister had to queue obediently. Of course, marshals like Qin Qinyuan, Lu Dong, and Long Howren naturally enjoyed privileges. The warships of the Long and Lu families, which had been guarding both sides of the starship, now entered the dedicated berthing channel. Due to Qin Qinyuan's special status, the so-called security check was less stringent than Su Tang had imagined. It was basically a formality. A team of security personnel remained on the starship for about 10 minutes before departing. After disembarking from the starship, the four of them, along with the Lu and Long families, boarded a dedicated ferry to the surface of Capital Star. Although everyone harbored secret ulterior motives, a surface of peace prevailed. Naturally, Long Howren and Lu Dong kept the news of the 11th level energy grandmaster a secret. Su Tang followed Lu Qingyang all the way, observing him closely. The Capital Royal Hotel, despite its name, it's actually an entertainment complex. Even before the ferry docked, Su Tang was stunned by the spectacular sight. The Capital Royal Hotel is located in the Yunhu district of the capital planet. The entire Yunhu district is a vast, beautiful lake with a lush, green city in the sky suspended above it. Its style evokes an ancient palace, with magnificent palaces dotted throughout. The ferry didn't dock directly on the sky city. Like something out of a sci-fi blockbuster, the lake beneath the city suddenly churned, and a large, technologically advanced dock rose from the surface, where the ferry landed steadily. Over a dozen extended luxury cars departed from the sky city. Due to their different statuses, everyone went their separate ways, and Su Tang naturally continued to follow Lu Qingyang. Along the way, Su Tang received countless instructions from the three men, all of which were simple. The crowds were too numerous to be seen, making it inconvenient for them to accompany her. They urged her to stay with Lu Qingyang, but not to come into close contact with him. It was best to stay with Lu Xi at all times, and to be wary of the Lu family. Su Tang was speechless at this. She wasn't a child, and the Lu family weren't wolves or tigers destined to be beaten by her. Actually, upon landing on the Sky City, Su Tang curiously tried to use her mental power to see how it floated. However, as soon as she released her mind, she saw a vast expanse of snow, like an old TV station with no channels. There are precious minerals here that interfere with mental detection, so mental detection isn't possible in the Capital Royal Hotel. As if noticing her puzzled expression, Lu Qingyang explained lightly, as he drove the car. Is this the entire Capital Royal Hotel? After hearing his explanation, Su Tang withdrew her mental energy and asked curiously. Yes, in the entire Yunhu district, there's only Yunhu City, also known as the Royal Hotel. Lu Qingyang explained calmly. This is the largest leisure and entertainment area on Capital Star. There's a lot to do. You can ask CSE to go with you. Capital Star is absolutely safe. After saying this, Lu Qingyang paused, as if thinking of the cloud-poisoned demon. A hint of embarrassment flashed in his eyes. Of course, special circumstances aren't ruled out. Yes. Su Tang nodded in understanding, and then she felt strangely excited. She had arrived at a high-end Las Vegas. Lu Qingyang drove for a while before arriving at a resplendent hall, seemingly to register and verify their identity. Finally, Su Tang was given a business card. This is like an ID card. Pin it to your chest. If you accidentally lose it, tell me immediately. If you don't have it, you'll be treated as a criminal, Lu Qingyang explained with a serious expression, then added, all purchases here are paid with this card. You can scan it with your computer to transfer money. Lu Qingyang went through every possible precaution along the way, And then the two arrived at the Liu family's exclusive area at the Capital Royal Hotel, Liu Pavilion. It was a large palace with an antique exterior, but inside, it was a collection of high-tech rooms resembling a presidential suite. Liu Qingyang's room was at the front of the palace, mostly occupied by the men of the Liu family, while Su Tang's room was at the back, naturally occupied by the women of the Liu family. By the time the two arrived, quite a few people had already arrived, including, naturally, Old Man Liu, whom Su Tang disliked greatly. Upon seeing Su Tang, Lu Dong greeted her with a smile, as if he had found a treasure, fawning over her and asking about her life. He kept calling her Xiaomo and good great-granddaughter on his left and right, which made Su Tang feel quite nauseous. This time, he didn't bring his ostentatious Liu family elite group with him. He was accompanied only by two handsome men who looked like they could easily be considered male gods. The two men had naturally witnessed Su Tang's abilities. Despite Lu Dong's somewhat baffling orders to please her, or, to put it bluntly, seduce her, they resolutely carried out their orders. It was clear that Lu Wenjue and Lu Lianyu were much more shameless than Lu Qingyang, seducing her at every opportunity. Although Su Tang knew exactly what Old Man Lu was up to, the two men were so skillful in their conversation and their humorous ways that they amused her. For a moment, Su Tang couldn't bring herself to tell Old Man Lu to leave with them. Luckily, upon arriving at the room, Su Tang ran into Lu Shi, who seemed to be waiting for her after not seeing her for a long time. Finally, Su Tang found an excuse to send the four men away. "Cousin Momo, what earth-shattering event did you do while I was gone that even alarmed Great-Grandpa?" As Su Tang entered the room, Lu Shi, hands on her hips, looked sullen, as if she was going to make things worse if she didn't tell the truth. "You know later," Su Tang said mysteriously, then winked at her. Seeing Lu Shi again, Su Tang suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if she were back in the days of the 3rd Military Academy, when life had been so comfortable. Shaking her head, Su Tang felt pretentious. In reality, her life now was quite comfortable too. "Don't tell the truth." Lu Shi gave a strange laugh, then exhaled towards her hands. "Look at my tickling skills." With that, she pounced on him, and the two of them rolled into a ball. After a while of laughter, Su Tang's stomach ached, and she could only beg for mercy. Thankfully, Lu Shi didn't pursue the matter further. "Momo, hurry up, pack up, and let's go out and play." After the commotion, Lu Shi's face was filled with excitement, and she urged anxiously. "Where to go?" Su Tang asked, taking a deep breath, feeling inexplicably eager to try. Now that they were at the entertainment city, they naturally wanted to relax. "Let's go gamble." Lu Shi's eyes gleamed with an inexplicable brilliance. Su Tang. She felt like she was being led astray, but why was she still so excited? Chapter 511. Su Tang followed Lu Shi, who knew the area well. They took a high-end luxury TIX and arrived at a place called Tianyan Palace a little over 10 minutes later. From the outside, it still looked like a magnificent classical palace. After entering, they walked through a corridor lined with carved railings and jade, then passed through a main entrance. It was as if they had traveled through time and space into a magnificent, technologically advanced hall. There were gambling tables filled with various styles. Unlike Su Tang's imagination, the gamblers here were very well-mannered. There was no loud noise, and each played their favorite games politely. The men were clearly divided into 3 groups: those in military uniforms, those in suits, and those in waiter uniforms. Of course, it was easy to tell the difference between military and political officials at a glance. "Momo, you want to play?" Lu Shi exclaimed, rubbing his hands in excitement. "Cousin Tang, you play first." "I take a look." Su Tang smiled and shook her head. Su Tang followed Lu Shi with a smile. The gambling here was actually pretty much what Su Tang had imagined: cards, dice, a roulette wheel. Su Tang had wanted to try some, but as soon as she entered, someone started yelling, and her interest in playing was immediately lost. Her mind was completely focused on her baby. As soon as Su Tang stepped inside, Su Xiaobai's excited scream echoed through her mind, "Baby! There's a baby here!" Su Tang followed Lu Shi absent-mindedly. "Where is it? Where's the baby?" "I don't know. I just think it's here." "Look around." Su Xiaobai, like a high-speed radar scanning the surrounding area for suspicious targets, said, "Cousin, I'm just looking around." Seeing Lu Shi lingering at a gambling table, Su Tang made an excuse. "Okay, Momo, call me if you need anything. If you want to go back, we go back together." Lu Shi waved her hand nonchalantly. In her mind, there was absolutely no danger here. After explaining her instructions to Lu Shi, Su Tang wandered aimlessly. During this time, she encountered several men who tried to strike up a conversation. However, It was clear that those who could come here were more concerned with their reputation and didn't shamelessly pursue them in such a public place. After noticing her disapproval, they all tactfully left. This is it, Su Xiaobai exclaimed excitedly again, as Su Teng walked into a corner lounge area with several sofas. At this moment, there was only one man in a suit in this small lounge area. Pink is generally a favorite color of young girls. However, men who can wear pink with charm are obviously very rare, and this man in front of her was one of them. The man, dressed in a casual pink suit, leaned languidly against the sofa, his legs extended. He held a glass of red wine in his right hand. Catching Su Teng's gaze, he curled his lips, gently raised the glass, and nodded at her. No man had ever given Su Teng such a bewitching feeling. He was clearly a seductress. Why did she know it was a man? Because she had seen him before. Once she had seen that beautiful face, she would never forget it. Hello again, little girl, the man's voice was distinctly amused. What a coincidence, Su Teng replied with a polite smile, then walked over and sat across from him. Hello, my name is Lu Mo. Since Su Xiaobai had mentioned that she felt the treasure was around this man, Su Teng naturally had to shamelessly close the distance so that Su Xiaobai could find her target. And to strike up a conversation, she naturally had to introduce herself. Hello, my name is Ji Jincheng. Ji Jincheng elegantly took a sip of red wine and introduced himself. Ji Jincheng? Beautiful scenery? Su Teng misunderstood, swaying in the profound Yin language. She secretly complained that not only did this man look feminine, but his name was also feminine. No, Ji Jincheng lazily extended his left hand, shaking his index finger. It's a brilliant future. After correcting his name, he snapped his fingers, summoning the waiter. He lazily said, a glass of beauty drunk. Your drink. After the waiter brought a glass of a beautiful pink liquid, Ji Jincheng lazily stood up and pushed the glass towards Su Teng. I don't drink. Su Teng still had a certain psychological scar on alcohol because of that drunken incident. As she spoke, Su Teng simply pushed the drink back. Offering a lady tea is a gentleman's due courtesy. With a sly smile, Ji Jincheng pushed the cup forward again and added, this is a drink. He then nodded at the waiter beside him. If you don't believe me, you can ask him. Yes, distinguished guest, this is a drink with zero alcohol content. Seeing Su Teng's puzzled look, the waiter replied with a respectful smile before respectfully taking his leave. Su Teng awkwardly took a sip from the cup and discovered it was actually juice. While she didn't know what fruit it was made from, it tasted delicious. Su Teng twitched her lips in frustration. Why call a drink beauty drunk? Aren't all drinks with the word drunk in them alcoholic? Across from him, Ji Jincheng seemed amused by Su Teng's expression and chuckled softly. This juice is called beauty drunk because it's the most expensive drink here, 1 million yuan a pop. After a few laughs, Ji Jincheng began to explain. 1 million yuan a pop. Even though Su Teng was wealthy, she couldn't help but gasp. How extravagant, but what does this price have to do with the name beauty drunk? Because you're a beauty, I'm intoxicated by your beauty, so I spent a fortune on you. That's how it came to be called beauty drunk. As if sensing Su Teng's confusion, Ji Jincheng offered another explanation. Su Teng's face immediately turned black, and she internally complained again. She felt that the person across from her truly lived up to the title of beauty. Are you Lu Qingyang's daughter? Ji Jincheng took another sip of his red wine and raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion on his face. How could a warrior like him have fathered a daughter like you? Is that a personal attack? Su Teng replied, somewhat speechless. Lu Qingyang wasn't necessarily ugly, his sharp features giving him a very masculine look, but if his daughter looked like him, she'd definitely be a tomboy. Just curious, Ji Jincheng blinked innocently. Somehow, Su Teng felt a hint of grievance in his expression, as if she were a vicious supporting actress bullying the weak, kind, and innocent heroine. With a start, Su Teng shook off the chilling thought in her mind. That's a man. A man. After a few more meaningless words, Su Xiaobai confirmed that the treasure was with Ji Jincheng. Su Teng politely bid him farewell. The treasure belongs to someone else, so it's not right to be snatched openly. Su Teng stood up and left. Ji Jincheng remained seated, staring at her back through his wine glass, his eyes darkening. Qin Qinyuan? Jiang Yinchuan? Long Ju? Lu Qingyang? And this Lu Mo? There was definitely something fishy going on. Ji Jincheng swirled his red wine, his lips curling into a charming smile. What should I do? He's uncovered another earth-shattering secret. That VIP number SXD23412, the mysterious master who gave away 10 medium quality, level 8 energy stones. Chapter 512. Although she desperately wanted the treasure, since it already belonged to someone, Su Tang couldn't bring herself to snatch it without reason. Su Xiaobai only knew it was a treasure, not its specific use. As soon as she left the casino, Su Tang put the matter aside. These past few days, Su Tang would go out with Lu Shi every day to have fun. Lu Wenjue and Lu Liangyu, entrusted with important tasks by Lu Dong, would shamelessly appear before them at the slightest opportunity, only to be swept off their feet by the two men using various off-limits hot springs, spas, women's restrooms, and other places. The Capital Royal Hotel fully lived up to its high-end, luxurious name, boasting a wide range of entertainment facilities. Here, you could enjoy royal service, and of course, your money flowed freely. Su Tang, a wealthy woman, naturally had a blast there. Since arriving here, Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, and Jiang Yinchuan had frequently sent her communications, but they seemed very busy and hadn't appeared in front of her once, not even on Skynet. Although somewhat suspicious, Su Tang didn't take it to heart. On the 23rd, the military held a meeting in its largest conference hall, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands of people, to determine rewards and punishments for the first Army Star Ghost Shah incident. Su Tang and Lu Shi were naturally ineligible to attend such a meeting, so they continued to entertain themselves. In the magnificent conference hall, a group of military leaders delivered impassioned speeches from the podium. Of course, Qin Qinyuan was on stage, while Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju were below. Jiang Yunchuan felt that this lengthy meeting was pointless. Something that could be done in half an hour had to be extended to a full day to make it seem like a significant event. Bored, Jiang Yunchuan used his mental power to idly discuss the plan against Yan Zimu with Long Ju. He quickly finished his speech, and Qin Qinyuan, who had been sitting idly on the podium with a formal smile, joined them. The three of them carefully reviewed the details and clarified their division of labor. Although this was a formal meeting, it was clear that many people were just as idle and chatting with their mental power. In the front row, near the podium, Ji Jincheng leaned back in his chair, somewhat unassumingly. Although his expression was formal, his eyes couldn't help but gleam with joy. He loved attending these kinds of crowded meetings. Isn't there a classic saying? Too many people, too many mouths. Everyone believed that mental communication was the most secretive, undetectable. So, everyone used their mental power to unscrupulously discuss secrets that should be kept secret. But as the saying goes, there are exceptions to everything. Ji Jincheng curled his lips, narrowed his eyes, and looked somewhat relishing. His left thumb gently rubbed the ring on his right thumb. He loved hearing secrets. He knew so many secrets, so shouldn't he do something? Yan Zimu? Ji Jincheng lowered his eyes, as if thinking. Finally, applying slight pressure on the ring with his thumb, Ji Jincheng made a decision. Since his mental power had been upgraded thanks to the Yin family's dawn, he might as well give him some advice. After a long and boring meeting, in a secluded room. So what are your conditions? Yan Zimu stared blankly at Mo Liang across from him, his voice devoid of emotion, a formulaic tone. Conditions? Mo Liang sneered, a hint of anger in his eyes. What do you think of our Mo family? What do you think of my daughter, Mo Liang? You can just cancel the engagement if you want? Where would my dignity be then? You should know that I don't need your consent to cancel the engagement. Yan Zimu glared at Mo Liang sharply, then spoke coldly. Of course, you're a royal, so you can do whatever you want. Mo Liang chuckled in anger, then his expression suddenly turned cold. What? Now that you achieved your goal through this collaboration, you want to kick my daughter out? I already told you I don't like her. Yan Zimu frowned, a little displeased. Then his eyes darkened, and he spoke slowly. I can compensate her with a modified dawn. You think? Mo Liang's face was ashen, and his voice was filled with anger, but he was interrupted before he could finish his words. The success rate for increasing spiritual power is 50%. Yan Zimu stared at him intently, not joking at all. Based on their research, they confirmed that the improved version had a near incredible 90% success rate, and 50% was a conservative estimate. You said 50%? 50%? Mo Liang's anger faded, replaced by a look of astonishment. He stood up in disbelief. Yes, Yan Zimu nodded, still impassive. One is too few. Mo Liang snapped back to his senses, his expression grave. I want 3. Then I can issue a statement announcing the dissolution of our engagement, and it won't harm our reputations in the slightest. Without the raw materials, I only sell 10. So, don't bargain with me. Yan Zimu raised his head, his gaze piercing Mo Liang, leaving no room for negotiation. So few? Mo Liang exclaimed in disbelief, his voice dripping with doubt. Do you think this thing can be mass-produced? Yen Zimu sneered, his voice tinged with sarcasm. I can tell you straight up, I only sell tin. This one is my reward for helping me impeach Yin Chongshan. At this point, Yen Zimu glared at him fiercely, with a hatred Mo Liang couldn't understand. You should know that Yen Chongshan's resignation is only a matter of time. At this moment, Yen Zimu was filled with regret. He shouldn't have been so eager to cooperate with Mo Liang, and he shouldn't have agreed to the marriage, thinking it didn't matter who he married. Then I want 10 more dons. After a pause, Mo Liang spoke hesitantly, I know you have quite a few. Looking at Yen Zimu's unmoved expression, Mo Liang gritted his teeth, then said firmly, 5 dons, 1 improved version, no less. Okay. After a long silence, so long that Mo Liang expected him to disagree, Yen Zimu uttered a single word with a sense of relief. Hearing Yen Zimu's agreement, Mo Liang breathed a sigh of relief. As long as an Ai's spiritual power reaches SSS level, will she still have trouble finding a good husband? Although Yen Zimu may seem promising, he's still too young, and his foundation in the military is shaky. In reality, his preferred marriage partner is still Qin Qinyuan. So, when will the improved version be available? Once it was confirmed that a simple break in the engagement could bring even more benefits, Mo Liang became eager to learn about the improved dawn. After this banquet is over, I go back to Shoyo Star and send someone. No need. This time, I take Ni with you to Shoyo Star. Yen Zimu was interrupted by an anxious Mo Liang before he could finish. But if my daughter's spiritual power doesn't upgrade, I guarantee she become an SSS spiritualist. Yen Zimu said confidently. Okay, as soon as my daughter's spiritual power reaches the SSS level, we issue a joint public statement and find a legitimate excuse to break off the engagement. It won't affect your reputation or our reputation, and certainly won't affect our partnership. Mo Liang seemed a little excited. Currently, there was only one unmarried woman with SSS spiritual power in the military, Lu Shi, and Ni could definitely find someone better. Yen Zimu's glory was just a facade. His current situation in the military wasn't that great. After Mo Liang left, Yen Zimu stared at the closed door, his expression growing somewhat dejected. In truth, he didn't understand the point of breaking off the engagement now. She was already happy, but her happiness had no part in him. Let go and find his own happiness? Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Lowering his eyes, Yen Zimu's eyes flashed with determination. He wanted to defy fate and change his destiny. The future wasn't supposed to be like this. For his happiness, he'd give it a try. If he didn't succeed, he'd die. Chapter 513. After the meeting, it was time to celebrate. On the 24th, a grand celebration banquet officially began. Su Tang had been worried about what to wear. Wearing an evening gown with a long tail sweeping across the floor was clearly not a pleasant experience. After seeing Lu Shi, dressed in a formal outfit, clearly wearing the uniform of the 3rd Military Academy, Su Tang finally understood that it was possible to wear a school uniform. The uniforms worn for the banquet were certainly not ordinary school uniforms. While somewhat similar to military uniforms, they featured elegant pastel patterns, delicate trims, and intricate jewel embellishments. Paired with high-heeled boots, these exquisite garments made the wearer look even more heroic. Su Tang suddenly felt as if they were playing with the allure of uniforms. From Lu Shi, Su Tang also learned that these uniforms weren't for everyone. They had to be custom-made, costing a staggering 1 million yuan a set. Almost every underage student from aristocratic family attending a military academy would order several sets. It was a symbol of pride. Being admitted to one of the top 10 military academies in the Federation was naturally a matter of pride. The dinner was naturally held in the Imperial Palace, the largest of the royal hotel's halls. Su Tang swore this was the first time she had ever seen such a magnificent palace. The only word to describe it was magnificent. The walls and floors were clad in gold, the pillars were carved from jade, and the tables and chairs were carved from precious wood, emitting a refreshing fragrance. The various decorations were either precious gems or exotic flowers and plants. Most strikingly, the tiles on the palace's roof were made of gold and silver. Cousin, how much do you think this cost? Su Tang asked mysteriously, pulling Lu Shi aside. It's said that the money used to build this imperial palace is enough to build a warship, Lu Shi whispered as he leaned over to Su Tang. 100 billion, not much, not much. Remembering that a level 9 energy stone in her hand was equivalent to that price, Su Tang instantly adjusted her mindset. How could she act like an unworldly Lu granny entering the Grandview Garden? She definitely had enough money to build a dozen such imperial palaces. Standing tall and proud, she followed Lu Shi through the door. Su Tang realized she had arrived early. The spacious first-floor hall was clearly not crowded, less than 100 people. "Cousin, why are we here so early?" Su Tang was puzzled. "Come take a tour," Lu Shi said matter-of-factly, his expression tinged with excitement. To avoid sounding like a country bumpkin, Lu Shi leaned close to Su Tang's ear and whispered, "This is my first time in the Imperial Palace. I don't know if I have the chance again, so I want to see it all this time. Momo, don't mistake this for a hotel. The rooms are all beautifully designed in antique style. And with 6 floors, you wouldn't be able to see everything even in a day." As Lu Shi spoke, he led her to the elevator and the second floor. The second floor was different from the lobby on the first floor. Stepping out of the elevator, you were greeted by a winding hallway lined with elegantly named rooms. But once you opened the door, it was like stepping through time. Inside were gardens and landscape gardens of varying styles, offering everything you could imagine. Coming to the Imperial Palace is like traveling to countless planets," Lu Shi said excitedly. After touring a few rooms, Su Tang suddenly had the illusion that the Imperial Palace was a theme park. Su Tang, already a travel enthusiast, was spurred on by Lu Shi's enthusiasm. The two of them darted around the rooms with great enthusiasm. Their good looks naturally attracted a flurry of flirts. Fortunately, the visitors were all distinguished individuals, and even when approached, they were very gentlemanly. When they realized they were being harassed, they wisely left. As time went on, the crowd gradually gathered. The senior officials, each in a small group, chatted and laughed, agreeing to the occasion within their respective social circles. And a banquet, naturally, is inseparable from alcohol. Amidst the laughter and chatter, everyone clinked glasses and toasted. Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, and Jiang Yinchuan, upon spotting their target, Yen Zimu, began their seemingly casually drinking spree. Meanwhile, Lu Shi and Su Tang, tired from a morning of shopping and wearing high heels, headed straight for the 5th-floor lounge. The dinner officially began at 6 p.m., and before that, it was essentially free time. Su Tang, rather unassumingly, kicked off her shoes and flopped onto the bed. She'd been staying home for so long, she was already tired after just a short walk. "No, I need to exercise more from now on. Momo, my boyfriend, who hasn't been back in the army for years, is back." A moment later, Lu Shi seemed to receive a brainwave message, and her expression became somewhat embarrassed. "Cousin, are you going out? Just go on your date, and don't worry about me." Su Tang waved her hand nonchalantly. Ever since realizing his charm wasn't working, old man Lu Dong had been playing the family card, and Lu Shi, with whom he had the best relationship, was entrusted with important tasks. Lu Dong's words were somewhat euphemistic, and Lu Shi didn't quite understand. However, she understood one thing. She had to stay by her cousin Momo's side at all times to protect her safety. But the person who sent her the message was one of her boyfriends in the Legion. This man hadn't been back to the capital in years, and he made a special trip back to attend this banquet specifically to see her. For a moment, Lu Shi hesitated. "Cousin, don't worry about me." Seeing her apprehension, Su Tang spoke again. "I go downstairs to see father after I rested." "Yes, Momo, then you should go find Uncle 13 as soon as possible. Call me if you need anything." Lu Shi gestured anxiously to her laptop. Realizing that this was the Imperial Palace, where safety was absolutely guaranteed, Lu Shi left. After all, a brief absence was like a reunion. She and her boyfriend hadn't seen each other in years, and she missed him deeply. After Lu Shi left, Su Tang lazily lay in bed, her thoughts wandering. How many years had he been away from the army? Would Jiang Yinchuan also be away for a few years after returning? Somehow, Su Tang thought of Lu Shi's words, "If you meet a man you're a little attracted to, just accept him. Who knows, he might die someday." Thinking of Lu Junyu, still in the Black Triangle Galaxy, and Jiang Yinchuan, who was about to leave for the Wood Wolf Galaxy, Su Tang felt a sense of pessimism. What if they died somewhere she didn't know? Thinking of the dangers of this world, Su Tang inexplicably felt down. Patting her head, Su Tang felt that she was being pretentious. She should have believed in their strength, and as for Jiang Yinchuan, after leaving this place, she should just spend some time with him until he left. Sighing, Su Tang felt that she was truly a contradictory person. When Jiang Yinchuan followed her around every day, she would find him annoying, but when he left, she couldn't bear to let him go. Chapter 514. A magnificent lobby on the first floor. Yen Zimu had never been a drinker, but since those men he considered thorns in his side and wished to kill had challenged him, he couldn't lose to them, even if it meant drinking. Alas, with a 3-1 scoreline, Yen Zimu was completely defeated by the vicious wheel-fighting tactics. Seizing a shred of sanity, Yen Zima shrugged off Long Ju, who tried to force him to drink more, and stumbled into the elevator. Though he felt relatively sober, he probably wouldn't last much longer. He could also tell that those three shameless men were trying to get him drunk. Although he didn't know their motives, he instinctively felt they had ulterior motives. Watching Yen Zimu's somewhat unsteady figure as he left, Qin Qinyuan curled his lips, clearly feeling pleased. At this moment, in a corner of the Imperial Palace, "Pa!" A resounding slap sent a waiter sprawling to the ground. He didn't care about his swollen face as he scrambled to his knees, cowed out repeatedly, and cried in a terrified voice, "Dear guest, I'm so blind. Please forgive me. Bitch. Do you know how much this dress cost?" Moi rubbed her hand, red and painful from the force she applied, and pointed at the waiter with a haughty, furious tone. "This is Master Yao's handiwork. Limited edition for the entire Federation. You bitch, how dare you spill wine on me? I beat you to death today. Ni, don't be angry. Getting angry with such a lowly person only lowers our status." Moi was about to strike again, when a man in a black suit beside her grabbed her and gently soothed her. With a smile, the man cast his gaze towards the waiter still lying on the ground. As the waiter pleaded for help, he lightly uttered a few words. "Just get rid of it. I go change." Moi pouted and waved her hand. With a gloomy look at the wine-stained hem of her skirt, she turned and left with a look of resentment. Before leaving, she didn't forget to say, "Brother Gu, then, please help me deal with it. This bitch had soiled her clothes. Even 10,000 deaths wouldn't be enough to atone for it. Sir, spare me." The waiter, still kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but tremble. Up on the 5th floor, Yen Zimu prepared to return to his room to rest and recuperate. For a high-ranking boss like Yen Zimu, the hotel naturally allocated a dedicated rest room. And thanks to Qin Qinyuan's covert manipulation, Yen Zimu's room was right next to Mo Liang's. He walked towards the location he knew, but after a few steps, Yen Zimu felt his steps unsteady, and a sense of weakness spread throughout his body. Leaning against the wall, rubbing his forehead uncomfortably, Yen Zimu felt a flicker of regret. He should have known better than to join those three ill-intentioned people in a drinking contest. Just as Yen Zimu was trying to recover, he heard the subtle scraping of a door opening. Unable to detect with his mental power, he instinctively looked up to see who it was. The moment he saw the person, Yen Zimu vanished with a swift, agile presence. After contacting Lu Qingyang and learning that he had arrived at the first-floor lobby, Su Tang, refreshed, decided to go out and look for him. However, just as Su Tang stepped out of the room, and before she could check out with her business card, her vision went dark, and she was instantly embraced by someone. "Tang Tang." A male voice, tinged with surprise, suddenly echoed in her ears. "Yen Zimu?" Due to the height difference, Su Tang couldn't see who was holding her. The familiar voice alone snapped her into action, and her initial attempts to fight back faltered. "Yeah." Seeing Su Tang again filled Yen Zimu with joy. He saw her again, and she was in his arms again. He had been forcing himself not to look for her, not to disturb her. But he found he couldn't do it. Every day he thought about killing that other person and taking her back. Holding Su Tang, feeling her scent, Yen Zimu suddenly felt the urge to cry. He had lost her, he had forgotten her. How foolish of him had he been to end up in this situation. "Let go." After confirming it was really Yen Zimu, Su Tang spoke with a hint of resignation. Smelling the alcohol, Su Tang knew he was drunk. While she wouldn't argue with a drunk, why was he holding her like that? He was someone else's fiancé, and she didn't want a married man. "No. I won't let go." Yen Zimu shook his head desperately, his voice filled with stubbornness and insistence. As if afraid Su Tang would break free, Yen Zimu's arms tightened around her, determined not to let her go. "Yen Zimu, you're engaged." Su Tang's face sullen, a hint of anger in her tone. Hadn't we already made it clear? Hadn't they already broken up amicably? Besides, this was strangling her to death. She couldn't move at all. "It'd be over soon, really, it'd be over soon," Yen Zimu began to explain eagerly, then his words faltered. "Mo Liang, we already agreed. Really, we already agreed. I never liked her. Believe me, I really don't like her at all." "Then why did you marry her?" Su Tang asked, somewhat speechlessly. "If you didn't like her, why marry her?" But why did she secretly rejoice when Yen Zimu said he never liked Moi? Yes, rejoiced. Undeniably, a faint joy welled up in her heart when she heard Yen Zimu's words. "I forgot about you. I didn't want this to happen." Yen Zimu was filled with regret. Mo Liang said only a marriage could strengthen the relationship between our two families. At the time, I thought it didn't matter who I married, so. Tang Tang, I know I was wrong. I really was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten engaged to her. You're drunk. Listening to Yin Zimu's endless ramblings, repeating the same thing about not getting engaged and having to cancel, Su Tang was absolutely certain he was drunk. But the truth came out after drinking. Was he really going to cancel? But for some reason, Su Tang felt her mood suddenly brighten. I'm not drunk. Everything I said is true. I really am not drunk. I know. You're not drunk. Let go. I help you inside to rest. Although Yin Zimu said he wasn't drunk, Su Tang could clearly feel his full weight resting on her. He was already a little shaky, and the way he held her made her a little unsteady. If this continued, they might both fall. Because her door was still open, Su Tang immediately put one arm around his waist. After Yin Zimu slightly released her, she helped him slowly move into the room. Go to bed and get some sleep. Having confirmed that Yin Zimu was drunk, Su Tang resigned herself to helping him back to bed. At this point, Yin Zimu didn't know what he was thinking, and let Su Tang help him to the bed. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief after successfully reaching the bedside. Just as she was about to help Yin Zimu sit down, a sudden commotion erupted, and she was pinned down by a man with ulterior motives. His lips were warm, tinged with a strong scent of alcohol. Since they had been apart for so long, Yin Zimu's kiss carried a heavy dose of longing and an irresistible intensity. Somehow, Su Tang recalled their past on Hongwang Star, when that scoundrel Yin Zimu had repeatedly forcefully kissed her. Feeling his presence again, Su Tang's eyes suddenly welled up slightly. This was the man she had once truly wanted to be with for the rest of her life. If her father hadn't disappeared, if he hadn't gone to the borderlands, if he hadn't forgotten her, could they have walked together forever? Alas, there are no ifs in life. Alas, time can't be turned back. Chapter 515. Imperial Palace, in a room on the 5th floor. Mo Liang, planning to return to his room to rest, ran into his daughter, who had disappeared without a trace since arriving at the Capital Royal Hotel. Having learned from Yin Zimu about the miraculous effects of the improved dawn, Missouri Liang excitedly shared this news with Moni. Dad, can my mental power really be SSS? Moni clutched Mo Liang's arm, a look of excitement on her face. Really? When has Dad ever lied to you? Mo Liang smiled fondly, and patted the top of Moni's head. Oh my god, it's true. Moni's face grew even more excited, her voice shrill and trembling with disbelief. Well, my baby will be the SSS queen in the future. Mo Liang smiled sincerely, then frowned. But you and Yin Zimu have to break off the engagement. Why, Dad? He's from the royal family, and a grand marshal. I'd be so proud to marry him. All the girls at school would envy me. Coming back from her immense joy, Moni pouted in dissatisfaction upon hearing Mo Liang's words. You don't understand. He's only enjoying himself on the surface. His foundation isn't as solid as those of the older families. Mo Liang waved his hand with a profound tone. Besides, you deserve better after you become an SSS. I think the Qin family is a better fit. Dad, can I marry Qin Qinyuan? Moni's dissatisfaction instantly vanished, and then her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable excitement and anticipation, her face flushing. So my baby likes Qin Qinyuan? Mo Liang smiled fondly again. Not really. Moni lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly, then spoke with a hint of shyness. Actually, I like Xia Yin, Gu Ichu Yin Sheng. Moni immediately named a few of her peers from aristocratic families, her expression suddenly complicated with regret. But they're all still students, with no status, so lame. At this point, Moni tugged at Mo Liang's clothes, somewhat bewildered. But they all try to please me, make me happy, and they all listen to me. Whatever I say goes. Dad, what do you say? Honestly, I'm afraid of Yin Zimu's face. He always has a stern expression, as if I owe him money. If it weren't for his martial status and royal family, I wouldn't bother with him. At this, Moni curled her lips in disdain. What's there to worry about? When you become empress, you can find any man you want. You're in high position anyway, so even if you find someone else, you can only blame your husband for his own incompetence. Mo Liang looked nonchalant. As the president of the Ministry of Finance, he was naturally well versed in the law. Whether it was a marriage or a marriage, as long as the man's status was lower than the woman's, no matter how many men she dated, she would not be held legally responsible. The public would also assume the man was incompetent. Dad, as long as it's not someone from the royal family like Yin Zimu, then even if I marry, he can't stop me from seeing other men. Moni's eyes lit up, and then she was delighted. Then, Dad, let's break off the engagement. Seeing Mo Liang nod, Mo and I couldn't wait to shake Mo Liang's arm and start acting coquettishly. Well, after this banquet, let's go to Shrieksing. Before Mo Liang could finish his words, the doorbell rang. Oh, Dad, I ordered Muslania. Mo and I opened the door and returned with a small cake, holding it in front of Mo Liang with a look of congratulation. Dad, try it. It's my favorite. It's delicious. Yes, my Anai is the most filial. Mo Liang took it with a smile. Although he didn't really like sweets, a gift from his daughter was naturally sweet to his heart. In the hallway, the waiter, who had just delivered the cakes and was still standing at the door, looked up at the ventilation system with some confusion. Why had he felt a cold breeze blowing past him when he was at the door? Could he have encountered a ghost? Shocking his fear, the waiter gave up his wild thoughts and quickly left. In the other room, Su Tang sat by the bed, watching Yen Zimu sleeping soundly. She felt a mixture of emotions. Meeting Yen Zimu again, her heart was once again a tangled mess. He said he didn't like Moi and was breaking off the engagement. Undeniably, she was happy. Although her conscience told her that it was a fluke that had led them both to miss each other, and it wasn't Yen Zimu's fault, and she should wish him happiness, the dark side of her heart told her she couldn't bear to see him happy with another woman. Not only Yen Zimu, but also Lu Jinyu. She couldn't bear to see him happy with another woman. Originally, she had just wanted to live a life of idleness, but that Yen Zimu suddenly appeared and provoked her, stirring her heart. And then, Long Ju, Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan, Lu Jinyu, these men appeared one after another. She had done nothing wrong, but they insisted on provoking her, stirring up turmoil in her heart. And since he provoked her, he ended up happily with another woman. Unless he never appeared in her presence again, she would definitely feel uncomfortable seeing him. Thinking of this, Su Tang suddenly realized that her true innermost thoughts were that even if these two people had nothing to do with her, he couldn't have anything to do with any other woman. Isn't that too bad of her? Su Tang's brows furrowed in confusion. Why were her thoughts so sinister? Had she just had the dark thought of destroying her if she couldn't have her? Had she just had the dark thought of Yen Zimu loving only her for the rest of his life, and then dying alone? Evil spirits disperse. Amitabha. Su Tang silently chanted this 3 times, pushing away the chaotic thoughts in her mind. She decided to just let everything go. Glancing at Yen Zimu, who had been knocked unconscious by her potion, and tucking him in, Su Tang decided to go out and find Lu Qingyang. After leaving the room, and before she even closed the door, Su Tang heard a flurry of chaotic footsteps. From the sound alone, she could sense a hint of panic, and the sound was clearly high heels. A woman. Su Tang tilted her head in confusion, then saw a woman running towards her at the end of the hallway. The moment she saw who it was, Su Tang's mouth twitched. What a coincidence! It was Moi. Why did she have the feeling she was here to catch them in an affair? She and Yen Zimu hadn't done anything just now. Okay, someone was trying to do something, but she had knocked him out in time. Before Su Tang could react, Moi, upon seeing her, rushed over, grabbed her arm with both hands, and raised her head. Su Tang was fortunate enough to witness the entire shift in expression on Mo's face. Mo's face was complex. First, his eyes lit up, evidently in surprise. Then, as if recognizing her, his face shifted to shock, then to a hint of anger. Then, as if realizing something, his face grew anxious. Then, after glancing at her twice, his expression softened, as if he had solved a major problem. Okay, forgive her limited mortal brain for not being able to guess what she was thinking. But she was certain he wasn't here to catch her in an affair, because Moi hadn't even glanced at the room behind her. Ah, there's a bug in my room. Help me kill it. Just as Su Tang was still a little lost in thought, Moi screamed, grabbed her arm, and dragged her in one direction. The sudden burst of strength sent Su Tang stumbling and dragging her in one direction. Although she had no idea what she was up to, Su Tang knew this place was completely safe, and her curiosity inevitably piqued her, wanting to find out what was going on. When they reached the door of a room, Su Tang was pushed inside before she could even react. The door closed behind her. Su Tang was filled with questions. What was going on? Were there really bugs? After taking in the scene inside, Su Tang's eyes hardened, realizing Mo's sinister intentions. In the room stood a figure, a middle-aged man with red, swollen eyes, and a ferocious expression. He was trembling slightly, as if suppressing immense pain. Upon reaching her, he immediately lunged at her, with a murderous gleam in his eyes. Because the man was not very skilled, Su Tang dodged quickly. By then, she understood. This man clearly had ulterior motives. He also seemed to have been drugged. Su Tang felt a surge of anger. That bitch Moni had brought her in here hoping someone would rape her. How could this woman be so vicious? She would definitely teach her a lesson. When the man lunged at her again, Su Tang swiftly pivoted and placed a hypnotic charm directly on his back, silently chanting, "Go!" With a bang, Mo Liang slammed into the wall and fell limply. Su Tang clapped her hands, a look of disdain on her face. She wasn't a freeloader in the military academy. She'd be defeated by masters, but she could handle this kind of scumbag. And the hypnotic charm Long Ju had given her was quite powerful. It worked so well the first time. Don't be complacent, he's dead. Just as Su Tang was gloating over her own skill, Su Xiaobai spoke coldly, a thunderclap striking down. Dead, Su Tang was momentarily stunned. She used a hypnotic spell, not a laser sword, so how could he die? Could he have crashed into a wall and died? Approaching Mo Liang with some suspicion, Su Tang trembled and reached out a finger to check for breath. No breath. Truly dead, Su Tang's face paled. By this point, she recognized him. The face was none other than the Federation President Mo Liang, who she often saw online. She killed someone. The President of Yin Nation. But how could this be? She really only used a hypnotic spell. Chapter 516. In another room, Yin Zimu felt a little uneasy as he put his hand to his forehead. Then his thoughts began to return. Wasn't this his room? So it wasn't a dream. He had really met Tang Tang. Smelling the lingering scent of medicine in the room, Yin Zimu was certain that Su Tang had indeed knocked him unconscious. A deep sense of loss washed over Yin Zimu. Just as he tried to get up from the bed, he realized he was covered in the blanket. After a moment of stunned silence, Yin Zimu's eyes lit up with surprise. She still cared about him. Was there still hope for him? Coming to his senses, Yin Zimu's lips curled up happily. If she truly didn't care about him at all, he would be lying in the hallway, enjoying the cold wind. But where had she gone? Yin Zimu glanced around with a puzzled look, and then noticed the door was wide open. Could there be any danger? His face darkened, and he jumped out of bed and rushed outside. Outside, in the hallway further back, there were the sounds of footsteps pacing back and forth. That was his room. Yin Zimu frowned slightly in confusion, then strode forward, determined to see what was going on. After a few steps, Yin Zimu spotted Moni pacing back and forth in front of a room with a complicated expression. From the room name, he knew it was Mo Liang's room. But what was Moni doing? He instinctively knew something was wrong. What are you doing? Yin Zimu stared at her with a deadpan expression, his voice questioning. Ah! Moni gasped softly, clearly startled by Yin Zimu's sudden outburst. After clearly seeing that it was Yin Zimu, Moni patted her chest with a lingering sense of fear. Brother Yin, it's you. You scared me to death. Seeing Moni's reaction, Yin Zimu narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of danger in his eyes. Was she feeling guilty? What was she feeling guilty about? Mo Liang is in there? Yin Zimu asked uncertainly. Given how much Mo Liang doted on his daughter, would he leave her outside? And clearly, Moni had access to Mo Liang's room, so why was she sneaking around like that? Dad's in there. Facing Yin Zimu's interrogating gaze, Moni felt an inexplicable pressure. She lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye, her voice frantic. I don't know what's going on. Really, I don't know. Ugh. What's going on? Tell me. Yin Zimu felt a sudden surge of panic. Oh my god, I didn't know. Daddy's fine. He was discussing breaking off the engagement with me. Moni's voice cracked with tears under Yin Zimu's harsh questioning. At this point, she glanced at Yin Zimu, feeling somewhat guilty. Then, with a sympathetic expression, she raised her head and said sincerely, Brother Yin, I know you don't like me. There's no happiness in forcing things, so I agreed to break off the engagement. Looking at Moni's expression, Yin Zimu fell silent, his heart filled with disdain. He had clearly stated at the beginning that he wouldn't love her, that at most he would give her the title of wife, yet this woman insisted on marrying him. And now she's so understanding? If it weren't for the requirement to reach SSS mental strength, she would have so willingly agreed to break off the engagement. Did she think he was an idiot? And then what? This marriage was absolutely to be dissolved. At this point, Yin Zimu no longer cared about what Moni was thinking. And then Dad suddenly, thinking of Mo Liang's terrifying expression and murderous gaze, Moni couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Her voice trailed off. He suddenly became a little abnormal, and then asked me to find him a woman. Even though Moni's last words were barely a buzz, Yin Zimu still heard them clearly. Find him a woman? Yin Zima couldn't help but be surprised. Mo Liang wanted a woman? Places like the Capital Royal Hotel certainly had that service, but someone as esteemed as Mo Liang would find a woman in such a public place. If someone caught him, he could be publicly discredited by those with ulterior motives, and his reputation would be in tatters. A flash of thought flashed through Yin Zima's mind. This was a plot by political enemies. Yes, where there are people, there's always struggle for power. Naturally, their government wasn't always harmonious. As far as he knew, the Ji and Xia families were at odds with the Mo family, and those two ministers were constantly plotting to dethrone him from the presidency. No! Yin Zima's expression suddenly froze, and he thought of the open door. Su Teng wouldn't have left him in the room without even closing it, so... Instantly, Yin Zima glared at Mo with a sinister gaze. Open the door. This. Mo hesitated. I say. Open the door. Looking at Yin Zima's ruthless expression, Mo felt an unprecedented surge of anxiety, as if he would kill her if she even shook her head. Thinking it had been half an hour, and should be over, Mo finally opened the door. At that moment, a swarm of demonic butterflies fluttered around her in the room. Cold sweat dripped down Su Teng's forehead, her face pale. She stared fixedly at a corner, swarming with countless demonic butterflies. But the room was completely silent, devoid of any sign of abnormality. This silence, however, made Su Teng's hair stand on end with fear. Facing this unknown terror, Su Teng felt as if she were exposed to ice and snow. She felt cold, incredibly cold. Her delicate nerves couldn't handle the situation at hand. Back to the moment before. After carefully examining Mo Liang's body, and finding no wounds, Su Teng wandered around the room in confusion. Su Xiaobai concluded, there's a ghost here. Hearing Su Xiaobai's words, Su Teng's composure instantly lost its composure. This was definitely far more terrifying than her having killed a human being. Damn! A ghost! She wanted to scream. She wanted to cry. Why would a ghost be here? Su Teng stared intently at the location of the ghost Su Xiaobai had mentioned, not daring to let her guard down. I told you, that ghost is weak. It can only kill unconscious and defenseless people. Stay calm. Su Xiaobai looked at Su Teng, panicking as if facing a formidable enemy, as if the world were ending. He was dismissive, his tone nonchalant. He's seen ghosts many times in the underworld. Su Xiaobai's words immediately sent Su Teng into a rage. Damn! How could she remain calm? It's a ghost. A ghost! And how could she explain that a ghost killed Mo Liang? Would anyone believe it? Although she had certified herself as an energy master, she shouldn't be held legally responsible even if she killed Mo Liang. But the problem was, she hadn't gotten certified yet. What if she was simply labeled a murderer and thrown into jail? Well, that wasn't a big deal. Throwing an energy stone would solve it. But there's a ghost here. Su Teng really wanted to curse the heavens. Where was the promised destiny? Chapter 517. Just as Su Teng was terrified and frantic, she heard the gentle scraping of the door. Su Teng froze, reflexively remembering Qin Qinyuan's words about not letting anyone see her star beast. In an instant, the demonic light butterfly in the room vanished. Su Teng turned her head, with a stiff expression, then met Yin Zima's dark eyes. After a moment's pause, Yin Zima's hand swung out, grabbing Mo Ni's neck. He dragged her, equally stunned by the scene, into the room and quickly closed the door. Su Teng heard a crack, as if a bone had dislocated. Then she saw Mo Ni's body limply slide away from Yin Zimu, finally lying soundlessly on the ground. Dead? At this moment, Su Teng could only think of these two words. For a moment, Su Teng was stunned by Yin Zimu's behavior, unable to recover. By the time she fully realized what was happening, she was already in a warm embrace. It's okay, don't be afraid, I'm here. A steady male voice carried a soothing power. Hearing Yin Zimu's soothing words, and feeling his gentle pats on her back, Su Teng suddenly felt as if the clouds had lifted, and the sun was shining brightly. Somehow, Su Teng suddenly felt aggrieved. She wrapped her arms around his waist, leaning against his chest, feeling his strong heartbeat. A strange sense of security came over her, as if the fear the ghost had brought her had vanished. Don't be afraid, he deserved death. Naturally, upon seeing the scene clearly inside the room, Yin Zimu was certain that Mo Liang was dead. Without a second thought, he immediately killed Mo, the living person. This vicious father and daughter actually dared to set their sights on Tang Tang. At this moment, Yin Zimu wished he could kill them a few more times. How dare they set their sights on her so wickedly? I didn't kill him. After hearing Yin Zimu's words, Su Teng looked up at him with a hint of grievance. It really wasn't her who killed him. She hadn't even known there was a ghost here. But would Yin Zimu believe her? Yes, I know it wasn't you. Yin Zimu's expression was serious, his eyes free of doubt, blame, or panic, only tenderness. He leaned forward slightly, lowered his head, and rested his forehead against hers. His gesture was intimate, his voice carrying a soothing magic. Don't be afraid, I'm here for everything. For a moment, Su Tang didn't know what to say. Don't worry, I'm here for everything. Yes. For some reason, at this moment, Su Tang suddenly wanted to just quietly lean in his arms. There was nothing to think about, nothing to worry about. Just enjoy the sweetness of love, just like the days they spent together on Hungwang Star. The silence lasted a long time, so long that Su Tang felt as if they had never been apart. Yin Zimu suddenly released his grip on her and grasped her arm instead, his eyes determined. You go out first. I take care of this. What are you going to do? Su Tang blurted out with a hint of worry. I be fine, trust me. You go out first. If anyone asks, just say I have something to discuss with them, and ask you to leave first. Yin Zimu's eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with joy, but more of a sense of determination. Su Tang didn't know why, but she had a bad feeling. With the death of a president like Mo Liang, could Yin Zimu handle it? Trust me, I'm from the royal family, he's just a member of the royal family. It be fine. Yin Zimu's face was resolute, his words persuasive and magical. Get out. I can handle it. Seeing Su Tang still hesitant, Yin Zimu exerted a little force and pulled her to the door. Remember, they're all alive when you leave. At the door, Yin Zimu stared directly at Su Tang, his gaze more cautious than ever before. Then, he leaned over and kissed her forehead, a farewell gesture. Then, with a powerful force, Su Tang felt herself being pushed out of the room. Yin. Forced out of the room by Yin Zimu, Su Tang wanted to look back at him as soon as she regained her balance. Her voice was filled with indescribable complexity, but the door was already closed. A door seemed to separate two worlds. Her vision blurred, and Su Tang felt a sudden pang of bitterness in her heart. Don't cry. Act naturally. There are surveillance cameras in the hallway, Su Xiaobai warned anxiously. I know, but I'm just so sad. Raising her head slightly, suppressing the bitterness in her eyes, Su Tang tried to control her expression, feigning composure. Is he trying to take the blame for her? Is he trying to shoulder the blame alone? How could he be so foolish? How could she possibly deserve it? Okay, don't be sad. Go ahead, quick. It's out too. Let's go see its owner. That way, we found the murderer. Knowing Su Tang's distress, Su Xiaobai quickly changed the subject. You said it's out? Su Tang's eyes lit up, and then she suppressed her sadness. Yes, she was going to find the real culprit. Someone was actually trying to frame her. Unforgivable. Okay, follow the hallway. Let's give chase. Su Xiaobai was still very interested in the ghost's origins. Following Su Xiaobai's instructions, Su Tang chased after it, mentally encouraging herself. What's there to be afraid of? It's just a ghost. She wasn't even afraid of the evil spirit Jiuyo, so why would she be afraid of such a small shrimp? At that moment, in a room on the 5th floor, Ji Jincheng's lips curled with joy, and he continued to rub his thumb with his thumb ring with a look of enjoyment. Although he didn't know what exactly had happened at the moment, his little pet told him clearly. Dead. Dead, haha, that old man Mo Liang is finally dead. The annoying old man who had always been weighing on him was finally gone, which meant he was one step closer to his destination. Back. Just as Ji Jincheng was pondering his next move, the childish voice echoed through the ring. Is he back? Happy, without even glancing at the door, Ji Jincheng opened it directly. But footsteps? Someone's coming in. Startled, Ji Jincheng quickly turned around, then froze, a cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. Vines, like venomous snakes, spread all around him, trapping him like a cage, preventing him from escaping. I surrender. Without a second thought, Ji Jincheng raised his hands above his head, acting in the best interests of his own. It's you? Su Tang was startled. That beautiful, voluptuous man. What a coincidence, little girl, we meet again. After recognizing the newcomer, Ji Jincheng suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. For a moment, Su Tang was dazzled, as if 100 flowers were blooming. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Ji Jincheng breathed a sigh of relief. Then his smile changed. Like a bullied young wife, his face aggrieved and resentful. Okay, you caught me. Is this money and sex? Money and sex? Or rape? Su Tang. Facing the demonic figure, who seemed to be reluctant but willing, Su Tang suppressed her curse words and burst out, "Robbery. Fuck, I really want to hack him to death." Chapter 518. For some reason, looking at that beautiful face, Su Tang had the illusion that she was forcing a good woman into prostitution. How could they be so confused? This person was clearly the one committing the crime, a murderer. "Hand it over," Su Tang said sternly, then extended her hand, which was not made of glitter, towards him. "I don't understand what you're saying." Ji Jincheng blinked innocently at Su Tang, flirting with her. "Behave. Where's the ghost?" Su Tang remained unmoved, her face stern. As soon as they entered the room, Su Xiaobai had said that the ghost had disappeared, seemingly returning to a certain place. What a ghost! Ji Jincheng's eyes widened in fear, his face turning slightly pale. He clutched his hands to his chest, his body swaying. "Little girl, don't scare me. I have a heart condition. If I scare you to death, you have to pay a lot of money." Su Tang. Such exaggerated acting. Su Tang clenched her fists, feeling like her blood vessels were about to burst. "Do you think you're sure? Who are you holding your heart like this for?" "Okay," she admitted, the scene was quite pitiful, but this was a man. "Tell me, why did you kill Mo Liang? And why did you frame me?" Su Tang's face was filled with murderous intent as he whipped the ground with a loud snap. "Hey, Mo Liang, what happened to him?" Ji Jincheng continued to look innocent, then beamed with joy. "Oh, that damn old man Mo Liang, he did so many evil things. He deserved to die. Little girl, you're doing this for the people." As he spoke, Ji Jincheng clapped his hands in admiration, as if Su Tang had truly done something righteous to maintain world peace. "Damn! How could such a person exist? My hands are itching to beat him to death. What should I do?" Su Tang couldn't help but panic. That, I found it. That ring on his thumb. That's it." Just as Su Tang was at a loss for words, Xiaobai's voice was filled with inexplicable excitement, as if he had discovered some great treasure. "You? Give me that ring, or I beat you to death." Su Tang's face darkened, her eyes threatening. "This?" Ji Jincheng raised his right thumb, then his face turned aggrieved again. "Little girl, this is a precious heirloom of our Ji family. I'm going to leave it to my wife, and then pass it down to my son." After saying this, Ji Jincheng put on a very shy expression, glancing at Su Tang like a young lady about to marry her lover. "Of course, if a beauty like you is willing to marry me and give birth to a son, then I can give it to you." "Damn it! Shut up." Su Tang felt all the blood in her body rush to her head, threatening to burst her blood vessels. With a single thought, Ming Jin followed her wishes and lashed out at the mahogany table and chairs nearby. In an instant, the precious furniture and table shattered into pieces. "Believe it or not, I'd beat you to death." Su Tang was filled with murderous intent. She couldn't help herself. She really wanted to beat him, but thinking of Ming Jin's abominable death attribute, Su Tang forcibly suppressed the urge. Damn it, next time she have a whip in her space lock. Slightly startled by Su Tang's outburst, Ji Jincheng's face suddenly faltered, a shy blush forming before transforming into a heroic expression. "Come on, whip me. Just the right amount of emotion." "I know. Yeah, if you can't handle it anymore, I call you May Dai." Su Tang, at this moment, she finally saw the true face of the man before her. What a bitch. What a shameless bitch. She just couldn't recognize him. Before, she had been so blind as to think he was so gentlemanly. What a gentleman. "Can we talk nicely?" Su Tang, holding her forehead in frustration, felt that this was absolutely the most shameless man she had ever met. Compared to him, her three men were far inferior. "Talk nicely. Then put this away for now. It scares me." Ji Jincheng still looked innocent, then pointed fearfully at the cage woven by Ming Jin that still surrounded him. "Is his treasure powerful?" Su Tang asked Su Xiaobai with some concern. "His ghost isn't very powerful, and I noticed that ring seems to be auxiliary, with little offensive power." After receiving Su Xiaobai's confirmation, Su Tang instructed Su Xiaobao to remain on guard. At the slightest sign of trouble, if the man across from her intended to kill her, they should be killed first. Okay. After making all necessary preparations, Su Tang nodded cautiously and put away the Ming Jin. As the cage around him vanished, Ji Jincheng straightened his clothes, seemingly transformed, from a shameless scoundrel to a distinguished and elegant gentleman. "So what do you want to know?" Ji Jincheng looked at Su Tang with a polite smile, speaking softly. "Is that ghost yours?" Although somewhat surprised by the change in his appearance, Su Tang suppressed her curiosity and asked the real question. "Don't you already know?" Ji Jincheng asked instead, showing no sign of the embarrassment or worry of having his secret exposed. Instead, he smiled with a carefree expression. Why did you want to kill Mo Liang? Su Tang asked, bewildered. What good would murdering the president of the Federation bring him? Well, Ji Jinqing said matter-of-factly, as if he just killed a random person. Of course, I wanted to take his place. Then why did you try to pin the blame on me? Seeing Ji Jinqing's indifferent attitude, Su Tang glared at him, her eyes blazing with anger. I didn't mean to pin the blame on you. Ji Jinqing touched his nose awkwardly, his expression sincere. I really didn't know you were there. Facing Su Tang's expression, which remained unrelenting, Ji Jinqing explained in detail. Actually, this is what happened. That day, I accidentally learned that someone was planning an attack on Mo and I, so I played along and lured Mo Liang back to his room. Sure enough, it was that old who had taken the Chinese medicine. I was just trying to create a scandal, and then bring people in to watch. But somehow, Mo Liang, possessed by my little pet, died. Actually, I don't know how he died. Ji Jinqing spread his hands, proving his innocence. You didn't send your ghost to kill people? Su Tang demanded, a look of complete disbelief on her face. I'm being unfairly accused, Ji Jinqing maintained an innocent expression. I swear my little pet has never killed anyone. This is definitely the first time. I usually use it to scare the timid. It can possess and affect their emotions, making them inexplicably afraid. Huh? Su Tang's heart wavered at his words, her face turning puzzled. I understand. Su Xiaobai suddenly spoke as Su Tang pondered, his tone tinged with sudden realization. His ghost should have been in Mo Liang at the time, so I didn't feel it. And although the hypnotic talisman was a low-level talisman, it still had a tiny bit of spiritual power when used. When this spiritual power hit him, it stimulated the ghost, instantly unleashing its extraordinary strength. Mo Liang couldn't withstand it, and he died. After hearing Su Xiaobai's analysis, Su Tang was stunned. So the truth behind Mo Liang's death was that she and Ji Jinqing were responsible together. They shared the responsibility equally. Chapter 519. Ji Jinqing lazily leaned against the sofa, smiling as he watched Su Tang, who was wandering around the room like a headless fly. After 10 minutes, he finally couldn't help but speak. Little girl, aren't you tired from walking? I feel dizzy just looking at you. How could you be like this? Seeing Ji Jinqing's casual attitude, Su Tang was furious. How could he be so indifferent? What about me? Ji Jinqing touched his nose awkwardly, looking innocently puzzled. You killed Mo Liang, the president of the Federation. Su Tang's face was filled with anger. Okay, although she felt responsible, this man was definitely more responsible. Well, no one knows it was me. Ji Jinqing wore a nonchalant expression, a cheerful smile on his face. You say there are ghosts in this world, but who would believe it? Who has even seen one? You? Su Tang was instantly enraged, staring at him with blazing eyes. He was trying to put all the blame on her, to make her bear the guilt. Don't think I won't kill you. His eyes darkened, and Su Tang's expression grew cold. If he wanted to frame her, he'd have to pay the price. No, I surrender. Sensing Su Tang's genuine desire to kill him, Ji Jinqing raised his hands above his head once again in a gesture of surrender. Then, his cynical smile faded, his expression becoming serious. I truly didn't intend to frame you, but now that it's happened, we have to face it. Once the surveillance footage in the hallway is checked, you'll be implicated. Hearing Ji Jinqing's words, Su Tang somehow calmed down and smiled. It was a very innocent smile, but the mere words made Ji Jinqing instantly nervous. But you're my accomplice. What did you say? Ji Jinqing was clearly stunned by her words. Look, you even opened the door for me. I completed your order and will report back to you. Su Tang smiled, trying to get away with it completely, leaving no room for error. Little girl, this joke isn't funny at all. Ji Jinqing swallowed nervously, then shook his head and laughed to himself. If she really said that, even without direct evidence, he would be implicated and even convicted. Indeed, in the eyes of others, he had opened the door for her. But you're the mastermind. It wasn't you who told me to find an opportunity to kill Mo Liang. Su Tang continued to smile. Alright, let's stop joking. Let's be frank. Ji Jinqing softened his expression, revealing a hint of helplessness. I know you're an energy engineer, probably at least level 9, right? For you, killing Mo Liang is completely irresponsible. What did you say? Su Tang's eyes flashed with shock, and she suppressed all expression, making it impossible to tell what she meant. Okay, stop pretending. I know your VIP number SXD23412. Su Tang was stunned. SXD23412? What the hell is that? This is the VIP card they gave us last time in Qinyang, Su Xiaoban reminded weakly. How did you know? Su Tang narrowed her eyes. This meant her plan to spend 10 level 8 energy stones at once was exposed, and it was Su Xiaobai who put it together. Because there's a special substance in that card. Once it comes into contact with someone, a special scent will linger on them, and my little pet can detect it. Are you from Qinyang? Su Tang's face turned serious. I'm a humble figure. I'm Qinyang's boss behind the scenes, Ji Jinqing said proudly. What do you want? Su Tang suddenly felt the urge to kill and silence the witness. It's not what I want, it's what you want. Ji Jinqing spread his hands helplessly. If you plead guilty, it won't affect you at all. But if it involves me, it will definitely affect my career and even my position as a minister. So you want me to plead guilty? What good will that do for me? You're a 9th level energy master, right? Ji Jinqing said solemnly, his expression softening. After hearing this, Su Tang stared at him in silence. Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan, and Long Ju already know, right? And the Lu family too, right? Maybe even the Yin family Yin Zimu? What else do you know? Su Tang's gaze grew increasingly serious. I knew you were a high-level energy engineer. Do you know who this conspiracy is targeting today? I just told you. I'm just going along with it. Who? Su Tang suddenly felt her palm sweat nervously, as if Ji Jinqing was about to reveal a shocking secret. It's Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yinchuan, and Long Ju. They want to confirm Yin Zimu and Mo Ni's relationship. Ji Jinqing's tone was calm, without any emotion, simply stating a fact. Do you think I believe you? Su Tang felt a chill, and it took her a long time to find her voice. Her mind was clearly in turmoil, but her words were filled with incredible calmness. There's no point in lying to you. Ji Jinqing shook his finger. How about this? Let's pretend we know nothing. With the 5 major military families backing us, nothing will happen to you. The 5th Legion is now responsible for the security of the capital system. I believe the Long family will help you deal with those videos in the hallway. Why should I help you? Su Tang stared at him. Ji Jinqing was absolutely responsible for Mo Liang's death. I can provide you with everything I know. I can even become your subordinate if you support me. Ji Jinqing's eyes were dark, with a glint in them that she couldn't understand. How will this benefit you? Su Tang was puzzled. Hadn't she killed Mo Liang out of reluctance to be inferior? Now he was willing to be her subordinate. Of course, it would benefit you. Ji Jinqing's expression darkened. Your speed in synthesizing energy stones is absolutely beyond my imagination. The gap between the major military families lies in energy. Whichever family you support will eventually rise to the top. And as long as we have enough energy, our political department can also crush the military. Of course, if you have enough power to challenge the laws of the Federation, then you can. You can also break the shackles that have kept the energy family from real power, and create a dynasty of your own. What does this mean? Su Tang was suddenly confused. Was Ji Jinqing trying to incite her to seize power, and ultimately unify the world? Was that what he meant? Was that so? And the man across from her was actually an ambitious individual? I just want to know if you have such ambitions. If you do, then I can be your pawn. Ji Jinqing stared directly at Su Tang, a sharp gaze that was completely different from his enchanting appearance, as if he could see through her every thought. Possessing a powerful star beast and the ability to detect his pet, and even being sought after by the 5 major military families, this woman was definitely something special. And based on his analysis, she was definitely a high-level energy engineer. True, he hated being inferior to others, but if he couldn't surpass that person, then he would willingly submit. The political department couldn't always be subordinate to the military. He wanted to break the shackles of the separate military and political systems. One is enough for the country's top leader. Chapter 520. What if I don't have ambition? Su Tang suddenly felt annoyed. Why was she being discussed with her about such a national issue? Besides, how could she possibly possess the ability or courage to challenge the laws of the Federation? If you don't have that ambition, then I want to take the top spot. Of course, secretly, you're still the boss. Ji Jinqing stared at Su Tang, a strange glint in his eyes. Why should I help you? Su Tang stared back at him, unwilling to be outdone. Is this man mentally ill? This is only their 3rd meeting, right? Because I'm not your man. I won't get involved in emotional matters. I want to be second to none, but your man can't. Whoever holds that position will be resentful. They all wonder, why him and not me? And you can't favor one over the other. But I will only be your subordinate. They can coexist peacefully, just as they are now. Su Tang rolled her eyes speechlessly. Supporting him, an outsider? Why? Although she didn't want to upset the balance, she knew it was impossible. But the Qin, Jiang, Long, and Lu families could perfectly maintain a balance. She could treat them all equally, giving no one more power. No, it won't. Ji Jincheng suddenly looked determined, then shook his finger. Your men won't be resigned to this. Believe me, they won't be willing to coexist peacefully and maintain a balance. When there's a glimmer of hope to reach the pinnacle, everyone wants to try, even if it involves risks. And you know, I have some news, and now I think it might be related to you. What? Su Tang pricked up her ears. Someone ordered a CS-7 in Qinyang, requesting a level 9 energy cannon. As soon as he received the order, his subordinates reported the news to him. He was curious for a moment. A mecha equipped with a level 9 energy cannon? What could it possibly be used for? Level 9 energy cannon. Su Tang was also shocked. Federation mechas were generally only equipped with 3 energy stones, and to use a level 9 energy cannon, the total amount of those 3 energy stones must be greater than 9 units. Who had such a high-level energy stone? Su Tang suddenly had a bad feeling and bit her lip. She felt that the two of them had strayed from the topic. I think what you're talking about has nothing to do with me. Let's talk about what to do about Mo Liang's death. Su Tang narrowed her eyes and glared at Ji Jincheng with a hint of danger. Then let's put aside everything else and focus on the present. Ji Jincheng sighed helplessly. He knew that talking about power struggles with a woman who had absolutely no ambition was nonsense. I secretly take you away now, and then go to the Energy Engineer Guild and get your level certified. Even if it's you, there won't be any problems. Why should I cover up for you and take all the blame? Su Tang raised a brow in dissatisfaction. In the end, they were still trying to pin Mo Liang's death on her. Okay, while she was certainly responsible, it wasn't entirely. Because dragging me into this isn't good for you, and without direct evidence, the most I do is be implicated. Ji Jincheng's face was serious, and he adopted his negotiation style, analyzing the pros and cons. But that would make you an enemy. Okay, maybe I'm not a threat at all, maybe you don't care at all, but as the saying goes, a friend is better than an enemy. Since you helped me this time, I can still operate behind the scenes to ensure there's no negative impact on you. In the future, I even provide you with any information I know for free. Her expression remained unchanged as Su Tang lowered her head and began to think. As Ji Jincheng had said, she had absolutely no evidence. She said he kept a ghost? Was Mo Liang killed by that ghost? Telling it to others would only make her a laughing stock. What if Xia Rui killed Mo Liang? Thinking of Yan Zimu, Su Tang suddenly felt she needed to hurry up. However, she wasn't entirely sure about the consequences of killing a president. You're talking about Xia Rui. If it were him, he wouldn't be held responsible at all. At most, he'd have to pay the state 9 units of energy in compensation. Even treasonous acts by an energy technician aren't considered a serious crime. Ji Jincheng's attitude was casual, a hint of envy in his eyes. The status of an energy technician was a priceless pardon, and this woman before him was already level 9? Only 9 units of energy? Su Tang felt relieved, as if a huge rock had fallen from her chest. As long as she went to the Energy Technician Guild for certification and returned before Yan Zimu was convicted, he would be absolutely fine. Give me the contact number. Su Tang snapped at Ji Jincheng with a stern face. It was this bitch who had caused all this trouble. No, narrowing her eyes, Su Tang looked scrutinizingly at him. Are you really saying that Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, and Jiang Yunchuan were planning to take action against Yan Zimu? Absolutely true, I swear. Ji Jincheng raised his right hand with a serious expression. I understand. After adding Ji Jincheng as a friend, Su Tang sighed softly, feeling a complicated complexity. If what he said was true. Touching her chest, Su Tang suddenly felt sad. Was he afraid that her and Yan Zimu would rekindle their past? Why didn't he just ask her directly? Why resort to such methods? Come quickly, Yunjian, she sent a message to Lu Qingyang. Su Tang sat there in a depressed mood. Right now, she really didn't know how to face those 3. She would definitely question them the moment she saw them. Somehow, she suddenly felt a little tired. She had tried so hard to get them to get along, but the 3 of them chose to join forces against Yan Zimu. So, after eliminating the external enemy, would a civil war begin? So in fact, they were still unwilling to accept this. Were they unwilling to marry her? Su Tang gritted her teeth, her expression suddenly cold. If they really didn't want to accept this, then all of you get out. She could live a wonderful life on her own. Elsewhere, Lu Qingyang, somewhat puzzled, went up to the 5th floor. Yunjian? After checking, he found that it was Ji Jincheng's room in the Ministry of Political Affairs. Why was Su Tang and Ji Jincheng together? Confused, Lu Qingyang rang the doorbell. The door opened, and a hand quickly grabbed his arm. Realizing it was Su Tang, Lu Qingyang offered no resistance. He was quickly dragged inside, and with a bang, the door slammed shut. Lu Qingyang. Why did he feel like a thief? He and I killed Mo Liang together. Before Lu Qingyang could even regain his composure, Su Tang pointed at Ji Jincheng and succinctly recounted a truly earth-shattering event. It's none of my business, Ji Jincheng said innocently. You are definitely 80% responsible. Su Tang glared at him. Give me a minute. Lu Qingyang suddenly felt his brain was spinning. What was going on? It was like this. Su Tang omitted a part, then recounted the entire incident truthfully, including, of course, Yin Zimu's attempt to take the blame for her and part of her conversation with Ji Jincheng. So what do we do now? Su Tang looked up at Lu Qingyang, somewhat bewildered. In her subconscious, Lu Qingyang always seemed like the calm, steady elder. You two worked together to kill Mo Liang, and then Yin Zimu killed Mo and I. Lu Qingyang propped up his chin and glanced at Ji Jincheng. As long as you get certified as an energy master and then say Mo Liang had ill intentions, we should be able to detect the relevant chemicals in his body. At this point, Lu Qingyang pointed at Ji Jincheng threateningly. Can you guarantee that this will be handled without any negative consequences? I think so. Ji Jincheng touched his nose awkwardly. You know, 3 of the 4 of us are not on good terms with him. Okay, let's go to the Energy Master Guild now, and you come with us. Lu Qingyang made the decision immediately. Although Yin Zimu was there to back him up, Su Tang would definitely be implicated. Rather than being implicated later, it would be better to get certified at the Energy Master Guild now, and then accuse Mo Liang of attempting to harm the Energy Masters. Chapter 521. In Mo Liang's room, after Su Tang left, Yin Zimu slowly approached, walked to Mo Liang's side, then squatted down and extended his right hand. With a snap, Mo Liang's neck tilted to the side. Then, Yin Zimu sniffed slightly and frowned. Was it the scent of the goddess of childbirth? Has Mo Liang really been tricked? Her eyes darkened, and Yin Zimu stopped thinking. No matter what, she couldn't change the fact that she had killed Mo Liang. Since Jiang Yunchuan could take the blame for her in that future that never happened, why couldn't he? If Jiang Yunchuan could do that, so could he, and even more, Mo Liang was just a member of the royal family. He had simply been stripped of his military status and lost his military power. It was the end of their Yin family. Not glancing at the corpse on the ground any longer, Yin Zimu slowly walked back to the sofa and sat there in silence, eyes lazily closed, like a king taking his final bow, awaiting the final judgment. No one noticed that 3 people had secretly left the Capital Royal Hotel. The Energy Master Guild's imposing building sat on the border of the Starry District. Only individuals of high status and energy masters could enter, and even fewer could pass through the guild into the Starry District. It took 4 hours to get from the Capital Royal Hotel to the Energy Master Guild in the Starry District. During these 4 hours, Mo Liang's death had already been discovered. In the Capital Royal Hotel, everyone was in an uproar. Yin Zimu calmly admitted to the murders, and was then taken away by soldiers from the 5th Legion. Because of the gravity of the matter, Long Haoran was given full responsibility for the investigation. Qin Qinyuan, Jiang Yunchuan, and Long Ju were already in a state of extreme anxiety, having discovered that Su Tang's computer had shut down since she posted, "I killed Mo Liang, I can handle everything myself." Even Lu Qingyang had no idea where she was, and his computer was also off. Meanwhile, the 3 who had left earlier had already arrived at the Energy Master Guild. Su Tang couldn't help but sigh again. Energy Masters are truly wealthy. This Energy Master Guild was so high-end and luxurious it could easily surpass the Imperial Palace. Let's go! By the way, what level are you certified at? Glancing at Ji Jincheng, Lu Qingyang, feeling uneasy, inquired directly through his mental power. Level 10, I guess, Su Tang replied after a moment's thought. Although she had been at level 9, she still had a level 10 energy stone. Seeing that Su Tang had made up her mind, Lu Qingyang said nothing more. Since Ji Jincheng had made an appointment in advance, the 3 of them arrived at the Advanced Energy Master Verification Hall without any problems. Verification by an energy technician is actually quite simple. Simply hand the energy stone over to a designated person, and specialized equipment will perform a mental power matching. Due to Ji Jincheng's status, the technician was relatively respectful. However, upon seeing the string of numbers on the tester, he froze in his tracks, as if struck by lightning. Then, A steady stream of people arrived to inspect the energy stone. Afterward, Ji Jincheng and Lu Qingyang were immediately isolated and completely ignored. Su Tang was surrounded by a crowd, all barking questions. Su Tang suddenly felt like an elementary school teacher, surrounded by students after class. Is the verification done? I still need to go and apply for my identity. Su Tang spoke awkwardly over half an hour later. Her Su Tang identity was already dead, so naturally she had to go to the relevant department to activate it. Why do I have to go there in person? An old yet powerful male voice said. The crowd that had been surrounding Su Tang automatically dispersed upon hearing this voice, making way for her. With respectful expressions, they all said in unison, President. Xia Rui nodded with a serious face, then smiled at Su Tang. Young lady, you matched this. Are you Master Su's daughter? Because Su Tang had a file with the Energy Master Guild, her identity would be revealed once the energy stone was matched. Are you Master Xia? Su Tang smiled politely. How dare I call myself master in front of you? Xia Rui waved his hand, his expression natural, and without a hint of jealousy. Then, Xia Rui suddenly turned around and gave a command that seemed perfectly appropriate. Shaolin, who did you ask the person in charge of household registration to? Minister Shenlang, someone said respectfully. Yes, that's him. Have Shenlang come to our guild. Didn't you hear that Master Su Little Miss wants to apply for a citizenship? Su Tang. Door-to-door service? And Master Little Miss? What an awkward title. Come on, Master Little Miss, let's discuss the energy stone. It's unbelievable that you already combined a level 10 energy stone at such a young age. Xia Rui waved, as if he had found a close friend ready for a late-night chat. That Master Xia. Su Tang looked embarrassed. She had more important matters to attend to. Don't call me Master. Xia Rui waved his hand, looking a little embarrassed. If you respect me, old man, then just call me Grandpa Xia. It's embarrassing to be called Master by an energy engineer of your rank, someone higher than me. Grandpa Xia, I have an urgent matter. Since Xia Rui had said so, Su Tang didn't hesitate. Urgent matter? Can't be solved? Xia Rui patted his chest, his face full of pride. Whatever it is, just tell me. Nothing is unsolvable. Thinking that Xia Rui was the president of the Energy Engineers Guild, he probably had a better position. Su Tang thought she should ask him about the privileges of an energy engineer. After Lu Qingyang and Ji Jincheng followed Xia Rui into the room, Su Tang briefly recounted the story, though with some cryptic remarks. The gist of it was that Mo Liang had attempted to do something unkind to her, and she had accidentally killed him. Damn, that old bastard, what audacity. After hearing the whole story, Xia Rui slammed the table, his rage uncontrollable. I killed him, Su Tang warned cautiously. Kill him, then kill him. His death is not a pity. Xia Rui's anger was still lingering. Little Su, let me tell you, we energy masters are absolutely supreme. Even if I were to slaughter the entire Mo family, who would dare to accuse me of anything? Su Tang. Can energy masters really be so arrogant? Then, Grandpa Xia, what should I do? Of course, I sue the Mo family, and make them pay for emotional distress. Xia Rui said, as if it was a matter of course, as if it were the norm. Su Tang. Why does she feel like a victim? Can energy masters really act so arrogantly? That little Ji. Xia Rui, with his airs, spoke arrogantly, not even looking Ji Jincheng in the eye. He ordered directly, once Xiao Su's status is confirmed, we can directly confirm her as a level 10 energy grandmaster. Issue a notice and seek justice for Xiao Su. It's such a simple matter, can't you handle it? Don't worry, Mr. Xia. I take care of it. Ji Jincheng smiled flatteringly. Su Tang again. Ji Jincheng is one of the 4 ministers, equivalent to the second in command of the federal government. Is it really okay for him to act so servile? Or is she really underestimating the power of energy masters? Chapter 522. Su Tang could only say that the events that followed were completely beyond her imagination. With astonishing efficiency, her identity, Su Tang, was restored. Then, the Energy Master Guild issued a statement announcing the birth of a brilliant, unprecedented, and great level 10 energy grandmaster. Of course, it was her. And then, for some unknown reason, Ji Jincheng became known throughout the Federation as Queen Su. After reading Queen Su's inspiring story on Star Online, Su Tang was completely unsettled. Is this her? This is clearly an inspiring figure who harbored a deep hatred, forced by the Su family, yet forged a strong heart, forged ahead, and was invincible. Ultimately cultivating to become a level 10 energy grandmaster. Look at what Ji Jincheng wrote about how after her father disappeared, she was determined to find him, honing her skills along the way, experiencing countless heartbreaks, and always making progress despite adversity, and so on and so forth. This is pure fiction. In short, within 2 days, her fans flooded the entire Federation. Then, Xiao Rui, along with Ji Jinqing, took the case to the first Supreme Court of the Federation. Mo Liang was dead, and the Mo family was now the target of the lawsuit. The people of the Federation, led by Ji Jinqing, were filled with righteous indignation, determined to seek justice for Queen Su and severely punish the Mo family. Then, Long Ju and his grandfather, Long Haoran, with respectful and serious expressions, led a group to the Energy Engineers Guild, questioned her a few questions, and then disappeared. And then, everything was resolved. The Mo family paid her a massive 1 billion yuan in compensation for emotional distress, and the old man from the Mo family, who was said to be Mo Liang's father, even came to apologize to her, tearfully begging for forgiveness. When she expressed her forgiveness, Xiao Rui disapproved, saying she was too soft-hearted and should have exterminated the entire Mo family. Su Tang. Well, she finally saw the impressive status of the Grandmaster of Energy, and Yin Zimu's killing of MONI also garnered unanimous public support. Under Ji Jinqing's guidance, the public unanimously believed that Mo Liang and his daughter had sinister intentions. Su Tang could only say that everything had happened so quickly. In just 3 days, everything was perfectly resolved. Even after the incident had perfectly concluded, Su Tang was still a little dazed. In Xiao Rui's luxurious residence in the Xingye district, Su Tang held a drink that cost 1 million yuan a glass, looking bewildered. "Grandpa Xiao, how could this happen?" "This is perfectly normal," Xiao Rui said, smiling kindly as he held a cup of tea. "Don't you think this seems a bit too trifling, too simple?" Su Tang still felt a little strange. It was all just a formality. She said Mo Liang had ill intentions towards her, and they believed her just because she said it? And it was resolved far too quickly. Because? Xiao Rui took a sip of tea, then a look of pride, like a king on high, because we are the most noble beings. For a country to be strong, it relies on technology, weapons, and ultimately, everything depends on energy. We energy specialists have unparalleled energy resources, but no real power, so they must compensate us. Otherwise, who would be willing to contribute energy to the country? And our noble status is a form of compensation. As long as you have the ability, it doesn't matter who you kill. It's a privilege given to us by the country. Of course, you have to reach that level. A low-level energy specialist who kills a high-ranking official will still be held accountable. Is that so? Su Tang seemed confused. Because they can't hold real power, they grant certain privileges to prevent energy engineers from rebelling? Is that what they mean? And these privileges include being able to kill anyone they want? But with privileges come obligations. Xiao Rui narrowed his eyes, a pained expression on his face. I have to contribute 1 basic level 8 energy stone to the country every year. You know, my annual rate is only 5-8 units. The country is so stingy, 5 billion a year. We energy engineers pay so much in taxes. Without these privileges, I'd be the first to rebel. Do I want them too? So I have to pay taxes, Su Tang suddenly realized. This is essentially buying privileges. Well, it should be. Yes, Xiao Rui nodded cautiously. Energy engineers, who reach level 6 or above will enjoy corresponding privileges. Of course, we start paying taxes at that point. Xiao Rui pinched his fingers. Let me calculate for you how much tax they charge you. As if he had figured something out, Xiao Rui's expression deepened. You absolutely must pay 1 level 8 energy stone per year, and the quality must be no less than 5. Oh my god, that's 30 billion per year. Xiao Rui's face drastically changed, clutching his chest in disbelief. 1 level 8 energy stone of 5 quality per year? Su Tang looked up at the sky, her expression unchanged. Less than 3 hours, and only 1 per year, she could accept it. Xiao Rui, completely oblivious to Su Tang's thoughts, continued to mutter to himself, complaining about the excessive amount. Su Tang had also begun to realize that this Grandpa Xiao was clearly a money grubber. Although Su Tang didn't think it was much, she still docilely agreed, yes, it's too expensive. After another bland excursion, Xiao Rui suddenly pulled out an energy stone from his space pocket. By the way, Xiao Su, take a look at this one. Is there anything different? He then handed over the energy stone. Su Tang looked slightly puzzled. Is the luster level 9? Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Rui smiled mysteriously, yet with a hint of anticipation. Confused, Su Tang probed her mental power into the energy stone. Like all energy stones, Its interior contained a mixture of silent particles and bright, activated particles. After searching around, Su Tang found nothing different. Grandpa Xia, is there anything different about this energy stone? Retracting her mental power, Su Tang stared at Xia Rui with wide eyes, curious. Not much, actually. Xia Rui shook his head, still smiling kindly, though with a hint of disappointment. Although she was a little puzzled, Xia Rui didn't voice it, and Su Tang didn't press the issue. After chatting for a while, Su Tang took her leave. By then, she had a super luxurious little palace in the Xingyao district as her personal residence, occupied only by her bodyguard Lu Qingyang, and a few maids. After Su Tang left, Xia Rui calmly took another sip from his teacup, though the already lukewarm tea tasted bitter. Xia Rui's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Was he really getting old? As expected, a prodigy who could reach the 10th level energy master level at his age. That 10th level piece was purified too, right? It was purified, haha. The new wave pushed the old wave out, and he, the old wave, was truly doomed to die on the beach. Never mind, Xia Rui shook his head, feeling a little sentimental. Since no one had discovered it, then forget it. Let this remain a secret for him alone. Chapter 523. After hearing Ji Jinqing's words, Su Tang didn't know how to face the three men until Mo Liang's situation was resolved. She could only dismiss them by saying she was busy and asking them not to disturb her. Although they still came, Su Tang couldn't find any opportunities to see the other two in the Xingye district, except for Long Ju, who met her on business matters. She could only send messages, and Su Tang's reply was always, "I'm a little busy right now." Now, Yin Zima was completely acquitted, and his reputation hadn't even declined. Instead, it seemed to have gained him even more popularity. Su Tang felt she couldn't escape any longer. Because she had been upset before, Su Tang hadn't gone online. Today, before dark, she climbed into the Skynet. Su Xiaobai continued to nestle in the ice crystal, basking in the moonlight, and Su Xiaobao no longer needed to carry stones. Su Xiaobao, transformed into a small moth, lay on the ice crystal, basking in the moonlight with Su Xiaobai, but of course, his main concern was to keep Su Tang safe. Although she had Lu Qingyang as her bodyguard, her identity was already well known, so security was naturally a priority. Sometimes, double insurance was crucial. Su Tang was embarrassed upon logging onto Skynet, because those three people weren't on her friend list. Only after logging onto Skynet and returning to her luxurious, manor-like private residence did she realize, belatedly, that she had changed her identity. The first thing Su Tang noticed was a constant stream of messages. Opening them, she was flooded with congratulatory messages and flattery. When she activated her identity, Minister Shen Lang had set her computer to an advanced mode, making it impossible for strangers to reach her computer. All her original friends had been wiped out. Her current friends list consisted of Xia Rui, Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, Jiang Yinchuan, Lu Qingyang, Lu Shi, Ji Jinqing, and Shen Lang, who had shamelessly added herself. Skynet friends, however, persist. Skynet characters don't disappear with the death of a citizen. They simply become permanently offline. Su Tang twitched her lips and began aggressively deleting friends. She wanted to delete everyone except Yao Qing, Yao Yu, her father, and her grandfather, but when she saw Liu Hua, Su Tang paused, ultimately skipping and keeping them. In the end, her friend list was down to 5 people. Su Tang replied earnestly to Yao Qing and Yao Yu, briefly recounting her experiences, reassuring them that she was doing well, and leaving her contact number. Of course, since they weren't online, Su Tang only left a message. After sending a few more friend requests, Su Tang felt a bit bored. Because it was only 6 o'clock, none of those people were on Skynet. And Lu Qingyang, to protect her safety, had basically stopped logging on to Skynet. After playing alone in Skynet's mecha battlefield for a while, her friend requests began to come through. Checking the time, Su Tang realized it was already past 9 o'clock. As soon as she received a message from Qin Qinyuan's friend, he sent her a message, "Wife, where are you? What are you doing?" "I'm playing mecha." When Qin Qinyuan actually came online, Su Tang didn't know what to say to him. Should she confront them about their plot to frame Yin Zima? What then? What if they admitted it? What about Mo Liang? Su Tang hesitated, but decided to ask tactfully. "Wife, that old man Mo Liang deserved to die. You don't have to blame yourself." Qin Qinyuan's message came back quickly. "I mean, do you know?" "What? What should I know?" Nothing." Su Tang sighed and decided to forget about it. She couldn't just trust Ji Jinqing, an outsider's one-sided account. It might have been him who drugged Mo Liang. That demon would definitely do such a thing. Since Qin Qinyuan said he didn't know, she should trust him, she should trust them. Thinking of this, Su Tang felt relieved again, and casually said Qin Qinyuan another message. Do you want to play Mecha? No, I have a lot of meetings lately, so I might be busy. Because of the incident at the Royal Hotel in the capital, the president of the Federation had been drugged. Although he was despised for targeting Su Tang, the energy master, the perpetrator still needed to be investigated. Unfortunately, the investigation yielded no results. Naturally, the issue of the capital system's security was raised again. Although Qin Qinyuan knew why the investigation had yielded no results, he couldn't reveal it. Therefore, he could only discuss how to ensure the capital's safety. Qin Qinyuan hadn't anticipated the outcome. The goddess of childbirth only stays inside a person for half an hour, after which point it's naturally undetectable. However, this was based on a living person. After death, the presence would naturally be exposed. Qin Qinyuan still felt a bit apprehensive about nearly implicating Su Tang, but he couldn't reveal his intentions to plot against Yan Zimu. Since Qin Qinyuan had said he was busy, Su Tang stopped talking. A short while later, Jiang Yunchuan also came online. After adding her as a friend, Jiang Yunchuan sent her a direct invitation to share the same space. After 3 seconds of hesitation, Su Tang finally agreed. Just as her wife stood still, before she could even take in the scene before her, Su Tang was embraced by someone. Huh? What's wrong? Su Tang didn't know why, but Jiang Yunchuan's voice sounded strange, as if it carried a strong sense of reluctance. I'm leaving tomorrow. Jiang Yunchuan's voice was heavy. He had hoped to spend some quality time with his wife before leaving, but this had happened instead. He was simply tying himself up in knots. You're going to the Timber Wolf system? Su Tang was startled, then remembered that today was the 27th, and February was almost over. Well, I'm going back to the Legion. Jiang Yunchuan leaned over and rubbed Su Tang's cheek, seeming reluctant to let her go. Then be careful. Su Tang's mood subsided unconsciously. Are you hiding something from me? After a pause, Su Tang asked suspiciously. What is it? Jiang Yunchuan's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt guilty, but his expression remained silent. Something bad? The kind that would make me angry if I found out? Su Tang asked politely. Wife, how could that be? How could I possibly make you angry? Jiang Yunchuan said confidently, then a look of grievance flashed across his face. Did Long Ju say something bad about me again? You can't trust him. No, I was just asking. Su Tang shook her head, then brushed Ji Jincheng's words off her mind. It must have been that evil person's doing. And then he was putting the blame on someone else. After spending some time with Jiang Yunchuan, Yao Qin, and Yao Yu came online one after another. Since they hadn't seen each other for a while, Su Tang took Jiang Yunchuan back to her private residence and then brought them over. After a long separation, there was naturally a lot to talk about. Yao Yu listened to Su Tang's story with shock, playing along, exclaiming exaggeratedly in admiration. Yao Qin, still acting like the head of a household, merely nodded to Jiang Yunchuan, then quietly listened to Su Tang's words with a loving gaze. Finally, the night passed. After leaving Jiang Yunchuan a message to come find her after logging off before setting off again, Su Tang logged off and got up. Chapter 524. After leaving Skynet, Su Tang sighed as she looked at the 10th and 3rd grade 9th level energy stones in her box. Her large 10th level energy stone had been chained up in layers of shackles and displayed in the Energy Master Guild's highest level exhibition hall, euphemistically stated as a place for worship and study. She couldn't get it back anyway, but Jiang Yunchuan was leaving for the Wood Wolf star system, and she couldn't help but worry. Within half an hour, Su Tang received a notice from the Energy Master Guild that Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju were coming to see her. After spending a few days in the Xingyao district, Su Tang had a good understanding of the area. Xingyao district was like a top-tier residential complex, home to wealthy, high-ranking individuals. The Energy Master Guild was like the property management office at the gate of the complex, where no outsiders were allowed in unless the owner had permission. After being granted permission, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju were escorted there by 5 fully armed soldiers. They received no special treatment at all due to their status. Then, the 5 security guards stood respectfully around her little palace. Su Tang nodded in admiration. The security was thorough, and she liked it. Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan's faces darkened the moment they saw Su Tang. Naturally, it was because of Lu Qingyang standing behind her. They had to go through so many formalities to see his wife, yet this man was just so brazenly spending time with her, sharing the same room, Lu Qingyang ignored their expressions and continued to observe them. He was really just a bodyguard. If you don't believe me, forget it. Are you done with everything? Su Tang turned and looked at Long Ju with concern after leading the two men inside. Su Tang was a bit surprised and curious about Long Ju's arrival. He'd been incredibly busy these past few days with the Mo Liang's situation and the security of the capital system. He only sent her a few messages on Skynet before heading off to attend meetings, investigations, and other official duties. Nothing for me to do, Long Ju said, his face still a hint of fatigue, his voice somewhat helpless. I'm here to say goodbye. I'm leaving for the Yaoguang system this afternoon. You're going to the Yaoguang system? Su Tang paused, a look of surprise on her face. Well, this incident has had a huge impact. Long Ju was melancholic. The three of them were the spark that sparked this whole thing, so he'd been caught in his own web. Because it involved the president and Su Tang, a level 10 energy grandmaster, this was a serious dereliction of duty. Even his father, Long Howren, had been affected to some extent. Oh, I see, Su Tang agreed, a little disappointed. Well, please sit down. Su Tang was the first to sit down on her luxurious, exquisitely jeweled sofa. Then, with a wave of her hand, she said, Xiaolu, make some tea. Yes, my dear master. The maid who had been standing respectfully at the side bowed and took her leave. Soon, exquisite food and various refreshments were served one after another. Using their mental powers, Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan discovered that, in addition to Su Tang and Lu Qingyang, there were 5 other maids. We weren't alone. They breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Lu Qingyang still stood behind Su Tang, and they felt somewhat relieved. As soon as Su Tang sat down, she immediately began to research the Yaoguang galaxy. With a development rate of 41%, the safety factor was high. No star beasts causing significant harm had appeared in the past century. Although these were all one-sided accounts from the star network, Su Tang still breathed a sigh of relief. After lingering for an entire morning, reluctantly, the two finally had to leave. Before leaving, Su Tang secretly slipped 6 energy stones to Jiang Yunchuan, then instructed Su Yanlai to keep him safe, while Long Ju received 4 energy stones. It wasn't that she was partial, but she simply felt the Wood Wolf system was more dangerous. After seeing the two off, Su Tang slumped down on the sofa, somewhat listlessly. Dear, you're a man of great ambitions. Love is fleeting, but heroes are short-tempered. Su Xiaobai spoke softly, before she had even had 10 minutes to fret. What's the big deal? Su Tang asked herself lazily. We have to save all of humanity, dear. You're the Superman. The responsibility of maintaining world peace rests on you. Su Xiaobai's tone was filled with passion. Su Tang. Well, there's still a giant star beast waiting for her to destroy. Well, she still had to save humanity. So she better go collect the energy stones. In the end, Su Tang's days once again became a mixture of collecting energy stones during the day and surfing Skynet at night. Having fully understood the principle that excess is worse than deficiency, after her silk separating technique reached a level with no progress, Su Tang decided to combine work and rest. At this time, the young boy Yao Yu was attending a military academy in the Hongyi Galaxy, naturally in the mecha department. Since Yao Qing was already confirmed as the heir to the Yao family, he simply lived a life of idleness and waited for death as a second-generation heir. On Skynet, Su Tang, who had nothing better to do than to find her way around, once again hooked up with Yao Yu. Because those without authority on Skynet were unaware of her identity, Yao Yu's friends mistook her for a member of the Yao family, a younger sister of his. With a group of underage friends again, Su Tang suddenly felt younger. As a teenager, why should she dwell on so much? Su Yuan's father was coming back anyway, and besides combining energy stones, she could just live a life of idleness and wait for death. Once, she decided to pursue a less-than-stellar career and not strive for advancement. Su Tang followed Yao Yu's underage group everywhere, sometimes playing mech tournaments, sometimes fortress tournaments, occasionally playing games, or visiting some interesting planet. A few days later, Su Tang suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. It seemed she had never fully enjoyed the wonders of this world since she arrived. This world had so many planets, and so many fascinating places. And what about her? When she first arrived, she spent her days cramming the basics of this world. And after Su Yuan's father disappeared, she searched for him, completely oblivious to the scenery along the way. After confirming that Father Su was fine, she was still fretting over her man's problems. Why was she causing so much trouble? These things could easily wait for Father Su to come back and let him handle them. As for the giant star beast, she only had to gather enough energy stones. The military was responsible for destroying the star beast. If they could defeat it, they would do it. If they couldn't, she could take the people she cared about and run away. Somehow, Su Tang's eyes suddenly lit up, a sense of sudden enlightenment. Yes, life should be enjoyed. From then on, Su Tang, under her guise as Queen Su, stayed in the Xingyao district every day. Occasionally, she would discuss the energy stone issue with Xia Rui. Occasionally, Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju would chat on the phone with her. Occasionally, she would take Su Xiaobao for a stroll around the Xingyao district. Occasionally. Of course, she spent most of the day diligently gathering energy stones. And at night, on Skynet, Su Tang enjoyed her life. Most of the time he was with Yao Yu and his group of miners, and when Qin Qinyuan was free, he would naturally accompany him. Chapter 525. In the year 20315 of the Xingyi era, several major events occurred in the Federation that shook the nation. In February, former Federation President Mo Liang and his daughter Mo Ni attempted to assassinate Queen Su, the Federation's most respected Level 10 Energy Grandmaster. Mo Liang was stripped of his presidency, and both Mo Liang and his daughter were sentenced to death. Queen Su was magnanimous, and did not hold the Mo family accountable. The Mo family relocated from the capital system. Upon hearing this news, Su Tang was filled with deep admiration for Ji Jinqing. He could even turn black into white, and the public actually believed it. The public opinion was overwhelmingly one-sided, making her the victim, and Yan Zimu the hero, who punished evil and saved the beautiful woman. And then, her past with Yan Zimu was brought up again, and the two were paired together, with the public believing them to be a couple. Qin Qinyuan felt like he had shot himself in the foot. Su Tang could only smile helplessly. At the end of March, the results of the general election were finally announced. Ji Jinqing, one of the former four ministers, won the presidency with a landslide victory, far surpassing the second-place finisher. In early April, the presidential investiture ceremony was officially held. What surprised Su Tang most was that the person being invested was actually her. That day, Su Tang donned the queen's outfit Ji Jinqing had bought her. She twitched her lips in nervousness, wondering what if she couldn't hold her own. "Xiao Su, you look so stunning in that outfit." "This outfit must have cost 100 million yuan," Xia Rui praised with a thumbs up. It was unclear whether he was praising the man or the expensive outfit. It was covered in gems. How could it not be expensive? Su Tang muttered to herself. At that moment, she felt as if 1,000 pounds weighed on her head. The weight of the queen's crown was about to bend her neck. "Grandpa Xia, I'm so nervous. What should I do?" Su Tang nervously rubbed her flushed face. This was a nationwide broadcast from Starnet. The attention was on everyone. There were tens of thousands of spectators in the auditorium. "Why are you so nervous?" "It's just an investiture ceremony." Xia Rui looked disdainful, as if he held the position of federal president in contempt. Then, his expression suddenly changed, revealing contempt. "But that little bastard, Xiao Ji, is quite cunning. He asked you to invest him, which means you two have a good relationship, which will definitely benefit him." "What? Isn't it a rule that I have to go?" Su Tang was immediately surprised. When Ji Jinqing told her, she had assumed it was a national requirement for her to go. "Of course not. You don't have to go if you don't want to." Xia Rui's face was surprised, then indignant. "Damn, that **** is trying to trick you. But since we're here, it's all we have to do. All you have to do is stand there and hand him the investiture certificate." After that, Su Tang spent the rest of the day in suspense. She wore a dignified, elegant smile, and then sat on a throne adorned with gemstones, evidently costing a fortune. Naturally, there was another, smaller and equally imposing throne nearby, and Xia Rui, clad in a shimmering golden royal robe, sat upon it. Xia Rui raised his chin, his nose pointed upwards, his expression filled with arrogance. He even sent her a mental message: "Don't be nervous. Treat those below you like ants. We energy engineers are naturally superior." Su Tang. Okay, she wasn't nervous. Okay, even if she was nervous inside, she had to maintain a high profile on the surface. Of course, their seats were on the rostrum. Besides them, there was an elderly man with white hair standing beside them. According to Xia Rui, he was the president of the Pharmacist Guild, Gu Zhishuan, a member of the royal family. Of course, the old man also had a condescending, "I am God" attitude. Below, the seats were clearly divided into two groups, those in suits and those in uniform. Qin Qinyuan, Yan Zimu, and several military marshals sat at the front of the uniformed group. First seats were occupied by the suited personnel. The so-called investiture ceremony consisted of the candidates coming up to give their speeches, congratulating Ji Jinping, and stating that they were not jealous and that they would work together for the prosperity of the country. And so on. Ji Jinping, naturally, also spoke a lot of nonsense. Su Tang felt like it was exactly like a celebrity winning an award, sobbing and crying, "I want to thank XXX, thank XXX, thank XXX." And then a bunch of other things he was going to do, all for the benefit of the people. Su Tang felt that Ji Jinping was completely empty talk, deceiving the crowd. Throughout the entire process, Su Tang's only role was to act like MC, handing her a golden, gem-studded, book-like object of unknown material, which she then handed to Ji Jinping. And then it was over. After the event ended, a group of people gathered around, trying to get close to them. "Little Su and I need to go back and combine the energy stones. We delayed us. Can you afford to compensate us?" Xia Rui continued, his voice stern. And then no one dared to approach him. On the way back to the Xingye district, Su Tang learned from Xia Rui that they were just there for show, a bit like supporting Ji Jinping. Their presence at his investiture ceremony would give everyone the illusion that Ji Jinping, the Energy Master Guild, and even her were closely connected. Okay, Su Tang was a little bummed. She'd been tricked by that demon again. But never mind. She got in a very impressive queen's outfit. And Xia Rui, naturally, had a dazzlingly golden king's outfit. He spent the rest of the journey wondering how much he could sell it for. After the president's investiture ceremony, several other events occurred in the Federation in April. In early April, a large friendly delegation led by Minister Xia Jiaza, Marshal Jiang Tianlei, and Long Howren departed for the American-European Federation. Of course, this incident received relatively little attention. What caused an uproar throughout the Federation was the announcement in mid-April by the Pharmacist Guild and the Yin family that a miracle potion. A miracle had been created. A miracle means a divine miracle. Its function is to enhance mental strength and achieve an 80% success rate. What caused even greater public outcry, and all the great families were concerned, was that Marshal Yin Zimu of the Yin family had selflessly announced the formula for the ingredients of dawn and miracle to the nation. The mysterious fruit, the main ingredient in the potion, was named Divine Gift, implying a gift from God. Everyone's attention shifted to the divine gift, and the major families were eager to take action. Various forces flocked to the borderlands, and for a time, the borderlands were overcrowded. The various legions also increased their efforts to reclaim land, hoping to discover this divine gift on the planet. Yin Zima's reputation reached an unprecedented height because of this action. While the outside world was abuzz with the news that almost all the families were searching for this divine gift, the ingredient for the miracle, Su Tang continued to live her simple life in the Xingye district. In a luxurious and exquisitely decorated room, Su Tang sat in her seat, looking at the small tracking device in front of her with a puzzled expression. This was something Ji Jinping had secretly given her after the inauguration ceremony that day. He said he had secretly installed a special positioning system on the CS7. Currently, this CS7 is located at the junction of the Guangzhou and Kaiyang galaxies. 3 days ago, Qin Xunyuan visited the Guangzhou galaxy. For some reason, Su Tang felt a pang of anxiety. A mecha capable of using a level 9 energy cannon? Someone capable of using high-quality level 8 energy stones? How many are there in the Federation? And what is this CS7 going to be used for? Shaking her head, Su Tang decided she shouldn't let her overthink things. She should trust them. There are still a few level 8 energy technicians in the Federation. Maybe they customized it for their own safety? Yes, it's definitely someone else's. Chapter 526. On May 1st, the Yin family officially launched a public auction of 10 miracles. The Yin family publicly announced that the raw materials for the miracles had been exhausted, leaving them with only 13 miracles. Therefore, after this auction, unless a new divine gift was found, these would be the final 10 miracles. This announcement by the Yin family once again caused public outcry, but since the divine gift described in the formula had yet to be discovered, there was a lingering belief among the public that these were the only 10 miracles left. For a time, the major families eagerly sought funding, each vying to secure this extraordinary potion. The miracles were auctioned using the Skynet auction system, an offline transaction model. If the buyer did not arrive at the Yin family's first star within 1 month to pay for the goods, the item would be automatically abandoned and re-auctioned. The miracles were not sold for money. Instead, the total energy content of energy stones above level 6 was used for bidding. After 3 days of intense competition, each miracle fetched nearly 11 units of total energy. Thanks to over 2 months of hard work, Su Tang now had two 11-unit level 10 energy stones. Although Yin Zimu had sent her one in April, and even though her spiritual power was already at 5S, Su Xiaobai's assessment showed it wouldn't level her up after consuming it. But she still had her father and mother, and Su Yuan's father's spiritual power was only at S. So, naturally, Su Tang participated in the bidding and bought two. As for why she didn't buy more, it was naturally because she was out of energy stones. After taking her father and mother's share, as for the others, she was truly sorry. She simply didn't have that many energy stones at the moment. She already felt guilty accepting the one gift from Yin Zimu, and she obviously couldn't have the nerve to ask Yin Zimu for another man's. After the auction, Su Tang didn't go to Shoyo Star because Yin Zimu said he would personally deliver the goods. 5 days after the auction, Yin Zimu arrived in the Xingyu district. Seeing Yin Zimu again, Su Tang felt a sense of confusion. She didn't know why, but she felt something was amiss with him. The two of them drank tea together, somewhat at a loss for words. Yin Zimu stared at her with a complicated gaze, but remained silent, rarely responding to her every word. When Su Tang asked him if anything was wrong, he simply shook his head. Finally, when Yin Zimu left, Su Tang was still confused. She instinctively felt that something was wrong with Yin Zimu, but she couldn't figure out what it was. What's the Yin family been doing lately? Su Tang finally asked Ji Jincheng, perplexed. In Su Tang's eyes, Ji Jincheng was completely consumed by workaholic mode. According to Xia Rui, the people in the Ministry of Political Affairs were often working 20 hours a day, even while on Skynet, and as the newly elected president, Ji Jincheng was busy 24/7. Xia Rui expressed disdain, believing that such hustle and bustle for a salary of less than 3 million yuan a year was simply unconscionable. And the workaholic's efficiency was indeed remarkable. Within an hour, Su Tang received Ji Jincheng's latest updates on the Yin family. Dozens of pages of information filled Su Tang's desk, leaving her in awe of his ability. After reading the information, Su Tang felt a little uneasy. Was Yin Zimu planning a rebellion? The Yin family was building battleships, starships, mechas. They were recruiting. Thinking of the miraculous energy conversion, Su Tang felt even more panicked. Why would he need so much energy? Was he seriously planning a rebellion? Finally, a worried Su Tang saw Yin Zimu online on Skynet and found a cafe to treat him to tea. Well, don't let your mind wander. Holding her coffee cup, Su Tang's expression was somewhat troubled. What? Yin Zimu was clearly delighted that Su Tang had contacted him, but he didn't understand what she was saying. Well, we're all citizens of the Federation. Well, we want peace. Su Tang hesitated then, as if ready to risk it all, her face serious and her tone heavy. Civil war is always costly and useless. Well? Yin Zimu frowned, then his gaze reassuring. Don't worry. There's no rebellion at the moment. There won't be a civil war. Don't worry. The Federation is peaceful right now. So you. Su Tang frowned. It was clear Yin Zimu didn't understand what she meant. Besides, if he truly intended to rebel, he wouldn't have told her directly. In Su Tang's mind, rebellion and opposing the country was a dead end, and she didn't want to see Yin Zimu go down that path. I know everything about your Yin family's recent activities. Are you planning to? Su Tang's face was filled with anxiety, her eyes unable to suppress deep worry and concern. That's wrong. You can't do this. You can't be a sinner for the Federation. Yin Zimu was stunned, then his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. You think I'm going to start a civil war? Isn't it? Su Tang was also taken aback by Yin Zimu's question, then realized from his expression that she was overthinking it. How is that possible? I'm a marshal. Why would I start a civil war? Even Yin Zimu couldn't help but be speechless at Su Tang's thoughts. How could she think he was going to rebel? Where did she get such an idea? But was this concern for him? A hint of sweetness welled up in her heart again. What about your Yin family? Why are you exchanging the miracle for energy? Was she really overthinking it? Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Then a hint of complaint lingered in her voice. Even if the miracle is sold, I still use the money to buy energy stones. Wouldn't it be easier to just exchange it for energy? And all these actions by our Yin family are because I'm going out to search for the divine gift, the raw material for the miracle and the dawn. Is that so? Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned again, worried. Yin Zimu knew the future, so did he know where there was another divine gift? But that place was dangerous? So we had to be fully prepared? Will it be dangerous? Su Tang felt her heart rise again. With the energy this time, it won't be dangerous. Yin Zimu shook his head reassuringly, his eyes brightening with joy. He truly cared about him. Although she still felt there was a risk, Su Tang couldn't say much after Yin Zimu said so. He was going to find the ingredients for the potion. This was for the family, for the Federation. It was a serious matter, a meritorious service. Although she was a little worried, they were at most friends now. Who is she to so arbitrarily ask him not to go? In the end, Su Tang could only say, "Be careful, take care." Then, like friends, they drank tea together. Yen Zima returned to his silent observation. For a moment, Su Tang was a little confused about his attitude. But this situation clearly relieved her. If Yen Zima really suggested starting over again, she would be at a loss as to what to do. Chapter 527. The days passed peacefully once again. Qin Chunyuan disappeared without a trace after announcing his inspection of the Guangzhou galaxy. He was nowhere to be found, not even on Skynet. Jiang Yunchuan, having naturally vanished after arriving in the desolate, signal-deprived Malong galaxy, had naturally vanished. And Long Ju, influenced by the potion formula Yen Zimu had revealed, was now busy searching for the legendary divine gift on various underdeveloped planets. Su Tang continued to gather energy stones during the day and enjoy life on Skynet at night, eating, drinking, and having fun. Time flew by, and another month passed, until June. That day, Su Tang unexpectedly received a message from the Energy Master Guild. Yen Zima was visiting. Putting away the energy stone, Su Tang was puzzled. Yen Zima came to see her? What was going on? And why hadn't he informed her in advance? He had already added her contact information in early March. Since that Skynet chat, the two hadn't seen each other. Although she was puzzled, Su Tang wouldn't turn him away now that he was here. After granting him permission, Yen Zima entered, flanked by several soldiers. "Is there something wrong?" Su Tang asked, somewhat puzzled, after having the maid make tea and treating her to a delicious meal. She instinctively knew something big was about to happen, and she also had a vague sense of foreboding. This time, seeing Yen Zimu intensified her uneasiness. "I'm leaving now, and I came to see you." Yen Zimu's expression was complicated, with a meaning she couldn't understand, his eyes filled with longing. Going to find the divine gift? Su Tang lowered her eyes, her heart in turmoil. "Yes." Yen Zimu nodded cautiously, then stopped talking, simply staring at her quietly once more. Her image reflected in his dark eyes, as if she were his whole world. "I wish you success." Su Tang gracefully took a sip, picking up the teacup. In an instant, her mouth was filled with bitterness, and so was her heart. It was true that tea wasn't for her, a common person. "Thank you." Then the two lapsed into silence again. After a moment of silence, as if avoiding Yen Zimu's intense gaze, Su Tang looked out the window and spoke softly, "Is it safe? If there's any risk." For some reason, she wanted him to stay, but the words to ask him to stay wouldn't come out. After all, what could Yen Zimu do if he stayed? "Don't worry, there's no risk." Yen Zimu's expression froze, a strange glint in his eyes. She was still worried about him. She still cared about him. Then the two looked at each other in silence again. Yen Zima seemed to be enjoying this quiet, warm time with Su Tang. He lazily leaned against the sofa, sipping cup after cup of what she considered to be quite bitter coffee. But even after all, there must be a time to part. After sitting with Su Tang for an entire afternoon, Yen Zimu said goodbye. Standing up, Su Tang walked him to the door with mixed feelings. "This is for you." Before leaving, Yen Zimu suddenly grabbed Su Tang's right hand, and then, through a spatial connection, he tossed a small box towards her. "Huh? What?" Su Tang frowned in confusion. The box was made of a special material that her mental power couldn't penetrate. "You know, in 2 months." Yen Zima continued to gaze at Su Tang silently with his distinct black and white eyes. His voice was calm and steady, unmistakable, as if this was nothing important. Then, she looked up, about to say something else, but felt a warmth against her lips. A hard, desperate kiss, fleeting, lasting only a second. And then, before Su Tang could react, Yen Zimu had already turned and left, striding forward with a sense of determination. Watching Yen Zima retreat from her sight, Su Tang felt a surge of panic, as if Yen Zimu would never return. "Yen Zimu." Leaning forward, Su Tang called out to him, reaching out as if to hold him. Yen Zima paused, then slowly turned around, his eyes filled with a complex mix of struggle, reluctance, nostalgia, reluctance, and determination. Eventually, all his emotions calmed, and he simply stared at her quietly, waiting for her next words. If she asked him to stay, then stay, even if he wasn't the one and only, stay by her side, and never leave. Then, "I wish you find the divine gift and return soon." Finally, Su Tang withdrew her hand, somewhat bewildered, and the words she had intended to offer to keep him changed their meaning. What right did she have to ask him to stay now? Let him stay and marry her. She couldn't be so selfish. Yes. A hint of disappointment lingered in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Yin Zima nodded at Su Teng, turned, and waved gracefully. Without stopping, he strode away again. In the end, she still didn't ask him to stay. Su Teng stood at the doorway, somewhat dazed, until Yin Zima was out of sight. Standing there for a long moment, Su Teng touched her chest, feeling bewildered. She didn't know why, but she couldn't feel her heartbeat. It felt empty, as if something was lost, never to be found again. Leaving the Energy Master Guild, Yin Zima looked up at the sky. The dazzling light forced him to shield his eyes with his hands. Seeking a divine gift? Yes, he wanted to seek that divine gift. He wanted to know if God would grant him this gift again. In fact, he must have gone mad. His actions were suicidal. In fact, he should have known that it was a hopeless situation, a cliff, and inevitable death. But he just couldn't accept it. He just couldn't accept the future being what it was. He couldn't accept them entering his and her world. He truly couldn't accept it. The arrival of a phoenix was seen as a good omen, but could it be his? Yes, that phoenix, he already had news of it. The phoenix rises from the ashes, dying to rise again. Hasn't he also risen from the ashes and returned here? Does this desperate situation hold a new beginning? So, this time, encountering the phoenix again, will he rise from the ashes again, returning to the past? Or is this just another dream? If it's a dream, then he should wake up. Let him put an end to this unsatisfactory ending, since he's made up his mind. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how dark the road ahead, he must keep going. If he dies and the phoenix lives, then I'm sorry, he has awakened the devil and brought about the apocalypse, sinking the entire world into oblivion. If he dies and the phoenix dies too, then goodbye, my love, I wish you happiness. If he were to receive another gift and awaken, he would absolutely embark on the most perfect life, a life with only her and him. On June 6, 20315 of the Star Era, Imperial Marshal Yin Zimu, along with his 2nd Regiment of Imperial Guards and the Yin family guards, embarked on a journey to find the divine gift. On July 14th of the same year, the fleet led by Marshal Yin Zima lost contact and disappeared. Chapter 528. In June, Su Teng felt a bit uneasy after Yin Zima left. Since nothing major happened, she gradually began to feel more at ease. At this time, Qin Qinyuan had returned from the Guangzhou galaxy. Since then, he seemed quite alone, constantly pestering her on Skynet. They were like a normal couple, dating, shopping, watching movies. Qin Qinyuan had always been a romantic, and from time to time, Su Teng would receive unexpected surprises. As the days passed, the worry caused by Yin Zimu's departure gradually faded. As for the box Yin Zimu had given her, it was time-locked, set to August 1st, meaning it couldn't be opened before then, so Su Teng didn't pay much attention to it. On June 11th, Su Teng noticed that the CS7 had moved. For some reason, that inexplicable sense of dread returned. Su Teng felt uneasy again. On July 4th, Ji Jincheng forwarded her the first-hand information he had obtained, and Su Teng felt as if she had fallen into an icy cave. He said, Lu Jinyu, commander of the 9th Legion, was assassinated in the Black Crow Galaxy. He said, the remains of CS7, which Chen Yang had sold, were found at the scene. According to footage captured by other starships at the scene, CS7 fired 1 level 9 energy cannon and 4 level 8 energy cannons, killing everyone on Lu Jinyu's main battleship. Su Teng's face paled, and her hands trembled as she opened the locator. CS7's last known location was in the Black Crow Galaxy, near the edge of the Black Triangle Galaxy. Do you know who assigned CS7? Somehow, Su Teng felt her mind go blank, but she finally asked the question she had wanted to ask, but hadn't dared. I don't know. The order was placed anonymously, and their anti-detection capabilities are incredibly strong, making it completely undetectable. Even the stealth surveillance system I installed on CS7 was discovered. The only thing that remained was this positioning device. However, I found out that the order was placed in the capital system. Kill Lu Jinyu? Who would kill him? Level 9 energy cannon. 9 units of energy. Who has that much energy? Could she call it a coincidence? But the Guangzhou system. CS7's previous location, the time Qin Qinyuan returned. Why is all this so coincidental? The facts are right in front of us. Grasping her head, Su Teng shook it frantically. No, it can't be like this. She doesn't believe it. She doesn't believe it was him. It couldn't have been Qin Qinyuan. She clearly said she would resolve Lu Jinyu's issue, that she would have a proper talk with him. They had clearly agreed that if the talks really broke down, if Lu Jinyu really wanted to retaliate against them, they would work together to find a solution. It was clearly agreed. They clearly promised her to go talk first. They clearly knew she wanted to marry him. On Skynet, Lu Qingyang stared at Lu Dong with a heavy face, his eyes filled with disbelief. Grandpa, you said he's dead? Lu Qingyang trembled slightly, his face agitated. That's impossible. Isn't the ancestor in him? With the ancestor around, how could he be dead? I hope that's not true. At this moment, Lu Dong's face was somewhat dejected, as if he had aged a decade in a flash, like a decayed old man. That's the ancestor, the ancestor, the ancestor of our Lu family. Lu Dong leaned on the table, seemingly unable to stand, his face etched with despair. They used a level 9 energy cannon. A level 9 energy cannon. Grandpa, do you know who did it? Lu Qingyang felt a deep weight settle in his heart. His brother was dead. The ancestor of their Lu family was dead. I don't know. We're still investigating. Lu Dong's eyes shone with frenzied hatred. I definitely get to the bottom of it. I devote my entire clan to avenging them. Then, the two fell silent. After a moment of silence, Lu Dong suddenly sighed, and patted Lu Qingyang's shoulder. His eyes were filled with pain, yet even more so, heaviness. Qingyang, I'd be relying on you from now on. I understand. Lu Qingyang felt a bitterness well up in his heart. After Lu Qingyang left, Lu Dong suddenly lost the grief on his face, and brushed off his clothes, as if dust had settled on them. The vibrant and majestic martial Lu had returned once more. With a scornful smile, Lu Dong internally scorned. With the ancestor still around, how could he die so easily? It was just a shadowy stand-in. Whoever it was, if they wanted to attack the Lu family, they didn't even consider their own weight. After leaving Skynet and changing clothes, Lu Qingyang came downstairs to find Su Tang sitting on the sofa, dejected, her eyes empty, her thoughts unsettled. As soon as Lu Qingyang left, Su Tang rushed over as if suddenly awakened. He's not dead, is he? Ji Jincheng lied to me, that demon lied to me, right? Grabbing Lu Qingyang's clothes, as if she had found a lifeline, Su Tang remained stubborn. Yes, Ji Jincheng lied to her. You? Lu Qingyang moved his lips, suddenly at a loss for words. She knew he wanted him to tell her it was fake, but even if he could deceive her for a while, he couldn't hide it forever. A short pain is worse than a long one. Lowering his eyes, a look of heavy sorrow in them, Lu Qingyang's words finally shattered Su Tang's illusions. Don't be too sad. Life and death are all up to fate. You lied to me too, didn't you? You lied to me too. Su Tang's voice sharpened, as if provoked. Don't be too sad. Lu Qingyang sighed, unsure how to comfort her. In reality, he should be the one hurting more. I understand. He dropped his hands helplessly. Su Tang's last shred of fantasy shattered. Returning to her room, feeling almost dead, Su Tang spent the entire afternoon in a state of mindless emptiness. By the time she realized what was happening, night had already fallen. Lowering her eyes, Su Tang suddenly felt a sense of desolation. Should she trust them? She had chosen to pretend she didn't know about Mo Liang's situation, but was she really ignorant? To this day, why Mo Liang was using traditional Chinese medicine remained a mystery. She had always told herself that it was that evil Ji Jincheng who did it. In reality, that was all self-deception. No matter how powerful Ji Jincheng was, he was only an assistant minister in the Ministry of Political Affairs at the time. How could he have hidden it from the military's thorough investigation? She hadn't dared to think deeply. Who could have done something so completely without leaving any trace? What other explanation could there be but embezzlement? Haha, if Long Ju had been involved, how could they have been found out? Because no harm had been done, she chose to remain in the dark. She chose to believe them. She chose to indulge them. But this time, Lu Jinyu was dead. He was dead. She couldn't hide any longer. She wanted to get to the bottom of it. Chapter 529. Although he was surprised by the surprisingly smooth assassination, his undercover agent was certain that Lu Jinyu was on that warship, the one that had been bombed to the point of complete destruction. Qin Qinyuan felt relaxed and content. The biggest threat was gone, and Yen Zimu, that annoying person, was gone. Life was getting better again. So, should Long Ju have an accidental death in the Yoguang galaxy? He quickly showered, changed his clothes, and logged onto Skynet. Seeing Su Tang's invitation to join him, Qin Qinyuan felt even better and accepted it immediately. Wife stopped and spotted her target, Su Tang. Qin Qinyuan strode towards her with a smile on his face. You're feeling good, aren't you? Su Tang lowered her head. Because she was facing away from him, Qin Qinyuan couldn't see her expression. However, her calm words startled him, and a bad feeling welled up in his heart. Su Tang's next words made him stiffen. You're happy he's dead, right? Wife, what did you say? After a split second of awkwardness, Qin Qinyuan fluttered a look of bewilderment, then a puzzled expression. Who did you say died? As he spoke, Qin Qinyuan quickly stepped forward, walked over to Su Tang, extended his hand, sat down beside her, and held her close to him. Don't touch me. Forcefully shaking Qin Qinyuan's hand away, Su Tang stood up, unable to contain her excitement. Pointing at him, her fingers trembling slightly. Don't you know? How could you not know? Something this serious has happened. How could you not know? I really don't know what you're talking about. Qin Qinyuan's expression was innocent yet bewildered. That's CS7. I know everything. Su Tang suddenly felt a chill in her heart, then she laughed self-deprecatingly, her eyes filled with sorrow. I really had no idea your acting was so good. Wife you. Qin Qinyuan felt a shudder in his heart. How could it be possible? How could she possibly know? Don't call me. Su Tang interrupted him, her face filled with pain as she screamed. What did I say? I said, we couldn't kill each other. Not before Lu Jinyu and I had a conversation. We couldn't kill each other. Qin Qinyuan dropped his hands weakly, feeling somewhat dejected. He should have expected this. Who has so much energy? It was only a matter of time before she would find out. He hadn't thought she would know so soon. He believed time would heal everything. A dead man, sooner or later, she would forget him. It would just be a temporary sadness. Watching Qin Qinyuan remain silent, Su Tang felt her heart grow colder, tears welling up in her eyes. It really was him. It really was him. Why didn't he refute her with confidence? Why didn't he tell her loudly that she had wronged him? Why did you really do it? Su Tang covered her face with her hands, bent forward, and trembled uncontrollably. It really was him. Wife, don't be sad. Qin Qinyuan, feeling a complex emotion, reached out, wanting to hold her in his arms. Go away. Su Tang pushed him away with a force, then stood up, wiped away her tears with a resolute look, and stared at him sharply, demanding, Why did you kill him? Dropping his eyes, Qin Qinyuan clenched his fists. Why? Why kill Lu Jinyu? Is there even a need to ask? Because he's a threat. Suddenly raising his eyes, meeting Su Tang's, Qin Qinyuan's expression firm, his gaze tinged with paranoia. He then spoke his deepest, truest thoughts. Besides, I don't want him to join. Somehow, meeting Qin Qinyuan's gaze, Su Tang suddenly felt incredibly tired. If she didn't want Lu Jinyu to join, then did she also not want Long Ju and Jiang Yunchuan to be with her? You're still unwilling to accept this, right? You think my polygamy is wrong, right? That's why you killed him. It wasn't me, it was the three of us. Qin Qinyuan's face remained calm. Now that he knew, there was no need to hide it. Besides, the law doesn't punish everyone, right? What did you say? Su Tang's face paled instantly. Why did she feel like she didn't understand? Why was she screaming in her heart? Don't ask any more questions. Just pretend I didn't hear. I said the three of us were involved in this assassination together. Qin Qinyuan's eyes were calm, his voice steady, and he stated a fact without a trace of emotion. They all know? Su Tang scratched her chest, suddenly feeling incredibly sad, as if the air had suddenly become thinner. Yes, they all know. We all want to kill him. You were the ones who drugged Mo Liang that time, weren't you? Were you planning on using it against Yan Zimu? Seeing Qin Qinyuan nod, Su Tang closed her eyes in pain. She felt like she was drowning. She tried to breathe, but couldn't catch her breath. Then, unable to breathe, like death, all sensations vanished, as if they had never existed. The turbulent waves in her heart instantly calmed down, like stagnant water. Perhaps this is what disappointment ultimately means. A heart as still as water. When she opened her eyes again, her expression was calm, her tone unmoved. I understand. You're unwilling to marry me. If you're so unwilling, then leave. Wife. Qin Qinyuan's pupil shrank, his expression filled with disbelief. His arm involuntarily reached forward to grab her. The moment they touched, a jolt of electricity tingled through his body, paralyzing him, unable to move. This was a moderate punishment for women's protection. Qin Qinyuan's eyes grew even more incredulous. How could she have the heart to? Marshal Qin, please be mindful of your words. Please address me as Her Majesty Queen Su. Still expressionless, Su Tang smoothed the clothes Qin Qinyuan had touched, as if there was something dirty on them. Wife, don't do this. I know I was wrong. You said you marry me? You can't. Qin Qinyuan suddenly grew anxious, as if everything had taken a dire turn. Did she really not want them anymore? Did she want all three of them for Lu Jinyu? So have you kept your word? Hearing this, Su Tang cast him a cold glance. Qin Qinyuan moved his lips, suddenly realizing he had no way to refute her. They promised her that if Lu Jinyu didn't take action against them, they wouldn't take action against him either. But he never believed there was anything wrong with striking first. If there was a threat, then of course he had to eliminate it. I think I was wrong before. I like you, so greedy I couldn't make a choice. I wanted both. I thought you could accept each other's existence. But I think I was wrong. I was so naive, so I was wrong beyond belief, and the price of this mistake was too heavy. But since I made a mistake, I must correct it. Su Tang's expression was inexplicable, and she felt an incomparable calm. Growth always comes at a price, and the price paid for that naivete is always so painfully expensive. Honey, please don't be like this. Seriously, I was wrong. Looking at Su Tang at this moment, Qin Qinyuan suddenly felt a surge of panic. Something had quietly changed. Was everything irreversible? Su Tang suddenly tilted her head and looked directly at him, neither sad nor happy. Her tone was calm, yet it shone with an unwavering resolve. No, you're not wrong, and neither are you. Threats must be eliminated. I'm wrong. I made Lu Jinyu a threat to you, so I'm correcting myself. This is over. And then, without waiting for Qin Qinyuan's reaction, Su Tang logged off. Chapter 530. After logging off Skynet, Su Tang sent a message to Jiang Yunchuan and Long Ju, "We're done." Then, she switched her laptop to Do Not Disturb mode. After doing all this, Su Tang sat by the window, gazing at the bright moon outside, a look of sadness on her face. She had been worried. She had been worried that Lu Jinyu would return, enraged, and kill her man. She had been thinking about how to contain Lu Jinyu, how to prevent him from threatening them. But what happened? Lu Jinyu had done nothing. He didn't even know anything. He was killed by the three of them. He was killed by the three people she had considered the weaker party. Is this ironic? She felt like she had been slapped in the face by reality. It turned out she had been so self-indulgent all along. It turned out they didn't need her to worry at all. They had the power to kill Lu Jinyu. She had said she loved Lu Jinyu and wanted to marry him. But what about them? What did they take her words for granted? They killed him without a care for her feelings. Now that Yen Zimu is gone and Lu Jinyu is dead, can they ignore her words about not killing each other? It turns out she was terribly wrong. Your men won't accept this. Believe me, they won't accept peaceful coexistence, maintaining a balance. When there's a glimmer of hope to reach the pinnacle, everyone wants to try, even if it involves risks. Ji Jincheng's words echoed in her mind like a curse. They wouldn't accept this, not for her sake, but for the value she represented. Energy engineers must not hold real power, and energy families must not hold power, but her man can. If she ends up with only one man, does that mean he and his family can ascend to the supreme throne, establishing a dynasty of one family's supremacy? Suddenly, Su Tang laughed. Yes, who wouldn't want the throne of emperor? People would kill their fathers and brothers for that position, let alone someone completely unrelated. So, when there's a hope of reaching that pinnacle, everyone would want to try. They think she relent, that she forgive them. So, they can kill each other without restraint, without regard for her feelings. They all want that position. So why can't she? Yes, only a true emperor can have harems and courtyards. Why can't she be the one standing at the pinnacle? Since you don't want to be her man, then all of you should become her subjects. Don't energy masters have real power? Are these the laws of the Federation? Su Tang suddenly smiled charmingly. Besides her father's Su family, didn't she also have her mother's Su family? If she couldn't take charge of the military and become the number one, then why couldn't her mother? Suddenly, a seed of ambition took root in Su Tang's heart, sprouting tender branches, then growing wildly like a weed. Looking at her hands in the moonlight, Su Tang narrowed her eyes. The privilege of an energy master? Holding the power of life and death. How wonderful. She could kill anyone she wanted, no matter who, without paying any price. The Su dynasty? She seemed to be looking forward to it. She logged onto Skynet again. Qin Qinyuan was already offline. Su Tang no longer cared about his whereabouts, and directly sent Ji Jincheng an invitation to join her. My queen, Ji Jincheng appeared with a dazzling, yet ambiguous smile. He walked over to Su Tang and knelt on one knee. He took her hand and kissed her deeply, then looked up, his eyes sparkling. Are you going to favor me tonight? Su Tang suddenly smiled at Ji Jincheng's words, and she lifted his chin seductively, her face full of allure. Yes, I will favor you. I discovered that you're the perfect match. Su Tang's unusual behavior startled Ji Jincheng, but his eyes lit up, And then his smile widened. How can you really be so cruel as to abandon them? No, you're wrong. Su Tang retracted her fingers, then curled her hair, and slumped down on the sofa. I want it all. I want the #1 spot. I want to show them that they can only submit to me, and this federation can only be my Su dynasty. Have you really decided? Ji Jincheng's cynical smile suddenly faded. He walked over to the sofa across from Su Tang, sat down face to face with her, and his expression turned serious. Aren't you happy to see a prosperous dynasty with a single-handed authority? Su Tang glanced at Ji Jincheng coldly, then spoke in a cold, piercing tone. Unfortunately, that can only be our Su family. You mean you want the Su family to take power? Well, that doesn't seem to benefit me. I'm already #1 in the Ministry of Political Affairs, so why should I help you? Ji Jincheng frowned slightly. It seemed a little different from what he had in mind. His plan was probably for the Ji family to gain power. While the Su family would still dominate secretly, publicly, they would at least unify the Federation. Because? Hearing Ji Jincheng's words, Su Tang suddenly laughed. That smile, radiant with confidence, dazzled him and made his heart skip a beat. His innate instinct told him there was danger. Because I want to kill you, I have the ability to do it, and it doesn't cost me anything. Su Tang suddenly stretched out her hand and looked at her nails. She was about to learn to get her hands covered in blood. Although she smiled, her tone was icy. If you don't obey, I deal with you. After all, anyone can be a puppet. Besides you, we still have Guihan and Mo Chenza and Wei Yi in the Ministry of Political Affairs, right? Are you threatening me? Ji Jincheng's eyes darkened, and he suddenly felt a sense of fear. Yes, I'm threatening you. Su Tang turned, her bright eyes fixed on him. I know I'm no match for you in scheming and political maneuvering, but I'm the Grandmaster of Energy. You can't kill me, or it would be a genocide. I, on the other hand, can kill you as easily as crushing an ant. You know I have the ability, and the biggest price I have to pay is a few worthless energy stones, which I consider worthless. At this point, Su Tang suddenly laughed again, a hint of joking. Women are all jealous, so you're so beautiful, and I'm a little jealous. What can I do? I really want to destroy you. Please don't make personal attacks. Somehow, in this rather serious and solemn conversation, Ji Jincheng felt a little speechless. Was it his fault that he looked like this? Well, huh? Su Tang smiled, awaiting his decision. Of course, I said I could be your pawn, Ji Jincheng said, suddenly giving a wry smile. And I have no choice, do I? However, challenging the laws of the Federation is absolutely impossible in the short term, unless you have the courage and ability to take on the entire military single-handedly. Once confirmed, Ji Jincheng quickly analyzed the interests involved. Our Su family is an energy powerhouse, but my mother's Su family is not. Su Tang's eyes fixed, gleaming with ambition, stared directly at Ji Jincheng. You will be my military advisor. Within 10 years, I want my mother to be in charge of the military. Chapter 531. On July 7th, Qin Qinyuan arrived in the Xingye district and stayed at the Energy Engineer Guild. Unfortunately, he never got to see Su Tang again. On July 9th, Ji Jincheng entered the Xingye district with 3 men. Su Tang nonchalantly held her teacup, not even glancing at the 3 kneeling on the ground. Why, I think it'd take another 7 years. Please forgive me, young lady. I simply want to spend these 10 years searching for the head of the family. The 3 knelt respectfully. The leader, Yuan Yi, had beads of sweat on his forehead. His tone was respectful yet a hint of panic. Looking for my father? Su Tang glanced at the 3 with amusement, then smiled innocently. Then if I can't find him, then I die, and then you can embezzle my father's property without telling the Su family. I dare not. Yuan Yi immediately turned pale, and bowed his head in fear. I dare not. Su Tang propped up her face with a naive and romantic smile. Let me guess, what's that about? Oh, you don't want to be my subordinate. You think I'm a little girl easy to bully, right? Ji Jincheng had already told her that the secret guards, with original characters and numbers, were all slaves of Su Yuan's father. So, as soon as Su Yuan's father disappeared, they should come looking for her. They should protect her. They should be her slaves. 10 years from now? At the time, she had thought that the transfer would only take place in her name after Su Yuan's father was confirmed dead. It turned out he had a selfish motive. Tell me, whose idea was it? Su Tang remained nonchalant, but her words terrified the 3 people on the ground. Miss, spare me. It was #1's idea. We were forced into this. Yuan Si, terrified, kowtowed repeatedly, begging for mercy. Miss, he's talking nonsense. It wasn't my subordinate's idea, it was everyone else's. Yuan Yi couldn't help but beg for mercy. Without even glancing at the two of them, he waved his hand, and Ming Jin leaped out swiftly, ghost-like, leaving only two skin and bone corpses in an instant. Ji Jincheng's eyelids twitched at the lightning-fast process. If she wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to avoid it. Finally, Su Tang glanced at Yuan Wu, who was still kneeling upright. What do you have to say? Miss, please forgive me. I was wrong. I will leave it to you. Yuan Wu also knelt, but his body remained straight, his face expressionless, facing his impending death with indifference. Is that so? Su Tang laughed again. Then I give you a chance to make amends. From now on, you be Yuan Yi. Thank you, Mississippi. Yuan Wu, now Yuan Yi, remained respectful, his expression unrecognizable. After disposing of the body and dismissing everyone, leaving only Ji Jincheng, Su Tang asked calmly, So when can my mother come back? Based on what you described, it's a bit complicated. I'm afraid we have to wait until the Black Triangle Galaxy is recaptured. Then, she can be considered a meritorious official. I can secure her royal status, but to join the military, she must have meritorious service. Holding his teacup, Ji Jincheng couldn't help but frown at this. That's a bit difficult, because the 10 major families in the military will unite to resist the others. In peacetime, military power isn't so easy to seize. So you're saying it can't be done? Su Tang frowned unhappily. It can be done. Suddenly startled, for some reason, the image of the emaciated corpse flashed through Ji Jincheng's mind, and goosebumps spread across his body. He didn't want to die so ugly. Su Tang raised an eyebrow. We can directly replace them with a core. Ji Jincheng's eyes were firm as he laid out his plan. If a core makes a major mistake, its organization can be disbanded. I can directly assign you the Su family guards and make you a regular core. Of course, it must be a core under your mother's family name. Energy families are currently out of the question. Replace an entire core. Su Tang's expression froze. The Ministry of Government actually had so much power? So I have to raise my own troops. Somehow, Su Tang suddenly felt that the matter was simple. As long as I raise a large number of soldiers, and then there are. If I have enough energy, will real power automatically pass to me? It's actually that simple. As long as you have enough soldiers, enough energy, and your combat power can match the Federation's 50 legions, then the 10 great families won't dare to say a word. Ji Jincheng had obviously thought about this for a while. The biggest difference between a legion and a guard is that the former is state-funded, while the latter is funded by one's own money. How much does it cost to maintain a legion in a year? Su Tang frowned, thinking it was really all about money. Also, if she maintained 5 legions, who would dare to act arrogantly in her presence? All the supplies, weapons, and equipment required to establish a legion cost around 100 billion, and then including energy, the annual cost for a legion is 100 trillion. As the boss of the Ministry of Government, Ji Jincheng was clearly well aware of this. The annual cost of a legion is so high? Su Tang frowned slightly. Currently, she was consuming about 1 grade 3, level 9 energy stone per day, which was around 250 billion per day, or 90 trillion per year. Therefore, maintaining 5 legions seemed more than enough. But would selling such a large quantity of level 9 energy stones lower its price? That's also something worth considering. Besides, the other families' increased energy resources would bolster their confidence. It's mainly because the Legion has so many people, Ji Jincheng said with a helpless smile, then began to explain. The Legion's standard configuration is 100 million troops. Naturally, with so many people, the cost is higher. In fact, if we don't engage in planetary reclamation, we can just establish fleets and mecha squadrons. After all, warships have the greatest combat power, and a large fleet with sufficient energy resources is absolutely invincible. How much does a warship cost? Su Tang thought Ji Jincheng made sense. If we're not reclaiming planets, why keep so many idle people? A fully armed warship costs only 100 billion. A warship only requires 5,000 soldiers at most to operate. Not counting the mecha units, it's definitely no more than 500 million per year. Of course, this is under normal circumstances, without a war. If a war breaks out, we have to factor in energy consumption. I understand. Then I'm going to buy 10 warships from Qinyang. I want them all equipped with level 9 energy cannons, and of course, level 9 energy protection and energy defense shields. Just equip them with whatever you need. No need to save energy for me. Su Tang said this with a natural air of relief. 10 warships. Ji Jincheng suddenly swallowed, a look of disbelief on his face. And all equipped with level 9 energy cannons? Level 9 protection shields? Pick your ears, Ji Jinqing thought he was hallucinating. Seeing Su Tang's expression of "you heard right," Ji Jinqing seemed to have thought of something. His face became extremely embarrassed. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he stood up with his neck straight. "Although I'm your subordinate, I really don't have the money to build 10 warships. Even if you kill me, I can't. You're just that incompetent." Su Tang glanced at him with disdain, as if she was dine. "I said I was buying? I give you 15 first quality, level 9 energy stones as payment." 10, 15. You said 15? Level 9. Ji Jinqing stammered, as if his tongue was tied. "Country bumpkin." Giving Su Tang another disdainful look, she reached out, made a space connection, and tossed the box containing 15 level 9 energy stones over. "Then," she said coldly, "of course, you can just take the money and not do anything." "How dare I?" After a brief pause, Ji Jinqing gave a fawning smile, his face full of servility. If he really took the money and didn't do anything, he would be killed instantly unless he never appeared in front of Su Tang again. If he absconded with the money, the Ji family would become a target of public criticism. After all, there's a huge difference between having level 9 energy stones and gathering them. And with 15 level 9 energy stones for 10 warships, he could definitely save $5. He made a killing. Chapter 532. After confirming that he could produce 10 warships for her within 3 months, Ji Jinqing stayed for a while, discussed other matters, and then left. When he encountered Qin Qinyuan, who was still waiting at the Energy Engineers Guild, Ji Jinqing snorted with inward contempt. What a fool! A once innocent little flower, pushed to the limit, had become a powerful queen. This man was quite capable. Seeing Ji Jinqing, Qin Qinyuan was shocked. He had come to find Su Tang. When had they met? Ji Jinqing was definitely a conspirator skilled in political manipulation. He was now absolutely certain that he was the one behind this. After Ji Jinqing left, Su Tang met with Yuan Yi again. Based on Yuan Yi's report, they took inventory of Su Yuan's father's assets. Su Tang discovered that he also owned several private planets in the Hongyi Galaxy, each with varying numbers of private soldiers. Because the Su family had no idea how much wealth Su Yuan held, and Su Tang was also unaware of Su Yuan's assets, Su Tang could only go to the relevant authorities 10 years later to inspect and inherit Su Yuan's assets. Therefore, the Yuan clan's secret guards became ambitious and secretly lived a life of tycoonism, akin to astrology. Their plan was that if Su Tang died, they would confirm her death and abscond with the funds, leaving the Su family with a shell. If Su Tang was still alive at that time, even if she came to them to claim Su Yuan's assets, they would not give her. The Yuan clan's 3 men had come to the capital system because they had read the news that Su Tang had become a level 10 energy grandmaster. The difference between an orphan and a level 10 energy grandmaster was enormous, and the Yuan clan's secret guards naturally wanted to claim Su Tang as their daughter, but they had been unable to contact her until Ji Jinqing found her. Su Tang wasn't angry at Yuan Yi's honest confession, but simply smiled knowingly. As expected, strength is everything. Without it, even her own secret guards wouldn't acknowledge her. After instructing Yuan Yi to select 10,000 from the secret guards to form a fleet, Su Tang waved him off. Lowering her eyes, Su Tang sat on the sofa and counted her energy stone holdings. 1 level 11 stone, combined by Su Xiaobai. Over this period of time, in addition to the 15 stones she gave to Ji Jinqing, she also had 1 level 11 stone of first quality, and 10 level 9 stones of first quality. After some thought, Su Tang decided that in the coming days, in addition to the high-level energy stones, she would also combine some level 7 and 8 stones. Now that Lu Jinyu was dead, how could she rest assured that her mother was alone in the Black Triangle Galaxy? Once the battleships were built, she would lead the fleet to crush them with firepower. After spending some time alone in the living room, Lu Qingyang, who had been summoned to Skynet by Lu Dong early that morning, came downstairs. Are you going to the Black Triangle Galaxy? After some thought, Su Tang decided to ask Lu Qingyang's opinion. No, I'm only responsible for your safety now. Lu Qingyang lowered his eyes. He was still in debt, and he'd been a bodyguard until his debts were paid off, which seemed to be unpaid. Your grandfather didn't ask you to take over in the Black Triangle Galaxy? Su Tang was slightly surprised. With Lu Jinyu dead, wouldn't their Lu family's army in the Black Triangle Galaxy be leaderless? Others went. Lu Qingyang's eyes darkened. He had always found this matter strange, but because he had been away from the Legion for so long, he didn't have any close confidants. All the information he had received came from his grandfather, so he had no idea whether it was true or not. Okay, come with me in 3 months. Su Tang felt a slight sense of relief. Although she wasn't afraid of Yuan Yi and the others rebelling again, she knew nothing about war. The Black Triangle Galaxy was definitely in chaos right now. With Lu Qingyang holding Yuan Yi and the others back until she found her mother, she could rest assured. You're going to the Black Triangle Galaxy? Lu Qingyang's brow furrowed upon hearing Su Tang's words. Safety was guaranteed in the starry zone of the capital star, but leaving the capital galaxy would be dangerous. A level 10 energy grandmaster, so young at that, would definitely not be tolerated abroad. And so, an assassination attempt. I must go to the Black Triangle Galaxy, Su Tang said firmly. How could she let her mother fight alone there? In fact, Qin Qinyuan and the others were right. She had always been a heartless person. With Lu Jinyu's death, she would definitely soften her heart and forgive them after a few years. But her mother was there. If Lu Jinyu's death put her mother in danger or even harmed her, she would never forgive them. Then I trouble you to take care of her safety. I understand. Seeing Su Tang's determination, Lu Qingyang naturally said nothing more. In the days that followed, Su Tang continued to combine energy stones. But one day, Su Xiaobai shared Xia Rui's secret with her. Ever since Xia Rui showed her an energy stone, Su Tang had always felt something was amiss. Naturally, Su Xiaobai once again took on the important task, and she lived up to expectations. After learning Xia Rui's secret, Su Tang smiled with delight. This guy, who had gotten something for nothing, could she drain the coffers of the 10 major families if she wanted to? However, this was too unkind. After burying this secret deep in her heart, just like Xia Rui, Su Tang continued to live her life combining energy stones. During this time, Qin Qinyuan had been stranded on the capital planet. Now, without knowing her mother's condition, Su Tang had no desire to see him. The other two seemed to be out of touch, still unresponsive. On August 1st, having learned from Ji Jinqing that Yan Zimu and the entire group had disappeared, Su Tang nervously opened the small box he had left for her. For a moment, her vision blurred, and Su Tang felt dizzy. In the box, there were rows of potions. She knew they were divine gifts and dawn of hope. Was he leaving everything to her? Was he never coming back? Yan Zimu would never come back. At that moment, Su Tang suddenly understood. If he was just going to search for the divine gift, why would he need so much energy? He had prepared so much energy and brought such a large army. He was going to find the star beast he spoken of. He was going to deal with it alone. Tears flowed uncontrollably. Su Tang felt a piercing pain, so painful that she didn't know where she was. Memories of her time on Hongguang Star resurfaced, vivid in her mind despite the passage of time. The man who risked his life to save her, bleeding profusely. The man who had driven a 6-day Mecca just to see her. The man who had left his family for her. The man she had missed. He had left all his treasures to her. She might never see him again, never again. Chapter 533. In the days that followed, although life continued as usual, including collecting energy stones and accessing Skynet every night, Su Tang felt a constant sense of emptiness. On Skynet, Su Tang discovered that Yan Zimu's private residence still had access for her. His residence remained just as she had seen it the first time. Occasionally, when she missed him, Su Tang would visit. Over a month passed quietly. On September 2nd, Ji Jinqing, who had been as busy as a top, reappeared in the Xingya district, bringing Su Tang some terrible news that left her feeling uneasy. Ji Jinqing escalated a few words into a lengthy speech, and in the end, Su Tang could only gather one conclusion. The Yan nation-friendly delegation had lost contact in the US and Europe, apparently being detained and controlled by the other side. What did you say? Su Tang shuddered, her eyes widening as she stared at Ji Jinqing, whose expression was grave. Ji Jinqing nodded gravely, his expression growing increasingly serious. This news is 80% correct. This is the prelude to war. Why? Su Tang's face was filled with confusion, and she couldn't help but worry. You know about the Lu, Yi, and Xiaohou family's plan to recapture the Black Triangle Galaxy. According to my information network, the Black Triangle's Black Lightning District is supported by American and European forces. But this time, their armies were very powerful, pushing the Black Lightning District back step by step. At this point, he gave Su Tang a meaningful look. Are you supporting the Lu family's energy stone? Su Tang nodded in agreement without saying anything, wondering in her heart, why was the Black Lightning District defeated so quickly? Was it because my impending death had led to the discovery of the forces behind this? So the American and European forces are unwilling to accept this? Suddenly, Su Tang's heart skipped a beat. What would happen to her mother if they sent troops to the Black Triangle Galaxy? According to the normal schedule, our Yin Nation delegation should have departed for home by now, but they completely lost contact. This presents a serious problem. The biggest possibility is that they become bargaining chips. Perhaps the Black Triangle Galaxy will become a battlefield for our two countries. Ji Jincheng curled his lips, a hint of gloating. Xia Jiazi was his political enemy. His death would undoubtedly be applauded and celebrated. As for Jiang Tianlei and Long Haoran, their deaths were none of his business. While it might represent a loss to the nation, it wouldn't be a major concern for him. Battleground? Isn't this a peaceful period? Aren't there alien races out there? Wouldn't fighting a civil war like this drain humanity's strength? Hearing that the Black Triangle Galaxy had become a battlefield, Su Tang's heart leaped. No matter how large the Black Triangle Galaxy was, it was still just a galaxy. Even with the support of the three great families, how could it rival a nation? And a nation with a military strength no less than Yan's? That's not certain. In fact, a formal war between Yin Nation and the US and Europe isn't very likely. Ji Jincheng spread his hands helplessly. But within the Black Triangle Galaxy, there are direct interstellar jump points connecting Yin Nation, the US and Europe, and Latin America and Africa. If we control the Black Triangle Galaxy, we can march directly into the US and Europe and Latin America. So they won't let us control the Black Triangle Galaxy alone. They might negotiate, and the most likely scenario is a division of the Black Triangle Galaxy. However, what is certain is that fighting has definitely broken out in the Black Triangle Galaxy. It hasn't been overly torn apart yet. On the surface, it's just a fight between three factions. Ji Jincheng frowned slightly. War consumes both energy and money. Those bastards in the military are just looking for trouble. After hearing Ji Jincheng's words, Su Tang's eyelids drooped, her eyes darkening. The energy stones she'd given her mother might seem like a lot, but they were definitely not enough to support an entire country. And it was clear that her mother's cooperation with the Lu clan was due to Lu Jinyu's connections. Now that he was dead, would they turn around and annex their Su family's power? Or even make her a cannon fodder on the front lines? The saying, if a friend dies, so shall I live, applies everywhere. No! I'm going to the Black Triangle Galaxy. Su Tang, unable to sit still, leaped to her feet. Ji Jincheng, caught off guard, was startled by her sudden action. Now? You're going? No! You absolutely cannot leave the capital. Ji Jincheng, realizing his mistake, agitated, flatly rejected the idea. Auntie, it's so chaotic over there right now. If you go there, you definitely get into trouble. There's a war going on. Even if you have a lot of energy, what if something unexpected happens? You have to know your identity is now known to everyone. To put it bluntly, besides our Yin Nation, every other nation wants to capture you or kill you. You're not going to cause more trouble. Ji Jincheng pleaded earnestly, his face embarrassment, as he tried to dissuade Su Tang from leaving. I have to go. Su Tang lowered her head and clenched her fists. Her mother was still there. Auntie, please don't cause more trouble. Ji Jincheng's face grew increasingly grim. Either you find a way for me to go secretly, Su Tang said, her face unwavering. Then, with a dark, serious gaze, she stared at him, or I go on my own. If you dare to issue a ban prohibiting me from leaving the capital planet, I drive my mecha all the way there. Do we really have to go? Seeing Su Tang nod resolutely, Ji Jincheng rubbed his forehead helplessly. Then I think of a way. Then, under Su Tang's somewhat intimidating gaze, Ji Jincheng gritted his teeth and came up with a brilliant plan. On September 15th, the Energy Grandmaster Queen Su Tang departed for the Hongyi Galaxy, returning to Hongguang Star to resume her leadership of the Su family. She was escorted by Marshal Qin Qinyuan of the military, and the 2nd Regiment of the Qin family's royal guards. In a small, undetectable room aboard the Queen's warship, Qin Qinyuan, with a gloomy expression, grasped Su Tang's neck with his right hand and lifted her into the air. Tell me, who are you? Intensifying his strength, Qin Qinyuan suppressed the urge to break her neck, suppressing the fury within him. How dare she pretend to be his wife? He comes so joyfully to beg her forgiveness for running into an impostor. Watching the woman he'd been choking turn pale, and her eyes roll back, Qin Qinyuan flung her against the wall behind him like trash. Cough cough. Su Tang, finally breathing air, coughed for a moment, then recovered after a few seconds. Holding onto the wall, she slowly stood up, then carefully straightened her clothes and applied a potion to her bruised neck. Only then did she slowly look up at Qin Qinyuan, her gaze distant and arrogant. Who am I? I'm Queen Su now. You should be concerned about the upcoming assassination. I believe you should know that with me, a clear target, providing the necessary support. Her safety is guaranteed. Without waiting for Qin Qinyuan's reaction, Su Tang left the room with a proud expression, as if nothing had happened. After a long, gloomy silence, Qin Qinyuan slammed his fist on the conference table in front of him. Fuck. He'd been fooled by that treacherous Ji Jincheng's smoke screen. This impostor was from the Energy Engineers Guild. He couldn't imagine any other possibility except that they were behind this. Is he truly unforgivable? Turning around, Qin Qinyuan decided to head back. But he'd barely taken a step before his expression darkened again. The impostor was right. Exposing her would only bring trouble to his wife. If he left now, it would definitely be obvious. So he was tied to this impostor. So now he not only had to protect her safety, but also cover for her. No wonder Ji Jincheng had intentionally or unintentionally helped him secure the spot to escort Empress Su during the meeting. He thought his wife had softened her heart and was ready to forgive him. But it turned out she was setting him up for failure. So, where was his real wife, Lu Qingyang? Qin Qinyuan's eyelids twitched, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 534. On the 16th of the same month, Admiral Lu Qingyang of the Lu family, who had replaced the deceased 9th Legion commander Lu Jinyu, returned to the 9th Legion and served as the commander of the 2nd Legion, bound for the Black Crow Galaxy. On the battleship, a woman with a high forehead, a pointed chin, and a rather harsh appearance, dressed in a smart suit, clattered through the corridors of the non-combat zone of the battleship in her high heels. Commander Su. The soldier she met along the way nodded and greeted her with serious expressions. Unstoppable, Su Yu hummed a yes in response, her face remaining expressionless, as if someone owed her money. Until they reached a Spartan, yet undetectable, special office, Su Yu's tense expression finally drooped. She pinched her cheeks with both hands and began to massage them, feeling depressed. She felt as if her facial muscles had become necrotic from the constant tense. Before she could rest for a few minutes, the light computer in her hand began to sound like a soul-stirring sound. Video call request. My friend, Lord G, is requesting a call. Do you want to connect? Lord G? Su Yu twitched his lips in frustration, then lazily chose to accept. As soon as the video call went through, Ji Jincheng felt the veins in his face throb as he saw the person on the other end hunched over the table, yawning in boredom, looking at his laptop without any decorum. Watch your expression. Watch your posture. Su Yu isn't like that. Act like one. Got it. Su Tang, who was bearing Su Yu's face, glanced at him absent-mindedly, her attitude perfunctory. They had just made it onto Lu Qingyang's warship, and before she could even recover from the shock, Ji Jincheng was already bothering her again. He clearly said it before they set off, saying it wasn't him, but she was. Isn't it just impersonating someone else? Isn't it just putting on a stern face every day, as the director of education? Aside from Lu Qingyang, no one on this warship knows her identity. Behave properly. Seeing Su Tang's attitude, Ji Jincheng's face darkened even further, a hint of gnashing of teeth. You have to understand, if anything happens to you, and I'm helping you sneak out of the capital system and people find out, I definitely die miserably, and our G family will be finished. So, Auntie, can you please be serious? Once you find your mother in the Black Triangle system, come back quickly. I handle everything about her identity. Don't worry, Su Tang straightened her back. Although Ji Jincheng was annoying, it was clear that revealing her whereabouts would lead to serious trouble. Su Tang decided to behave properly, and play the role of Deputy Minister of Finance Su Yu. Anyway, you must be extremely careful. Never leave the warship. Safety first. At this point, Ji Jincheng knew there was no point in saying more. Thinking of the energy stone in Su Tang's hand, he could only console himself by saying that she had enough energy to use against others. At the thought of energy, Ji Jincheng couldn't help but feel distressed and began to complain, that damn old man Lu Dong is a piece of shit. He was asked to send Lu Qingyang to the Black Crow Galaxy, but he still complained. Seeing his face at that time, I really wanted to beat him up. Can you beat him? Su Tang said coldly. Although she didn't know the level of Ji Jincheng's mecha skills, his combat effectiveness was definitely inferior to that of the military. A gentleman talks, not fights. Ji Jincheng touched his nose awkwardly, his face turning indignant again. Isn't it just that I'm upset? Isn't this the 9th Legion in the hands of the Lu family? He's the same old man in disguise, and he has the nerve to ask you for energy stones? How can this old man be so shameless? Hearing this, Su Tang was speechless. You're actually quite shameless. Annie, I know you're fast at combining energy stones, but can't you just treat that level 10 energy stone like a toy? Why give that damn old man a level 10? Seeing Su Tang's nonchalant attitude, Ji Jinqing felt a surge of anger. He couldn't let it out, but suppressing it felt awkward. Because he'd given Lu Dong a level 10 energy stone in exchange for Lu Qingyang, the leader of the 9th Legion, Ji Jinqing was completely filled with resentment. He'd been holding a grudge against her for a long time before they set out, and he still hadn't let it go. Really, those people in the military are so shameless. Su Tang smiled, listening to Ji Jinqing's complaints without saying a word. When the resentment had dissipated and the chatter had almost ceased, Su Tang, her expression unchanged and a smile on her face, pulled out an energy stone and waved it in front of the screen. "Look, what is this?" Ji Jinqing was stunned, then his face frowned, his eyes a little puzzled. "Isn't it just a low-grade energy stone?" Although the light in Su Tang's room was dim, the stone in her hand had no luster at all, clearly of medium or even low quality. "Then take a look now?" Su Tang continued to smile without saying anything. On the other side, Ji Jinqing's pupils shrank slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. How could it be possible? Your speed? It seemed like an eternity before Ji Jinqing found his voice. By then, he felt his heart pounding so fast it threatened to leap out of his body. In a few seconds, on the other side of the screen, the energy stone, which should have been dull, was emitting a gleaming white light. Even through the screen, the glare was too bright to look directly at. A few seconds? Level 9? Level 10? What kind of concept is that? Incredible speed? You're overthinking it. I'm not that fast. Su Tang curled her lips. One look at his expression, and she knew Ji Jinqing was misinformed. Only a god like Su Xiaobai could combine a level 10 energy stone in a few seconds. How could a mere mortal like her achieve such speed? This? That this? Is this? Ji Jinqing swallowed hard. Real-time video communication couldn't be faked. So what was going on? Let me put it this way, this is the original. Holding up the stone in her hand, Su Tang smiled like a fox stealing a piece of meat. And the level 10 stone I gave Lu Dong was a replica. Now that I recovered the replica, my original stone has returned to its original state, level 10. You mean the one he had is useless? Ji Jinqing took a deep breath and noticed that his voice still trembled slightly. Yes, his piece has now returned to its original rough state. As long as the original is in my hands, I can recycle it whenever I want. Su Tang smiled innocently, revealing her fangs. So little Chun Chung, don't offend me. Because if you do, the 9th level I gave you might become a rough piece one day. How dare I? You're my aunt, how dare I offend you? Ji Jinqing suppressed the turmoil in his heart and smiled a bit reluctantly. After the call ended, Ji Jinqing's face paled rapidly, and he slumped back on the sofa, somewhat dejectedly. Energy experts are so perverted. Recycling energy stones? What if a warship suddenly lost its energy source? Standing up suddenly, Ji Jinqing's eyes lit up. What if it were used in war? Selling all the so-called replicas to the US, Europe, and La Fight? No, he had to get to the bottom of this when Su Tang returns, and now, Ji Jinqing had to make another call, contacting Qinyang headquarters directly. Buy the level 8 energy stones, and auction off all the level 9. After hanging up the line, Su Tang let out a mischievous smile. It was truly shocking. The energy stones she given to Ji Jinqing hadn't been tampered with. They were completely irretrievable. Su Tang tossed the energy stones in her hand with some boredom, imagining Lu Dong's expression at that moment. Perhaps he'd vigorously pursue the thieves once he discovered the theft. But how could anyone possibly find out? Energy stone synthesis involves purification and synthesis. Synthesis involves transferring the activated particles from one energy stone to another. Xiaorui's secret was that he discovered that energy stones above level 9 synthesized using synthesis techniques were unstable. Just like the one she given Lu Dong, Su Tang stared at the stone in her hand with a smile. This was the refined, 10th level energy stone she refined, while Lu Dong's was merely a rough stone. Using a synthesis technique, she transferred the activated particles from this stone to Lu Dong, naturally transforming it into a 10th level energy stone. Unfortunately, as soon as she used the rough stone to return it, the rough stone was reduced to its original form. Energy masters above level 9 are truly perverted. They can set traps on anyone they please. If she wants, she can use high-level energy stones to dig a hole in those large families, and she's sure to find a way to screw them. Chapter 535. On October 2nd, after a 12-day voyage, Lu Qingyang's warship arrived at the 9th Legion's headquarters on Black 36 Stars. After a day of resting on Black 36 Stars, and making arrangements for the 9th Legion's daily affairs, Lu Qingyang straightened his expression and, clutching a pile of documents, knocked on the door of Su Yu's office, who had come to the 9th Legion for financial oversight. "Come in." As soon as he entered, seeing Su Yu poring over the documents with a serious expression, Lu Qingyang felt a certain amusement. Seeing it was Lu Qingyang entering, and the door closing again, Su Tang's expression immediately relaxed. She flung the documents she had been clutching onto the table, as if in retaliation. My goodness, the people in the Ministry of Finance are so tough. She'd been here all day. The head of finance had already handed her a table full of documents awaiting review. "When can we leave?" Su Tang, restless, immediately inquired about the itinerary. Lu Qingyang, under the guise of visiting the Black Crow Galaxy, was secretly bound for the Black Triangle Galaxy. "Play it safe. I arranged for you to leave in 3 days, and I need some time to prepare a replacement." Lu Qingyang's face was serious, his expression somewhat brooding. He actually disapproved of Su Tang going to the Black Triangle Galaxy, but he couldn't help her insistence. Even Ji Jincheng allowed her to act recklessly, which he considered a bit willful and reckless. Sighing, before Su Tang could speak, Lu Qingyang's eyes hesitated. "The Black Triangle Galaxy is very dangerous right now, and I've never been there before. Although I have a star map and Grandpa said he sent someone to help, as you know, there are always contingencies." As he spoke, Lu Qingyang frowned. Even his grandfather had been kept in the dark. He only knew Su Tang had asked him to come to the Black Triangle Galaxy to find someone, and he hadn't even considered her coming herself, so he definitely wouldn't take it seriously. Besides, for a soldier, needing protection on the battlefield was considered shameful, so the so-called support was probably just a guide. "I know." Su Tang looked nonchalant, as if it were just a trip to another city, completely ignoring Lu Qingyang's expression. "Don't worry, I went to the Black Triangle Galaxy alone before, so it's no problem now." Su Tang wasn't being arrogant, but rather she felt that her destiny, as someone blessed with a destiny, wasn't just a decoration. Overall, she had faced a few dangers in this world, but none of them had left her in harm's way. It seemed she hadn't even suffered any serious injuries. Therefore, her destiny must be quite reliable. And don't we have that? If you're worried, we can operate a level 9 shield the entire time. Su Tang looked nonchalant. Ji Jincheng had prepared a small starship for her, equipped with a level 9 energy cannon, a level 9 protective shield. In short, every major shield imaginable. The entire time. Lu Qingyang's mouth twitched. Operating a level 9 protective shield the entire time. He'd be heartbroken. 3 days passed quickly. On October 5th, Su Tang, posing as Su Yu, led a group of people on board the ferry departing the Black 36 Stars with great fanfare. The moment the ferry took off, a figure flashed in a room, and in an instant, Su Tang was off the ferry. As her feet touched the ground, Su Tang, with her delicate, girlish face, looked around. She breathed a sigh of relief when she spotted a strange man leaning against a tree not far away. Fortunately, Su Xiaobai hadn't let her down at the crucial moment and hadn't teleported her to a chaotic place. Of course, this strange man was the masked Lu Qingyang. Upon seeing Su Tang, his sharp eyes opened. Although Su Tang had previously mentioned teleportation, seeing it with her own eyes still left Lu Qingyang incredibly shocked. "Let's go!" Taking a few steps forward, and using his mental power to confirm the surroundings were clear, a small starship appeared in the open air. Lu Qingyang waved to Su Tang, and waited for her to board before following her. Su Tang, who had boarded the starship first, whizzed straight to the energy room and installed 9 level 10 batteries, approximately 5 units of energy. Although luck is a factor in one's abilities, it's always better to be well prepared when possible. Although Lu Qingyang ultimately rejected the plan because the display of a large defensive shield would have drawn attention, Su Tang didn't have to worry about anything with Lu Qingyang around. The two of them made their way smoothly to the vicinity of SY-652. Thanks to the relevant information Lu Dong had obtained, Lu Qingyang easily found the interstellar jump point. After passing through the interstellar jump point and catching sight of an abandoned, dilapidated starship in the starry sky, Su Tang felt a surge of emotion. Her starship was still there. The sight of it naturally reminded Su Tang of Lu Jinyu. His appearance as a killer had frightened her to death. She had truly believed she would be dead, bound for ice crystal. In just over a year, that person was gone. Su Tang lowered her head slightly, feeling somewhat down. Lu Qingyang, at the wheel, apparently didn't notice her expression. He simply pulled out the black computer Lu Dong had given him, and began contacting his contact. Spotting a warship within radar range, Lu Qingyang activated his energy shield and exited the cockpit. A pig-like behemoth slowly emerged from his shadow. Leaning down slightly, he lifted the piglet with a single reach of his long arms, and shoved it directly into Su Tang's arms. It was soft and cuddly. Su Tang, for the first time, discovered how adorable the behemoth was in its pig-like form. It felt a bit like holding a stuffed animal, and she couldn't help but squeeze it. "Don't give away your secret," Lu Qingyang said, looking worriedly at Su Tang, who was having a bit of fun. "Don't worry, it's okay." Su Tang gave an okay sign, looking relaxed. "It's just pretending to be a trainee animal trainer, no big deal." In her opinion, Lu Qingyang was being overly cautious. One should always have confidence in oneself. With her current level, well actually, Su Xiaobai's high level of vigilance and ability to scan an entire planet, any assassin would be absolutely skewered by Ming Jin if they appeared. A few seconds later, a warship approaching the starship sent a communication request. After confirming that the warship was indeed from the Lu family, Lu Qingyang slowly piloted the starship onto the ship's deck. After the deck stabilized, the group slowly approached. After Lu Qingyang disembarked, everyone saluted. Then, Su Tang suddenly realized that everyone's attention was focused on her. Looking down at herself, Su Tang felt that everything was normal. "Admiral this?" The leader's face was troubled. While the Legion had female soldiers, aside from the art troop and some special units, there were very few serving on the front lines. He was clearly surprised that Lu Qingyang had brought a woman with him. Of course, this wasn't discrimination against women, but she was simply concerned for her safety. "This is my student, out for some experience." Lu Qingyang nodded and explained briefly. He felt that pretending to be masculine wasn't reliable, and being discovered as a woman would only arouse suspicion. After much thought, Lu Qingyang came up with the idea that this was a female trainer student, and that Su Tang was naturally holding the behemoth as a shield. "Take us to the lounge first." Lu Qingyang's nerves had been on edge the entire trip, as he had to fly the starship and constantly worry about unexpected situations while traveling alone with Su Tang. Naturally, he needed to rest well in the relative safety of a battleship. "Rooms 2. As soon as he said that, Lu Qingyang shook his head, as if a thought struck him. "Let's get a suite." Although the warship was safe, there were many people on board. What if there were enemy agents? Although he believed it was unlikely that the Lu family would have spies, it was always better to be cautious. The leader's face froze for a moment, then a flicker of understanding crossed his face. A sly smile lingered for a second before he returned to his formal demeanor, though the strange smile remained in his eyes. Su Tang saw this change in expression. She swore this man had misinterpreted her and Lu Qingyang's relationship, but with a stranger, explanations were completely unnecessary. Upon arriving in the room, Su Tang said to Lu Qingyang, "Get some rest," and then went into the inner room to contact her mother. In this place without Skynet, Lu Qingyang naturally chose to sleep. Just before he went to sleep, as he had done for the past few days, a black shadow spread rapidly beneath him, and within seconds, the entire interior of the room was shrouded in darkness. Lu Qingyang had always been a cautious person, but staying awake all day to protect Su Tang was clearly impossible. Naturally, he felt most reassured when he had Gusha cover both of them while he slept and rested. Chapter 536. Once back in the room, Su Tang tossed the piglet onto the bed, and quickly had Su Xiaobai retrieve her Black Triangle Galaxy computer from the immortal residence. After turning it on, and finding it working, Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief and immediately called Su Saran. "Hey, my dear daughter, why are you here?" Su Saran's face was visibly shaken as the video call went through. "Mom, are you okay?" Seeing Su Saran appear unharmed on the video, Su Tang felt a sense of relief. As long as she was okay, she was fine. What could possibly happen to me? After her initial surprise, Su Saran's face immediately turned worried, her voice filled with urgency. "Daughter, why are you here? Who are you with? Are you safe?" "I brought a full-fledged bodyguard with me. We already met up with the Lu family. I'm safe here," Su Tang reassured her with a smile, then pressed her again. "Mom, where are you now? How's the battle going? War situation? Am I on the front lines?" "I'm back home on Sufa Star. I killed Old Man Joseph. Why would I be on the front lines, working for others? I'm not that stupid," Su Saran said matter-of-factly. Her main goal was revenge. Now that her enemy was dead, she had nothing to worry about. Yin Nation wanted to recapture the Black Triangle Galaxy, and all she had to do was surrender. She wouldn't participate in any territorial disputes. She wouldn't get a share of any territory she conquered anyway. The boss of the Black Lightning District is dead? Then why is there still a war here? Su Tang was shocked after hearing Su Saran's words. If the boss is dead, then it's all over, right? It's like this. It's said that the US and Europe, the forces behind the Black Lightning District, have gotten involved, and now the battlefield is actually between the Yin Nation's army and the US and European armies. Don't you think they're tired? Why not start a war? Why do they insist on fighting under the guise of the Black Triangle? At this point, Suzerain's expression, which had been indifferent, suddenly froze, and her voice became anxious again. Daughter, you're not on the front lines, are you? Front lines? Is she on the front lines where the two armies are fighting? She doesn't know. Su Tang seemed a little bewildered. While Su Tang was dazed, Suzerain had already come to her senses. Damn it! The Liu family's soldiers are on the front lines. Don't go there. There's a troublemaker over there. Find a few trustworthy people to wait in the back, and have your bodyguard protect you. Mom will come get you right away. Wait, Mom. Su Tang hurriedly waved her hand to stop her. Get ready. We're going back to the Federation together now. Don't worry about this place. Hearing that war had truly begun between Yin country and the United States and Europe, Su Tang was naturally uneasy. Although the war zone was here, who knew if it would spread to their Su family's area one day? Therefore, leaving this troubled area was the best policy. Return to the Federation? Suzerain was stunned, then hesitated. But our Su family has over 100 million troops. It's all under my name. I'm now a member of the royal family. I have command of 5 regiments, so it's not a problem. As for the details, I explain them in detail when we meet. Su Tang patted her chest proudly. With her mother back, she had the military backing. And with that evil Ji Jinqing figuring out a solution, it would be only a matter of time before she could unify the military. After reiterating Su Tang's refusal to go to the front lines, and to wait for her on the agreed planet, Suzerain hurriedly began making preparations. Migrating an entire clan was no small undertaking. After hanging up, Su Tang opened the galaxy map and began checking her location. Unfortunately, the unannotated galaxy map only showed countless planets, leaving her with no idea where she was. Finally, after Lu Qingyang woke up, Su Tang explained her itinerary to him, stating that she was heading to Haika Star. According to Suzerain, it was Yin Nation's largest temporary rear base and a guaranteed safety factor. Although Lu Qingyang had come to the Black Triangle Galaxy under the guise of participating in the war, his primary mission was to protect Su Tang. The safety of a level 10 Grandmaster was paramount, and he was naturally more than happy to have Su Tang avoid the front lines. Su Tang breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that the warship had originally been bound for Haika Star. After recovering his composure and regaining his strength, Lu Qingyang naturally sought out the warship's commander for details. They later learned that a truce was currently in effect, naturally due to the fact that one of Yan's ministers and 2 marshals had fallen into the hands of the US and Europe. The US and Europe Federation was truly insidious. They'd been complacent during the Black Lightning District's previous disintegration, assuming the US and Europe hadn't noticed the situation. It turned out they'd known all along and were quietly awaiting the Yen delegation's arrival. In August, the Black Lightning District, previously devastated, regained its strength. By the time everyone realized the US and Europe's legions had joined the battle and relayed the news back to Yen, the delegation had already been detained. It said that the 2 heads of state are currently in negotiations. After learning about this, Su Tang belatedly realized that Ji Jinqing, who had been coming to give her daily instructions, had disappeared when she arrived in the Black Crow Galaxy. This seemed to be related to the so-called negotiations. Su Tang suddenly felt that the situation was a little tense, as if a storm was about to break out. Shaking her head and pinching the piglet's chubby ears, Su Tang decided to continue fusing energy stones. Whether the country went to war or not was none of her business. She simply wanted to quickly take her mother back to Yin country. If the US and Europe dared to invade Yin country, they would definitely suffer the consequences. After 3 days of sailing through the starry sky, the warship arrived at Haika Star. Su Tang discovered that despite its official name, Haika Star was actually a very desolate planet. At this moment, there were a dozen warships and 100 starships docked on the planet. The warships and starships were parked in an orderly circle on the periphery, while within, a cluster of mechas and fortresses, their uniform design making them easy to identify. Su Tang suddenly felt like she was watching a sci-fi blockbuster. The fleet anchored here was already magnificent. If a fight broke out, it would surely be devastating. War, Su Tang sighed, her heart somehow growing heavy. This wasn't just a movie. A real war might be brewing. Huh? Just as Su Tang was still sighing, Su Xiaobai suddenly exclaimed softly. What's wrong? Su Tang frowned, snapping out of her inappropriate sentimentality. I saw someone I know, Su Xiaobai said in a light tone, almost tinged with displeasure. Who is it? Upon hearing this, Su Tang used her mental power to search carefully. After a thorough search, she actually spotted someone familiar. A disgusting person. If Su Xiaobai had any expression, it would have been filled with displeasure. I don't like him. I'm going to infiltrate someone else's computer to see what's going on. Let Xiaobao protect you. Yeah, he's quite disgusting indeed. Su Tang curled her lips and rubbed her earlobe. With Xiaobao around, she shouldn't be in any danger. Besides, Lu Qingyang's ghost-shattering technique had completely sealed the room. Even if she was fatally wounded, it would just be the ghost-shattering technique that would eject her. Okay, go ahead. Su Tang saw the familiar face, the dandy Lu Yang she met at Zhuo Qianyou's base. Remembering the young soldier who told her that Lu Yang was from the Lu family, Su Tang understood. However, wondering if Ming On was there, Su Tang began searching again out of curiosity. Then she almost wanted to poke her eyes out. She's seen so many images of spies on a starship. Damn! Bringing an art troupe to war? How shameless. Retracting her spiritual energy, no longer paying attention to the outside world, Su Tang produced another energy stone and closed it. A few seconds after Su Tang withdrew her mental power, a warship descended from the sky and slowly stopped in the area where the Lu family's army was located. Chapter 537. Having confirmed that her mother was safe and would soon join her, Su Tang slept soundly until midnight. Yes, it was indeed midnight. In the dim light, someone seemed to be arguing outside. Su Tang, slightly disturbed, subconsciously frowned, then reached for the pillow, covered her head, and continued to sleep. With Guisha and Xiaobao by her side, she didn't have to worry about safety, and if danger did arise, Lu Qingyang would handle it. There was a final, heavy thud, and then the world fell silent again. Subconsciously, Su Tang, feeling that sleep was finally possible, naturally continued her beauty sleep. However, the bed suddenly sank, as if something had moved up. Then Su Tang felt unable to move. Sleep paralysis? With a start, her consciousness returned, and Su Tang was startled awake. Her first reaction upon waking was to turn on the light. The sudden burst of white light in the darkness made her instinctively close her eyes again, and shield her eyes with her hands. Through the cracks between her fingers, Su Tang finally saw what lay in front of her on the bed, and she was completely stunned. Oh my god! It really is sleep paralysis. You. Su Tang's face paled instantly, her lips trembling. She kept saying you for a long time, but couldn't get a clear answer. What's wrong with me? Even if you're happy to see me, you don't have to be so excited. Through the quilt, the man lying on top of her had the face of a handsome young man, and his expression was clearly filled with joy. Aren't you dead? Su Tang took a deep breath, suppressed her fear, and finally spoke her question in full. Shit, can someone tell her why Lu Jinyu is here? Who said I'm dead? Lu Jinyu's smile faltered, and he couldn't help but frown, clearly displeased by the suggestion. Your old man said so. Su Tang was now gritting her teeth. Who else could Lu Qingyang have let in but Lu Jinyu himself? Guisha was still slumped against the wall. So this couldn't be a fake, that **** wasn't dead at all. Seeing Su Tang's expression, Lu Jinyu seemed to have a sudden realization. He closed the distance between them, nose to nose, staring at her with gleaming eyes. What for? Su Tang turned her head away, avoiding his close contact. So you thought I was dead, and you're so heartbroken you came to help me avenge me? Resting his head on her shoulder, Lu Jinyu leaned in close to her ear, his voice filled with amusement. Come on, I'm here to see my mother. Your death is none of my business. Get up, you're dead. Su Tang curled her lips in disdain. She was definitely here to see her mother. You say one thing and mean another. Were you saddened by the news of my death, and then suddenly found yourself falling in love with me, huh? You're just being conceited. Su Tang suddenly realized that Su Xiaobai had never met Lu Yang, so the annoying acquaintance it was referring to was actually Lu Jinyu. It only cried out in surprise when it discovered he wasn't dead, but a living Lu Jinyu was certainly a bit annoying. Didn't they say you were assassinated in the Black Crow Galaxy? After confirming that Lu Jinyu wasn't dead, Su Tang felt something was amiss. Ji Jincheng had told her this news, so that demon had been deceived too? But then again, as a protagonist with a golden finger, Lu Jinyu should be subject to the law of immortality. Oh, you mean that? A flash of understanding flashed in Lu Jinyu's eyes, and then he began to explain. Although the Black Crow Galaxy is peaceful now, those supervisors in the Ministry of Political Affairs are nagging and annoying. Since I haven't been in the Black Crow Galaxy for a long time, they're afraid they accuse me of dereliction of duty, so they sent a shadow substitute to patrol in my place. Then, that shadow substitute was killed. At the time, I was on the front lines, and didn't pay much attention to the matter, and communication here is very difficult, so I don't know the details. But as soon as I received the news, I contacted my grandfather, and he knew I was still alive. Damn! Su Tang's teeth were chattering. Sure enough, that damn old man Lu Dong was so cunning. That day, he was crying in front of her about how tragic Lu Jinyu's death was, just pretending to be her. How did you recognize me? After a burst of anger, Su Tang realized belatedly and touched her face. She still had a strange face. I knew you were wearing a human skin mask at a glance. Lu Jinyu's expression could be summed up with how could you be so stupid? Besides, given Lu Qingyang's personality, would he bring a student who hasn't graduated yet to train here? And a female student? Do you think I'm stupid? Su Tang was speechless for a moment. Thinking about it carefully, her identity was indeed full of holes. Get up. You're so heavy. After letting go of the matter and finding nothing to ask, Su Tang felt heavier. Seeing Lu Jinyu's mocking smile, and thinking how foolish she was to have cried for so long, thinking he was dead, Su Tang was filled with anger. She was the fool. No, Ji Jincheng was the fool. He told her the news before he even confirmed it. So delicate. Lu Jinyu frowned slightly. Then with a wave of his hand, the blanket was ripped open. The world spun for a moment, and when Su Tang came to her senses, she found herself sprawled on top of Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu held her waist, looking quite pleased. This way it won't be heavy. I haven't had a good night's sleep in ages, and now you're here, it's just right for us to sleep together. Sleeping like a pig. Su Tang suppressed her anger and decided to ask something more serious. What's going on here? Oh, isn't it because the visiting delegation was detained and a temporary truce was reached? The US and Europe want to divide the Black Triangle Galaxy equally by area, with each side taking half. Upon hearing Su Tang's question, Lu Jinyu narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger in his eyes, clearly in a bad mood again. Half for each? Or kill the hostages? Isn't there an old saying that warring countries shouldn't kill envoys? At this moment, Su Tang also felt that the US and Europe were being despicable. So they're playing dirty. Half for each? They're dreaming. Lu Jinyu sneered. There was no way he could give up the territory he had. We already have 80% of the Black Triangle Galaxy. Trading a few people for so many planets is a dream. You think negotiations can work out? Su Tang began to ponder. Although she didn't want to fight, she still had to fight back when she was bullied. Anyway, I don't agree. Lu Jinyu's face darkened. The possibility of a successful negotiation was very high. For the other marshals of the Federation, half of the Black Triangle Galaxy was a steal. However, he had created the Black Ink Zone of the Black Triangle Galaxy. How could he accept that it was given to others? Chapter 538. After a moment of silence, as if conjuring something, Lu Jinyu's face darkened, staring blankly at Su Tang. Are you a level 10 energy master? At Lu Jinyu's question, Su Tang nodded, somewhat guiltily. So, you actually combined the energy stones you gave me? Su Tang remained silent, then nodded. How many energy stones do you have? Lu Jinyu's tone suddenly took on an air of immense excitement. Well, what do you want? Su Tang's right hand stiffened unconsciously. The space ring she kept her energy stones in was clearly visible on her finger. If he accidentally touched it, Lu Jinyu would definitely know everything. Give me some, I'm going to bomb their base right now. They're dreaming of dividing the Black Triangle Galaxy. Lu Jinyu's face shone with a fierce look. After a year, without the support of the Ministry of Political Affairs, their energy resources were naturally depleted. The reason for the truce was simply because their current resources were no match for the US and European armies. Once the US and European forces joined forces, the three of them alone would be unable to compete. If negotiations were successful, he would be forced to withdraw his troops and cede half of his territory to them. Why should I help you? Hearing his words, Su Tang felt as if all her emotions had vanished, and she felt incredibly calm. You're my woman. If you don't help me, who do you want to help? Lu Jinyu's eyes narrowed, and then his face darkened. Or do you really have feelings for Lu Qingyang or someone else? As if unaware of Lu Jinyu's menacing expression, Su Tang suddenly pushed herself up from the bed, walked over to the sofa, and snuggled in, her expression calm. I think we should talk. Are you really attracted to another man? Lu Jinyu had already stood up and sat at the head of the bed, propping up one leg and resting one hand on his knee. He leaned forward slightly, his face clouded with gloom. I'm just asking you, what will you do with unlimited energy? Su Tang's eyes were indifferent, emotionless, and her voice was incredibly calm. She didn't answer Lu Jinyu's question. After hearing Su Tang's words, the gloom in Lu Jinyu's eyes was replaced by ambition, and a strange excitement shone in his eyes. Naturally, we first deal with Mayo here, control the Black Triangle Galaxy, and absorb the military power of other families. Once the military is unified, we naturally attack Mayo and Lafei, unifying the human alliance. It's a matter of time. Then we attack the various alien races, unify the galaxy, and make your Lu family the king? Su Tang added expressionlessly. Of course you have the ability. Why can't you unify the galaxy and become the hegemon of this world? Su Tang felt that Lu Jinyu was truly like an emperor at this moment. She could only describe her feelings towards him as by an it online. But the Lu family has the strength? It still relies on energy. Without energy, all this is empty talk, Su Tang said with a hint of coldness. Don't we have you? Lu Jinyu was slightly taken aback before blurting out. In his view, marrying Su Tang was inevitable. So what was the difference between his and hers? Me? Because you're marrying me, what's mine is yours? Su Tang asked directly, a hint of sarcasm. That's not what I meant. Lu Jinyu frowned. It wasn't normal for a couple to support each other. He had the strength to conquer the world, and she had the ability to generate sufficient energy. Wouldn't it be great for the two of them to create a prosperous dynasty together? Wouldn't it be great if we conquered the world together? Conquer the world together? Su Tang suddenly smiled. Are you sure we're conquering the world together, not just me supporting you? What's the difference? Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow in confusion. It's a huge difference. Why should I provide your Lu family with the most important energy source, while our Su family can only play behind the scenes? Or do you think that just because you're my man I, Su Tang, become part of your Lu family? Su Tang's eyes suddenly sharpened. Energy families can't control real power. It's always been this way. And what difference does it make? After all, the world will always belong to our son. Lu Jinyu's frown deepened. Oh, so that's how it is. Su Tang suddenly laughed playfully. Then what if I say our son has the same last name as me, Su? What did you say? Lu Jinyu was stunned, a little stunned. Do you think that, now that we're married, I should stand behind you without hesitation, the woman behind that successful man? Su Tang suddenly understood that, in the minds of these men, a woman's role is to quietly stand behind a man and contribute. At this point, Su Tang paused, then urged Su Xiaobai and Su Xiaobao to their highest spirits. Even knowing the outcome of a fight was uncertain, Su Tang's hands still broke out in a cold sweat. As if taking a determined breath, Su Tang suddenly raised her head, her gaze piercing. But I don't love you. I couldn't possibly do this for you. If she loved Lu Jinyu, she would naturally do everything she could to help him, and the story would end with the hero and heroine working together to unify the galaxy and achieve glory. But she didn't love him, she only loved herself. Although she'd broken up with those three, if they really found other women to be with, she would absolutely be uncomfortable. She wouldn't allow it. Even if she didn't want it, she couldn't let another woman have it. So, the Su family must have real power, and she must have the right to control them. Why did everyone have to remind her over and over again that energy families couldn't have real power? Why didn't the Su family have real power, and could only help other families reach the top? What did you say? I didn't hear you. At this moment, Lu Jinyu suddenly laughed, his tone incredibly gentle, but his eyes were completely different, filled with danger. Say it again? Su Tang felt her heart suddenly pounding uncontrollably, but her eyes grew more resolute. I said, I don't love you, so I can't be so selflessly and silently contributing to your Lu family. Haha, let me guess, is there really someone else? Who is it? Yin Zimu, a rekindled love? Lu Jinyu's smile cooled. Watching Lu Jinyu, who had already gotten out of bed and was walking towards her, Su Tang swallowed unconsciously, as if she were back to the moment of their first meeting. No! It wasn't like she couldn't beat him now. Suppressing her fear, Su Tang straightened her back and looked him straight in the face. Suddenly, a dark shadow leaped from Lu Jinyu's body and headed straight for Su Tang. Shit, he's really going to do it. Completely unable to react, Su Tang's mind was filled with only 3 words. It's over. Chapter 539. At this moment, Su Tang was cradling a soft, tender object, and she truly wanted to burst out laughing. Across from her, Lu Jinyu's face was sullen, so dark it looked like water could drip from it. Have you had enough of this? Come back quickly. No, I don't. I don't want you anymore. I want to follow her. A babyish, childish voice suddenly echoed between the two of them. The source of the voice was the object Su Tang was holding, a delicately crafted pink doll. Did you hear that? It doesn't want you anymore. Su Tang waved her hand at Lu Jinyu in disdain, as if shooing away a fly. Then, she pressed the doll against her chest, gazing at Lu Jinyu defiantly. The baby Su Tang held to her chest also had a fierce look on her face. She warned in a childish voice, "If you dare touch my beautiful sister, I won't be polite to you, hee." Clenching her fists, Lu Jinyu felt the veins in his forehead throbbing. He wasn't really planning on doing anything to her, and besides, who would tell him why his ancestor had rebelled? Su Tang gloated at Lu Jinyu. She swore she'd never been so excited. "Who is this?" This is Lu Jinyu's tongue snake, whose only immortal abode could hold a living creature. It had actually been instigated by Su Xiaobai to rebel. Oh, she really wanted to scream. From now on, she would be truly invincible. "Have you had enough of this?" Lu Jinyu growled grimly, then walked over to the sofa. Instantly, Su Tang felt someone yank her clothes by the back of her neck and lift her up. Just as she tried to struggle, she was already on Lu Jinyu's lap. Then the little baby in her hand was pulled out by a brute force. Just as Su Tang was about to grab her new baby back, her body was pulled over, and then a dark shadow pressed down with hot lips. In the next second, Su Tang felt a sense of weightlessness, her body returning to the sofa. Lu Jinyu had vanished. At the same time, a childish, whining voice rang out. "Damn! He thinks I'm easy to bully if I don't show my power." The little kid, tossed into the corner, scrambled to his feet with a fierce look on his face, patting his silken clothes. And because of that expression, so inconsistent with his childish nature, Su Tang simply found it adorable. Why was the ancestor of their Lu family such a cute creature? Tung Tung. Come back soon. Waving, Su Tang smiled. She knew without hesitation that Lu Jinyu had been imprisoned in the immortal abode by it. Woo! Pretty sister, you're still the best. Tongue Snake fluttered its tiny arms and legs and lunged back again, tears welling up in its eyes. From now on, Xiao Tung is your snake in life, and your snake ghost in death. When you leave, you must take me with you. Huh? Su Tang was stunned. Leave? Leave here, Su Xiaobai explained promptly. I agreed with it, that we take it with us when we leave this realm, and now it's protecting you. That's fine. Su Tang's forehead was etched with a frown. Tung Tung, why are you leaving this realm? Glancing at the little creature in her arms, Su Tang was puzzled. Earlier, when Tongue Snake leaped from Lu Jinyu's body, she'd been genuinely startled, thinking Lu Jinyu was going to attack her. But before she could recover, she heard a certain creature babble about its own power, basically boasting about how powerful it was. She only understood one crucial piece of information. This was Tongue Snake, the ancestor of the Lu family, the most powerful star beast within Lu Jinyu. Of course, to leave here, I have to transform into a dragon. Tingsha clenched his fists, his face alight with longing. Our ultimate goal, as a snake, is to become a dragon. Su Tang was slightly stunned, then puzzled. Don't they all have immortal palaces? That wouldn't be immortal level. Can't you tear the interface yourself? I don't know, but I tore open the space, and it connected to my inner space. It can't lead anywhere else. Tingsha was a little bewildered. Oh, I know. They don't have inherited memories, so this little snake is a bit of an idiot. Su Xiaobai jumped in, full of superiority, explaining that only demon tribes with a long history and high levels of skill had inherited memories. Besides, I told you, this world has constraints. It's impossible to reach true immortal level here. If there are constraints, then why can you? After hearing Su Xiaobai's explanation, Su Tang felt even more bewildered. Because I'm an alien species. Su Xiaobai's tone was still filled with superiority. It's a local species, we're different. Su Tang. This is definitely regional discrimination, but did Tongue Snake just mention the snake tribe? So there's a tribe? Tung Tung, you just said your tribe has many companions? Su Tang looked surprised. There are actually so many tongue snakes in this world. I don't know. I only see my father and my mother. As for whether there are other species in this world, I don't know. Tongue Snake looked a little bewildered. It had never considered whether it had any kind besides its father and mother. What about your parents? Su Tang's face was filled with surprise. So Tung Tung is actually still a child? They were struck dead by lightning. Tingsha's face showed a hint of disappointment. Struck dead by lightning. Su Tang felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck her. This death was so bizarre, but she couldn't laugh. How could she feel the urge to laugh at such a sad moment? Don't be too sad. It's okay. That happened tens of thousands of years ago. They were actually too confident. They insisted they could withstand the dragon transforming lightning tribulation, but in the end, they couldn't. After only a few seconds of sadness, Tingsha recovered. Ting Ting, how old are you now? Su Tang's eyes twitched. Tens of thousands of years ago. Me? Tingsha counted his fingers seriously, his face troubled for a moment, then he smiled as if he had come to a conclusion. I should be almost 100,000 years old. 100,000. Su Tang froze for a moment, her eyes filled with disbelief. Then why are you still so young? At this moment, Tingsha looked like a child of 2 or 3. It was always like this before they became dragons, Tongue Snake said matter-of-factly. My mom was this small, and my dad was this small too. It's said that only after we evolved into dragons could our clan grow. Okay, that's the difference between races. But why are you helping the Lu family? Su Tang realized that Tongue Snake was completely childish, definitely being tricked by the Lu family. Oh, first, I met a man named Lu Hengtu. He fed me tons of red chrysanthemums. You know, normally I have to search several planets to find just a tiny bit. Later, he said that if I followed him, I get tons of red chrysanthemums every year. Hearing this, Su Tang's eyes twitched even more. Red chrysanthemums are a cherry-like fruit that's rarely found in the wild. Sure enough, he was tricked into it. He's also a foodie. No wonder, their Lu family's first cold star has fallen jasmine trees planted everywhere. Then we agreed. I protect his family, and they give me a box of red fallen jasmine every year. I used to follow Lu Dong, but then he said he was old, and asked me to secretly observe 2 people and choose one. Actually, I originally wanted to follow the one outside, but old man Lu Dong said it wasn't right, and insisted I follow Lu Jinyu. Lu Jinyu is a mean-spirited person, and he also has a 9 nether, which is so annoying. He's always bloody and disturbs my sleep. Oh sister, Xiaobai said you saw each other last time. I must have been asleep then, so Xiaobai couldn't find me. Su Tang. How embarrassing for her to have a 100,000-year-old kid call her sister. Chapter 540. Su Tang, humming a little tune, leaned back on the sofa in high spirits, a small child cradled in her lap. Lu Jinyu stared at them with a sullen expression, his eyes cold. Why are you so angry? Did it want to follow me? Although Su Tang felt confident thanks to Tongue Snake, she still felt humiliated by Lu Jinyu's gaze, and couldn't help but open her mouth to defend herself. I'm angry because you found a stranger. Lu Jinyu's face darkened. Tongue Snake wasn't his star beast to begin with, so he still had some self-awareness. You're not related to me, so why should I care if I find a man? Su Tang said confidently. You're so brave. Believe it or not, I'd strangle you to death. Lu Jinyu gritted his teeth, his face gloomy, as if he would actually strike at any moment. Go ahead. Su Tang raised her neck, glaring at him unyieldingly. At the same time, the tongue snake on her lap glared fiercely at Lu Jinyu. While tongue snakes are delicious, they're nothing compared to their ultimate goal of becoming a dragon. Having finally found someone who can lead them out of this world, they place all their hopes on Su Tang, so naturally, they won't let her come to any harm. Okay, if you're capable, keep that person from me forever. Looking at the two, large and small, Lu Jinyu's anger intensified, his tone sinister. Su Tang rolled her eyes speechlessly, her tone naturally catching the underlying meaning. Was this a suggestion that he kill her if he saw her? Sure enough, Lu Jinyu would kill her man if he were still alive. The issue was back to square one. Okay, let's talk calmly. Rubbing her forehead, Su Tang decided to talk things over. There's no room for negotiation. Lu Jinyu flatly rejected the idea. Don't forget, you still have the Lu family behind you. Su Tang's gaze settled. Even if she couldn't bring herself to kill Lu Jinyu, she could still take it out on the Lu family. Alright, you're getting more and more capable, even threatening me now. Lu Jinyu narrowed his eyes, his expression somewhat nonchalant. I'm still the head of the Lu family. The Lu family's survival doesn't require my concern. You know, I can get the Energy Master Guild to issue a ban. From now on, no energy family will sell energy stones to your Lu family. And I can have Ji Jinqing find all sorts of excuses to withhold the military pay from the Ministry of Government. Your Lu family won't last long. Su Tang's anger flared. She really thought she had no solution, didn't she? Lu Jinyu's eyes darkened, a look of deep thought on her face. Then, she suddenly looked up. So the adulterer is actually that effeminate Ji Jinqing? You're the adulterer. Su Tang couldn't help but yell at him. He acted as if he were her husband, and they weren't even married yet. Then tell me, who's the legal husband you're looking for? I guarantee he won't live to see the wedding. Su Tang's words stunned Lu Jinyu for a second, but then she realized that even if he was the adulterer now, he would eventually become the legal wife. Okay, now I don't have a legal husband or an adulterer. I'm single. Su Tang slammed the table and yelled. Damn it, she was so fed up with this man issue. She didn't want to bother anymore. She wanted to be alone. She wanted to join forces with her mother to build the Su dynasty. All men get out. All right, I settle this with you after we resolve this. Lu Jinyu's face darkened. Since Su Tang had said that, he knew he wouldn't get anything out of her. As long as he returned to the Federation, he'd be able to find that savage man and finish him off sooner or later. Suppressing his negative emotions, Lu Jinyu's face became incredibly serious, his eyes gleaming as he stared at Su Tang. I'm only asking you now, do you support me going to war against the US and Europe? No. Su Tang nodded, her attitude firm. She was a pacifist, and the decision on whether to go to war would depend on the outcome of the negotiations. She didn't need to worry about that. All right. Leaving a single word, Lu Jinyu walked out expressionlessly. Su Xiaobai, keep an eye on him. Su Tang, somewhat suspicious of his abrupt departure, naturally assigned Su Xiaobai to follow him again. Then she concluded that Lu Jinyu had boarded a warship, which then departed from Haika Star. Su Tang, somewhat baffled by Lu Jinyu's behavior, decided not to care about his whereabouts. Yawning, Su Tang decided to go back to sleep. It was only the middle of the night, and she hadn't woken up yet. The next day, after seeing the light dot representing Su Saran's location on the computer moving at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, Su Tang's mood brightened. Her mother was already on her way to join her. When her mother returned, they could return to the Federation. As long as her mother had established herself in the military, she had nothing to worry about. For the next few days, Su Tang continued to combine energy stones peacefully, while Tongue Snake, still in his childlike form, roamed around her room. When Lu Qingyang learned that this was the ancestor of their Lu family, his expression could only be described as shocking. The days passed peacefully until a certain man returned from a suicidal act. That day, Su Tang slept as usual, and then the shrill sirens, ignoring the room's soundproofing, resounded throughout the battleship. Su Tang immediately scrambled to her feet, and with a quick mental scan, she knew something serious was about to happen. The warships, previously quietly anchored on the planet's surface, were now all activated, and the ground forces originally stationed in the central area were all entering the various warships and starships in an orderly fashion. What's going on? Su Tang asked, hurriedly rushing out of the room. Seeing Lu Qingyang, who looked gravely outside, Su Tang blurted out. According to the footage captured by the monitoring system, there's movement over there. A war might be brewing. Lu Qingyang, without even looking up, glanced directly at the information on the computer. In less than 3 seconds, video screens appeared one after another, clearly indicating an emergency meeting had been convened. What's going on? Since Lu Jinyu was absent, Lu Qingyang, the highest-ranking officer in the Lu family, surveyed the dozen or so officials displayed on the screen and asked. Report, the US and European fleets have crossed the cordon, a middle-aged man said anxiously. The next second, the video feed he was watching changed to a single image. A neat line of about a dozen warships, accompanied by dozens of starships, slowly approached. Then, with a click, the screen faded and the middle-aged man returned. Which surveillance level is this? Lu Qingyang frowned. The enemy has already crossed the 3rd surveillance level and is expected to enter our territory in 3 hours. Has anyone received instructions from the Marshal? Lu Qingyang was stunned. Had the negotiations collapsed and war been declared? Report, no. Report, nothing here either. Hearing the crowd's no, Lu Qingyang's frown deepened. A war would surely have been announced. Could it be that the US and Europe had unilaterally terminated the negotiations? Report, according to the planetary surveillance, the reason for the US and Europe's sudden military action seems to be. It was still the same middle-aged man, but he suddenly hesitated at this point. What? Say it. Lu Qingyang paused, a bad feeling welling up in his chest. No need to ask. Suddenly, over a dozen screens vanished. Evidently the video conference had been interrupted. In their place appeared a large screen, upon which lay Lu Jinyu, still wearing a strange smile. I just got back from them. I think I accidentally destroyed Prince Okuman's main battleship. Lu Jinyu's fangs bared, a cheerful smile on his face. Lu Jinyu. Are you courting death? At this point, even the mild-mannered Lu Qingyang couldn't help but roar. Chapter 541. Lu Qingyang took Su Tang directly to the main battleship, where Lu Jinyu was stationed. The moment he saw Lu Jinyu, Lu Qingyang threw a punch, and the two engaged in a fistfight. Then, Tingsha suddenly took Lu Jinyu, who was still engaged in combat, into his immortal abode. Alright, it's already happened. Let's think of a solution first. Su Tang gave a somewhat helpless smile to the still furious Lu Qingyang. The next second, Lu Jinyu was released, but his face was gloomy. He spoke to Tingsha in a sinister tone. Don't think that just because we, the Lu family, revere you as our ancestor, I won't fight you. You're so rebellious. You dare to fight the ancestor. Lu Qingyang flashed and stood in front of Tingsha, his suppressed anger surging once again. Alright, let's get down to business first. Su Tang waved her hands helplessly. Lu Jinyu, that bastard, was truly a jerk. She couldn't help but want to hit him. What's there to discuss? That old argument is dead. They definitely won't give up. So, all we have to do now is prepare for war. This war is set. Lu Jinyu's attitude was casual, unconcerned. That's easy to say. Do you know how much energy we have left? Do you know how many troops and energy they have? Do you know how long it will take for the Ministry of Government to approve and ship the supplies and energy? Seeing Lu Jinyu's attitude, Lu Qingyang felt like his blood vessels were about to burst with anger. It was obvious that the negotiations weren't over yet. If they started a war on their own accord, if they lost, their Lu family couldn't bear the responsibility. And if the other families didn't support it, and the war proposal didn't pass, the Ministry of Government wouldn't issue a single energy stone. Then the 3 Lu clans would be finished. Energy? I used up all the remaining energy I have. I even used a level 9 energy cannon to destroy Augmen's main battleship. Lu Jinyu remained relaxed. You? You? Lu Qingyang was so angry, he was almost speechless. Why are you so anxious? Doesn't she have it? Lu Jinyu cast his gaze directly at Su Tang, his eyes burning. He had long wanted to fight those bastards from the US and Europe, but unfortunately, he had no energy. What if I told you I didn't bring any energy stones this time? Su Tang naturally understood after hearing this. The leader wanted to negotiate a peaceful coexistence, but Lu Jinyu was unwilling to accept this. But until the military reached an agreement, the political department would not support the energy issue, and the war would not start. But now that she appeared, Lu Jinyu believed that as long as he had her energy support, he didn't need to go through anyone else. And now that he had taken the initiative, the war had to start. No! Then just run. Hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Jinyu spread his hands indifferently. We still have some energy to escape. The Star Wars forces are safe anyway. You bastard. If the fleet escapes, what about the ground forces? Lu Qingyang clenched his fists. If it weren't for Su Tang, he would have lost control and attacked Lu Jinyu again. Without energy, I can't take care of the ground forces. Lu Jinyu remained nonchalant. We could always recruit more soldiers if they die. The Federation has no shortage of people anyway. Su Tang's eyes darkened. Having studied at the 3rd Military Academy for a while, she knew the basics of Star Wars, the 2 main ground forces. The ground forces comprised the largest number of troops in each legion. After the fleets and mecha squadrons conquered a star region, the ground forces were responsible for clearing out any remaining enemies on each planet. After all, it was impossible to blow up an entire planet just because there were a few enemies. This planetary cleanup was often the most complex task. Therefore, the Marines were the largest in number. The fleet simply couldn't possibly carry all of them at once. If the fleet fled or was completely destroyed, the Marines would be doomed. Su Tang took a deep breath. That bastard, Lu Jinyu, was forcing her to support him with energy and go to war. Although the Marines here had nothing to do with her, they were all Federation soldiers. She couldn't be so cold-blooded as to have the power, and yet turn a blind eye to their lives. Seeing the heavy expressions on their faces, Lu Jinyu warned, the enemy has 2 hours and 40 minutes to reach our front lines. If we really run out of energy, I'm really going to run away. Resisting the urge to kick him, Su Tang lowered her head and calmly reached for her space ring, checking her space ring with her mental power. Seeing the pile of energy stones in the space ring, Su Tang's eyes darkened. She suddenly looked up, pulled out a piece of paper and pen from the space ring, and then leaned over the table, writing furiously. After finishing, Su Tang strode forward and slammed a handful of papers at Lu Jinyu, saying in a snarling tone, "Sign, and I provide you with energy." Lu Jinyu grasped the inscribed white paper with some suspicion. When he read the contents, his expression froze. On October 15, 20315 of the Xingyi era, I, Queen Su Tang, citizen number HYHE 3287, borrow 10 pieces of 1 quality, level 9 energy stones, totaling 10 units of energy, and 600 pieces of 1 quality, level 8 energy stones, totaling 600 units of energy. The total loan is 700 units of energy, with an estimated total value of 6 trillion credit points. If I cannot repay, I will pledge my life as collateral. Borrower's citizen number. Is this an IOU? Even after reading the entire thing, Lu Jinyu was still a little stunned. No, this is a contract of sale, Su Tang said seriously. Borrow my energy stones, and don't return them, and you're selling yourself to me. She had been combining energy stones daily lately. She was shocked when she first checked. She still had 2 level 11 energy stones, one combined by Su Xiaobai, 10 level 10 energy stones, and a box of level 9 energy stones in her space ring. And her space buckle was filled with 6 large boxes of level 18 energy stones, which she now packed in boxes of 100 to keep them separate. So even after lending Lu Jinyu so much, she still had nearly 4 level 11 energy stones. This little energy should be enough to sustain Lu Jinyu for a while. Now that war had broken out, the military couldn't really ignore it. After all, the Black Triangle was a crucial fortress, and Yen Nation couldn't afford to let it fall into the hands of the US and Europe. Selling myself to you? Sure, Lu Jinyu said cheerfully. They were getting married anyway, so what difference did it make? Please note, this is a contract of sale, not a marriage certificate. Su Tang knew from Lu Jinyu's expression that he didn't understand. What difference does it make? Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow. If you sell yourself to me, you're naturally my servant, so you have no say over me. Su Tang raised her chin, looking rather arrogant. To get her energy, there was a price to pay. Free? Wishful thinking. Just because I'm your servant, you can go find other men? Lu Jinyu sneered, clenching the white paper in his hand. Watch your attitude. You're the one asking for my help now. After all, the land forces here belong to the 3 Lu clans. Su Tang sneered. Will you really abandon them? You're just trying to soften my heart. Even if you truly abandon them and return to Yen Kingdom, your actions this time have completely destroyed your position in the military. Not even Lu Dong will forgive you, and the Yi and Xiahou clans, who have suffered such a huge loss and gained nothing, will definitely not let you go. Su Tang's smile faded, and she stared at Lu Jinyu with dark eyes. So if I don't help you this time, you're doomed. No matter how strong Lu Jinyu's personal combat abilities were, they meant nothing to his clan. Lu Jinyu didn't refute Su Tang's words, but his gaze shifted to a complex one of astonishment. Killing Agyeman and provoking a war between the 2 countries would make the situation irreversible. It was a huge gamble for him. If Su Tang didn't help him and provide him with energy, he would be finished, as she said. Okay, I sign. Suddenly, Lu Jinyu laughed and quickly signed his name. He carefully pulled out a box of ink and pressed his fingerprints. He then took a few photos with his laptop before shoving it into Su Tang's arms. Satisfied? Lu Jinyu's smile grew even brighter. After all, it only said he belonged to her, not that he wasn't allowed to kill anyone. He would kill that wild man anyway. Su Tang was still a little dazed after receiving the indenture. This was it. She stole a glance at Lu Jinyu. Why did she think he was in such a good mood? Although she was suspicious, the situation didn't allow her to dwell on it. After taking out the 6 large boxes of level 8 and 10 pieces of level 9, Su Tang let it go. Chapter 542. With the energy source in hand, Lu Jinyu, the leader, naturally led the fleet to meet the enemy. Su Tang and Lu Qingyang remained behind. The rear base also needed warships and starship defenses as a precaution. He's too willful. You shouldn't have indulged him. With only the 2 of them left, Lu Qingyang's expression became complicated. Lu Jinyu's reckless behavior was definitely enough to court-martial him and strip him of his military status. I know, but the situation is out of control. Su Tang lowered her head, her expression also becoming complicated. Shouldn't she have come to the Black Triangle Galaxy? If she hadn't come, Lu Jinyu wouldn't have had the confidence to kill Agyeman and provoke a war between the 2 countries. But things had come to this. She possessed so much energy, yet the Yen Nation Star Wars forces in the Black Triangle Galaxy had fled in disgrace, leaving the ground forces to be massacred by the enemy. If Lu Jinyu had truly done such a thing, she wouldn't be able to swallow this. Forget it. I leave my safety to you. I go gather the energy stones. With a sigh, Su Tang decided to go. Recapturing the Black Triangle Galaxy was indeed a great achievement. If her mother had claimed it, her promotion to the military would have been a piece of cake. So she better gather more energy stones. Once her mother arrived, she could consult with that freak Ji Jincheng about what to do. On the front lines, since the US and Europe currently had fewer troops in the Black Triangle Galaxy, and Lu Jinyu had energy support, the situation had once again reached a stalemate after a few small skirmishes. On Skynet, in that simulated, stately conference room, 11 people sat, their faces heavy. Above the conference table, A 3D video was playing. The only sound in the entire conference room, besides the sound of the video, was heavy breathing. In the video, a warship and several starships put up a desperate resistance in the starry sky. However, the enemy was outnumbered, and surrounded by a fleet of completely different designs, the Yen nation fleet was quickly annihilated. Even though no bodies were seen, given the damage to the fleet under the conditions of outer space, no one would have survived. Damn it, those American and European scum! After watching the video, Sitaruya could no longer contain his anger and slammed the table. His Yen nation delegation had already been annihilated in the US and Europe, and the ones going this time were all from his own faction. Long Howren and Jiang Tianlei were all his allies. Without their marshals, the Long and Jiang families would likely struggle to maintain stability, even with an heir. Their losses this time were absolutely unpredictable. So, they're essentially stalling for time, preparing to attack the Black Triangle Galaxy, or even our Yen nation. Lu Dong spoke passionately, his voice brimming with indignation, yet he felt a deep sense of relief. He had naturally received news of Lu Jinyu's misdeeds a few hours earlier. If negotiations were concluded, their Lu family would undoubtedly become a target of public criticism. Luckily, the delegation had already been killed, so the war was inevitable. Lu Jinyu's actions were completely irrelevant. Instead, he could cover it up by claiming he acted preemptively after learning of the delegation's death. Then let the battle begin. I will lead the personal guards to the Black Triangle Galaxy. Marshal Lu, at this point, it's time for you to complete your data on the Black Triangle Galaxy. Qin Qinyuan spoke immediately after Lu Dong finished speaking. Of course. Seeing Qin Qinyuan looking at him, Lu Dong knew that at this point, they could no longer hide the detailed information on the Black Triangle Galaxy. I disagree. Before Lu Dong could finish, Ji Jincheng launched into a rebuttal. Noticing the scornful looks his words had drawn from the military, he quickly explained, I'm not against war. I just think it's inappropriate for Marshal Qin to go to the Black Triangle Galaxy. In times of national crisis, soldiers like us naturally step forward. Lu Qingyang had gone to the Black Crow Galaxy. He knew where they'd gone after that. His wife had already gone to the Black Triangle Galaxy. If it weren't for helping the imposter conceal his identity, he would have rushed there long ago. Now, with a suitable excuse, he was definitely going to the Black Triangle Galaxy. Then, Ji Jincheng was clearly anxious. If the fake Su Tang's identity was exposed, he would definitely be implicated. As for his safety, the 18th Legion stationed in the Hongyi Star system will take over. I, Yi Liang, swear I will not let him make the slightest mistake. Before Ji Jincheng could finish his words, Yi Liang spoke up urgently. The 18th Legion was currently under the command of his grandson Yi Yi. His grandson was a man of extraordinary talent and bearing. He hadn't stood a chance before with Qin Qinyuan around, but now that he volunteered to join the battle, his chances were much better. By the way, it's said that Lord Ji has a good relationship with the Empress. At this critical juncture, shouldn't Lord Ji go and lobby for her? We're all citizens of Yen Nation, and it's our duty to contribute to our country. Sitaruya looked at Ji Jincheng with a deep, meaningful expression. Ji Jincheng's eyes darkened, and he cursed inwardly. Shameless. The military needed energy stones, and he had to ask for them. However, if he went to Hongwang Star, the risk of Su Yu being discovered would naturally be reduced. Then I try my best. Then, let's discuss how many troops to deploy this time. Marshal Lu, please describe the current situation in the Black Triangle Galaxy in detail. Okay. Lu Dong pulled up a 3D star map as he spoke. Currently, our forces are roughly located here. As Lu Dong began to describe, even Qin Qinyuan was startled. The three branches of the Lu family had acted so swiftly. 80% of the Black Triangle Galaxy had already fallen into their hands. If it weren't for the US and Europe sending troops, the Black Triangle Galaxy would have already been incorporated into Yen Nation's territory. So I suspect there's a space jump point in this area directly from the US and Europe. Lu Dong pointed seriously at the center of the Black Lightning Zone. Furthermore, I can confirm that there's also a space jump point here that connects directly to the US and Europe. After hearing Lu Dong's words, everyone understood. No wonder the US and Europe were willing to go to war with them. If the Black Triangle Galaxy truly fell into their hands, they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night. So, you actually don't know how much manpower and energy they invested. After hearing this, Ji Jincheng summed it up directly. This kind of battle, whose scale is unknown, is the most troublesome, and a waste of money and manpower. I really don't know, so I hope your Ministry of Political Affairs can prepare sufficient supplies and energy. Lu Dong looked at Ji Jincheng with a heavy expression. What if they have an unlimited supply? Ji Jincheng sneered inwardly. I can only say that if energy consumption reaches its limit, then there's nothing we can do. Seeing the military's grim expressions, Ji Jincheng spoke again. Our Ministry of Political Affairs can suspend planetary construction. We can save whatever can be saved. I send personnel to work with those major energy families, and your military should also cooperate. All planetary reclamation and other activities can be suspended. Okay. After a moment of eye contact, everyone nodded. Then, I won't participate in the discussion about the war. After you come to a conclusion, tell me the scale of the expedition, and I will equip it with supplies and energy according to the scale of a first-class war. After leaving the meeting, Ji Jincheng held his head with his hand, his face extremely gloomy. As for the war, they would be busy just preparing the supplies, and these people in the military would start a war without caring about the financial revenue and expenditure. It's really true that those who manage money are destined to be hardworking. Chapter 543. Once the political department personnel had departed, the 7 military officials naturally began discussing the expedition. Finally, a temporary expeditionary force consisting of 4 legions, 20 warships, and 200 starships was formed. In addition to Qin Shinyuan's personal guard, the 3 Qin factions, along with the Jiang and Han families, also contributed a regiment. Despite the passing of their marshals, the Long and Jiang families also received a regiment. The 3 Lu factions, in addition to their existing forces in the Black Triangle Galaxy, mobilized another regiment. All other available forces were deployed to the border. In the Black Triangle Galaxy, Su Tang continued diligently synthesizing energy stones daily. Since her space lock contained tens of thousands of energy stone blanks, she decided to synthesize a grade 7 energy stone of 5 quality daily. After all, mecha squadrons were also crucial. Compared to warships, mechas were far more convenient and flexible. Once the fleets were drawn within range by enemy mechas, the risk of friendly fire would inevitably restrict their movements. Just 3 days after Lu Jinyu left for the battle, Su Tang had already combined 2 large boxes of grade 5, level 7 energy stones. And that day, Su Saran's Su family troops finally arrived at the Black Science Star base. Mom seeing Su Saran, Su Tang's face was filled with excitement. Her backer had finally arrived. Dear darling, come here and let mommy see you. Seeing Su Tang, Su Saran was clearly in high spirits. She opened her arms in a hug, but when she reached Su Tang's side, she froze. Oh, what's this? Seeing the tongue snake clinging to Su Tang's thigh, Su Saran's expression faltered for a moment. Then she glanced suspiciously at Lu Qingyang behind her. Daughter, you given me a grandson so soon. This statement was so devastating that Su Tang felt like she'd taken 1,000 points of damage. Mom, can you be more reliable? Su Tang lifted tongue snake with both hands and held it close to her face. Look, how do we look alike? They weren't even the same species. Well, they do look a little different. Su Saran paused, then rested her chin on her hand and looked at him for a moment. It's okay. Sons look like their dads. Su Tang felt gloomy. Well, she'd taken 20,000 points of damage. After watching her mother look at Lu Qingyang with the eyes of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law, Su Tang knew she misunderstood. This isn't his son, this is his ancestor. Su Tang gave Su Saran a weak look, then pointed at Tongue Snake and Lu Qingyang and began to explain solemnly. Yes, pretty auntie, I'm a friend of his great-grandfather's great-grandfather. His grandfather, Tongue Snake explained with a serious face. And behind him, Lu Qingyang nodded gravely. Su Saran. She thought this world was so fantastical. Since Su Saran had arrived, Su Tang naturally headed for her main battleship, with her bodyguard, Lu Qingyang, following closely behind. Finding a suite, Su Tang briefly recounted her reasons for coming and the current situation to Su Saran. Huh? Another battle? Su Saran's face lit up with confusion after hearing that Lu Jinyu had gone to the front lines again. Pointing at Tongue Snake, a look of disbelief filled her face. You said this was his most powerful one? Yeah, that big snake with wings on its back. Su Tang looked at Tongue Snake in confusion. Was it really a snake in its original form? The little Tongue Snake nodded seriously. Seeing Tongue Snake nod, Su Saran became even more incredulous. He doesn't even need to take it with him to the front lines? What if he encounters that buzzing monster? Bumblebee. Lu Qingyang, who had been playing the background, couldn't contain himself any longer upon hearing Su Saran's words. Yeah, there's a top-tier beast trainer over there. I don't know about the others, but I know he has a buzzing monster. Don't you know? Su Saran's expression was full of skepticism. How come you don't even know that? Bumblebee. Su Tang realized it belatedly. It seemed she'd seen the name in the military's secret archives. Frowning, she recalled it, and it all came back to her. Bumblebee refers to a special, high-level star beast. It resembles a bee, about the size of a wash basin. It's incredibly fast and agile. It doesn't do much damage, but its buzzing can affect mental strength. Andy, are you talking about that big buzzing bird? Little Tongue Snake gestured with his little arms. If it was that one, I have eaten it. Rubbing his belly, Tongue Snake frowned. But it tasted terrible. I eaten it, no wonder. Suzerain's face understood. That time the buzzing monster had infiltrated their fleet. It had kept them busy for quite a while. Forget it, Mom. Let's go back to Yin country. Knowing the buzzing monster was dead, Su Tang no longer cared. This war was none of her business. What they had to do now was return to the Su family and have her mother infiltrate the military. Okay, wait until I rest up. My dear, go get some rest first. Kissing Su Tang on the forehead, Suzerain glanced at Lu Qingyang when she couldn't see, then pushed her and Tongue Snake into the room without a word. Do you have something to say? Lu Qingyang naturally noticed Suzerain's gaze. After the inner door closed, Lu Qingyang asked with a puzzled look. Take a look at this. Suzerain's previously relaxed expression suddenly darkened. He then opened his computer and pulled up several images. What is this? Lu Qingyang's pupils narrowed, and his face paled. In the image, neatly arranged fleets were anchored in the starry sky. Based on their shape, Lu Qingyang immediately recognized them as the Leifei Alliance's fleet. This is what my monitoring system captured in the border star region near Leifei. They suddenly appeared there 3 days ago. Although they haven't crossed the border yet, I suspect. Suzerain's face was grave, a stark contrast to his previous relaxed demeanor. You suspect the Latin American and African alliance will get involved. Lu Qingyang's expression grew increasingly grave. If they join forces with the US-European Federation, it would be very disadvantageous to us. His eyes darkened, and with a complicated expression, Lu Qingyang spoke, after I report the news, we should leave first. As a soldier, he naturally couldn't retreat from the battlefield. Although he wanted to stay and fight alongside the Yin Nation warriors, Su Tang was here, and he had to ensure her safety first. That's not right. Suzerain waved his hand helplessly. Perhaps you're not aware, but if we take the normal route to reach the Yin Federation, we have to pass through the Black Lightning Zone. There's fighting going on there, so it's obviously not advisable. The jump point from the Black Triangle Galaxy to Yin country is right near the border with Leifei. My surveillance there doesn't provide comprehensive coverage. Although there's no movement yet, we can't rule out the possibility that Leifei troops have already entered the Black Triangle Galaxy. So we can't leave now. Lu Qingyang's expression grew increasingly grim. If they risked going to the jump point now, they'd likely encounter a large Leifei force. No, you can leave. For a single warship, I think my daughter should have the energy to keep the energy shield fully activated. Suzerain's tone was resolute. Their Su family fleet was quite large, and breaking through would clearly be difficult. What about you, Mom? Why didn't you tell me about this? Su Tang, who had already returned to her room, suddenly opened the door. Although she was fusing energy stones, Su Xiaobai was clearly bored and naturally peeked into their conversation. Sensing something was amiss, Su Xiaobai immediately warned Su Tang. Chapter 544. Since Su Tang already knew, Suzerain had nothing to hide. Mom, are you planning to stay? Su Tang asked, her face filled with worry. Were they being trapped? I have to stay. Our Su family fleet only has 6 warships and 59 starships. My fleet this time only has 3 warships and 30 starships, so most people are staying on the planet. I originally wanted to move them to the Federation in batches, but if Lafite invades, without a fleet, they'd be slaughtered. Suzerain's face turned grim. The Su family, including its various subordinate factions, has a population of over 5 billion. She couldn't abandon them. Then I stay too. Since Suzerain was staying, Su Tang naturally wasn't going to leave either. No, you absolutely can't stay. Suzerain clearly disapproved of Su Tang's decision to stay. Mom, stop talking. I know my limits. I won't abandon you. Su Tang's face hardened, her attitude firm. This is a matter of life and death for our Su family. I can't just stand by and watch. Besides, if we lose here, the war will sooner or later spread to the Federation, so it doesn't matter. Has your Yin country decided to send troops? Seeing Su Tang's resolute attitude, Suzerain turned his gaze directly to Lu Qingyang. The war was confirmed 3 days ago, and the expeditionary force is on its way. Although communication was difficult, Lu Qingyang had naturally received such a major news, as the outbreak of war between the two countries. Then there's no problem. Upon hearing that Yin country had mobilized the expeditionary force, Suzerain felt slightly relieved. As long as they held out until the main force arrived, they would be basically safe. With the energy in their daughter's hands, as long as they were aboard the warship, they would be absolutely safe. I give you access to those monitoring systems. It's best to report this to your superiors as soon as possible, so you can take precautions. After a few gestures on the computer, Suzerain granted Lu Qingyang access to hundreds of artificial monitoring stations in the border star region. Naturally, she wouldn't be so foolish as to expose their black zone's internal surveillance to others. After personally inspecting the footage captured by the monitoring equipment, Lu Qingyang's expression darkened. I report the situation first. With that, Lu Qingyang stood up and went directly to the next room. Mom, what about our hometown, Sufa Star? Su Tang frowned. Back home, there was Ming Jin. You're so stupid. How would they know which planet is our home planet, Sufa? Suzerain reached out and tapped Su Tang on the head. There are so many planets in the Black Triangle Galaxy. Just distinguishing between inhabited and uninhabited planets takes a long time. Land warfare won't be easy once we find an inhabited planet. After all, they can't bomb every one of them. So you lied to me? Su Tang was a little confused. Didn't they say they were going to be massacred? I didn't lie to you. If the space warfare forces withdraw, then the land forces naturally have no chance of winning. But clearing the planets will take a long time. Suzerain patted Su Tang's head with amusement. Mom is just afraid of the worst-case scenario. The Black Triangle Galaxy falls into the hands of the US, Europe, and Lafayette. By the way, how much energy do you have? Because a fierce battle might be imminent, Suzerain immediately became concerned about the energy issue. And, just as she was about to tell the truth that she had 411 units, Su Tang was suddenly startled. She still had Su Xiaobai. At this critical moment, she had to rely on the help of a master to save the situation. Su Tang switched to mental communication and said, Mom, I still have 12 units of energy, but don't tell anyone else. Naturally, she only had 411 units left, leaving her with 6, so she could only capture Su Xiaobai, the capable man. So many. Su Tang's words stunned Suzerain, then, after recovering, she exuded a confident expression. With so much energy, what's there to be afraid of? Just attack them, and they be done. But that's a country, they have plenty of energy, right? Su Tang was speechless. Bombard them directly? Wasn't that a hasty way of fighting? I guarantee it's still unknown whether their fleet has a total of 11 units of energy. Generally, a warship with 9 units of energy is considered sufficient. Yemo, no, it's that kid Lu Jinyu who knows the location of the US-European Federation space jump point leading directly to the Black Triangle Galaxy. As long as we have sufficient firepower, we can fight our way there, and then defend the area near that space jump point. They have to advance through the border, which will be much simpler. Besides, the relationship has been torn apart. For the Yin Federation, this Black Lightning Zone is a crucial location. If it falls under the complete control of the US and Europe, then they could enter the Black Lightning Zone from that jump point, and then from there into Yan's Black Crow Galaxy, which would also pose a threat to Yin. Suzerain spoke with a certain seriousness. After hearing Suzerain's words, Su Tang couldn't help but feel a little guilty. So, was Lu Jinyu actually going to seize that key location? Then, wasn't the energy she lent him a little insufficient? After all, this concerns the safety of Yin. Seeing Su Tang was silent, Suzerain patted her shoulder and said, Daughter, don't think too much. These are not things you should worry about. No matter what, Mom will never let you get into danger. Mom, do you think we should attack that space jump point? Su Tang asked hesitantly. Of course, if we have the ability, we should attack. Suzerain expressed her thoughts without hesitation. After all, if we have the ability, it would be best to incorporate the Black Triangle Galaxy into Yin Country's star region. Besides, your mother is greedy and wants to protect the Su family and be with your father. If the Black Triangle Galaxy belongs to Mayo or Lafayette, even if we surrender, we can save the Su family, but your father and I will have no chance. Suzerain smiled bitterly as she spoke. Su Tang was stunned, then a complicated feeling. Should she actually be grateful to Lu Jinyu for not negotiating? If negotiations were successful, and their family's Black Evil Zone belonged to Mayo, would she cry? Mom, why don't we just fight back to Yin Country directly from the Black Lightning Zone? Gritting her teeth, Su Tang felt that taking the initiative seemed right. Otherwise, they would really think they were easy to bully. Anyway, you said that even if the Latin American Federation invaded, they wouldn't clear the planet anytime soon. Well? Suzerain hesitated. With so much energy, she was naturally confident going to war alone, but she felt a little nervous about having her daughter with her. Mom, the war has already begun. With all the energy, you can definitely defeat them. Record the entire process. When you return to Yin country, use this as evidence. We have Ji Jincheng find a solution. With your military achievements defeating the US and European armies, it will be much easier for you to join the military. Su Tang clenched her fists. Military achievements weren't easy to establish in peacetime, but now was a golden opportunity. Join the Yin country military? Suzerain's eyes suddenly darkened. She was a powerful figure in the Black Triangle Galaxy, but in Yin country, she was just a small family head. The difference was quite significant. Mom, it's settled. I go prepare the energy stones. Wait for me for 10 minutes. Without waiting for Suzerain's response, Su Tang returned to her room. As soon as the door closed, Su Tang immediately pulled out 6 energy stones, adding 1 a minute at a time. After confirming that her mental energy remained within the stones, she immediately began to exploit Su Xiaobai. Since the situation had escalated to the point of a war between 2 or even 3 nations, Su Xiaobai didn't act recklessly and cooperated, combining 6 first quality, level 11 energy stones. This entire process took less than 5 minutes, leaving Su Tang feeling frustrated. Then, after mixing the remaining first quality, level 11 energy stones that Su Xiaobao had eaten with Su Xiaobai, she added her remaining mental energy and left the room with a beaming smile. Even if someone were to discover Su Xiaobai, there was no record of Su Xiaobai's mental energy. At most, she would be considered an unknown individual, and others would simply assume she had combined the energy stones. Chapter 545. A meteorite turbulence zone at the border of the Yin Nation star region. Yin Zima's face darkened as he watched the meteorite streak across the starry sky outside the warship, his mind unsettled. He felt like he must be dreaming. What's with that expression? It's not my fault. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I crushed them in a second. Why would I have to sit here and suffer this? At his feet, a bird-like creature, covered in flames, chattered incessantly, using its mental energy. Yin Zima felt his head buzzing. With deep suspicion, Yin Zima looked down at a certain bird with the potential to be a chatterbox. How could the phoenix, so domineering and powerful in its previous life, now be a ball bird? And a ball bird with absolutely no killing power at all. What are you looking at? I'm powerful, and it's you who woke me up before I even evolved. The phoenix refused to give in, its flames intensifying, clearly displeased with Yin Zima's questioning. Shut up. With a fierce kick, the phoenix was thrown against the wall, and the ball of flame transformed into an egg, rolling back and forth with the warship's movement. Seeing the phoenix transformed into an egg, Yin Zima felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He had prepared so well, bringing so much energy to strangle it. Could it be an imposter, or was he being tricked by fate? Once he entered the meteorite turbulence zone, as if drawn by some kind of force, he easily found the phoenix. To be more precise, he found an egg within the ruins of a certain planet. For some reason, he felt that this was the unborn phoenix. Since it was still an egg, it had to be destroyed. Unfortunately, neither the laser sword nor the energy cannon could harm it. At his wit's end, he must have lost his mind. He lifted the egg and smashed it on the ground, and then things got weird. The eggshell shattered, leaving nothing inside. Confused, he squatted down to examine it. Then, weirder still, the eggshell had actually cut his hand, and then the bald-haired bird appeared. The bald-haired bird rambled on, but he only understood 2 things. First, it was his ancestral star beast, and second, it was now his star beast. Yin Zima naturally had no fondness for the phoenix that had killed him, and Su Tang in his previous life. Without a second thought, he launched his energy spear at it. And weirder still, the phoenix, so powerful it was impossible to look directly at, had died and turned into an egg. With his past life's experience, he naturally knew it was about to reach nirvana. But after a day of waiting, as if facing a formidable enemy, the phoenix finally emerged from its eggshell. Then, another atomic bomb blasted another egg. Every time it hatched, it looked so weak, even the weakest ones dying with a pinch or a kick from him. Absolutely no progress at all, so this was definitely not a phoenix, just a bald-haired bird, but while it was weak, it did possess the attribute of immortality. When it transformed into an egg, he was truly helpless against it. Yin Zimu then began to hesitate. Was the bald-haired bird feigning surrender now, because it was so weak? Would it wait until it regained its strength and launch a desperate counterattack to destroy humanity? That seemed possible. but he couldn't find a way to kill it. Frustrated, Yen Zimu remained stranded in the meteorite turbulence, unsure of his next move. He walked a few steps, bent down, and picked up the egg. Holding it in front of him, Yen Zimu examined it with a dark look in his eyes. "Marshal, they're coming again. Should we engage them?" A soldier reported solemnly, while Yen Zimu was still lost in thought. "Accurate positioning, Mecha Squadron, engage. Activate biological detection systems to prevent the enemy from infiltrating the fleet." With a flick of his hand, he tossed the Phoenix egg into a corner and began to review the various surveillance feeds. He knew it all. His luck had always been bad. Before he even dealt with the Phoenix threat, a ticking time bomb, an even bigger one, was about to strike. On the battleship's deck, mechas lined up neatly. Teams of soldiers entered them in an orderly fashion. The hatches opened, and the mecha squadron stood guard at the front of the fleet like loyal knights. "Marshal, they're about to enter attack range. 60 seconds until their mental power goes out of control. All adjustments, switch to manual operation. Focus on aiming, watch your distance, and don't let them get close." After a burst of fire, the enemy gradually emerged from the blaze. Mechas, completely different in design from those of the Federation, appeared on screen. The Federation's mechas were all humanoid, while the enemies were snake-like. "Marshal, the biological detectors indicate an unpredictable number of creatures approaching the fleet." "Again!" Yen Zimu's face darkened. "Mechanical mecha team, clear out the surrounding buzzing monsters. All ships activate the lowest energy consumption flame shield." On October 18, 20315, the Expeditionary Force, already on its way, suddenly received an urgent order to halt its march. It was Skynet again, and the 11 heads of government and military remained. Directly above the conference table, a 3D video screen played. A soldier, approximately 30 years old, reported the situation in the meteorite turbulence zone with a solemn expression. "These are the Naga aliens." Hanya's eyes were filled with horror. Their ancestors had once encountered a mecha, completely different from the Federation's, on the border of the Dokue Galaxy. They were also the ones who discovered the Naga, an intelligent race with a human body and a snake tail. However, after a long search near the Dokue Galaxy, they found nothing except that mecha and a Naga corpse inside. So, although the military had records, there was no information on whether this alien race had perished or where it was. Does this mean that the Naga aliens are actually outside the meteorite turbulence zone on the border of our Dokue Galaxy? Or even within it? Jiang Yi's brows furrowed deeply. The meteorite turbulence zone is a vast star region, but for some reason, it is densely populated with meteorites. Planets there are frequently impacted by meteorites, and therefore are not included in the development plan. Those who curiously ventured deeper into the meteorite turbulence zone rarely returned, leaving it a desolate and uncared-for area. I hadn't expected Yen Zimu to go there this time, and even less to expect the Naga aliens there. They were actually right on the border of the Yen nation. Is that meteorite turbulence zone Naga territory, and Yen Zimu's intrusion considered an invasion? As long as he returns, everything should be fine. I think we should first resolve the Black Triangle issue, and then deploy heavy troops to guard that border. Citarue spoke with some doubt. Having lived side by side for so many years without incident, the Naga must not be a warlike race. Looking up, Lu Dong's gaze, as if brewing a raging storm, stared directly at the presenter in the video, Yen Mingdong, and suddenly spoke, "Let me ask you, in battle against the Naga, were they able to control the buzzing demons?" "Yes, every time the Naga aliens appear, they are accompanied by countless buzzing demons. That's why our marshal suspects the buzzing demons are their pets," Yen Mingdong said firmly. "Buzzing demons are definitely rare star beasts. The appearance of so many this time is definitely related to the Naga alien race." Yen Mingdong's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Dong slumped back in his seat, seemingly devastated. "What's wrong?" Qin Qinyuan was puzzled. Lu Dong, the old man, was known for his cunning ways, but how could he possibly lose his composure like this? His eyes darkened, and he sensed something was seriously wrong. You might not know. Even after countless experiences, Lu Dong's face was strangely pale. In the Black Triangle Galaxy's Black Lightning Zone, during our battle against the US and European legions, a buzzing demon appeared. Qin Qinyuan's reaction was immediate, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You mean the US and Europeans have allied with the Naga, or with the alien races? I hope I'm overthinking this." Lu Dong shook his head with a complexion. Chapter 546. Because the US-European Federation's alliance with the Naga aliens was still undetermined, Lu Dong went directly to Lu Jinyu to verify the news. At this time, Lu Jinyu, on the front lines of the Black Triangle Galaxy, naturally received the military's news first. Upon hearing the news that the Naga aliens were breeding buzzing monsters, Lu Jinyu's face darkened completely. No wonder so many buzzing monsters appeared in this crucial area near the front line. He hadn't paid much attention to the one that was eaten by the tongue snake before, thinking it was a star beast tamed by that scumbag Howard. And when he sneaked in alone a few days ago, he only found Agumon. That scumbag Howard must have gone to get reinforcements. Combined with the sudden appearance of a large number of buzzing monsters, Lu Jinyu immediately found the key. The US-European Federation had definitely joined forces with the Naga aliens. Looking at the buzzing monsters that had also appeared in the Black Triangle Galaxy, the military concluded that the US-European and Naga alliance was completely confirmed, and the most likely possibility was that the Naga aliens area had a space jump point directly connected to the US-European Federation. Meanwhile, Ji Jincheng brought bad news. When he contacted the CEO of Leifei to demand a joint condemnation of the US-European Federation's egregious actions, which were endangering the human alliance, the CEO hesitated. Ji Jincheng immediately understood that he was either hoping to reap the benefits or had already joined forces with the US and Europe. After discussion, the expeditionary force ultimately headed for the Black Triangle star field. Troops drawn from the major families, combined with the remaining available military forces, formed the defensive line in the meteorite turbulence zone. In addition, the garrisons of non-critical star systems were largely mobilized, all stationed in the border areas. In late October of the year 20315 of the Xingji era, a tense atmosphere permeated the Yin Federation. From every major family whose guard force reached the level of a legion, the military urgently requisitioned half a legion of its troops. Each energy-rich family was also forcibly requisitioned varying amounts of energy. Energy engineers from the Energy Engineers Guild and the Ministry of Energy. Energy engineers everywhere curbed their slack and began working intensively, synthesizing energy for over 20 hours a day. Conscription orders were issued on populated planets, large and small. Military factories began working day and night to manufacture space warfare equipment. Tens of thousands of artificial monitoring and positioning satellites were urgently deployed along the border between the Dokui Galaxy and the meteorite turbulence zone. The borders with the United States, Europe, Latin America, and other countries were even more saturated with artificial monitoring and positioning satellites. Some of the most agile, wealthy, and powerful individuals were migrating to the central star region of Yin. In the Black Triangle Galaxy, when Su Saran arrived at the front line with 5 11-unit energy battleships, Lu Jinyu was lingering on the outer edge. "Why are you here too?" As soon as the video link was connected, Lu Jinyu frowned upon seeing Su Tang there. "Why are you still here?" Su Saran raised an eyebrow in confusion. As far as she knew, the starfield not far ahead was the main planet of the Black Lightning Zone, assuming they hadn't relocated. It seemed the two most important space jump points were also there. "We can't get through there. That scum Howard is allied with the Naga aliens. There are too many buzzing monsters hiding on the planets in the star field ahead. The fleet will be disturbed as soon as it approaches. Without mental control, it is impossible to accurately locate the attack." Lu Jinyu's brows deepened. It is undeniable that Howard's command level is very high, but even so, he did not take him seriously. He was still beaten to a pulp by him. He thought he went back to ask for reinforcements, but it turned out that the reinforcements he went to ask for were the Naga aliens. They joined forces with the alien race. Su Saran was visibly shocked. Naga alien race? After hearing Lu Jinyu's words, Su Tang recalled with some apprehension that the military's special records seemed to have recorded the discovery of a corpse with a human body and a snake tail. As for why it was determined to be an alien race, not a star beast, it was because the corpse was found inside a mecha, a special model not produced in any country in the human alliance. Because it relied on high technology like humans, it was named the Naga alien race. LV Qingyang, standing behind the two of them, remained silent, but his eyes showed that he was no less surprised than Su Saran. "So the current situation is difficult for us to overcome?" Coming to his senses, Su Saran felt the situation was thorny. The buzzing demon could interfere with mental power. If it interfered, it could easily result in a situation where it was aimed at the enemy, but accidentally hit its own side. And while the artillery of warships and starships could be manually controlled, it was far inferior to mental power. It's like a warship controlled by mental power is like a person with quick movements and agility, while a human operator is like a patient with slow reactions and sluggish movements. It's not that we can't get through, but once we're surrounded by the buzzing monsters, their fleet will immediately appear. If we don't withdraw in time, we'd be in a passive position. My mecha troops are clearing out the buzzing monsters and their nearby monitoring equipment, but there are so many planets here, who knows where they're hiding. So for now, we can only clear them out step by step and advance gradually. Suzerain felt a sense of unease after hearing Lu Jinyu's words. Their fleet was hidden behind the buzzing monster, making it difficult to target. I don't have many mechas here, and it would be too much trouble to clean them up. Forget it, I come over and go behind them myself. With that, before the three of them could react, Lu Jinyu cut off the communication. Hearing this, Tingsha was the first to react. He immediately hugged Su Tang's thigh and screamed, "Wow! Beautiful sister, I don't want to go back there. It's too dangerous." With that, before Su Tang could react, Tingsha disappeared in a flash of white light. Su Tang was stunned. Could it be that he had entered her body? "I'm here." Sure enough, this time the childish voice came from inside her. Could it really be that he had entered her stomach? Su Tang felt like crying, but she couldn't. This feeling was too strange. "No, there's someone next door to me, and he also has a tattoo." "You're overthinking it," Su Xiaobai, who couldn't stand Su Tang's foolishness, said. "Tattoo?" Su Tang's eyes lit up. She seemed to have seen a tattoo of a small, winged snake on Lu Jinyu's chest. So that was actually the tongue snake? But sticking to her skin without her consent, was that really okay? "Pretty sister, can you please let me hide for a moment?" Tongue Snake began to act coquettishly in its soft, childish voice, then launched into tearful accusations. "You don't even know. That idiot Lu Jinyu, with that silly butterfly, insisted I charge into that crowd of enemies. It scared me to death. I took several rounds of fire. If I weren't so thick-skinned, I'd probably be grilled snake meat right now. He's going too far." Su Tang. So impressive. He actually charged into the enemy fleet alone with his star beast. Chapter 547. Sure enough, within minutes, Lu Jinyu piloted his mecha to Suzerain's warship. Determined in his aim, Lu Jinyu charged directly towards Su Tang. "Where's the tongue snake?" Upon seeing the three, Lu Jinyu stated his purpose without hesitation. "I don't know." Su Tang spread her hands, with a look of "I don't know either." After scanning the warship with his mental power, and finding nothing, Lu Jinyu fixed Su Tang with a determined gaze. "Don't think I don't know. It's definitely on you. If you don't hand it over, I search it." "Nonsense!" Lu Qingyang shouted, stepping in front of Su Tang. "That's an enemy fleet. How could you take the first ancestor and her on such a risk?" "What about the first ancestor? That little BS **** betrayed me long ago." Lu Jinyu curled his lips in disdain. While the tongue snake looked powerful, it was practically useless besides being a star beast. If he wasn't awakened, he would sleep like a dead person for 365 days a year. "You?" Lu Qingyang was clearly irritated. "All right." Suzerain rubbed his head, feeling a slight headache. Just as he was about to say something, his laptop started to buzz. Seeing the call, he glanced up at the three of them, a flicker of hesitation across his face before he finally said, "I have something to attend to. Daughter, if he wants to go, let him go alone. Don't get involved." Suzerain hurried away. Glancing at Lu Jinyu and Lu Qingyang, Su Tang understood something. Something was a secret they couldn't let them know. "Let's talk." As soon as Suzerain left, Lu Jinyu grabbed Su Tang's arm and led her into the next room. As the two of them moved, Lu Qingyang paused for a second before deciding to ignore it. He was quite self-aware. The light bulb was still an eyesore. As long as Lu Jinyu didn't do something stupid like taking Su Tang into the enemy's position, and as long as Su Tang's safety was assured, he didn't need to worry about anything else. "I want to discuss something with you." Dragging Su Tang into the room, Lu Jinyu adopted his favorite position, holding her in his lap. Although it was a discussion, his tone was undeniable. Sneaking behind enemy lines is out of the question. Su Tang firmly denied it. She was someone who valued her life very much. Well, to put it bluntly, she was timid. She would never dare venture behind enemy lines. "It's very safe. Tongue Snake is here, so there's no need to worry. Besides, I'm here." Lu Jinyu looked at her with disdain, as if to say, "Why are you so timid? It's not safe with you around. You're not going to die, but I am." Su Tang remained unmoved. This wasn't a trip. This was a trip behind enemy lines. "Really? I sneaked in before. As long as you find a good spot and hide well, and then wait for the fleet to pass and launch a surprise attack, it's absolutely no problem. I still owe you so much energy. I take your butterfly baby out for a feast." Lu Jinyu said casually, as if he were strolling around his own backyard. "Thanks, But my little one is really full right now, and can't take much energy, so there's no point in going. Su Tang flatly refused. Risking her life behind enemy lines for such a small amount of energy would be foolish. Are you full? Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How fast are you fusing energy stones right now? None of your business. Don't try to take my energy stones. They're mine. Su Tang rolled her eyes. I'm serious. If you support me, I take down the US and Europe. You know, their star field is even larger than our Yin nations. They have 36 galaxies. We just destroy them, and then we annex Lafei. Then our Yin nation will be the sole superpower, unifying the galaxy. Isn't that exciting? Lu Jinyu's face shone with arrogance and conceit, as if what he had said would soon come true. I won't. Without pause, Su Tang poured a bucket of cold water on Lu Jinyu's words. Damn, are you a citizen of Yin nation? Lu Jinyu's face instantly fell. Lack of energy was a serious drawback. When the energy gap was a few times or even dozens of times, one could rely on schemes and tricks. No, sophisticated military tactics, to launch a desperate counterattack and defeat the strong with the weak. But when the energy gap reached dozens of times or more, schemes and tricks were useless. Therefore, without energy, unifying the galaxy was a fool's errand. Of course I'm a citizen of Yin country. I'm a patriot, Su Tang said confidently. If she weren't patriotic, would she have needed Ji Jincheng to help her mother get into the military? If she were a little more cold-blooded and hard-hearted, a few years later, when she had 13 or 14 units of energy, she could have her mother sail a battleship all the way to the capital system. The National Treasury only had 12 units of energy. Anyone who disobeyed would be killed, planet and all. Unifying Yin country would be a piece of cake. You're still patriotic? Those bastards have bullied us, and you're going to let them? I can't stand it, Lu Jinyu said angrily. Just kick them out. Su Tang frowned. As the old saying goes, it's better to be a dog in peacetime than a man in chaos. Innocent civilians suffer the most in war. You think it's easy. This time they have allied with the Naga tribe. It's obvious that they have ambitions to annex our Yin country. If we don't get rid of the roots, they will grow again. If we give them time to relax, they will definitely come back, so we must eradicate them completely. Lu Jinyu held Su Tang's hand tightly, his tone a little gloomy. Su Tang was stunned by these words, lowering her head to reflect. Undeniably, Lu Jinyu had a point. But for an energy technician, contributing energy voluntarily would only earn her some money and improve her status. She was already a member of the royal family, and she couldn't level up anymore. And money? She definitely had more than she could spend. So, if she supported the nation's invasion plan, her efforts would be in vain. At best, she would gain a good reputation. But what if her mother was asked to expand the territory and achieve great feats? How could she let her mother do such a dangerous thing? For a moment, Su Tang was torn again. After much hesitation, Su Tang finally realized she was overthinking it. After the Black Triangle Galaxy was pacified and incorporated into Yin Nation, whether to invade the United States and Europe would be a decision made by the military, not Lu Jinyu alone. Therefore, it was none of her business at the moment. Let's talk about this later. I really don't have that much energy right now. Let me ask you, how did you manage to kill that Prince Argument last time? Leaving aside the question of the battle, Su Tang recalled Lu Jinyu's misdeeds. I customized a CM6, equipped with all the stealth systems and a level 9 energy cannon. Didn't you give me 3 level 9 energy stones last time? I stole it. You stole it. Su Tang interrupted before she could finish. She was getting angry just talking about this. Okay, I stole it last time. Lu Jinyu rubbed his nose awkwardly, seeming to have been quite the jerk that time. Look, last time I stole your stuff, and this time I'm selling myself to you. So you're the one who profited. Do you think you're worth 6 trillion credit points? Su Tang shot him a disdainful look. I think I'm priceless. Lu Jinyu nodded seriously, then added, it's you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care if they were a master or not. I just grabbed them. Chapter 548. Okay, back to the point. How did you kill Argument? Su Tang was speechless. Sure enough, Lu Jinyu was a bandit at heart. After reaching their surveillance perimeter, I infiltrated alone in my mech. Howard was the previous commander, and I was planning to go after him. However, at that interstellar jump point, we happened to encounter a fleet bearing the Argument family's insignia. They had just emerged from the jump point, and their brains were a bit slow to react. With a single level 9 energy cannon shot, I destroyed the main battleship, and then I returned. Lu Jinyu said this with a casual understatement. Even though Lu Jinyu's tone was relaxed and his description was simple, Su Tang still found it a bit complex. If there had been even the slightest mistake, and if the Naga had already arrived with the buzzing demon, he might not have been able to return. Don't do such dangerous things again. Su Tang lowered her head, her expression a bit complicated. She felt a little uncomfortable with Lu Jinyu's disregard for her own safety. Even Tongue Snake wasn't around. How could he be so careless about his own life? Somehow, thinking of the assassination attempt by Qin Chunyuan and the other three, Su Tang felt a surge of guilt. If he had returned to the Black Crow system himself, would she really never have seen him again? Huh? Worried about me? Hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Jinyu suddenly brightened. He pulled her close to him, resting his chin on the top of Su Tang's head, narrowing his eyes in amusement. Don't worry, I won't die that easily. Leaning quietly against Lu Jinyu's chest for a moment, listening to his heartbeat, Su Tang felt that her surname was indeed Su. Could she be a saintly woman? Sighing, Su Tang touched her interspatial ring and decided to follow her heart. Su Saran hadn't taken all of her energy stones. Each of the Su family's 30 starships received a level 9 energy stone, while the other 2 warships only had 10 level 9 stones. Her mother explained that the appearance of a level 10 energy stone on a battlefield would always arouse suspicion. While a level 9 energy stone was quite impressive, it would still cause less of a stir. The main battleship was equipped with 5 level 11 energy stones, mixed with her and Su Xiaobai's spiritual power. So, right now, her interspatial ring still had 5 level 11 stones, the same 10 level 10 stones, and 40 level 9 stones. Giving Lu Jinyu a slight push, putting some distance between them, Su Tang pulled out 1 level 11 and 3 level 10 stones from her interspatial ring, then stuffed them into Lu Jinyu's arms. Here you go, she said, her voice tinged with annoyance. She was indeed easily moved by emotions. Don't expect to be some cold-blooded, iron-fisted queen in this lifetime. For me? After seeing what Su Tang had thrust into his hand, Lu Jinyu's voice trembled slightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. Even after he held the 4 energy stones in his hands, he still felt it was unreal. Don't give it back to me. A flicker of shame and annoyance crossed Su Tang's face. If Lu Jinyu died on the battlefield, it would be his own fault. Why should she worry about him? Why would she be so crazy as to give him so much energy? Of course, but do you want me to sign a contract to sell myself? Even after confirming that Su Tang had truly given it to him, Lu Jinyu remained skeptical. Come on, do you think you have the money to pay me back? Su Tang looked at him with a hint of disdain. Mecha pilots are all poor bastards. I feel like even if I work as a pirate for a lifetime, I still won't be able to pay it off. So I accepted my fate, and decided to pay it back with my body. Lu Jinyu's face was serious, as if it were a serious matter. Then, he suddenly smiled, his voice filled with joy. Why are you so nice to me all of a sudden? Have you found your conscience? I'm afraid if you die, I lose everything, and you still owe me a debt. Su Tang said this in a hypocritical tone, but inwardly, she was still worried about his safety. She wanted him alive. Even if he gave her a headache, she still didn't want him dead. Hee. Lu Jinyu laughed cheerfully again, then put away the 3 level 10 coins, and examined the level 11 one carefully. Since it was inconvenient to hold Su Tang, he didn't take out the tester, but asked directly, how much is this? This one is level 11, and the other 3 are level 10. Since it was already a gift, Su Tang didn't hide it. 11. Upon hearing this, Lu Jinyu's eyes lit up, and then his face lit up with excitement. Have you decided to support me in fighting them? No, this is to save your life. Whether or not we go to war in the US and Europe depends on the military. Su Tang gritted her teeth again at Lu Jinyu's words. Thinking about war all the time, being a pacifist would kill her. I'm not so bad as to rely on energy stones to save my life. Lu Jinyu clearly disagreed with Su Tang's idea of saving her life. If we encounter an enemy with more energy, no matter how good your command or how sophisticated your strategy, it's useless. Su Tang curled her lips. In the face of absolute firepower, everything is reduced to ashes. That's true. Lu Jinyu finally nodded. So, a country's strength ultimately depends on the quality of its energy specialists. Waving his hand, Lu Jinyu felt a little helpless. Forget it, let's not think about the war in the US and Europe for now. Where's the tongue snake? Call it out. What are you doing? Su Tang said, her face wary. I'm telling you, don't even think about going behind enemy lines. Since you're so worried about me, I won't go. Lu Jinyu, feeling cheerful, secretly kissed Su Tang on the cheek and then shared his plan. Let it out. I take it to clear out the buzzing monsters around here and find their base. They won't get far. Now that we have the energy you provided, we naturally have to find a way to attack them. That space jump point connecting the US and Europe directly here can't be left alone. I'm going to destroy it. Space jump points can be destroyed? Su Tang's face showed a hint of disbelief. Of course, some space jump points will be destroyed as soon as the exit is confirmed to be dangerous. Turning to business, Lu Jinyu's face darkened. Behind the Black Lightning Sector lies the Black Crow Galaxy. If the US and Europe enter the Black Lightning Sector en masse through that space jump point and then invade Yin Nation, the Black Crow Galaxy and the surrounding galaxies will suffer. How much energy does that require? A typical space jump point is similar to a planet. You see, the buzzing monsters are all over this area. Pulling up a galaxy map, Lu Jinyu began to explain. The center is where the space jump point is, but if we get close, the buzzing monsters will emerge from the surrounding planets. Once the buzzing monsters appear, their fleets will follow. Forget it, don't worry about it. Send Tongue Snake out with me to check the area. If it really doesn't want to, I drive the mecha. Lu Jinyu decided that he should take care of that himself. Putting Su Tang down, Lu Jinyu stood up. Although he felt a little reluctant, the front line was no time for sentimental relationships, and he had a clear understanding of priorities. Wait, let Tongue Snake go too. Su Tang ultimately decided that it would be safer for Tongue Snake to go with her. She also knew that being able to operate an intelligent mecha didn't guarantee she could operate a mechanical mecha. And who knew how good Lu Jinyu's mecha skills were? After confirming that it was really just moving around nearby, Tingsha stopped being stubborn and set off with Lu Jinyu. Chapter 549. Across the street, Su Saran stood in a room filled with surveillance cameras, his expression somewhat gloomy. Behind him, two men stood respectfully, their faces tense and filled with worry. So you noticed something unusual? Master, I think everything is normal. It's Su Mian who's being overly concerned. The slightly chubby man to Su Saran's right broke out in a cold sweat, secretly glancing at the man beside him. Su Mian, our positioning monitoring satellite has 135 systems. Are you saying all 135 have been hacked? Su Saran turned and glared sharply at the older man beside the chubby man. Master, the situation is indeed as dire as you said. The older man to his left had a deep, worried look on his face, but it was clear that this fear wasn't due to Su Saran's gaze. Su Mian, have you noticed anything? What do you want to say? Su Saran stared directly at the older man, a bad feeling welling up in his stomach. Su Mian had always been a steady and careful man, but for him to show this expression, it was clear that something was seriously wrong. Master, look here. Su Mian took a deep breath, his eyes filled with caution, and then a surveillance video was brought up. After watching the short 1-minute video, Su Saran frowned in confusion. What's the problem? At normal speed, there's indeed no problem. Su Mian's expression grew increasingly serious, and he edited the video into a series of still frames. Look at these two. It was a figure. A figure flashed across the surveillance video. Su Saran's face instantly darkened, and his voice lost its composure, revealing disbelief. How could it be possible? How could they appear? Master, although our monitoring system is still functioning normally, but... Su Mian suddenly looked up, his gaze firm. I, Su Mian, can attest with my life that our monitoring system has been compromised. Even everything we've seen so far is an illusion created by the other party. Illusion? Su Saran's face paled instantly. The video surveillance footage showed their black evil zone as peaceful as ever, with the Lafei forces still gathered at the border. If this was an illusion, then what was the truth? Su Saran immediately contacted the person in charge of the planetary base. Su Sheng, is there anything unusual over there? Although the image connected to the computer still showed the familiar figure, Su Saran still felt a little apprehensive. Could she believe what she was seeing? Master, everything is normal, Su Sheng said, his expressionless face familiar to Su Saran. Well, remain on alert, Su Sheng. I'm in trouble. I have your son, Su Kaiyan, bring a fleet of 10 starships to support me. Su Saran spoke calmly, not missing a single expression on Su Sheng's face. Master, you're mistaken. Xiaoyan left 10 years ago. Do you need me to send our youngest son, Su Kaiki, to support you? Su Sheng's face remained expressionless, but Su Saran caught a fleeting glimpse of grief. Really? Su Saran felt relieved. So, there hadn't been any trouble back home. No need for support. Immediately issue an order to cease external communications. All personnel at the base must remain in hiding and ensure their safety. Do not act rashly until I personally come to you. With a wave of his hand, Suzerain made a decisive move. In this situation, where the enemy is hidden and we are in the open, concealment is the best defense. If they can disrupt our surveillance, the situation is truly unfavorable. Head of the family. Su Sheng was clearly puzzled by Suzerain's order. Our surveillance has been compromised, and I'm afraid our communications won't last much longer. Don't trust any commands you see through the computer. Suzerain's face was heavy. I understand. Clearly, Su Sheng was a clever man, realizing immediately that the head of the family hadn't forgotten Su Qian's death, but was testing him. After making arrangements for the rear, Suzerain once again turned her gaze to Su Mian. Activate all anti-intrusion firewalls. Even if we can't kill the enemy, we can't let them obtain any further information. Send me this footage. Yes. Leaving the monitoring room, Suzerain's expression grew increasingly grim. Joining forces with the aliens? Had they also joined forces with the aliens? What would the Yin Federation do then? Although her daughter's status as an energy engineer would have earned her the highest treatment in any country, what about a slave of a conquered nation? Quickening her pace, Suzerain decided to immediately consult with Lu Jinyu. Her daughter couldn't stay in this black triangle galaxy for a single moment. After Lu Jinyu left, Su Tang naturally returned to her daily task of combining energy stones. Tang, give me all the energy. Suzerain spoke directly upon entering. What's going on? Su Tang was a bit bewildered, withdrawing her mental energy. Didn't they say before that having too many warships wasn't a good thing? Something's happened. We can't stay in the Black Triangle Galaxy for a moment. Leave with me now. Suzerain's face was filled with anxiety. Where's Lu Jinyu? He said he was going out to take a look. Su Tang's heart sank. Something serious? So the current situation wasn't serious enough? Had something worse happened? Out? Suzerain frowned and went straight to Lu Qingyang, who was still next door. Quick, contact your base on Haika Star. Huh? Lu Qingyang was stunned. He was keeping a close eye on the situation on Haika Star, and the star field beyond. There were no abnormalities at all, and Leifei hadn't crossed the border. Why are you still standing there? Contact the base. Seeing Lu Qingyang's daze, Suzerain urged. Okay. Although a little confused, Lu Qingyang still dialed the number. 13th brother, any new instructions? The screen connected, and a man who looked a bit like Lu Qingyang appeared on the screen. 4th brother, I want to ask about the situation at the base behind us. Was that Lu Ling? Lu Qingyang's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained formal. Can't you check the surveillance in the rear? There's nothing unusual here. Lu Ling was slightly annoyed by what he considered to be a pointless question. Got it. Sorry to bother you, 4th brother. Lu Qingyang lowered his eyes and hung up the call, his gaze still obscure as he stared at the computer on his wrist, as if trying to see through it. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Confirming everything was normal, Suzerain breathed a sigh of relief. No, that's not my 4th brother, Lu Ling suddenly looking up. Lu Qingyang's dark eyes were filled with turmoil, and his voice was firm. Lu Ling never calls me 13th brother. He never wants to acknowledge that he has a brother like me. Lu Qingyang closed his eyes, suppressing his shock as he explained with unwavering confidence, he's my great-uncle's son. He would never call me 13th brother. Knowing Lu Qingyang and Lu Jinyu's tumultuous past, Su Tang suddenly understood. You said that man was a fake? Suzerain didn't know why Lu Qingyang was so certain, but since he said it was a fake, her suspicions were true. They had truly invaded. So, surveillance and communications were completely paralyzed. Unbelievable. And inside a warship in the starry sky, on an exquisitely luxurious throne, a man, with a sage-like demeanor smiled. Siwen, you've been exposed. Father, you said they discovered me? A handsome yet unimpressive man stared at the blackened video feed below him. His expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, without a trace of emotion or anger. Indeed, the person who had spoken initially was clearly unfazed by the exposure. Speed up your journey. If you keep it a secret, my little one will be worried. As if a thought occurred to him, the speaker paused. Then, in his still pleasant voice, he spoke with an incomparable coldness. Eliminate those annoying fleets at the border. Consider it my return gift to the Federation. Yes, father. Chapter 550. On Suzerain's main battleship, the three men were clearly not in good spirits. Although Su Tang knew nothing about warfare, she understood that communications and monitoring were paramount. Failures in both were like losing both ears and eyes. The universe was vast, and all first-hand information depended on images captured by manually monitoring and locating planets. If the images were unreliable, the situation would clearly deteriorate immensely. And if communications were unreliable, they would be completely isolated. So what do you mean now? Lu Qingyang looked at Su Saran with a heavy expression. She was Su Tang's mother, so he naturally relied on her to make the decision. Of course, if her decision endangered Su Tang's safety, he would absolutely not carry it out, but that was clearly not the case. Blast all the way back to Yin country, regardless of energy consumption. Su Saran's face darkened. Although the warship could only be controlled manually when encountering the buzzing demon, a slight deviation in accuracy or a slower speed wouldn't be a big deal given the absolute energy available. After hearing this, Lu Qingyang fell silent, seemingly pondering the feasibility of returning to Yin country. Suddenly, before he could confirm whether this was feasible, his computer issued a warning. Simultaneously, Su Saran's computer also began to beep. They exchanged glances and simultaneously opened their computers. The same image popped up. At the border, the Lafei fleet, once quietly gathered, was engulfed in a sea of white light. The only visible image was the relentless blaze of its energy cannons. Do you think this is real or fake? Su Saran stared at the screen for several minutes, his expression hesitant. Unsure. Lu Qingyang moved his lips, but he couldn't come to a conclusion. Su Tang, who had also stared at the image for several minutes, could only feel helpless. The lack of communication in this era was even more severe than the lack of mobile phones in the modern era. However, that was a 3D image. How could it be faked so realistically? After a while of discussing the image's authenticity, Lu Jinyu returned to the warship where Su Saran was. If we rush over now, we'd definitely be trapped on both sides if we encounter any special circumstances. From the image Su Saran sent him, Lu Jinyu suddenly realized that the mechanical empire had been dispatched. This year was indeed a time of turmoil. Then what should we do? Stay here? Su Saran clearly favored a charge. We can go there. Pulling up the Black Triangle Galaxy map again, Lu Jinyu pointed to the southwest corner not far from their current location and explained, there's a magnetic field problem near that star field. Signals can only be transmitted inward, while outward signals are intercepted. Therefore, radar and surveillance won't be able to detect whether there's a fleet hidden there. We can only confirm it ourselves by going inside. We can hide there. The situation is unclear right now, and I think it's unlikely that the robots will join forces with the US and Europe. So if they officially meet, they might start a war. We can wait until they're both defeated before taking advantage. If they join forces, won't we be trapped there? Su Saran still disagreed. No, there's a space jump point there. Not many people know about it. Lu Jinyu waved his hand. From there, we can reach my Black Ink Zone. A warship can reach the space jump point into your Black Evil Zone in just a few hours, and that exit is not far from the space jump point back to Yin country. So even if the situation becomes too serious to be controlled, as long as we have energy, we can still break out. How do you know so much? Su Saran's face lit up with suspicion. She didn't even know, yet that brat Lu Jinyu knew so much about it. I captured many black caravans. Don't underestimate them. They know more about some of the secret routes than we do. Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow. He definitely knew more about the Black Triangle's routes than Su Saran, a local. Okay, let's observe the situation. Since Lu Jinyu had said so, Su Saran didn't elaborate. Given the absolute energy supply, she could guarantee her daughter's safety, even if they encountered a large army of robots, as long as they didn't encounter energy-eating beasts. After adding tens of thousands of top-level anti-hacker monitoring and positioning stars to the area ahead, and reporting their new findings, the Yin Nation fleet retreated to the star field Lu Jinyu had mentioned. Once they entered that star field, Su Tang discovered that her computer could only receive messages, not send them. After entering this hidden state, Lu Jinyu, Su Saran, and even Lu Qingyang spent every day in the monitoring room. After a few days of fusing energy stones, Su Tang, somewhat worried about the situation, dragged her little tongue snake to the monitoring room to join in the fun. The largest monitoring room inside Lu Jinyu's warship was the size of a football field, densely packed with countless surveillance cameras, making Su Tang's eyes a little dizzy. Recovering from her reverie and taking in the images on some of the monitors, Su Tang's heart raced once again. Who could tell her what was going on? At the border with the US and Europe, once densely populated by buzzing demons, a warship, distinct from the Yin Federation and the US and Europe Federation, now floated quietly in space. Having never seen one before, Su Tang didn't know if it was a warship or something else entirely. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was, why were there people near the warship? Someone hunting buzzing monsters in the sky? Like a mecha, darting through the sky, hunting buzzing monsters? Rubbing her eyes, Su Tang was filled with disbelief. When she looked again, it was still a person. Even the poor surveillance footage had captured that fleeting humanoid. After seeing the three people with normal expressions, Su Tang suddenly understood. So these were the so-called robots? Are robots so realistic? Indistinguishable from real people? They're not the Alliance, after all. After seeing the robots strangling the buzzing monsters, Su Tang felt the situation wasn't that bad. Perhaps our surveillance has been hacked, or maybe what we're seeing is just an illusion. Lu Jinyu glanced at Su Tang and shook his head cautiously. Are you taking an illusion so seriously? Su Tang's speechless gaze swept over the three people, each with an extremely serious expression. That's why we have to take a closer look. Su Saran scratched his head in annoyance. I think it's quite realistic, actually. And didn't your technical department find any signs of intrusion in the surveillance? My technicians can only target human intrusions. Robots? Are they even human? Who knows how advanced their control over these program-controlled electronic devices is now? Lu Jinyu's eyes darkened. The war between humans and robots was a long time ago, and the military's data on robots wasn't comprehensive. Therefore, facing an enemy like robots, they could only rely on self-exploration and must be cautious. I think it makes sense. Maybe this is just a fake footage, meant to lure us out. Lu Qingyang, who had been carefully observing the surveillance footage, also expressed his opinion. After that, the three of them fell silent. Chapter 551. Watching the three silent people, Su Tang lowered her head and pondered for a moment, then realized that simply imagining the situation was useless. She couldn't determine whether the surveillance had been invaded or whether what they were seeing was real or an illusion. So we're just going to stay hidden in this star field and not go out. Su Tang gave Lu Jinyu a strange look. She expected him to burst out and fight the enemy, unable to bear the humiliation. Of course not. The surveillance footage could be real. Once they stop moving, I go out and investigate. The expeditionary force has received the message and will hold their ground at the border of the Black Crow Galaxy. If they're planning a surprise attack and creating a false alarm to confuse us, then our plan is doomed. Despite her calm words, Lu Jinyu felt a sense of unease. It was the entire human alliance that ultimately fought against the robots, ultimately reaching a ceasefire and forcing the robots to retreat into the machine empire. But if the US, Europe, robots, and the Naga joined forces, their chances of victory would be slim to none. Unconsciously, Lu Jinyu clenched his fists and glanced at Su Tang with a complicated expression. What's wrong? Lu Jinyu's gaze was so obvious that Su Tang noticed it immediately. I mean, if the situation is really that serious, if we ultimately lose, then you should surrender. Lu Jinyu's words betrayed an inexplicable sense of powerlessness in the face of reality. Why are you suddenly saying such depressing things? Su Tang was stunned. Lu Jinyu actually said such depressing things. It was totally unlike him. As a soldier of the Federation, I can die on the battlefield, but you don't need to. Just stay alive, even if... Ouch. Before he could finish his words, a sharp pain shot through his knee, and Lu Jinyu, caught off guard, fell to his knees. What are you doing? Realizing he'd been kicked hard by his future mother-in-law, Lu Jinyu looked up, a scowl on his face. You're so stupid. I kick you awake for free. Su Saran sneered, then raised her chin. We haven't even fought yet, and he's already saying such depressing things. If she didn't hit him, she really couldn't stand it any longer. Come on, now you made me even more stupid. Your daughter will definitely be held responsible. Dusting off his legs, Lu Jinyu stood up with a complex expression. He really seemed out of his mind just now, actually saying such depressing words after a defeat. You're responsible, you piece of shit. You brought down our Su family's overall IQ. Su Saran said with disdain. Wait, look here. They appeared. Su Tang shifted her focus as the topic shifted to her, pointing to the fleet faintly visible on the main surveillance screen. Huh, the Americans and Europeans are out to fight? Su Saran let out a hint of surprise, then involuntarily pointed to the side of the screen. Is that a Naga warship? What a bizarre shape, like a caterpillar. Even in such a somber atmosphere, Su Saran couldn't help but comment on the Naga alien race's bizarre warships. Following Su Saran's finger, Su Tang saw a series of slender, snake-like warships. Even as they sailed through the starry sky, they twisted and turned, a truly bizarre sight. The American and European warships had an oval shape somewhat resembling a UFO, and the shape of a ship, while the Robot Empire's warship had an 8-sided diamond structure. Su Tang had an inopportune momentary illusion of watching a sci-fi blockbuster, and a question involuntarily popped up in her mind. But why does the Robot Empire only have one warship? It's not a single ship. I think their advanced robots haven't been deployed yet. Lu Jinyu stared intently at the screen. Even if it was an illusion, he could still learn more about the enemy from it. Daughter, just watch patiently and you understand. Robots are definitely not as simple as you think. Su Saran dropped his playful attitude and turned more serious. After hearing this, Su Tang once again focused her attention on the surveillance footage, and she felt like she was actually watching a sci-fi blockbuster. Can anyone tell her what was going on? Hundreds of robots flew out from the battleship's deck, and then... Was this a Transformers game? This was definitely even more outrageous than Transformers. These hundreds of robots, after moving away from each other, suddenly transformed into uniform battleships and starships? Okay, she couldn't tell the difference between a battleship and a starship due to the unique design of the robot fleet, but so many of them? And all of them transformed from robots? This was outrageous. Even the countless humanoid robots that had been hunting buzzing monsters around the battleship transformed into mechas without a word. Their space technology has become so advanced. Su Saran couldn't help but gasp. No, the larger the body, the greater the energy consumption. Where do they get so much energy? Lu Jinyu frowned deeply. Robots lack mental power. Could they synthesize energy stones without it? Or has their mechanical energy stone production technology reached level 5, or even 6? Lu Jinyu's understanding of robots was limited to the information recorded in military archives. It's said that robots are divided into 5 levels: Commander, Advanced Robot, First Class Robot, Second Class Robot, and Low Class Robot. The Commander is the king of the mechanical empire. He is said to be the most powerful, his body constructed of the strongest materials, and equipped with the most abundant energy. Advanced robots are the equivalent of Federation battleships, First-class robots are the equivalent of starships, and second-class robots are mechas. There is only one commander, and advanced, first-class, and second-class robots are a minority compared to the total population. The mechanical empire has the most low-class robots, but even the lowest-class robots possess the strength of a level 5 human. Their ironclad bodies are their greatest advantage. Perhaps they become so powerful that they no longer need to take us humans seriously. Lu Qingyang's face was heavy. While it was inappropriate to boost their morale and undermine his own prestige, it was clear from the battle between the two sides that the robot army was far superior to the combined forces of the US, Europe, and Naga. If they encountered a large robot force, they would probably not fare much better than the US, Europe, and Naga. Soon, with each energy cannon blast, the surveillance systems deployed by Lu Jinyu along the edge of the front line began to fail one by one, clearly caught in the crossfire. The situation on the battlefield was completely one-sided, with the US, European, and Naga fleets being beaten back step by step. Soon, the figures of both sides disappeared from the surveillance footage that had escaped the attack, never to be seen again. Your surveillance satellite can't automatically advance? Su Sarang glanced at Lu Jinyu with some dissatisfaction, unable to see the battle situation. The signal here can't be broadcast externally, Lu Jinyu retorted without moving his eyes. Su Saran was speechless. While it was true that being unable to send signals externally could conceal their whereabouts, the surveillance satellite outside had become completely uncontrolled. So what should we do? Su Tang looked at the three of them bewilderedly. Hiding here forever was clearly impossible, so what was the next step? Peace had been going on for so long, and she only been here 3 years. How could she be facing the prelude to an interstellar war? I go out and check the situation in 3 days. If I don't return within a month, you should return first, following the route I gave you. Lu Jinyu's eyes were heavy as he made his decision. In this situation, it was natural for him to take the risk. Chapter 552. Ever since the scuffle between the still uncertain robots and the Miyanaga, the surveillance footage for the next few days has been dominated by the vast starry sky, tranquil and serene, yet seemingly brewing a turbulent storm. 3 days passed quickly, and Lu Jinyu, unable to contain himself, decided to go out and investigate. Concerned, and despite Su Tang's repeated assurances that she would take it with her when she left this world, Tingsha reluctantly returned to Lu Jinyu's side. The days that followed were uneventful. In this area where no external signals could be transmitted, it felt like she was completely isolated from the world. Somehow, Su Tang couldn't get nervous. It was as if some voice within her was telling her that the situation wasn't as dire as it appeared. She dedicated herself to synthesizing energy stones daily, and the days flew by until November. It had been half a month since Lu Jinyu left to investigate. Although Lu Jinyu occasionally sent back surveillance footage, she had no way of verifying its authenticity. November 10th was a perfectly ordinary day for Su Tang, Yet something truly extraordinary occurred on this ordinary day. According to the surveillance footage still lingering ahead, the fleet led by Lu Jinyu had returned from the depths of the Black Lightning Zone. The only puzzling thing was that the Mechanical Empire's warship was also among them. Damn, that kid single-handedly took down an entire empire? Su Saran's eyes were filled with disbelief as he watched the surveillance footage. I think it's more likely they killed him, Lu Qingyang said with a heavy tone. Although Lu Jinyu was his younger brother, he wouldn't be so optimistic as to lie openly. After all, the disparity in strength between the two sides was obvious. That's not right. Su Tang shook her head, questioning Lu Qingyang's words. Look, their fleet shows no signs of damage at all. It's obvious they didn't engage in combat. There's no way Lu Jinyu would be so cowardly as to surrender without a fight. And my star beast says Tongue Snake is fine. Although Su Tang couldn't sense it, Su Xiaobai could still sense the basics of Tongue Snake's life and death. Furthermore, Su Tang felt that Lu Jinyu was a man of deep patriotism. He would rather die in battle than surrender. So the surveillance footage we saw might just be a simulation? Su Saran rested his chin in his hand, pondering. But why would they create such a false image? Could it be? Su Saran's eyes froze, and a possibility suddenly occurred to him. Daughter, you've been exposed, haven't you? Maybe they want to capture you alive? Capture me? Energy stone? Su Tang was stunned, then replied nonchalantly, I have stone butterflies. I'm not afraid of entering the Mechanical Empire. After that, a bold idea suddenly occurred to Su Tang. Lu Jinyu also has stone butterflies. Do you think he's feigning surrender and then taking advantage of the situation to release them? Without energy, robots are nothing but scrap metal. Su Tang's tone suddenly lightened. As long as they had enough energy to lure a bunch of stone butterflies, robots would be no match for us humans. Lu Qingyang's eyes lit up. Yes, as long as there's an energy-devouring beast, the robots are still easy to deal with. Let's not talk about that for now. Do you think the scene is real or just a trick? Thinking of Su Tang's advanced energy-devouring beast, Su Saran felt relieved. Her daughter should be safe, but what was happening? The technical department confirmed that the monitoring showed no signs of intrusion, but it's hard to say for sure. Lu Qingyang had been running back and forth between the monitoring room and the technical department for a while, but despite countless checks, the technical department's conclusion remained the same. Although their monitoring was very covert, it was only a matter of time before they were discovered. It was obviously unreasonable for the robot to detect their monitoring without intruding, but the complete lack of any signs of intrusion made Lu Qingyang believe that it had definitely been hacked and not detected. How about we go out and take a look? Staring at the surveillance footage, the authenticity of which was uncertain, Su Tang suddenly felt the urge to go out and take a look. This warship was equipped with so much energy, and they were still hiding here so cowardly. She suddenly felt so useless. Go out? Su Saran frowned, then glanced at Lu Qingyang. How about you two stay here while I go out and take a look? That's not an option either. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Saran shook her head. What if she drove away the main battleship, loaded with energy, and left her daughter to face a powerful enemy? Mom, let's go together. Su Tang then shut up and switched to a telepathic connection. Mom, even with a level 9 protective shield, we can hold out for over a month. Su Tang now felt that hiding was a foolish decision. She still had Su Xiaobai, practically unlimited energy. Hearing this, Su Saran pondered for a moment. It was indeed cowardly to be so timid with so much energy. At worst, if they couldn't defeat them, they could still flee with a level 9 shield. She didn't believe the Mechanical Empire had a level 10 energy cannon. Even if they did, her daughter still had the stone-patterned butterfly. Okay, let's go check it out. Su Saran's eyes darkened as she made her decision. That's inappropriate. Every warship's energy room was a top secret, so even Lu Qingyang didn't know how much energy Su Saran's ship was equipped with. Naturally, with Su Tang around, he disapproved of the risky decision. Let me find out. Don't worry, I won't risk my daughter's life. Su Saran gave him a reassuring look. Seeing Su Saran's resolve, Lu Qingyang didn't say much. After leaving the warship authorized to receive surveillance, the three returned to Su Saran's main warship. After some reorganization and leaving the others on standby, the Su family's main warship returned along its original route, leaving this hidden and secret star region. For some reason, Su Tang, standing in the main control room, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. After discussing with Su Xiaobao and confirming that it could still absorb 6/10 of units of energy, Su Tang calmed her pounding heart, reassuring herself that no matter how powerful the enemy was, without energy, it was nothing but a paper tiger, Because the warship hadn't penetrated deep into the hidden star region, after a few hours' journey, it had exited the signal-scrambled zone. Once outside the area, Suzerain communicated directly with Lu Jinyu. The moment the call was connected, Suzerain glanced at Lu Qingyang, who immediately understood. Hey, why are you guys out? The figure on the video link was unmistakably Lu Jinyu, yet he appeared incredibly relaxed. Suzerain and Lu Qingyang's heart sank, almost simultaneously concluding that this was a fake. Su Tang, however, suddenly had a strange feeling. Her intuition told her that this was real, and that there seemed to be even greater surprises to come. You haven't been back for so long. Lu Qian is a little worried. Lu Qingyang's expression remained unchanged, but his voice was a touch nervous. Lu Qingyang, are you crazy? Lu Qian died over a decade ago. Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow, a hint of displeasure. Then, as if realizing something, his expression changed slightly. This is real. You're seeing me. No need to test me. How do you prove you're real? Although the test results showed that this was indeed Lu Jinyu, Lu Qingyang still had some doubts. How do you prove I'm real? Lu Jinyu was stunned, then suddenly laughed. When you were 47, on Grandpa's birthday, Yizhen from the Yi family and you. Well, if I hadn't helped you then. Alright, I'm sure you're real. Lu Qingyang interrupted immediately, his face slightly embarrassed. He gotten drunk that time, and the next day, he woken up to find Yizhen in his room. He assured her they'd done nothing, and their clothes were all in good shape, but even then, Yizhen had still held him accountable. If Lu Jinyu hadn't given her some medicine to make her forget the whole thing, he might have been forced into marrying her. Only he and Lu Jinyu knew about this. He always suspected Lu Jinyu was deliberately trying to trick him. What's your situation? Why were you with him? Suzerain frowned. Clearly, this Lu Jinyu was real, not a simulation of a robot. But in the video, he was clearly in the main cockpit, and through the transparent glass, the Mechanical Empire's warship was faintly visible. They? Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow, his expression radiant with excitement. I guarantee you scream later. After all, I'm meeting an old acquaintance this time. With a mysterious smile, Lu Jinyu suddenly turned around, causing the video screen to flip. Okay, they're all out. Your surprise plan is ruined. A sigh followed by a pleasant, deep, and captivating male voice, familiar and nostalgic, emanating from the computer. I wanted to give you a surprise. Then the large, luxurious chair that had been serving as the background behind Lu Jinyu, facing him, spun around. A man in white, a distinguished presence, slowly stood up, a smile on his face. Suzerain froze, suddenly feeling as if he had lost track of time. His mind went blank, leaving only 4 words. He's back. Dad, you're back. Su Tang exclaimed. It was indeed a big surprise. I'm back, Su Yuan, with his sage-like demeanor, smiled sincerely. Chapter 553. As soon as the situation in the deck cabin stabilized, Su Tang rushed out. Su Yuan, who had just emerged from the small spaceship, was bumped into by her. Dad, you're finally back. Su Tang buried her head in Su Yuan's arms with excitement. Her dad's return was a blessing from heaven. She knew her intuition was right. Yes, I'm back. Su Yuan patted Su Tang's back with a loving look. Yes, he was finally back. From now on, this was their Su family's world. Come, and show it to Dad. As if thinking of something, Su Yuan lifted Su Tang's face with both hands and began to examine her carefully. My little darling has suffered so much. You lost so much weight, your chin is so pointed. Did someone bully you while I was away? Just tell Dad, and we go and wipe out their entire clan. No one bullied me. This isn't just thinness. Girls change a lot when they grow up. Su Tang retorted with a hint of coquettishness. She ate a lot when she first arrived, so naturally she had a bit of baby fat. Now, 3 years have passed, and her face has matured. Yes, yes, yes. Girls change a lot when they grow up. She's become much prettier. Su Yuan smiled indulgently, then beamed with pride. I knew my baby was the best. Every parent wants their children to be successful. After hearing from Lu Jinyu that his daughter had become an 11th level energy grandmaster, Su Yuan was so excited he couldn't sleep for several nights. Dad, what's this? Recovering from the excitement of Su Yuan's return, Su Tang stared with a strange look at the small spaceship that had carried them both, transforming into a man? A robot. This is Wang Siwen, the current commander of the Mechanical Empire, Su Yuan introduced calmly. He said no more, simply enjoying the joy of this long-awaited reunion. Meeting again after 20 years, Suzerain suddenly felt lost for words. She simply stood quietly, watching the father-daughter reunion. After a warm moment, Su Yuan suddenly looked up, his gaze calmly fixed on Su Saran. We're going back to Yen country. Do you want to come with us? Okay. Su Saran's eyes lit up with joy, and she nodded without hesitation. 20 years ago, she had chosen to return to her family. Although she never regretted her decision, it was the one that caused her the most heartache. Now that she had the conditions, she naturally went with them. And he was talking about going home, their home. Suddenly, Su Saran felt the urge to cry. Perhaps tears of joy were what it felt like. Afterwards, Wang Siwen was sent back to the Mechanical Empire's warship, and since Lu Jinyu already knew what was going on, he probably stopped joining in the fun. As an outsider, Lu Qingyang was self-aware enough not to interrupt the family reunion. With the family of 3 alone in a large room on the battleship, Su Tang huddled beside Su Yuan and couldn't help but babble. She truly had a ton of questions waiting to be answered. Dad, how did you end up in the Robot Empire? How did their commander become your subordinate? What about the others? How did you reconquer the Robot Empire? Su Tang felt that Su Yuan's father was truly the hero of this world. Compared to her father, Lu Jinyu was a distant second. Her father had conquered an empire in a single disappearance, a privilege only reserved for heroines. Seated on another sofa, Su Saran made a cup of tea for each of the 3. Though silent, she stared at Su Yuan with a gleaming gaze, equally filled with curiosity. She knew the man she had her eye on was the ultimate hero. You have too many questions. Su Yuan continued to smile fondly. At first, we encountered an unknown and unstable jump point. Fortunately, it had an exit. Su Yuan began to recount with a smile in his eyes. Then we arrived at a desolate planet. Because of the complete loss of communication, no one knew where it was, and no one dared to leave rashly. Being lost in the universe is indeed a very troublesome problem. And then you discovered that it was the Mechanical Empire? Su Tang's eyes were filled with anxiety. What she wanted to know most was how Su Yuan's father conquered the Mechanical Empire. Yes, and then we discovered robots on that planet, Su Yuan said casually, as if it were just a trip. There weren't many robots on that planet, and they were all low-level. It was like a human slum. At this point, Su Yuan suddenly changed the subject, his brow furrowed in a hint of displeasure. Daughter, do you remember the attack on our Hongwang planet? Do you remember the robot that appeared at Hongwang First High School? Su Tang was stunned, then began to recall. The robot had left an indelible impression on her. His name is Wang Siwen. Su Yuan enunciated each word. When Wang Siwen infiltrated the Hongyi Galaxy's star network, the Ministry of Political Affairs search team searched for him for a long time, but couldn't capture him. That was because he had found him first. Su Yuan naturally wouldn't let Wang Siwen, who had nearly killed his daughter, go. Unfortunately, torture was useless for a sentient being. Unable to torture him, he naturally sought to kill him. As a result, he thought he had wiped out the consciousness, but unexpectedly, it was reborn like a system reinstallation, but its memory storage had become blank. Due to his curiosity about the robot race, Su Yuan did not try to wipe it out again, but kept it for careful study. Is that him? Su Tang exclaimed, finding it hard to accept. She had nearly died at his hands. It's not entirely him. The old him is dead, and this is the reborn him, just like our devices have been formatted. Su Yuan shook his head with a complex expression. He wasn't sure if this new life was related to the old Wang Siwen. But after the formatting, he thought I was his creator, so naturally, he thought I was his father. But how did he become the commander of the Mechanical Empire? Sidestepping the question, Su Tang remained curious. Seizing power wasn't that simple. Because we entered the Mechanical Empire, while the robots on that planet were easy to deal with, it was inevitable that we would be discovered by the higher-level robots. Then, I revealed my status as a level 10 energy grandmaster, and naturally, they treated me like a distinguished guest. Of course, to put it bluntly, it was a disguised imprisonment. Su Yuan spread his hands helplessly. Although he had a large number of warships, it was impossible to compete with an empire. And then what? Su Tang felt herself getting nervous. Likewise, Su Sanran, who had been listening to the conversation, felt a pang of anxiety. Then I combined 5 level 10 energy stones for their commander. Su Yuan's eyes lit up with joy. Robots are different from us. Their bodies determine their status, but if they run out of energy, they can easily be taken advantage of by other robots. Dad, what does this mean? Su Tang was stunned, suddenly thinking of possession. Whoever possesses the commander's body becomes the supreme commander of the Mechanical Empire, and their bodies are powered by energy. Su Yuan smiled like a fox who had attained immortality. The commander had originally been killed by him. I understand. Su Tang's face suddenly lit up with excitement. The unstable nature of combined energy stones above level 9. What are you talking about? Watching the father and daughter charade, Su Sanran, who wasn't an energy expert, felt itchy, but she still didn't understand what was going on. It's like this. Su Yuan straightened up and took out 2 energy stones. This is a rough piece now. Su Yuan explained in detail, holding up the dull piece in his left hand. He then raised his right hand. This is level 10. Then, suddenly, the once bright energy stone in his right hand dimmed at a visible speed, while the one in his left hand brightened at a visible speed. So, the commander, who originally had nearly 11 units of energy, was transformed into energy-free steel by me. After the demonstration, Su Yuan continued, at the time, the commander was very confident, believing that I could not harm him, so he was completely unprepared for me. While he was completely immobilized, I transferred Wang Siwen's consciousness into his body. As expected, Wang Siwen devoured him and became the new commander. Chapter 554. But Dad, what if Wang Siwen rebels? Hearing this, Su Tang still felt a little worried. The feeling of power in someone else's hands always made her feel uneasy, especially since they were from another race. Those who weren't of our kind would have different hearts. Well, the possibility is incredibly small. Su Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. First, he considers me his creator. Normally, even robots wouldn't commit such a heinous act as patricide. Of course, I also have a trick up my sleeve. I control not only him, but most of the advanced robots as well. For robots, advanced energy stones are like deadly poison. Once they try them, they become instantly addicted. Robots who have used advanced energy stones are like addicts. They can't quit this poison. Furthermore, the residual mental energy within them can influence them. You can think of this as a new kind of contract. As long as I'm a Grand Master of advanced energy, as long as they use the energy stones I synthesize, they won't rebel. Of course, just in case, the energy I give them is synthetic, unstable energy stones. They can be recycled when they're at level 9 or above. Robots without energy aren't a big deal, and if their energy stones are depleted below level 9, there's nothing to worry about. Robots can only equip 5 energy stones, no matter what form they can transform into. Su Yuan smiled comfortingly, then explained everything in detail to Su Tang. So are you planning to take them back this time? After listening to Su Yuan's long explanation, Su Saran still frowned with some worry. Perhaps the Federation's military won't agree, Su Yuan said, his face relaxed, but he didn't directly answer. Indeed, to the military, robots were considered an invasive species. Even though they were currently under his control, they wouldn't safely allow them into Yin country. So what should we do? Su Tang was a little unwilling. Her father had so many robotic soldiers under his command, yet they weren't allowed to enter. This was too frustrating. Our Su family's 8 warships were completely unscathed this time. Even without the mechanical empire, they still couldn't shake my position. Su Yuan smiled nonchalantly. He hadn't cared about the military in the beginning, and now that he was an 11th level energy grandmaster, he naturally cared even less. So Dad, we're not taking the robots back to Yin country? We still have to for now. Although the hostile forces here have been mostly dealt with, the Naga aliens in the meteorite turbulence zone remain a threat. If they dare to attack our Yin country, we make sure they never return. A gloomy look flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. He had returned in such a disastrous state, surrounded by enemies. The military was truly losing its way. Going to drive away the aliens? Su Tang frowned. This meant her dad, finally back, still had to contribute to the military. That's Dad's responsibility. My little darling just needs to wait at home. Su Yuan stroked Su Tang's hair comfortingly. Although he felt a little disgusted with the military's incompetence, this was his country after all. If they were to invade without warning, they'd think he was dead. By the way, how has my little darling been these past 3 years? Tell Dad about it. Su Yuan was filled with guilt over his 3-year absence. His daughter must have suffered a lot. Upon hearing Su Yuan's question, Su Tang chattered away, like a little sparrow, recounting her experiences. She also introduced her star beast like a treasure, and shared some of her treasures with her parents. Mom gave a dawn and a miracle, while Dad received an extra snow crystal lotus. Su Yuan was delighted by his daughter's filial piety. Then, the cunning fox father quietly extracted all the information about his departure from his daughter, adding several more targets to his list. Once the safety was confirmed, Su Saran sat with the father and daughter for a while before returning to business. Because she had mistakenly believed a robot invasion, her orders had been completely misguided. Now that the forces back home had gone into hiding, she naturally had to send people to notify each one individually. And now that the entire clan had been relocated back to Yin country, Suzerain had some more work to do. Because the Su family's warships and other fleets that had also suffered the natural disaster were far behind and still on their way back, the Su Yuan family and their mechanical forces returned to Sufa planet in a mighty procession. Although the Mao and Nada fleets had been destroyed, their armies still existed on many planets. Lu Jinyu naturally bid them farewell and went about his business. After confirming that the crisis in the Black Triangle Galaxy had been resolved, the expeditionary force defending the Black Crow Galaxy immediately turned its attention to the meteoric turbulence zone. Although the Yin Kingdom had not suffered a disadvantage in the confrontation with the Naga aliens, it was unable to gain an advantage due to the swarm of buzzing monsters, and the two sides entered a stalemate in the meteoric turbulence zone. With the crisis resolved and the situation in the meteoric turbulence zone stable, Qin Qinyuan, under the guise of assisting in the reorganization of the Black Triangle Galaxy, joined the main force. Lu Dong of the Lu family also arrived with him. Lu Dong had naturally come to talk to Lu Jinyu. After receiving the news of Su Yuan's powerful return, Lu Dong was so shocked he couldn't sleep for several nights, and his hair had fallen out. As for Su Tang, no matter how harsh her words were or how dire the consequences, Lu Dong still didn't believe she would commit such bloody acts as genocide. But he wasn't so sure about Su Yuan. He had always believed Su Yuan was a double-faced person, appearing to be a godlike figure, but a true demon in the eyes of the devil. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been friends with Lu Jinyu, the most bloodthirsty of his family members. And Su Yuan's obsession with daughters was well known. If Lu Jinyu really angered Su Tang, Su Yuan might even attack the Lu family. After a thorough night of discussion, Lu Jinyu naturally understood who the adulterers were. Once he had identified his targets, he felt a surge of frustration. He could kill these people, but he couldn't. He couldn't kill Qin Qinyuan and Jiang Yinchuan, at least not publicly. Doing so would undoubtedly spark civil war. And Long Ju, though the Long family's influence had been significantly weakened by the death of Long Howren, was still subtly under Long Ju's control. Killing him would also spark civil war. Although the crisis had been resolved for now, Mao and Leifei, who had suffered losses in the Black Triangle Galaxy, would never let it go. He wasn't naive enough to assume that their presence in the Black Triangle Galaxy represented the full force of their power. At this moment, their Yin nation absolutely could not afford civil war. He still had a sense of the bigger picture. But the fact that his woman was with another man was a thorn in his side, a thorn that would prick him, but it was clearly impossible to remove it. As for the CS7 that had assassinated him, although Lu Dong ultimately failed to uncover any useful information, Lu Jinyu intuitively believed it was connected to them. After much deliberation, Lu Jinyu decided that with Su Yuan, the patriarch, back, he could first secure his position. With Su Yuan blocking the way, no other man would stand a chance. As for the matter of stealing his woman, he could settle the score with the Naga, Mao, and Leifei tribes after defeating them. With this in mind, Lu Jinyu rushed to Sufa Star, where Su Yuan was, ahead of Qin Qinyuan. Chapter 555. On Sufa Star, in a refined and elegant reception room, Su Yuan, smiling, looked across at Lu Jinyu while holding a cup of tea. So what do you mean? Lu Jinyu felt a sense of unease. Although Su Yuan was smiling, he could sense a coldness beneath his smile. Staring at the silent Su Yuan for a few seconds, Lu Jinyu's heart sank. Knowing him well, he knew he definitely disagreed. No chance. You promised to marry your daughter to me. Anxiously, Lu Jinyu brought up the past. Well, is that true? Su Yuan's eyes reflected a thoughtful expression, a hint of bewilderment. Yes, that time on Imoming Star, you invited me for a drink to celebrate the birth of your daughter. Lu Jinyu's face was filled with conviction. Even after so many years, he still remembered. Well, what did I say? Su Yuan seemed to recall something. You said, if your daughter likes me, you can marry her to me. Lu Jinyu felt somewhat thankful for his good memory. But I remember you didn't agree. Su Yuan spun his teacup, a playful smile playing on his face. I didn't object, I agreed. Lu Jinyu felt irritated by Su Tang, who was still a baby at the time. Of course, he wouldn't agree then. After all, marrying someone he liked was the right thing to do. But now, Lu Jinyu naturally wouldn't admit his previous attitude. Oh, you agreed, Su Yuan said meaningfully. But how could you forget that prefix? I meant if my daughter likes me. Who said she doesn't like me anymore? Lu Jinyu immediately retorted. Although he had little experience, he knew the difference between like and dislike. If she truly didn't care about him, why would she have given him the energy stone? Wouldn't it have been easier to just let him die on the battlefield, Su Yuan didn't refute or get angry at Lu Jinyu's words. He simply took a sip of his tea calmly and said slowly, "Unfortunately, she doesn't just like you. You know everything?" Lu Jinyu was stunned, then a fierce look flashed in his eyes, and a chilling chill spread through his voice. "I take care of those people sooner or later. My daughter will be heartbroken if they die." Putting down his teacup, Su Yuan's nonchalant attitude shifted, his aura shifting, his edge radiating like a sword unsheathed. "I hate to see my daughter sad." "What do you mean?" Lu Jinyu's eyes darkened, his expression darkening. "What I mean is, my daughter can do whatever she wants. It's up to her. If you kill those she loves and upset her, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship. Anyone who dares to upset my daughter will be displeased by his entire family." Su Yuan's voice remained calm, but his gaze shone with a fierceness. "So you won't consider our friendship and attack our Lu family?" Lu Jinyu's face darkened. Even if Su Yuan managed to win against him, he couldn't bear the charge of murdering the Grandmaster of Energy. "It's not that I want to fight your Lu family, but whether you want to be my enemy is entirely up to you." Back then, while Lu Jinyu had undoubtedly helped him, he had also saved him, so Su Yuan didn't owe him anything. In his heart, his daughter was always the most important. "Do you think I can bear this?" Lu Jinyu's voice deepened, like the low growl of a wounded beast. "If you can't bear this, you can find someone else." Su Yuan remained calm. "As longtime friends, I can overlook your provoking my daughter and let you off the hook." As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. As for the remaining ones, if his daughter still liked them, and if they could pass his test, then that would be great. Otherwise, if they changed their minds and caused his daughter grief, he would definitely make them and their entire families disappear. "Get away with it." Lu Jinyu suddenly sneered. How could he let her get away with it when she loved her so much? "Why do you think it's wrong for my daughter to like someone else? Should she only like you?" In Su Yuan's heart, he had once been his favorite, but unfortunately, he made a fatal mistake. He was already being magnanimous by not taking half his life. "Don't you think your daughter has too many crushes?" Lu Jinyu clenched his fists, suppressing the immense anger within him. How could his woman like someone else? "Who do you think is to blame?" Su Yuan suddenly laughed, his tone cold. "As soon as my daughter turned 16, I repeatedly hinted at you to come over. What did you say?" "You said you were busy." "What? Don't tell me you didn't know what I was hinting at." Su Yuan's words made Lu Jinyu stiffen. He naturally understood what Su Yuan meant. He wanted to bring them together, but at the time, he didn't have that intention. For a moment, Lu Jinyu fell silent. Seeing Lu Jinyu's silence, Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with anger. His face was fierce but weak. "You were the one who was always giving me the cold shoulder." Because of his identity as an energy engineer, he had long worried about his daughter's marriage. He feared those in the military would target her with ill intentions, afraid she would be deceived by men with ulterior motives. After careful consideration, he felt that Lu Jinyu was the most suitable. After all, they had known each other for decades and knew each other well. In the decades he had known Lu Jinyu, he had never dated another woman, so Su Yuan was still very satisfied with him. Unfortunately, back then, after that Yen Zimu's trick, I realized things were bad. I hinted at you coming over to compete with him, but what did you say? You said it's okay for elders to worry about young people's love affairs. Su Yuan's voice grew colder. Lu Jinyu moved his lips, wanting to argue, but found himself speechless. Truly, back then, he hadn't cared at all about Su Tang. To him, she was just Su Yuan's daughter. On the contrary, because of his friendship with Su Yuan and Su Saran, he felt that marrying their daughter would simply make him their junior. He resisted, even felt a bit disgusted, at Su Yuan's attempts to match him and Su Tang. Of course, none of that matters. Do you know what matters most? Su Yuan took another sip of his tea, his words cold yet brimming with rage, like a volcanic eruption. What? Lu Jinyu suddenly felt a little resentful. Was he being rejected just because he initially disliked Su Tang, whom he'd barely seen in photos? Because after I disappeared, before the Su family attacked my daughter, that was plenty of time for you to show up on Hongguang Star, but you didn't. Su Yuan's eyes were filled with rage, and then he suddenly laughed sarcastically. Let me guess, what were you thinking? Did you think that because of Yen Zimu's connection, they wouldn't dare attack my daughter, so you didn't take it seriously at all? But you didn't expect those bastards in the Yen family to be so shameless. You didn't show up when my daughter needed you the most, leaving her stranded and displaced. Then she met another man, fell in love with someone else. What right do you have to act like this to me? Facing Su Yuan's sarcastic gaze, Lu Jinyu felt bitter. He had had so many opportunities, and he was the first person to meet her, but he showed up so late. By the time he showed up, she already had someone else in her heart. Chapter 556. So I have no chance, huh? After a long silence, Lu Jinyu suddenly gave a wry smile. Was he going to give up? But he wouldn't. It's absolutely impossible for you to marry my daughter. I can tell you plainly, my daughter, Su Yuan, will never marry. Su Yuan's expression remained unmoved. If my daughter likes you, and you're willing to marry into our Su family, then I have no objection. Of course, the prerequisite is that you don't touch the person my daughter likes. Here, Su Yuan suddenly paused, his eyes piercing Lu Jinyu. And you give up for a woman? The ideal of unifying the galaxy yourself, even if that person is your wife, would you stop for her and stay by her side forever? This war with the US, Europe, and Latin America is absolutely inevitable, and I won't send the robot army to fight. After all, I can't afford the huge energy consumption alone. And you, will you choose not to lead the army? Once you go to war, how long do you think you'll be able to return? Years, decades, or even decades. We can go together. Facing Su Yuan's sharp gaze, Lu Jinyu remained unwilling, even though her previous disregard for Su Tang had led to this situation. Together? Go to war together. Su Yuan sneered again. Why should my daughter, Su Yuan, follow you through this suffering? The US, Europe, and Latin America have 36 galaxies, and Latin America has 27. Besides our 3 countries, the surrounding small countries have a total of 83 galaxies. How long do you think it would take to conquer such a vast star region? My daughter, Su Yuan, doesn't need to endure such hardships on your expedition, nor does she need to stay here and be a widow for you. Su Yuan's daughter was an 11th level energy master, even more accomplished than he. Her life should be one of luxury and freedom, free to her heart's content. She could have whatever she wanted. Su Yuan's words filled Lu Jinyu's heart with a complex mix of emotions, a completely unsettling feeling. Indeed, as Su Yuan had said, his ultimate ideal was to unify the interstellar system and integrate all developed galaxies into the Yin Federation star map. Since Su Yuan had said this, it indicated his support for this plan. Expeditions to expand territory would be on the agenda, and he certainly wouldn't abandon his childhood ideals. He would lead his troops, and once he did, returning once every few years would be the best he could hope for. Clenching his fists, Lu Jinyu's expression strained. Giving up her for his ideal? He wouldn't. But giving up his lifelong ideal for her? He also wouldn't. Finally, Lu Jinyu lowered her eyes, her gaze dimming. She didn't love him, she wouldn't understand his ideals, and she wouldn't accompany him on his quest for the world. That's all I have to say. Think it over carefully. Either leave my daughter's sight, or go along with her wishes. But if you make her feel uncomfortable, I will make things difficult for the entire Lu family. Su Yuan then walked away leisurely, glancing meaningfully toward a corner before leaving. After Su Yuan left, Lu Jinyu leaned back on the sofa, somewhat dejected. He remained silent for a long moment, not even looking up, seemingly mumbling to himself, "Come out. I know you're there." As Lu Jinyu finished speaking, the sound of rustling clothing suddenly emanated from a dark, unseen corner of the living room. Su Tang emerged from her hiding place somewhat awkwardly, breathing in and out carefully, making no sound. They hadn't even used their mental powers, yet they had all spotted her hiding there. "You heard everything, didn't you?" Lu Jinyu said, his voice muffled. "Yeah." Even though he couldn't see, Su Tang nodded. She had been fusing energy stones when Su Xiaobai suddenly informed her that Lu Jinyu had arrived and was conspiring with Su Yuan's father in the living room. Curious, she used teleportation to eavesdrop, and it turned out to be related to her. She hadn't expected her father to be so open-minded. But she hadn't expected Su Yuan's father to actually have had his eye on Lu Jinyu. "So what's your decision?" Su Tang's voice tinged with nervousness as she slowly approached Lu Jinyu. Her emotions were complex. Her mind told her that the best outcome for him was to find another extremely young object to subdue Joyo, and then meet the woman he loved again. However, as a jealous woman, if she were to see Lu Jinyu affectionately with another woman, she would be absolutely upset. "I sold myself to you, where else could I go?" Even without looking up, Lu Jinyu accurately grasped Su Tang's location. With a single movement, he pulled her into his arms, resting her head on her shoulder. His voice was thick with reluctance. "Do we really have to have them?" "Not really," Su Tang blurted out without hesitation. In her mind, nothing was absolutely necessary. She never believed that one couldn't live without the other. At Su Tang's words, Lu Jinyu's eyes lit up, but the next moment, his hopes were dashed. If you guys continue to kill each other and cause me trouble, then I leave you all alone. Out of sight, out of mind. Su Tang spoke calmly. If they continue to scheme and plot, then they could all go away. She would wait on her parents until they passed away, then journey alone to the world of cultivation. I understand what you mean. If I had appeared earlier, would you have loved only me? Although asking this question now was completely meaningless, Lu Jinyu persisted in asking. It's hard to say, because it hasn't happened yet, so I don't know. But I can say that my father was right. If you had appeared when he first disappeared, when I was most helpless and lost, and had stayed by my side, then I would have loved only you. Su Tang felt a little complicated about Lu Jinyu's question. As Qin Qinyuan said, there are no ifs. If Lu Jinyu had appeared before she traveled to this world, then Miss Su might not have died. As for whether Miss Su would have loved Lu Jinyu, she could only say sorry, she didn't know. Even if Miss Su liked him, and he liked Miss Su, she would only dislike him after she arrived because he was a man who liked the original owner. If Lu Jinyu had appeared right after she had traveled here and Yin Zima hadn't appeared, given their personalities, she would have been completely dominated. Even if Yin Zima had appeared later, Lu Jinyu would have been shaken when she learned of Yin Zima's engagement after Su Yuan's father disappeared. If she hadn't met anyone else, she would have naturally only liked him. Am I late after all? The glint in Lu Jinyu's dark eyes, which had been gleaned by Su Tang's promise to love only him, dimmed. He twitched his lips, a hint of self-mockery on his face. After all, this is all my own fault. He had never imagined he would fall in love with Su Tang, with that tiny little baby. After receiving Su Yuan's news, he assumed that because of the Yin family's connections, they wouldn't dare to do anything to Su Tang. After hearing the rumors from the Yin family, he simply sent his subordinates to look for her. And when she disappeared, he still only sent his subordinates to look for her. He wasn't thorough, even dismissing her as dead when he couldn't find her. If he had taken her more seriously before, if he had personally gone to the rescue, how could he have failed to find her? That momentary lapse of judgment ultimately led to this situation. Chapter 557. Although the Black Triangle Galaxy still has a number of planets to deal with, the interstellar jump point connecting to the US and Europe has been destroyed, and the star regions bordering the US, Europe, and Latin America are heavily monitored. So far, no major offensive intentions have been detected. Overall, the Black Triangle Galaxy is relatively stable, with no urgent issues requiring Lu Jinyu's personal attention. After sitting with Su Tang for a while that morning, Lu Jinyu found Lu Qingyang and sent him away to handle daily matters. He became the new bodyguard, taking on the role of close protection. After lunch, Su Tang continued to use her energy stone in the afternoon. In the next room, after struggling with his inner thoughts for an entire afternoon and the first half of the night, Lu Jinyu finally made a decision. Although a thorn in his heart might be uncomfortable, it was better than a knife in his heart. Because the Black Triangle Galaxy lacked high-end, state-of-the-art technology like Skynet, Su Tang had no choice but to sleep. She had a conversation with Lu Jinyu that morning. Although she was still a little unsure about his attitude, it didn't affect her sleep. After all, her father was back and would take care of everything. Children with parents could be carefree and free. But in the middle of the night, Su Tang suddenly felt a sinking sensation, as if she were experiencing sleep paralysis. The feeling faded within a few seconds, and she, unwilling to wake up, didn't open her eyes to check. The next day, Su Tang was surprised to find someone in her bed. No, to be more precise, a snake. Tung, why are you here? Su Tang, having just woken up, looked dazedly at the tongue snake sitting cross-legged in the corner of her bed, seemingly meditating. So it was the tongue snake that had crawled up last night? But the weight of its small body didn't seem right. Beautiful sister, I'm trying to stop a pervert from taking advantage of you, Tingsha said with his dark eyes wide open. That Lu Jinyu is such a wicked man. He set fire to my space, and I'm fighting him right now. I've been up all night. Then, an impassioned expression crossed Tingsha's face. But to protect you, this little hardship is nothing. Su Tang. What's going on? So it was Lu Jinyu who actually climbed into her bed last night. After washing up and leaving the bathroom, Su Tang found Tingsha still crouching on her bed, with a frown on his face. She looked up and thought for a moment. Tung, please let him out. Don't keep him in your space anymore. Oh! As if pardoned, Tingsha vented his anger, and threw Lu Jinyu into a corner of the room, like trash. Then, with a loud thud, he dropped his body. Although Joyo wasn't lethal to him, it would still be uncomfortable if he allowed Joyo to wreak havoc in his space. Lu Jinyu brushed off his clothes and stood up. His face was grim, a hint of gnashing teeth. He had actually forgotten about this little traitor. By the way, is my snow moon fox here? If you are, let it out too. Seeing Tongue Snake again, Su Tang finally remembered Su Moi, whom she had forgotten in the corner. Okay. Tongue Snake smiled sweetly, and then a white object was thrown out. Woo! Master, Su Moi, who hadn't seen the light of day for a long time, sounded aggrieved. Tongue Snake's face was completely gray, and moonlight was out of the question. Well, you and Tongue Snake can go play together. After a few words of comfort, Su Tang sent the two out and shifted her gaze. Looking at Lu Jinyu, who still leaned against the wall with a gloomy expression, Su Tang suddenly laughed. You're such a grown-up. Why are you still fussing with a little kid like Tongue Snake? Little kid? Over 100,000 years old and still little? Lu Jinyu asked in frustration. Although he was annoyed by Tongue Snake's behavior, Lu Jinyu still had some self-awareness. Even his Joyo was helpless against it, and fighting Tongue Snake in hand-to-hand combat would definitely result in being abused. Even though Tongue Snake looked small and insignificant, if it really wanted to kill, it could lash him to death with a single blow of its tail. But I discovered you truly have a unique physique. Not only does Tongue Snake like you, Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow. He still found it a little unbelievable that Tongue Snake had set his sights on Su Tang, and he could sense it. Even my Joyo likes you. Hee hee. Su Tang chuckled dryly. Who cares if that evil spirit likes me? I'm universally loved, and flowers bloom wherever I go. By the way, why are you still here? Aren't you supposed to be dealing with the Black Triangle Galaxy? Su Tang remembered that Lu Jinyu had been incredibly busy ever since the Black Triangle Galaxy issue was brought up, yet he seemed quite relaxed right now. No, Lu Qingyan will handle it. Lu Jinyu waved his hand, his gaze softening. As he spoke, he walked towards Su Tang. Dad said it'd take another 3 days for the main force to reach the vicinity of Sufa Star. We return to Yen country together then. I stay here with you in the meantime. Su Tang was furious. When did he become dad? And stay with her? What did that even mean? When he reached Su Tang, Lu Jinyu put his arm around her and held her in his arms. He rested his head on Su Tang's head for a long time and finally sighed softly with a heavy voice. Facing the current situation, Lu Jinyu felt deeply powerless. If he didn't want to withdraw, he could only compromise. When I return, I'd be alone. I can deceive myself into believing they don't exist, pretending I know nothing. That's the biggest setback I can take. In the days that followed, Lu Jinyu stayed, just as he promised. After Su Yuan harshly declared, now that you made your decision, you can't anger my daughter, or I chop her up and feed her to the star beasts, he acquiesced to Lu Jinyu's pestering of his daughter. 3 days later, Su Yuan's fleet, carrying the fleet that had vanished from the unstable space jump point, arrived near Sufa Star. Only then did Su Tang learn that some of those who had been there had already perished, unable to withstand the harsh environment of the Mechanical Empire. With no human hospitals in the Mechanical Empire, the human mortality rate was naturally high. Unfortunately, her unmotivated grandfather had died due to his poor health, leaving Su Tang feeling dejected. Lu Jinyu was also in a bad mood. Senior Armorer Xiao Jing had also died, and Yen Nation's Quad-S mecha technology would be years behind. With so many people entering the country, using a space jump point would constitute illegal immigration. Naturally, the main force would need to formally enter through the border between the Black Lightning District and the Black Crow Star System. Due to Lu Jinyu's deliberate concealment, Qin Qinyuan still couldn't find Su Tang even after visiting the Black Triangle Galaxy. As Su Saran's base camp, the Black Evil District couldn't even spot the outline of Su Fa Star without insiders. After wandering around the Black Evil District for a long time without encountering a single fleet, Qin Qinyuan, feeling dejected, returned to the Black Lightning District upon receiving news that Su Yuan's fleet had returned to the Black Lightning District. Chapter 558. Soon, Su Yuan led a large force to the border area. The military was deeply divided over whether robots should be allowed to enter the country. Finally, using special communication technology, a video conference was held, where leaders from the government and military, as well as Su Yuan, discussed the issue in depth. Of course, Su Yuan's attitude was paramount. If he wanted to bring robots into the country, the military would be powerless. However, Su Yuan had his own considerations. Aliens were always a threat. If robots gained access to his internal star system and other information, while he could control them now, what about the future? Who could guarantee that? Thus, Su Yuan did not want to bring the robots back to the country. However, facing the Naga aliens, robots' combat advantages far surpassed humans, making the situation somewhat complicated. The Lu family's highest level meeting was naturally attended by Lu Dong, so Lu Jinyu had no role to play. Arriving at the border, Lu Jinyu suddenly felt a sense of reluctance. The situation in the Black Triangle Galaxy appears stable, but true stability will take at least another 3 or 4 years. Establishing communications and other complexities will also take at least a few more years. After that, the Black Triangle Galaxy will likely become a transit point for conquests of the US, Europe, Latin America, and Africa. So, after leaving this time, he didn't know when he would see her again. Lu Jinyu sat on the sofa, holding Su Tang in his arms, his expression gloomy. There's separation before there's reunion, Su Tang said heartlessly. Lu Jinyu's presence had made it impossible for her to synthesize energy stones these past few days. Unconsciously, she began to feel annoyed by him again. She was actually eager for him to leave. You have no conscience. Lu Jinyu glared at her resentfully. It's not that I have no conscience, it's that you want to do great things, to unify the galaxy, Su Tang retorted bluntly. Originally, she hadn't supported the idea of a major expedition to unify the galaxy, but after talking with her parents, she found they were both in favor. They believed that if they had the ability, they naturally wanted to unify the galaxy. And surprisingly, they all supported Lu Jinyu. Su Yuan's father said he was too busy combining energy stones and managing the family to deal with the trivialities of the military, while her mother said she had missed out on 20 years and didn't want to be separated from him, so she wouldn't go to the military either. When she worriedly asked what would happen if the real power was in someone else's hands, Su Yuan's father calmly replied, "We have all the energy. If anyone in power gets upset, we can just destroy them." Su's father arrogantly declared that with just one battleship, he could take on all the military's legions. Then, Su Yuan's father showed her the ultimate secret weapon, wielded only by high-level energy masters. Su Tang felt the whole world was a mystery. Since Su Yuan's father had said so, Su Tang no longer cared about who held the real power. Since they all supported Lu Jinyu's quest to unify the interstellar universe, she could support him too. Thinking of this, Su Tang solemnly clapped her hand on Lu Jinyu's shoulder. With a serious expression, like a leader encouraging a subordinate, she said, "I'm counting on you. The future of the country depends on you. Thank you for your hard work." Lu Jinyu twitched his lips in silence, then straightened his demeanor and responded earnestly, "It's not hardship. Expanding the country's territory is the honor of every soldier. Perform well. This is the leader's support for you." With a cheerful smile, Su Tang broke off a space button from the computer and attached it to Lu Jinyu's computer. So many energy stones? Lu Jinyu's eyes lit up with surprise as he scanned the space. 10 large boxes filled that space, and judging by the size of the boxes, he could clearly guess each box contained 100 energy stones. The energy stones Su Tang had given him before seemed like a staggering amount to him, but she still had so many. Yes, they're all grade 8, quality 1000. It's my personal support for the country. Remember to apply for it. It's going to be exchanged for an honorary certificate. Su Tang had given all the high-quality energy stones she collected to Su Saran, and now that it was January 7th, she naturally had a pile of energy stones again. Besides the 1000 grade 8 stones, she also had 5 grade 10 stones and 1 grade 11 stone. She wanted to ask her parents if they wanted any, but Mom said she already had too many. Dad said he had some. Su Yuan's father said if it was too much, he could give it to Lu Jinyu, but he had to report it to the Ministry of Political Affairs to establish a reputation for selfless contributions to the country. Only you senior energy masters don't consider energy stones as money. Hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Jinyu once again realized how broke he was. This batch of energy stones was worth 500 billion yuan, and all he got was a worthless certificate. What do you know? You have to establish a good image among the people to earn their love. Su Tang raised an eyebrow. After hearing Su Yuan's words, she realized that with power comes responsibility. As a well-known 10th level energy master, if she didn't show any sign of support in a war-torn country, the people would definitely despise her. Therefore, after giving Lu Jinyu the energy stones, she had to make it known nationwide. Why bother caring about the opinions of those fools? Lu Jinyu frowned. For someone with no reputation on the Starnet, public opinion was completely irrelevant to him. However, Su Tang naturally went along with her. Should I report the money I gave you earlier? Don't do that. Upon hearing this, Su Tang waved her hands in shock. That's too much. Just report that this 1000 yuan is my savings over the years. Write something like this in your report. At this critical moment for the country, as a senior energy engineer, I feel I must step forward and contribute my modest strength to the country. Something sentimental, something that will move the people to tears. At the Energy Engineer Guild, She had learned in detail about the average level of energy engineers in Yin country. Xia Rui, a level 9 energy engineer, was making 5, grade 8, 1 yuan per year. Level 8 energy engineers were generally making around 8, grade 7, 1 yuan per year. So, even if she only publicly donated 1,000, a level 8, it would demonstrate her unwavering patriotism. Lu Jinyu's eyes twitched. Fine, whatever you want, but don't ask me for this kind of report. I can't do it, so I just report it truthfully. When you return to Yin country, have the Ministry of Government polish it up and spread the word. Once this gets out, you definitely become a beloved national goddess. Hee, I contributed so much, I should at least earn some fame in return. Su Tang smiled sheepishly. Although she said good deeds should be done anonymously, if Empress Su truly remained anonymous, and the public believed she had contributed nothing in this war, her reputation would be ruined. That would be a huge loss. Although the energy stones were nominally contributed to the nation, once they were in Lu Jinyu's hands, it would be virtually impossible for the Ministry of Government to reclaim them and redistribute them. So neither side lost out. Chapter 559. Although Su Tang might not quite understand his thinking, after receiving the energy stone, Lu Jinyu still enthusiastically described his ideals and his plans for the future. As a woman with little ambition and a dislike for war, Su Tang found Lu Jinyu's ideals somewhat difficult to understand. In her mind, those who bullied other nations by relying on their own strength were considered aggressors. Just like how, even with her star beasts now at peak power, she wouldn't resort to violence over a single disagreement. However, since her parents supported this move, similar to Qin Shi Huang's unification of the Seven Kingdoms, she followed suit. But war always carries with it death, and the thought of the man beside her actually going on an expedition cast a pall over Su Tang's heart. Listening absent-mindedly to Lu Jinyu's description of the glorious future, Su Tang began to struggle with her own thoughts. Su Xiaobai had said that if Lu Jinyu sustained a serious injury, Jiuyo might take advantage and attack him. Would he have transformed into Jiuyo the next time she saw him? Su Tang's composure grew unsettled at the thought. Finally, after Lu Jinyu had expressed his vision of a future dominated by the Yin Federation, Su Tang, after a fierce ideological struggle, finally made her decision. Here, this is for you. Pulling out her box containing the snow crystal lotus, Su Tang's eyes shone with resentment. She had originally intended to take it to the cultivation world to sell for money. She originally had 7 snow crystal lotuses, 1 for Qin Mufeng, 1 for Qin Qinyuan, 1 for Long Ju, and 1 each for her parents, leaving her with 2. What's this? Lu Jinyu raised an eyebrow, puzzled. This clearly wasn't a box containing energy stones. Besides energy stones, what else could Su Tang give him? It couldn't possibly be the heart of Tianlan, could it? Looking at the intricately carved, luxurious box, Lu Jinyu suddenly felt a surge of joy. Could it really be the heart of Tianlan? Since there were 2 in the box, and there weren't any high-end food-grade boxes in the space lock, Su Tang pulled out another food storage box. Did you make me food? Seeing the food box Su Tang pulled out this time, Lu Jinyu's eyes twitched. Don't tell him it's pastries. Food, but I didn't make it. Su Tang's tone was a little agitated, still a little distressed. After taking a deep breath and telling herself to wait until the situation stabilized before going out to look for it, the lid of the box was opened. What is this? Lu Jinyu's expression hardened, his gaze growing deep. He was naturally familiar with precious medicinal herbs, like the snow crystal lotus. This is a snow crystal lotus. If you suffer a fatal injury, remember to take this out and chew it before you die. It will save your life. Su Tang placed the box on her lap. Holding the popular food box in her right hand, she gently pinched a lotus between 2 fingers of her left hand, deciding to share it with Lu Jinyu. As she did so, she explained the life-saving benefits of the snow crystal lotus in a critical moment. But before she could remove the lotus, Lu Jinyu grabbed her wrist. Su Tang looked up at him, puzzled. I don't need it. You can keep it for yourself. Grabbing Su Tang's wrist, Lu Jinyu shook his head, with a complicated expression, a touch of emotion still lingering in his eyes. I know you're worried about me. That's enough. You're overthinking it. If I could use it, I'd give it to you. Su Tang said nonchalantly. Each person can only take 1 of these, otherwise you'd be possessed by Yin Qi. I had them, my parents have too, so this is a spare. After hearing Su Tang's words, Lu Jinyu felt like he wasted his feelings, moved for nothing. Turns out it was a spare. But you said Yin Qi? Is this something of the Yin nature? Lu Jinyu frowned deeply. Yin attributed things conflicted with him. Even if he was seriously injured and took this to save his life, he'd definitely be taken over by Jiuyo later. then it's useless to me. It's still useful just in case. With a flick of her wrist, Su Tang signaled Lu Jinyu to let her go. Once her left hand was free, a snow crystal lotus nestled into the food box, which was unbefitting of its value. Touching the dimensional button on Lu Jinyu's wrist, Su Tang tossed the food box into the dimensional ring. Then, she carefully stored the box containing the remaining snow crystal lotus in her dimensional ring. Of course, in Lu Jinyu's eyes, she was storing it in the dimensional ring. After doing all this, Su Tang pulled out the ring box containing the soybean seeds. No, more precisely, the ring box containing the Xiaoming Jing fruit from the dimensional ring. Is this a ring for me? Lu Jinyu's eyes grew quizzical. What could this be? A token of love, looking at the brick ring Su Tang always wore, and then at the exquisite ring box she had taken out, Lu Jinyu suddenly understood. So, she liked to use rings as tokens of love. It's said that in ancient Earth, women used brick rings as tokens of love. So, was this a ring for him to express her love? At this thought, Lu Jinyu's eyes lit up with excitement. A ring? Su Tang smiled faintly. Rings were supposed to be gifts from men to women. Haven't you always wanted this? Hearing Su Tang's words, a hint of doubt crossed Lu Jinyu's eyes. He hadn't said he wanted a ring. In fact, he preferred practical things like energy stones. But since it was a gift from her, he would happily accept it, no matter what it was, and keep it carefully. When she wasn't around, he could occasionally take it out and reminisce about it. But when the box was opened, Lu Jinyu's joy faded. It was a bean. You don't like it? Su Tang was puzzled by Lu Jinyu's clearly disappointed expression. Hadn't he always wanted Ming Jin to completely suppress Jiu? You think I should like a... Before he could even utter the word bean, Lu Jinyu froze, his eyes filled with disbelief. When he pinched the bean, Jiu within him instantly shrank into a ball. What did this mean? Even without seeing it before, he instantly understood. Ming Jin fruit. After realizing this was the Ming Jin, the supremely young object he always desired, Lu Jinyu's face darkened, and he spoke with a gritted teeth. So you always had it? No, it wasn't until I returned to Sufa Star this time that my mother discovered the Ming Jin fruit, and then she gave it to me. Su Tang's eyes widened, feigning sincerity. If she revealed her mother had already given her the Ming Jin fruit, the consequences would be dire, so she would deny it to the death. Are you sure? Lu Jinyu's voice, emphasizing each word, hinted at a storm. Of course. If you don't believe me, go ask my mother. Su Tang's tone was incredibly natural. I believe it. If he truly believed it, he'd be an idiot. They said it would take 3 years, and now it's already borne fruit? They were definitely kidding. So the truth is, Su Tang hid the Ming Jingua. Well, I have to swallow the Ming Jingua whole. Under Lu Jinyu's stern gaze, Su Tang swallowed unconsciously and continued to argue. Really? My mom just gave it to me. You're dead. After swallowing the Ming Jingua in one gulp, Lu Jinyu hugged Su Tang and stood up, his tone sinister. She hidden the Ming Jingua for so long. He was definitely going to deal with her. Impatient, Lu Jinyu hurried to the room. Su Tang. How could the Ming Jingua work so quickly? Chapter 560. Su Yuan engaged in an in-depth discussion with officials from the Ministry of Government and the military for 3 days regarding robots and other issues. Of course, while this was a discussion, it was actually just Su Yuan briefly explaining his experience in the mechanical empire and some of its technologies, such as level 5 energy stone machine production technology and more advanced space technology. Su Yuan was quite satisfied with the meeting's outcome, as it largely went along with his wishes. Naturally, aside from his status as a potential father-in-law to some, the military wouldn't dare to go against him, given the mechanical empire behind him. After the meeting officially concluded, Su Yuan first arranged for the mechanical forces led by Wang Siwen. Commander Wang Siwen deployed 100 advanced robots, 1,000 first-class robots, and 10,000 second-class robots to support the Yin Federation in its war against the Naga aliens. Of course, the energy consumption during this period would be covered by the Ministry of Government. Wang Siwen led the robot army back to the mechanical empire. The two races signed a permanent friendship treaty, with the Black Evil Zone of the Black Triangle Galaxy serving as a trading port for the two races, maintaining friendly trade relations. Because he needed to bring the robot support troops with him, while also concealing the distribution of the star regions within Yin Nation, Su Yuan ultimately decided to take the Silver Star Belt, a border region. The Silver Star Belt is a unique star belt, consisting almost entirely of stars, making it completely inaccessible to humans. Because of its unique characteristics, it has become the most important natural barrier between the US and Europe, and the Yin Nation star regions. The Silver Star Belt acts like a vast curtain separating Yin Nation from the US and Europe. Beyond the Black Light Zone, the Black Crow Galaxy lies on one side, and the Silver Star Belt on the other. Following the Silver Star Belt northward, one reaches the Meteoric Turbulence Zone, thus bypassing the important star systems within Yin Nation. After Su Yuan made his decision, the three members of the Su family held a meeting. After learning that Su Yuan's father was going to the Meteoric Turbulence Zone, Su Tang firmly stated her desire to stay with him. She believed that wherever her father was, there was safety. Although Su Saran also wanted to join Su Yuan in the Meteoric Turbulence Zone to fight the aliens, Su Yuan's words, "Reorganize the Su family for me," finally made sense. This meant that the original Su family needed to be properly rectified before his daughter returned. She knew the reason why her daughter had left the Su family, so Su Yuan intended to slaughter the Su family and transform them before his daughter could see. Considering the Su family's relocation to the Hongi Galaxy, Su Saran felt that it was truly unsuitable for her to go with them to the Meteoric Turbulence Zone. Ultimately, she could only console herself by thinking that after 20 years of endurance, she still cared about this for a short while. After 3 days of consolidation in the Black Lightning Zone, a man, addicted to the temptation and depraved, who wanted to join him in the Meteoric Turbulence Zone, was mercilessly beaten and forcibly sent back by Su Yuan. The battlefield is always volatile and unpredictable. For safety reasons, Su Tang repeatedly assured her that she would live to the end of her life before leaving this realm. Tingsha, biting her handkerchief, tearfully bid Su Tang adieu and continued to follow her unscrupulous former master, Lu Jinyu. Thanks to her father's powerful return, Su Tang was less worried about the legendary world-destroying giant star beast. With Su Yuan's father, a world-class male protagonist, around, absolutely nothing would be a problem. As for Lu Qingyang, the food keeper, Su Tang gave him an indefinite leave of absence, as Su Xiaobai hadn't yet digested the ghost monster he had previously consumed. With Su Yuan, a powerful pervert, around, Lu Qingyang had nothing to worry about, so he chose to remain in the Black Triangle Galaxy to assist Lu Jinyu. Afterwards, the main force split up at the border of the Black Crow Galaxy, with Su Saran leading the group back to the Hongi Galaxy. Su Yuan had already settled everything at the previous meeting. Su Saran's public explanation of her identity was that she was a powerful woman in the military, a pillar of the nation, and a hero of the people. To recapture the Black Triangle Galaxy, the Su family had lain dormant there for over 500 years. Su Saran, bearing the title of queen, and the Su family, known as a family of heroes, proudly returned to the Yin Federation. Continuing with Ji Jincheng's covert manipulation, Su Tang's massive donation of energy stones to the nation became a hot topic, further elevating her reputation. Fearing the appearance of alien races and the resulting public panic, the government released a summary of the Black Triangle Galaxy's battle situation. After years of effort, the Federation was on the verge of reclaiming the Black Triangle. However, the two evil forces of America and Europe, disregarding the Human Alliance's peace treaty, attacked the Black Triangle Galaxy. In this critical moment, the formerly missing 9th-level energy master Su Yuan returned with a powerful force and joined the military in the fight. Thanks to the abundant energy resources, the evil forces were driven out. Ji Jincheng mastered manipulating people's hearts with great skill. Suddenly, Yin Nation's reputation soared, and calls for attacks on America and Europe grew louder by the day. Due to the relationship between Su Yuan and Su Tang, the Hongi Su family temporarily eclipsed all other major families. Su Yuan, leading 3 warships and a phalanx of robot troops, slowly sailed through the starry sky along their route. Aboard the main battleship, Su Tang swallowed hard at the scene before her. She then stated that her father was the true male protagonist. There were only her and Su Yuan on the main battleship, and of course a group of robots. At this time, the mechanical troops were sleeping in the accommodation area like a computer turned off. The warships were controlled by 500 machines, large and small. Since they lacked self-awareness like robots, Su Tang felt it was more appropriate to call them machines. Since no one else was around, Su Yuan showed off to his daughter the secret weapon he had developed in the Mechanical Empire. Of course, it wasn't his own creation. He had collaborated with Xiao Jing and others to develop it. In the Mechanical Empire, mecha technology had already been developed. Although Xiao Jing had passed away, Su Yuan's team had mastered it. Of course, that wasn't the point. The point was that they had developed the ultimate puppet suited for energy masters. Su Tang watched in amazement as Su Yuan pulled a handful of egg-sized iron balls from his space pocket. Then, like a sowing of beans, they transformed into humanoid machines with metallic faces. Even more astonishingly, they all came to life and began to steer the warship as if controlled by a human. Upon closer inspection, Su Tang spotted a clue. These were definitely not robots with autonomous consciousness, because they all possessed mental power. A shared SS mental power. Su Tang's eyes darkened, and she felt that the Energy Master was truly invincible. It was obvious that the SS mental power belonged to Su Yuan's father, who had just conquered a miracle. Dad, how many can you control? I can now divide my mental power into 524,288 strands. Theoretically, I can control the same number of puppets, but in reality, I only have 5,000 puppets at my disposal. I'm not sure if I could control more than that. Furthermore, due to the limitations of my mental power, even with my current SS mental power, my control range is still only 12 kilometers. At this, a dim light flickered in Su Yuan's eyes. As an egg-born child, mental power was always his disadvantage. Dad, this is called a puppet? Su Tang's eyes lit up. Even though her own father's mental power wasn't high, she still thought he was the most impressive, even figuring out how to control puppets using mental power. Well, these are made in the Mechanical Empire using their body production technology. I call them puppets. So, from now on, energy engineers can be the only ones in power. Even if I don't have real power or an army, as long as I'm here, with just one warship, I can single-handedly take on an entire military. For some reason, Su Tang felt the urge to worship her father. This was the demeanor of an energy engineer. So supreme. Such dominance. Chapter 561. Ever since receiving 100 puppets from Su Yuan, which were said to be advanced puppets capable of transforming into mechas, Su Tang enthusiastically began practicing. Using the puppets was simple. Su Yuan's words were, just treat them like mechas, as if you were at the controls. Threads of mental energy flow through every joint of the puppets, controlling their every move. For Su Tang, a high-level energy practitioner capable of dividing her mental energy into numerous threads, she quickly mastered the art of activating all the puppets. However, having them control warships, like Su Yuan, did prove too challenging. After 3 days of enthusiastic play, all Su Tang could do was control the puppets in group fights, and these were reckless, unarmed, and reckless group fights. As Su Yuan had said, those 100 advanced puppets could even transform into mechas. Compared to ordinary mechas, they were a bit clumsy and slow. After all, controlling 100 puppets is not the same as controlling a single mecha. Of course, puppets consume energy. After 5 days of playing, the novelty wore off, and Su Tang returned to her duties, merging energy stones. Because the Silver Star Belt is a borderland, there's essentially no star network here, and the fleet relies on guidance signals within the channel. In the starry sky, journeys without a star network or Skynet are tedious. Besides merging energy stones, Su Tang's only leisure activity was taking Su Xiaobao for a stroll. As for Su Moya, ever since she was freed by the tongued snake, she'd been captivated by her immortal father, and had become his star beast. Su Yuan, with his ethereal aura, paired with the white fur, noble-looking Su Maya, the pairing seemed harmonious to Su Tang no matter how she looked at it. Because the voyage was 35 days, Su Tang spent the Lunar New Year's Day, February 2nd, on the warship again. Fortunately, her father was also there. It wasn't until February 11th, 20316, that the 3 warships led by Su Yuan reached the junction of the Silver Star Belt and the meteoric turbulence zone. Because there were no standard communication signals within the meteoric turbulence zone, Su Yuan first traveled to the Federation border. There, he obtained access to all monitoring within the meteoric turbulence zone. After obtaining a special communication signal, the 3 warships sailed into the meteoric turbulence zone. After more than a month of fusing energy stones, Su Tang felt her energy reserves were fully replenished. Curious about the Naga race, Su Tang followed Su Yuan directly to the monitoring room. After debugging, the monitoring room was filled with footage from the meteorite turbulence zone. Su Tang felt that the meteorite turbulence zone lived up to its name, as almost every monitoring feed showed images of meteors streaking across it. However, every once in a while, the monitoring feed would flash briefly, and then vanish. Clearly the monitoring star had been knocked out by a meteor. Currently, a massive fleet of 20 warships and 500 starships was engaged in direct confrontation with the Naga aliens. Of course, Su Tang had no idea how many remained. A temporary force of guards, urgently dispatched from the major families, was dispersed densely along the border between the meteorite turbulence zone and the Dokui Galaxy to prevent any Naga aliens from breaking through the defenses and entering Yin Nation. Spotting the Yin family's warships on the monitoring feed, Su Tang's eyes lit up. So, Yin Zimu had indeed arrived in the meteorite turbulence zone. Seeing the Yin family's main battleship, intact and undamaged, the faint worry in her heart seemed to be blown away by the wind. Dad, how do we deal with so many buzzing monsters here? Su Tang saw swarms of buzzing monsters on several surveillance feeds, as fighting was clearly underway ahead. She wondered how the Naga could have so many of these rare star beasts. They couldn't possibly have one per person, could they? This is definitely a tough situation to handle. Su Yuan, hands behind his back, carefully examined the surveillance feeds. The Black Triangle Galaxy was easy to deal with, because they knew where the enemy was coming from. Having destroyed the direct space jump point connecting the US and Europe meant their main force could only invade through the border. Lu Jinyu had already obtained a galaxy map of the Black Lightning region from their superiors. Fighting within the star region was much easier with a galaxy map and knowledge of the enemy's base. So even if there were remnants of US and European ground forces, or even space warfare forces hiding on a planet, it would only be a matter of time before they were wiped out. The Naga aliens in the meteorite turbulence zone were not as easy to deal with. First, they had no idea where their home base was, and second, there was no accurate galaxy map of the meteorite turbulence zone. Currently, they could only rely on the newly established monitoring and communication systems to determine their location. However, this area was highly unstable, so the lifespan of the monitoring and communication equipment was extremely limited. The most important thing right now is to obtain complete information about the Naga aliens. Despite the somewhat complex situation, Su Yuan remained relaxed. In the Black Lightning Zone, he had intended to capture some Naga to study their information, but it was clear that the Naga were timid. They had remained hidden behind the US and European fleets. Upon discovering the robots, which were unaffected by the buzzing demons, the Naga aliens retreated. Although they had inflicted heavy damage on the US and European fleets in the Black Lightning Zone, this had not damaged their base at all, as the majority of their forces had escaped back through the space jump point. Therefore, Su Yuan and Lu Jinyu had not found a single Naga corpse, and therefore had no information at all. How do we get their information? Su Tang looked at Su Yuan bewilderedly. The Naga are also an intelligent race. You see, they have warships, so they must have communications. We can just infiltrate their communication system, and of course, we can capture prisoners. Su Yuan smiled calmly. With so many Naga here, as long as we get close enough to their main force, we can definitely capture a few. Based on the surveillance footage, the Yin Nation fleet was at a disadvantage due to the presence of the buzzing demons. However, robots without psychic powers could completely ignore the buzzing demons. Following the surveillance and communications, after 3 days of sailing through the meteorite turbulence zone, Su Yuan located the location where Yin Zimu's main force was engaged in a head-on confrontation with the Naga. At this point, the Naga had completely retreated deep into the area, but due to the buzzing demon's defensive layer, the Yin Nation fleet was unable to pursue them and, for a time, remained stationary, regrouping and preparing for battle. Yin Zimu felt completely defeated at having to stay put. However, if they pursued the enemy and were surrounded by buzzing monsters, their mental strength would be affected, and they would be the ones to be attacked. At this point, once on alert, Yin Zimu could only dispatch his mecha troops to mow down the buzzing monsters, but their numbers were too numerous, seemingly endless. That day, Yin Zimu felt a tinge of anticipation. Through the gradually established surveillance and special communications, he had gained a general understanding of the outside world. Rumors circulated that Su Yuan had returned and would come to support them. Would she? Although the surveillance footage only captured 3 warships bearing the Su family's logo, Yin Zimu couldn't help but feel excited. When Su Yuan's warships arrived and docked, Yin Zimu led a group of men to meet them. When he saw that familiar figure among the vast crowd descending from the passage, Yin Zimu's mood suddenly brightened like a sunny day. Because Su Yuan had said he was there, Su Tang didn't need to hide her whereabouts for fear of harm. So, ever since her father's return, Su Tang hadn't worn her mask. Seeing Yin Zimu was truly alright, Su Tang felt relieved when, the next second, a yellow figure rushed towards her like lightning. At the same time, a slightly shrill voice echoed in her head, "Honey. We finally found the organization." Chapter 562. With a loud bang, the Phoenix, leaping forward with such joy, was killed before it could even begin its mission. It was kicked directly into the special material wall of the docking tunnel and transformed into an egg. Influenced by the simulated gravity within, it fell to the ground with a thud and then rolled away. "Uncle, this is a misunderstanding." Yin Zimu's heart sank, and he immediately realized that something was wrong. This dead bird had actually lunged at him. Did she think he was going to hurt her? Hearing Yen Zimu's words, Su Yuan didn't even look at him, but snorted coldly. In his mind, Yen Zimu was his #1 target. If he hadn't known his daughter still loved him, he would have definitely killed him. However, he had to torture him severely. Of course, he wasn't one to ignore the overall situation. He would torture him after dealing with the Naga aliens. What is this? Su Yuan's father remained silent, so Su Tang spoke up. She knew the yellow object had no malicious intent. In fact, the feedback from its mental energy was excitement, the kind of excitement that comes from seeing a family member. I don't know either. I picked it up on the road. Yen Zimu was powerless to do anything with this phoenix. Even if he threw it onto the battlefield, it would still return the next day. It definitely had its immortality skill fully maxed out. Then I study it. Su Tang, with a look of deep curiosity, picked up the egg that had rolled to her feet. After this incident, Yen Zimu, like a subordinate who had made a serious mistake, led a group of people to follow Su Yuan into a conference room to discuss the battle situation. With something new to study, Su Tang stayed alone in the small lounge next to the conference room. So, do you think this is the legendary divine beast? Once she was alone, Su Tang excitedly looked around at the ball-sized egg. Based on my judgment, this is the divine phoenix. If Su Xiaobai had any expression, it would have been a deep one. So it's so powerful. Su Tang's eyes lit up, and she suddenly felt like she had stumbled upon a treasure. She was still skeptical about her ability to survive in the cruel world of cultivation, where the strong prey on the weak. So when one's own hardware falls short, external software is needed to compensate. Divine beast. What level is a divine beast? Even a novice cultivator like her knew it was the highest level. With a divine beast's immense power protecting them, they could dominate the world of cultivation, not to mention the immortal realm. After all, even immortals couldn't even begin to compare to a god. How could you tell it was so powerful? Su Xiaobai poured a bucket of cold water down on her, chilling her to the bone. Didn't you say it's a divine beast? Aren't divine beasts supposed to be powerful? Su Tang objected dissatisfiedly. Divine beasts also need to grow. There's no such thing as a divine beast born powerful. Su Xiaobai paused, then contradicted his previous statement. Not really. Some divine beasts are indeed powerful from birth, but that's because they already evolved before birth. This phoenix was clearly born before it was fully evolved. Can it evolve before it's even born? Su Tang was stunned. It's really hard to understand if it's not a species. Well, to put it in terms of gaming knowledge, some divine beasts are born with full skill points and attributes, while others are born as small characters, relying on their own growth to unlock skills and enhance their attributes. Su Xiaobai offered a simple explanation. Are you saying this divine beast is useless? Su Tang curled her lips in a sullen tone. So, this wasn't a treasure, but rather trash wrapped in a treasure shell. I'm not useless. A shrill child's voice suddenly echoed in Su Tang's mind. Huh? You can hear us communicating? Su Tang was stunned. It was clearly the phoenix's voice. Could telepathy be eavesdropped on by an outsider? No, a foreign bird? You were holding me, and we had direct physical contact. Of course, I know what you were talking about. The phoenix's voice tinged with arrogance. For a divine beast to lack even this ability to peer into another's mind was truly useless. So are you dead or alive now? Su Tang asked curiously, holding the egg in both hands and shaking it vigorously. Stop! I'm dizzy. A sharp scream instantly occurred to her mind. A flash of white light passed, and the egg in her hand instantly transformed into a turkey. Su Tang squeezed it curiously. Like Su Yanlai, the flame was surprisingly cold. I understand. It has mastered the art of immortality. After observing the entire process, Su Xiaobai concluded with unwavering certainty. Immortality is an innate ability of our Phoenix clan. Pride etched itself into Phoenix's voice once again. What are you so proud of? I know you want to leave this realm. It's difficult for you to thrive here, and you still have to rely on me. Su Xiaobai's displeasure was immediately evident upon hearing Phoenix's tone. The Phoenix was a divine beast, and their clan lacked divine blood. Without a fortuitous encounter, even if they left this realm, they could only cultivate to the level of an immortal venerable. But a Phoenix could cultivate to the level of a divine venerable. The comparison irritated Su Xiaobai, and he sarcastically retorted, a Phoenix in distress is no better than a pheasant. You? 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 The Phoenix was clearly enraged. You said you're from the God clan, so why are you here? Su Tang stared at the Phoenix in disappointment. So ugly, exactly like a chicken, the only difference being its feathers were all flaming. As for me, I came here with my master, eh? At this point, the phoenix sighed softly. My master used to be incredibly powerful. He was the most powerful deity in the god realm. What about your master? Su Tang's curiosity was clearly piqued. He's bragging. Su Xiaobai shouted, how could a deity come to such a desolate realm? He must be being hunted and hiding here. You're talking nonsense. My master is the most powerful. He's the leader of the Void Clan. No other deity is his match. The phoenix retorted immediately. Void Clan? Su Tang's eyes lit up. The real god clan Void Clan? TSK, the Void Clan is dead. Su Xiaobai's disdain grew even stronger. No, it was the master himself who sealed his clan away, Phoenix said, his tone growing even more agitated. My master is no longer under the control of the heavenly Tao, free from all constraints. Then how could he be dead? Su Xiaobai grew suspicious. He only knew everything about the Void Spirit clan from the inherited memories, and that information was likely heard by one of its ancestors from somewhere, so its authenticity was completely uncertain. Well, I don't know. Anyway, he said he didn't want to live anymore. He found life boring, Phoenix said with a heavy sigh. Su Tang. What a ridiculous excuse. Chapter 563. Su Tang listened with a curious heart as the phoenix recounted the unavoidable details of its relationship with its divine master. First, the phoenix introduced itself. This phoenix is called Yin Huang, a name given by its original owner. The current owner calls it the bald bird. The mention of this filled the phoenix with bitterness. It had encountered such a treacherous and unscrupulous master, and its combat power was unparalleled, but that was in its past. Now, it was just a down-on-its-luck wretch. Besides its secondary skill of immortality, it also possessed two main abilities. One was sonic power. Of course, Yin Huang didn't actually say that, but Su Tang understood it as sonic power. It could influence all creatures with lower cultivation levels through its calls, causing confusion in their consciousness. The other was arson. Of course, Yin Huang didn't actually say that, but Su Tang understood it as arson. It could create some kind of flame that would instantly vaporize the opponent. Unfortunately, its two main abilities, sonic power and arson, are currently in a dark state, meaning they can't be activated. Besides that, it has a perverted ability that makes it stronger every time it dies, but unfortunately, that's also disabled, so no matter how many times it dies, it still looks this fragile. So what's going on with your master? Su Tang wasn't really that interested in Phoenix's situation. She was gossiping about the godlike Void Spirit clan. Godlike, so majestic. My master is tired of living. Perhaps he's mentally unstable. He thinks the Void Spirit clan's existence is a mistake, so he sealed all of them away and had them reincarnate as mortals. He himself came here as a mortal, and he might have died, or he might still be unawakened. The phoenix humanized itself, posing with its wings in a helpless gesture. It was distressed by having such a willful former master. Tired of living. How could he feel that way? Su Tang's face was filled with astonishment. Mortals desperately strive for immortality, but immortals are simply tired of living. That's why I said he had a brain seizure, that's what he said. Phoenix cleared his throat, and his voice became a magnetic, deep male voice. Yin Huang, do you know how boring this world is? My life feels completely planned out. I know what's going to happen every day. No surprises, no sadness, no unknowns. Yet, I have to exist forever in this unchanging world. I don't think this is my destiny. Su Tang tilted her head and thought for a moment. Living forever, but knowing what's going to happen every day does seem quite terrifying. But what do you mean by maybe he's dead, or maybe he hasn't awakened yet? Because gods are immortal, they can only be sealed, Su Xiaobai answered first. Then how could he be dead? Su Tang was puzzled again. Because sealed gods will reincarnate, and if they encounter other hostile gods after reincarnation, their main spirit will be destroyed, and the remaining spirit will remain within the sealed body. Without other gods to help them break the seal, they will be no different from the living dead. Phoenix gave a detailed explanation. What about awakening? Su Tang understood this so-called death. It was like being in a permanent vegetative state. Awakening means that after reincarnation, due to some external stimulus, or through continuous cultivation and reaching a certain level of strength, the main spirit will revive and take over the dominant position, and they will become gods again, which is in disguised form, freeing themselves from the seal. Phoenix continued to popularize the knowledge of cultivation. Then how did you become Yen Zimu's pet? Su Tang's eyes suddenly lit up, her heart pounding. Could Yen Zimu be the reincarnation? Could he be? I don't know about that. Even before Su Tang finished, Phoenix understood. Before my original owner awakened, I didn't know where he was. But there wouldn't be any idle gods wandering this world, so it's very likely he's still alive. But even if he were mortal, he would still have ethereal blood, and his descendants would have a chance of inheriting this divine bloodline. Yin Zimu stained my eggshell with blood, and I woke up when I sensed his ethereal bloodline. Then, to my dismay, I discovered he'd sworn a blood oath to me. As for whether he was the original owner's reincarnation or his descendant, I can't tell. Is that so? Su Tang's eyes were filled with disappointment. Well, this matter could no longer be investigated. After her curiosity was satisfied, Su Tang suddenly had a strange feeling. It seemed that the giant star beast Yin Zimu had prophesied about was the phoenix, but, looking at the phoenix suspiciously for a few times, Su Tang felt she was overthinking it. So weak. It could destroy the world, right? Don't be ridiculous. So you always be this weak? Su Tang asked with a hint of disdain. That's because I didn't grow up well. The mention of the phoenix filled her with melancholy. I was sealed away by my original owner. It turns out my egg contained the primordial energy that nurtured my growth. If I hadn't been disturbed, I would have been born with incredible strength. Of course, this strength was relative to this world. But Yin Zimu broke the egg, and then I met my end. However, before being sealed, the original owner seemed to have known of Yin Zimu's appearance. He told it that if it was awakened before it had fully grown, it would follow that person, and meet the one who would help it regain its strength. But with spiritual energy, I can grow. The phoenix's small, dark eyes stole a glance at Su Tang, knowing that she must be the one who helped it regain its strength. However, how about you ask your little flower demon to give me some, just a little bit? Dream on. Su Xiaobai ruthlessly refused. Give me a little spiritual energy, so I can grow. As long as I regain my nirvana, I become increasingly powerful. The phoenix lingered, unwilling to give up. The moment it saw Su Tang, it could smell the scent of spiritual energy from ancient times. You're not my pet. Su Tang waved her hand dismissively. The star beasts of this world were different from alien species. Su Xiaobai had already instilled this knowledge in her. The so-called tamed bond here is actually quite tenuous. If a star beast wants to repent and disown its master, it only needs to endure a fraction of a second of mental energy to cut off the pain. But it's different for those from the world of cultivation, like her and Su Xiaobai. Theirs is an equal contract. While there's no master-servant distinction, the two are essentially bound together. But it's clear that this phoenix now belongs to Yin Zimu. Su Xiaobai had already explained the blood oath, which essentially means the phoenix is bound to Yin Zimu and cannot harm him. Even if Yin Zimu dies, it will suffer severe repercussions. But it's just a blood oath. Yin Zimu can't force it to do anything it doesn't want to do. To put it bluntly, if the phoenix grows strong enough to kill her, Yin Zimu won't be able to stop it. Stingy, then take me with you when you leave here. Unable to obtain spiritual energy, the phoenix began to take a circuitous route. What's the benefit? Su Tang glanced at it coldly. Even riding the bus requires paying, let alone crossing a different dimension. I give you some of my feathers? Phoenix said, looking willing to sacrifice herself. Su Tang. She can't refine weapons or elixirs, so why would she need your feathers? Su Xiaobai retorted bluntly. Phoenix feathers are naturally rare treasures, but if someone possesses them without formidable power, they surely be murdered for the treasure if discovered, which would only lead to disaster. We can sell them, Phoenix whispered. Su Tang's eyes lit up. For money, pretentious, Su Tang began to consider the feasibility of taking the phoenix with her. Ultimately, she decided to consider it in detail for 500 years before making a decision. Phoenix. So it had to remain a rookie for a few hundred more years. Chapter 564. Although Su Yuan brought only a small number of robots, their combat power was absolutely incredible. 100 high-level robots were equivalent to 100 warships. A combined force of 100 warships, or 1,000 starships, was an unparalleled force. Completely ignoring the buzzing monsters, the robot force advanced directly into the rear. Then, the Naga aliens' monitoring system in the meteorite turbulence zone was discovered, and almost simultaneously, their own surveillance was compromised. In the interstellar battlefield, once one surveillance system was discovered by the enemy, one's position was clearly exposed. As expected, after over a month of pursuit, every Naga alien fleet exposed within their surveillance range was destroyed. Among the shattered fleet, the robot forces brought back hundreds of relatively well-preserved Naga corpses. The bodies were handed over to the fleet's attached Medical Research Institute for study. Using brain cell activation technology, a rough outline of the Naga aliens' information was reconstructed. Combined with data gathered from communications compromised by the robots, the complete Naga race's profile was revealed. In the center of the meteorite turbulence zone, there was a small region unaffected by the meteorite disaster. There were a few dozen planets, and the only creatures on these planets were the Naga aliens and their food, the buzzing monsters. Because the Naga are a timid race, few were willing to leave that star region to explore the unknown. The few explorers who did ventured back soon after leaving their home system due to the meteorite turbulence. In contrast to the Naga, humans possessed a strong spirit of exploration. Therefore, despite their isolated environment, some humans had inadvertently entered that star region. The Naga became aware of their existence, but their exact location, isolated by the meteorite turbulence zone, prevented them from venturing out. 20 years of peace were shattered when a human fleet entered their system. As a timid but inherently kind race, the Naga warmly welcomed the aliens, believing them to be non-hostile. However, the result was the capture of their king, and the Naga tribe became completely controlled by the U.S. European Federation. After learning the truth, Su Tang felt a sense of uncertainty. It turned out the so-called invaders were merely pitiful victims. Once the Naga aliens were located, the military decided to annihilate them completely. While Su Tang felt this outcome was cruel, she could understand that the buzzing demons were always a threat to humanity. Ultimately, Su Yuan, in exchange for 100 natural stars, provided the military with all the energy needed to destroy the entire small system housing the Naga. Of course, the majority of this energy came from Su Tang. Over a year, the Naga aliens and buzzing demons within the meteorite turbulence zone were purged, leaving only a few remaining. Su Yuan and his robot army retired with their victory. Naturally, he wouldn't be leading the mechanical corps back to the mechanical empire. After instructing his trusted confidant to pilot a warship to deliver the core to the Black Evil Zone, the border between the two nations, Su Yuan and Su Tang returned directly to Hongguang Star. For over a year in the meteoric turbulence zone, aside from an initial encounter with Yen Zimu, Su Tang remained aboard the Su family's main warship. Even though she knew Jiang Yinchuan, Long Ju, and Qin Qinyuan had all arrived in the meteoric turbulence zone, they had never even seen her. Back in the Federation, when her computer was once again usable, Su Yuan's father set up a communication relay. Any calls to Su Tang's computer would first be routed to Su Yuan's computer, where they would be filtered. Naturally, some people were filtered out. Su Tang was completely speechless. Her father's explanation was that there were too many evil men with malicious intentions in this world, and since she was still underage, her judgment of people was bound to be flawed. He needed to test her. Since Su Yuan's father had said so, Su Tang didn't object. Even after 5 years, she was only 23 now, with 7 years left before adulthood. So, she could enjoy her single life and be a filial daughter for 7 years. It had only been about 10 days since she returned to the Hongyi Galaxy from the edge of the meteorite turbulence zone. Only 12 days later, the long-missed, beautiful and lush Hongguang Star reappeared before Su Tang's eyes. Looking at the beautiful planet in the control room, like a shy girl wrapped in a veil, Su Tang suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. 5 years had already passed. In a blink of an eye, she had already been in this world for 5 years. Upon entering Hongguang Star and reaching the area where the Su family once lived, Su Tang was stunned. Was this her ancestral home? Why was it so different? The Su family, including the people and buildings, had been completely renovated by Su Saran. Her mother had transformed the original, yet exquisitely designed, main residence into a high-tech military base, complete with warship berths, starship berths, mecha berths, training grounds, and even a simulated battlefield. Su Tang felt like she was going to spit out blood. Those rows of standard dormitories, was that where she was going to live forever? She hated them. Hey daughter, you don't like it? Su Saran, who had come out to greet them, was surprised to see Su Tang's expression. Then, pointing to the tower-like building in the distance, his face filled with pride and excitement. Look daughter, I also set up the highest level 9 ground protection shield. Even if a warship approaches, even a level 9 energy cannon, we can ignore it. Su Tang. This has truly become a military base. I always wanted to build a fully militarized planet, but unfortunately, your mom is broke. Now that I have a lot of money, I naturally want to spend it like water. Su Saran beamed with pride. She had a good husband and a good daughter, and she wouldn't have to worry about money anymore. Mom, why are you turning Hongguang into a militarized planet? It's a public planet, right? The government allows you to so ruthlessly destroy the natural environment. Su Tang suddenly felt a little helpless. In fact, she still preferred a natural environment with more flowers and plants, And she had no interest in a militarized base at all. Hongguang is already our private planet. Don't you know that half of the planets in the Hongi galaxy have become your dad's private planets? Su Saran said excitedly. Now she could do whatever she wanted with Hongguang. Glancing at Su Yuan's father with some surprise, Su Tang understood. As expected, her dad was the most impressive. Half of the planets in the entire galaxy had the surname Su. Since the ancestral home had been renovated into a base-like structure, Su Tang wouldn't insist on living in her old little palace. Fortunately, the standard dormitories weren't actually dormitories, but rather luxurious rooms reminiscent of imperial regalia. Su Tang lived alone in a dormitory, the interior of which was every bit as luxurious as her old little palace. After a comfortable shower and a change of clothes, she returned to the nutrition chamber after over 2 years. Chapter 565. In star year 20315, Yin Nation achieved a resounding victory in the Black Triangle Galaxy. In star year 20317, Yin Nation achieved a resounding victory in a battle against alien races in the meteoric turbulence zone. That same year, the Black Triangle Galaxy was officially incorporated into Yin Nation's star domain, sparking nationwide jubilation. In star year 20318, the Energy Masters Guild announced the birth of 2 exceptionally talented 11th-level Energy Grandmasters, sending the nation into a frenzy. With the nation's growing power, a plan to launch an expedition to the United States and Europe was put on the agenda. This proposal garnered widespread support, and the number of applicants skyrocketed. In star year 20320, an expeditionary force comprised of 10 legions was officially established, marking the official launch of the Galaxy Unification Plan. To show their support for this plan, the 2 Su family Energy Grandmasters donated 12 units of energy, bringing the Su family's reputation to an unprecedented height. Of course, this was only on the surface. Before the expeditionary force set out in 20320, Su Tang already possessed more energy than she could ever use in her lifetime, reaching a terrifying amount. To avoid shocking the world, Su Tang secretly gave Lu Jinyu a massive amount of energy, totaling 12 units. In addition to these major events, a major incident occurred in Yin country that everyone knew about. In 20317 of the Xingji era, upon receiving news that Empress Su had returned to the Hongi Galaxy, young talents from all walks of life flocked to the Hongi Galaxy. Unfortunately, Hongguang Star had become the Su family's private star system, and outsiders were prohibited from entering without Su Yuan's permission. These individuals, each with their own aspirations, were forced to remain in the Hongi Galaxy. In response to this situation, Su Yuan, the head of the Su family, publicly announced that the Su family was seeking a son-in-law, and that anyone who met 3 conditions could marry into the Su family. First requirement, an unmarried male of royal family. Second requirement, 5S mental strength. Third requirement, able to defeat the 108 puppet formations he set up. Note, each person can only challenge the third requirement once a year, and life and death are left to fate. If someone dies at the hands of a puppet, the Su family will not be held responsible. Because of these 3 requirements, 100% of those who challenged were eliminated at the starting line, and many realized that marrying into the Su family was impossible. Of course, many warriors chose to challenge Su Yuan first. They believed that the first and second requirements were too stringent, and that Yin country currently had no one who met them. Naturally, everyone's attention focused on the third requirement. Some astute individuals believed that this was a test from the father-in-law, hoping that passing the third requirement might reduce the first and second requirements. Many challenged the Su family's 108 puppet formations. It wasn't until Su Yuan killed some ill-intentioned individuals that everyone realized the phrase "let fate determine life and death" wasn't just a scare tactic, and that this so-called 108 formations were simply more impossible than the first 2. The 108 puppet formation involved 108 battles. In the first, Su Yuan's mechanical puppets were deployed. Winning the first battle led to the second, where 2 of Su Yuan's mechanical puppets were deployed. And so on, with each subsequent battle involving double the number of mechanical puppets. The 108 formations, this 108th battle, involved a ton of mechanical puppets. As anyone who had challenged one knew, a single mechanical puppet's combat power was comparable to that of a small mecha. Even the most formidable challenger could only make it to the third, let alone 108 matches. After a period of excitement on Hongguang Star, everyone realized that Su Yuan had no intention of recruiting a son-in-law and was simply playing tricks on them. A group of scheming individuals began to secretly plan to bypass the hurdle of the father-in-law and directly capture their target. Unfortunately, Queen Su's computer communications were filtered through multiple layers, and no one could contact her without Su Yuan's permission. On Skynet, Queen Su's information was classified as top secret and completely inaccessible, making a chance encounter through Skynet impossible. Even so, many people remained steadfast, resulting in even greater turnover within the Skynet region of the Hongi Galaxy than within the capital galaxy. Su Teng, who had logged onto Skynet, was dismayed to discover that her father had become the 24 disciplinary father, and all her Skynet friends had been restricted by him. Not only Yan Zimu, Qin Qinyuan, Long Ju, and Jiang Yinchuan, but even Lu Qingyang, Lu Shi, Ji Jinqing, and others had been hacked by Su Yuan. In the end, the only Skynet friends she had left were her father, mother, Yao Qin, Yao Yu, and an old man named Xia Rui. Of course, a king soon joined the group. Lu Jinyu escaped the quarantine thanks to her long-standing friendship. Yao Qin, Yao Yu, and Xia Rui were all interviewed by Su Yuan, and no Skynet information about her was to be leaked. Su's father explained that the assessment targets had to pass his test before being granted access. As for the others, to prevent any unforeseen consequences, they were advised not to make random friends until Su Teng reached adulthood. After a period of frustration, Su Teng finally let it go. Having never encountered Skynet before, Su Saran showed unprecedented enthusiasm for it. That time in the meteorite turbulence zone, Su Teng had secretly confirmed with Yan Zimu that the Phoenix was the galaxy-destroying giant star beast he mentioned. Su Teng now had nothing to worry about. She simply lived a life of idleness and waited for death, then ventured out to find treasures when she had time. She spent most of her daytime hours fusing energy stones. At night, Su Teng and her mother, who was incredibly curious about Skynet, would have a blast exploring the area. Occasionally, when Su Yuan wasn't busy with work, the three of them would go on virtual tours of Skynet. Before Su Teng came of age, the only person who could see her in person was Lu Jinyu, a special individual. Of course, to marry into her family, she had to meet the 3 conditions Su Yuan set. Before she came of age, Su Teng lived a comfortable life. The first person to pass the 3rd condition was Jiang Yinchuan, who finally gained communication rights. Of course, passing the 3rd condition didn't require 108 rounds. Su Yuan simply said it was passed. But long after Su Teng reached adulthood, no one else could meet her father's 3 demanding conditions. Jiang Yinchuan, spared by Su Yuan, passed the 3rd criterion. He then joined the expeditionary forces and, after decades of fighting for his country, finally achieved royal status. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the 5S mental strength criterion. This was, of course, because Yan Zimu, with ulterior motives, had sealed away the miracles that Su Yuan had forcibly returned to him. Yan Zimu, on the other hand, achieved royal status, and his 5S mental strength had also been upgraded after consuming the miracles. Unfortunately, he was stuck at the 108th formation. Su Yuan naturally resented the scoundrel Yan Zimu. Sparing him was a great favor to his daughter. Having him spared meant she had no hope of ever passing the 108th formation. As for Qin Qinyuan, he attempted to use underhanded tactics to get through the 108th formation, earning Su Yuan's special attention. Even after racking his brains and devising every possible means to achieve royal status, he, like Yan Zimu, was stuck at the 108th formation. As for Long Ju, with Jiang Yinchuan's example before him, he immediately understood that Su Yuan was simply out to beat them. Having been treated well for several years, he was spared the 108th formation. Later, Long Ju, who also fought on the battlefield, also earned that royal status. Unfortunately, his outcome was exactly the same as Jiang Yinchuan's. He was stuck at the hurdle of 5-point spiritual power. As for Lu Jinyu, as the person in charge of the expedition plan, he was actually very busy. Although he wanted to become a regular, he didn't have the time to challenge Su Yuan's 108 formation, and he also couldn't pass the 5-point spiritual power hurdle. Much later, Su Teng discovered that, with her father still around, no one else could marry into the Su family. Thankfully, after coming of age, her freedom to choose her friends was restored. Spring passed, autumn came, and as time progressed, with abundant energy support, the expeditionary force achieved tremendous victories, and the Yin Kingdom star region steadily expanded. Time intertwined, and with the passage of time, the old emerged. In the course of history, the major political and military families gradually withdrew from the stage of history. A Su dynasty gradually emerged. Chapter 566. The Timber Wolf Galaxy, affected by the formula for the dawn and miracle revealed by Yan Zimu. After receiving the divinely gifted information from his father, Jiang Yinchuan began searching planet after planet in the central Timber Wolf Galaxy. Unfortunately, after searching for over 6 months, he still found nothing. Then, through a special channel, Jiang Yunchuan received urgent news of the outbreak of war in the Black Triangle Galaxy. Upon receiving this news, Jiang Yunchuan returned to base. While most of the Timber Wolf Galaxy lacked communication, as a military garrison planet, its communication system was fully established. Upon returning to the garrison planet, Jiang Yunchuan was struck by a bolt from the blue. He stared at the message that showed it was from his wife, a short lecture. "We're done." He was stunned for a long time. What was going on? Jiang Yunchuan was stunned for a long time, his mind blank. When he finally regained consciousness, his first instinct was to call his wife. However, as the call went through, and he saw the aloof, arrogant Su Tang on the screen, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and a strange feeling struck him. What's going on? Jiang Yunchuan cut off the call, as the other party asked. Although he wasn't from the intelligence department, he still had some discernment. Even through his computer, he could tell the other person's voice was a fake voice created with a distorter. Therefore, the woman wasn't his wife. But the number was clearly his wife's. Jiang Yunchuan was puzzled. After much deliberation, he finally called Qin Qinyuan. Naturally, Jiang Yunchuan knew the whole story in an instant, and at this moment, he also learned from Qin Qinyuan that Lu Jinyu was fine at all. According to Qin Qinyuan's judgment, Su Tang secretly followed Lu Qingyang to the Black Triangle Galaxy. With no way to contact anyone, Jiang Yunchuan went straight to reunite with the expeditionary force and prepare to head for the Black Triangle Galaxy. Unfortunately, due to the unusual situation on the battlefield, he was forced to stay with the main force at the border of the Black Crow Galaxy. After Su Yuan's powerful return, the situation in the Black Triangle Galaxy stabilized instantly. Seeing Qin Qinyuan go to find his wife, under the pretext of assisting with the reorganization of the Black Triangle Galaxy, Jiang Yunchuan originally wanted to follow him, but unfortunately, his unit was assigned to the Meteoric Turbulence Zone. Although reluctant, as a soldier, he still had to obey orders. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Yunchuan led his troops to the Meteoric Turbulence Zone to fight against the Naga aliens. Fortunately, he soon received news that Su Yuan would be coming to support the battlefield in the Meteoric Turbulence Zone. Full of hope, Jiang Yunchuan waited patiently for his wife to arrive and ask for forgiveness while fending off the Naga aliens. After months of waiting, Su Yuan finally arrived, but unfortunately, Jiang Yunchuan didn't even get to see Su Tang. After discovering that Long Ju was also missing, the two of them suddenly felt an eerie sense of shared suffering. After much difficulty, the star system housing the Naga aliens was finally destroyed. Su Yuan waved his sleeves and led his troops away. Jiang Yunchuan, who had fallen behind, entered the Federation signal-carrying star field and called Su Tang directly. He received both good news and bad news. The good news was that the person on the other end wasn't the imposter. The bad news was that the person on the other end wasn't his wife, but a shocking surprise. "Uncle, hello." As soon as the call connected, and he saw Su Yuan on the video screen, the anxiety on Jiang Yunchuan's face instantly gave way to respect. Then, a wave of nervousness washed over him, as if he were meeting a high-ranking official. He involuntarily straightened his stance. He swore he hadn't been this nervous even when he saw his father. "I was in a good mood, but seeing you has made me feel worse." Su Yuan glanced at him nonchalantly. Although his words were calm, they clearly betrayed his displeasure. Jiang Yunchuan, how could he respond to this? After tugging at his lips and giving an awkward smile, Jiang Yunchuan could only bite the bullet and say, "Uncle, you're joking. Why, just following us?" Su Yuan's eyes flashed. Back in the Meteorite Turbulence Zone, those three had been looking for opportunities to get close to his daughter. He knew that, since the alien race hadn't been dealt with at the time, it wasn't convenient for him to settle accounts with them. Yet, now they were so eager to come to him. "Yes, uncle." Jiang Yunchuan's face was stiff. He felt immensely pressured by Su Yuan. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunchuan put on a serious face and decided to express his feelings directly. "Uncle, I truly love your daughter. Please grant me this." After saying this, Jiang Yunchuan felt his heartbeat quicken, and his hands began to sweat from nervousness. He couldn't help but think of the terrible outcome. What if Su Yuan disagreed? "Well, let's go to Hongguang Star." Su Yuan glanced at Jiang Yunchuan, but without making any comment, he simply hung up. Watching the disappearing video, Jiang Yunchuan was suddenly taken aback. Was this an agreement? So he was officially going to meet his future in-laws? No way. An agreement so simple. Jiang Yunchuan found it unrealistic. It wasn't long before Jiang Yunchuan realized he'd been overthinking it. It wasn't that simple. To be polite, Jiang Yunchuan bought a bunch of gifts on a Hongyi trading star, and then paid a visit to Hongguang Star. To his disappointment, He still hadn't seen his wife. Su Yuan, acting like a patriarch, offered him a cup of tea, and then the two of them moved to a large training ground. To be with my daughter, you must meet 3 conditions, and one of them is to defeat me. Standing in the center of the field, Su Yuan smiled warmly. Jiang Yinchuan nodded in understanding. This was a test of their son-in-law's strength. He understood. Parents naturally didn't want their son-in-law to be a mere sight. Of course, this was just Jiang Yinchuan's wishful thinking. The truth was, Su Yuan simply wanted to beat him. But uncle, what if I get hurt? Jiang Yinchuan was still hesitant about fighting his future father-in-law. Not me, but my puppet. Su Yuan continued to smile. Then I'm sorry, uncle. Although Su Yanlai had gone to look for his wife upon arriving, Jiang Yinchuan still had some confidence in his own abilities. Even though he didn't know what a puppet was, he was still confident. Then Jiang Yinchuan realized how wrong he was. The so-called puppets were actually small mechas. Having been slow to react and not using weapons, Jiang Yinchuan was beaten to a pulp. The next day, Jiang Yinchuan woke up in the hospital. Fortunately, Su Yanlai had brought him a message. His wife was aware of his arrival, but his future father-in-law was too strict to come out to see him. Thus, Su Yanlai became his messenger pigeon. After a month in the hospital and a full recovery, Jiang Yinchuan persevered and continued to challenge his future father-in-law. Then, after a change of heart, he confirmed with Su Yuan that he could use weapons. Jiang Yinchuan cleared the first level without hesitation, then coughed up blood when he learned there were 108 levels. Then, at the 4th level, 8 puppets, he was once again beaten to a pulp and rushed to the hospital unconscious. Exhibiting his indomitable spirit, after several years of being beaten by Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling that this one was off. Jiang Yinchuan then received a small bonus, the right to maintain communication with his wife. Then, hoping to marry into the Su family as soon as possible, Jiang Yinchuan began working toward the remaining 2 conditions. With his wife, and the energy secretly given to him by Su Yanlai, Jiang Yinchuan confidently joined the expeditionary force. Decades later, he had earned enough merit to qualify for royal status. Unfortunately, Yan Zimu, being too narrow-minded, stopped selling miracles, and Jiang Yinchuan was ultimately stuck with his 5S spiritual power. Thankfully, after Su Tang came of age, Jiang Yinchuan gained the privilege of free access to Hongguang Star for 30 days a year. Chapter 567. In the meteorite turbulence zone, Yan Zima held the highest rank, making him naturally the primary commander. After sweeping across the small star field with firepower, the battle there was largely over. After finishing some follow-up work, Yan Zima discovered that Su Yuan had already left, and Jiang Yinchuan had also departed. Looking at the bald-haired bird fluttering around him, Yan Zimu decided to accept reality. Perishing together with the phoenix was clearly impossible, and returning to the past was even more impossible. Furthermore, the bald-haired bird told him that there was no such thing as a past life. What he had seen was merely a prophetic dream. As for why he possessed this ability, it was related to his bloodline. It was said that their clan was extremely powerful, and that his ancestor was a deity. Yin Zima felt that the bald-haired bird was going off the rails, but its words were so convincing that he was certain that if he died, he would truly die. Since this was the case, Yin Zima decided to pursue his wife. With some dark thoughts, he handed the cleanup of the meteorite turbulence zone to Long Ju, who also stayed. Yin Zimu then led part of his army directly to the Wood Wolf system. After 6 months of fighting there, he finally located and successfully defeated 3 gigantic sky lawn beasts. The main force then returned to the capital system. After reorganizing his forces and ensuring the stability of the Black Triangle system, that there were no foreign invasions, and that there was nothing for him to worry about, Yin Zima headed directly for the Hongyi system. Before arriving in the Hongyi system, Yin Zimu had seen Su Yuan's so-called requirements for a son-in-law, and his confidence instantly surged. According to his medical team's research, as long as one met the requirement of no mental power upgrades within 10 years, taking the miracle drug would increase one's mental power by a 99.9% chance. Therefore, if he wasn't unlucky, he could reach 5S mental power by the year 20324 of the Star Era. This meant that the first 2 requirements could be completely ignored. As long as he passed Su Yuan's 108 formations, he could marry into the Su family and be with Su Tang. Sadly, after seeing the Pioneer Warriors' descriptions of the puppet formation on the interstellar internet, Yin Zimu instantly understood that Su Yuan's situation was definitely not easy. At the space station on Hongguang Star, Yin Zimu submitted his entry application with trepidation, and surprisingly, Su Yuan allowed him entry. He formally sent a visiting letter to Su Yuan, and was delighted to find that Su Yuan actually accepted it. At the Su family ancestral home, upon discovering Yin Zimu's arrival, Su Yuan's hands itched with anticipation. Yin Zimu was definitely the one he wanted to smack. If that hadn't appeared on Hongwang Star, perhaps he wouldn't have made the whim of traveling to the capital system. Naturally, if he hadn't disappeared, his daughter wouldn't have suffered so much. Of course, that was fine. After all, it wasn't Yin Zimu's fault. However, after his disappearance, Yin Zimu actually got engaged to another woman. This was a complete disregard for his daughter, twice. Su Yuan felt that he would never be able to quell his hatred unless he cut him into pieces. Unfortunately, his daughter still liked him. His precious daughter said it was a misunderstanding, that his daughter was devoted to him, which made Su Yuan very unhappy. But when his daughter said that her father was the most important, and that if he really didn't like Yin Zimu, he should just ban him from entering the country for the rest of his life, Su Yuan felt relieved. In his daughter's heart, he was the most important. Since his daughter liked him, he just treated her as another toy. After all, with him around, these little bastards couldn't get away with anything. In the end, Su Yuan decided to spare his life, but unfortunately, he could escape the death penalty, but he couldn't escape the punishment of life. Since Yin Zimu was a royal family member and had a miracle in his hands, Su Yuan decided to keep him trapped in the 108th formation and prevent him from passing it for the rest of his life. Uncle, what happened back then? Yin Zimu arrived promptly on the date indicated in the letter, then respectfully began explaining the events of the past. People always move forward. I can let go of the past. After hearing this, Su Yuan's face lit up with generosity. He never dwelled on the past, only on the future. He had decided that every time Yin Zimu came, he would beat him up. If he dared not come and find another woman, he would kill him without further ado. Uncle, what do you mean? Yin Zimu's eyes lit up. Was this hopeful? The reality he lived in was vastly different from the future he had foreseen. It was possible that people in reality were completely different from those in the prophecy. So, Su Yuan wasn't the psychopathic murderer who had wiped out an entire galaxy in his prophecy? Was the real Su Yuan really that easy to talk to? It wasn't long before Yin Zimu realized he'd been overthinking it. Su Yuan was still the same perverted Su Yuan. What I mean is, if you want to be with my daughter, you must first marry into our Su family. Su Yuan stirred the teapot with a lid, his face calm. I understand. That's absolutely fine. Yin Zimu nodded seriously. To marry into our Su family, you must meet 3 conditions. Su Yuan continued slowly. I understand. Then, uncle, I would like to challenge your puppet formation right now. Yin Zimu nodded seriously. Excellent. Su Yuan's smile widened even more after waiting for these words. Then, naturally, the two of them headed to the training ground. For Yin Zimu's first match, Su Yuan used his highest level puppet. Decisive, like Jiang Yichuan, Yin Zimu woke up in the hospital the next day. After waking up, Yin Zimu realized that defeating Su Yuan's puppet was utter nonsense. Fighting a mecha without a mecha? That was sheer nonsense. During his month recuperating in the hospital, Yin Zimu began to ponder how to deal with the mechanical puppet. While being beaten, he clearly felt the puppet's mental power. Precisely because it was an object imbued with mental power, he couldn't contain it within his own spatial deflection when he touched it. But how could an inanimate object possess mental power? Combined with Su Yuan's mental power, Yin Zimu figured it out. Su Yuan must be controlling the puppet with his mental power. After a year on Hongwang Star, and being beaten by Su Yuan over 10 times, Yin Zimu decided that this wasn't the way to go. After recuperating again, Yin Zimu returned to the capital system due to the planned expedition to the US and Europe. While handling government affairs in the capital system, Yin Zimu did not forget to gather his team of pharmacists to begin researching secret weapons. Once the expedition plan was on track, and he had little to do, Yin Zimu, armed with his secret weapon, once again arrived at Hongwang Star to challenge Su Yuan. It's worth mentioning that even after so many challenges, Yin Zimu still got stuck in the first round. Su Yuan's advanced puppets were simply insanely powerful. This time, Yin Zimu began by using a mind-suppressing potion. Huh? Su Yuan exclaimed softly. As expected, the puppet, without mental control, instantly ceased functioning as if frozen. Yin Zimu breathed a sigh of relief, believing he had a chance of entering the Su family. Unfortunately, his complacency was short-lived as the mechanical puppet entered attack mode again, and he clearly sensed the mental power. After recuperating in the hospital once again, Yin Zimu moved his office to the Hongyi Galaxy. While he attended to his affairs, his pharmacist team continued their research. With Skynet at his side, Any urgent meetings could be held and participated in there. Soon after, armed with an improved and more effective mental suppression potion, Yen Zima continued to challenge Su Yuan. Naturally, he was hospitalized again. Afterward, Yen Zima changed his strategy, and his pharmacist team began researching an airborne knockout potion. Once the potion was developed, Yen Zima continued his challenge, but still to no avail. Then, in 2323, Su Yuan announced that Jiang Yinchuan had passed his puppet formation. Yen Zima was a little stunned. Could someone really pass it? Unfortunately, when he went to consult Jiang Yinchuan, he was offered the purchase of a miracle weapon as a condition. Decisive, Yen Zima refused. Yen Zima continued to believe in the potion-based strategy, but it proved ineffective. It wasn't until over a decade later that Su Yuan proudly told him, "With Ming Jin here, you're immune to all poisons." Yen Zima, so, relying on potions to pass was impossible. Afterward, Yen Zima completely gave up on the 108 formations, his intuition telling him that Su Yuan wouldn't let him pass. Also, after Su Tang came of age, although he could only be sent to Hongguang Star if he challenged Su Yuan, at least he could see her again. Sometimes, when Su Tang traveled, he could even accompany her as her personal bodyguard. Therefore, Yen Zima no longer cared about whether or not he could officially marry into the Su family. Of course, Yen Zima's refusal to challenge him didn't mean Su Yuan had let him off. The annual beatings, often ostensibly a challenge but ultimately a grueling one, were inevitable. Chapter 568. Qin Qinyuan had originally traveled to the Black Triangle Galaxy with the intention of finding his wife, but unfortunately, he didn't see her and ended up being stranded there. Because Qin Qinyuan had arrived, although he couldn't kill, he could still find some bad luck. Lu Jinyu pushed all the work onto Qin Qinyuan and began secretly planning his expedition. After several years of hard work in the Black Triangle Galaxy, Qin Qinyuan finally found a reason to leave when the system was nearly stable and the communication system had achieved near complete coverage. Once he left, the expedition plan was put on the agenda. After hurriedly returning to the capital galaxy, a series of meetings, both large and small, were held regarding the plan. It wasn't until the second half of 30,320 that Qin Qinyuan, who hadn't participated in the expedition, finally had some free time. Seeing Yen Zimu and Jiang Yinchuan both in the Hongyi Galaxy, Qin Qinyuan, unwilling to fall behind, began researching Su Yuan's mechanical puppet. He then came to several conclusions. First, the puppet relied on Su Yuan's mental control. Second, the puppet was made of metal. Third, the puppets rely on energy stones for power. After studying Su Yuan's puppets to what he considered a thorough understanding, Qin Qinyuan devised two countermeasures. First, Qin Qinyuan went to the Beast Tamer unit and found a box of broken gold rats. Broken gold rats are docile star beasts the size of small mice. They prefer metal objects. After being fed continuously for 10 days, they will consider the person feeding them their master. Of course, due to their limited intelligence, broken gold rats cannot understand complex commands. After feeding them continuously for over a month, Qin Qinyuan could roughly control his 10 newly acquired broken gold rats to attack his designated targets. Qin Qinyuan then arrived at the Hongyi Galaxy. After handing Su Yuan his visiting card after so many years, Qin Qinyuan felt a surge of emotion. The moment he first met Su Yuan in the capital galaxy was still vivid in his mind. Now, as a junior, he was actually visiting his future father-in-law. How time had truly changed. These men had come to Hongguang Star seeking abuse, so Su Yuan naturally welcomed them with open arms. With his gifts, Qin Qinyuan heartfeltly expressed his true feelings for Su Tang. Unfortunately, Su Yuan wore a polite smile throughout. Finally, when Qin Qinyuan ran out of things to say, Su Yuan slowly said, "In that case, come with me to fight the puppet formation and see if you're qualified." Then, naturally, the two of them moved to the training room. Looking at the metallic shimmering puppet standing across from him a dozen meters away, Qin Qinyuan focused his attention. Judging from its texture, it was definitely made of metal. As soon as Su Yuan announced the start, Qin Qinyuan didn't even draw his weapon. With a single movement, he grasped a small mouse and threw it precisely onto the puppet's neck. Then, he shifted his position and swiftly attacked knees, wrists, elbows. Every vital joint of the puppet was attacked with his mouse. Qin Qinyuan was stunned, as his mice's response was, "I can't eat them." Su Yuan folded his arms and smiled at the surprised Qin Qinyuan. He sneered inwardly, thinking he was blind. Even if it was hidden in his pocket, he would have known he had brought a star beast. Golden rat? This kid had a brilliant idea. If a metal puppet encountered a gold rat, it would be eaten. Unfortunately, he already had a more advanced puppet. The surface material of his advanced puppets was made of a special crystal, far stronger than metal. Due to this moment of distraction, Qin Qinyuan was hit by a kick from the puppet controlled by Su Yuan. Fighting against the puppet, which resembled a mecha, he was naturally beaten unconscious. Looking at Qin Qinyuan being horribly beaten by the puppet, Su Yuan snorted coldly. You dare to play tricks on him? This kid, like Yen Zimu, will never make it to this level in his lifetime. In the hospital, Qin Qinyuan pondered the situation, meticulously studying all the videos he had collected of challenges against Su Yuan's puppet formations, as if studying a college entrance exam question. After recovering from his injuries, Qin Qinyuan gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then, Qin Qinyuan led a Qin family force directly to the Wood Wolf Galaxy. 2 years later, Qin Qinyuan once again returned to Hongguang Star with his newly minted secret weapon to challenge Su Yuan. This time, observing Qin Qinyuan's confidence, Su Yuan's smile deepened. In the training room, at the start of the challenge, Qin Qinyuan waved his hand, and a large flock of stone-patterned butterflies appeared within the modest room. In order to overcome Su Yuan's 108 array formation, Qin Qinyuan had invested heavily. Coaxing a single stone-patterned butterfly required over 10 units of energy. Unfortunately, within 3 seconds, Qin Qinyuan was once again stunned. He had forgotten the stone-patterned butterfly's deceptive nature. Before him was Su Yuan, a level 11 energy grandmaster. The baby butterfly, with its voracious appetite, quickly realized that following an energy grandmaster would ensure its full complement, and then its former master would be ruthlessly abandoned. Su Yuan smiled meaningfully at a certain gluttonous butterfly clinging to his thigh, then glanced up at Qin Qinyuan. You worked so hard. You went out of your way to capture this little pet? Didn't anyone tell you that using an energy-eating beast in front of an energy grandmaster is foolish? Qin Qinyuan. Damn, that motherly thing. And then, naturally, someone was once again honored in the hospital. While recuperating in the hospital, Qin Qinyuan pondered, but ultimately came to no avail. Challenging Su Yuan's puppet formation required the use of mechas and other large weapons, but using only laser swords and level 1 and 2 energy guns, the most desperate of their military personnel only managed to defeat 8 puppets in the 4th round. Thinking of those 108 rounds, Qin Qinyuan twitched his lips, feeling that without using star beasts, his life would be hopeless. But he wasn't a beast tamer, and where could he find such powerful star beasts? After seeing Yen Zimu relocate his offices to the Hongyi Galaxy, Qin Qinyuan returned directly to the capital galaxy after recovering. Later, all of the Qin family's forces, save for the Qin No. 1 guards, who were not allowed to leave the capital, relocated to the Hongyi Galaxy. Before he could finish his own affairs, Qin Qinyuan saw Su Yuan's announcement that Jiang Yinchuan had passed the so-called 108 formations. Then, a stunned Qin Qinyuan suddenly thought of Su Yanlai. Could it be that Su Yanlai, with his immense martial arts prowess, had helped him clear the level? In other words, it was his wife who had instructed him to let Jiang Yinchuan pass. Unfortunately, not to mention Su Tang's face, Qin Qinyuan couldn't even contact her behind Su Yuan's effective firewall. Frantic, Qin Qinyuan tracked down Jiang Yinchuan, who was also in the Hongyi star system, and learned the entire story of his victory. Jiang Yinchuan had never fought the 108 formations before. His secret to victory lay in his unwavering perseverance, allowing Su Yuan to torture him. Once he had enough, Su Yuan waved his hand and let him go. It was only then that Qin Qinyuan realized that the so-called 108 formations were just an excuse for Su Yuan to beat them up. Afterwards, Qin Qinyuan, who had corrected his attitude, followed Jiang Yinchuan's example, and went to Su Yuan to vent his anger. Unfortunately, because he had tried to use tricks to get through twice before, and refused to accept the beating, Qin Qinyuan was considered by Su Yuan to have impure intentions, and was classified as Yen Zimu's level. Chapter 569. Back then, due to Yen Zimu's malicious revenge, Long Ju was chosen to carry out the cleanup work in the meteorite turbulence zone. Although the small star system inhabited by the Naga alien race had been completely bombarded, the buzzing monsters remained a vexing problem. During the battle, biological experts had thoroughly studied the properties of the buzzing monsters. Like bees on ancient Earth, each colony of buzzing monsters had its own queen, and the queens reproduced at an astonishing rate. If the buzzing monsters in the meteorite turbulence zone were left unchecked, a buzzing monster plague would surely occur within 100 years. Lost in the meteorite turbulence zone, Long Ju began the arduous task of clearing out the buzzing monsters. Fortunately, biologists had developed an effective method to deal with the buzzing monsters. After capturing the buzzing monsters, they inoculated them with a special virus. This virus has a certain incubation period, and can spread through physical contact between members of the same species. Like a human plague, the number of buzzing monsters infected increased, and their number in the starry sky dwindled. As a precaution, the main force carried out a thorough cleanup plan in the meteorite turbulence zone. One day, while searching a planet suspected of housing buzzing demons, Longju suddenly felt a strange sensation, something uncontrollably excited. After carefully searching within his space, he discovered that the compass he had always carried with him, only to have it abandoned in a corner in Grow Hair, was spinning furiously. Overjoyed, Longju began searching the planet. He had arrived in this world solely because of the so-called God's Tomb. But was there really a God's Tomb here? Unfortunately, he ultimately found a barren ruin, devoid of any traces of hair. Thinking it might be his bad luck, Longju secretly memorized this planet and this place. He decided to wait and find his wife to join him on this expedition. Given the luck of a man blessed with heaven, finding nothing was simply impossible. It wasn't until many years later, when Longju saw the phoenix, that he suddenly realized the so-called divine tomb was merely the phoenix's nest. It took 5 years, but the buzzing demons in the meteorite turbulence zone were nearly wiped out. Only then was Longju able to escape, and the Yin Kingdom's fleet finally withdrew from the meteorite turbulence zone. Afterwards, he led his army back to the capital system. Because of his achievements in the meteorite turbulence zone, Longju successfully became the marshal of the Long family. He spent another year reorganizing the Long family. With everything settled, Longju, free to research Su Yuan's requirements for a son-in-law. Then, the miserable person discovered that none of them matched his requirements. Reaching the rank of a royal within the military was a demanding task. Longju felt that unless he joined the expeditionary force, he would have no hope of achieving it in his lifetime. As for his 5S spiritual power, while his body was highly compatible with his consciousness, this was his third time possessing a body, and regaining it would be difficult. Clinging to a shred of hope, Longju sought out Yin Zimu in the Hongi Galaxy and, after much persuasion, tried to persuade him to sell him a miracle. Unfortunately, Yin Zimu firmly refused. Ultimately, even resorting to robbery, Longju still failed to find a single miracle. Believing his miracles were truly exhausted, Longju finally gave up and resolved to rely on his own efforts to quickly reach 5S spiritual power. Before he could decide whether to join the expeditionary force and make his mark or challenge Su Yuan's so-called 108th formation, Longju heard that Jiang Yunchuan had successfully passed it. Men's friendships are generally built on the foundations of their experiences at number 3 middle school, sharing weapons, studying together, and going to wars together. Having worked together against the aliens in the meteorite turbulence zone, Jiang Yunchuan and Longju could be considered to have shared a common rapport. Perhaps out of camaraderie from their shared battles, or perhaps out of a desire to see Longju get a good beating from Su Yuan, Jiang Yunchuan directly confessed his experience to Longju. His good manners satisfied his future father-in-law, and he was naturally let off. Although he was skeptical of Jiang Yunchuan's statement, after carefully examining Su Yuan's challenge, Longju understood it was purely a torment. Without a supernatural star beast like Lu Jinyu, how could one possibly even attempt this formation? For 8 lifetimes, forget it. With the sinister intention of using a hypnotic spell to defeat Su Yuan, Longju challenged Su Yuan's puppets. Because of Longju's good attitude, Su Yuan didn't immediately confront him with a high-level puppet. While engaging with the ordinary puppets, and realizing he had passed the first level and his future father-in-law's expression of composure and lack of appreciation, Longju, with his keen intuition, concluded that this was definitely not a test of their strength. It was definitely not Su Yuan's charade of finding a powerful man for his daughter. No matter how powerful a human being was, they couldn't compare to a mecha. In an instant, Longju realized that Jiang Yunchuan hadn't lied. Su Yuan simply wanted to torture them. Having reached this conclusion, Longju, after being hospitalized for his injuries, immediately followed Qin Qinyuan and Yin Zimu's lead and settled in the Hongi Galaxy. Once he recovered, Longju eagerly sought a beating from his future father-in-law, regardless of weather. Time flew by. After 6 years of abuse, Su Yuan waved his hand, and Longju was released. Looking at Yin Zimu and Qin Qinyuan still struggling in Su Yuan's 108 formations, Longju felt a sense of smugness. Following some dark thought, Longju offered a subtle suggestion regarding Su Yuan's puppets. Longju, a weapon refiner himself in the world of cultivation, was also well versed in puppetry. However, at the time, puppets were controlled by spirit stones and possessed a higher level of intelligence, so the puppets of the cultivation world tended to be robots. However, robots controlled by programs would evolve autonomous programs over time, which was also a vexing problem. After passing Su Yuan's 108 formations, Long Ju and Su Yuan gradually became close due to their research on puppets. Under the guise of puppet research, Long Ju stayed at the Su family, and by then, Su Tang had already reached adulthood. After asking his daughter's opinion, Su Yuan turned a blind eye to Long Ju's behavior. 2 years later, robots, like intelligent mechas, controlled entirely by mental power, not by programs, were developed. Gradually, robots were once again applied in various fields, and the Federation's development achieved breakthroughs. Then, Su Yuan abruptly kicked someone out of the Su family. Su Yuan explained that the benefits he had received were already generous, and that it was unbelievable for him, at such a young age, to stay home all day. He also stated that without royal status, he shouldn't come back to see his daughter. Finally, Long Ju took the 12 units of energy provided by the Su family to the country, and went to the battlefield, beginning a new round of struggle for his tremendous achievements. Chapter 570. Because Su Tang's reputation as a level 10 energy grandmaster was so resounding, since returning to Hongguang Star, Su Yuan's days had been filled with nothing but fusing energy stones and beating people up with his puppet army. Beating people up. Beating people up. Many men with ulterior motives were killed or maimed, though the one his daughter favored was spared. 2 years later, aside from a few who persevered, most gave up on challenging the so-called 108 formations. After all, no one dared to risk their lives. Challenging the puppet formations while Su Yuan was in a bad mood meant immediate death. Furthermore, as an energy grandmaster, such a death would be in vain. As the challengers gradually dwindled, Su Yuan reflected and realized he had missed 2 people. Because someone was still in the Black Triangle Galaxy, Su Yuan decisively changed his target, and then set his sights on someone far away in the Ministry of Political Affairs. Unfortunately, that person wisely chose not to challenge him, so Su Yuan naturally had to find a way to trick him into coming. Ji Jincheng had always been a very self-aware person, with a clear understanding of what he could and could not do. When he received the news of Lu Juni's assassination, he immediately and attentively sent it to Su Tang. It was absolutely impossible for him to have no undue expectations of a level 10 energy grandmaster. He had successfully used Lu Juni's situation to separate Su Tang from the 3 men. Now, only Lu Qingyang and himself could see her. He had originally planned to play the role of silent guardian. When the female master was alone, as a loyal, high-quality, and handsome subordinate, his chances of becoming a regular employee were very high. Unfortunately, due to Su Tang's incredibly high martial arts power, he had no choice but to follow her lead and secretly help her reach the Black Triangle Galaxy. Then, the situation completely defied his expectations. His plan to seduce someone was aborted. Not only did Lu Jinyu survive, but even Su Yuan returned. Su Yuan, with a domineering attitude, isolated everyone. After hearing the 3 conditions, Ji Jincheng realized his chances were over. With great self-awareness, he abandoned his plan to seduce Su Tang and remained a good president of the Federation. In the second half of 20,319, the Su family expressed their willingness to contribute to the planned expedition to the United States and Europe. Naturally, as an energy-rich family, their contribution was energy stones. The Su family provided 50,000 first-grade, level 7 energy stones, 2,000 first-grade, level 8 energy stones, 200 first-grade, level 9 energy stones, and 10 first-grade, level 10 energy stones, for a total of 12 units of energy. According to the Su family head's request, Ji Jincheng, the president of the Federation, was required to personally inspect and receive the energy. 12 units of energy were equivalent to the entire national treasury, making this a top priority. Ji Jincheng dropped everything he was doing and, along with the military's elite troops, headed for Hongguang Planet. Arriving on Hongguang Planet, Ji Jincheng was stunned. Su Yuan claimed he had arrived too early, as the energy stones weren't fully prepared yet. Su Yuan warmly invited Ji Jincheng to stay at the Su family home, then showered him with praise, like young and promising, handsome, and talented, leaving him sweating profusely. According to his keen intuition, Ji Jincheng sensed that Su Yuan was about to unleash his ultimate move. This time, he was doomed. Then Su Yuan addressed the key question, "What do you think of my daughter?" Ji Jincheng felt that his previous seduction plan had been quite secretive, and that he had even been eliminated without even attempting anything, so Su Yuan probably didn't know about his subtle intentions. But where did this question come from? Ji Jincheng's hands were sweating, But his face was sincere and admiring as he poured out every compliment he could think of, praising Su Tang to the skies. Su Yuan sipped his tea, a smile on his face, clearly delighted by the compliments about his daughter. But after Ji Jinqing finished, he suddenly said, "Well, I think you're pretty good too. How about challenging my puppet formation?" Ji Jinqing was completely stunned by this. How could he respond? If he said he didn't want to marry into the Su family, wouldn't that be a direct expression of disdain for his daughter? The consequence would surely be a beating from Su Yuan. But challenging the puppet formation? As a member of the political department, Ji Jinqing's personal combat prowess was definitely not high. Those tough men in the military all gave Su Yuan's puppet formation a wide berth. For him to challenge it was like asking for death. After a moment of confusion, Ji Jinqing realized that Su Yuan was just looking for ways to beat him up. Though Ji Jinqing was extremely reluctant, Su Yuan's enthusiasm was hard to resist, and he was dragged to the training grounds. Then, using only a single puppet, Su Yuan beat Ji Jinqing half to death. Afterwards, Su Yuan cheerfully dispatched a top-tier elite medical team and top-tier medicine. The next day, Ji Jinqing was full of life, not even having the chance to feign illness. Naturally, Ji Jinqing was dragged to the training grounds again, and once again, with only a puppet, he was beaten to the ground. This cycle of tormenting Ji Jinqing continued for a month, and Su Yuan, satisfied, went to consult his daughter. After Su Tang expressed her disinterest in Ji Jinqing, Su Yuan waved his hand, signaling that the energy stone was ready, which naturally translated to get out of here. As if pardoned, Ji Jinqing, carrying the energy stone, journeyed day and night back to the capital star system. For Ji Jinqing, whose combat prowess wasn't particularly high, whose military academy background wasn't even close to being on the battlefield, the month plus he spent on Hongguang Star was the most traumatic experience of his life, bar none. Then one year, Su Xiaobai claimed she had run out of food. Although the once powerful and powerful Phoenix, the boss who had annihilated countless star systems, had now become a ridiculously idiotic bird that could only be used as a barbecue grill, Su Xiaobai's increased strength was still beneficial to her. After notifying Su Yuan, Lu Qingyang was summoned to Hongguang Star via special communication. As a father obsessed with his daughter, how could he tolerate the existence of another father? Poor Lu Qingyang, innocently caught in the crossfire because Su Tang had been calling him dad for a while. Lu Qingyang was a man of integrity. Having already sold it back then, he wouldn't regret it now. Of course, regretting it now would definitely lead to death. After a long and tiring journey back to Hongguang Star from the front lines, Lu Qingyang was relieved that his ghost blade didn't have to die. However, while his life was safe, Su Xiaobai's devouring of the ghost blade had significantly reduced its strength, essentially returning to its pre-devouring power. Lu Qingyang was already grateful for this outcome. He was also pleasantly surprised, though perhaps a little guilty, by Su Tang's donation of 31 units of energy to Lu Qingyang's unit. Since the donation was being made to the military, it needed to be reported to the Ministry of Political Affairs for recordation, and it could be considered a contribution to the country, so Lu Qingyang didn't make a pretentious excuse. Lu Qingyang, who had thought he had nothing to worry about, was enthusiastically kept by Su Yuan, under the pretext that the energy stone wasn't ready yet. Then, under the guise of training, Su Yuan used 10 puppets to treat Lu Qingyang well. Although his injuries weren't serious enough to require hospitalization, and a few hours in the recuperation chamber would be enough to heal, Su Yuan's choice of location for attack was definitely not pleasant. After being abused by Su Yuan for over a month, Lu Qingyang was finally pardoned and allowed to return to the front lines with the energy stone. Remarkably, his strength actually improved during these beatings. Chapter 571. Little Su Tianyin has been feeling very distressed lately because he's in kindergarten. While there, he learned a piece of devastating news. Every child has a father. But he doesn't. This is a serious problem. Feng Yaya, the only girl in his class, told him she has 4 fathers. Su Tianyin was horrified. He then carefully questioned all his classmates and concluded that they all have fathers. Of course, a few don't have mothers. But he's the only one without a father. Because his mother is out, and he can't find out about his father, Su Tianyin is gloomy at home. As his elder and good brother, Sui can't stand it anymore. Xiaotian, what's wrong with you? Sui, with a mature look on his face, sat down next to Su Tianyin. Uncle, I want to know how I was born. Su Tianyin looked bewildered after hearing the noise and seeing the person. His friends had told him that he couldn't be born without a father, so how did he come from? You were born from an egg. Sui cleared a cough, then spoke seriously, all scholarly. This is the moment you were born. Uncle, I took a picture of you. Sui then carefully flipped through his laptop, and a video popped up. The video was short, only a few minutes long. It consisted of a large egg. Then, with a crack, the egg broke, revealing a tiny, black-eyed baby within the shell, followed by the enchanting sound of wah wah wah. That's me? Su Tianyan's eyes widened, his face puffed up, and he looked incredulous. How could he have been so dumb when he was born? Yeah. Sui nodded. He had asked him where he came from back then, and not long after, his father took him to witness the birth of his nephew. So where did this egg come from? After learning that he evolved from an egg, Su Tianyan had a huge question about the egg's origin. Eggs are mass-produced in hospitals, and every child is born in a hospital. For a 6-year-old Sui, he didn't know much more than his 4-year-old nephew, Su Tianyan. But as a knowledgeable uncle, he couldn't answer with I don't know. So every child comes from the hospital, Su Tianyan suddenly realized, finally finding the answer to his origins. But a moment later, his chubby face wrinkled again. But why do everyone else have a father? His eyebrows knitted together, a hint of envy etched in his eyes. Uncle, why is your father my grandfather, and why isn't my grandfather my father? That's because my father and mother are married. Sui pondered for a moment before concluding, Dad is the one who married Mom. Since you're not married, you don't have a father. Is that so? My mother is married, so I have a father? Little Su Tianyan suddenly became excited. So having a father is actually quite easy. Yes, that's right. Sui nodded with certainty, but he made up his mind to secretly ask his teacher when he got to school. Although there was a star network, asking Star Mother was still a bit of a challenge for Sui, who could barely read and could only look at pictures. From that day on, little Su Tianyan began carefully observing every potential father he came into contact with. Unfortunately, before he had even finished observing for 3 days, Uncle Sui brought him some bad news. Fathers are complex creatures. The teacher says there are 2 types of fathers, biological and adopted. The 2 children gathered together again to whisper. Su Yi's face was serious, his childish voice tinged with nervousness. Another teacher in our class said there was once a beautiful girl, but she had a stepmother, and she had to work all day. Little girls have to work too. Su Tianyan's eyes were filled with astonishment. Although he was young, he understood the differences between men and women, and that little girls were more precious than their young men. The teacher said that Feng Yaya was like the flower in the meadow, and all the students should protect her and not bully her. Well, our teacher also said there was once a very beautiful princess, but her stepmother became jealous of her beauty and poisoned her with an apple. Sui continued to share his knowledge, still keeping his voice low. Poisoned? Su Tianyan cried out. Though young, he understood the meaning of death. His plush rabbit had died, so death meant non-existence, never to be seen again. All successors are bad. Maybe their successor fathers are just as bad. They wouldn't even spare little girls, let alone little boys like us. Su Yi's childish tone was filled with seriousness. Then. Su Tianyan's face paled with fear. So we have to find our biological father. A hint of guilt flashed in Su Yi's large, black grape-like eyes. If his nephew had listened to him a few days ago and just found a father, then he would have a successor father. He might have been poisoned to death, and then he would have no one to play with. No, he had to help his nephew find his biological father. Clenching his chubby fists, a flicker of determination crossed his face. Xiaotian, let's go find your biological father together. How do I find him? Su Tianyan recovered from his shock, his face a bit bewildered. This is the software I begged the teacher to download for me today. Sui solemnly opened the computer. Although he couldn't read, he knew pictures. He opened the software he downloaded at school, and a blank screen appeared. Don't move. Straighten your face and look at me, Tianqi. Su Tianyan nervously cooperated, baring a few small white teeth. Then, his photo appeared on the left side of the screen. Uncle, what's this for? After taking the photo, Su Tianyan's furry head leaned over the computer screen. The teacher said this is simulation software. By looking at your appearance, they can trace your father's appearance. Look! Within seconds, on the screen, next to Su Tianyan's image, the face of a gentle, elegant young man appeared. Uncle, you said this man is my biological father. Su Tianyan held his little face, his eyes wide. No, to be exact, your biological father should look like this. Sui stared at the face on the screen, thinking hard. But I never seen this person before. Su Tianyan's brows knitted together. He had indeed seen many men since he could remember, but none who looked like this. Actually, I haven't seen one either, Su-yi nodded affirmatively. Dad said that the men who had always come to their house were all suitors of my sister, but this one, it seems, had never appeared before. What should I do then? Am I fatherless? Oh, I don't want a successor, father. They abused the child. Oh, uncle, what should I do? Su Tianyan burst into tears anxiously. Xiaotian, don't cry. I go ask my mother secretly. She's sure to know. Su Tianyan burst into tears, and Su Yi's forehead blushed with anxiety. If anyone saw him, they think he, the uncle, was bullying his nephew, which would be extremely damaging to his reputation. Okay, uncle, go quickly. Su Tianyan immediately stopped crying and stared at Su Yi with anticipation. Okay, then I go. Su Yi set off with heavy steps, as if carrying out a major order. After having a servant take him to his mother, little Su Yi played dumb in front of her and asked innocently, Mom, I have a dad. Why doesn't Xiaotian have one? Xiaotian's dad? He went far away and can't come back. Without hesitation, Su Saran dismissed the brat in her eyes. Su Yi was stunned. Going far away equals death. Because once, when he and Su Tianyan were the same age, he had asked, why does Xiaotian have grandparents, but I don't? His mother's response was, they went far away and will never come back. Su Yi, somewhat unable to understand this, asked his teacher directly. The teacher said it meant death. He asked again, somewhat unconvinced, and his mother confirmed it. The 6-year-old child simply ignored the difference between will never come back and never come back again. That night, Su Tianyan received the devastating news. His father had died. After a period of grief, Su Tianyan let it go. He decided to be a strong little man. A dozen years later, when the war situation had stabilized, Lu Jinyu found time to return to Hongwang Star. At a glance, he recognized Su Tianyan, whom he had never met before. Tianyan, your father is back. His appearance and gloomy demeanor clearly showed he was his son, and judging by his age, Lu Jinyu was completely certain this was his son. My father? My father's long dead? Su Tianyan, who had been leaning against a tree, lost in thought, sneered without even looking at Lu Jinyu. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers with a dashing gesture, little treasure, blow him to death. As soon as he finished speaking, countless faintly fluorescent, demonic discs instantly appeared around him. Unfortunately, Su Tianyan had never expected this outcome. And then, due to the disparity in strength, the unfilial son, who cursed him dead, was severely beaten by Lu Jinyu. And then, fighting made friendship. And then, father and son joined the battle. And then, Su Tang gritted her teeth to discover her eldest son had been abducted, leaving her with only a note. Mom, Dad, and I went to the battlefield together. Don't worry. Your dear son, Xiaoyan. P.S. Don't worry about my safety. I take in 12 units of energy from your energy storage. If it's not enough, I find a way to inform you. Mom, you support me, right? Yeah, I think you will. At this moment, Su Tang felt like she had raised her eldest son for 15 years in vain. He run off with his father after just one meeting. The rest of them couldn't be so unreliable, right? Okay, there was another more troubling issue. Chapter 572. Su Tang felt that little Su Tianyi was a very strange being. Because of Su Xiaobai's sincere assurances, and after confirming that the egg grown in nutrient solution would have good fertility potential, Su Tang went to the hospital to remove the embryo once the pregnancy reached 3 months. Using special technology, she placed the embryo in a biomass culture bed, in other words, incubated it inside the egg. Both Su Tianyan and Su Tianmei, born using this method, were normal and lively, but with the third child, Su Tianyi, something went wrong. The first thing every child does after emerging from an egg is cry loudly. But Su Tianyi, upon his birth, not only didn't cry, but instead, he glanced around with his bright eyes and sighed. Su Tang swore she was not mistaken. Little Su Tianyi sighed, with the expression of someone who had experienced many hardships and rich experiences. Then Su Tang lost her composure. Her first reaction was that her son had been possessed. Or perhaps, he had traveled through time. Please forgive her wild imagination, but little Su Tianyi's behavior was completely unlike that of a child. Su Tianyi, who couldn't even crawl, often stared at the sky with a look of deep thought. But according to Su Xiaobai, everyone's soul is born with a body that matches theirs. Anyway, Su Xiaobai said a lot, and the bottom line was, while it felt a little strange, this was definitely the original, and most likely the reincarnation of some powerful being. Su Tang's brows furrowed even deeper at Su Xiaobai's statement. Although he was born from an egg, and although he might just be a reincarnation, blood was thicker than water, and they were related by blood. Su Tang loved this somewhat eccentric son dearly. But as her son grew older, Su Tang felt a headache. Ever since he could speak, he'd been asking her profound questions. 5-year-old Su Tianyi, with a sullen expression, asked her, "Mom, why do we live?" Su Tang was stunned by the question. This was a sign of suicide. Could her son be suffering from depression? Although it had been so long, Su Tang still remembered the most common question from the modern mother with severe depression during her illness. Why am I still alive? Because only by living can I experience the wonders of the world. Feeling she had neglected her youngest son, Su Tongzi answered his question, then dropped everything and, along with her bodyguards, took her son on a trip. Su Tang then took Su Tianyi to every place a child should go, but unfortunately, one child remained completely indifferent. After returning, after a professional psychologist confirmed that Su Tianyi had no suicidal tendencies, Su Tang could only console herself by saying it was just a case of facial paralysis. Then, 6-year-old Su asked another profound question, "Who am I?" Su Tang earnestly explained how children are born, then righteously told him, "You are Su Tianyi, my son." Su Tianyi, half comprehending, returned to his own self-reflection with a thoughtful expression. A year later, a more serious question arose. "Mom, I know what I'm going to do every day, but I don't want to follow my own path. But if I change my behavior, is this God's will for me? Is this actually part of God's plan?" 7-year-old Su Tianyi asked a serious question. Then Su Tang was completely stunned. "What does this mean?" Swallowing, Su Tang realized this was a serious matter. "Every time I close my eyes, I know everything I do when I open them." Su Tianyi blinked his distinctly black and white eyes, then spoke, "Mom, your next sentence will be Ethereal Clan. You're from the Ethereal Clan." Su Tang's mouth dropped open in shock, then closed again. "Okay, she did want to say that. Mom, do you think I'm a monster?" Su Tianyi poked her finger. Though her face remained expressionless, she looked incredibly pitiful. "How could that be? How could I think you were a monster? You're my baby." Su Tang smiled, her eyebrows curved. Her son could predict the future, and she couldn't contain her joy. "I knew you'd say that, Mom." Su Tianyi tilted her face upward, a rare expression of excitement and joy on her face. Then, babble-bab. When he was still an egg, he saw the entire life of a person named Su Tianyi. It was a mysterious feeling. He saw his entire life, but because he hadn't been born yet, he thought it was his past life. And then, after he was born, he somehow felt a sense of boredom with life. It wasn't an emotion he had, but it was reflected from the deepest part of his heart. He thought it belonged to Su Tianyi, but soon, he discovered a shocking truth. He was Su Tianyi. Then, little Su Tianyi lost his composure. With the thoughts of an adult, he began to ponder what was going on. After much deliberation, he came to the conclusion that he was a monster. As long as he had a premonition of what he was going to do next, he could close his eyes and see the consequences of his actions. Of course, he could only see for about 3 days. After being certain that confessing to his mother would be forgiven, and that he would not be burned as a monster, Su Tianyi confessed directly. After hearing her son's bizarre explanation, Su Tang understood. It was obvious that her son had a high concentration of the Void Spirit clan's bloodline, and his ability to predict the future seemed quite abnormal. Although she was pleased with her son's ability to predict the future, Su Tang also knew that there were pros and cons. She discussed it with Su Xiaobai for a long time, as Su Xiaobai had only a vague understanding of the Void Spirit clan. In the end, Su Tang, completely clueless, called Yin Zimu back. By this time, Yin Zimu had already joined the expeditionary force. Upon hearing of his son's problems, he traveled day and night to return, accompanied, of course, by the Phoenix, which hadn't made any progress in decades. Back on Hongguang Star, the Phoenix, having never met Su Tianyi before, burst into tears of excitement. Su Tang's lips twitched in silence. Even his real father wasn't that excited. At this point, 8-year-old Su Tianyi calmly addressed Yin Zimu, "I know you're coming back. I know where I go. I think this should be my goal for now." Su Tang was still a little amazed by Su Tianyi's words, but the Phoenix's next words shocked her. The Phoenix said there was a 50% chance this was its original owner, because ordinary offspring couldn't have such a high bloodline unless they experienced atavism. Su Tang. So her son could be a divine? After the Phoenix confirmed that Su Tianyi's bloodline wouldn't have any negative effects on him, Su Tang felt relieved. Then, a few days later, Su Tang went mad. Her third son, only 8 years old, had also followed his father to the battlefield. She wanted to curse. The eldest son went to the battlefield at the age of 15, and the third son went to the battlefield at the age of 8. What kind of rhythm is this? And on the battlefield, with the addition of Su Tianyi, the supernatural cheat, the expedition was as fast as a cheat. In the year 20387 of the Star Era, the royal family of Mayo surrendered and submitted a letter of surrender. All 36 star systems in Mayo were incorporated into the Yin Kingdom star domain, becoming affiliated second-level star systems. In the year 20413 of the Star Era, Leifei surrendered. In the year 20472 of the Star Era, the Human Alliance was unified, and the Yin Kingdom was the only dominant power. Afterwards, after a 10-year rest, the expeditionary force embarked on the journey to conquer the alien elves and feather tribes. Chapter 573. There is a peculiar creature called the child of another's family. In the vast universe, there exists a miraculous creature. This creature doesn't play games or access the star network. Instead, it studies and trains daily, always achieving first place in its class. This creature can pilot intelligent mechas and easily control mechanical mechas, spaceships, starships, and even battleships. This creature possesses incredible mental power, having reached the top 5S level at a young age. This creature can fight on the battlefield and command fleets at a young age. This creature, at a young age, is incredibly foresight, masterminding strategic planning and striking fear into the hearts of its enemies in just a few years. Qin Qinyuan felt that, long ago, he too had been one of these creatures. Unfortunately, circumstances changed, and many years later, he became one of those who envied them. After the US and Europe surrendered in star year 2387, the internal structure of Yen Nation also quietly shifted. First, in the Ministry of Government, Ji Jincheng wisely and obediently gave up his position, and the 24K pure gold prince Su Yi ascended to become the new president of the ministry. Su Yuan said that if anyone disagreed, they could come and talk to him. He was very easy to talk to. The ministry staff were completely silent, and Su Yi's ascension was incredibly smooth. Qin Qinyuan wasn't particularly concerned about his brother-in-law taking the position in the Ministry of Government. After all, he was a military officer. However, with the surrender of the US and Europe, and the powerful return of the expeditionary force, a major disagreement arose over its control. Su Tianyi then, with a domineering gesture, seized control of the expeditionary force. There were subtle signs of a unified military. For Lu Dong, this was fantastic news. Although his surname wasn't Lu, the blood relationship was clear, and he was incredibly fond of his great-grandson. Then, the real power of the Lu family was directly handed over to Su Tianyi. With so many years of development, the military structure had long since changed. It was now dominated by 5 dominant families. Only the Qin, Jiang, Long, Yin, and Lu families held the final say. While the other 5 families still retained some military power, their status was significantly reduced. Upon his assumption of power, Su Yi pointed out that the military structure was somewhat difficult to unify. He proposed establishing a commander-in-chief position above the marshal, in charge of 30 legions. The implication was clear: whoever held this commander-in-chief position would be the head of the military. Qin Qinyuan naturally desired the top spot, but with Su Yuan around, he couldn't hope for it. When Su Tianyi decisively seized the remaining military power of the other 5 families, squeezing them out of the front lines, Qin Qinyuan grew even more anxious. This meant he was supporting Su Tianyi's unification. Although Su Tianyi was Su Tang's son, even blood had its share of relatives, not to mention that he was actually Lu Jinyu's son. Seeing Su Tianyi's ascendancy, Qin Qinyuan could no longer sit still. He rushed to the capital royal hotel and brought back a certain prodigal son, who was still living a life of drunkenness and debauchery. They were all born from the same mother, yet the other children were so outstanding, while his own child only knew how to eat, drink, and poop. He even wondered if the hospital had given him the wrong egg when he was born. Why was his son, Qin Qinyuan, such a dissolute and unmotivated playboy, while Su Tianyi was fighting and making meritorious contributions on the battlefield? His good-for-nothing son was enjoying himself. While Su Tianyi was making brilliant plans on the battlefield, his good-for-nothing son was still enjoying himself. Qin Qinyuan dragged Su Tianhao back to his inn on the capital planet, his face scowling with rage, his fists clenched and cracking. This little BS **** was simply too immature. Qin, if you dare hit me, I go back to Hongguang planet and complain to my grandfather tomorrow. Su Tianhao stiffened his neck, his expression a bit like, just try to hit me. Are you really my son? Hearing this, Qin Qinyuan gritted his teeth, his anger intensifying. Back then, he had thrown 14-year-old Su Tianhao into military school, but the little BS **** had actually run away, hiding on Hongguang planet, and instigating that old pervert Su Yuan to beat him up several times. It was infuriating. I think so. Actually, I always thought I was Uncle Long's son, but the DNA report says we're biological father and son. Su Tianhao spoke the truth fearlessly. Su Tianhao, are you just going to live your life like this, waiting to die? Somehow, the extremely angry Qin Qinyuan suddenly calmed down, and his eyes were filled with deep disappointment. Who said I'm just living my life like this? I'm just playing around. Su Tianhao blinked, a bit innocently. Playing around? Qin Qinyuan suddenly laughed. When the laughter died down, he looked a little dejected. Tianhao, do you think I'm too harsh? But I'm doing this for your own good. What parent doesn't want their son to have a good life? As he spoke, Qin Qinyuan looked at Su Tianhao with a complicated expression. Even if he's your eldest brother, so what? Even brothers have to settle accounts. When I'm around, no matter how incompetent you are, I always protect you. But when we're gone, will your eldest brother still protect you? You should know that when you live under someone else's wing, you always have to act according to their wishes. Dad, you're overthinking it. Su Tianhao helplessly spread his hands, then stood up and gave Qin Qinyuan a comforting hug. Then, with a formal pat on his shoulder, a wicked smile played across his lips. As your son, no matter how bad things get, I won't bow down to anyone else. Are you somewhat resistant to Big Brother's plans to relinquish military power? Su Tianhao lazily leaned back on the sofa again, still somewhat nonchalant. Even if he takes the top position in the military, even if I lose some of my power, it won't affect me much. But what about you? You're her son, his grandson too. Why don't you strive for that position? Looking at Su Tianhao's languid expression, Qin Qinyuan frowned. Why didn't his son resemble him at all? Oh Dad, you're jealous. Really, what's the point of living such a tiring life? Holding military power, and still having to worry about trivial matters? Su Tianhao's face was filled with disapproval. Without military power, you won't be able to keep the woman you love in the future. Qin Qinyuan's eyes sharpened. If he had possessed this ability, he would have unified the military when he was younger, and this situation wouldn't be here now. You're overthinking it. Let me ask you, who do you think is the most powerful person in the Federation right now? Su Tianhao held his head high and began to console his father. He also decided to stop teasing him and soothe his envious heart. He wanted to tell him there was no need to envy others. His son was the real monster. Right now, it's all up to your grandfather to say a word, Qin Qinyuan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Honestly, his wife had the most power, but she didn't get involved, so for now, Su Yuan had the final say. Yes, so if Grandpa supports Big Brother will rise to power. But if Big Brother ever angers Grandpa, he'd still be out of power. I don't envy Big Brother at all. And what makes Grandpa so powerful? Because he possesses enough energy to rival an entire nation. Su Tianhao understood the current situation perfectly. So? Qin Qinyuan sat down next to Su Tianhao, his heart clouded. Uncle Sui, Big Brother and Third Brother aren't energy experts. What do you have to worry about? Su Tianhao said with a smug look on his face. In this world, status is determined by energy reserves. They're not energy experts. What's so proud of you? Qin Qinyuan grew suspicious. Su Tianhao, with a look of congratulation, pulled out an energy stone, as big as a light bulb, from his space pocket and generously tossed it to Qin Qinyuan. This is what I made. Your son is already level 12. Then, he put his arm around Qin Qinyuan's shoulder, acting like a good friend. Su Tianhao's face was full of pride. So don't envy other people's children. Your son is the most talented of all. A crappy position in the military isn't something your son needs. Qin Qinyuan stared at the energy stone in his hand in astonishment. How could a father like him be kept in the dark about such a thing? Chapter 574. After successfully synthesizing the 13,202 quality, 4th level energy stone, Su Tang was overjoyed. Humming a little tune, she finished her meal with her father and grandfather and shared the good news with them. His father, overjoyed, rewarded her with 500 million yuan in pocket money, and her philandering grandfather generously gave her 10 million yuan as a reward. Su Tang could only say, haha, the world of the rich is truly luxurious. Lying in bed, Su Tang, like a commoner, repeatedly checked her personal account balance on her laptop. The number 8,521,729,000 displayed on the screen, and Su Tang beamed with joy. Look at your achievements. Su Xiaobai sneered disdainfully. That's all I can do. I never seen so much money, so what? Su Tang bragged inwardly. As an ordinary citizen, even when she sold her house, she only had 6 figures. Now it's 10 figures, and she's the CEO of Jingxiu Group. Although it's a figurehead, she receives generous dividends every year. She's also become an energy expert, possessing the Midas touch of turning stone into gold. Life is simply too good to be true. What do you need so much money for? You can't spend it all. Su Xiaobai smacked her lips. When money reaches a certain point where it's completely unusable, it becomes just a number. Who said I can't spend it all? Su Tang retorted bluntly, then began mentally planning her first shopping trip in the Interstellar era. Speaking of which, with 8.5 billion, it seemed incredibly difficult to spend it all, not just on mechas or spaceships. After carefully recalling Ms. Su's frequented spots, Su Tang recalled a well-developed commercial district on Hongguang Star called the Yunzhou Commercial District, where all sorts of interesting and novel things were available. After a stroll through the simulated Yunzhou Commercial District on Skynet, Su Tang truly felt it was a shopping paradise. Ms. Su's dress was too pink for her liking. Since she had so much money, why bother pampering herself? Su Tang happily decided, buy. Although items purchased on Skynet would also be delivered, there was always a difference between online and physical shopping. Unsatisfied with Skynet's shopping, Su Tang decided to go shopping in person. After reporting to Su Yuan, the next day, her father, the womanizer, had prepared a dozen bodyguards, 10 times the size, or 120 in total. A stretched luxury limousine, with a driver and 8 bodyguards in front and behind, and even more outrageous, 20 other vehicles surrounding it, made it look like a gangster's outing. Su Tang was skeptical. Could she really go shopping like that? But thinking about the risk of kidnapping the children of wealthy individuals, Su Tang accepted the grand spectacle calmly. After an hour of speeding, the large group arrived at the Yunzhou Commercial District. Su Tang discovered the joy of being privileged. While other people had to obey airways and traffic lights while speeding through the air, they drove through with impunity, only for others to give way. Without a second thought, Su Tang instructed the driver to head for the Yunzhou Commercial District's largest venue, Dream Paradise. At that moment, in a coffee shop in a high-rise building, Jiang Yunchuan sipped his coffee with a cold expression, feeling a little anxious. Next to him, his unreliable mother and the middle-aged woman across the street were chatting animatedly. Jiang Yunchuan found it difficult to accept that his mother had taken him and her friend's daughters on a blind date. It made him feel as if he couldn't find a wife. Jiang Yunchuan looked down at Feng Ru, who was sitting opposite him, her head lowered, her face slightly flushed. She occasionally glanced up at him, her face only to redden even further. He was completely displeased. This was definitely not his style. Qingmao, your Shiru is truly dignified and graceful. Han Yun, busy chatting with her long-unseen best friend, scanned Feng Ru carefully as she spoke. She was good-looking, and her personality seemed quite good. Her mental strength was said to be S-level, and her background was clean. Although the Feng family was only a second-rate clan, she wasn't one for power. If Xiaoyun liked her. Although Xiaoyun was rumored to have a girlfriend in the game, games were games, and Han Yun felt she had to be prepared for both scenarios. Ayun, you're so lucky. Your husband and son are both so outstanding. I'm so envious. Han Qingmo's smile was warm and flattering, yet she felt a sense of disappointment within. This was the difference between the direct line and the branch line. Han Yun, from the direct line, married a great marshal, while she, from the branch line, could only marry a worthless man from a second-rate family. But Ashiru had married into the Jiang family. Han Qingmo's smile widened, and she skillfully subtly highlighted her daughter's strengths. Han Yun listened attentively, nodding in appreciation. The more she listened, the more satisfied she became. However, as she remembered something and tilted her head slightly to glance at her son, her heart sank. A mother knows a son best. This brat's attitude showed he looked down on her daughter. Han Yun remained impassive, smiling dignifiedly and elegantly, while under the table, her foot mercilessly stomped down on Jiang Yunchuan with her 10 centimeters high heel. Jiang Yunchuan immediately understood what his mother meant. She wanted him to talk to that Ru. Jiang Yunchuan adopted a double-edged sword. To quickly end this boring and meaningless blind date, Jiang Yunchuan ignored Han Yun's hints and began acting like a human refrigerator, emitting cold air without needing any energy. Although his mental power was currently unstable, Jiang Yunchuan had perfected his control over the aura. The Feng mother and daughter didn't immediately feel the overwhelming pressure of the aura, but instead felt a subtle sense of increasing pressure and cooling. This tactic had proven effective at Han Yun's blind dates. Sure enough, after a while, the Feng mother and daughter couldn't handle the pressure and excused themselves. Anyone with a reasonable degree of wit would have understood that his attitude meant he wasn't welcoming, meaning there was no hope. You little brat. As soon as Han Qingmo and her daughter left the private room, Han Yun immediately transformed into a tigress, clenching her right fist and giving him a candy chestnut. Mom, am I your biological son? Jiang Yinchuan twitched his lips, a bit speechless. How could she possibly be attracted to that kind of girly, innocent-looking woman? If you weren't my biological son, would I be so anxious? Han Yun glared at Jiang Yinchuan resentfully, then stood up and decided to leave. This blind date had failed again, and she had to contact the next one quickly. Why are you so anxious? I'm not even 100 yet, still a young man in my prime, Jiang Yinchuan complained. He really looked young. You're almost 50. Life only has 6 50s, and you. Han Yun was just about to give her son a good lesson when her eyes were drawn to the scene outside the window. Before Jiang Yinchuan could react, Han Yun had already rushed back through the window, grabbed his arm, and dragged him towards it. Mom, what are you doing? Jiang Yinchuan was too tired to complain about Han Yun's intermittent outbursts. Look, what's that? Han Yun excitedly pointed at the fleet of cars across the window. The Su family's convoy? Jiang Yinchuan glanced up at the direction Han Yun was pointing, then a look of slight surprise. What specifications seemed to be? Yes, the Su family's convoy. That's the Su family patriarch's luxurious limited edition ELSD 231. There are only 3 in the entire Federation, and its defense-level rivals that of a mecha. Han Yun's face lit up with excitement, as if she had seen a priceless treasure, her eyes gleaming with a fierce glint. Look where they landed. They entered the Dream Paradise parking lot. Do you think a man like Su Yuan would go to a place like Dream Paradise where women shop? So there's a 95% chance that the person in that car is Su Tang, the eldest daughter of the Su family. So what? Jiang Yinchuan suddenly felt his scalp tingle, and he had a bad feeling. Well? How could you not seize such a great opportunity? Han Yun glared at Jiang Yinchuan with a look of dismay. She checked the time, then looked up and glared at him sternly. Now, you're giving me 2 choices. 1 is to come back with me to attend the Lu family's dinner, or 2 is to run into the eldest daughter of the Su family. Well, you have to give me evidence, or at least bring back a photo. I choose the second. Jiang Yinchuan shrugged helplessly with a wry smile. There were a lot of old ladies at the dinner, and the scariest thing was, they all be bringing their daughters. And the second option? Just Photoshop it, and we have a photo. Okay, do your best. Although still worried, Han Yun could only hope her son wouldn't give her a half-hearted prank. After all, a grown-up son is no longer under his mother's control. If he truly didn't want to, she couldn't force him to marry. Chapter 575. Dream Paradise is a collection of exquisite castles with a fantastical atmosphere. To Su Tang, it felt a bit like Disneyland. However, thanks to the high-tech technology, the interior was even more magical. Without hesitation, Su Tang headed straight for the Dailon Castle in the clothing section. While its exterior resembled a castle, its interior was filled with shops reminiscent of a shopping mall. Unlike ordinary malls, the prices here were a few extra zeros. Although each piece of clothing here could cost tens of thousands, it was a small price to pay for Su Tang, a wealthy woman. But? Is it really okay for a woman like her to be followed by a 100-man bodyguard while she buys clothes? Looking back at the vast group, Su Tang curled her lips. Su Wu, take them, and stand guard at various locations. Don't follow me so closely. He gave a gentle order, and Su Tang felt a slight embarrassment. She was going to buy lingerie, and all these grown men were going with her? Did she have any shame left? Young lady, the master has ordered your safety. As the head of the accompanying bodyguards, Su Wu felt a bit embarrassed. If anything happened to young lady, they would all be doomed. The 4 of them will follow me, and you will stay nearby. With a flick of his finger, Su Tang pointed out the 4 female members of the bodyguard group. Luckily, her father had provided her with female bodyguards. I will follow young lady's orders. 17, 22, 36, 97, keep an eye on young lady's safety. Su Wu turned and gave the order to the 4 female bodyguards, then began to deploy the other personnel. Su Tang was relieved by Su Wu's flexibility. If they insisted on following her closely, it would really spoil the fun. It would obviously be easier with just 4 female bodyguards. She had already asked her grandfather before leaving, and her grandfather had assured her that Hongguang Star was very safe. Accompanied by 4 female bodyguards, Su Tang embarked on a delightful shopping trip. Alas, as people fear fame, so too do pigs fear weight. If a father's reputation is too well known, His daughter will suffer the consequences. At this moment, Su Tang could only silently curse the unfairness of heaven. The original owner, Miss Su, had gone shopping countless times without a single problem, yet she encountered kidnappers right away? How could her luck be so good? While she was still selecting clothes, Su Xiaobai exclaimed, "Oh, someone over there took out your 3 bodyguards." What? Su Tang was startled. Before she could inquire about the situation, Su Shiqi, with a nervous look on her face, immediately grabbed her and said, "Miss, something's wrong. Please come with us to meet Su Wu." Before Su Tang could react, the 4 bodyguards, one in front, one behind, one on each side, surrounded her and retreated towards the elevator closest to the parking lot. By then, a massive explosion had resounded throughout the building. Using her mental power, Su Tang spotted the source of the noise. A man with an energy cannon in his right hand, and a group of faceless individuals dressed in typical villain attire. Are they here to kidnap her? Damn! Under her mental power, most of the Su family's bodyguards, centered around her, were fending off the most powerful individual. Sadly, their efforts were minimal. Su Tang frowned in confusion. That person didn't seem human. Shit! We were promised safety. Where did these armed men come from? Su Tang was practically inconsolable. Escaping from the parking lot, Su Tang's first instinct was to run home. At that moment, only Su Wu and 3 other people were present. Seeing Su Tang appear, Su Wu breathed a sigh of relief. With a wave of his hand, a black mecha appeared in the parking lot. A second later, 3 more black mechas of the same design appeared. Su Tang was stunned. Among her bodyguards was a mecha pilot carrying a mecha. Number 6, Number 7, follow me and escort the young lady away. Number 8, you stay here and strangle these daring robbers, Su Wu ordered sternly. Then, she boarded the speeding car and entered Su Wu's cockpit. At this point, Su Tang no longer felt the slightest bit of nervousness about being targeted by the criminals. What was this? A mecha. A high-end, classy mecha. With a mecha, what was she afraid of? Filled with curiosity, Su Tang sat in the passenger seat and began to study these cool gadgets. 3 black mechas quickly left the parking lot and headed for the Su family's nearest garrison camp. A few kilometers away, Jiang Yinchuan remained in his private room, absent-mindedly fiddling with his laptop screen. Naturally, he was completing his mother's instructions, taking a group photo. After searching for Su Tang's photo on the Starnet, Jiang Yinchuan discovered she was quite pretty. With a father, who was a level 9 energy master, she was undoubtedly a perfect match for an arranged marriage. However, Jiang Yinchuan wasn't one for arranged marriages. Marrying a woman he didn't like just for profit would absolutely disgust him. After a flurry of activity, a fresh photo was ready. Having explained it to his mother, Jiang Yinchuan decided to return to his villa at the resort to check Skynet. As soon as he left the private room and reached the parking lot, Jiang Yinchuan suddenly sensed an eerie atmosphere. The people inside the building were in a state of panic. A quick scan with his mental power revealed something unusual. 3 mechas had emerged from Dream Paradise. Mechas are considered large weapons, and are not permitted in crowded safety zones except in emergencies. So, was something wrong? His eyes darkened, and Jiang Yinchuan suddenly thought of the Su family member. Grinning disdainfully, Jiang Yinchuan expressed sympathy for the bandit who dared to target him. He dared to tamper with Su Yuan's territory, and his home planet might even be blown up. His daughter even had a mecha master as a bodyguard when she traveled. What a scene! Following the common Chinese instinct to watch the excitement, Jiang Yinchuan began to carefully observe the scene within Dream Paradise. Then, a look of astonishment filled his eyes. The other party also had a mecha. They had even easily taken out the Su family's mecha, and then chased after the first 3 mechas. Quickly retrieving Yinchuan, Jiang Yinchuan pursued them without hesitation. He had to join in the fun. He was still very interested in the mecha master of the mechanical mecha. He also saved Su Yuan's daughter, and gained some favor. Befriending an energy master always pays off. The mechas were undoubtedly incredibly fast. In a matter of minutes, Su Wu and Su Tang had already left the Yunzhou commercial district. Miss, please don't be greedy. I already notified the troops. We rendezvous with them in 10 minutes. We're basically safe now. Su Wu spoke with a certain ease, as Su Tang was already safely aboard the mech. He believed it was impossible for the criminals to smuggle such a large weapon onto Hongguang Star. But within seconds, Su Wu was severely slapped in the face. Suddenly, the mech shook violently, and Su Wu, caught off guard, was knocked to the ground by the immense force. At the same time, a sharp electronic warning sounded. Warning. Vital points hit. Mech wear rate exceeds 37%. Dazed by the fall, Su Tang's first reaction was, "This is just a lie. Where's the safety they promised? A mech is chasing us. It looks quite advanced," Su Xiaobai exclaimed. Su Tang, fully awake, gazed at the scene outside with a chilling feeling. The enemy was a sharp-lined black mech. Her other bodyguard mech had been crippled, lying motionless on the ground, uncertain of life or death. The other mech was still holding out, but even an amateur like her could see the situation was one-sided. What the hell was this pervert? Why was she so unlucky? Su Xiaobai, what should we do? Su Tang couldn't help but tense. "Don't worry, we're safe," Su Xiaobai said nonchalantly. Then, a second later, Su Tang knew what it meant, as a white light like an eggshell enveloped Su Wu's mech. Clearly, it was the so-called energy shield. "Don't worry, young lady. Just hold on for another 5 minutes, and our help will arrive." Su Wu gritted his teeth, seemingly trying to comfort Su Tang, but more likely to encourage himself. "For your safety, the head of the family has specially equipped one of our subordinates with a level 8 energy stone, capable of providing a level 7 defensive shield for half an hour. The criminals will absolutely not be able to harm you." Su Tang nodded in understanding. So all she had to do was hide in her shell and wait for help. Chapter 576. Although it was a bit cowardly to play coward, I had to admit that the shell's defensive effectiveness was immense. Thanks to the energy shield's protection, the enemy's attacks were completely harmless. However, even with the force that hit the shield, the mecha was still shaken and unstable. In this situation, Su Tang found Su Wu completely unreliable. Their skills were completely different. Even with his invincible level 7 shield, Su Wu was no match for the enemy. The enemy's attacks landed precisely, while Su Wu's attacks missed. However, seeing Su Wu's determination to fight the enemy to the death, Su Tang felt she couldn't be so unkind as to pour cold water on him. Although the enemy was inside the black mecha, Su Tang couldn't help but be impressed by his superb skills. If she had such advanced mecha skills. As they swayed from side to side like on a boat, Su Tang suddenly felt a passion to learn about mechas. Someone's coming. That person's mental power is a bit strange. It seems they're about to advance to the 4S level. Su Xiaobai suddenly warned Su Tang when she was feeling a bit uncomfortable from being jolted. 4S. Startled, Su Tang immediately withdrew all her mental power. Then, incredulously, didn't the Star Network say there aren't any 4S mentalists right now? I don't know about that, but that person's mental power isn't exactly at the 4S level yet. He's still in the process of advancing. Yeah, we see him soon. Su Xiaobai's voice was also a little puzzled. Mental power advancements usually happen instantly, so this situation is indeed rare. Oh! Somehow, Su Tang became filled with anticipation and began to carefully examine the various screens in the cab. But aside from the occasional flash of a black figure, she could see nothing. In the distance, Jiang Yinchuan was puzzled. He seemed to sense a 4S mental power fluctuation just now, but because his mental power was unstable, his detection was only within the range of SSS mental power. Could he have been mistaken? After a second of hesitation, Jiang Yinchuan let the question go. What he wanted more now was to confront the black mecha. To be able to operate it so perfectly, he was definitely a genius. It was a pity that he was a villain, but this kind of battle where you don't care about your opponent's life is the most exciting. Jiang Yinchuan hurried to the area displayed by the radar, with excitement and anticipation. Within a minute, Su Tang felt the mecha sway like a rocking boat and stop. Two figures flashed on the light screen inside. Unable to use mental power, Su Tang found that she could not see anything clearly by just looking at the mecha screen. Su Wu, what's going on? Su Tang asked, frowning. Miss, it's not our Su family's mecha unit, but they appear to be friends, not enemies. Su Wu manipulated his machine rapidly, and the screen slowed down. Su Tang had a clear view of the scene outside. A silver-white mecha faced off against a black one. The mecha's sleek lines, beautiful silver sheen, and impeccable design made it instantly apparent. Su Tang saw the difference. Su Wu's mecha was the same design as the other three, but this one was the exclusive design. Yes, the so-called limited edition. Who is that? Su Tang asked, gazing at the silver-white mecha with admiration. Miss, wait a moment. Because the enemy was clearly under their control, Su Wu had apparently paused. After all, with a level 7 shield, their safety was assured. After checking the database, Su Wu concluded, Miss, this is the exclusive mecha of Jiang Yinchuan, the young master of the Jiang family, one of the 10 great families, Yinchuan. Although new to the scene, Su Tang had heard of the 10 great families of the federal military. The military had 10 emperor-level figures, the 10 marshals, and naturally, 10 corresponding great families. The Jiang family? Su Tang couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. The person inside the mecha seemed of high status, and their skills were so advanced. Clearly, the black mecha was already at a disadvantage. Su Tang watched Yinchuan engage the enemy with immense envy and admiration. Within 3 minutes, she heard Su Wu's excited voice, "Miss, our Su family troops have arrived." Sure enough, a video screen showed a sea of black mechas approaching. Before Su Tang could react, 2 mechas, one black and one white, had already left the screen, clearly indicating the enemy was preparing to flee. What happened next had nothing to do with Su Tang. Leading the vast mecha force, Su Tang returned to the Su family's ancestral home. Su Yuan held her, a look of fear on his face, and comforted her for a while before Su Tang returned to her room. Su Tang lay in bed, unfazed, and began researching Jiang Yinchuan's information. Su Yuan's father would naturally take care of the Hongguang Star Bandits. She was confident they wouldn't be around for long, and the Su family's main residence was definitely the safest. Throwing herself on the bed, Su Tang hesitated for a moment before opening her laptop to look up Jiang Yinchuan's information. Seeing his photo, her heart fluttered. This man was so handsome. Just looking at his photo, she felt a sense of radiance, like a blooming peach blossom. His looks were truly off the charts. Su Tang's heart raced slightly after briefly reviewing Jiang Yinchuan's information. Jiang Yinchuan, from the Jiang family of Shoming Star in the capital galaxy, was the late-born son of Jiang Yi, one of the 10 great marshals. He was 49 years old, an SSS-level psychic, a member of the royal family, and held the rank of lieutenant general. This was the epitome of a woman's dream second-generation talent, but a royal. A lieutenant general. A handsome man. A second-generation talent. Such a perfect man was actually ranked 17th on the Diamond Bachelor list? Su Tang was a little confused. How could that gay guy from the 15th star be ranked 9th? Jiang Yinchuan was ranked 17th? That was unbelievable. After carefully reviewing his profile again, Su Tang felt a pity. In the year 30309 of the Star Era, Jiang Yinchuan was accidentally injured in a battle with a star beast and was forced to take irregular rest. According to analysis on the Star Network, Jiang Yinchuan had a mental issue. Otherwise, ordinary injuries wouldn't have required such a long recuperation period. In this world, mental issues are essentially useless, hence his significant drop in ranking. At this moment, Su Tang finally understood that the unlucky royal from the 15th star Long Ju had mentioned was probably Jiang Yinchuan. However, looking at the situation of the battle today, Su Tang felt that a person with mental problems could operate a mecha so perfectly. Then when his mental strength was fine, his mecha technology would be amazing. He didn't look like a useless person without mental strength at all. Could it be the so-called playing the pig and eating the tiger? Because he was too popular, he had to avoid the limelight and avoid the sight of certain people. Su Tang didn't realize that he was overthinking it. Chapter 577. After the near miss of the suspected kidnapping, Su Yuan was busy and absent all day. Although school had resumed, Su Tang remained in the Su family's main residence due to the criminal issue, gathering energy during the day and catching up on common sense on the internet at night. 7 days passed like this, and Su Tang received a notification from Su Yuan that there were guests at home. And these guests were, of course, the Jiang family mother and son. Upon seeing Su Yuan's message, Su Tang's first thought was that face, as radiant as a peach blossom. After a few seconds of silence, Su Tang nervously began to tidy herself up. He saved the beauty. While not quite to the point of committing suicide, Jiang Yinchuan's help, coupled with his appearance, family background, strength, and status, had given Su Tang an overwhelming fondness for him, even a faint admiration. Please forgive her infatuation. For a once ordinary citizen, it would be unnatural for a woman not to be attracted to such a tall, cool, and handsome man of the rank of lieutenant general. She chose a simple, understated, yet elegant white dress, tied her hair into a princess style, and looked at herself in the mirror 3 times before leaving satisfied. It's not like I'm going on a blind date, Su Xiaobai said coldly, as they rode the speeding car to the main hall where Su Yuan was. You know nothing, Su Tang said, a little embarrassed. After all, she was just an ordinary woman, and an ordinary woman's first reaction when meeting a distinguished member of the opposite sex is to dress beautifully. Come on, you should worry about your own situation. That man's mental strength is already at level 4S. You be exposed, Su Xiaobai said with a hint of worry. 4S mental power. Su Tang, belatedly realizing it, suddenly felt incredibly frustrated. It was truly upsetting that she couldn't develop a relationship with such a talented man. However, there were plenty of men. Her own safety was paramount. Go back, Su Tang sighed. Miss? The driver asked, somewhat bewildered. I'm saying, I'm feeling a bit under the weather. Su Tang's face drooped. Miss, should I inform the head of the household? Hearing Su Tang's discomfort, the driver immediately grew nervous. It's okay, I tell my father myself. Su Tang waved her hand, her expression as if to say, don't get involved. Okay, Mississippi. Since Su Tang had said so, the driver stopped talking and silently followed Su Tang's instructions as they returned to her quarters. Back in her little palace, Su Tang threw herself onto the bed with a gloomy expression and sent Su Yuan a text message, saying she was feeling down and didn't want to see the guests. As a daughter-obsessed man, Su Yuan lost all desire to entertain the Jiang family mother and son upon hearing Su Tang's distress. However, thanks to Jiang Yinchuan's assistance, the criminals in the commercial district were completely eliminated, and Su Yuan would be rude not to express his gratitude. After a meal together, after a formal round of thanks, Su Yuan produced an exquisite box and handed it to Jiang Yinchuan. Thank you for your help, Lieutenant General Jiang. This is just a small token of my gratitude, not a token of respect. Master Su, you're too polite. Protecting the people is a soldier's duty, Jiang Yinchuan said politely. After some evasiveness, he finally accepted Su Yuan's thank you gift. After another round of formal greetings, Su Yuan's intention to see them off became apparent. Han Yun seemed resigned to not seeing Su Tang, but since Su Yuan had already indicated his intention to send her away, staying any longer would only create dislike. After exchanging glances with her son, the two of them bid farewell. Such a good opportunity, you idiot. Han Yun lashed out at Jiang Yinchuan as they left the Su family's main residence in a speeding car. Mom, I already performed well, Jiang Yinchuan retorted weakly. He had bravely destroyed the black mech, both the man and the mech. Perhaps because they were too far away, the Su family's eldest daughter didn't see his impressive display. Well, in truth, he was so engrossed in the battle that he'd forgotten about the other person. However, Jiang Yinchuan had never expected that just because he conveniently killed a bandit and provided some information, Su Yuan would be so generous as to give him a level 8 energy stone, a medium grade 5. For a struggling mecha master without even a level 8 energy stone, this was a true gift. Look at you got nothing. Seeing the ecstasy in Jiang Yinchuan's eyes, Han Yun knew what he was thinking. After all, high-quality level 8 energy stones were a scarce commodity, and even she was astonished by Su Yuan's generosity. But if Su Yuan became your father-in-law, you wouldn't have to worry about energy stones anymore. Mom, let's put it this way. Jiang Yinchuan immediately disagreed. I earned this through my heroic deeds. It's really not fair to hook up with a girl just for energy stones. Seeing Han Yun's face turn unhappy, Jiang Yinchuan quickly changed the subject. Besides, she definitely doesn't fancy me. Look, Su Tang didn't even show up. Upon hearing this, Han Yun felt displeased. Her son was naturally the best, and Su Tang looked down on him, yet she still insisted on clinging to the Su family. How demeaning. Thinking of this, Han Yun's expression turned cold. But it's true. It's quite rude. After all, you helped her, and you didn't even show up. This eldest daughter of the Su family is really as headstrong and capricious as the rumors say. Yes, it's best not to mess with such a capricious daughter. Don't worry, Mom. Your son already has a suitable partner. Jiang Yinchuan put his arm around Han Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, I really like my young wife. Really? Han Yun was skeptical. Really, Mom, this is absolutely true, so don't mess around. Jiang Yinchuan's expression was filled with absolute certainty. With a shield now in his hand, he naturally had to make good use of it. Then you have to promise to bring her back within 3 years. Han Yun's face darkened, then turned serious. Although Mom's requirements aren't high, a clean family background is essential. And if her status is too low, don't worry, Mom. Do you think someone who can spend 5 million in-game doesn't have a powerful family behind them? Is that possible? Jiang Yinchuan interrupted Han Yun before she could finish. That's true, Han Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't that she was too snobbish, but she still had to consider the importance of matching social status. If her son married someone from a poor background, the Jiang family would be laughed out loud. She figured anyone who could spend that much money in game couldn't be a small family. As long as the family was a prominent one in the galaxy, she wouldn't object. So when you get back, don't bother with all those blind dates, okay? Jiang Yinchuan's face turned bitter. Otherwise, if my identity gets exposed, What if that young wife finds out and thinks I'm fickle and wants more? What if she dumps me? That's true. Han Yun rested her chin on her hand, pondering for a moment before making a decision. Okay, I give you 3 years. At Han Yun's reassurance, Jiang Yunchuan beamed. For now, he had Su Daji helping him deal with his mother. In 3 years, he could just run away. Chapter 578. With the threat on Hongguang Star having been swiftly resolved thanks to the combined efforts of Su Yuan and the military, Su Tang, feeling a touch of excitement, once again returned to Hongguang First High School, surrounded by a phalanx of bodyguards. In their small villa dormitory, Su Shi and Yao Yu had already arrived. After receiving Yao Yu's gift, Su Shuqi, Su Tang was filled with excitement. What a cool, impressive lion. By the way, After dinner, after Su Shi left, Yao Yu hesitated to speak. You, what's wrong? Just say it. We're good brothers. Su Tang pinched Su Shuqi, her expression full of pride. Was she asking her to borrow money? Speaking of which, this lion-winged beast cost 100 million. If she did, she would definitely donate generously. I just wanted to ask if you're really in an online relationship. Yao Yu scratched his head, looking a little impatient. Su, don't trust those scammers online. Online dating is really unreliable. You're overthinking it. Su Tang looked stunned. Was she so unreliable? Online dating was something only young girls would do. Then what about that world? Seeing Su Tang's attitude, Yao Yu felt a little relieved. Although he had already called to ask, it was more practical to ask in person. Oh, that's just a poor guy who was forced by his mother to go on a blind date. I was just being his shield, Su Tang said casually. Is that so? That puts my mind at ease. Yao Yu carefully observed Su Tang's expression, finding nothing unusual. He felt relieved. If anyone knew he'd taken Su gaming and she'd fallen in love online, Su Bo would absolutely beat him to death. But thinking about how Su would probably beat him to death if she got bullied in the game, Yao Yu lost his composure. He clenched his fists, indignantly saying, but they've been going too far lately. They've been clamoring to kill you every day in the game. They're a bunch of cowardly scum. I put together a set of the Coiled Dragon Cloud C+8, and I'm waiting for you to come back and deal with them. +8 Coiled Dragon Sea of Clouds. Su Tang was immediately horrified. That was the Godly Lord set, a legendary set at max level 90. It was said that one had to complete numerous consecutive quests for a 1% chance of obtaining it. That set would cost over 100,000, right? You refined it to +8? Su Tang swallowed in disbelief. Unrefined equipment defaults to +1, and +2 is made by refining 2 +1s. Naturally, +3 is made by combining 2 +2s, and so on. +8 is actually made by combining 132 sets of Coiled Dragon Sea of Clouds. I bought all of them for 13.3 million at the Immortal Pavilion, then crafted them myself, Yao Yu boasted, his face beaming with pride. My sister and I told her we were being bullied in the game, and she gave me 100 million to protect you. He patted Su Tang's shoulder proudly. From now on, I protect you. My combat power is now 930,000, ranking 36th. Su Tang. The world of the rich is truly capricious. How much did you spend? Su Tang couldn't help but feel a surge of fighting spirit. Being beaten to death and afraid to play the game seemed a bit cowardly. As a pure gold tycoon, she was going to use her money to crush those people. I only spent a little over 40 million. There's nothing I can use in the Immortal Pavilion right now, Yao Yu told the truth. While money can quickly boost your strength, it's useless without the right equipment. Please give me some advice later. Let's go to the Immortal Pavilion to see if there are any good equipment. You know, my combat power is too low. Thinking of the 8.5 billion on the card, Su Tang decided to become a willful rich man. After a shower, Su Tang excitedly logged onto Skynet, logging into the Immortal Realm she hadn't visited in a while. Lately, due to Tianxia's situation, the people of the Shengshi dynasty had been hounding her like mad dogs. While the Shengshi dynasty was practically doomed, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse, and being hunted by those lunatics wasn't pleasant. Since Yao Yu and Tianxia had been away for the past few days, Su Tang had been left alone and miserable, daring not to leave the city except in the safe zone. Su Tang felt increasingly frustrated. She couldn't let herself vent her anger. Besides, she had the ability, so why was she avoiding them? If she had Tianxia's power, who would dare to mess with her? Haven't been in the Immortal Realm for a while. Su Tang first observed Su Daji's power, 542312. This combined power was considered above average in a game where the maximum power was 400,000. Unfortunately, while it was adequate for a single fight, It was dangerous in a group fight. Su Daji's rainbow-feathered garment was the most beautiful piece of equipment in the game, but unfortunately, it didn't have the best stats. Ruthlessly, Su Tang immediately replaced it with a set of phoenix feathers. The phoenix feathers were the most powerful armor for fire-attributed mages. The fiery red color was striking, but once Su Tang put it on, it looked a bit odd. It was clearly the attire of a queen, and paired with a little girl it just... Su Tang curled her lips, and covered it up with a set of decorative fashion items. That looked much better. Arriving at the Immortal Pavilion, Su Tang bought up all the phoenix feathers for sale from players without even considering the price, and then began crafting them. Relatively speaking, there were fewer female players than male players, so there was a clear oversupply of female equipment in the Immortal Pavilion. Su Tang crafted the phoenix feathers to a +9, which of course, cost her a considerable sum of silver, a total of 22.87 million. By the time Zhang Tianxia and Su Daji reunited, Su Tang had already boosted Su Daji's power to 720,000. Then, under Yao Yu's guidance, she acquired various bonus gems, talismans, and immortal beasts. After spending 50 million yuan and tinkering around, Su Daji's power had soared to 910,000. Since she was seeking revenge, she naturally had to play the pig and eat the tiger. Su Tang simply chose to hide her power, and after hiding her power, she would appear as anonymous on the leaderboard. After a night of training, the next night, Yao Yu, the young boy, decided to take Su Tang with him on a revenge mission. Although both of them had reached power levels of over 900,000, the possibility of an ant biting an elephant could still occur. Shengshi dynasty had tens of millions of members. Su Tang followed Yao Yu directly to a meeting room at the gang's headquarters. Su Tang had some understanding of Yao Yu's gang's ambitions. While not a top-tier gang, it was still among the best, a major one. The original owner, Miss Su, was somewhat arrogant and lacked friends. She disdained joining a gang. Yao Yu had already been warned by Su Yuan that Su Tang's identity must be kept secret. To prevent leaks, he had no intention of bringing her into his gang. After all, everyone here knew her. But now that Su Tang was being bullied, it would be unbelievable for them to do nothing out of ignorance. "Wait, I gather a large force and slaughter them," Yao Yu said as he sent a message. Soon, several figures appeared in the conference room. A burly soldier entered and immediately shouted in discontent, "Yao, you should have told me earlier. If I known, I would have jumped out to support the young lady." "This is Li Qi from our school." Yao Yu solemnly introduced them in front of Su Tang, then pointed at the others one by one. "That's Li Si, Li Chuanji, Feng Juanhao, Feng Junsheng, Feng Qi, and Lu Mian." Yao Yu introduced them one by one, and then Su Tang received a message. "Zhang Tianxia, Su, most of these people are your die-hard fans." Su Tang regained her composure. The major families in their Hongyi galaxy were the Su, Li, Lu, Feng, and Yao families, and those here were clearly the elite scions of those families. "Hello, everyone. I'm looking forward to your guidance." Su Tang smiled generously, as if the top executives in Hongtu Bay were all her schoolmates. Hee, she had powerful backing. "You're welcome, young lady." The crowd greeted Su Tang first. Chapter 579. In the conference room, Yao Yu outlined what had happened. A nerd was pursuing Su Tang, naturally referring to Tianxia No. 1, and then, Su Tang suffered an undeserved disaster. Su Tang didn't object to Yao Yu's explanation. She had never imagined that being a shield for Tianxia would lead to such trouble. Being hunted daily wasn't the gaming life she imagined. So, she decided to renege on her word and cut ties with Tianxia. Of course, those Shengshi bastards had to be fought back. Knowing she still had such a large group of alumni, Su Tang felt reassured. Even if she wasn't close to them, she had Su Yuan's father around. Now that he knew her identity, if they stood by and watched her being hunted in the game, their family would definitely be wiped out by Su Yuan's father. "Should we go and deal with those Shengshi bastards?" Yao Yu finally slammed the table, his face agitated. "Go! We must defeat them." Li Qi gritted his teeth, his face filled with fury. That Yao, you hadn't even told him that Su Daji was the eldest daughter. He'd been playing games for so long, only to miss such a golden opportunity. Now that he had such a golden opportunity to shine, he naturally had to seize it. How could we, the people of Hongwing First High School, be bullied by others? Feng Juanhao's face was also moved, and he declared with righteous indignation. In the Hongyi galaxy, no one wanted to be associated with Su Yuan. "Our hegemony's strength is definitely no less than that of the current Shengshi dynasty," Lu Mian echoed confidently. They all had their eyes on the school's most prestigious talent, and only a fool would miss this opportunity. With the most prominent family members speaking up, the others naturally agreed. Half an hour later, all the online gang members within Hongtu Hegemony paused their activities and made full preparations. Then, a system message appeared. Level 5 Gang Hongtu Hegemony has openly declared war on Level 5 Gang Shengshi Dynasty. The two gangs have officially entered a state of hostility, and the war has officially begun. Out in the wild, innocent murder will be marked as a red name by the system, but once a hostile situation is declared between gangs, members of the two gangs can freely fight each other, though fighting is prohibited in safe zones. In the confrontations between Shengshi Dynasty and Wangja Tianxia, Hongtu Hegemony had always been a distant observer. This time, by mobilizing such a large force to declare hostility against Shengshi, it was clear that they were going to fight Shengshi. The world was abuzz with speculation about Hongtu's actions. And soon, the world channel was filled with a chorus of curses. As soon as the hostilities erupted, the well-prepared members of the Hongtu gang marched to Qinglin town in a mighty force. Although Qinglin town was the headquarters of the Shengshi gang, it wasn't usually home to a large contingent. With their superior numbers, the situation became one-sided. Su Tang, in high spirits, cast spells amidst the large group. Group fights were truly the most satisfying. Not only were there healers healing them from behind, but there were also warlocks offering bonuses for free. There was no chance of accidentally hitting teammates in the game. All she had to do was unleash her attacks, targeting the most popular targets, and slash through them. The feeling was incredibly satisfying. Su Tang didn't care about the verbal abuse in the world channel. The more they yelled, the more they felt they were being abused. After slaughtering everyone in Qinglin town, the others, still unsatisfied, began to provoke others in the world. John Tianxia, scum of the prosperous age, kill one if you see one, and destroy two if you see two. Shou Yu Tianqi, scum of the prosperous age, kill one if you see one, and destroy two if you see two. Junlin, scum of the prosperous age, kill one if you see one, and destroy two if you see two. How far-reaching thoughts. Scum of the prosperous age, kill one if you see one, and destroy two if you see two. The members of Hongtu arrogantly and uniformly swiped a row of screens across the world. Then, the leader of Shengshi could no longer sit still. The first emperor, Hongtu, are you guys crazy? Have we, Shengshi, offended you? After feeling proud, Su Tang, looking at the first emperor again, felt confident. Su Daji, you have offended me. John Tianxia, to offend Su Daji is to offend us, Hongtu. Shou Yu Tianqi, ditto. Junlin, ditto. How far-reaching, ditto. The first emperor, Su Daji, you bitch. After being dumped by Tianxia, you hooked up with Hongtu's people? You slept with several people. Because of his brutal death at the hands of Hongtu, the first emperor started to speak ill of him. This guy's a jerk. What if we want to kill him? Su Tang frowned, her face darkening. I have a plan. Li Qi, already seething with anger at the first emperor's words, immediately jumped out. I think we're on the same page. Wait, I find his location right away. Let's go and kill him. Let's do it. Yao Yu immediately agreed, then looked at Su Tang. Anyone else who's tried to kill you? Let's go and kill them. Right. The others nodded in unison. As expected of her childhood sweetheart, so awesome. As expected of her classmates, so loyal. Su Tang gave everyone a thumbs up, then pulled up her game history and reeled off all the people who had killed her. And that Yin Ryu, Han Zhan. After finding the location of the first emperor, they patiently waited for him to leave the safe zone before a small group of 20 attacked and surrounded him. The Hongi Galaxy is an economically developed galaxy. Any family that ranks high in the galaxy is well off. Naturally, those who can play with Yao Yu are all well off, typical second-generation families. Li Qi and the others are also among the best in terms of combat power. Although the first emperor's combat power is over 930,000, he's still outnumbered. Seeing that the Hongtu gang leader had been slain by them, Su Tang felt all the humiliation she felt recently dissipate. In the days that followed, after submitting a level 4 energy stone for certification, Su Tang basically just sat around and waited for graduation. During the day, she practiced the splitting silk technique and combined energy stones. After dinner, she took Su Shuqi for a walk and then logged into Skynet. Although they didn't interact much at school, Li Qi, Feng Junsheng, Lu Mian, they were very attentive on Skynet. Every night on Skynet, Su Tang would follow Yao Yu and his friends to avenge her past victims. Su Tang felt that being part of the organization was different. Life was filled with the satisfaction of revenge. It had to be said that the life of fighting and killing was still very exciting. Of course, this was based on the premise that she was the winner. Chapter 580. Ever since that day's fight with the mecha, Jiang Yunchuan's mental power has improved. To his surprise, his mental power hasn't fluctuated, remaining steadily at a 4S mental power level, with no aftereffects from prolonged use. Upon discovering this, Jiang Yunchuan and Han Yun hurried back to the capital system after leaving the Su residence that day. Back in the capital system, Jiang Yunchuan immediately underwent a series of tests and concluded that his mental power had stabilized, with no aftereffects. Confirming he was safe, Jiang Yunchuan joyfully requested a transfer back to the Legion, which Jiang Yi granted with a simple gesture. Although the issue on Hongguang Star had been resolved, Qin Qinyao had made a significant mistake. Ultimately, after internal coordination among the three Qin factions, Qin Qinyao's 22nd Legion was transferred to the Malang system, while Jiang Bingqing's 8th Legion was dispatched to the Hongyi system. With his son's recovery, Jiang Bingqing's branch naturally stepped down. Although Jiang Yunchuan was deeply dissatisfied with this, he couldn't resist his father. For Jiang Yunchuan, garrisoning in Hongyi, a star system nearing 100% development, was practically like a vacation. Jiang Yi explained that his mental strength had just stabilized and needed further observation, making it unsuitable for him to travel to a dangerous star system. However, Han Yun had vehemently warned him before he left. If he didn't bring her a wife within 3 years, he'd forget about pioneering and fighting pirates. Despite his frustration, Jiang Yunchuan still reluctantly rushed to the Hongyi star system to reunite with the main force. Aboard the starship, he discovered, even more bitterly, that due to his father's orders, he couldn't even enter the military's mecha battlefield. After a few rather boring days of playing the standard mecha battlefield, Jiang Yunchuan received a message from his cousin. "Brother, you haven't been playing games lately?" Hanja grimaced, as if the sky had fallen. "Yeah, I've been playing mecha battlefield lately." For Jiang Yunchuan, Xianjia was just for kids. Now he could play mechas. Even though it was a standard battlefield with few experts, he still preferred mechas. "Brother, how do you think I should report this to Auntie?" Upon hearing Jiang Yunchuan's words, Hanja knew he knew nothing, and his head drooped. "Report what?" Jiang Yunchuan frowned, puzzled. It was clear he had completely forgotten what he had promised Han Yun. "Report your progress. Annie told me to keep you and Su Daji informed." Hanja's face was filled with a serious expression. "Annie said I'd check in the game in a few days." "What did you say?" Hanja's words immediately unnerved Jiang Yunchuan. He had originally planned to use a delaying tactic, hoping that once he reached another star system, Han Yun would no longer be able to control him. But who knew the old Queen Mother would be even more ruthless, directly instigating his father to send him to the Hongyi star system. Andy also said that if you lied to her, she would come to the Hongyi star system and force you to go on a blind date. Hanja emphasized the seriousness of the situation once again. His mother was definitely going crazy again. Jiang Yunchuan speechlessly held his forehead. He knew that sending him to the Hongyi star system had a purpose, so he had to use this shield. "Wait, I'd be right up." Since there was nothing else to do, Jiang Yunchuan instructed his subordinates and went straight to Skynet. At this time, Hanja was already waiting anxiously at Linglong Pavilion. After logging onto Skynet, Jiang Yunchuan discovered that the little girl's shield was not working because it was daytime. Furthermore, the atmosphere seemed a bit strange. Everyone in the city looked at him with a hint of sympathy. Yes, absolutely sympathy. Jiang Yunchuan was a bit confused. What was going on? He's seen so many people with hatred on their faces, having killed so many, but sympathy? Where did that emotion come from? After a few seconds of confusion, Jiang Yunchuan realized what was happening, as the world channel was already abuzz. Passerby 1, howl. I saw the great god of the world in Yunlan City. Passerby 2, requesting coordinates, looking for people to watch. Passerby 3, is the great god of the world online? Can I ask a private question? Are you really being cuckolded? Passerby 4, get the hell out of here. That bitch Su Daji was definitely dumped by brother Tianxia a long time ago. With the world channel abuzz, Jiang Yunchuan quickly learned the truth. The little girl he used as a shield had fallen in love with someone else. Entering Linglong Pavilion, he made a hushed gesture to Hanja, then sat down and began browsing the forum. He didn't even need to search. The first post provided the answer. It was still posted by the same paparazzi. It was a long post, with fascinating twists and turns. To summarize, it was that the best under heaven had snatched Su Daji's love away, and her ex, Zhang Tianxia, wasn't resigned. It turned out Zhang Tianxia was also a powerful figure, with the entire grand plan backing him. After spending a fortune in the game, Jiang Tianxia took advantage of the best under heaven circumstances to rekindle their old relationship with Su Daji. In short, the central message of the post was that he had been cuckolded. After reading it, Jiang Yunchuan lost his composure. Although he and Su Daji had said that the little girl was his shield, others didn't know the truth. The uninformed onlookers who saw the post would definitely think he had been cuckolded. If they were just strangers in the game, Jiang Yunchuan would naturally not care what they said. The problem was that most of the people in Linglong Pavilion were students from the military academy. Although he was not a formal instructor, he had been serving as a temporary instructor during his recuperation period. There must be quite a few students who knew that Jiang Yunchuan was the best in the world. If he didn't do something, maybe the entire capital galaxy would know that he was cuckolded in the game. Then, he would never be able to go out again, and would definitely be the biggest joke in the military. Although the truth wasn't what he thought, rumors spread quickly. And with his mother here, if she discovered what was happening, he'd definitely be drowned out by the blind date party. Jiang Yunchuan suddenly felt like he shot himself in the foot. Why was he trying to find an excuse to cause himself trouble? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunchuan looked at Hanja. When did my aunt say you could enter the game? She said you could enter after you complete the handover procedures in the Hongi Galaxy. That would probably be in a week. His aunt had meant to come in secretly, but as a double agent, Hanja naturally had to leak this information to his cousin as soon as possible so he could take precautions. By the way, Su Daji seems to be quite familiar with that Hong Tubei guy. Lately, Hong Tu has been hunting down Xingqi's people. Hanja hesitated, finally whispering to Jiang Yunchuan, I secretly looked up their address and found out they're all in the same galaxy. Guess where they're from? Yeah, where? Jiang Yunchuan responded with a curious expression. It's the Hongi Galaxy you're going to. Hanja seemed to have uncovered a profound secret. Cousin, how could this be such a coincidence? Maybe this is fate. You should seize the opportunity. You're overthinking it. Jiang Yunchuan was speechless. Even if it was a galaxy, it was still huge. And he didn't seem like the type to do something so unreliable as online dating. Chapter 581. Even though we're not dating online, I still need a shield when my mother shows up. That day, Su Tang had just finished walking Su Xiaoqi and logged in when she saw a certain otaku god and shady businessman she hadn't seen in a while. Then the message came in immediately. Number 1 under heaven. Where is he? Staring at the message, Su Tang realized belatedly. Why was this troublemaker online? Was he looking for her? Before Su Tang could finish debating whether to tell him her location, the surroundings distorted, and someone appeared beside her. What kind of magic weapon is this? Su Tang was stunned. Teleporting in the city without using a teleportation array? This is a skill possessed by formation masters. After explaining to a certain game newbie, Jiang Yunchuan dragged Su Tang into a private room in the adjacent restaurant. Uncle, why did you look for me? After settling down, Su Tang rolled her eyes speechlessly. She was still waiting for Yao Yu and the others to come online and bully people. Little girl, you're still underage, aren't you? Jiang Yunchuan said, his instructor-like demeanor. You're still young, so you should study hard. I study hard every day. Su Tang was puzzled. Although she spent most of her evenings playing games, she was truly dedicated to synthesizing energy stones during the day. She had already successfully divided 2,097,152 strands of mental energy, and could currently synthesize a single, quality, 8th level energy stone in a single day. This speed would surely astonish the entire Federation. As a great energy master, Su Tang felt there was nothing else to learn. You're so young, don't dwell on those nonsense. Finding a boyfriend is something you should consider when you're an adult, Jiang Yunchuan said sternly. Uncle, what are you trying to say? Su Tang said innocently. I was trying to say my mom's coming, Jiang Yunchuan said, his face expressionless. What? Su Tang jumped in shock. You're not going to let me deal with your mom? That's exactly what I was planning. Jiang Yunchuan nodded seriously. This mattered to his future in the Hongi Galaxy. If his old queen really came here to attack him, he'd never have a peaceful life again. No, I don't think it would benefit me. Su Tang pouted and refused outright. If it weren't for that troublemaker Tianxia, she wouldn't be hunted down. If it weren't for her powerful friends, she might not even be able to survive in the immortal realm. Benefit? Didn't I refund you all the money you spent at Linglong Pavilion last time? Jiang Yunchuan's expression grew serious. If the little girl didn't help him cover up this lie, he'd be in real trouble. That's true. Su Tang tilted her head and thought. If he hadn't agreed to act as a shield for Tianxia, her cousin wouldn't have been able to return the money she paid for the murder. But for someone with a daily income of 5 billion, 5 million was nothing. But I regret it. I think you're a troublemaker, so. That won't do, little girl. You have to be trustworthy. My mom knows you already. Jiang Yinchuan interrupted with an embarrassed look. After a moment of thought, he offered, if you help me deal with my mom, I give you all the magic weapons on my account. How about it? Uncle, you don't want to play anymore? Su Tang looked a little surprised. If I didn't have a stake in this game for minors, and regularly test for bugs, I wouldn't play such a childish game. Jiang Yinchuan said with a hint of disgust. Uncle, are you back in the army? Defending our country? Su Tang suddenly remembered the rumors about him being a soldier. Was he about to make a comeback? Yes, but it's a sinecure for now. Jiang Yinchuan's face darkened again. But if you don't help me, I probably won't be able to keep this sinecure either. Without a wife, once his garrison period was over, the Empress Dowager would probably persuade her husband to transfer him to the Royal Guards. What difference would joining the Royal Guards be like retiring? Jiang Yinchuan felt his future was bleak. Why does your mother care so much? Su Tang was stunned. There was actually a mother who wouldn't let her son join the army. A few years ago, I almost died in an accident. My mother was terrified. If I died, my family would be extinct. Jiang Yinchuan spread his hands helplessly. So, I guess my parents won't let me go to any dangerous star systems until I have children. Su Tang gave him a sympathetic look. While the loss of the family line was a serious matter, what did it have to do with her? She decided not to get involved. Uncle, deception isn't the solution. You should find a girlfriend. Su Tang spoke earnestly, looking at the miserable old bachelor before her and offering advice. Well, considering the average lifespan of interstellar people at 300 years, this one is indeed in the prime of life. I'm trying, Jiang Yinchuan said with a gloomy expression. I've been searching the mech arena lately for a suitable candidate. His requirements weren't high. He just wanted someone who looked decent enough, at least a good match for him, and a mech pilot capable of fighting alongside him. However, even if a woman from a prominent family was a mech pilot, it was unlikely she'd follow him to less developed planets. So, he planned to search the mech arena for like-minded female mech pilots, but unfortunately, he hadn't found any yet. Mecha! Su Tang's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but recall the sharp movements of the black and white mechas that day. She also wanted to learn mecha. Suddenly, an idea came to her. How about you teach me mecha, and I help you fool your mother? Intelligent mecha? Is your mental power S level? Jiang Yinchuan blurted out. No. Su Tang was instantly disappointed. Although she was a 4th level S, Miss Su was only AC. If she upgraded too quickly, it would arouse suspicion. Her plan was to declare herself an S-level psychic within 2 years, so it wouldn't be too abrupt. But you can apply for a pseudo-high-level one. As long as you have the money, S-level mental power costs 1,000 credits per hour. Thinking of the little girl's talk of helping him fool his mother, Jiang Yinchuan readily offered a solution. Pseudo-advanced. Su Tang's eyes lit up. Did that mean she could learn mecha skills right now? The thought of piloting something as cool and impressive as a mecha filled Su Tang with excitement. So, if you help me deal with my mom, I definitely train you to be a high-level mecha pilot, Jiang Yinchuan vowed. Really? Reasoning returned, Su Tang felt a little foolish. Anyone could learn mecha skills, so why had she had to pick on this troublemaker? Really, my skills are absolutely top-notch. If you don't believe me, quit the game and I show you proof. Unable to wait, Jiang Yinchuan exchanged Skynet account numbers, and then quit the game. After saying hello to Yao Yu and the others, and announcing that she wasn't playing games today, Su Tang also quit. Then, the next second, Su Tang received a friend request on Skynet. After adding Jiang Lu as a friend, Su Tang immediately received relevant information from him. Looking at the Mecha Battlefield certificate that showed 286 matches and a 100% win rate, Su Tang's mouth opened into an O shape. So this guy is really a great player? Chapter 582. After watching Jiang Yinchuan compete in the mecha arena, Su Tang immediately idolized him. He dispatched his opponent in less than a minute. What a prowess! Confirming he was a high-level mecha master, Su Tang diligently helped Jiang Yinchuan deal with Zhang's mother. Dealing with Zhang's mother was simple. Basically, they fought monsters together in the game, creating the illusion of a couple. After Jiang Yinchuan flirted with his advancement from gaming to Skynet, Han Yun's patrols were significantly reduced, with Han Yun merely sending her a few photos from time to time. Although Su Tang disliked Jiang Yinchuan's rugged, burly image as Jiang Lu on Skynet, she couldn't resist his superior mecha skills. After applying for a pseudo-high-level rank from Skynet, Su Tang threw herself into the mecha arena with unwavering enthusiasm. Upon hearing that Su Tang was involved with Tianxia again, Yao Yu instantly had a bad feeling. Was this really an online romance? Just in case. And with his immense passion for mechas, Yao Yu also came along. For Jiang Yinchuan, teaching one person was still teaching two. In a few days, Yao Yu was completely captivated by Jiang Yinchuan's superior mecha skills, calling him Brother Jiang on one side and God Jiang on the other, completely forgetting his original intention of preventing online romances. After arriving in the Hongi Galaxy, Jiang Yinchuan found that it was exactly as he expected. Being stationed in the Hongi Galaxy was a sinecure, leaving him with nothing to do every day. Every night on Skynet, after teaching a couple of rookies an hour or two of their skills, he would start playing single-player matches on the mecha battlefield, looking for suitable candidates. Time flowed by, and Su Tang's days were quite pleasant. Although her thread-splitting technique hadn't made much progress, her energy stone-splitting speed was truly unimaginable. By the end of the semester, she had raised her mental power to A level. After receiving her diploma, Su Tang began to struggle. Should she continue to study for university or stay home? Ultimately, at the urging of Su Yuan's father, Su Tang became the epitome of the stay-at-home type. Su Yuan, now a level 10 energy master, was concerned that being outside was unsafe, and outside the Hongi Galaxy, he would be out of reach. Su Tang had no objection to staying on Hongguang Star. Her daily routine consisted of splitting energy stones during the day and playing mecha on Skynet at night. Ever since learning mecha, Su Tang's dream had been to become a stylish mecha master with unlimited energy. While she might never venture into any dangerous places, that didn't dampen her passion for mechas. Since he still hadn't found a girlfriend, Jiang Yinchuan rewarded Su Tang for her righteous act by giving her advanced mecha piloting skills. While there's a saying that a mentor can only lead you to the right path, having a good teacher can indeed help you avoid many detours. Under Jiang Yinchuan's guidance, Su Tang's mecha skills advanced by leaps and bounds. 2 years passed uneventfully, and by then, Su Tang's mental power had been officially declared S level, and her energy master level had risen to level 5. After 2 years of sunbathing, Su Xiaobai's strength had also recovered somewhat. When Su Xiaobai's mental power reached level 5, considering that there were people with level 4 mental power in this world, Su Xiaobai generously helped bring Su Tang's mental power up to level 5 as well. With level 5 mental power, Su Tang felt her life was even more fulfilling. Meanwhile, the 241st Yanghua Federation Underage Mecha Competition kicked off with much fanfare. Because her mental power had been declared S rank, Su Yuan had already prepared a physical mecha for her. With her experience on Skynet, operating a physical mecha wasn't difficult. Su Tang's actual combat skills were only slightly inferior to those on Skynet. After discussing it with Su Yuan and gaining his approval, Su Tang happily registered. Then, with a grand gesture, Su Yuan secured the sponsorship rights for the 241st Yanghua Federation Underage Mecha Competition. This sponsorship was a pure cash grab, covering all costs, including prize money. Of course, he wouldn't receive a penny, making him a complete money sucker. Of course, with the sponsorship rights, the final physical mecha competition could be held wherever the sponsor indicated. Su Yuan's actions were entirely out of concern for his daughter's safety. Soon after, Jiang Yinchuan received notice that the physical competition for the 241st Yanghua Federation Underage Mecha Competition would be held on Hong 17 Star. Of course, the Su family took care of everything from setting up the battlefield, leaving Jiang Yinchuan largely uninvolved. After signing up, Su Tang, feeling quite nervous as it was her first time participating in such a formal competition, went to talk to her teacher. After spending more than 2 years together, Su Tang had completely relegated Jiang Yinchuan to the role of mecha instructor. In a coffee shop. "This is just a small competition, don't be nervous," Jiang Yinchuan said calmly, sipping his coffee with a nonchalant expression. "There won't be many experts in a non-military, civilian competition like this. Do you think I can make it to the actual competition with my skill level?" Su Tang stared expectantly at a rugged man, who was elegantly sipping coffee, a striking contrast to the scene before her. Signing up was a completely impulsive act. Now that she had calmed down, Su Tang felt it would be humiliating if she couldn't even make it to the actual competition. Skynet's virtual competitions didn't require real identification, so Su Tang hadn't been worried at first. However, thanks to her father's actions, everyone knew she signed up. If she wasn't in the actual competition, she'd be humiliated. How could my apprentice be so hopeless? Jiang Yinchuan was displeased upon hearing Su Tang's words. He was very confident in his own skills. "At least we have to win a place. But I think they're all so amazing. Su Tang's face fell. She had already consulted Yao Yu to research the strength of the previous champions, and she felt she couldn't compare. Don't try to boost others' confidence. I give you special training, and I guarantee you win. Although no one might know she was Jiang Yinchuan's apprentice, Jiang Yinchuan would feel humiliated if Su Tang couldn't even make the actual competition. He slammed the table and decided he would do whatever it took to get his apprentice a place. With his correct attitude, Jiang Yinchuan became even more demanding of Su Tang. Under intense pressure to achieve results, Su Tang's mecha skills advanced even faster. Because his mental strength hadn't reached S level, Yao Yu could only act as a cheerleader, cheering Su Tang on, while strengthening his own training. Chapter 583. The general level of competition in the early stages was low, and Su Tang was also quite relaxed, winning the early matches effortlessly. Having promised Han Yuan that he would bring her home within 3 years, this promise was now clearly unrealistic due to this competition. To ensure Jiang Yinchuan wasn't lying, Han Yuan watched every one of Su Tang's matches on Skynet. Naturally, Jiang Yinchuan, acting as her fake boyfriend, accompanied her throughout the entire process. Oh Xiaoyun, I didn't expect you to be so clever and even capable of cultivating. Although Han Yuan had never met her in person, after observing her online for over 2 years, she was quite satisfied with her future daughter-in-law. With her S-level mental strength and good personality, she must have a strong family background to be able to participate in such a competition. After listening to Han Yun's nagging, Jiang Yinchuan didn't respond, but his eyes deepened. Some words, once heard, would inevitably change something. Han Yun's words suddenly struck Jiang Yinchuan. She seemed quite suitable. Once he took notice, Jiang Yinchuan paid even more attention to Su Tang. He then realized that Xiao Bai, who once couldn't even control a mecha and walk, had become a remarkable mecha pilot. Although his skills were still a bit immature, he could definitely be considered a master. Over the next 30 months of competition, Jiang Yinchuan became increasingly interested in Su Tang. A subtle feeling welled up within him. If this little girl were to become his wife, it would be truly perfect. He seemed not at all opposed to the possibility of a real relationship, and even looked forward to it. Su Tang, completely unaware of Jiang Yinchuan's changing thoughts, was filled with excitement upon qualifying for the actual competition. By the way, your mecha? As Su Tang's mecha instructor, Jiang Yinchuan naturally welcomed Su Tang's warm hospitality. The mecha is already ready, Su Tang said confidently. After 3 years, she was confident in her skills. She was also confident this time that even if she didn't take first place, she'd definitely be in the top 10. Why? Because there was no energy limit for the competition. Su Yuan's father had equipped her mecha with a level 8 protective shield. I'm asking how your mecha skills are. Would you like me to personally guide you? Jiang Yinchuan said this with the intention of meeting her in person, as he still didn't know her true identity. Do you know which galaxy I'm in? Su Tang was a little surprised by Jiang Yinchuan's sudden words. I don't know. Maybe we're in the same galaxy, Jiang Yinchuan said, playing dumb. A galaxy is huge, uncle. I appreciate your kindness. Don't worry, my father will guide me, and will never embarrass my teacher. After enjoying Su Tang's thank you dinner, Jiang Yinchuan, already harboring suspicions, felt a little frustrated that he hadn't learned her true identity. Luckily, in 3 months, all the contestants would gather on planet Hong 17, and he would naturally know her identity by then. With Su Yuan's daughter, Su Tang, confirmed to have qualified for the actual competition, the events on planet Hong 17 received unprecedented attention. Jiang Yinchuan, who was currently busy maintaining safety on planet Hong 17, suddenly felt a strange sensation upon hearing this news. 23 years old, S-level mental strength. For some reason, Jiang Yinchuan felt a sense of nervousness, though he didn't know what he was nervous about. 3 months before the competition, Su Yuan arrived at Hongshikixing in a grand procession of Su family warships. Jiang Yinchuan could only twitch his lips in silence. It took less than a day to travel from Hongguangxing to Hongshikixing, so why was it necessary to bring 5 warships so extravagantly? In response to Su Yuan's ostentatious behavior, Jiang Yinchuan could only quietly make room for him in a dedicated VIP parking area. He was the local leader of the Hongyi Galaxy and a level 10 energy grandmaster. Afterwards, Jiang Yinchuan and his subordinates personally greeted Su Yuan. After a few polite words, Jiang Yinchuan led Su Yuan and the others to the VIP area. Su Tang, who had followed Su Yuan silently, was stunned upon seeing Jiang Yinchuan in person. How could a man be so monstrous? This was a real test for her heart. But as a woman, she still had to be reserved in front of outsiders. After exchanging greetings, Su Tang stopped paying him any attention. For some reason, even though they were completely different, the sight of Su Tang brought back Su Daji from Skynet, a pretty girl with dimples. Suddenly, Jiang Yinchuan froze for a second before reacting. Hongi Galaxy. 23 years old. S-level mental power. A live competition. No way, Su Daji is Su Tang. After finishing the tasks he needed to attend to, Jiang Yinchuan eagerly logged onto Skynet. Thanks to his high friendship rating, he easily spotted Su Tang, who was clearly in a good mood, at a dessert shop. Huh, what a coincidence. Su Tang was a bit taken aback by Jiang Yinchuan's appearance. I came specially to see you. Didn't I arrive at the competition today? Why are you in such a good mood? Jiang Yinchuan felt a little nervous. Could she really be her? I met a super handsome guy today, so naturally I'm in a good mood. Su Tang narrowed her eyes and smiled cheerfully. After more than 5 years of being together, Jiang Yinchuan had become like a close friend to her, and she spoke to him with a casual air. Handsome guy? Jiang Yinchuan's mood shifted. Could this be referring to him? Yeah, you don't know. I only seen him in photos before, but now I seen him in person. It turns out there are such enchanting men. Uncle, if you were half as handsome as him, you'd definitely have no problem finding a girlfriend if you just stood by the door. Based on Jiang Yinchuan's online profile, Su Tang immediately identified him as one of the military's 5 sleazy guys. She had always assumed he couldn't find a girlfriend simply because he was ugly. After all, in this world where men outnumber women, ugly women wouldn't even be attracted to him without good looks. Hearing this, Jiang Yinchuan was immediately sullen. How could he not be handsome? He was completely charming and dashing. Who said I can't find a girlfriend because I'm ugly? Jiang Yinchuan defended himself directly. What else? Su Tang squinted at him, then said seriously, Uncle, I've been your shield for 5 years. I'm almost 23. You can't waste my youth any longer. I need to find a boyfriend. You can't judge a person by appearance alone. Jiang Yinchuan suddenly felt a little confused. He had taught her mecha for 5 years, and she couldn't even compare to a man she only met once. She saw a handsome guy and quickly cut him off? Okay, even though that handsome guy was him, and even though they had nothing to do with each other. I'm not just looking at looks, but if I can't even appreciate the outside, then what's the point of further development? Su Tang curled her lips. Well, as someone with a subtle face complexion, she still prioritized appearances. I see. Are you planning on pursuing a relationship with that handsome guy you met today? Jiang Yinchuan raised an eyebrow, his heartbeat quickening slightly. He's handsome, comes from a wealthy family, is incredibly capable, and has impressive mecha skills. And best of all, he saved me back then. Why wouldn't I be attracted to him? Assuming Jiang Lu didn't know who she was, and that they were considered close friends, Su Tang naturally expressed her thoughts directly. Regarding Jiang Yinchuan, after that stunning glimpse of that silver-white mecha and his enchanting appearance, Su Tang's attitude was completely the same admiration an ordinary person might have for a popular idol, tinged with a touch of admiration. However, due to some unforeseen circumstances, I didn't even bother thanking him when he came to my house. He must have had a bad impression of me, and today he barely even looked me in the eye. Su Tang sighed softly, then slumped over the table somewhat listlessly. Back then, fearing the exposure of his spiritual power, she, the one being rescued, hadn't shown up, a move that was clearly rude. I see. He had secretly been observing her, wondering if this was the little girl Su Daji. Now it was definitely her. However, it seemed she didn't know who he was yet. Should he tell her? Chapter 584. After 3 seconds of hesitation, Jiang Yinchuan decided to strike first. He knew exactly how many people in the military were secretly targeting Su Yuan's daughter. However, due to Su Yuan's connections, meeting her on a regular basis was nearly impossible, and her personal information on Skynet was unavailable. If she won this competition, she would definitely face even more romantic opportunities. Thinking this way, Jiang Yinchuan became uneasy. Let's discuss something. What? Su Tang sat up straighter at Jiang Yinchuan's sudden serious expression. Be my wife, Jiang Yinchuan said seriously, adding, as if to avoid misunderstanding her, I'm serious. Not the kind of fake one you're having now. Uncle, I don't play online dating. After a slight pause, Su Tang flatly refused. Although Jiang Lu had diligently trained her to become a mecha master over the past 5 years, and he got along quite well, she still had to admit that dating a man she never met in person was foolish. Then I come find you and make things real. Jiang Yinchuan wasn't discouraged by Su Tang's rejection. After all, as an online friend, such words were rather abrupt, but he was confident. She had just said she was attracted to him. Realistically? Su Tang was stunned by the words. Do you know where I am? So this was going to be a reunion scene? I know, Hong Shixing. Jiang Yinchuan nodded seriously. Haha, I think if my dad found out, you'd be absolutely pissed. Su Tang suddenly felt a little annoyed. She was currently participating in a live competition, and he could easily find her based on her match number. After all, he knew her match number on Skynet. I'm thick-skinned. Your dad shouldn't be able to kill me. After considering the combat power of both sides, Jiang Yinchuan felt that if he couldn't defeat Su Yuan, the energy master, he'd be truly weak. Of course, when fighting against his father-in-law, even if he could win, he'd still have to take the beating. But I'm obsessed with looks. Seeing that her online friend Jiang Lu was actually coming to see her, Su Tang felt it was unkind to say this, but she still had to make her stance clear. Her requirements weren't as high as her godlike father's infuriatingly handsome, but at least a handsome face was a must. She really couldn't accept a rugged man. Don't worry, you'd definitely be satisfied when you see me. Jiang Yinchuan said with confidence, his words firm. Then it's settled. I come to you. If you're satisfied, we can make it happen. And then, without waiting for Su Tang to reply, Jiang Yinchuan left. Alone in a dessert shop booth, biting her straw with some hesitation, Su Tang stared at the name of her friend, Jian Lu, with a bit of confusion. Meeting Tianxiao was definitely a coincidence, and being his shield was definitely a stroke of genius on her part. But since this was Skynet, and no one knew who was who, she decided, with the noble idea of I'm yours, everyone's best, to help him deal with his mother while he taught her about mechas. Su Tang didn't think it was a big deal, but now, when Jian Lu suddenly said he wanted to move on, she was caught off guard. Online romance? Su Tang held her face in her hands, feeling a little distressed. Why would something so unreliable happen? But she was already 23, mentally 35, so a relationship was okay, right? And Jiang Lu was a pretty good guy. Finally, Su Tang decided that if he looked like her type, she might give it a try. After several hours of familiarization training in Skynet's virtual mecha battlefield, Su Tang logged off, seeing it was already 6 o'clock. After getting up and washing up, Su Tang began her daily routine of walking the lion. The Su family's VIP area was a complex resembling a villa complex. Besides the established families, it housed high-ranking officers from the Legion, making it arguably the safest place on Hongshikixing. Since the competition wasn't scheduled for another 3 months, Su Tang leisurely ran, breathing in the fresh air. Soon, she felt a 4S mental detection. It was that enchantingly handsome man. Su Tang was slightly startled, then dismissed it, and continued running. Although she had a fondness for Jiang Yinchuan, she instinctively knew he wasn't interested, so she wouldn't do anything that would embarrass her. Not long after, a certain creature appeared right in her path. Since turning around would be impolite, Su Tang stopped and smiled politely. Good morning. Good morning. Jiang Yinchuan smiled faintly, then his smile grew wider. For a moment, Su Tang felt a little dazed, as if thousands of peach trees were blooming before her eyes. Are you satisfied? Seeing Su Tang's astonished look, Jiang Yinchuan's smile continued, his voice deep and magnetic, like the intoxication of a time-honored wine. A handsome man's smile is incredibly lethal. She must have looked utterly foolish just now, but what did he mean? Su Tang was a little stunned. Then, as Jiang Yinchuan approached, she was completely bewildered. Why did he come over? Her heart was already beating rapidly. At this moment, Su Tang had to admit that she was truly an incurable obsession with appearances. Didn't you say you're attracted to me? Yeah. Jiang Yinchuan walked directly to Su Tang, leaned over slightly, and looked her straight in the eye. His eyes were bright, and his voice was cheerful. So I think you should be satisfied with me. Let's get down to business. You. Coming back from the beauty, Su Tang's face flushed red as she realized the truth. She pointed at Jiang Yinchuan in anger and yelled, You're kidding me. If she didn't understand who he was at this moment, she'd be completely out of her mind. No, Jiang Yinchuan blinked innocently. I'm not kidding you. I'm serious. I'm seriously looking for a date. You're Jiang Lu. Su Tang was now gnashing her teeth. Yesterday on Skynet, she actually said she was attracted to him right in front of her. She was completely embarrassed. Well, I told you I was handsome, Jiang Yinchuan said with a gleaming smug look. Although he preferred a more masculine look, it was undeniable that his appearance was incredibly powerful. So what if you're handsome? When did I ever agree to a real relationship? For some reason, Su Tang felt irritated. This bastard, so handsome, pretending to be a burly man, was playing her off. On Skynet, you didn't object, so you agreed. If you agreed that my look satisfied you, you be my wife, Jiang Yunchuan began to brazenly talk. I agree. Su Tang originally wanted to say, agreed bullshit. She definitely uttered such a vulgar word in front of her netizen Jiang Lu. But now it was Jiang Yunchuan, and facing that enchanting, rosy-faced man, she couldn't say anything. Oh my god! How could a 54-year-old man look like this? I know you agree, so wife, our relationship is settled. Jiang Yunchuan immediately stamped his hand on Su Tang's cheek, then smiled broadly. Chapter 585. Su Tang returned to the Su family residence in a huff. Her early morning run this morning had truly astonished her. Even now, she still found it a bit unbelievable. That burly bearded man on Skynet was actually a manly man like Jiang Yunchuan. You know, Jiang Yunchuan was currently firmly in third place on the list of the most expensive bachelors, just behind her own father. What kind of wicked taste? Shaking her image on Skynet like that. But why, knowing that the man she'd been with for 5 years was Jiang Yunchuan, and that he confessed his feelings for her, did she feel so secretly delighted? Okay, Su Tang felt vain again. Shaking her head, Su Tang decided to forget about it and focus on the competition. This actual combat competition was a free-for-all, lasting a month. During this time, contestants were not allowed to leave their mechas. A large number of Cloud Spirit Rabbits were released into the competition area, and points were awarded based on the number of kills. Contestants could attack each other, and eliminating their opponent earned all of their points. Competitions took place during the day, with hunting and competing prohibited between 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. Su Tang began to carefully study the information on Cloud Spirit Rabbits, and soon heard Su Xiaobai shouting, "Hey, that 4S psychic on this planet is about to be beaten to death by your dad." What? Hearing this, Su Tang lost her composure. Jiang Yunchuan was the only 4S psychic on this planet. A sweep of her psychic power revealed a look of extreme shock, her face pale. In a training room within the villa, Jiang Yunchuan had been beaten horribly by his father. Yes, beaten. Her father actually had a wood-type ability? Without hesitation, Su Tang rushed over as soon as she saw where the two men were. Reaching her destination, she opened the door and yelled, "Stop!" Su Tang doubled over, one hand on the door, breathing heavily. The sheer size of the house can sometimes be a problem. "Tang Tang, why are you here?" As Su Tang arrived, Su Yuan abandoned Jiang Yunchuan, who had been brutally abused by him. After retrieving Ming Jin, he strode over to Su Tang, patting her back. His heart was heavy, though. It seemed his daughter had truly fallen for this brat. "Dad, what are you doing?" After catching her breath and regaining consciousness, Su Tang looked around. The pools of blood made her gasp again. "We were just sparring," Su Yuan said seriously. They were indeed sparring, but this morning, this brat had actually come up to him and said he was dating his precious woman and begged him to help. Su Yuan naturally dealt a harsh blow to the man who had the audacity to set his sights on his precious daughter. However, because he mistakenly believed that Jiang Yunchuan hadn't been secretly hooking up with his daughter and had been tactful enough to ask for his approval, Su Yuan didn't actually stop. Jiang Yunchuan's injuries looked serious, but in reality, there were no broken bones at all. They were merely superficial. Su Tang was skeptical of Su Yuan's words. Was such brutality necessary for a sparring match? Looking at Su Yuan, whose clothes were still neat, and then comparing him to the bloody Jiang Yunchuan, whose enchanting peach blossom eye had even been gouged out, Su Tang felt a pang of pain. Such a brutal act! My uncle and I were really just sparring. Seeing Su Tang's distressed look, Jiang Yunchuan's heart leaped with joy. He stood up straight, enduring his injuries, and gave her a carefree smile. He was completely confident of a melee with Su Yuan, but he hadn't considered that Su Yuan also had Ming Jin. However, given Ming Jin's incredible hit-or-die attribute, he was still alive, which meant he had a chance. So, as long as he showed enough sincerity, he could easily overcome his father-in-law's pressure. Finally, thanks to Su Tang, Jiang Yunchuan went to treat his injuries. Then, the Su family father and daughter began a heart-to-heart talk. No one is perfect, and no one is without compassion. Although this was on Skynet, the high level of realism made it almost as close to reality as it gets. After spending over 5 years together, Su Tang had no special feelings for Jiang Lu before she knew he was Jiang Yunchuan, but her friendship was unwavering. Now that she knew he was a godlike figure like Jiang Yunchuan, her friendship naturally deepened. Now that Jiang Yunchuan had made his stance clear, Su Tang couldn't avoid it. For such a godlike figure, and after 5 years of being together, Su Tang actually liked him. After learning how the two met and understanding his daughter's feelings, Su Yuan's eyes deepened. Although he wasn't interested in Jiang Yinchuan, the man he had his eye on was clearly uncooperative, and his impulsiveness was clearly unrealistic. And as Su Tang matured, more people would undoubtedly be interested in her. Marriage and children were inevitable, and he couldn't possibly interfere with their friendships forever. After carefully considering Jiang Yinchuan's conditions, Su Yuan decided that a deal was acceptable. Finally, leaving it as a remark, "We can only be friends until we reach adulthood," Su Yuan decided not to directly interfere with their normal relationship. Of course, he would investigate secretly, but if Jiang Yinchuan could satisfy him in the 7 years before his daughter came of age, he wouldn't object. Jiang Yinchuan realized that a beating in exchange for a wife was a huge bargain. Then he realized he underestimated it. It wasn't just one beating, it was countless beatings. To be Su Yuan's son-in-law, one had to be strong and resolute enough to withstand countless beatings from him. Every now and then, Su Yuan would challenge Jiang Yinchuan for a sparring match. After that, Jiang Yinchuan's time on Hong 17 Star became spent coaching Su Tang on practical mecha techniques and sparring with Su Yuan. 3 months later, the practical mecha competition officially began. Su Tang, with her enchanting and stylish Shui Shui Lun Yin, was unstoppable in the competition. Of course, this invincibility was a bit exaggerated. As a second-generation child with a good father, none of the contestants dared to rob her. Upon seeing her mecha, their unanimous reaction was to turn tail and run. A month later, Su Tang took second place in the 241st Yanhua Federation Underage Mecha Competition. Of course, there are always experts among the common people. The first-place winner's skills were so impressive that they eliminated everyone except her. However, facing her level 8 energy shield, the opponent could only stare blankly. However, due to the opponent's impressive skills, Su Tang, whose speed was completely different, was completely unable to catch up with his mecha. Even after the competition, Su Tang still felt that she was just a piece of cake. Her second-place finish was really just a wash. However, this didn't dampen her good mood, because this mecha competition had successfully won her a high-quality boyfriend.